Chapter 1, Starting as a Stat Monster, Not Knowing How to Lose. The city at 6 in the evening, neon lights just coming up, traffic flowing like a river, the industrial zone smell of engine oil mixing with the evening wind. At the gate of Xinlong Machinery Factory, workers just off shift dragged their tired bodies out of the factory. Xia Ke tugged at the collar of his black-stained work uniform, thinking about whether to go to the cheap fast food shop at the corner or return to his rented room to cook a bowl of instant noodles. At that moment, a cold, flat buzzing sound, like a sharp ice spike, pierced into the depths of every person's mind in the world without warning. Xia Ke froze suddenly, looking around, but the sound was not from outside, it vibrated directly inside his skull. His eyes widened in shock as he saw everyone around him frozen as if someone had pressed a pause button. The entire world fell into an eerie silence in just a few seconds. A voice sounded clearly in his mind. National Fate Battlefield begins. Location, Monster Planet Capre. Global live broadcast successful. Begin randomly selecting participants from each country. A semi-transparent, faintly glowing interface appeared out of nowhere before Xia Ke's eyes, cold words like a verdict. He swallowed hard, his throat dry and sore, cold sweat soaking his back instantly, sticky work clothes clinging to his skin, sending a chill of discomfort. You have been selected as a participant in the National Fate Battle. Me? Xia Ke's voice was dry and hoarse, trembling. He was just a recent graduate, a college student on the assembly line tightening screws, an ordinary person who would get lost in a crowd. He had never even won 5 yuan in the lottery, so why of billions to one, was it him who got chosen? Fear and absurdity flooded him like a tide, his legs weakening. Before he could process this thunderbolt, the cold voice sounded again. All participants selected, begin teleportation. No sooner had the words fallen than a dazzling, pure white beam of light descended vertically from the sky above him without warning. Xia Ke saw nothing but white, a strong sense of weightlessness grabbing him suddenly, as if thrown into a bottomless abyss, his stomach churning violently. The dizziness lasted an unknown time, maybe only a few seconds, maybe as long as a century. When his feet felt the ground again, the nauseating weightlessness vanished instantly. Xia Ke staggered, barely standing, blinking painfully, adjusting to the new light. He found himself in an extremely vast and strange space. The ground was made of some dark, neither metal nor stone material, faintly glowing, stretching into the gray mist at the edge of vision. Above, there was no sky, only a chaotic, slowly moving dark purple halo. The air was dry, carrying a faint metallic smell like ozone. Around him, thousands of people stood densely, men and women, old and young, of all skin colors, dressed in many styles, faces as shocked and confused as his. Many stared at the air in front of them, focused or uncertain. Obviously, everyone could see the system interface. The interface before Xia Ke refreshed again. Summer country participants: Lu Xingze, second-year student at Imperial Capital University; Park Boisia, chief researcher of Bureau 749; Lu Ruyan, president of Lu Group; Xia Ke, operator at Xinlong Machinery Factory. Xia Ke instinctively searched the crowd with his eyes. Soon, he locked onto 3 people also looking at the system interface. A few steps away, a young man in a blue and white, perfectly ironed Imperial Capital University uniform, with long hair dyed light gold, frowned, his sharp eyes scanning around. Next to him, a tall, upright man. Around 30 years old, wearing a well-fitted pure black high-collared uniform, with a cold expression and deep eyes, exuding an air of calm and competence. A little further away, a woman with a particularly striking cold demeanor stood out. She wore a well-crafted off-white professional outfit, her long hair flowing down to her waist, with bangs parted to the sides and tied back, revealing her smooth forehead and long neck. Even in such a strange environment, her posture remained straight, only her tightly pressed lips showing a hint of seriousness. Xia Ke's gaze lingered on them for a moment. The 3 of them seemed to sense his gaze and almost simultaneously looked up. When their eyes fell on Xia Ke, they saw his dark work clothes, stained with deep brown oil, with frayed cuffs and a faint smell of machine oil, along with his messy hair and face slightly sweaty from nerves, looking somewhat dull and gray. The 3 of them shared a glance, their eyes clearly showing an unmistakable disdain. Lu Xingze's mouth twisted slightly, Park Bojia's brows furrowed imperceptibly, and Lu Ruyan quickly looked away, as if even looking for a moment would dirty her eyes. Xia Ke instinctively shrank his neck, a wave of discomfort flooding over him. The system in this trench was unforgiving, not even allowing him to wash his face or change clothes before coming. The cold system voice continued mercilessly. Reionics ability granting in progress. Power fusion completed. Deploying initial combat device. Buzz. Several soft white lights flashed by, and a strange device hovered in front of each contestant. Xia Ke instinctively reached out to catch it. It was heavy in his hand, with a smooth touch, like the bone of some creature. It was about a foot long, blue and white, with a lid that could be opened. The overall shape resembled some kind of elongated handheld computer. Xia Ke took a deep breath, a sense of inexplicable familiarity and nervousness filling him as he carefully opened the combat device's lid. Inside were 3 square dark compartments, now pitch black like an abyss without light. A faint but clear, wild energy wave came from inside the combat device, resonating strangely with something that seemed to have appeared within him. I didn't expect, it's actually a combat device. Xia Ke stared at the three dark compartments, mumbling to himself absent-mindedly, his heart racing with excitement and disbelief. He was a seasoned fan of the Ultraman series, having watched almost all TV shows and films from the Showa to Heisei eras. He was very familiar with this. This thing, it was a tool from Reionics. You know what this is? A deep, calm voice sounded beside him. Xia Ke looked up, meeting Park Bojio's thoughtful gaze. The other clearly caught his murmured words. From Park Bojio's reaction, it seemed likely he had never encountered tokusatsu shows. This was normal. With 1.4 billion people in Xia country, how many millions had actually watched the Ultraman series? Most of them only recognized Diga and would shout Diga when they saw Ultraman. Looking around, the others either looked at the combat device with confusion or fiddled with it aimlessly, clearly having no clue. Xia Ke quickly calmed down. He didn't want to stand out at such a time, especially not in front of those three elites from Xia country. He forced out a somewhat stiff smile and mumbled, I've seen it online. The system interface changed again, and cold text appeared with heavy pressure. Next, the contestants will be deployed to Kaipre Star. Contestants can gain points by occupying strongholds, defeating wild monsters, and challenging other contestants. Every 3 days, a national point settlement will occur. At settlement, the country ranked first will receive rich national rewards, resource-rich mines, environmental optimization, improved national health, technological breakthroughs. Countries ranked 2nd to 10th will. The countries ranked 11th to 50th will suffer mild penalties, localized natural disasters, slight resource shortages, minor diseases among the people. Countries ranked 51st to 100th will face moderate penalties, regional natural disasters, increased resource shortages, declining national health, disease outbreaks. Countries ranked 101st and beyond will endure severe penalties, large-scale natural disasters, resource depletion, deadly plagues, societal collapse, population extermination. Note, players eliminated during the competition will cause their nation to immediately suffer a severe penalty equal to the last place ranking on the settlement day. Everyone at the scene was shocked. This world had just experienced the Third World War, and there was no clear victor. All the participating nations were severely weakened. At this moment, the national luck battle would determine the life or death of every nation on Blue Star. The system voice continued. Now, all contestants, please begin to draw your initial monster partner. The interface in front of Xia Ke instantly turned into a huge, slowly rotating virtual roulette wheel. The roulette was divided into countless tiny fan-shaped sections, each with the silhouette of a different, terrifying monster. They were packed so closely that it made the skin crawl. He held his breath and, following the instructions, clicked the draw button in the center of the wheel. Buzz! The wheel suddenly sped up, so fast that all that could be seen was a blur of light and shadow. A stirring, almost tragic symphony exploded in everyone's minds, shaking their hearts. Xia Ke stared intently at the rapidly passing monster silhouettes, his fist tightly clenched, nails nearly digging into his palm. He could feel the battle device faintly warming up, and the newly emerging power inside him was restless. Finally, the wheel began to slow down. Slower and slower. The pointer trembled, passing one chilling silhouette after another, and finally, stopped at a monster resembling a lizard, with thick limbs and brown skin. Underground monster, Tayleston. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 120,000 tons. Attack power, 800, defense power, 900, speed, 700. Skills, lava hotline, underground movement, rotating assault. Description, lives in the underground below 40,000 meters. Capable of free movement underground, with a body density so high it can withstand pressures of tens of thousands of tons. Its tough skin can endure such extreme forces. With 4 secondary brains, it is agile and resilient. I can't believe it. Xia Ke's eyes instantly widened. The huge shock surged through his body like an electric current, almost making him jump in place. Nice. Getting the super wheelchair from the start, now I can face danger with a smile. The majority of monsters weighed less than 100,000 tons, but Tayleston alone could crush many of them with its sheer weight. At the same time, the viewers from Summer Country watching the global live broadcast, especially those who prided themselves on their expertise, exploded into an uproar. What the hell? Tayleston? What kind of trash is this? Pure cannon fodder. I clearly remember it being smashed to death by Ultraman. 120,000 tons? It looks impressive, but it was easily tossed around like a sandbag by Red King. What's the point of these paper stats? What did you draw? Why didn't you get a Hyperjeton, or at least a Griliza or Yifu? Sigh, let's pray the other 3 big shots perform well, especially the one from round 749 and General Liu. The comments of despair, mockery, and negativity immediately flooded the live broadcast screen, as if Xia Ke had drawn not a 120,000-ton beast, but a hindrance that would drag the whole country down. Chapter 2: The Monster Planet. While Xia Ke was ecstatic about drawing Tayleston, the others, Lu Xingzi, Park Boisia, and Lu Ruyan, also completed their draws. The pointer on Lu Xingzi's will stopped on the image of a fish-like monster with sharp teeth, giant fish monster. Moruchi. He curled his lips, his face full of disgust, and muttered softly, "Tch, so ugly." Park Bochiol's roulette pointer stopped on a monstrous beast with twisted muscles, ancient monster Golzon. His eyes narrowed slightly, carefully examining the numbers appearing below the image, his face showing little emotion, but the tight corners of his mouth seemed to relax a little. Lu Ruyan's fingertips tapped in the air, and the roulette pointer slowly stopped, pointing to a monster whose body looked like a fighter jet, covered with red biological armor, with cross-shaped winged arms, cosmic winged monster Aragella. A faint, barely noticeable surprise passed through her cold eyes. The shape of this monster was unexpectedly elegant. On the global live stream, the bullet screen from the Xia countryside instantly ignited. Golzon. It's Golzon. Finally, one that can fight. Stable. Golzon can evolve and even merge. This is mid to high level. Sai, Moruchi and Aragella are just weaklings, right? Seems only Golzon can handle one god with 3 trash. Don't underestimate Aragella, it can fly. Strategic value, understand? Inside the strange space, most participants were still confused, staring blankly at the strange battle devices and system prompts in their hands. Many here had never heard of battle devices or monsters. The participants were like blindfolded gladiators thrown into the arena, forced to rely on themselves to explore. Sheikh lowered his head to look at his battle device. The originally dark first square now lit up, a tiny Tayleston image moving actively inside. A weak but clear sense of connection was transmitted through the battle device into his consciousness. He gripped the battle device. Under its cold, bone-white shell, he could almost feel the monster's overwhelming life force pulsating. Park Bochiol's gaze left the image of Golzon in his battle device and turned to Sheikh, frowning slightly. These monsters, what exactly are they? What are they for? Sheikh lifted his head and looked at the calm chief researcher, trying to explain in the simplest way. Have you seen Pokemon? It's the kind where trainers command small creatures to battle in the animation? Confusion flashed in Park Bochiol's eyes. Pokemon? What's that? A pocket monsters? Magic pets? Pet little spirits? Sheikh tried different ways to say it. Magic pets, a little memory. I think I watched a few episodes when very young. Park Bochiol tried to recall. Yes. That's it. Sheikh clapped his hands. Simply put, right now, we've been thrown into a giant, real-life Pokemon battle game. We are the trainers, these monsters are our Pokemon. Got it? Park Bochiol was silent for a few seconds, digesting this absurd explanation, then slowly nodded. I see, we become Pokemon trainers. His tone carried a complex feeling, both curiosity and a bit of helplessness for being pulled into such a ridiculous game. Lu Ruyan listened to their conversation, and on her delicate face showed extreme impatience and disgust without hiding it. She, the CEO of the Lu Group, running billions of business deals every minute, was forced to play this childish monster game? An utter humiliation. She irritably shouted into the air, "Let me go back. I have no interest in this boring trick." As if responding to her thoughts, the system panel in front of her instantly refreshed. A line of crimson text appeared. Do you want to immediately forfeit the competition? Confirming will allow you to exit this national fate battle instantly, causing Xia country to immediately suffer a severe punishment equivalent to the last place ranking. Lu Ruyan's eyes froze on the line of words, her heart sinking sharply. Give up? And let the whole country instantly suffer disaster because of her stubbornness? She could almost imagine the terrible consequences: resources exhausted, plagues rampant, order collapsing. Even if she could miraculously return to Earth, what awaited her would not be comfort. Angry citizens would pick up stones to hit her, the authorities would nail her to the pillar of shame, everything she had painstakingly built would turn to nothing. In this cruel and angry era, she would become the sinner of the whole nation. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Isn't this basically no choice at all? She stared hard at the confirm option, her fingertips hanging in the air, slightly trembling. The huge anger made her almost unable to breathe. A few seconds of struggle felt like a century. Finally, she gritted her teeth, with endless unwillingness and humiliation, heavily pressed the nearby cancel. A heavy sense of powerlessness swept over her. Park Bochiol saw all this, his voice low. It seems, this is forcing us to fight. The cold system sound echoed through the space again. All contestants have been drawn. Start placing contestants on the monster planet. The dazzling white light burst out again, even stronger than before, instantly engulfing everyone's figure. A strong sense of weightlessness and spatial distortion hit, as if the body was being torn and reorganized. Shark felt himself rolling and falling in endless void. When the bright light faded, the solid touch of land came under his feet. Shark suddenly opened his eyes. The dazzling light made him squint. He found himself standing on a sparse, jagged rocky slope. The dizziness from teleportation made him gag. He breathed heavily. The air carried a strange smell, a mix of sulfur and exotic plants, temperature slightly lower than Earth, humidity very high. He instinctively looked around. Xia, Park Bocheol, Lu Ruyan were also nearby, looking at this new world with shocked expressions just like him. Contestants from other countries had already disappeared, obviously scattered randomly to different corners of this huge planet. Shark looked up at the sky, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Although it was daytime, the sky showed a strange pale purple color, and even more shocking, 3 moons of different sizes, emitting soft silver light, hung clearly in the sky. In the distance, there was an endless strange stone forest made of countless huge pillars, mist winding among them, like a giant's maze. More frightening, deep in that stone forest, about a dozen huge strange creatures could be faintly seen slowly moving, their heavy footsteps vibrating the ground even from far away. Rock monsters Sadra. Shark blurted out, recognizing the familiar outline. Hey, do you feel? Xia moved his hands and feet, his face full of surprise. Our bodies seem different? Feeling very light, very strong? Park Bocheol also clenched his fists, feeling the power surging inside, nodding. Indeed. Muscle strength, reaction speed, even senses have improved significantly. Should be some kind of adaptive enhancement. Shark tried lightly jumping in place. Whoosh! His body broke free of gravity, instantly soaring high. Falling from 10 meters back to the ground, without any harm, he looked at his hands in disbelief, feeling the explosive power flowing in his muscles. I feel now one punch could kill a cow. The system panel refreshed in time, giving an explanation. All contestants' physical abilities have been partially enhanced according to the bound monster's values. Please try to survive on the monster planet Copper, gain points by occupying bases and defeating opponents. Park Bocheol's eyes quickly scanned the new information on the panel. He suddenly cast his sharp gaze towards the distance. Across from the stone forest, a thick, dark red beam of light shot straight into the sky, standing out as if it were a wound on the earth spewing energy. That direction, he pointed to the red light, should be the location of the base indicated by the system. Xia immediately became alert. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and check it out. Seize the opportunity. Xia Ke's gaze fell on Lu Ruyan, and he quickly said, President Lu, use your Areljura. It can fly, it will take us there the fastest. Chapter 3, The Spinning Charge of Telesdon. Though Lu Ruyan still felt frustrated inside, she understood the urgency of the situation at this moment. She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, focused her mind, and tried to connect with the newly formed link in the combat device. As someone who had dominated the business world, her learning ability and adaptability were exceptionally strong. After only a few attempts, she found the sensation. Her thoughts were like invisible threads, wrapping around the core of the combat device. She focused her mind and whispered, Come out, Areljura. V-Room. A dazzling red light shot out from the combat device, landing on the ground, rapidly expanding and solidifying. Boom! The earth trembled violently, dust filling the air. When the dust settled, a towering red beast, 55 meters tall, stood before them. Cosmic winged monster Areljura. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 11,000 tons. Attack power, 500, defense power, 600, speed, 1,000. Skills, Destructive Light Orb Barrage, Tracking Light Orb, Electromagnetic Pulse Wave, Energy Pulse Acceleration, Wing Blade Cutting. Introduction, a silicon-based, biocrystal mixed lifeform evolved from interstellar dust clouds, amphibious, land, sea, air, lacks sight. Its shoulder pulse holes can emit energy waves to replace visual perception. The head's ear-like organs are gravity-sensing matrices and electromagnetic wave spectrum receivers. The body is partially covered with hard red composite biological armor. It can capture radiation from the air and convert it into life energy through internal biological circuits, achieving instantaneous acceleration through a pair of energy jets behind it. In space, it can reach up to Mach 40. Lu Ruyan gazed up at the towering creature she had summoned, feeling a clear and unprecedented mental connection. A strange sensation of controlling powerful forces instantly alleviated her previous humiliation and dissatisfaction. She could even hear the humming of energy flowing within Areljura, sensing its electromagnetic awareness of the surrounding environment. An uncontrollable excitement grew in her heart. If she could control this on Earth, wouldn't she be unstoppable? She forcefully suppressed this thought. Now was not the time for such distractions. Damn! So cool! Xia tilted his head back, eyes gleaming, unable to resist praising, much cooler than mine. My Maluki is not only ugly, but its roar also sounds like a cat in heat. It's so annoying. Under Lu Ruyan's mental control, Areljura obediently lowered its massive head. The four carefully stepped onto its back, where they found the surface to be warm and hard like armor. Lu Ruyan focused her mind and gave the command. Areljura's enormous energy jets behind it suddenly lit up with blinding blue light. Boom! The deafening roar exploded as immense thrust erupted instantly. Areljura's massive body shot up from the ground, taking the four of them soaring into the sky. The fierce wind slammed into them like a giant hammer, causing their clothes to flap wildly and their hair to whip around, making it nearly impossible to open their eyes. The global live stream's barrage flooded the screen again. Let's be real, Areljura looks really cool. Flying unit. Full strategic value. Capturing the base is so easy. Forget what I said before. It's fragile, but its mobility is unbeatable. Wait. Something's wrong. Look at the map. Another team. Their target seems to be that red light base. Holy crap. A collision. It's about to go down. Lu Ruoyan was fully concentrated, controlling Areljura, trying to steady the direction against the howling wind. Flying toward the red light stronghold. To ensure the safety of the passengers on his back, he deliberately restrained Yuligara's speed, keeping it at subsonic levels. Suddenly, Shaq's pupils shrank, a strong sense of danger made his hair stand on end. He abruptly turned his head to the left and saw a blurred figure trailing a long white vapor stream, moving at a speed far beyond Yuligara, like a cannonball, slanting fiercely toward them. No! Everyone jump! Shaq shouted with all his strength, his voice almost blown away by the wild wind. Lu Yuyan's heart shook violently at the sound, instinctively trying to control Yuligara to turn and dodge. But it was too late. The opponent's speed was astonishing, at least twice the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, the blurred figure was already very close. At the critical moment, Shaq saw the attacker clearly. It was a giant pterosaur-like monster, covered in hard black armor, with forelimbs like two huge sickles. Comet Monster Dorakeo. Height, 45 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack, 700, defense, 600, speed, 1,000. Skills, high-altitude impact, sickle claw fatal slash, fireball. Description, a monster active in space, wrapped in ice crystals or energy in space or certain environments, flying at high speed like a comet. Its skin is hard enough to resist meteor impacts, and its sharp sickle claws can easily cut iron meteors. Escape. Shaq's mind had only this thought. Without hesitation, he leaped from the edge of Yuligara's head. At the same time, the combat device in his hand erupted with a yellowish light. Telesdon. Catch me. Boom. A deafening roar. Dorakeo's hard body wrapped in ice crystals and energy crashed into Yuligara's flank like a comet hitting Earth. The terrifying impact exploded instantly. Yuligara let out a sharp, painful scream, its massive body rolling and breaking apart in midair, throwing Liu Xingze, Park Boe, and Lu Yuyan violently. Shaq's body fell rapidly, the wind roaring in his ears. Just as he was about to hit the dense forest below, full of sharp thorns, Teleston's rock-like giant claw steadily lifted him, like a huge platform, catching the falling Shaq and cushioning the descent. Shaq, still in shock, stood on Teleston's palm, his heart racing. He immediately looked toward the falling point. Yuligara had turned into a red light, forcibly pulled back into the combat device that Lu Yuyan had dropped. Liu Xingze, Park Boe, and Lu Yuyan had crashed into the dense forest below, breaking countless branches, their fate unknown. Dorakeo landed, the ground shook, dust flying high. Thud. 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 The heavy footsteps were like war drums, crushing trees at the forest edge, its eyes flashing with cold light, the huge sickle claws raised high, striding toward the direction where Lu Yuyan had fallen. Clearly, it wanted to tear apart the participants who had lost the monster's protection. The livestream comments were instantly flooded with panic. It's over. Crashed at the start. All three teammates are down. How can we fight? The team is doomed. Is Summer Country finished? Don't give up. Shaq is still there. Telesdon is still there. Rely on Telesdon? That trash beaten by King Red? Don't shout, the one in front, Dorakeo was also beaten by King Red, right? Desperate times. Go Shaq. Shaq. It's up to you. Don't be scared. Shaq stood on Teleston's palm, looking down, catching a glimpse of the rapid stream of supportive comments rolling across the edge of his system panel. He took a deep breath, a helpless yet determined smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. He muttered softly, his eyes instantly sharp as knives. All right. Let me show you what a real super value monster looks like. He gestured for Tayleston to place him on a wide open hillside nearby. With his feet firmly back on the ground, Shackle suddenly raised his combat instrument, its light surging fiercely across the bone-white surface. He shouted towards the terrifying giant beast charging toward his unconscious teammates. Go, Tayleston. Use the rotating charge. Roar. Tayleston let out a roar that shook the mountains. Its thick hind legs exploded with terrifying power, and its massive body instantly turned into a blur, like a giant cannonball shot from a barrel, charging toward Deleco. After taking off, its rock-like body spun at high speed, transforming into the deadliest drill, tearing through the air with the violent momentum of crushing everything, and slammed fiercely into Deleco. Chapter 4, Retreat. Boom! Tayleston's high-speed spinning, giant drill-like body, carrying the terrifying momentum of crushing mountains, slammed heavily into Deleco's body. The moment of impact, the harsh sound of metal grinding mixed with the deafening cracks of rocks, shook Shaq's eardrums on the distant hillside. The shockwave, visible to the naked eye, exploded in a circular pattern, distorting the surrounding air. Deleco's hardened skin cracked like fragile glass under the absolute difference in strength and weight. With the sound of breaking, countless fine cracks spread instantly. Deleco let out a distorted, shrill scream. Its 20,000-ton body, in the face of Tayleston's terrifying 120,000-ton mass, was like paper. The massive impact made it completely lose balance. Its huge body was sent flying off the ground, like a giant stone thrown from a catapult, rolling and plowing through the ground, smashing toward the dense forest in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions. Along Deleco's rolling path, thick, strange giant trees, needing several people to embrace, were snapped and crushed like fragile straw. Dust and wood chips flew into the sky, creating a terrifying path over 2,000 meters long. Finally, with a deep thud and the violent shaking of the earth, Deleco's broken body stopped in the midst of the ruined forest wreckage, struggling, swaying as it tried to rise, but clearly suffering from severe internal injuries, its movements slow and painful. Shaq directly communicated with Tayleston to launch a smooth combo. Tayleston used the lava hotline. Tayleston landed steadily, its massive feet sinking deeply into the ground. Without hesitation, its giant mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly opened wide, and an orange-red glow like a furnace core shone deep within its throat. The surrounding air was instantly twisted by the high temperature. Whoosh! A thick, destructive lava beam, like an angry fire dragon, ripped through the air, bringing with it the pungent sulfur smell and the searing force, roaring toward the barely standing Deleco. Where it passed, the ground's vegetation instantly turned black and carbonized, and the rocks cracked with popping sounds. At this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! Deleco's massive body suddenly became intangible just before the lava beam was about to hit, turning into a stream of light, flying rapidly toward a certain direction deep within the forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What? Shaq's pupils contracted on the hillside. It was recalled. He immediately understood, it's the competitor. Seeing Deleco severely injured, they immediately recalled it. And there might be teammates nearby. A strong sense of crisis gripped him immediately. On his side, 3 teammates were still lying unconscious in the forest, their lives uncertain. On the enemy side, however, there was a complete 4-man team. At any moment, new monsters might be summoned, or perhaps they are already lying in ambush in the dark. 1 against 4. Even if Telesdon is strong, it's definitely more likely to end in disaster. We can't fight head-on. We must retreat immediately. Shaq decisively made the call without hesitation. He immediately issued an order to Telesdon through his combat device. Telesdon let out a low growl, taking heavy steps, and in just a few strides, it reached the slope where Shaq stood, carefully opening its massive rocky hand to lift Shaq up. Then, it charged forward, heading towards the chaotic forest where Xia, Ke, and Lu Ruyan had fallen. Shaq stood at the edge of Telesdon's palm, anxiously looking down. Soon, he spotted the 3 unconscious figures lying among broken branches and leaves. Xia had a scrape on his face, Ke's uniform was torn in several places, and Lu Ruyan was in the worst condition, her elegant outfit covered in dirt and grass clippings, with a clear bruise on her forehead. Fortunately, all 3 were still breathing, though unconscious from the fall. It was probably thanks to the body enhancement from linking with the monsters. Shaq dragged the 3 of them into Telesdon's palm, quickly scanning and noticing that Lu Ruyan's combat device was missing, likely thrown out during the crash. In the emergency, he didn't have time to search carefully. Go! Hurry! Get out of here! Shaq urgently commanded. Telesdon let out a low growl in response and immediately took huge strides, running towards the area completely opposite from the red light base in the direction where Deleco disappeared. The heavy footsteps were like the beating of war drums, shaking the earth as each step crossed dozens of meters, quickly leaving the dangerous area. The night, thick like dense ink, quickly soaked the strange sky of Campfire. 3 moons emitted a cold, eerie light, outlining the jagged mountains and oddly shaped forests as the silhouettes of savage beasts. The air was filled with a strange mix of decaying plant matter, sulfur, and the scent of unknown beasts. In a natural cave located beneath a steep cliff, the crackling campfire pushed back some of the chill and darkness, casting large, flickering shadows on the rock walls. Lu Ruyan let out a painful groan and slowly opened her eyes. The intense headache made her instinctively raise a hand to her forehead, and when her fingers touched the bruise, the pain made her gasp sharply. She looked around in confusion, and in the firelight, Shaq was sitting nearby, silently adding some dry twigs to the fire. His oil-stained work clothes made his silhouette blurry in the flickering flames. Hiss, what happened? Lu Ruyan's voice was hoarse and weak from just waking up. Shaq didn't turn around, he just poked the fire with a stick, making the flames burn brighter. We were attacked by contestants from other countries. His voice was calm, their monsters knocked over Elidra, and the three of you were knocked out. I brought you out. The terrifying sensation of the crash, the weightlessness, and the intense pain of being thrown and slammed into the ground flooded her mind instantly. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned pale, and a wave of intense fear made her body tremble slightly. She subconsciously looked at Shaq, whose figure wasn't tall, and even somewhat disheveled. The contempt and disdain she once held for him due to his appearance and status vanished without a trace. What replaced it was a complex, indescribable emotion, one mixed with the relief of having survived and a bit of genuine gratitude. She instinctively patted her waist and pockets, and her face changed dramatically. My combat device. It must have fallen into that forest during the crash. Shaq finally turned his head, the firelight reflecting on his dusty face. The gaze was calm. We must find it. Lu Ruyan's tone was urgent. Without the battle device, this planet is far too dangerous. She struggled to stand up, but a wave of dizziness hit, causing her to slump back down. Calm down. Park Boja's voice sounded. He had also woken up, sitting against the rock wall, rubbing his painful temples. Chapter 5, Split Up. Although his black uniform was torn, his gaze remained sharp and steady. It's already dark, and the situation outside is unclear. It's too dangerous to go out recklessly. Besides, we drew too much attention during the day and became targets. From now on, we must be more cautious and act low-key. Humph. Lu Xingze also woke up, rubbing his face where it had been scratched, angrily pounding the ground. Those bastards. Sneak attacks. No honor in battle. When I find them, I'll have Maluki tear them apart. He took out his battle device, looking at the fish-shaped monster inside, then disdainfully turned his head. Shaq looked at the three of them and said in a low voice, each country has a team of 4. Now that Lu is without a battle device, we only have 3 monsters, which puts us at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Unless what? Lu Xingze immediately asked. The battle device has 3 slots. Shaq raised his battle device, pointing at the 3 squares. In addition to the initial monster we pulled, we can also capture new monsters to fill in the missing power. Park Boja nodded thoughtfully. This fits with what you said earlier about the Pokemon model. But the other side can also capture monsters, so our advantage isn't secure. We could even be surpassed, so we can't let our guard down. Exactly. Shaq confirmed. That's why we need to capture powerful monsters as soon as possible. Some top-tier monsters have enough fighting power to take on 2 or even more. Park Boja looked at Shaq, his eyes full of curiosity. You seem to know a lot about this. How about my Golzon? How's its battle power? Shaq walked over to Park Boja's side. Let me see. Park Boja took out his battle device and opened the lid. Shaq leaned in close to the small square display, where Golzon's image was anxiously moving around. Shaq focused and, with the help of the system panel, information appeared line by line. Prehistoric monster Golzon. Height, 62 meters. Weight, 68,000 tons. Attack power, 1,000, defense power, 1,000, speed, 800. Damn. Shaq couldn't help but whisper, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's another value monster, both attack and defense over 1,000. These stats are definitely top tier. I feel like your Golzon's battle power is totally on par with my Tayleston. Upon hearing this, a slight, barely noticeable relaxation appeared on Park Boja's face. He put away the battle device and looked at Shaq. What are your plans next? Shaq's gaze shifted towards the deep darkness outside the cave, his tone firm. I plan to capture a new monster tonight. Tonight? Lu Ruyan said in surprise. It's so dark outside, isn't it too dangerous? If it hadn't been for the concern over the 3 unconscious people, Shaq would have already set out. Park Boja frowned as well. Do you already have a target? Yes. Shaq nodded. I already spotted it while traveling during the day. It's not too far from here. But Lu Ruyan was about to say something. 3 days until the settlement. Shaq interrupted her, his tone carrying urgency. Time is not on our side. We must seize a base and earn points within the next 2 days. Otherwise, the entire Summer Nation will be punished because of us. We can't afford to waste any time. Park Boja remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Indeed, time is tight. Let Lu Xingze go with you. The more people, the more support. He looked at Lu Xingze. Shaq's gaze also turned towards Lu Xingze. What do you say? Lu Xingze immediately slapped his chest and stood up. I'm good with it. Let's go together. Who knows, maybe I'll catch a powerful one too, so I don't have to keep looking at Maluki's ugly face. He shook his battle device. Lu Ruyan bit her lip. She did not want to be someone needing protection. I cannot be a burden. I seem to vaguely sense the location of my combat device. Though it is blurry, I can roughly determine the direction. I must go get it back. Park Bocheol stood up and brushed the dust off his uniform. After a short rest, I will go with you. 2 people together will be safer. Lu Ruyan looked at Park Bocheol's steady gaze, felt a little at ease, and nodded, thank you. Meet here after finishing, Shaq said no more and turned, striding toward the cave entrance. Outside the cave, 3 moons cast a cold light, making the jagged valley rocks shadowy and full of unknown danger. He took out his combat device, and a soil-colored light instantly shone. Buzz! A huge pillar of light shot onto the open space outside the cave, accompanied by a heavy thud and the trembling ground, and Tayleston's massive body, like a moving mountain, appeared again under the moonlight. It let out a low growl, its cold beast eyes scanning the dark valley. Damn! Lu Xingze came out following, almost blown over by the gust from Tayleston landing. You plan to use this big guy to travel? The way is a bit far, Shaq said concisely. Aren't we afraid of being targets again, like in the day no, even on the ground? Lu Xingze shivered at the thought. Don't be afraid, Shaq said, using his mind to communicate with Tayleston. Tayleston lowed and slowly lay down, its huge head pressing against the ground, then it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, like a cave. Shaq made a pleased gesture to Lu Xingze. Lu Xingze looked at the bottomless, slightly bloody-smelling huge mouth, turned green, his voice changing pitch. You want me to be your monster's buffet? What are you thinking? Shaq rolled his eyes irritably and stepped in first, walking into Tayleston's huge mouth without hesitation. Lu Xingze watched Shaq disappear inside the monster's mouth, then looked at the dark, terrifying valley outside, gritted his teeth, stomped, and braced himself to follow. Inside Tayleston's mouth, the space was much wider than imagined, though filled with warm, damp, earthy and sulfurous smells, it was not suffocating. Beneath them was a thick, resilient tongue, springy underfoot. Shaq used the combat device to emit soft light, barely revealing the wrinkled flesh walls around them. Is this really safe? Lu Xingze shrank his neck, sitting down, feeling the huge tongue under his bottom slightly vibrating, sweat running down his back non-stop. Each vibration made his heart jump, fearing the next second he would be swallowed. Being attacked while flying in the sky is normal. Shaq found a relatively comfortable spot to sit. You can't get ambushed underground, right? No sooner had he spoken than Tayleston slammed its mouth shut. The last trace of moonlight was blocked, plunging them into absolute darkness. Only the combat device light flickered slightly. Immediately, a strong sense of falling and shaking came. Accompanied by dull rumbling and the sound of earth and rocks being squeezed and broken, the whole space shook violently. They could clearly feel Tayleston using its strong forelimbs and drill-like head to break through hard layers, moving deep underground. Underground, Tayleston moved like a fish in water, fast and agile. Lu Xingze grabbed a protruding wrinkle of the flesh wall, his face pale, voice trembling. Shaq, you damn really or something else. Chapter 6, Massacre. The dull rumble and violent shaking from Tayleston moving underground made Lu Xingze, sitting on its tongue, feel his guts turning. He gripped the slippery, tough wrinkles of the flesh wall beside him tightly. The face appeared pale under the weak light of the battle device. Shark seemed very calm, leaning against the relatively smooth flesh wall, eyes closed, as if sensing something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply, staring ahead with piercing eyes even though in front was only endless darkness and writhing flesh walls. Almost at the same time, a cold, emotionless system alert sounded like a death knell, exploding directly in everyone's mind. Notice: Italian contestant Marco Frari eliminated due to monster connection, disqualified. National luck punishment, randomly eliminate 10% of Italian population. Crimson letters accompanied the cold voice, clearly floating on the system panel before Shark and LV Xingze. Aye crap. LV Xingze shivered in fright, his voice changed pitch. 10%? If this happens 10 times, wouldn't a country just disappear? Shark's expression showed no surprise, only deep gravity. He glanced at the still panicked LV Xingze, voice low. During the time you were unconscious, such notices have already sounded over 100 times. Oh, over 100 times? LV Xingze's eyes instantly widened, mouth opening like it could fit an egg, all color drained from his face. This is too extreme? Shark's voice carried a calmness that saw through cruelty. Some were killed by other contestants, some were torn apart by guardian monsters while attacking strongholds, some were swallowed by wandering wild monsters. And some accidentally entered poisonous swamps or energy turbulence areas, turning to ashes with their monsters. This world is 100 times more dangerous than we imagined. LV Xingze felt a chill shoot from his feet to the top of his head, previous anger and eagerness instantly replaced by overwhelming fear. He instinctively hugged his battle device tightly, as if it were his only lifeline. This is too. So, Shark interrupted, eyes unusually firm in the dim light. I am so anxious because we must quickly replenish our fighting power. Without enough strength, we are next. LV Xingze saw the unquestionable determination in Shark's eyes, and the fear in his heart was suppressed by a strong sense of urgency. He nodded hard and clenched his fist. The night sky of Caprestar, 3 moons shining cold and eerie light, illuminating a vast stone forest of countless huge, jagged pillars like the skeletons of giant beasts. Thick fog spread from somewhere, like white gauze, winding between the stone pillars, making the already strange environment more mysterious and dangerous. Deep in the stone forest, loud impacts, monster roars, and energy explosions rose one after another, breaking the night silence. On a slightly higher slope, 2 figures in dark green combat suits stood side by side, eyes piercing the thin fog, focusing on the chaotic battlefield below. Big brother, are these Sadra really worth capturing? They all seem so weak. The shorter one, with a trace of impatience on his face, complained. Beside him, the tall, stern-faced Joseph, eyes sharp as a hawk, voice low. Worth it? Elio, we have already lost 2 teammates. Our combat power is seriously insufficient. As long as we can replenish strength, even cannon fodder is better than none. Stop picking and choosing. Elio looked at the Sadra group below being ravaged by 2 giant armored monsters, pouted. But this is already the 10th one we killed, right? Not a single decent skill, all just brute force attacks, none are really strong. Humph, Joseph snorted coldly, the Red King we met today was strong enough, why didn't you try to catch it? Elio was immediately speechless, a trace of fear and embarrassment flashing on his face, coughed that Amir was already smashed into meat paste by it. Why catch it? Isn't that settled? Joseph's gaze turned back to the battlefield. It's good enough to have something to use. Be patient, there are plenty of Sadra here, surely some stronger ones exist. On the battlefield below, 2 grotesque armored monsters were rampaging through the Sadra swarm. Cosmic Sea Beast Raichubas. Height, 65 meters. Weight, 72,000 tons. Attack, 900, Defense, 1,000, Speed, 400. Skills, Freezing Gas, Rapid Fire Fireballs. Description, crustacean-type monster, appearance with crab, shrimp, and shell features, has a hard body and 2 claws of different sizes, very aggressive, but less mobile. It kept spitting out scorching fireballs from its mouth, falling like small meteors into the Sadra swarm, each explosion lifting rocks and smoke, accompanied by the Sadra's painful shrieks. Giant crab monster Ganza. Height, 57 meters. Weight, 33,000 tons. Attack, 600, Defense, 1,000, Speed, 500. Skills, Dissolving Foam, Gas Spray, Blinding Slime, Giant Claw Strike. Description, crustacean-type monster active in marine environments, large red shell on back, 70 meters wide, very hard. Main attack is crab claws, which can be launched like rockets and regenerate quickly. Ganza's huge claws swung continuously, spitting out large clumps of white dissolving foam with a pungent smell. When the foam touched the Sadra's rough rocky skin, it immediately hissed, giving off thick white smoke, making the hit Sadra scream in agony and roll in pain. Although the Sadra swarm was large, under the remote fire suppression of the 2 armored monsters and the terrifying corrosion of the dissolving foam, they were powerless, only taking hits, with companions falling one by one. Just when Arius and Joseph thought they had control of the situation, a sudden change occurred. The thick fog among the stone forest surged violently without warning, spreading and thickening like a living thing, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield, including Raichubas and Ganza. The visible range sharply shrank to less than 5 meters. Big brother. This fog is not right. Arius immediately became alert, eyes scanning the white expanse below nervously. Be careful. Joseph's nerves tensed instantly, gripping the battle device tightly. Whoosh! A piercing scream that tore through the air suddenly came from deep within the fog. It moved at a terrifying speed. Sput! Accompanied by the sound of something hard piercing and a monster's painful wail, a burst of dazzling sparks suddenly exploded in the fog. Ugga! Arius on the hillside felt as if an invisible heavy hammer had smashed him, covering his eyes and letting out a heart-rending scream. Blood instantly flowed from his fingers. The intense pain almost made him fall to his knees. This was the sharp pain fed back to the controller through the mental link after the monster was injured. Chapter 7, Mantis catches the cicada. Arius! Joseph shouted in shock, immediately looking at the battlefield. In the fog, Ganza's huge red body rolled in agony, one eye torn out, the attacker unmistakably a huge, serrated claw. It was Sadra's iconic giant tooth claw. The ambusher struck successfully, and the giant tooth claw quickly retracted like a snake into the depths of the fog, disappearing. Bastard! Take revenge. Big brother. Kill it. Arius covered his eye, half his face stained with blood, voice twisted by pain and anger. Joseph's eyes turned cold, murderous intent boiling. He immediately gave orders through the battle device, Raichubas. Rapid fire fireballs. Cover the direction the giant tooth claw retracted. Roar. Raichubas let out an angry roar, mouth wide open, a series of scorching fireballs like a machine gun, bombing the direction where the giant tooth claw vanished in the fog. Boom. 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 The explosive fire constantly lit up in the fog like muted thunder, stirring the mist into chaos. The eerie white fog was partly dispersed. Suddenly, another deadly screech came from a completely different direction, breaking through the fog. The target was directly aimed at the exposed large eyes of Reionics, which glowed like spotlights. Humph. Seeking death. Joseph reacted quickly, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. After establishing a connection with Reionics, his perception was greatly enhanced. Although the fog was thick, he could still see clearly within a range of 300 to 400 meters. With a thought, Reionics' massive right claw, like a battering ram, was raised with lightning speed and clamped precisely in midair. Crack! The heart-stopping sound of metal scraping echoed. Reionics' huge claw, like an iron vise, firmly gripped the giant toothed claw that came in for the ambush. The sharp serrated teeth were less than a meter away from its vulnerable eyes. Got you! Joseph's eyes flashed coldly. Come out! Reionics let out a thunderous roar, and its massive claw exploded with terrifying power, swinging outward. Boom! A massive figure was forcefully pulled out of the thick fog, like a boulder thrown from a trebuchet, slamming hard into the ground over 200 meters away from Reionics, causing the earth to shake and dust to shoot into the sky. It was a Sadra, larger and more muscular than its kin, with a sly, murderous glint in its eyes. Didn't expect there would be a clever one among this bunch of rock-headed creatures. Joseph looked at the struggling Sadra trying to get up, his tone a mix of surprise and cold admiration. Dare to blind my eyes. I want it dead. Ganza. Dissolving foam. Spray it to death. Irier cried out in a crazed, almost lunatic tone, his strong desire for revenge overpowering the excruciating pain. Under Irier's out-of-control command, Ganza ignored its own injuries, its massive mandibles opening wide, aiming at the Sadra that had been thrown away, about to release the deadly dissolving foam. Irier! Stop! Joseph shouted sharply, but it was too late. SSSHH. Large clumps of pungent white foam, like sticky poisonous rain, instantly covered the Sadra. The intense sound of corrosion mixed with the pitiful, soul-wrenching scream of the Sadra, as thick white smoke billowed. Under Irier's frantic orders, Ganza took heavy steps, swinging its crab-like claws, ready to charge and completely tear apart the struggling Sadra. Joseph immediately ordered Reionics to stop Ganza and then said to Irier, "This one might be a special individual. I want to test it, you calm down." Irier's face was filled with agony, showing no sign of easing. "Brother. All right, no more words. Our goal is to increase combat power, not to mess around." Joseph's gaze was focused on the Sadra, with a hint of hope in his eyes. At this moment, two figures appeared silently at the edge of the battlefield, through the thick fog. It was Xia Ke and Xia, who had just arrived at the edge of the battlefield. They stood behind a massive rock, watching the brutal battle unfold below them. "It's other contestants. And they brought two monsters. What should we do?" Xia whispered, his tone tense. Xia's gaze swept across the battlefield quickly. His eyes instantly sharpened like a blade, and a plan quickly formed in his mind. "Xia," Xia's voice was terrifyingly calm, "you, go kill those two." Me? Xia pointed at himself, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "I said go, so go." A faint, almost imperceptible sinister smile tugged at Xia's lips. "You distract them, try to lure the two monsters away a bit. I'll go for a sneak attack." Xia stared at Xia's sinister expression. He looked again at the fierce and terrifying enemies below, his face turning pale. All right, so this is how we want to play, huh?" He gritted his teeth, a determined expression spreading across his face as if he had decided to go all in. "Don't worry, you won't die." Xia Ke patted his shoulder, his figure swiftly disappearing into the thicker mist nearby. Xia took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and the urge to curse, then suddenly leaped out from behind the rock he was hiding behind, raising his combat device high. "Moluki! Go!" Buzz! A silver blue light shot out, landing on the ground and rapidly expanding. Accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing screech, like the sound of an old cat in heat, the massive fish monster Moluki appeared at the edge of the battlefield, its salmon head and silver blue tough skin shining brightly. Giant fish monster Moluki. Height, 48 meters. Weight, 10,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 800, speed, 700. Skills, high-temperature destructive beam, venomous fangs. Description: a dinosaur-like creature with a salmon head, tough skin, the ability to move freely at depths of 30,000 meters underwater, also capable of moving underground. It uses venomous sharp fangs, electric fish fins, and a long tail as weapons. Moluki flicked its long tail, the fish fins flashing with dangerous arcs of electricity, and let out a provocative roar at the enemies in the thick mist. This sudden change immediately drew the attention of Joseph and Elia at the top of the hill. Joseph turned his head sharply, his piercing gaze cutting through the thin mist, locking onto the suddenly appearing Maluki and the young man in a school uniform with yellow hair standing next to it. Joseph furrowed his brow tightly. Fish? How can there be sea fish here? No, it's other contestants, they're here to kill and grab points. Chapter 8, Maluki's Desperate Retreat. In the fog-filled stone forest battlefield, Maluki's massive silver-blue body flickered in and out of the mist. It suddenly opened its sharp fish mouth, teeth glistening, and a blinding white light shone from deep within its throat. A scorching white destructive beam shot out like lightning tearing through the night, instantly crossing 1,000 meters, and struck heavily against Ganza's thick red shell. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed. The hard shell on Ganza's chest shattered on impact, and countless fragments mixed with sparks, scattering in all directions. A smell of burning and light smoke spread through the air. Ugh! Elia on the hill, as if struck in the chest by a heavy punch, suddenly arched his back and let out a painful grunt. His remaining eye quickly filled with bloodshot veins, the frustration and sharp pain from when Sadra had previously blinded his eye exploded like a volcano at that moment. He fixed his gaze on the blurry figure of Maluki in the thick mist, his teeth gritted together, the sound distorted by extreme anger. Ganza! Tear that filthy fish apart! Kill it for me! The giant crab monster Ganza let out a pain screech, and under Elia's furious will, its huge right claw, like a rocket launcher, suddenly contracted and then fired at Maluki. Whoosh! Maluki, under Lu Xing's control, used its relatively agile speed to narrowly dodge the attack. The massive crab claw flew past its fish fins, embedding deeply into a thick stone pillar behind it, sending fragments of rock flying. However, the base of Ganza's severed claw began to squirm and grow at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few seconds, a new, glistening, huge crab claw was completely regenerated. What? Lu Xing's felt his scalp tingle. Boom! The second crab claw thrust came again. This time, Maluki couldn't dodge in time and was heavily struck in the side. Bang! Blinding sparks erupted on Maluki's silver-blue tough skin. The massive impact caused its enormous body to stagger, letting out a painful screech. Xingza also felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Charge! Bind it! Xingza gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and ordered. Maluki endured the pain and suddenly accelerated, closing the distance with Ganza in an instant. Its long, scale-covered tail lifted high, like a massive steel whip, whipping through the air with a whoosh, crashing towards Ganza's crab-like, flat face. Bang! Another burst of dazzling sparks exploded. However, Ganza's head, covered in heavy armor, only swayed slightly, and its massive body remained motionless. The huge difference in defensive power was clear to see. Can't break through? Xingza looked at the shallow white marks left by Maluki's tail strike, his heart sank to the bottom, sweat dripping continuously from his forehead. The barrage quickly scrolling on the system panel only added to his pressure. 10,000 tons hitting 33,000 tons? The density difference is too much. Ganza's defense is 1,000. Maluki's attack is only 800. Close combat can't break the defense. The size difference is huge too. Maluki is nearly 10 meters shorter, it's like an adult fighting a child. Stop the close combat. Run. It's going to be made into sashimi. This brings childhood trauma, the episode where Maluki was dismembered still haunts me. Maluki and Ganza clashed again, their massive bodies slamming into the ground in stone pillars, making a dull thundering sound, shaking the entire stone forest. At the edge of this chaotic battlefield, Xia Ke held his breath, using the violent tremors caused by the two beasts' battle as cover. With a thought, a yellowish light quietly emerged from the combat instrument. Teleston's massive body, like a mountain, slowly descended from the ground with as little noise as possible, its enormous shadow instantly enveloping Xia Ke. On the hillside, Joseph also temporarily ignored Sadra, who was lying on the ground, nearly dissolved by corrosive foam, and locked his gaze on Maluki and its controller behind it, his eyes cold. Raichubas! Deal with that fish! Clamp its neck! Raichubas let out a low growl, its giant left claw rising high like a guillotine, exuding a terrifying power as it slammed down toward Maluki's relatively vulnerable neck. Run! Xingza's soul nearly left his body, he immediately controlled Maluki to break away from the fight with Ganza and turned to flee desperately into the thick mist. Crack! Raichubas' giant claw missed, emitting a chilling blast of sound through the air. Don't think you can escape. Fireball! Joseph's gaze hardened. Raichubas opened its mouth, and a series of blazing fireballs whistled out, chasing after the direction Maluki was fleeing. At the same time, Irelia roared wildly, Ganza! Gas spray! Ganza's enormous mouth opened, spraying out huge clouds of gas, instantly filling the area. Boom! Boom! Several fireballs exploded behind Maluki, the scorching shockwaves and flying debris causing it to stumble and falter. More deadly was that the gas cloud was instantly ignited by the fireballs. Whoosh! Ganza breathed out fire. A terrifying tongue of flame, hundreds of meters long, erupted like the breath of hell, bursting out in the thick mist. The scorching heat instantly swept across Mu Rookie's back. Meow, ah. Mu Rookie let out a heartbreaking scream, its back fins instantly scorched and curled under the high temperature. Xia felt as though his back was being roasted on fire. The intense pain made his vision go dark, almost fainting. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and forced Mu Rookie to unleash its last burst of strength, diving into the deeper mist, temporarily escaping the burning firestorm, disappearing into the white fog. Xia himself also scrambled behind a large stone to hide, breathing heavily, feeling like half his life was gone. Big brother. We can't let it escape. Irelia covered his eyes. It howled as if crazed. Don't be rash. There may be an ambush. Joseph said calmly, scanning the thick fog warily. At that moment. Whoosh! A familiar white destructive beam shot out from the depths of the fog again. It struck precisely at the chest of Ganza, who had just finished spewing fire and was momentarily slow in movement. Boom! The violent explosion erupted once more on Ganza's body. The already shattered shell completely cracked open this time, exposing the wriggling flesh underneath. Ilaric let out another agonized scream, the new wounds and old pain layering together, driving him completely insane. Ah! I will kill you. Ganza! Charge! Crush it! Ignoring Joseph's warning entirely, Ilaric madly urged Ganza forward, charging toward the direction the beam had come from. Ilaric! Come back! Joseph shouted angrily, but it was too late. Ganza's massive body charged forward, crushing the stone pillars in its path, quickly disappearing into the thick fog. On the other side, the nearly lifeless, corroded Sadra suddenly erupted with its final flicker of fury in its eyes. It summoned the flammable liquid in its throat, opened its giant mouth wide, and launched a blazing fireball like a meteor of vengeance, smashing towards the unsuspecting Raichubas. Boom! The fireball exploded on Raichuba's heavy shell. Although it didn't cause a fatal wound, the intense impact and searing pain made Raichuba's roar in anger, its massive body staggering slightly. Damn! Joseph felt a sharp burn on his back, both surprised and enraged. Raichubas! Teach it a lesson! Raichuba spun around, its mouth charged with fiery energy, aimed directly at the dying Sadra. Just as all of Joseph's attention was on Sadra, and Ilaric's attention was on Nirochi, in the instant they were distracted. The seemingly calm fog behind them suddenly turned bright red. A destructive, terrifying heat that could melt steel descended like an erupting volcano. Ugh hi! A scream so shrill it was inhuman tore through the night sky of the stone forest. Joseph and Ilaric had no time to react as their bodies were completely engulfed by the molten lava-like heat reaching 2000 degrees Celsius. Their skin, muscles, and bones, upon contact with the destructive light beam, instantly carbonized, boiled, and evaporated like wax statues thrown into a furnace. Not even a trace of ash was left. The shrill screams abruptly stopped. Shaq slowly lowered the arm holding the combat instrument, looking at the charred rift cut into the ground by the lava-like heat, with black smoke and molten rock rising from it, and the two humanoid shapes rapidly cooling at the rift's end. He gently clenched his fist. What a thrillingly unique fight. Beside him, Tayleston slowly closed its giant mouth, with a few wisps of hot blue smoke and scattered sparks floating from its lips. The global livestream chat exploded in a brief silence after the shock. You bastard! Where's your Ultraman spirit? I summon my fist to directly attack the opponent's trainer? Sadalang. Sadalang. Shaq is going to be jailed when he gets back. Jailed my ass. In the national tournament, it's kill or be killed. The rules never said you can't attack people. Won't this make the relationship between our countries worse? Laughing my ass off, during the Third War they turned him into a grandson, now he's daring to jump? Meanwhile, on Shaq's system panel, new information streamed out like a flowing river. Defeated 2 participants, gained 50 points. Defeated participant from e-country, Joseph Levi, inherited 65 points. Defeated participant from e-country, Ilaric Rosenborg, inherited 10 points. Congratulations to participant Shaq for reaching 125 points. Detected points exceed 100, reward unlocked, personal space. Please continue to strive for more points. Portable space? Shark felt a spark of joy in his heart and immediately tried. He focused his mind on the battle device in his hand, moving his thoughts. Swish! The battle device instantly vanished. With another thought, it appeared in his hand, intact. He looked at a fist-sized stone at his feet and tried to collect it, no reaction. He held the stone with his hand and tried again, the stone instantly disappeared. With another thought, the stone reappeared in his hand. I see, it needs direct contact, Shark nodded knowingly. This ability was very useful. At this moment, Xia came running over, dusty and panting, his face still shocked. Shark! What did you just do? Those two big sea monsters Raichubas and Ganza, they suddenly ran away. Ran away? Shark frowned, very surprised. Not dead? The controllers turned to ash, and yet they didn't disappear? Not dead. Absolutely not dead. I saw them turn and run, then disappear into the mist. LV Xingza said firmly. As if to answer their doubts, a new system prompt appeared on both of their panels. System warm reminder, there is a mental link between monsters and their controllers. Monsters can cut off the link unilaterally and regain freedom. Participants, please treat your monster partners kindly and work to build bonds. Otherwise, if a monster dislikes its controller, it may cut the link and run, or even retaliate. LV Xingza read the prompt and shivered instantly, a chill running from his feet to his head. He subconsciously looked at the silver-blue Marucci in his battle device, remembering how many times he complained it was ugly and its cry was annoying. Cold sweat soaked his back instantly. Is this really true? His voice trembled. Shark also smiled bitterly, patting LV Xingza's shoulder. Looks like we need to be polite to our partners from now on. He looked at Sadra lying on the ground, a third of its body dissolved, emitting weak wails. This guy really tough. He walked to Sadra's huge head. As if sensing his approach, Sadra's murky eyes moved slightly. The battle device in Shark's hand suddenly lit up automatically, flipping open, 3 slots glowing softly. Shark moved his mind, raised the battle device, aiming at the dying Sadra. Buzz. A soft light shot from the battle device, covering Sadra's huge body. The giant rock monster quickly shrank and became intangible in the light, finally turning into a streak of light absorbed into the second empty slot of the battle device. In the slot, a mini Sadra appeared, its wounds wrapped in golden light, healing visibly and quickly. A new sense of bond, thick and tough like rock, passed through the battle device into Shark. He felt his strength grow a little more. He walked to a half-man-high giant stone, no power gathered, just threw a casual punch. Boom! The surface of the giant stone instantly cracked like a spider web and shattered with a crash. Shark shook his fist, feeling no pain, only a full sense of power. Damn, if I catch more strong monsters and stack the stats, won't I really become a superhuman? Excitement flashed in his eyes. LV Xingza followed, watching Shark capture Sadra, pouting, you really capture it? Those two just killed so many, this thing is obviously cannon fodder. There are no weak monsters, only weak controllers. Shark put away the battle device. Aren't you going to capture one? The device has empty slots. LV Xingza shook his head repeatedly, forget it. No need for the same monster. Our team needs to focus on diversity. And also. He looked disdainfully at the image of Sadra in Shaq's battle device, this looks way too ugly, like a Michelin tire man. That's muscle. Shaq corrected. Doesn't matter what it is, it doesn't match my aesthetic. Lu Xingza's eyes twinkled, and suddenly, he seemed to remember something, his face lighting up with excitement. Hey! Shaq! Did you see that big lobster from earlier, the Raichubas? So handsome and strong. The fireball it shot was so fierce. Those big pincers are so badass. Way stronger than my Moruki. Shaq paused, surprised, you mean, you want to catch that Raichubas? Yeah. Lu Xingza nodded eagerly, now it doesn't have a master, right? It's wild. Perfect for catching as my second monster. What do you think? Shaq's eyes widened, his expression odd, isn't this NTR? Damn. Lu Xingza's face darkened, and he punched Shaq angrily, what are you saying? Do you think I'm some yellow-haired guy? Aren't you? Shaq retorted. You're the one. Lu Xingza, too lazy to argue, urgently urged, enough talking. Help me catch it. That thing runs slow, it can't be far. If we keep dawdling, we'll really miss it. Alright. Shaq, seeing Lu Xingza so eager, smiled helplessly, let's go catch the big lobster. Without further delay, the two of them quickly headed toward the direction where Raichubas had disappeared into the thick fog. Chapter 10, the first one to eat crab. The cold system notification sound, 10 minutes after Joseph and Elier had turned into charcoal, appeared on all participants' system panels. Announcement. Country contestant Joseph Louis, Elier Rosenberg, eliminated due to fatal attacks. Punishment for country's arrival, elimination of all modern weapon stockpiles within the country, continuous corrosive acid rain for 3 days and nights. At this moment, Shaq and Lu Xingza were standing in the enormous palm of Tayleston, a 60-meter-high beast, traveling toward their destination. Tayleston took huge strides, each step covering tens of meters. Although slower than flying, it was still several times faster than human walking. Seeing the delayed announcement, Shaq furrowed his brow, so the elimination announcement isn't sent instantly, there's a delay. Lu Xingza scratched his chin, deep in thought, if there was no delay, when two teams were fighting, they would immediately know the situation and adjust their tactics when they saw their teammates being eliminated. I just hope there's no accident with Park Bo-jae and Lu Ruyen. Shaq's voice became a little serious. They only have one Gorzen now, and Lu Ruyen's battle device hasn't been found. Their situation is more dangerous than ours. Lu Xingze was more optimistic. If we push hard, we'll have 4 monsters soon. Then we'll walk through everything. The heavy footsteps of Tayleston echoed in the silent night. About half an hour later, the giant beast suddenly stopped without warning. Its huge head turned slightly, and a low, cautious growl came from its throat. Ahead, the rugged rocky landscape had vanished, replaced by a vast desert shimmering with a silvery glow under the 3 cold moons. The fine sand grains, like a silver sea, stretched all the way to the blurry darkness at the edge of the horizon. The air was filled with the dry, sandy smell and a faint, almost imperceptible salty scent. What's wrong? Xia Ke immediately asked through the mental link to Tayleston. Tayleston responded with another low growl. What did your 4-legged lizard say? Lu Xingze asked curiously. It says there's something moving ahead, and it doesn't feel right. Shaq's voice became serious, and at the same time, he felt the restless emotional waves from the Sadra he had just captured in his battle device. Tayleston slowly bent down, gently placing Xia Ke and Lu Xingze on the soft sand. Shark hesitated not at all, immediately activated the battle device. Buzz! A soil yellow light shot out, falling on the distant sand, expanding quickly. With a heavy thud and dust flying, the rock monster Sadra, 60 meters tall, covered with rough rock-like skin, appeared. Its glowing eyes cautiously scanned the desert ahead, low growls coming from its mouth. Rock monster Sadra. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 24,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 800, speed, 700. Skills, Fog of the Magical Realm, Extending Claw, High Heat Fireball. Description, the dozens of joints in its body can bend freely. Its body secretes volatile liquid, which emits a magnetic fog to hide the body. In electronic fog, all devices fail. Sadra relies on bioradar in its horns, special vision in its eyes, and keen hearing to navigate the fog. It excels at extending its arms to attack. The live stream barrage began to scroll. The stats are exactly like Maluki, both 800 attack and defense. Why does Shark take this cannon fodder? Waste of a slot. Look at Telesdon and Sadra's reactions. There must be something in the desert ahead. 2 huge monsters standing here, they are living targets. These guys are risking their lives for giant lobsters. What is Sadra doing? Suddenly, Sadra let out a low roar, and thick, magnetic gray-white fog began to pour out from the gaps in its joints. The fog spread quickly, like rolling clouds, covering hundreds of meters in just a few seconds. The thick fog carried a sharp, ozone-like smell, instantly blocking sight, making even the moonlight hazy. Cough cough cough. Lu Xingze inhaled suddenly, choking and coughing. Shark. What is your monster doing? Releasing poison gas? So obvious, can't you see? Shark explained, smoke cover. Create a favorable environment. Smoke cover? Playing a game? Lu Xingze looked confused. I don't understand. At the moment the dense fog spread and sight was blocked, Tayleston suddenly raised its head, an intense orange-red light glowing deep in its throat. Without hesitation, it aimed at a seemingly calm sand patch over 1,000 meters away, releasing a devastating lava heat stream. Whoosh! The scorching fire pillar, like a roaring fire dragon, tore the air, with heat that could melt everything, hitting the sand brutally. Boom! The sand instantly exploded into a huge lava pit, high heat melting the sand into glass-like crystals. A huge figure could no longer hide, forced out by the sudden high heat attack, letting out a painful, angry roar. It was the giant crab monster, Ganza. It seemed to be hiding in the sand, avoiding something, but Tayleston, sensitive to underground vibrations, detected it precisely. Roar! In the thick fog, Sadra let out a hate-filled roar. The painful memory of its body being corroded by dissolving foam ignited instantly. A cold arc curled at the corner of Shark's mouth. Want revenge? Hee, Sadra, follow my command. Ganza, burned by the high heat, both shocked and angry, clenched its crab claws sharply, then fired them like rockets at Tayleston. But the distance was too far. Tayleston had time to react. Its huge body only slightly moved. The giant crab claws whistled past its side, sinking deep into the sand dune behind. At the critical moment when Ganza's claw-based flesh began to wriggle and regenerate. Now! Sadra! Shark shouted sharply, use extending claw. Tear its belly shell. From the depths of the fog, Sadra's long, sharp-toothed claws, like 2 deadly snakes, suddenly shot out at astonishing speed. The angle was extremely tricky, precisely reaching the relatively weak edge of Ganza's belly shell. Put! Put! The tips of the 2 giant pincers sharply clamped down on the softest connection points on both sides of the Ganza crab's belly. Screech! Ganza let out an unprecedented, distorted, heartbreaking scream. Its massive body suddenly stiffened. Sadra's eyes gleamed with a murderous light, the muscles in his arms bulged, and he pulled with all his might, ripping outward. Screech! A spine-chilling tearing sound echoed. The soft shell on Ganza's abdomen, along with some of its internal organs, was forcefully torn off. Thick bodily fluids and shattered tissue sprayed out like a fountain. Ganza seemed to have had all its strength drained, its massive body crashed to the ground with a thud, its crab legs twitching in pain, white foam spilling from its mouth as it made dying wheezing sounds. Sadra showed no mercy, opening his massive mouth wide, and a fireball, charged with intense heat, instantly formed, hurling toward Ganza's exposed, bloody wound. Boom! A violent explosion erupted within Ganza's body. Its massive body jolted violently, then collapsed completely, silent, lifeless. Through the mist, Sadra slowly walked out, throwing his head back and letting out a victorious roar, scattering some of the fog. Lu Xingzi stared in shock, his jaw almost dropping to the sand. No, it can't be. The big crab that hit me so hard earlier, as tough as iron, it just died like that? One shot? Xia Ke recalled Sadra, a faint smug smile on his face. Looks like my monster's stats are a little stronger. A system notification appeared just in time. Contestant successfully killed the monster Ganza, earning 5 points. Current points, 130. The live stream comments exploded. Holy shit! Instant kill? Ganza's defense was 1000. It's a weak point attack. The belly shell joint is the critical spot. Some monsters just can't survive if their weak point is targeted. Criticism to the underwater monster Jesla, its fish fins get disabled with a single pull. Xia Ke is such a sneaky bastard. So damn clever. So vicious. Well done. Lu Xingzi's gaze, however, was drawn to the giant crab claw that Ganza had fired earlier, which was now stuck in the sand dune. The claw, the size of a van, shimmered with a metallic red glow under the moonlight. His stomach growled uncontrollably. Haven't eaten all day, I'm starving. Xia Ke, do you think this thing is edible? Xia Ke frowned as he looked at the massive crab claw. In theory, we could try? Tayleston. Tayleston nodded in understanding, walked over, and carefully pulled the giant claw out with its massive talons. It opened its mouth and released a small burst of moderate temperature flame, roasting the claw shell a few times, making a sizzling sound and releasing a strange, fragrant smell. Then, using its sharp talons, it forcefully ripped at the roasted part. Crack! The tough shell was torn open, revealing the white crab meat inside, which was oddly dense, like jade in texture. Chapter 11, Damn it, Red King is still chasing me. Let me try the poison. Lu Xingzi's eyes sparkled, and like a hungry tiger, he lunged at the large piece of crab meat, biting into it with all his might. Oh! The next second, Lu Xingzi screamed in pain, releasing his bite and clutching his jaw, almost in tears, crying to Xia Ke. It's like gnawing on a tree stump. So hard and tough. My teeth are almost gonna break. Xia Ke looked at Lu Xingzi's miserable expression, then glanced at the white, yet iron-hard crab meat, muttering. It seems, the density of these monsters' bodies is far beyond what we imagined. They're nothing like regular creatures. On the other side, Tayleston and Sadra, who had just been summoned to get some fresh air, didn't care about any of this. They stretched their giant pincers and dragged Ganza's massive corpse over. Tayleston also moved up, and the two giant beasts began to feast on this seafood banquet. The tough shells were easily crushed in their mouths, like crisp biscuits. The chewing sound of bag echoed. Lu Xingzi watched the two monsters eating with great relish, his stomach growling even louder, feeling on the verge of tears. Look, we're starving. Xia Ke sighed bitterly, shaking his head. We can't find proper food. If things keep going like this, we might really starve to death here. Suddenly, he sniffed the air, carefully discerning the scent. Wait, the smell, could it be sea breeze? Sea breeze? Lu Xingzi froze for a moment, then quickly realized, is it the fishy smell from that giant crab? No, it's purer, more expansive. Xia Ke looked toward the depths of the desert. I suspect these two giant seafood creatures are fleeing towards the seaside. If we go further, we might reach the ocean. No way. Lu Xingzi jumped up instantly, his face changing dramatically. Doesn't that mean the Reichubas I'm looking for has gone into the sea? No. We can't let it escape. Hurry. Let's go. He immediately summoned Maluki, climbing onto the creature's open palm with urgency, urging it forward impatiently. Xia Ke also recalled Sadra and stepped onto Teleston's arm. The two of them, along with their beasts, once again set off, heading deep into the desert toward the direction where the sea breeze was coming from. The desert under the moonlight seemed endless. After some time, the sand dunes ahead gradually became lower, and the salty, fishy sea breeze grew stronger. Finally, they broke through the last dune. Suddenly, everything in front of them opened up. But Lu Xingzi's excitement and anticipation froze as soon as he saw the scene ahead, quickly turning into a desperate despair, as if all hope had been sucked out of him. He stood motionless on Maluki's palm, his body stiff, his pupils wide, as though his soul had been drained. Before them was a black beach, shining with an eerie silver light under the moon. Cold waves relentlessly crashed against the shore, making a monotonous, suffocating sound. Bitter winds swept up fine sand, creating a wailing sound. However, what truly made Lu Xingze feel like he had fallen into an icy pit was the sight on the beach. Raichubas were everywhere. Deep red, thick shell fragments were scattered all over, and a massive, shelled broken leg was carelessly discarded at the edge of the waves. The giant claw, its iconic feature, was snapped in half, sticking into the sand, with thick, viscous bodily fluid still dripping from the break. Broken tails, torn flesh, the entire beach resembled a giant, bloody slaughterhouse. In the center of this mess, a massive, terrifying crimson-colored beast was devouring its feast with no regard for the surroundings. Its thick arms grabbed a piece of Raichuba's soft internal organs, larger than a truck, and shoved it into its skull-like mouth, filled with sharp fangs, making a bone-chilling chewing sound. Seemingly sensing the new intruders, the crimson monster paused its feeding, slowly turning around. Its hideous, skinless head, exposing dark red exoskeleton, locked onto Lu Xingze and Telesdon, standing on Moluki's palm, with eyes burning with brutal malice, like searchlights. No! Lu Xingze let out a heart-wrenching, desperate scream, his knees buckling as he collapsed onto Moluki's palm, clutching his head with both hands. The magnificent giant lobster mount he had dreamed of was now nothing but a field of scattered remains. Xia Ke also arrived and saw the hellish scene on the beach and the giant crimson beast slowly rising. His heart sank with a sudden and overwhelming sense of danger. Teleston let out a deep, fearful whine, shrinking back slightly. Skeleton monster crystal red king. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 70,000 tons. Attack power, 1500, defense power, 1100, speed, 700. Skills, jump slash, explosive punch, leverage throw, red king flying kick. Description, a mutated individual formed after consuming E-stones. The warlike and ferocious monster, called the skeleton beast due to its appearance, possesses a strong body and takes pride in its immense arm strength, but its brain is small, with low intelligence, and it specializes in throwing rocks in close combat. The information instantly appeared on the system panel in front of Xia Ke, and the attack power of 1500 and defense power of 1100 made his scalp tingle. The viewers in the live stream were also completely stunned. Damn! What a giant red braised corn on the cob! Excuse me, is this the Khrushchev beast? Red King? Special individual. The panel stats are insane. 1500 attack. Scary, this is something we can't deal with at our current level. Tearing apart Raichu base? Too brutal. If we can capture this one, we'll walk all over the place. Feels even stronger than Grandy's. Due to Lu Xingze's cries and Xia Ke disturbing it while it was eating, the Crimson Red King seemed to be enraged. It casually threw away the remaining organs in its claws and let out a deafening, violent roar. Its thick hind legs violently pushed against the ground, and its massive body surged forward with the momentum to crush everything, charging toward Moluki. Its speed was far faster than the impression one would get from its heavy body. Dare to treat my Raichu base like an all-you-can-eat buffet. I'll kill you. The extreme anger overpowered the fear. Lu Xingze's eyes turned red, and veins bulged on his forehead as he let out a furious roar at the Red King. Moluki! High-heat destructive beam. Blow it to pieces. Moluki, sensing its master's rage, opened its massive mouth, and a blazing white beam of light instantly formed, shrieking through the air as it shot toward the charging Red King. Lu Xingze planned to first wear the enemy down from a distance, at least to show it some dominance. However, the next scene froze Lu Xingze's anger instantly, and his eyes became clear. He saw the Crimson Red King, charging forward, casually raising its enormous right arm, covered in dark red armor, like shooing away a fly, and swung it toward the incoming destructive beam. Bang! A crisp, heartbreaking sound of an explosion. That high-heat destructive beam, powerful enough to severely wound Ganza, was directly swatted away by the Red King. It turned into harmless energy particles scattering everywhere. Lu Xingze's mind went blank. Lu Xingze! Run! Get out of here! Xia Ke's shout exploded like thunder, filled with unprecedented urgency and horror. Quick, recall Moluki. Otherwise, it'll become sashimi. Boom! 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 The Red King's speed didn't slow down at all. On the contrary, as it neared Moluki, its massive hind legs erupted with terrifying power, and its enormous body actually leaped into the air. Its giant paw aimed at Moluki's head and delivered a flying kick. The air was compressed, letting out a piercing explosive sound. Lu Xingze, terrified to the core, sent a frantic mental signal to the combat instrument at the last moment. Swish! Moluki's massive body instantly turned into a silver-blue streak of light, being recalled into the combat instrument. Boom! The Red King's devastating flying kick smashed into the spot where Moluki had been just moments before. The sandpit collapsed like it had been hit by a meteor, creating a huge crater several dozen meters in diameter. The violent shockwave, filled with flying sand, swept outward like a tsunami. Xia, standing on the edge of the pit, was hit first, and the furious air blast threw him several meters away, crashing hard into the sand, leaving him dazed, stars in his eyes. Quick! Shaker, scared out of his mind, immediately ordered Tayleston. Tayleston's massive claws shot out like lightning, scooping up the dazed Xia in one claw, and grabbing Shaker in the other, before turning around and charging back toward the desert, sprinting for their lives at unprecedented speed. Boom! 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 Behind them, the dull thudding sound of the Red King pulling its massive legs from the deep sand pit could be heard, and its rage, even greater after being toyed with, intensified. A roar full of murderous intent that shakes the sky. Thud! 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 The heavy footsteps that could stop a heart, like the drumbeats of death, roared madly behind Shark and Xia. And getting closer. The ground trembled violently under the 70,000-ton weight of King Red, sand waves spraying like fountains behind him. Shark was held in the claws of Telesdon, feeling the terrifying presence behind, like a prehistoric beast that would not let go, and the increasingly violent tremors from the ground beneath. A cold chill instantly shot up his spine to the crown of his head, making his scalp tingle, his body hair stand on end. He looked back. Under the moonlight, the huge crimson figure, like a hellish demon, took steps that shook mountains and cracked the earth, crushing everything in its violent force, locked on them. The distance between them was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shark's voice trembled slightly from extreme tension, mixed with a sense of absurd disbelief and despair. Damn it, King Red is still chasing me. Chapter 12, The Cosmic Monster Buried in the Earth. Shark! Think of something. It's going to catch up. Xia, gripped by Telesdon's massive claws, screamed hoarsely over the violent shaking, the wind rushing into his mouth, changing his voice. The solution is run. Shark, equally thrown around, held Telesdon's rough fingers tightly. He stared at the flying wreckage of trees smashed by Telesdon's huge body, his heart pounding in his chest. Why? Xia roared in frustration, his voice full of grievance. We have 3 monsters, why are we still being chased by one? Why? Shark looked back at the terrifying figure behind, getting closer like a crimson mountain crushing forward. Look at what happened to Reionics. Its defense is low? 1,000. Even higher than my Telesdon. And what happened? Ripped to pieces as a snack. King Red's arm strength is not something a normal monster can match. But your Telesdon weighs 120,000 tons? Xia tried to argue with numbers. Let me calculate, the steel of the same volume as Telesdon is less than 40,000 tons. Telesdon's body density is at least 3 times steel. And it still can't resist? Resist what? Shark retorted, do you know the arm strength of a normal 20,000-ton King Red? Minimum 120,000 tons. This one is a special individual, 70,000 tons. I don't even dare to imagine its arm strength. Conservatively, it can easily flip a small mountain. Don't be afraid, Shark. Hit it. I believe in you. Xia encouraged. Screw you. Shark snapped back, tell me, if a 200-kilogram fat loser fights a 100-kilogram muscular champion, who does more damage? Xia paused, muscle man is strong, but fat loser has thick skin and fat armor, can resist bullets, as long as not hit vital spots. He's still just a punching bag. Shark cut him off firmly, know yourself and the enemy to be safe in battle. Right now we know almost nothing about this mutated King Red. Besides the stats on the panel, what special powers? Weak spots? Fighting habits? Totally unknown. This is not a game with save and load. One mistake and the 3 monsters, along with us, are done. Got it? Shark's caution was almost cold, but the most rational choice at the edge of life and death. He did not know, this Crimson King Red with crystal shoulders had already ripped 10 contestants and their monsters into pieces. Those novice contestants, seeing its explosive stats, all tried to capture it, none succeeded yet. Telesdon erupted with unprecedented speed. The thick, powerful hind legs sank deeply into the earth with every step, crushing large swathes of the forest into flat ground. The towering trees, 20 meters tall, seemed as fragile as wheat stalks before it, falling and snapping in large clusters. But the death drumbeats behind it, the heavy, suffocating footsteps of the Red King grew closer and closer. Each step triggered small earthquakes, sending dust into the air, creating a sandstorm that blocked out the sky. Why is this guy so persistent? Xia wailed in despair, looking back at the faintly visible crimson giant in the dust cloud. It's been chasing us for miles now. Suddenly, a huge, bizarrely colored flower appeared on the ground ahead, its diameter stretching tens of meters, exuding a sickeningly sweet, rotting odor. Tayleston didn't hesitate for a moment, pushing its hind legs to the ground, its massive body leaping high and narrowly crossing over the flower. The Red King, still chasing closely, saw only the prey ahead and ignored the strange flower in its path, stomping right on it with its massive foot. Plop! A muffled sound as if stepping into rotten mud. The Red King's thick left leg sank completely into the flower's sticky core. The thick, highly corrosive fluid immediately surrounded its calf. Boom! Losing its balance, the Red King fell forward like a giant tripped, its massive body crashing onto the ground with a mighty impact, sending dust flying everywhere. It roared in anger, trying to pull its left leg out of the flower's core, but the sticky liquid clung to it as though alive, making it impossible to break free. Chance! Xia Ke's eyes lit up, immediately urging Tayleston, hurry. Don't stop. Charge out. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Tayleston exploded with power, charging out of the forest's edge like a wild horse, racing up a steep hill on the other side. Xia Ke quickly ordered it to drop both him and Lu Xingzhe off, then swiftly called Tayleston back into the combat device. The two tumbled behind a few large rocks, gasping for air, their hearts pounding wildly. Carefully, they peered out, using the eerie, cold light from the three moons to nervously gaze down at the massive disaster scene in the forest below. PFF. Ha ha ha. Lu Xingzhe couldn't help but laugh as he watched the crimson beast struggling in the flower below, his relief from the close call making him lose composure. This is hilarious. That roasted corn cob got stuck. Serves it right. The crisis is temporarily over, let's see how things play out. Xia Ke sighed in relief, but his gaze remained tense, eyes fixed on the scene below. The Red King let out a thunderous roar, pushing its massive arm against the ground, trying to pull its trapped leg free. But the giant flower seemed alive, secreting more of its sticky fluid, tightly holding onto its leg. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! The ground beneath the Red King suddenly surged up, rising violently as though a small mountain had come to life. Caught off guard, the Red King lost its balance again, thrown to the ground by the sudden earthquake. It wasn't the earth at all. What stood up slowly was a massive creature, hidden underground. It had a terrifying, dinosaur-like head, with a giant red horn curving forward from its forehead, and a sharp single horn growing from its nose. Its left arm was a massive sickle claw that gleamed with cold light, while its right arm was a long, thorn-covered whip, resembling a giant snake. The most spine-chilling part, however, was its abdomen. There was no typical torso, only a massive, dark red kingflower that looked like the gateway to hell. That was its feeding mouth. At this moment, the flower was still holding the Red King's left leg in its center. Cosmic Monster Asteromas. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 58,000 tons. Attack power, 800. Defense, 1100, speed, 600. Skills, dissolving liquid, flame jet. Profile, aggressive and warlike in nature, wields twin whips and sickle claws as weapons. A giant vampiric plant, the Jogulus flower, grows on its belly, has a special internal space, able to swallow other monsters of the same size directly with the flower-shaped mouth on its stomach. It can fly and burrow. The information flashed instantly in the minds of Shark and Lu Xingzhe. Astrums chewed with its huge flower-shaped mouth, making a nauseating gurgling sound, staring down at the fallen Red King, eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. It opened its petal-covered teeth mouth, a burning light glowed deep in its throat, the flame jet ready to unleash. Roar! Red King was completely enraged. It saw the sneaky ambusher clearly, its right leg like a siege hammer, with unmatched strength, kicked violently at Astrum's thick supporting limb. Boom! Astrums let out a painful hiss, its huge body staggered backward from the furious kick. The flame in its mouth shot uncontrollably into the sky, forming a brief pillar of fire. Red King seized the chance to pull out its trapped left leg. Though its leg skin was corroded and pitted, its ferocity increased instead of lessening. It roared and stood up, eyes burning with the fury to destroy everything, its huge body like an uncontrollable locomotive, carrying the force to crush mountains, leaping fiercely toward the newly steadied Astrums like Mount Tai falling from the sky. Chapter 13, Crimson Lightning Storm. Astrums reacted extremely fast, its huge body rolling with unusual agility, narrowly avoiding the deadly pounce. Rumble. Red King missed, crashing heavily where Astrums had just been, the ground collapsing like a meteor strike, creating a huge deep pit, soil and rock shooting tens of meters high like a fountain. Red King quickly adjusted its stance and locked onto the target again. Astrums also stood up, eyes full of ferocity. The huge flower mouth on its belly suddenly opened, a viscous, strongly sour-smelling dissolving liquid shot out like a high-pressure water gun, drenching Red King. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The harsh sound of corrosion rang instantly. The dissolving liquid poured over Red King's crimson tough skin like strong acid, instantly creating rolling green smoke. The diamond-hard horn layer was corroded and softened visibly, bubbles rising densely. Roar! Red King let out a painful and furious roar, instinctively raising its thick arms to shield its fragile eyes. The dissolving liquid kept eating away at its surface defense. This skill really works. Lu Xingzhe whispered from the hillside, unable to hide his awe. Astrums was clearly very experienced, its huge body rotated flexibly following Red King's movements, keeping the dissolving liquid spray precisely on target. Red King tried to dodge the spray, Astrums rotated, Red King tried to charge through the acid, Astrums sprayed while retreating. Red King went all out, raising its arms to shield its eyes, charging violently, the distance closing fast, just as it was about to hit Astrums. Sudden change. Astrums lifted both feet off the ground. It flew, Red King crashed into empty air. What the hell? Luxingza was dumbstruck, his jaw nearly dropping. This monster has no wings. How is it floating? Like a balloon. A psychic monster, very amazing. Shark kept his sharp gaze on the battlefield, or it has anti-gravity organs inside. Now the flying type really counters the fighting type. Mechanism countering seems more important than numbers. A trace of envy flickered in Luxingza's eyes as he murmured. Should I also catch a flying one? Then when I meet this braised corn cob again, I can wear it out in the sky. Oh wow. Shark, look. I'm dying laughing. Ha ha ha. On the battlefield, Astrums hovered like a huge floating watering can, steady dozens of meters above King Red, continuously spraying deadly dissolving liquid from its floral mouth. King Red's proud crimson skin was now pitted and covered with black burn marks from corrosion. It could only clumsily shield its head and face with its arms, rushing left and right under the acid rain, letting out frustrated and furious roars, yet it could never reach the enemy in the air. Ha ha ha. The braised corncob became a charcoal corncob. Luxingza laughed until he fell forward, all previous fear swept away. Cornered King Red's eyes shot out murderous light. It suddenly charged toward a huge rock half buried in the ground. Its thick arms erupted with terrifying strength, muscles coiling and bulging, forcibly pulling the giant rock from the earth. Roar! King Red let out a deafening roar, using its waist and abdomen like a catapult to hurl the rock toward the hovering Astrums. Whoosh! The giant rock screamed through the air like a cannonball, rapidly closing in. Astrum's massive body suddenly froze, its dissolving spray interrupted. It hurriedly controlled its body to dodge sideways. The rock whistled past the edge of its huge floral mouth, the rushing wind even shaking its massive body. At the moment Astrums was still shocked and focused on the rock. Roar! King Red's skull-like fierce head shot upward, the two crystals on its shoulders suddenly erupting with blinding crimson lightning. Violet energy converged instantly, crackling explosively. The surrounding air ionized, filling with a strong ozone smell. What? Shark's pupils shrank suddenly on the hillside. The system data never mentioned this. The next second, King Red's muscular arms raised toward the airborne Astrums. Boom! A thick, red dragon-like furious lightning, full of destructive force, roared out from King Red's palms. The crimson lightning tore through the night sky, crossing dozens of meters instantly, striking the just stabilized Astrums fiercely. Crackle rumble. The blinding lightning immediately engulfed Astrum's huge body. Wild currents surged and exploded over its body. Its massive floral mouth emitted a horrifying, distorted scream, the whole body like a kite with a broken string, billowing black smoke, plummeting straight down from the air. Boom! The ground shook violently again. Astrum's massive body smashed into the forest, creating a huge deep pit, dust and smoke shooting high. Its body charred, smoke rising, floral mouth weakly open, clearly heavily injured. Immediately, Astrum's massive body shrank and became ethereal, transforming into a streak of light, rushing deep into the forest. It was taken away. Shark and Luxingza shouted in unison. That big spotted monster really was controlled by a participant. Luxingza realized, then shivered in fear, that sneaky bastard. Actually ambushing other passing participants. Yeah. Shark's eyes were serious, no wonder this monster is so agile, executing tactics so precisely. It turns out Astrums is a pro. He looked down at the scarred but even more ferocious crimson giant beast. That guy is unlucky too, probably didn't expect this braised cornstick to hide a long-range ultimate. Luxingza smacked his lips, otherwise, it really could have been worn down by a kite game. Xia Ke locked his gaze on the Red King below, panting heavily, body smoking, covered with corrosive scars. Its eyes, burning with savage light, scanned the surroundings warily, clearly the ambush and battle just now had drained it a lot. In just one day, more than 10 monster controllers had come to trouble it, and now it only wanted to catch one and kill one. Now, Luxingza nudged Xia Ke with his elbow, face showing expectation mixed with tension. After seeing the Red King's moves, don't you have a plan? Xia Ke slowly turned his head, under the moonlight, a sly, even slightly sinister smile curling at his lips. He. He let out a low laugh, chilling in the silent hillside. Of course, I already know how to deal with it. Chapter 14, Plan Past. The Crimson Red King, like an enraged bull, locked its scarlet eyes on the direction where Astromus disappeared in a flash of light. That was a dark, inconspicuous hole on the distant hillside. It let out a deafening roar, ignoring the pitted, smoking wounds corroded by acid. It stepped forward with heavy, moblin-like steps, carrying a rage that could crush everything, charging straight at the cave. Every step made the ground tremble violently. Inside the cave, a young girl with striking white hair, the 19-year-old British contestant Isabella Taylor, turned pale with fear. She had just recalled the badly wounded Astromus, the pain of the mental link not yet gone, when she felt the earth-shaking steps and murderous rage rushing toward her. Isabella screamed and turned to run wildly toward the cave exit. She now deeply regretted her greedy ambush. After getting separated from her teammates, she only wanted to quietly hunt a lone monster for points, but she never expected this Red King to be so terrifying, instantly heavily injuring her partner and locking onto her position. Thanks to the body enhancement from linking with the monster, she ran very fast. The rugged dark mountain path beneath her feet felt smooth. But the growing drum-like vibrations behind her and the Red King's violent roars made her heart almost leap out of her throat. Faster! Even faster, she screamed inside, sweat soaking her white hair. On the other hillside. Xia Ke. What exactly is your plan? Tell me. Xia looked at the Red King below, urgently asking. Xia Ke's eyes were like lightning, quickly scanning the terrain around, finally locking onto the other side of the mountains in the Red King's pursuit direction. I will go there to prepare. Wait for my signal, then I will have Sadra shoot a fireball into the sky, and you immediately lure the Red King there. Before that, your job is to keep an eye on it, restrain it. Don't let it escape, and don't let it tear you and Maruchi apart. Restrain it? That's a bit difficult. Xia's face fell. Xia Ke glanced at him, then we just retreat and meet up with Park Boisjet and the others. This place is too dangerous, who knows how many contestants are hiding to ambush. Risk it all. Xia immediately shook his head, eyes flashing with desire for power. Fortune favors the brave. The Red King is wounded now, the best time to capture it. Miss this village, and you lose the shop. Let's do it. Then I will go prepare, wait for my signal. Xia Ke stopped talking, his figure quickly disappearing into the shadows of the rugged mountains. In the live stream of the national competition, the barrage suddenly erupted into chaos. Don't take risks, bro. What if it goes wrong? Who will bear the punishment for the country? Don't take risks, I don't want to be the one erased. Exactly. Just play it safe. Just stay alive. Laughing so hard, not taking risks? If you don't fight strong monsters, are you going to let the strong monsters from other countries eliminate you? You'll still get punished. Still, that's better than taking risks now. If all 4 die, that's 5 punishments. If one survives, there's only 1 punishment at the end. Can 1 punishment be the same as multiple? Coward. How are you going to win if you don't fight? I support them. +1, if this Red King is caught, it's going to soar. The moonlight poured down, and ahead was an even more rugged road. Isabella pushed her legs forward with all her might, desperate to get away from the terrifying giant beast. She glanced back, and her soul nearly left her body. The giant red shadow was less than 100 meters away. The grotesque face was clearly visible under the moonlight. Fear made her legs weak, and with a stumble, a jutting rock harshly tripped her. Isabella was almost crying. The Red King was getting closer and closer, only 30 meters away now. Meow-ow. A sharp, ear-piercing, strange shriek, like an old cat's fur standing on end, suddenly sounded from the distant edge of the forest. The sound was filled with provocation. The Red King, which was about to pounce on Isabella, abruptly stopped, its giant head quickly turning towards the source of the sound. There, at the edge of the forest, the enormous silver-blue fish monster Maruki was standing, twisting its body, its tail flicking back and forth, in an extremely irritating posture. The Red King roared in fury, scratching its bare skull with its massive claws, as if contemplating something. After a brief hesitation, when it lowered its head to look at the tripped Isabella, it realized that the white-haired girl was already nowhere to be seen. Roar! The Red King felt tricked and let out an even angrier roar, unleashing all its fury at the provoking Maruki. It spun around violently, like a red war chariot out of control, charging toward Maruki at the edge of the forest. Huff, huff! Behind a giant rock, Isabella collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her clothes soaked with cold sweat, her heart pounding so fast it almost exploded. She carefully poked her head out, watching the terrifying giant beast rush toward the forest, her eyes filled with lingering fear and the relief of surviving a close call. The Red King was closing in fast. Under the control of Xia, Maruki maintained a distance that made the Red King furious but difficult to attack immediately. Whenever it seemed like the Red King was about to give up the chase, Maruki would turn around and fire a white destructive beam that wasn't painful but highly insulting. Bang! The Red King still slapped it away with its paw, completely unharmed. After being enhanced by E-minerals, its energy field made it highly resistant to this type of energy attack. It was so enraged it was jumping like thunder, throwing giant rocks from the ground, roaring in fury. That lightning attack seemed to consume a huge amount of energy, and it didn't use it on Maruki. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's right. Keep it up. Lead the dog around. Lushingza, hiding in the canopy of a big tree and controlling remotely through the combat device, watched the Red King being toyed with from afar and laughed extremely lewdly. The viewers in the livestream were also amused by this comical scene. Good. Lushingza is doing a great job with this kite strategy. Scraping Master is online. Though it's not effective, it's highly insulting. This Red King has such a short temper, just a little spark sets it off. Look at Xia Ke over there. Damn. This old sly fox is digging a hole. About 10 minutes later. Whoosh, boom. At the far side of the mountain, a blazing fireball shot up into the sky like a flare, exploding into a short-lived spark in the night sky. It's here. Lushing's spirit lifted, Xia Ke is ready. He immediately controlled Maruki, no longer circling, but turning toward the direction where the fireball had risen from the other side of the mountain, where Satara had released it in advance. The dense, unmelting mist of the magic realm surged forward. King Red was already thoroughly enraged. Without thinking, he roared and charged straight into the thick fog, where visibility was zero. The mist churned, immediately swallowing his massive form. His vision was stripped away, and King Red had to rely on his hearing and sense of smell, cautiously halting his steps, his giant head swinging from side to side, emitting a deep, threatening growl. Lushingza maneuvered Maluki through the mist, quickly creating distance between himself and King Red. The provocative roars of Tayleston and Sadra echoed from the depths of the fog. The sound was like a fuse, instantly igniting King Red's fury. He no longer hesitated, and, following the direction of the sound, took giant strides toward it. He wanted to shred these annoying punching bags. Chapter 15, Terrain Kill. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly rushed from the side. A giant, serrated claw, like a venomous snake slithering out of its hole, thrust sharply toward King Red's chest. King Red's combat instincts were astonishing. His massive body surprisingly swerved to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Screech! The giant claw scraped across his hardened skin, sparks flying. King Red roared in fury, his enormous paw lightning fast as it swiped at the retreating claw, but it missed. The giant claw vanished into the mist. Roar! King Red went into a complete frenzy, charging recklessly toward the direction where the claw had disappeared. Boom! The ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. King Red was caught off guard. His massive form lost balance, and half of his body plunged into a massive, cleverly concealed pit. The bottom of the pit was filled with soft dirt, rendering his strength useless. Now's the time. In the mist, Xia Ke's eyes were cold as he issued the command. Tayleston, already ambushed on the flank, had charged up his lava line and precisely shot it toward the exposed left shoulder of King Red, the crystal that gleamed with eerie blue light. Hiss! The terrifying heat of thousands of degrees scorched the crystal. The hard crystal emitted a strained groan under the extreme temperature, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface. Crack! With a crisp sound, the left shoulder crystal shattered. Almost simultaneously, from the other side of the mist, Sadra's giant claw struck again, this time aiming directly at the crystal on King Red's right shoulder. This time, King Red was trapped in the pit, his movements limited, unable to completely dodge the attack. The claw's tip struck hard against the right shoulder crystal. Crack! The right shoulder crystal shattered as well. Eek! 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 With both shoulder crystals destroyed, King Red let out an unprecedented, chilling scream of agony. He thrashed wildly, his giant claws scraping frantically at the pit wall, trying to climb out. But the trap Tayleston had prepared was incredibly clever. The pit walls were softened by digging, and the more he struggled, the more the collapsing dirt pulled him deeper. The live stream's bullet comments instantly exploded. Holy shit! Terrain kill! Xia Ke is awesome! Tayleston dug many tunnels to prepare for guerrilla tactics. One pitfall alone took down this 1500 attack power monster. Sadra's fog assassin is smooth. A master of surprise attacks. Thank the live stream system for weakening the fog effect, or we really wouldn't see anything. It's over, it's over. We've got this. As King Red struggled deeply in the pit, fighting with all his might. Tayleston. Spin attack. Xia Ke's voice rang out through the mist, filled with cold killing intent. Roar. Tayleston let out a deafening roar, accelerating and leaping, his massive body starting to spin at high speed. The swirling fog and roaring tornado it created slammed violently into King Red, who was struggling in the pit. Boom! It was like a meteor crashing into Earth. The terrifying explosion shook the entire mountain range. Blinding sparks erupted at the point of impact. Tayleston's 120,000-ton body, rotating at Mach 1, slammed squarely into King Red's unguarded head. The impact was as forceful as a tactical nuclear missile. Roar! King Red's mournful roar abruptly stopped, his massive body was violently thrown backward by the devastating strike, crashing heavily against the pit wall, sending a storm of dirt flying into the air. On his grotesque skull, clear cracks appeared, and dark red blood mixed with a brain-like substance oozed out from the gaps. Sadra. High-heat fireball. Xia Ke gave the relentless order to pursue. Boom. 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 Several scorching high-heat fireballs screamed out from the thick mist, striking King Red's enormous body like precise missiles. The explosive firelight instantly illuminated the mist, revealing the pitiful sight of King Red charred, broken, and on the verge of death. Well done, Xia Ke. Lu Xing's excited voice rang out, now it's my turn to shine. Moruchi, go. Deliver the final blow, then capture it. Moruchi roared and charged forward, his massive tail slashing through the air, striking King Red's already mangled face with a fierce blow. Smack! King Red's massive body twitched once and then lay still, not even a groan escaping his lips. Got it! Lu Xingzi was overjoyed, running out from his hiding spot and rushing to the edge of the deep pit, pulling out his combat device, aiming it at the massive red beast below. However, the combat device responded with nothing, no light flickered. Ha! What's going on? Lu Xingzi was stunned, trying again several times, but still no response. Something's wrong. Xia Ke's figure emerged from the mist, his enhanced senses setting off alarm bells in his mind. This guy is tricky. He might be playing dead. Don't get close. Finish it off from a distance. Lu Xingzi also realized what was happening and broke into a cold sweat. Got it. Fails, lava line. Sadra, high heat fireball. Moruchi. Destruction ray. Xia Ke and Lu Xingzi issued their orders simultaneously. Boom. 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 3 devastating energy attacks tore through the mist, crashing into King Red's body at the bottom of the pit. Ah! At the moment of impact, the near-death King Red suddenly opened his blood-red eyes wide and let out an earth-shattering, agonizing, and furious roar. His massive body twisted and struggled wildly in the explosive firelight. Xia Ke's caution had completely thwarted its final death counterattack. Damn! He was really faking it. Lu Xingzi, frightened, quickly stepped back, still shaking. Xia Ke. It's really you after all. Xia Ke also broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is more cunning than King Red. TSK, what a tenacious will to live. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Xia Ke's face grew serious as he abruptly looked up, gazing in another direction through the thick mist. A terrifying, even more ferocious and violent presence swept in like a cold tide. Thump! 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 Heavy, slow footsteps filled with killing intent cut through the mist. A huge, menacing black silhouette slowly emerged from the swirling fog. It stood over 65 meters tall, its muscular body covered in sharp bone spines. Atop its head was a massive golden horn curving forward, glowing ominously under the hazy moonlight. A pair of giant blood-red eyes glowed with a fierce red light, piercing through the mist, locking onto the heavily injured King Red in the pit, as well as Xia Ke, Lu Xingzi, and their monsters at the edge of the pit. Bodyguard monster, Black King. Height, 65 meters. Weight, 60,000 tons. Attack power, 1200, defense, 1400, speed, 800. Skills, flame spray. Description, a terrifying monster with immense strength, able to lift objects weighing up to 300,000 tons with its arms. Its tough skin and meat allow it to withstand high-intensity energy impacts, and it can unleash flames with temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees from its mouth. Black King opened its massive, fang-filled mouth, a fiery white light glowing deep in its throat. A destructive wave of heat instantly spread out, evaporating and distorting the surrounding mist. The cold moonlight spilled down, illuminating the struggling, heavily injured King Red at the bottom of the pit. Xia Ke and Lu Xingzi were like enemies at the edge of a pit. The oppression brought by the Black King, as massive as a black mountain, was almost suffocating. Xia Ke's eyes were sharp like a hawk, battle device tightly in hand, mind fully focused, ready at any moment to command Tayleston and Sadra to fight to the death. Lu Xingzi nervously swallowed, Moruchi beside him, letting out a low hiss. At this tense, ready to explode moment. Oh my, don't be so tense. A crisp, pleasant, slightly lazy and teasing female voice suddenly came from the edge of the still lingering thin mist. Everyone turned toward the sound, seeing a petite figure lightly stepping out from the clouded shadows. She was about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a black sailor uniform, like a Japanese middle school student. Under her straight bangs were a pair of lively big eyes, her long black hair like a waterfall tied into 2 smooth pigtails with delicate red hair accessories. Her skin under the moonlight appeared almost transparent porcelain white, like fine jade. At this moment, her face wore a harmless sweet smile, but deep in her eyes flickered cleverness and danger, completely different from her appearance. I advise you not to act rashly. The girl's voice was sweet, but her words carried a hint of threat. After all, you are now completely within the attack range of my Black King. As she spoke, her slender finger casually pointed at the Black King exuding terrifying aura. The girl spoke Japanese, but Shark and LV Xingze immediately saw real-time translated subtitles from their system panel, so communication was seamless. Shark's eyes didn't relax at all, instead grew sharper, and he replied coldly. Ha, you really dare to walk out so boldly. My monster is now also aiming at you. He slightly turned, letting Tayleston and Sadra behind him lock their hostile gaze on the girl more clearly, sparks of fire in his mouth. The sweet smile on the girl's face paused slightly, then showed a trace of proper disappointment, her small mouth pouted. Oh, I can't scare you, how boring. She lightly stomped her foot, a gesture of girlish charm, yet it made Shark even more cautious. Who are you? What do you want? Shark went straight to the point, his voice cold and hard. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. Natsum Yuka slightly bowed, performing a graceful salute. I am Japanese participant, Natsum Yuka. And you? She lifted her head, curiously observing Shark. Shark. Shark gave his name, simple and concise. Shark? Natsum Yuka tilted her head, seemingly a bit confused by the pronunciation, then smiled again. Interesting name. So, Shark-kun, I'll just tell you my goal directly. Her smile instantly faded, becoming serious, her finger pointing again toward the pit. I want this Red King. We've been fighting so long, finally cornering it, and you just want it? Shark's voice was icy. Natsum Yuka seemed not to notice the sting in his words, instead stepped lightly straight in front of Shark, so close they could almost feel each other's breath. She lifted her delicate, doll-like face, her eyes seductive, voice strangely enchanting. Honestly, I quite admire you, your tactics are brilliant, completely different from those who just charge blindly, but this Red King is mine to get. Shark rolled his eyes expressionlessly, cutting her off. No. Want to steal? Then fight. He tightened the battle device. Tayleston and Sadra simultaneously took attack positions. LV Xingze also chimed in, pointing at Natsum Yuka and shouting, exactly. Who is afraid of who? You little girl piece, do not be too arrogant. Want to pick ready-made cheap? No door. Xiamu Yuhua directly ignored LV Xingze, gaze always locked on Xia Ke's face. The smile on her face did not change, deep in her eyes flashed a trace of sly. Fight fight kill kill, how boring ah, Xia Ke Jun. Not like we make a deal how? I take things in information, with you exchange this Red King. Deal? Xia Ke eyebrow slightly picked, the vigilance in his eyes did not reduce, then need to see your things in information, worth not worth this price. Of course worth. Xiamu Yuhua confident one smile, white small hand in front of body lightly one turn. Light glow slight flash, one piece palm size, whole body emitting faint light, inside as if have nebula flowing strange crystal, appeared out of thin air in her palm. Holy shit! You from where pull out? LV Xingze eyes stared round, lost voice shouted in surprise. Xia Ke pupil also slightly one shrink. If no accident then is system space. The little girl piece in front of eyes, her points already reached open system personal space standard. This seemingly delicate small girl, strength not simple. She either occupied stronghold, or just defeated not few opponents. Xiamu Yuhua to LV Xingze's shock as if not see, only looked at Xia Ke, shook the crystal in hand. This thing, by system called Eeyore. It has changed life form, stimulate potential, even promote monster evolve magical ability. She paused, observing Xia Ke's expression, continued saying, and on this planet, exist not few this kind of Orvanes. More important is. Her voice again stopped, with a trace of meaningful deep long smile. Xia Ke eyebrow tightly locked, waiting for next words. Several breaths passed, Xiamu Yuhua only smiling looking at him, no longer speak. Xia Ke instantly understood her meaning, information need price. He deep took one breath, voice low said, continue say. Xiamu Yuhua face smile more bright, as if reached some kind of agreement. Then I just treat you deal done oh. On this planet, not only have us these participants, also active are from all over universe cosmic people. They grasp far beyond our imagination technology and knowledge. Have this kind of Eeyore, we not only can strengthen our own monsters, also can take to with them do trade. Exchange all kinds of unbelievable high-tech small gadgets, even. She deliberately stretched tone, threw out one heavy bomb, directly by powerful monsters. After speaking, she the piece emitting dark blue light Eeyore in hand, without hesitation handed towards Xia Ke. Meaning already very obvious, stone give you, information also tell you, in pit that half-dead not alive Red King, belong to me. Xia Ke did not immediately go receive, gaze sharp examining Xiamu Yuhua, as if want to penetrate her sweet appearance see through her heart calculations. Several seconds later, he just stretched out hand, received that piece Eeyore. Or entered hand slightly heavy, touch cold, but inside yet as if contained surging energy, let Xia Ke palm feel one burst numb feeling. This piece palm size or density extremely high, quality estimate have about 5 kilograms, absolutely not ordinary thing. You just so fresh lively agree. LV Xingza saw Xia Ke really receive the stone, mouth open can stuff one egg, full-face disbelief and unwilling. Xia Ke did not care LV Xingza's shock, quickly put Eeyore into his own system space. Then, he looked at Xiaomu Yuhua, raised last one condition, I still have one condition. Xiaomu Yuhua face still hung that flawless fake smile, tilted head, oh? What condition? Ears washed wait listen. Xia Ke word by word said. You, to Sky swear, in this competition period, as long as we not actively attack you, you then cannot actively attack any one person of our team. Xiaomu Yuhua eyes flashed a trace of playful meaning. How much influence can a verbal agreement have in a deadly competition? But her smile remained unchanged on her face, and she even raised 3 fingers, speaking in a crisp voice. Alright, I, Xia Ke, swear to the heavens that as long as you don't attack me first, I will never attack any member of your team first. To be honest, Shakukuin, I actually admire you, and I look forward to more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Her tone sounded truly sincere. With the vow complete, Xia Ke didn't waste any time. She immediately took out her battle device, walked to the edge of the deep pit, and aimed it at the barely breathing, yet still fierce-eyed, Red King at the bottom of the pit. The battle device emitted a soft red light that enveloped the massive body of the Red King. In the light, the Red King's body quickly shrank and became ethereal, ultimately turning into a red beam that was absorbed into Xia Ke battle device. Capture successful. Just as Xia Ke looked down at the battle device, a satisfied smile on her face, she heard a low whisper from Shaku. Go! He grabbed the arm of Liu Xingza, who was still in a daze, with his "this it" written all over his face, and turned to run. Moruki and Sadra instantly turned into streaks of light and were retracted into their respective battle devices. Tayleston. Shaku commanded. The underground beast, which had already been on standby, let out a low growl, its giant mouth opening wide, precisely swallowing both Shaku and Liu Xingza as they rushed towards it. Immediately afterward, its body sank sharply downward, like a giant fish diving into water, quickly disappearing into the soft ground. The underground was already filled with tunnels dug by Tayleston, and it was now moving at an astonishing speed, taking the 2 of them deep underground, far away from the dangerous area. Inside the tunnel, it was pitch dark, only the vibrations from Tayleston's body, caused by its super seismic waves, and the rustling sound of dirt rubbing against each other could be heard. Hey! Shaku! How could you just let the Red King slip away like that? Liu Xingza couldn't hold back anymore, growling with dissatisfaction in Tayleston's mouth, his tone full of frustration. We worked so hard, and in the end, that little girl took all the benefits. She just traded a broken stone and a few words? Shaku leaned against the warm inner wall of Tayleston's mouth, his expression serious, not relaxing at all. Don't be fooled by her playful behavior. She looks like a fragile little thing, but it's all an act. She's not someone to be underestimated. If we hesitated any longer, we would probably have died right there. Die? Not likely, right? We had 3 monsters, plus your setup. Liu Xingza still felt unsatisfied. Didn't you notice? Shaku interrupted him, his voice low. The reason I had Sadra release the thick mist was to affect the Red King's vision, and to block the sight of any other possible participants, so no one could interfere while we took down the Red King. However, that Xia Ke ignored the mist and precisely appeared at the moment we completed our attack and the Red King lost its ability to resist. What does that tell you? It means she was observing us from the start. She perfectly concealed herself without us noticing. If she had wanted to kill us, she could have easily ambushed us and let Black King kill us with a fiery breath from behind. Liu Xingza thought carefully after hearing this, his face changing gradually. It really seems like that. We didn't notice her at all. Shaku continued his analysis, his tone solemn. Also, that Black King by her side gives me a very dangerous feeling. It's not ordinary at all. Its battle power is probably on par with the Red King in its prime, maybe even stronger. Especially its 1400 defense, it's like a solid wall. At that time, we were in a weakened state, Tayleston and Sadra had used up a lot of energy, and Moruki couldn't even scratch the Red King. Facing the fully rested King Blake, who was at full strength, our chances were slim. LV Xingza opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but thinking of King Blake's mountain-like pressure and terrifying 1400 defense, he lost courage in the end. Then we should thank her for not ambushing us? Sigh, got nothing, it's maddening. Shark shook his head, it's not entirely without gain. The information she gave decides whether we can survive on this planet, whether we can make it to the final circle. If we'd known earlier, we could have gotten the advantage sooner. Judging by her, she likely already met aliens, maybe even traded with Eeyore, and strengthened her King Blake. We know almost nothing about her. This information gap is deadly in life or death fights. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you won't lose a battle. With unknown cards and our weak state, we can't fight at all. After hearing Shark's analysis, LV Xingza still felt frustrated. He slumped against the side, sighing deeply. Yes, you're right, sigh, the braised corn on the cob that was within reach is gone. He felt deep regret for failing to capture King Red. When Telesdon drilled up from underground with the two of them, returning to the meeting point, it was already very late. Park Boja and Lu Ruyan were sitting around a campfire, the flames reflecting their tired but alert faces. Hearing the movement, Park Boja instantly gripped his battle device. Only after seeing Shark and LV Xingza did he relax, letting his tense body go slack. Shark, LV Xingza, you're back. Lu Ruyan also stood, her face showing joy. Shark brushed the dirt off, sat by the fire, feeling the warmth, and answered shortly, back. His gaze swept Lu Ruyan, noticing the black stockings on her thighs, once intact, now had several holes, revealing smooth fair skin. Finding the battle device hadn't been easy for her either. Did you get the battle device back? He asked. Lu Ruyan raised the device, a mix of fear and relief on her face. Got it back. Though it was a bit dangerous. As long as it's found. Shark nodded, asking no further details. Park Boja looked at them, especially at LV Xingza's droopy figure, and asked with concern, you went to tame monsters, did it succeed? Seeing LV Xingza's look, Shark added a stick to the fire, flames crackling, and said calmly, it went fairly smoothly. The moment he spoke, LV Xingza, like a lit firecracker, suddenly perked up, jumping with excitement. Smooth? More than smooth. Let me tell you. What we went through was so twisted. He immediately spoke animatedly, adding flourishes and drama to his story, describing it vividly. Lu Ruyan listened, her mouth slightly open, eyes wide. Park Boja's brows furrowed, his face changing as LV Xingza recounted events. When he heard Shark used urine intel to leave safely, a complex look flashed in his eyes. When LV Xingza finally finished, parched, swallowing hard, Park Boja turned to Shark, his tone serious. Shark, those two didn't attack you first, yet you ambushed others, killing them. Isn't that wrong? Shark rolled his eyes, with a hint of impatience. Park Boja, today, if I hadn't saved you from Doric, you'd be dead now. Park Boja's brow tightened further. What does that have to do with you killing others? Doric was released by other contestants, I understand that. But that's not a reason for you to actively attack and kill other contestants. If you were attacked and then killed in self-defense, I'd have no objection. But you ambushed them. That's completely different. Shark looked at Park Bochiol's serious expression, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. He knew that the bottom logic of this place was a cruel survival game, where it was either you die or I perish. He believed in striking first to eliminate potential threats. But Park Bochiol clearly had a different moral code. If you actively attack and kill, once your hands are stained with blood, there's no turning back, Shark. Park Bochiol's voice carried a painful warning, you are a murderer now. You should seriously reflect on your actions. Shark was silent for a few seconds. He had seen the cruelty of Reionics' fighting and knew well that in this game, so-called self-defense often meant passively taking hits or even death. But he also understood Park Bochiol's position. Being part of the national administration, he had to consider the legitimacy of actions in the eyes of the people, especially under a global live broadcast. I understand. Shark finally nodded, his tone calming down, I will reflect. Are they really arguing about this? Liu Xingza stood aside, stunned, not expecting the two to fight over it, the atmosphere turning a little awkward. Lu Ruyan sighed softly and whispered, Park Bochiol is after all a national administrator. He values rules and procedural justice, so picking at these details is normal. Shark thought for 2 seconds and fully understood Park Bochiol's reasoning. Now, all citizens of the Xia Nation could watch their every move through the livestream. His actions had to have a sufficiently legitimate reason, otherwise the national administration would be passive in handling public opinion and possible international disputes later. He carefully chose his words and began to make up a story. This was the situation. Those two people were cruelly hurting Liu Xingza, beating him all over. The situation was extremely dangerous. My Tayleston was right beside me. It is naturally kind and cannot bear to see the strong oppress the weak. In a moment of righteous anger, it lost control and accidentally spat fire. Then that fire accidentally burned those two people who were committing the crime to death. Sigh, I deeply regret this, and I will make sure to educate Tayleston well, so it can control its emotions in the future. Liu Xingza? He looked at Shark completely dumbfounded, as if saying, when was I beaten all over? How did I miss this part of the story? After hearing this, Park Bochiol's serious expression visibly softened, and he even nodded. Ah, I see. It seems Comrade Shark did not intentionally kill anyone. Tayleston acted out of courage, and although its action caused serious consequences, it is understandable. Shark, take time to properly reprimand and educate Tayleston. This matter can be considered settled. He gave the event its judgment. Shark nodded with a face of deep sorrow. All right, I will take the time to properly reprimand it and make it fully aware of its mistake. At that moment, from Shark's combat device at his waist, Telesdon's aggrieved and dissatisfied grumble protest came through. Park Bocheol seemed not to hear this faint protest. He looked up at the now pale sky and changed the topic. Alright, let's leave the past aside for now. Next, let's discuss our next move. While Lu Ruyan and I went out to search for her lost combat device, we accidentally discovered a stronghold. Stronghold? Shark and Liu Xing's attention was immediately drawn. Is it occupied? Shark immediately asked. A stronghold meant a stable source of points and possible resources. Park Bocheol shook his head, his face serious. No. That stronghold is guarded by a very powerful silver-white monster. The system prompts that it must be defeated to occupy the stronghold. Can't defeat it? Shark heard the answer from Park Bocheol's tone. Park Bocheol nodded heavily. That monster's strength is absurd. My Gorzin was no match in close combat, completely suppressed by it. I let Gorzin release the ultrasonic light beam, and the result. He paused, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. It blocked it so casually, with just one hand. Lu Ruyan added, still shivering, yes, it's terrifying. My Origera tried to attack with a fireball, and the result, it didn't even scratch its skin. The system shows that monster's name is Shilbagon. Park Bocheol said the name in a low voice. Chapter 18, Will Battle Strategy. Since we've found the stronghold, let's set out. Shark rose decisively, brushing the dust off his body, his eyes showing no fatigue. Lu Ruyan looked at him, worried. Don't you need rest? The three of us were unconscious for a long time during the day, so we're not tired now, but you haven't slept at all, right? Shark shook his head, speaking calmly, it's fine. He knew time was precious, especially after learning the information about Eeyore and the aliens. Securing the stronghold quickly for points and stable resource spots was more important. Park Bocheol agreed with Shark's decision, nodding, then let's depart quickly. Shark, if you feel unwell, be sure to say it, don't push yourself. Okay. Shark responded briefly. Lu Ruyan said nothing more, raising her battle device. Come out, Origera. A red light flashed, and the huge winged space monster Origera appeared before them. They climbed onto its broad head with practiced ease. The night wind was cold, making Lu Xing's shiver. He couldn't help complaining. We rushed like this during the day, got hit by that Dalakeo and crashed, and now rushing again, is that okay? What if we meet Old Six again? Park Bocheol looked at the silent night sky and analyzed. It's so late, the other participants should be resting. I don't believe Old Six would stay up at night just to ambush. Shark nodded, adding, I also think, at this hour, we probably won't meet anyone else, I guess. Lu Ruyan focused on piloting Origera, interrupting them with irritation. You two, stop making flags. Shut up. Origera flew steadily through the night sky. After several minutes, it began to descend. Below was a strange area surrounded by mountains, with sparse vegetation and jagged rocks like a huge stone forest. Not far away, a silent volcano cast a huge shadow under the moonlight. Their target, the stronghold like a small fortress, was located at the edge of the stone forest. At the center of the stronghold, the signal tower's top flashed a weak red light regularly, like a lighthouse in the dark. They jumped down from Origera's head, and Lu Ruyan retracted the battle device. Park Bocheol pointed at the stronghold, introducing seriously. As long as we get close to the stronghold within a certain range, that Shilbagon will be summoned by the signal tower. Lu Ruyan added key information. Also, according to the system, if the number of our monsters on the field increases, Shilbagon's number will increase too. Park Bocheol said, the guardian monsters summoned by the stronghold cannot be tamed by us participants, we can't hold back. Lu Ruyan said, that monster cannot go too far from the stronghold, or the signal tower will recall it. When it is summoned again, all previous damage will be cleared, and its state fully refreshed. Listening to their explanation, Shark stroked his chin, lost in thought. This rule clearly required participants to defeat the enemy head-on, not relying on overwhelming numbers. Lu Xingza scratched his head. In short, we have to defeat it in one go, right? Can't let it run back to refresh? Park Bocheol nodded heavily. Theoretically, yes. But the problem is, that monster is really strong. Both my and Lu Ruoyan's monsters can hardly do any real damage to it. Your Maruki, will it work? Lu Xingza thought about Maruki's destructive light, which felt like a scraping treatment, and said with little confidence, I can't say. Lu Ruoyan looked at the flashing red light on the signal tower, feeling a bit discouraged. We must think of a way to defeat it. What should we do? At that moment, Xia Ke lifted his head, a sharp gleam shining in his eyes. Since we can't swarm it, and we can't let it respawn, let's play a war of attrition. War of attrition? The three of them looked at him at the same time. That's right, Xia Ke explained. First, the number 1 fighter goes into battle, fights for a while, then retreats. Number 2 fighter immediately steps in to take over, and we keep cycling like this. We'll always have only one monster fighting on our side, so the enemy won't increase in numbers. We can recover health during the monster switch and eventually wear it down. Park Boja frowned, raising the key issue, but it has to be able to be scraped. If our attacks can't even break its defense, the war of attrition is just a waste of time. Xia Ke's gaze swept over his three teammates, then we'll need everyone's help. We need to come up with a strategy to make the most of each monster's strengths. The three of them looked at each other and nodded, indicating they were willing to cooperate. Xia Ke immediately began laying out the strategy in detail, explaining each person's task, the order of monster attacks, the key areas to focus on, and the timing of retreat. Everything was clearly outlined. The three of them listened intently, silently committing the plan to memory. After the strategy was laid out, Xia Ke took a deep breath, raised his battle device, and said, "Come out, Tayleston." A yellowish light shot out, and the 60-meter-tall, 120,000-ton underground monster Telesdon crashed down, its massive body causing a small earthquake when it landed. Under Xia Ke's command, Tayleston let out a low growl, its giant body quickly sinking as it began to dig its way toward the base from underground. Xia Ke and the others carefully began to approach the base. When they entered a range of about 500 meters from the base, something unexpected happened. Buzz! At the top of the base fortress's signal tower, the faint red light suddenly became blinding, and a thick white light beam shot out, crashing to the ground like a meteor in front of the base. When the light faded, a giant silver-white beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, appeared before them. Brute strength monster, Hilbegon. Height, 65 meters. Weight, 75,000 tons. Attack, 1100, defense, 1100, speed, 700. Skills, super headbutt, monster strength dragon tail. Description: the silver dragon Hilbegon has a pair of massive horns on its head, its body covered in silver scales, with spikes running from its back to its tail. Its eyes lack pupils, and it possesses a very strong body and 220,000 tons of brute strength, with extremely high defense, able to withstand powerful energy attacks. However, its eyesight is very poor, only able to notice moving objects. Looking at the clear information displayed on the system panel, Xia Ke was reassured, immediately lowering his voice to remind his teammates. "Everyone, don't move. This guy has poor eyesight, as long as we stay still, it won't notice us." The live stream's chat instantly flooded with comments. "I remember this monster, I saw it in Ultraman Tiga." "Right. As long as you don't move, it can't see you." "So silly, trying to imitate Tiga's light beam, but can't even launch anything, lol. Its defense is insane, Tiga's ultimate move feels like scratching an itch on it. How did Tiga win against it again? I remember its weak spot is the rear, Tiga poked its rear and killed it. I haven't watched Ultraman Tiga, was Tiga that overpowered? The one that's crazy is Daigu, what's that got to do with Tiga?" Doge. After Hilbegon descended, its massive head turned left and right, its pupilless eyes aimlessly scanning the surroundings. As the guardian of the base, its core command was simple: destroy the invaders. However, its field of vision was empty, with no moving targets in sight. It let out a confused growl and began to take heavy steps, pacing aimlessly around the stronghold, each step shaking the ground. Shaq watched this scene, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind: if we play a game of 1-2-3 Wooden Man, can we sneak into the stronghold and directly take control? Just as this idea arose, the system prompt appeared without mercy. Warning: the stronghold cannot be captured without defeating the guardian monster. Shaq pouted, dismissing the thought, and continued to direct Telesdon through the mental link to dig tunnels underground and set traps. Hilbegon continued to pace restlessly, searching for non-existent enemies. Suddenly, one of its giant feet slammed down hard. Boom! The seemingly solid ground beneath it instantly collapsed. A huge pit appeared, and Hilbegon's massive body immediately lost its balance, with half of its body sinking in. Its long silver tail was wedged tightly against the narrow pit wall, sticking up high. Roar! Hilbegon let out an angry and frustrated roar, desperately struggling to twist its body, but it was stuck so tightly it couldn't move at all. "Now's the time. Tayleston!" Shaq hissed. Boom! The ground behind Hilbegon exploded violently, and Tayleston burst out of the earth. The loud noise immediately caught Hilbegon's attention. It tried to turn around, but it couldn't. "Come back!" Shaq commanded without hesitation, instantly recalling Tayleston into the battle device. Then, he raised the device again. "Sadra. It's your turn." Chapter 19, Continuous Consumption. The rock monster Sadra appeared behind Hilbegon. As soon as it appeared, dense electronic mist sprayed out from the gaps in its body. The thick white mist spread like a tide, quickly engulfing Hilbegon and the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Shaq and the others were immediately swallowed by the mist, their vision turning completely white. "Shaq! What's wrong with your monster? We can't see anything." Park Boja's voice rang out in the mist, tinged with urgency. "It's okay. Follow the plan." Shaq's voice was calm and clear. He quickly recalled Sadra, who had completed its task. My turn. Lu Xing's spirit lifted, and he immediately summoned Maruki. In the mist, Hilbegon struggled to climb out of the pit, its heavy footsteps and angry roars exposing its position. Maruki. High heat destruction beam. Fire at the source of the sound. Lu Xing's commanded decisively. Whoosh, boom. A scorching white beam of light tore through the mist and accurately hit Hilbegon's back. The explosion's flash briefly lit up the mist. Roar. Hilbegon howled in pain, letting out an even angrier roar. It followed the source of the attack, striding toward Maruki. Come back. Lu Xing's called, seeing the opportunity, and instantly recalled Maruki. Aligera. Lu Ruoyan's voice rang out next. Red light flashed, and Aligera shot into the sky, circling above the mist. Its biological radar penetrated through the thin mist and locked onto the enraged silver giant below. Destruction light missiles. Continuous fire. Lu Ruoyan commanded with a sharp tone. Whoosh. 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 Several energy light missiles rained down like droplets, relentlessly hitting Hilbegon's head and shoulders. Though they couldn't cause major damage, the explosive shockwaves and pain made Hilbegon even more frenzied. Tracking light missiles. Lu Ruoyan ordered again. At the tip of Aligera's tail, larger and more powerful light missiles formed, carrying tracking effects. They slammed into Hilbegon's head, bursting into a dazzling fireball. Roar! Hilbegon angrily swung its giant claws at the sky but couldn't reach the agile Aligera. Come back! Lu Ruoyan commanded, seeing the attack succeed, and immediately recalled Aligera. The goal of wearing down the opponent had already been achieved. Zilbegon couldn't hit the enemy, its immense strength had no place to be released, so it stomped its feet angrily, causing the earth to roar. Gorzon! It's your turn! Park Bogio shouted in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with battle intent. A beam of blue light shot out from his battle instrument. Boom! The mountain-like body landed heavily, letting out a thunderous roar. Its head, covered with heavy armor, its sharp claws, and its muscular body all displayed its immense strength. Prehistoric monster Gorzon. Height, 62 meters. Weight, 68,000 tons. Attack power, 1,000, defense power, 1,000, speed, 800. Skill, ultrasonic beam. Description, Gorzon's head is armored like a helmet. It possesses tough skin, sharp claws, tremendous strength, and a powerful ultrasonic beam attack to strike its enemies. It also has the ability to move underground. Gorzon, at the edge of the thick fog, directly shot a purple ultrasonic beam from its head towards Zilbegon. The beam entered the fog and accurately exploded against Zilbegon's chest, creating a burst of sparks. Immediately, Gorzon roared and charged into the fog. Roar! Zilbegon finally saw an opponent daring enough to challenge it head-on. All of its fury instantly found an outlet, and it took large steps, thundering toward Gorzon. In the fog, a terrifying collision sound echoed that made one's heart race. The two colossal beasts engaged in the most primal, savage hand-to-hand combat like ancient monsters. Gorzon's massive claws fiercely grabbed onto Zilbegon's silver-scale armor, causing blinding sparks to fly. Zilbegon, in turn, rammed its huge silver horns fiercely into Gorzon's chest. The muffled sounds of impact were like thunder. Though Park Bogio couldn't see the exact situation in the fog, through the psychic link in his battle instrument, he could clearly feel the intense pain each time Gorzon was struck. The thick fog swirled violently, stirred by the fierce winds generated by the two giants battling. At times, one could see Gorzon's claws tearing through the mist, and at other times, Zilbegon's thick silver tail sweeping across like a steel whip. Boom! Crack! Gorzon executed a brutal body slam, hurling Zilbegon's enormous body away. Zilbegon rolled and crashed through several 10-story-high small mountains, sending debris flying. Roar! Zilbegon quickly got up, turned around, and swung its thick, bone-spiked dragon tail, letting out a shrill scream as it struck Gorzon's head with immense force. Boom! The massive blow sent Gorzon stumbling backward, its head armor groaning under the pressure, but thanks to its powerful defense, it wasn't critically injured. It shook its head and roared again, charging headlong into Zilbegon, forcing it to stagger back. The two monsters collided again, each crash shaking the ground, each roar deafening. Thanks to the system, the live stream had cleared the fog, allowing the audience to clearly see this intense battle of raw power. The national stream's live chat was flooded with comments. Wow! This is the monster fight I've been waiting for. Punches landing with a thud. The impact, the noise, it's incredible. Even more exciting than a movie. Gorzon's doing great. Too bad the stats are still a little behind, it can't break the defense. There's a volcano nearby. If Gorzon could go absorb magma and evolve into Flame Gorzon, it'd definitely win. Too bad, time's not on our side. This is bad. Gorzon can't take much more. 5 minutes later, Park Bojio's face had turned pale, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. The constant feedback of Gorzin's injuries was a huge mental strain on him. Though Gorzin was brave, it was still outmatched in strength by Zilbagon, and its body was already covered in wounds. Park Bojio. Now! Have Gorzin draw Zilbagon towards that direction. Xia Ke's voice sounded at the right time, pointing to a preset position. Understood. Pu Buozhi's spirit shook, and he immediately gave orders through the mental link. Gorzin let out a provocative roar, Hard took a heavy punch from Silvergon, turned around and fought while retreating toward the direction Xia Ke pointed. Silvergon was indeed angered, chasing closely without letting go. When Silvergon was successfully led to the preset area, Gorzin also completed its mission. Come back. Pu Buozhi decisively took it back into the battle instrument. His Gorzin successfully consumed a large amount of the opponent's stamina, but to kill it was still too forced. Roar! The target disappeared again. Silvergon completely went into rage, raised its head to the sky and let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound waves even shook away some of the thick fog around. Chapter 20 National Fortune Reward. Sadra. Go! Xia Ke summoned the rock monster again. Sadra rushed into the slightly thinner thick fog, its legs suddenly stretched and shrank, bursting out astonishing jumping power. The whole body shot into the sky like a cannonball for hundreds of meters. Then, it adjusted its posture, like a meteor, fiercely kicked down toward the raging Silvergon below. Bang! This flying kick falling from the sky solidly kicked onto Silvergon's completely unguarded back. Ayo! Silvergon let out a painful howl, its huge body was kicked forward and fell hard by this giant force. Boom! The place where it fell was exactly the huge trap that Tayleston had already dug. Silvergon's upper body instantly sank into it. Only its thick hind legs and that high-lifted silver tail were exposed outside, struggling in vain. Come back! Xia Ke instantly took back Sadra, then, a sharp light burst in his eyes, he raised the battle instrument high and gave the final command. Telesdon! Go! Right now! Spinning assault! Boom! The earth-yellow light appeared again. Telesdon entered the stage. It had no hesitation at all, its huge body began to run up, then suddenly jumped. The whole body became like a giant drill, starting to spin at high speed. A weight of 120,000 tons, crashing at the speed of sound, the impact force produced could instantly reach tens of millions of tons. Woo! The air was torn apart, making a piercing scream. Telesdon turned into a destructive tornado, carrying an unstoppable momentum, drilling fiercely towards Silvergon's exposed, completely unguarded but outside the trap. Boom! A world-shaking loud noise, along with Silvergon's heart-tearing, sky-echoing miserable scream. A terrifying shockwave exploded instantly. Silvergon's indestructible silver body, under this ultimate strike aimed at the weakness by Telesdon, like a pierced balloon, burst violently from the inside. The huge silver dragon Silvergon turned into countless data fragments, scattering in all directions like fireworks. Got it! Xia Ke clenched his fist suddenly, his voice carrying a trace of excitement. The National Fortune live broadcast room was instantly flooded with holy shit. Holy shit! My chrysanthemum tightened watching this. Telesdon, it is not clean anymore. Still have to be Xia Ke, this old schemer. Using this kind of trash fish monster actually can give Silvergon, this kind of stat monster, a fatal blow. Telesdon cult established today. Whoever says Telesdon is trash fish again, I will fight whoever. Our Xia country team really cannot play without Xia Ke. Xia Ke is awesome. Pu Buozhi clapped excitedly, his face full of disbelief. Really can win. Amazing, too amazing. Lu Ruyan also let out a long breath, a relieved smile appeared on her face. So good, we finally can also occupy the stronghold. LV Xingzi moved close to Xia Ke with a face full of admiration, raised his thumb. Brother Xia, still you are scam, oh no, still you are tactically brilliant. Several people did not delay anymore, quickly walked toward the fortress. Came in front of the signal tower, looking at that obvious slot. System prompt, put the battle instrument into the slot. After recording information you can occupy the stronghold. Contestants who occupy a stronghold can earn 100 points. Xia Ke looked at his three teammates, who will enter the information. Pu Buozhi, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Xingzi all focused their eyes on Xia Ke in unison. Pu Buozhi said sincerely, thanks to your clever idea, we took it. These 100 points should belong to you. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, you do it, I have no objection. Lu Xingzi was even more direct, me too. Xia Ke did not hesitate either, he nodded, and solemnly placed his battle device into the slot of the signal tower. 2 seconds later, the red light flashing at the top of the signal tower instantly turned into a soft green light. Congratulations to Xia Ke from Xia Nation for occupying the stronghold, earning 100 points. Random National Luck Reward activated. National Luck Reward arrives, removes all diseases from every citizen of Xia Nation at this moment, and restores the body to a healthy state. At this moment, a miracle silently occurred across the land of Xia Nation. In the ICU ward, family members guarding the bed with tears streaming down their faces watched their loved ones, unconscious for many days, slowly open their eyes and cried with joy. Patients tortured by cancer, emaciated and on the edge of death, felt the deep bone-piercing pain recede like a tide, and strength flowed back into their weak bodies. People born blind no longer saw eternal darkness, but for the first time saw the blurry yet warm faces of their loved ones. Throats that could not make a sound, for the first time clearly uttered the syllable mom. Ears isolated by a silent world, for the first time heard birds singing, the wind, and the calls of loved ones. This miracle beyond medical knowledge, through the system's unknown power, precisely descended on every citizen of Xia Nation, like an invisible giant hand gently pushing away the cruel boulder weighing on countless lives. In the National Luck Live Room, after a brief, almost frozen silence, the bullet comments exploded like a flood breaking through a dam. Hundreds of millions of bullet comments instantly filled the screen. Thank you, Xia Ke. My mother woke up. The doctors said this is a miracle. Thank you, Xia Ke. My child can run and jump like a normal person. The congenital disease is gone. Woo, my best friend will no longer suffer from terminal cancer. She just called me. Her voice is strong. Thank you so much. Xia Ke, you are a hero. I heard it. I heard the sound. This world is so lively. Xia Ke looked at the light screen in front of him, the bullet comments rolling like a waterfall, full of gratitude and joy, and for a moment he was also shocked and moved. National Luck Reward can actually bring such good benefits. Xia Ke took back his battle device and placed it into the system space. The system panel had a new prompt. Congratulations to contestant Xia Ke for reaching 230 points. Points detected over 200, reward activated, unlock system chat channel, monster enhancement stone +1, national luck punishment offset card +1. Please strive to earn more points to unlock more rewards. Xia Ke noticed a strange stone in the system space, somewhat similar to Eeyore. Monster enhancement stone, a special item for monsters containing powerful energy. Usage, throw at the monster you want to enhance. Effect, increases the monster's attack, defense, and speed by 100. The same monster can gain this effect at most twice. In special situations, using it can trigger monster evolution. Lu Ruyan gently patted Xia Ke's shoulder, her eyes showing sincere smile. Well done, Xia Ke. Now, you are a great hero. Xia Ke shook his head and looked at the three teammates. Without your cooperation, this wouldn't have worked. Pu Boja looked at the signal tower glowing green, full of emotion. No wonder other contestants fight head-on. The punishment is harsh, but this reward it is really amazing. Lu Xingze excitedly rubbed his hands. Then should we strike while the iron is hot and occupy more strongholds? Lu Ruyan stretched a big lazy yawn. The tense nerves relaxed, and a wave of exhaustion surged up. I now only want to take a good bath, and then rest. There is a natural hot spring near the volcano. I am going there first. After she said that, she found some bathing supplies inside the base fortress, and then set off. Lu Xingze then rushed into the small warehouse of the base, and soon came out holding some sealed packaged bread and bottled water, handing them to Xia Ke and Park Boja. Come, eat a little first. Park Boja took the food and water and said, you all rest first, I will go out to stand guard. He took the food and carefully walked toward the high ground on the outer edge of the base. Seeing Park Boja leave the room, Lu Xingze immediately leaned toward Xia Ke, showing a sneaky smile on his face, and lowered his voice. Hey, Xia Ke. Lu Ruyan has gone to soak in the hot spring. Volcano hot spring. The open-air kind. This chance is rare. Let's go peek. Xia Ke became serious, pushed him away with a stern face. Get lost. I would never do something so low-class. If you want to go by yourself. Moonlight was like water, pouring down onto the open-air hot spring pool at the foot of the volcano, filled with rising steam. White water vapor gently rose, like a light veil covering the surface of the water. Lu Ruyan neatly folded the clothes she had taken off, placed them in a plastic basin, and set them on a clean large rock by the pool. The white bath towel could not hide her full body. She stepped barefoot, carefully entering the clear and warm spring water. The warm water wrapped around her tired body, making her let out a soft, comfortable sigh. She leaned against the smooth rock by the pool, raising her head to look at the three strange moons in the night sky, and her tightly held nerves finally completely relaxed. In the distance, on a small hill that could overlook the hot spring pool, two heads quietly popped out. Lu Xingze glanced at Xia Ke beside him. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Xia Ke said seriously, I came to supervise you. Lu Xingze frowned, then why are you staring at Lu Ruyan? Xia Ke said seriously, what if she is attacked by other participants? I am helping the team keep watch. Chapter 21 Sky Stronghold. The next morning, Xia Ke woke up from the soft and comfortable big bed inside the base. The facilities inside this base could be called a luxury apartment, with all daily necessities fully available. After simply washing up, He came to the living room and found that Park Boisia, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Xingze were already there. On the dining table were simple breakfast items, bread, bottled water, and several cans of luncheon meat. Although the variety was not much, it was enough to restore strength. The few of them ate in silence, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. After the meal, they gathered in front of the faintly glowing smart terminal inside the base. The screen clearly displayed the current ranking information and a detailed map covering the entire island and surrounding sea. On the map, dense points of light marked the locations of the strongholds. Unoccupied strongholds flickered with harsh red light, those occupied by other participants shone with yellow light, while the strongholds occupied by their team emitted a soft green light. Park Boisia stared closely at the map, his brows tightly furrowed, his expression solemn. More than 300 strongholds, now only a dozen or so remain unoccupied. We were attacked and crashed yesterday, wasting too much time, and we lost the early advantage. Lu Ruyan's gaze fell on the ranking list, her voice carrying a trace of worry. Our Xia country team is ranked 108, outside the top 100 according to the rules. If we are still in this position at settlement, we will suffer heavy punishment. The Xia country team had 235 points, 5 of which belonged to Park Boisia, earned when he accompanied Lu Ruyan to find a combat device and killed a twin-tailed monster yesterday. Xia Ke looked at the points and said, "Yesterday, after my personal points reached 200, the system gave me a national luck penalty cancellation card. Maybe we can just stay hidden until settlement, then use this card to cancel the punishment. Next, we can lie flat and do nothing, avoiding risk." Park Boisia stared at the ranking list. Lu Xingze stared at the leaderboard. Look at Neon Country, 705 points, sitting at the top. America is just behind with 580 points. We're only at 235 points. The gap is too big. And Xia Ke clicked on the details page for Neon Country. That Natsum Yuka has a personal score of 440 points. It's a good thing we didn't clash with her yesterday. Lu Xingze clicked on America's details page, exclaiming, "This Lucia Egros MacArthur is insane, 425 points." Lu Ruyan asked in confusion, "Why are the contestants from other countries scoring so high?" Lu Xingze curled his lips, "What else? They must have gotten higher initial monster values, just running wild and racking up points like it's nothing." He thought of Natsum Yuka's Black King, and in front of such a monster, regular beasts were nothing more than punching bags. Park Boisia pointed at the few light spots on the sea areas around the island on the map. "We don't know what surprises might come next, so we can't waste our precious penalty reduction cards too soon. Look at these 5 spots, there are bases at sea. And they haven't been occupied yet. The red light is still flashing." Lu Ruyan's eyes reignited with hope. "We still have a chance." Park Boisia continued analyzing. According to the system, bases that have already been captured can still be broken into. Although attacking someone else's base no longer earns rewards or points, it can subtract 100 points from the team that owns the base. And the defending monster will help guard the base. Right now, it's the Zilbagong guarding our base. He looked at everyone. "I'll stay behind to guard the base, the 3 of you go for those 5 sea-based ones. Seize the opportunity." Xia Ke stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. "Alright, let's push a bit more." When they captured the base yesterday, the system had unlocked the download feature, and they had downloaded the map and leaderboard data to their system panels. Lu Ruyan, Lu Xingze, and Xia Ke arrived at the outside of the base. Lu Ruyan summoned Aligera, and the 3 of them climbed onto the head of the flying monster once again. Considering the attack from yesterday, Lu Ruyan was unusually cautious this time, directing Aligera to soar to an altitude of over 10,000 meters. The biting cold wind and thin air made the 3 of them feel a bone-chilling cold and difficulty breathing, but they had no choice but to endure for safety. As Aligera followed Lu Ruyan's guidance and reached the first sea base's coordinates, the 3 of them couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Between the clouds, there floated an island. An island floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The island wasn't big, with jagged rocks scattered around, and in the center of the island stood a fortress flashing red light, the base. Lu Xingze lay on Aligera's head, looking down at the magical island. "Oh my god. If we weren't flying so high, who would have thought there was an island here? It's hidden so deep." Xia Ke studied the terrain. "It looks like this base is easy to defend, hard to attack." Lu Ruyan carefully guided Aligera to land on the flat ground at the edge of the floating island. As soon as the 3 jumped down, the signal tower of the base in the distance reacted. Buzz! A green light shot out from the top of the signal tower, landing on the ground not far ahead of them. The light faded, revealing the image of a strong monster, shaped like a giant corn cob. Skeleton monster, Red King. Height, 45 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack, 1100, defense, 500, speed, 600. Skills, boulder toss, charging. Description: a warlike and fierce monster, called the skeleton monster because of its appearance. It has a strong body and prides itself on its powerful arm strength, but its brain is small, and it isn't very smart. It excels at tossing stones and hand-to-hand combat. Looking at this Red King, which was slightly smaller and had lower stats than yesterday's braised corn cob, Xia Ke almost burst out laughing. He glanced at Lu Ruyan and Lu Xingze beside him, confidently saying, "Leave this to me." He raised his battle device, and a yellow light shot out. "Go, Sadra." A 60-meter-tall, 24,000-ton rock monster, Sadra, crashed down with a roar. Its body was far taller than the 45-meter Red King. Lu Xingze looked at the two monsters facing off and mumbled, "This Red King seems much weaker than the braised corn cob from yesterday. Especially with its defense being only 500? The live stream's chat rolled by. Don't make the Red King laugh. Can Sadra really mess with the Red King? With these stats, Red King can crush many monsters, just beat them to death. It's just pure strength. You might be heavier than it, but you don't have its power. Shaq's lost it. How can Sadra beat the Red King? It's a guaranteed loss. This is insane, someone stop him. Shaq, are you even aware of what you're doing? Yeah, why not bring out Tyrell's army to gang up on it instead of just one Sadra? Look ahead, the monsters defending the base will multiply as more monsters appear, soon it'll be Red King times 2. Chapter 22, Solo killing the Red King. The battle erupted in an instant. Roar! The Red King roared, taking large steps towards Sadra, its massive claws swiping down with the sound of rushing wind. Under Shaq's precise control, Sadra skillfully sidestepped. At the same time, a thick electronic mist suddenly erupted from the gaps in its body. The white mist spread rapidly like a tidal wave, completely enveloping Sadra and the charging Red King. Bang! A dull thud and bright sparks rang out from the mist. It was Sadra's giant metallic pincers, reflecting light, slamming into the side of the Red King's head. Ow! The Red King howled in pain and anger, swiping its claws back, but it missed. Sadra had already used the cover of the mist to silently shift position. SSSS. Another tearing sound and sparks flashed from behind the Red King. Sadra's giant pincers once again struck from behind with perfect timing. The Red King was completely enraged, spinning wildly, its thick tail sweeping around like a steel whip. The wind howled, the mist swirled, yet it didn't even graze Sadra's edge. Whoosh! Suddenly, Sadra's giant pincers shot forward, like a venomous snake leaving its hole, precisely striking the Red King's ribs. Sparks flew everywhere. Under Sadra's stealthy and relentless attacks, the Red King was covered in wounds, jumping around in fury but utterly helpless. At that moment, Shaq's eyes glinted with sharp light. Now's the time. Sadra, use flying kick. In the mist, Sadra's long legs stretched, unleashing an incredible burst of jumping power. Its body shot up like a missile, instantly reaching 1,000 meters in the air. It completed a beautiful flip in midair, adjusted its posture, and then, like a meteor falling from the sky, landed a powerful kick on the wide back of the dazed Red King below. Boom! A deafening explosion, followed by the crackling sound of bones shattering. The Red King was kicked down as if it was a flattened toad, slamming heavily into the ground. The entire floating island shook violently for a moment. Sadra landed smoothly, moving with lightning speed, quickly circling around the stunned Red King's back. Its massive arms shot forward, locking the Red King's neck in a death grip. The immense strength tightened instantly. Growling. Growling. Although the Red King had impressive arm strength, its neck was a relatively fragile spot. With Sadra's deathlock around its throat, it immediately saw stars, gasping for air, unable to summon any of its strength. It futilely clawed at Sadra's rock-like arms, making a sharp scratching sound, sparks flying, but couldn't budge an inch. Moments later, the Red King's struggles grew weaker, it began foaming at the mouth, its massive body collapsing weakly, completely unconscious. Only then did Sadra release its grip, and without hesitation, slapped the fainted Red King with its pincers, sending it flying. He fell heavily to the ground. The bullet screen in the National Luck livestream room fell into a brief silence, quickly followed by a flood of, and reverse Sky Gang. I must still be asleep. Oh my god, Sadra just soloed the Red King, how could I be dreaming this? Wasn't Sadra supposed to have died in the battle with the Red King? Looks like Sadra's stats are higher than the Red King's. Where's the stats? Tell me, where are the stats? Tayleston still has a weight of 120,000 tons, does Sadra even have stats? This is a master move. I wanted to say it last time when Sadra kicked Hilbegon, how can this Sadra's legs stretch? Exactly, feels like they could develop a new skill, Leo Flying Kick. It should be called Sadra Flying Kick. Lu Xingze and Lu Ruyan looked at this almost one-sided massacre, both stunned. Lu Xingze clapped his hands, one word, amazing. Lu Ruyan looked at Xia Ke with newfound respect, her attitude had shifted from disdain when she first met him to full admiration now. Xia Ke did not hesitate, immediately giving the command, Sadra, finish it. Sadra opened its huge mouth, and a scorching, high-temperature fireball shot out, accurately striking the unconscious Red King. Boom! In the explosion's fiery light, the Red King's massive body turned into countless blue data fragments, disappearing without a trace. The three immediately headed to the stronghold fortress, climbed to the rooftop, and arrived at the signal tower. Xia Ke looked at Lu Ruyan. You lead us up here, only then can we capture this stronghold. Will you activate the signal tower? Lu Ruyan quickly waved her hand, a hint of amazement and relief on her face. She never expected that this guy, despite being the hero, was not proud at all. Lu Ruyan smiled. No need, Xia Ke, you do it. Xia Ke nodded. Then I won't be polite. He placed his battle device into the signal tower's slot. Red light began to shift into a soft green glow. Congratulations to Xiagua contestant Xia Ke for capturing the stronghold, earning 100 points. Random National Luck Reward activated. National Luck Reward arrives. In Xiagua, crop yield plus 50%, all crops immune to pests. The bullet screen in the National Luck livestream rolled. This time, the random reward is useless. What we have the most of is this. Yeah, we've long had unlimited rice. Long live Yuan Lao. Don't say that. For us mountain folks, it's a one harvest a year deal, and when there's a natural disaster or pests, it's a wasted year. Right, even with our million-strong mountain farming, it'll be easier with less pest damage. Good. No need for pesticides. Awesome. Grow healthy, eat with peace of mind. Xia Ke's system panel immediately displayed new information. Congratulations to contestant Xia Ke, your points have reached 330 points. Points exceeding 300 detected, reward unlocked, universe merchant's location marked on map, monster enhancement stone +1, national luck punishment offset card +1, national luck punishment target designation card +1. Contestants should strive to earn more points to unlock more rewards. Xia Ke's heart settled. Now they had 2 national luck punishment offset cards, significantly improving their tolerance. There was also a mysterious national luck punishment target designation card, a monster enhancement stone, and most importantly, the location of the universe merchant. Great! Lu Xingze excitedly punched the air. The group began searching for supplies in the stronghold. Aside from daily necessities and food, they unexpectedly discovered 4 brand new diving suits and matching oxygen tanks in a storage room. Lu Xingze picked up a diving suit, delighted. The system is so considerate. Even this is prepared for us. Now we can safely dive to capture those underwater strongholds. Chapter 23, Ambushed. Just as Xia Ke and the others were excited about finding the diving gear and preparing to rest before heading to the next sea stronghold. Boom! A deafening blast suddenly came from the edge of the floating island. The entire island trembled slightly. What's going on? The three's faces changed. Rush out of the stronghold immediately. Smoke and dust filled the flat land at the edge of the island. The comet monster Dorika was folding its huge wings, the shockwave from its landing blowing nearby stones away. On Dorika's shoulders, 2 small human figures in work clothes were standing. Lu Ruyan's pupil shrank, her voice cold with rage. That monster. It seems to be the Dorika that attacked us yesterday. LV Xingze ground his teeth. What? It crashed into us yesterday, and dares to come steal the stronghold today? We must strike back hard. Xia Ke's eyes were sharp. Red King is moving. A green light flashed at the top of the stronghold signal tower. A beam of light shot out, landing in front of the fortress. It was the stronghold guardian monster Red King, just defeated by Sadra and now respawned. Roar. 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 Red King, just summoned, locked onto the intruders and roared in fury, taking big steps to charge at Dorika and the 2 Monkey Kingdom competitors beside it. Every time its huge paws hit the ground, the earth trembled. In the distance, Monkey Kingdom competitors Ruan Dan and Ruan Jian's faces changed drastically. Ruan Dan shouted, "Big brother! This stronghold has already been occupied. It's glowing green." Ruan Jian looked at the charging Red King, a glint of cruelty and greed in his eyes. Damn! How dare they take it before us? Take it down. Ruan Dan did not dare let Dorika take off to escape, because if it flew, both of them would be exposed to Red King's attack range and be crushed into pulp. He had no choice but to bravely control Dorika to face it. Roar! Dorika let out a sharp screech, flapping its wings to accelerate, its sharp claws aiming at Red King. However, Red King's power was terrifying. Its huge corncob-shaped arms struck Dorika's claws with enormous force. Bang! Crack! Bones broke. Red King struck again. Dorika screamed miserably, its whole body thrown like a kite with a broken string, smashing heavily onto distant rocks, sending clouds of dust into the air. Trash! Ruan Jian cursed angrily, his eyes full of ferocity, raising his battle device without hesitation. Go! Charmin Dora! A dazzling orange light shot out from his battle device. The light hit the ground and transformed into a monstrous beast. Its head resembled a huge mamba snake, covered with backward curving sharp horns, its whole body clad in heavy, metallic shining scales. Regenerating monster Charmin Dora. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 40,000 tons. Attack, 800, Defense, 800, Speed, 900. Skills, Flame Jet, Fireball Shoot, Regeneration. Description: covered in hard scales that can reflect missiles and lasers, its weapons are continuous fireballs from its mouth and flames from its nose. It is an immortal monster that can regenerate within hours after injury. As soon as Charmandora appeared, it let out a hoarse roar and rushed at Red King, who had just thrown Doraka. Roar. Red King was unafraid, swinging its giant fist to meet it. The claws and fists of the two giants collided fiercely, sounding like clouds and rocks splitting. The two beasts exchanged blows, sparks flying wildly from the impact like electric welding. The clash of strength made the air itself shake. At this moment, the Doraka that had been thrown struggled to get up, its eyes flashing with resentment, flapping its wings and shooting straight into the sky. Clearly, it intended to use the impact from a high-altitude dive to attack. They want to break the stronghold to make us lose points. Xia Ke saw their intention, his eyes cold. Go. We cannot let them succeed. Understood. Lu Ruyan and LV Xingzi shouted together, battle intent rising in their eyes. Red light and silver blue light shot out simultaneously from the battle devices they held high. The winged cosmic monster Arigera and the huge fish monster Maruji thunderously descended onto the battlefield. Scree! Arigera let out a clear long cry, flapped its wings, and instantly became a crimson lightning streak shooting into the sky. Its target was Dorakeo, who was trying to climb higher. Whoosh! 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 The pulse holes on Arigera's shoulders lit up at once, and a series of destructive energy bullets shot toward Dorakeo like a dense meteor shower. Dorakeo rolled and twisted in the air, struggling to dodge the deadly barrage. Its massive body performed all kinds of difficult maneuvers, narrowly avoiding most of the energy bullets, but a few grazed the edges of its wings, bursting into small sparks. Roar! Dorakeo steadied itself, opened its mouth in anger, and shot a blazing fireball at Arigera. However, Arigera showed the terrifying maneuverability of a top-tier flying monster. Its energy thruster at the back instantly exploded with a strong blue light, and the whole body completed an almost impossible sharp-angle turn in the air, easily dodging the fireball. Its posture was graceful and smooth, like a crimson fighter jet weaving through the sky. Lu Ruyan watched Arigera, agile beyond belief, toy with Dorakeo in the air, recalling the frustration of being rammed and crashed by it yesterday, and a surge of anger shot to her head. Yesterday, it restrained itself only because she and her teammates were still on its back. Today, she would make this damned Dorakeo pay. Arigera! Lu Ruyan's voice was filled with icy hatred. Use the tracking energy bullets. Bring it down for me. Arigera's tail in the air suddenly lit up with a glaring red light. A crimson energy bullet, several times bigger than the previous destructive bullets, exuding a dangerous aura, instantly formed and, with a buzzing sound of locking on, shot toward Dorakeo like an arrow released from a bow. Dorakeo immediately tried to evade. It drew a huge arc in the air, trying to shake off the deadly tail. However, the tracking energy bullet clung tightly to its flight path. No matter how it rolled, dived, or climbed, it could not escape. Boom! The tracking energy bullet finally caught up to Dorakeo, striking its relatively weak back hard. No! Ruandon, controlling from the ground, let out a desperate roar. A violent explosion bloomed into a huge fireball in the sky. Dorakeo emitted a scream of extreme misery, its massive body smoked black, spinning and rolling like a downed warplane, crashing violently toward the floating island's ground. Put! Ruandon was hit as if struck by a heavy blow, spewing a mouthful of blood, his face instantly pale as paper, cold sweat on his forehead, the backfire of the battle device causing unbearable pain. Chapter 24, The Enemy Who Summons 3 Monsters at Once. But it was not over. Arigera! Fire the destructive bullets in succession. Send it on its way. Lu Ruyan pressed the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arigera's shoulder pulse holes lit up again, and dense energy bullets shot precisely at Dorakeo. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions completely swallowed Dorakeo's shattered body. At the same time, on the ground, Maruji, together with King Red, temporarily left the battlefield under Lu Xingzi's control after encircling Charmandora. It quickly adjusted distance, opened its huge fish mouth, and a scorching destructive beam targeted the Dorakeo lying on the ground. Rumble. Upon impact, a deafening explosion rang out. Under the destructive beam strike, Dorakeo's massive body was blown into flying debris everywhere. Lu Xingzi's system panel popped up with information. Defeated 1 participant, earned 25 points. Defeated Monkey Nation participant Ruandon, inherited 50 points from him. Yeah. First kill. 75 points. Lu Xingzi looked at the information popping up on his system panel. He jumped up excitedly, swinging his fist with all his might. Ruandon. Witnessing his comrade's death, Ruanjian let out a heart-wrenching, despair-filled, and furious roar. His eyes were bloodshot, like a beast ready to devour, as he fixed his gaze on Xia Ke and the others. You. All of you must die. Extreme anger and madness drowned out all reason. Ruanjian reached out his hand, and two stones that emitted strange energy waves, like crystals, appeared. Monster enhancement stones. Xia Ke's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing what they were. Shalmandora. Tear them apart. Ruanjian, almost insane, threw the two enhancement stones toward Shalmandora, who was locked in a fierce battle with Red King and Maluki. Whum! The enhancement stones turned into two streaks of light, instantly entering Shalmandora's massive body. Roar! Shalmandora let out a deafening roar, filled with pain and power. Its scales immediately became thicker, more shining, as if coated with a metallic sheen. A ferocious, more violent aura exploded like never before. Regenerating monster Shalmandora, enhanced. Attack, 1000, defense, 1000, speed, 1100. The three values surged by 200 points each. Roar! The enhanced Shalmandora turned its massive snake head sharply toward Red King, who had been attacking it. It inhaled sharply, then released a terrifying flame that was several times thicker than before, with a temperature nearing 2000 degrees Celsius. Whoosh! The crimson and white flames instantly engulfed Red King. Red King let out a chilling, painful scream. Its tough skin rapidly charred and carbonized under the extreme heat. The intense burning pain forced it to retreat, rolling on the ground in agony, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. The air filled with the foul stench of burning. Maluki! High heat destruction ray. Lu Xingzi shouted in surprise, immediately giving the order. Maluki opened its mouth and fired the high heat destruction ray once again. However, the ray struck the metallically shining scales of the enhanced Shalmandora and seemed to hit a mirror. Whiz! The destructive ray was forcefully deflected, shooting at a distant towering rock peak. Boom! The rock peak was instantly shattered by the ray, with debris flying through the air. How is this possible? Lu Xingzi's eyes nearly popped out, his voice filled with disbelief. It can't even damage the skin. This destruction ray can break through the body of a Ganza with 1000 defense. How can it be so weak against the same 1000 defense? Xia Ke's face became serious. The defense value should refer to overall resistance, but the actual effect may depend on the monster's material and structure. Shalmandora's scales must have a strong reflective or absorption property against energy attacks. Alligator. Fire the destruction light beams continuously. Lu Ruyan, not believing in defeat, ordered again. Alligator dove down, unleashing the full force of its shoulder pulse cannons. The dense light beams poured down on Shalmandora's head and back like a torrential storm. Boom 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 boom. The explosions engulfed Shalmandora. However, when the smoke cleared, Shalmandora merely shook its head, and its shining scales showed no signs of even a single scorch mark. How is this possible? Lu Ruyan was stunned as well. This defense was simply hopeless. Trash. Even if more of you come, you're still trash. Ruanjian saw this and let out a crazy, triumphant grin, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge and the madness of destruction. Die here. He suddenly raised his battle device again, and the light flashed continuously. Come out. Pijira. Arindo. Two beams of light shot out from his battle device and landed on the battlefield. The first beam of light transformed into a strange monster. It had a rounded body like a seal, but with a pair of giant, bat-like wings and sharp fangs growing from its upper jaw. Frozen monster. Pijira. Height, 40 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack, 700, defense, 600, speed, 1000. Skill, freezing beam. Profile, Pajira looks almost like a seal, has two sharp fangs, its wings can create hurricanes, and when flying it emits black smoke. It can spit a freezing beam from its mouth, lowering the surface temperature of objects to minus 130 degrees Celsius. The second beam turned into an even larger, more terrifying insect monster. It is over 60 meters tall, its body covered in thick, dark armor with a metallic sheen, with huge compound eyes and a pair of terrifying jaws, and two pairs of fast-beating transparent insect wings on its back. A greedy, violent aura rushed out from it. Giant feather ant monster Arindo. Height, 62 meters. Weight, 39,000 tons. Attack, 900, defense, 1200, speed, 900. Skills, flame jet, acid spray, high energy electric current. Profile, an insect-type monster, with strong defensive power, very greedy, and astonishing vitality. Can fly, with a top speed reaching Mach 6. 3 monsters. One is the hexagonal warrior enhanced Shalmandora. One is the flying monster Pajira that can release extreme cold. And one looks like it has a copper head and iron arms, with defense possibly even more exaggerated than Shalmandora, the giant insect Arindo. Ruanjian actually summoned 3 monsters at once. You all. Die here today. Ruanjian stood behind the three giant monsters, letting out a hysterical, cruel laugh. Chapter 25. The thick fog arrives. The comments in the National Luck livestream scrolled like a waterfall. Among these three monsters, Orindo should be the hardest to deal with? Even Taro's Stream Beam, King Belial wouldn't dare take it head-on. It just took a hit and seemed fine, its defense is absurd. Damn. Now we meet a real stat monster. That Pajira looks so silly, fat like a walrus, should be easy to fight, right? Not sure. Don't forget it is controlled by someone, not a wild fool. Also has a rare freezing attack, even Ultraman would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Pajira is a monster strong enough to put a whole planet into an ice age. Don't underestimate it. That strong? Currently no idea how to win. Go China team. Don't let this monkey country win. On the battlefield, Ruanjian's mad laughter carried deep hatred and insanity, and he gave orders without hesitation. Charmandora, take down that stupid fish. Orindo, completely destroy King Red. Pajira, go deal with Aragella for me. Roar. Charmandora ignored the high heat destructive beam shot again by Marucci, and with heavy steps, rushed ferociously at Marucci. It opened its mouth, and a hot fireball was gathering inside. Beside it, King Red lifted a stone to smash. Orindo vibrated its two pairs of transparent insect wings, making a high-frequency hum, instantly took off, dodging easily. Its huge compound eyes locked onto the Red King below, spitting out thick, sticky, foul-smelling acid like a waterfall onto King Red. Ee-ah. The already heavily injured body of King Red was corroded by strong acid, letting out an even more piercing scream, skin rapidly dissolved and bubbled, the huge body convulsed violently in pain. Finally, it exploded into blue data fragments, dissipating into the air. The guarding beast of the base was completely destroyed, and it would take 30 minutes to respawn. Pajira's fat body flapped its wings violently, black smoke surged from its wing roots. Its entire body like a ghost merged with black smoke, speed suddenly skyrocketed, turning into a blurry black shadow, shooting toward the circling Aragella. Shark chuckled lightly, eyes sharp like a knife, reading the battlefield clearly. He must not think this is a fair 3v3, right? Then, he whispered to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, make Aragella fully hold back Pajira. That monster is against me, it must not come down. Lu Ruyan's face became serious, and she nodded firmly, okay. Pajira, who appeared to be the most harmless, was the one Xia Ke feared the most. Pajira, who could stir up a storm, was able to disperse the magic fog of Sadra's illusionary realm. As long as Alajira could hold on, Xia Ke had nothing to fear. Xia Ke raised his combat instrument, go. Sadra. The yellow-brown light shot out, and the rock monster Sadra landed on the earth. From 1,000 meters away, Ruanjian saw the newly appeared monster and sneered, a trash like that? Bring 100 of them and I'll kill them all. Just a glance is a waste of energy. He completely ignored Sadra, continuing to focus most of his energy on the air battle, as Alajira was too agile, forcing him to control Pajira. As for the other two monsters, he was confident that even if they acted on their own, they could still wipe out the enemies. Lu Ruyan was fully focused, her mind highly concentrated, controlling Alajira to perform extreme maneuvers. Pajira's speed was astonishing, and the black smoke, carrying a bone-chilling cold, quickly approached. Alajira performed a daring spin, and the pulse holes on its shoulders lit up in an instant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The destruction light projectiles fired in rapid succession like a dense meteor shower, shooting towards the black smoke. However, Pajira displayed terrifying maneuverability that did not match its massive size, performing an eerie evasion and easily avoiding the barrage. In an instant, it closed the distance, its huge mouth opened, and a pale, cold light beam shot out towards Alajira. Where the beam passed, the air instantly solidified into fine ice crystals, forming a white misty ice trail, as if it was breathing out cold air. The energy exhaust chamber behind Alajira erupted with blinding blue light, and the machine performed an almost impossible sharp turn in the air, narrowly dodging the deadly freezing beam. The freezing cold even caused a thin layer of frost to form on the shell of Alajira. The flight speed Pajira displayed far surpassed Alajira, putting Alajira at a severe disadvantage. But in terms of agility in the air, Pajira could not make sharp stops or turns like Alajira, giving Alajira some space to maneuver. An intense aerial battle began. Alajira danced like walking on the edge of a knife, using its extreme agility to constantly dodge Pajira's attacks and deadly freezing beams, while retaliating with destructive light projectiles, keeping the opponent stuck in the high sky. The live chat in the national streaming room was shocked by this aerial chase. I didn't expect such a fat monster to fly so fast. It said that its speed can reach Mach 80. The previous message must have added an extra 0, right? Mach 80? That's too exaggerated. Isn't that like the fake encyclopedia of the double-tailed monster whipping Noah to death? Exactly, 80 Mach. If it really flies that fast, Ultraman wouldn't even be able to catch its exhaust. Do you even know what Mach 80 means? It's just throwing numbers out there, the third cosmic speed is only Mach 49. Flying that fast in the atmosphere, it would have burned up already, right? I can't believe this, family, stop watching Ace Combat, quickly switch to the live feed and look at the ground. Xia Ke was setting off smoke bombs again. The live stream from the national broadcast was currently showing the footage of their own country's contestants and the monsters they controlled. Ruanjian's attention was still in the sky, as Maluki was being chased by Shermandora, and the Red King had been destroyed. Suddenly, with a gust of wind, a thick fog rushed in. Ruanjian's view was instantly filled with a white haze, and his heart rang with alarm. He immediately ordered through mental link for Shermandora and Alindo to adjust positions and move towards him, while keeping alert to the surroundings to prevent an ambush. He wanted to recall Pajira to disperse the fog, but Alajira was firmly entangled with Pajira, so he couldn't act immediately. Once Pejila tried to turn her back and escape, Aragala would attack with tracking light bombs. Ruanjian could only give up the idea and let Pejila continue to entangle with Aragala. Burn! Burn all this damn fog! Ruanjian roared in the thick mist. He ordered Shalmandora and Alindo to spit fire wildly. Whoosh! Shalmandora's nose spewed terrifying flames, forming a sea of fire. PFF. Alindo sprayed combustible gas from its mouthparts, and ignited it with its antenna, achieving fire breathing. Although the temperature was not as high as Shalmandora, the range was very large. At the fort base, because of the thick fog, Lushingza breathed a sigh of relief. He held his waist, gritting his teeth, it hurt so much. That Shalmandora is too agile, my Maluki cannot use kite tactics. Chapter 26, The General pulls the vehicle. Beside him, Lu Ruyan also had sweat on her forehead, her mind highly tense. Shaq, is there any way? I can hardly hold them. Pejila is too fast, the pressure is too high. Hold on a little longer. Almost there. Shaq's voice was calm and firm. He raised the battle device again, Tayleston. It's your turn. Light shot out, boom. The underground monster Tayleston's huge body stood in the thick fog. Looking at the two enhanced monsters faintly visible in the distance through the fog, a hint of determination flashed in Shaq's eyes. He did not hesitate to pull out two precious monster enhancement stones from the system space. Tayleston. Sadra. Enhance. Shaq shouted, throwing the enhancement stones to his two monsters. Buzz. Buzz. The flowing light instantly entered Tayleston and Sadra. Underground monster Tayleston, enhanced. Attack, 900, defense, 1000, speed, 800. Rock monster Sadra, enhanced. Attack, 900, defense, 900, speed, 800. Powerful energy surged inside the two monsters, their aura instantly soaring. Tayleston. Spin strike. Shaq gave the attack order without any pause. Roar. The enhanced Tayleston let out a deafening roar, its huge body started to run, then leapt fiercely. Its whole body, like a giant drill, began spinning at high speed. Faster than before, stronger than before. With a sharp scream tearing the air, it turned into a destructive tornado, aimed directly at the fire-spitting Shalmandora. Boom! The battle tornado hit Shalmandora hard, terrifying kinetic energy exploding instantly. Ah whoa! Shalmandora let out a painful howl, its huge body was hit by the giant force, rolling and flying out, smashing hard on a tall rock peak far away. Boom, a huge sound, the rock peak was broken in half. The fire Shalmandora spit was also forcibly interrupted. PFF. Ruanjian in the fog felt his chest hit like a heavy hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked and angry. What happened? Shalmandora. Ruanjian felt his chest heavy, but he could not see inside the fog, he could only let the monsters fight by themselves. He wanted to avenge Ruandan, burning with anger. If he turned to run now, he could do it, but he never thought of escaping, he only felt those small monsters were lambs waiting for slaughter, and the thick fog was just their small trick to delay death. The intense killing intent passed to his monsters, making them extremely frenzied. Shalmandora struggled to climb from the rubble, furiously trying to counterattack, but the thick fog blocked its sight, it could not find where the enemy was. At this moment, a huge black shadow with a rushing wind sound suddenly fell in the fog. It was Sadra. Using the cover of the fog, it appeared like a ghost behind Shalmandora, its giant jaws with the force of 1,000 pounds, cutting hard into Shalmandora's back. Shing! Bright sparks with the harsh sound of metal friction exploded. Roar! Shalmandora winced in pain, quickly turning around, opening its giant mouth. A fiery ball of intense heat instantly formed in its mouth, aiming directly at Sadra. However, just as the fireball was about to explode, a yellowish figure suddenly surged through the mist. It was Tayleston. Like a wild bull, it rammed fiercely into the side of Shalmandora's body. Shalmandora staggered from the impact, losing focus on its fireball, which veered off course and shot towards a small hill in the distance. Boom! The small hill exploded into pieces, setting ablaze a roaring fire. Sadra seized the opportunity, extending its giant clawed arm and slashing at the side of Shalmandora's face. Shalmandora reacted swiftly, grabbing Sadra's arm, growling proudly. Its other massive claw raised high, emitting a piercing whistle as it descended with force towards the joint of Sadra's captured arm. It wanted to cripple this troublesome pincer. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound echoed. Sadra let out a heart-rending scream of agony. Shalmandora roared in satisfaction. Sadra's scream suddenly stopped, and it laughed. The pain was all an act. Sadra's enormous clawed arm, made up of countless joints, was far more flexible than imagined, and could not be broken with a single blow. At the same time, Sadra's other giant clawed arm, like a venomous snake, stretched out swiftly, its sharp drill tip aimed directly at Shalmandora's eye. Hiss! A muffled sound echoed, followed by a splash of sticky fluid. Aya! Shalmandora let out an unprecedented, wailing scream of excruciating pain. One of its eyes was brutally punctured and exploded by Sadra's massive claw. Ah, my eye! In the mist, Ruanjian also let out a heart-wrenching scream. He quickly covered his right eye, and blood immediately surged through his fingers. The backlash from the combat device made him experience the monster's injury pain. Telesdon would not let this chance slip by. It roared and lunged forward, raising its sharp giant claws and slamming them into the exposed gap of Shalmandora's body, hurt by the intense pain. Sizzle! Sizzle! Brilliant sparks erupted, accompanied by the sound of shattered scales. Shalmandora staggered back, its remaining eye filled with fury and agony, and it suddenly blasted out a stream of intense flames from its nose, forcing Telesdon to retreat. Telesdon quickly backed away, disappearing again into the mist. Shalmandora lost its target and was consumed by madness. It wildly whipped its tail through the air, its giant claws swiping recklessly, and fireballs erupted from its mouth in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive flames lit up the mist repeatedly, blasting the surrounding rocks into pieces. Damn! 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 Ruanjian covered his eyes, furious and anxious, stumbling like a headless fly through the mist. He wanted to send a Lindo to support Shalmandora, but the cry of Maluki rang out nearby. That massive fish monster Maluki was not far away, occasionally spraying a high-heat destructive beam in his direction. He had no choice but to have the most defensive Lindo give up searching for the enemy, immediately retreating to his side, using its body as a meat shield to block Maluki's attacks. The mist was filled with danger, and the enemy's position and attack direction could not be confirmed, so there was no way for a Lindo to support Shalmandora. He could only defend passively, feeling utterly frustrated. Damn it! That damn fish monster's missed. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Ruanjian roared in helpless rage, and for the first time, a sense of unease grew in his heart. In the mist, the battle continued. Sadra withdrew its arm, its body displayed astonishing explosive power, and with a powerful spring-like motion, it bent and extended its legs. Whoosh! Sadra's enormous body shot straight into the sky, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. It completed a rapid spin in mid-air, using the gravity from the fall and rotational acceleration. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it brutally kicked the head of Shalmandora, who staggered from the intense pain. Chapter 27, Blood-Boiling Combination Move. Boom! A muffled sound that made hearts tremble. Shalmandora's huge snake head was kicked sharply to one side, the neck making a crack sound, almost breaking. Its massive body could no longer keep balance, crashing to the ground with a thud, raising clouds of dust. Roar! Shalmandora let out a roar of pain mixed with fury, struggling to get up. But Sadra was faster. It landed like a ghost, instantly circling behind Shalmandora, its two giant fangs shooting out, clamping onto the sharp horn on Shalmandora's head, dragging it backward. Awah! Shalmandora's head was forced backward, its neck stretched straight, exposing the relatively weak throat. It clawed madly, trying to break free, but Sadra held the horn tightly, pulling continuously, stopping it from rising. Tailstron! Shaq's cold voice echoed in the thick fog. Boom! Tailstron, like a long-waiting hunter, rushed out from the dense fog right in front of Shalmandora. Its huge mouth opened, the throat glowing with a blinding orange-red light, instantly forming a terrifying high heat. Whoosh, boom! A thick orange-red lava beam, exuding a sense of destruction like a roaring magma dragon, tore through the fog, hitting Shalmandora's exposed, unprotected throat. Sizzle, sizzle! The burning sound made the scalp tingle. The thousands of degrees lava instantly melted through Shalmandora's skin and muscles, the regenerative organs carbonized and crumbled under the extreme heat. Awah! Shalmandora let out the most tragic and desperate scream of its life. Sadra, seeing the goal achieved, immediately released the fangs and moved to stand beside Tailstron. In the fog, the mortally wounded Shalmandora staggered, trying to rise, its remaining single eye full of madness and desire for destruction. It desperately spit several blazing fireballs toward the depths of the fog, aiming at Tailstron and Sadra. Roar! Tayleston spun again, turning into a destructive earth-colored tornado, charging fiercely at Shalmandora. Almost at the same time, Sadra's legs exploded with incredible spring, leaping into the air, following up with a heavy flying kick. Boom! Thud! The terrifying force of the spinning attack and the heavy flying kick, like two hammers, hit Shalmandora's chest and head one after another. In the fog, Ruanjian convulsed from Shalmandora's intense pain, knowing that if he didn't recall the monster, something bad could happen, quickly raising the battle device. Come back, Shalman. However. Boom! 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 Several destructive light bombs exploded nearby. They were stray bullets from Aligera's attack on Pajira during the aerial fight. The shockwaves instantly threw Ruanjian away, interrupting his attempt to recall the monster. In this deadly delay, deep in the fog, Tayleston and Sadra had already completed the final killing move. Lava beam. High-heat fireball. Tayleston's mouth sprayed another devastating lava beam. Sadra also opened its mouth, spitting blazing fireballs. The two attacks full of terrifying energy, under Shaq's command, struck Shalmandora's throat wound burned by the lava beam. Boom! An indescribable violent explosion erupted in the fog, the blinding light instantly driving away some of the mist. Shalmandora's huge body, like a barrel of dynamite, was torn apart from the inside by the violent energy. Explosion! The flames and black smoke shot up into the sky. Countless burning pieces of flesh and scorched scales scattered like raindrops, flying everywhere. Under the light of the explosion, Tayleston and Sadra slowly turned around, their backs to the towering flames and thick smoke. The national live broadcast room was instantly ignited by this violent and aesthetic scene. No way! Can this win? Real men never look back at explosions. A righteous 2-on-1. What a blood-pumping combo move. These two rookies can be this cool? Still calling them rookies? The Tayleston sect condemns you severely. After a combo, the damage is still there. Shark's tactical command is divine. Ugh! In the thick fog, Ruanjian let out a shrill, desperate scream. With the complete death of Shalmandora, the terrifying backlash swept through his body like a tsunami. Ruanjian, like a paperman set on fire, instantly exploded into countless tiny particles of light, vanishing into the air. Not a trace was left behind. Without its controller, Arindo's enormous compound eyes flashed a moment of confusion, and then it swiftly severed the last weak link with the battle instrument. Its huge insect body vibrated its wings, emitting a high-frequency buzzing sound, and in an instant, it turned into a streak of light, flying quickly towards the far horizon, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, in the sky, Pajira, who was tangled up with Aralega, did not react in time. Its bulky body seemed to have been paused, and then, like Ruanjian, it silently exploded into countless light particles. Who? Lu Ruyan's tense nerves finally relaxed, letting out a long breath, feeling soaked in sweat. She controlled Aralega to land near the base. We won. Finally won. Lu Xingza wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still a bit scared. Finally got it done. This guy was tough. Shark retrieved Tayleston and Sadra back into the battle instrument, nodding. Thanks to your restraint, if Arindo and Pajira had interfered, it wouldn't have gone this smoothly. System notification: defeated one contestant, earned 25 points. Defeated Monkey Country contestant Ruan Dan, inherited 310 points. Congratulations to contestant Shark, your points have reached 665. Immediately after, a series of reward prompts appeared. Detected points exceed 400, rewards unlocked, Prism Escape +1, Monster Enhancement Stone +1, National Punishment Offset Card +1, National Punishment Target Specified Card +1. Detected points exceed 500, rewards unlocked, Monster Life Reset Card +1, Monster Enhancement Stone +1, National Punishment Offset Card +1, National Punishment Target Specified Card +1. Detected points exceed 600, rewards unlocked, Monster Frenzy Experience Card +1, Monster Enhancement Stone +1, National Punishment Offset Card +1, National Punishment Target Specified Card +1. Shark looked at the rolling reward information on the system panel in front of him, slightly surprised. This guy's got quite a few points. Seems like defeating other contestants really is the most convenient way to earn points. A warning bell went off in his mind. I'm afraid the mutual hunting between contestants will become more frequent and brutal from here on. Lu Ruyan looked at Shark's expression and curiously asked, Shark, how many points do you have? The system prompt seemed to have jumped a lot. Shark replied, 665. Over 600? Lu Xingza exclaimed in surprise, almost jumping up, my god. We've struck it rich now. Let's go, let's go. Quickly check the ranking at the base terminal. We've definitely skyrocketed. The three of them immediately turned around and hurried towards the smart terminal in the base fortress. Chapter 28, Turning Back. When the three of them saw the refreshed leaderboard on the huge display screen at the base terminal, the joy on their faces instantly froze, replaced by an unbelievable shock. Lu Xingze pointed at the top of the list, his voice changing pitch. What the hell? Neon Country has 1650 points? Weren't they just over 700 yesterday? Lu Ruyan also gasped, our total is 745. I thought I could shock the top rank, but I didn't even make the top 10? Well, I'm 20th, at least the settlement day will only be a light punishment. Shark's eyes sharpened, he immediately opened the details page for Neon Country. Neon Country total score 1650 points. Natsum Yuka, Odawara East Middle School, 3rd year, 1025 points. Tsunami Mio, Kanagawa Prefectural High School, 2nd year, 625 points. Kotachi Yukio, freelance writer, killed. Atsuki Takao, freelance artist, killed. Unbelievable. Shark's voice was low and serious. These two Neon people, they are probably not just capturing points, but hunting other contestants. Gaining so many points in one night, this speed could never be achieved just by capturing points. LV Xingze looked at the dazzling 1650 points, his scalp tingling. Neon Country's score has more than doubled, it's terrifying. Lu Ruyan quickly scrolled through the leaderboard and found the Summer Country team's position. We're 20th, 305 points behind the 10th place American team. LV Xingze, a bit confused, opened the details page. The American team was still second yesterday. What happened? USA total score 1050 points. Roya Aglos MacArthur, U.S. Special Attack Force member, 705 points. Kylie Odo Brown, reporter, 345 points. Hillary Diane Rodham Clinton, politician, killed. Vivian Jenna Wilson, advertising model, killed. After reading, LV Xingze understood the situation, so teammates were killed. Lu Ruyan's eyebrows showed more worry. Now fights between contestants are very frequent. LV Xingze licked his lips, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. If another high-score courier like just now delivers points, we can take off. Shark, however, remained unusually calm. He pointed to the 4 red dots flickering around the island on the map. Don't think too far. There are still 4 points to capture. First, take the points you can get. LV Xingze immediately became excited. Yes. 4 more. Judging by the positions, they should all be underwater. Let's go quickly. Shark suddenly asked a question. I'll say in advance, I can't dive. Can you? LV Xingze looked shocked, as if he heard something impossible. You don't know this? Diving isn't a basic skill, like getting a driver's license? Shark expressionless. No, man, who would specially learn diving normally? LV Xingze said naturally, when you go on vacation to an island you can learn it then? It's not hard. Shark? LV Xingze looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Jia, can you? Lu Ruyan nodded. Yes, I happened to learn before. LV Xingze immediately looked at Shark proudly. See, it's a normal skill. When you have vacation, don't do nothing. You can ski in snow mountains, dive at the sea, shoot abroad. How nice, life should be enjoyed. Shark rolled his eyes, unwilling to explain to this young master who didn't understand life what the vacation and wallet of a low-level worker are like. He directly said, then the underwater points are up to you. My monsters can't help much in the water. Tayleston and Sadra are not very good in water, and underwater, their fire breath skill is blocked. Losing one skill makes it harder. Lu Ruyan hesitated a little. Without your command and tactics, capturing points may be troublesome and separating is too dangerous. She recalled the previous danger when encountering Wan Jian, still fearful. If Shark couldn't find the enemy's weakness and declare victory directly, it would have been very difficult. Shark shook his head. No, you can already handle things on your own. Your Aragella and LV Xingze's Moluki are both good fighters underwater. My Sadra and Tailstron are limited underwater. But Lu Ruyan still felt uneasy. What if we encounter another strong contestant team and get picked off one by one? Lu Xingze also stopped his playful grin and said seriously, Xia Ke, I also think splitting up is too risky. How many penalty offset cards do you have now? Xia Ke checked the system panel and glanced at it. 5. 5. Lu Xingze's eyes lit up. Then what's there to fear about the national penalty on settlement day? A mild penalty can be cancelled with 1 card. I think we should head back and reunite with Park Bojong immediately. Lu Ruyan immediately agreed, yes. The other competitors, especially those 2 from Neon Nation, are probably hunting down solo players or attacking bases like crazy. If we split up, we're live targets. Forget about occupying bases, safety first. Xia Ke looked at their determined expressions, then glanced at the suffocating points from Neon Nation on the leaderboard, finally nodding. Alright, we'll give up the remaining bases and reunite. He didn't hesitate any longer and immediately headed for the base warehouse, packing all the remaining bread, water, canned food, and those few brand new diving suits into his system space. The 3 of them quickly left the base fortress. Lu Ruyan summoned Aralega, and the 3 of them climbed onto its head. They flew towards Park Bojong's base at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The high-altitude cold wind howled. Lu Ruoyan controlled Aralega, suddenly breaking the silence and speaking. Xia Ke, I think you're quite smart and adaptable. How come you're just a mechanic? She recalled the scene when Xia Ke skillfully used the two random fish monsters during the barrage operation, with a tone of admiration and curiosity. Lu Ruoyan commented, someone who is good at discovering others' strengths and using them efficiently should be able to handle a managerial role. Xia Ke leaned against Aralega's cold shell, watching the sea of clouds rushing past below, his tone calm. My family's not well off. No car, no house, no savings, and still in debt. Connections? Not a single one. After entering society, I didn't have money to start a business. It's not easy to build up from nothing. Lu Ruoyan's eyes flickered with surprise. In her view, environment is important, but the strong can create opportunities. If you have enough ambition, you shouldn't stop at this point, right? Xia Ke pulled at the corner of his mouth, revealing a self-deprecating smile. I lack motivation. Poverty made me learn to see reality early, learn to give up, and learn to be content. As long as I'm alive and have a job to get by, that's good enough. As for anything else, let it happen. Lu Ruoyan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, if we survive and make it back, how about you come work for me? Xia Ke raised an eyebrow, doing what? I need a capable secretary. Lu Ruoyan said seriously, your observation skills, adaptability, and tactical thinking are perfect for handling complex coordination and crisis management. Xia Ke was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Let's talk about it when we survive. Thinking about these things now is too far ahead. During their conversation, Aralega had already neared Park Bojong's base area. Lu Ruoyan began controlling Aralega to descend. However, as the altitude lowered and the view became clearer, the hearts of the three of them sank. Intense battles were raging in the open space outside the base. Park Bojong was fully focused, controlling his Golzon. Golzon's massive body had several new wounds, letting out an enraged roar. And alongside Golzon in battle was the base guardian beast, Goliath monster, Zerbagon. Its silver-white body resembled a moving mountain, each charge shaking the earth. Their opponents were two monsters of different forms, exuding a murderous aura. The first one was exceptionally large, even towering over Zerbagon. It was covered in tough brown armor, with its most striking feature being a pair of massive side-like forelimbs, shining with cold light. Cosmic Battle Beast Gob. Height, 77 meters. Weight, 88,000 tons. Attack power, 1100, defense power, 1000, speed, 800. Skills, flash shot, sharp blade cut. Description, a powerful cosmic monster with a generator organ on its forehead that shoots light bombs. Its hands have sharp, solid sides. The crystalline glowing bodies on its body can capture radio waves, giving it sharp sensory perception. The second one is a monster that looks like a giant predatory dinosaur. It stands over 50 meters tall, its body covered in thick gray armor, with sharp dorsal fins rising from its back. Its powerful hind limbs and tail show tremendous explosive power. Its giant mouth is filled with sharp teeth, letting out a low, menacing growl. Ancient Monster Aldna. Height, 51 meters. Weight, 45,000 tons. Attack power, 900, defense power, 900, speed, 700. Skills, Destruction Beam. Description, resembling a dinosaur, this monster is a predator with an extremely sensitive sense of smell. It primarily attacks with fierce bites and charges. Its body is covered in hard armor, its lower body is stable, and its strength is overwhelming. Park Bojio has been attacked by other contestants. Lu Ruoyan exclaimed in surprise. Quick! Go down and support him. Xia Ke's eyes sharpened, and he immediately gave the order. Aragela let out a sharp long cry, like a crimson meteor, descending toward the battlefield where the fierce battle was raging. Chapter 29, Impulsive Sean. Golzon used its powerful physique to firmly suppress Aldna. Its massive claws suddenly reached for Aldna's head and slapped it away with great force. Arg! Aldna tumbled and crashed into a mountain of rocks, in a mess. It quickly rose, opening its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth, and fired a destruction beam. Golzon didn't back down, and a purple light suddenly flashed on its forehead as it unleashed an ultrasonic light beam to meet the attack. Boom! The two energy beams collided violently in midair, creating blinding bursts of light and shockwaves. Aldna, unwilling to lose, charged again. Its strong hind limbs pushed against the ground, and with immense force, it collided with Golzon. Roar! Golzon's eyes flashed fiercely, and its enormous tail whipped like a steel whip, making a shrill sound as it lashed out at Aldna's incoming head. Crack! A sharp sound. Aldna was once again sent rolling, leaving deep scars on its face. Ugh! In the distance, the British contestant controlling Aldna, Sean Evans, felt a searing pain on his face, a painful feedback caused by the deep link with the monster. On the other side, the battle between Gob and Hilbegon was evenly matched, with Gob slightly gaining the upper hand. Gob's huge 77-meter body exerted a natural sense of oppression, and its scythe-like forelimbs, shining with cold light, executed sharp blade cut, each swing scraping sparks and deep scars on Hilbegon's tough silver-white scales. Some of Golzen's wounds were from earlier when Gob had ambushed it during the chaotic battle. Hilbegon roared in anger, and its giant claws suddenly grabbed Gob's incoming scythe claws. The two giant monsters immediately entered a struggle. Their muscles bulging, the ground cracked beneath their feet. What was shocking was that Hilbegon's impressive 220,000-ton strength couldn't completely suppress Gob. Gob's strength was also terrifying. Roar! Hilbegon, furious, suddenly lowered its head and executed a super headbutt, crashing it into Gob's chest. Boom! Sparks shot out. Gob was knocked back, stumbling. But Gob reacted quickly. After steadying itself, it immediately took a combat stance, crossing its two side-like forelimbs in front of its chest. A dazzling light suddenly appeared on its forehead. Whoosh, boom! A series of destruction light bombs accurately hit Hilbegon, creating massive fireballs. Roar! Hilbegon let out a painful roar, becoming even more enraged. It tried to copy Gob's move, crossing its two giant claws in front of its chest, its enormous head raising up. But its forehead couldn't release any light beams. Hilbegon stomped its feet angrily, causing the ground to tremble. Gob seized the opportunity, its massive tail swinging with a gust of wind toward Hilbegon. Hilbegon immediately retaliated with a monster force dragon tail of equal power. Boom! The two giant tails slammed together like battering rams. A terrifying shockwave instantly exploded, lifting dust into the sky. Both beasts roared in pain at the same time, thrown back by the recoil. Just as they prepared to collide again. Sean! The situation has changed. Look at the sky. Isabella Taylor's terrified voice rang out as she pointed to the rapidly descending crimson figure, Aligera. Sean Evans looked up and showed a fierce grin, afraid of what? Call your monster too. Isabella urged anxiously, we should be more careful. They have reinforcements. Stop talking. Listen to me. Sean interrupted her roughly, his eyes filled only with battle madness. Go. Kill them. Isabella looked at Sean's nearly insane eyes and sighed helplessly, raising her battle device. Go, Astrums. A red light shot out. Astrums, 60 meters tall, with a sickle claw on its left arm, a long whip on its right, and a huge dark red flower-shaped mouth on its belly, thundered onto the battlefield. The moment it appeared, it locked onto Golzen, who was tangled with Aldna, and its belly flower mouth opened, spraying a sticky, strongly acidic dissolving liquid like a high-pressure water gun. Through the system panel, Palboiset instantly recognized the monster's terror and turned pale. Golzen. Retreat! Golzen immediately abandoned chasing Aldna and rapidly retreated with its huge body. Then, a purple light flashed on its forehead again, and an ultrasonic beam shot toward Astrums. Astrums immediately stopped spraying the dissolving liquid, its huge body rolling to the side with unusual agility to dodge. Boom! The ultrasonic beam grazed its body and hit a small hill behind, instantly blasting it into powder. Aldna took the chance to redirect, turning its huge head toward Palboiset, and its destructive beam gathered again in its mouth, exuding a sense of annihilation. Aligera had already landed, and Lu Ruyan, Shark, and Lu Xingze reached Palboiset's side. There was no time for greetings. Moruchi! Lu Xingze reacted extremely quickly, summoning the huge fish monster the moment Aligera landed. As soon as Moruchi appeared, it opened its huge mouth, firing high-heat destructive beams toward Aldna's destructive beam. Boom! The two energy beams collided violently in the air. The deafening explosion sounded, and the wild energy shockwave spread like ripples, blowing everyone's clothes wildly. Moruchi let out a sharp shriek, stepping forward directly toward Aldna. The two giant beasts instantly grappled, claws and teeth clashing with a dull roar. Isabella's gaze was instantly drawn to the huge fish-shaped monster. She recognized it. It was Moruchi, the same one that provoked King Red at the edge of the forest last night and indirectly saved her life. The controller was right across from her. Sean! Isabella hurriedly shouted, her voice pleading, let's stop fighting. They are on the same side, and there are more of them. She wanted to stop the war, at least to thank Maruchi's controller. However, Sean Evans was now completely consumed by hatred and madness. He glared at Isabella, his eyes bloodshot. Why do you always want to run away? Before too. If you hadn't played soldier and disappeared, our team wouldn't have lost some fighting strength. Mira and Liam wouldn't have died? They were ambushed by that damn Bagaru. Isabella turned pale, arguing, that's not my fault. Shut up. Sean roared, and violently slapped Isabella across the face with a backhand. If you have any conscience left, you should fight with your teammates, not think about surviving alone. Sean's voice was choked with extreme pain and anguish. Clearly, her mind was on the brink of collapse. Isabella covered her cheek, the fiery pain and the unfairness in her heart bringing tears to her eyes, but more than that, she felt fear. We can't win. Sean. Wake up. There are 4 of them. And the guardian beast at the base. We're walking to our death. Then let's die here. Sean screamed hysterically, his face wild with a sense of giving up. Isabella looked at him with hurt in her eyes. Am I going to die too? Sean replied, yes. Chapter 30, no chance of winning. Xia Ke. Over there, it's the big flower monster we saw last night. LV Xingza pointed at Asteromos, who was struggling with Gorzin. It seems like it, Xia Ke said, his sharp eyes quickly scanning the battlefield and assessing the situation. Oh no! LV Xingza suddenly screamed, clutching his waist. His Maruki had been hit by Aldna's vicious claw strike, and the damage feedback shot through him instantly. Why? LV Xingza gritted his teeth in pain. Looking at Gorzin, who was easily suppressing Aldna earlier, then at his own Maruki being forced back step by step, he grumbled, seeing how easily Gorzin fights, why is my Maruki being beaten so badly? Xia Ke glanced at him, then took out a glowing monster enhancement stone from the system space and threw it to LV Xingza. Use this, build up some strength. Great, now I can get it going. LV Xingza said, overjoyed, taking the enhancement stone and throwing it towards Maruki on the battlefield. The enhancement stone turned into a streak of light, immediately sinking into Maruki's massive body. Buzz. A powerful energy erupted inside Maruki. Its scales grew harder and thicker, its muscles more developed, and its aura exploded. Giant fish monster Maruki, enhanced. Attack, 900, defense, 900, speed, 800. Meow. The enhanced Maruki let out a powerful screech. Facing Aldna, who once again lunged at it with its massive jaws aiming for its shoulder, Maruki swung its enormous fish fin-like arm and slapped Aldna's head with a mighty blow. Smack! Aldna's head was knocked to the side, its attack missing. Taking advantage of the opening, Maruki opened its massive fish mouth wide, its sharp venomous teeth stabbing deep into Aldna's neck. The deadly poison immediately coursed through. Arg! Aldna howled in pain, thrashing wildly. Maruki, having landed the blow, quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding Aldna's counterattack claws. Roar! Aldna, enraged, shook its head, and the destructive light it gathered instantly shot towards Maruki. Almost at the same moment, Maruki opened its mouth and fired a high-temperature destructive light. Boom! The 2 immense destructive light beams collided fiercely at close range. The terrifying explosion sent both giant beasts flying hundreds of meters, dust and debris filling the air. On the other side, Asteromos was still locked in a struggle with Gorzin, exchanging dissolving liquids and ultrasonic beams. Gob was also being held down by Hilbegon, with side and giant claws clashing in a shower of sparks. Lu Ruoyan watched the battlefield, made up her mind, and a flash of determination passed in her eyes. Eurygira. Target, the enemy controller. Fire continuous destructive light bombs. Scree. Eurygira instantly soared into the air like a flash of red lightning, heading straight for Sean Evans. The pulse holes on its shoulders lit up, and a dense barrage of destructive light bombs poured down like a violent storm. As long as they hit, the battle would be over in an instant. In this critical moment, a flash of struggle appeared in Isabella's eyes, and she suddenly raised her battle device. A red beam shot out. Go! Baymonston. The light landed, transforming into a peculiar giant bird-shaped monster. Cosmic Giant Monster Baymonston. Height, 46 meters. Weight, 61,000 tons. Attack, 900, defense, 1200, speed, 900. Skills, Destructive Light Bomb. Predator. Synopsis: its head has bird-like features, the sharp horns on its head can release energy attacks, the tips of its hands are sharp-hooked claws, its posture is like a sumo wrestler. It feeds through a pentagonal mouth on its belly that generates a gravity vortex twisting space, often eating gases like hydrogen, nitrogen, helium as its main food. Its mouth is only an attack organ. It has very strong absorption ability against energy attacks. As Baymonston appeared, it immediately raised its huge, pentagonal belly mouth. An invisible gravity vortex formed instantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All the destructive light bombs shot by Eurygira, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, instantly changed their trajectory and were all sucked into Baymonston's belly mouth full of hidden space. The Guiyun live room was instantly flooded with terrified comments. Oh no, it's the sun monster Binsta. The summer team is doomed. Wait. Isn't this Brother Eagle from the Return of the Condor Heroes? Just a passerby, may I ask, is it strong? This bird looks shorter than other monsters, probably just heavier. To put it simply, its belly is like that purple gourd of the Calabash brothers. Yes, it absorbs everything and then refines it. Big stomach, they say. Then how do we fight it? Energy attacks are basically useless, use fighting type close combat. Fighting type against flying type? Ha! How was Red King stewed before by a storms? Wasn't Red King knocked out by Red King? But this only absorbs energy attacks. Close combat is not weak either, hooked claws and sharp beak are both deadly. And it can fly. The comments section became chaotic, pessimism spreading. On the battlefield, Shark felt a sudden chill in his heart seeing Baymonston appear and effortlessly absorb Aligera's attacks. A strong sense of crisis instantly covered his whole body. We can't fight this. Shark decided immediately, his voice firm, prepare to retreat. We are so many, do we also run? LV Xingza, just recovering a little with enhanced Maruki, was unwilling. If there was only one Astorums, we could fight. Shark spoke very fast, his eyes serious scanning Baymonston and Gob. But now another Baymonston appears. This can't be fought. Energy attacks useless, close combat it has very high defense and flight advantage. Park Boisia hesitated, then what? Abandon the base? Lu Ruyan looked at the cosmic monster like a huge wall and gritted her teeth. Shark, why don't you try first? Use Sadra's fog or Telesdon's sneak attack? Bet the other side is dumb and won't play? Shark shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his tone. Don't joke. I've seen that guy control Astorums, tactics precise, definitely first-class level. Baymonston in her hands will be even more terrifying. Only with big information gap and full preparation can we win. LV Xingza was shocked, then what? His Maruki was just standing tall, ready to fight hard, not expecting Shark to be so pessimistic. Do you trust me? Shark asked. The three looked at each other, and finally all nodded. Then follow my command. Shark suddenly raised the battle device, soil-colored light flew out, Sadra descended onto the ground. Then Sadra's body immediately started releasing the mist of the magic realm, the fog swept across the battlefield. Isabella looked at the approaching dense white fog, raised her eyebrows, and commanded Astorums and Baymonston to wave their arms. Under the arms of the two cosmic monsters, large wing membranes created hurricanes as they waved, forcing the approaching fog to retreat rapidly. The magic realm fog was easily broken. Chapter 31 Monster attacking the participants. On the battlefield filled with mist, Sadra continued to execute Shark's orders. Thick electronic fog gushed continuously from the body gaps, covering the entire base area in a white so thick that one could not see a hand in front. At the same time, Shaq spread his legs and ran, his figure agile as he rushed toward the warehouse of the stronghold fortress. His movements were swift like the wind, both hands sweeping over shelves and corners like phantoms, bread, water, canned food, even some tool parts that looked like they might be useful. Everything he could touch was all stuffed into the system space in one go. The whole process flowed like clouds and water. In less than 1 minute, the entire warehouse was swept clean by him. Family, let's go. Shaq returned to the outer edge of the stronghold, and shouted in a low voice toward Park Boisia, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Xingza who were still watching vigilantly at the edge of the thick fog. The three immediately understood, and quickly boarded the already landed Aligera. Lu Ruyan controlled Aligera to instantly rise into the sky, piercing through the thick fog, and rushing toward the high sky at high speed. When the thick fog was completely blown away by the two cosmic giant beasts, Sean Evans looked at the battlefield, his face full of shock and confusion. Where did they go? Where are the people? Isabella Taylor raised her head and looked toward the sky, pointing at a small red dot in the distance that was almost disappearing at the horizon. Look. They ran. Riding that flying monster. Sylvagon stood blankly in place, its huge head turning left and right. It found that Golzin and Marucci, who had just fought side by side with it, had all disappeared. Then it looked at the four monsters on the opposite side staring fiercely, its silver-white head tilted, its huge mouth opened in shock, as if shouting silently. Above 10,000 meters in the sky, the cold wind was biting. Aligera carried 4 people, moving toward the direction of the floating island stronghold that had been occupied before. Lu Xingza rubbed his temples, his face full of unwillingness and confusion. Shaq, I still don't understand, why can't we fight? We have more people. Shaq leaned against Aligera's cold shell, his gaze calm. The key is air supremacy. The other side has 2 flying monsters, Astrums and Baymonston. On our side there is only Aligera. Just this point, we are already in an absolute disadvantage. The difference in number of air units can bring such a big gap in combat power? Lu Xingza still felt it was a bit exaggerated. Yes. Shaq's tone was firm, explaining. Air units have unmatched mobility and vision advantage. Their mobility is stronger, they can come whenever they want, leave whenever they want, and can freely kite ground units. If Aligera cannot hold back the 2 cosmic giant beasts, we on the ground are just live targets. Once we really fight, even retreat will be difficult. Lu Ruyan recalled Baymonston's terrifying absorption ability, still frightened in her heart, but could not help asking. Can't we continue using your tactic? Sadra releases smoke to block vision. Since the other side is not afraid of energy attacks, let Telesdon use spinning assault, this kind of pure physical attack, to deal with Baymonston. Shaq shook his head, directly describing the worst result. The ideal is very full. But the reality is, Bamunston and Astrums join hands to raise a hurricane. It won't take much time to blow away Sadra's demon realm fog. Then, Teleston's spinning assault will very likely be directly met by Bamunston lifting its belly, and with that devouring mouthpart, swoosh, sucked in, becoming its buffet. Park Boisia frowned tightly, looking at the stronghold fortress below becoming smaller and smaller, still somewhat unwilling. Is it really okay to just give up the stronghold like this? The plan has changed. Shaq said in a deep voice, survival comes first. Points can be earned again, strongholds can be occupied again, life only has one. Lu Xingzi immediately echoed, exactly. And, we now have 5 punishment offset cards. Even if we rank last on settlement day, we can offset the punishment. No need to worry at all. Park Boisia sighed, but, in the long run, National Fate punishment offset cards are extremely precious life-saving charms, they should not be easily consumed. Lu Ruyan analyzed calmly. The premise of long-term is being alive. If we, in order to hold the stronghold or covet points, being killed and eliminated by others will bring national punishment as well, and then we won't even have the chance to use a counter card. So survival comes first. Lu Xingzi suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightened. I discovered something. If points are concentrated on one person, like you, Shaq, will the rewards from the system get better and better? Higher level, richer rewards? Shaq nodded. From the current situation, it should be like that. Points reaching a certain threshold unlock higher level rewards. But he changed his tone, serious. The risk is also very high. Once this core is killed, all the points on him will go to the killer. All the items in the system space will also disappear. The whole team will fall into huge disadvantage. Lu Xingzi clicked his tongue. Tisk, so if you put all monster enhancement stones on one monster, like Tayleston, can you create an ultimate monster with explosive stats? Shaq shook his head again, no. The system has limits. One monster can only use enhancement stones twice, more than that has no effect. Using more will just waste them. TCH, wasted feelings. Lu Xingzi immediately lost energy. Park Boisia looked at the two and summarized. So, you mean at this stage, with enough counter cards, we should focus on saving ourselves, avoiding risk, and preventing unnecessary fights? This direction should be correct. Shaq said, points can accumulate slowly, safety first. At that moment, the cold system alert sounded again, announcing another participant was eliminated. Each broadcast hit their hearts like a hammer, reminding them of the battlefield's cruelty. They all sighed lightly. No one knew if the next cold announcement would have their name. Suddenly, all 4 system panels popped up with glaring red alerts at the same time. Ding! Detected Xia Nation Team Base 1 breached. Xia participant Shaq deducted 100 points. The alert sound just fell, immediately followed by another. Ding! Detected Xia Nation Team Base 2 breached. Xia participant Shaq deducted 100 points. What? Shaq's face changed, he immediately shouted to Lu Ruyan, stop. Don't fly to the floating island. The base is breached. Lu Ruyan controlled Aragella to hover in the air, looking at the system alert, frowning. How long has it been? We left less than half an hour ago, and the floating island base is already taken? Who acted so fast? Shaq's eyes were serious. It seems the situation is very bad. Competition in this area is fiercer than we thought. Turn around, find a safe place to land, plan carefully. Lu Ruyan nodded, controlling Aragella to change course. Suddenly. What the hell? Something just shot past. Lu Xingzi pointed at the distant sky below, shouting. A blurry shadow, at unimaginable speed, shot from left to right thousands of meters below their sight. Its speed was far faster than Aragella, even faster than any monster they knew. In the blink of an eye, it flew thousands of meters and disappeared in the distance. Park Boisia's forehead broke out in cold sweat, his voice trembling, this speed too terrifying. In a blink, it flew thousands of meters. What is that? Shaq also tensed, a chill rising along his spine, bad. Something dirty. Lu Ruyan was also scared, feeling relieved. Luckily we are at 10,000 meters high, and it seems it didn't notice us otherwise at that speed hitting us, Aragella, and we would be wiped out instantly. In front of the base fortress abandoned by Shaq and others. Sean Evans took his battle device back from the slot in the signal tower. The stronghold was successfully breached. Although no score rewards were earned, Sean had successfully deducted 100 points from Shaq, which gave a brief sense of revenge to his twisted heart, but it was still not enough. Humph. Sean looked at Isabella, his tone filled with dissatisfaction and a hint of pride. You said we couldn't win? Look. The moment those people saw we had 4 powerful monsters, they ran away, scared out of their wits. A bunch of cowards. Isabella looked at the empty battlefield, her emotions complex. I didn't expect them to be so afraid of our formation. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, not having to fight to the death with the Maruki that had once saved her. Once the stronghold is breached, this damn tower is useless, it's worthless. Sean kicked the base of the signal tower and said irritably, let's go. We'll continue attacking other strongholds. We'll wipe out the scores of the other teams. Especially those ahead of us. Isabella looked at the still burning madness in Sean's eyes and could only nod helplessly, alright. However, just as the two were about to leave. Boom! A deafening explosion, as if the very fabric of space had been torn apart, suddenly erupted from the open ground in front of the stronghold. The earth shook violently, and dust shot into the sky. Sean and Isabella staggered from the sudden noise, horrified, rushing out of the stronghold to check. As the dust slowly cleared, a giant pit appeared. In the center of the pit stood a terrifying creature, exuding endless evil and greed, making one feel an intense sense of dread. Chapter 32, The Predator. Its size was not particularly massive, but every inch of its muscles radiated explosive strength. Its skin was a cold silver white, with veins resembling blood vessels glowing with an ominous red light covering its body. Its head had sharp, grotesque contours, extending like the horns of a demon, with a pair of massive, piercing yellow eyes that locked onto Sean and Isabella. Behind it were a pair of giant, thick, shell-like wings, the inner membrane not smooth, but covered with dense, sharp teeth. That was the creature's mouth, now slowly opening, releasing a nauseating, foul smell. High-dimension predator body, Bagaru. Height, 47 meters. Weight, 47,000 tons. Attack, 1300, defense, 500, speed, 1400. Skills, telekinesis, destructive light orbs, electric shock beams, high-speed movement, high-dimensional teleportation, mimicry, predator, molting, evolution. Description, a terrifying extraterrestrial life form, vicious, brutal, devious, and gluttonous, especially fond of consuming high-energy beings. It has destroyed many civilizations across planets, with the terrifying ability to evolve by devouring. It is a source of catastrophe that makes the universe tremble in fear. It's it. The moment Sean Evans saw the monster, his body trembled violently like a sieve. Not out of fear, but because the deep hatred and rage instantly overwhelmed his sanity. His eyes turned bloodshot, pointing at Bagaru and letting out a heart-wrenching roar, this beast. This monster. It appeared while we were attacking the stronghold, devouring the monsters of Liam and Mira. It caused their elimination. I will kill it. I will tear it apart. Isabella looked at the cold, greedy yellow eyes of Bagaru, which seemed to be staring at food, and a sense of terror gripped her instantly. Her face turned pale, her voice trembling uncontrollably, Sean. Calm down. That thing feels so dangerous. Even more terrifying than those four combined. We should retreat. Bagaru's cold yellow eyes showed no fluctuation of emotion, only pure greed for high-energy beings. It observed and knew that there were humans near the stronghold and that these humans could provide it with the food it desired. He raised his arm, covered in silver-white armor, with sharp claws at its end. A dark purple destructive energy orb shot out from his palm like a bullet fired in an instant. Dodge! Isabella screamed, desperately trying to avoid it. Boom! The destructive energy orb accurately hit their rear fortress. The solid alloy structure twisted and shattered as if made of paper in the terrifying explosion. Half of the fortress was blown away in an instant, with burning fragments scattering like a meteor shower. The searing shockwave mixed with the blast sent Sean and Isabella, who had just fallen to the ground, flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the rocky surface. Put! Sean felt his insides shift, a sweet taste in his throat, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Isabella was also knocked senseless, her body in agony. Had it not been for their enhanced bodies, this blast would have left them severely injured or even dead. Ugh! Damn it! Sean struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes burning with even more madness, growling. If we don't fight, we won't survive. Isabella also struggled to stand, noticing that Bojalu's cold gaze was once again sweeping over them. She finally realized that running away would only lead to them being easily erased by him, like squashing bugs. You're right. Sean. We must fight. The two of them hesitated no more, simultaneously raising their combat devices. Come out. Gob. Astromos. Beaumonton. Engage. 3 beams of light shot out one after another. What about Aldna? Isabella noticed that Sean had only summoned Gob. Aldna was poisoned by that foul fish. He's undergoing emergency treatment in the combat device. Can't fight for now. Sean gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Bojalu. Bojalu looked at the 3 powerful beasts now in front of it, its yellow pupils flashing with a hint of satisfaction. It didn't make any noise, and the two pairs of massive wing membranes behind it suddenly stretched to their limits, revealing sharp bone spurs on the inner sides, dense like a meat grinder. Then, it moved. Bojalu's target was cleared Gob, the largest and most energy-reactive of them. Almost in the blink of an eye, Bojalu was already in front of Gob. Roar! Gob instinctively swung its scythe-like forelimbs to slash. But Bojalu's movements were faster. Its two pairs of open wings, these were not merely for flying but were its most terrifying hunting organs. Like two gigantic abyssal jaws, suddenly expanding with sharp teeth, carrying a nauseating stench, they snapped shut from the front, wrapping Gob's enormous body inside. At 47 meters, Bojalu barely managed to swallow Gob's 77-meter body, but there were still parts of Gob's massive head and thick tail exposed. Ah! Sean screamed in agony. An indescribable pain, like being pierced by countless steel needles at once, swept over his entire body like a tidal wave. It was the countless fangs inside Bojalu's hunting organs, tearing and gnawing at Gob's flesh. Every bite was transmitted to Sean through the mental link. Gob! Hold on! Fight back! Sean's eyes were bloodshot, enduring inhuman pain, screaming through the mental link. Trapped inside the terrifying hunting organ, Gob, under its master's will, unleashed incredible strength. Its two side-like forelimbs, wrapped within the hunting organ, slashed and hacked wildly in the confined space, trying to tear apart the tough, fung-covered meat wall. At the same time, its forehead glowed, attempting to condense a flash shot. Beaumonton! Destructive energy orb! Attack its head! Isabella suppressed her fear and immediately gave the order. Astromose! Strike it! Beaumonton's head horn lit up, and a destructive energy orb precisely shot toward Bojalu's exposed. The vicious head! Astroma's whip arm lashed out like a venomous snake, striking fiercely against Borja's back. Boom! The destruction light bomb exploded on Borja's head, bursting into a ball of fire. Snap! The whip struck Borja's silver-white body, sending sparks flying. Borja's body swayed slightly, seemingly disturbed by the impact. But more crucially, the Gob, wrapped in its predatory organ, was desperately struggling and cutting through, finally seizing a gap. Its forehead glowed brightly. Whoosh boom! A series of thick flashes shot out forcefully, crashing heavily into Borja's chest. Roar! Borja let out a low growl filled with pain and anger. The predatory organ wrapped around Gob suddenly loosened. Now's the time. Gob! Fall back! Sean yelled through gritted teeth, ignoring the excruciating pain. Gob exploded with power, breaking free from its restraints, stumbling backward. When its massive body finally detached from that terrifying flesh sack, its once armored body was now covered with dense, horrifying bite marks and torn wounds. Blood flowed like a stream, clearly suffering severe damage. Sean's face turned even paler, his body trembling slightly, clearly enduring immense pain. Roar! Gob let out a painful and furious roar, glaring at Borja with deep hatred. Go, Gob! Kill it! Sean shouted hoarsely. Gob gritted its teeth, enduring the agony, as its massive body erupted in fury. It charged forward, its powerful hind legs pushing off the ground, leaping high into the air, its huge feet striking Borja's chest with unimaginable force double-footed kick. Boom! The heavy impact resounded. Borja clearly didn't expect the injured Gob to unleash such a swift attack, hastily raising its arms to block, but was forced back several steps by the immense force, leaving deep footprints on the ground, yet it did not fall. Borja steadied itself, and its yellow eyes glinted with a coldness that seemed tinged with the anger of being provoked by ants. It raised its arms again, gathering dark purple destruction light bombs in its palms, firing them at Gob, who had just landed and was still unstable. Beaumonton! Isabella reacted quickly. Beaumonton immediately raised its huge, pentagonal abdomen. An invisible gravitational vortex formed instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The few deadly destruction light bombs instantly changed their trajectory, curving through the air in strange arcs, all being absorbed into Beaumonton's abdominal mouthpiece. Good. Charge, Gob! Sean's spirits lifted as if he saw hope. Gob pushed through the pain and charged again, its sickle-like forelimbs slashing down with vengeful fury. Astromas also swung its sickle claws and long whip, closing in from the side. Borja's cold yellow eyes scanned Beaumonton, a flicker of impatient murderous intent passing through. It suddenly raised its arms, covered in silver-white armor, aiming at Beaumonton from a distance. Hum! An invisible, terrifying force descended instantly. Beaumonton's massive body stiffened, and no matter how it struggled, it could not move an inch. The powerful telekinetic force, like invisible shackles, firmly bound it in place. Then, in Sean and Isabella's horrified gaze, Borja's arm slowly lifted. Beaumonton, held in place by telekinetic power, had its enormous body, weighing tens of thousands of tons, forcefully and passively lifted off the ground. Borja's intentions were clear, to lift Beaumonton into the air and then slam it down violently. Not so. Isabella could not just stand by. A Stromas whip arm tore through the air and struck Borgia's vicious face from the side. Snap! The whip's tip struck Borgia's head precisely, creating a burst of blinding sparks and a sharp crack. The immense shock made Borgia's body sway violently. Almost at the same time, Gob also erupted with ferocity. Its enormous body lunged forward suddenly, a rapid roll, that thick, massive tail swung hard, smashing onto Bagaru's head. Boom! The dull impact sounded like thunder in the ears. Bagaru's skull was slammed back violently by this immense force. The telekinesis applied to Baymonston was instantly interrupted. Rumble! Out of control, Baymonston crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bagaru was struck by this sudden combo and stepped back several times. After stabilizing its stance, it shook its head, seemingly a little dizzy, but the fire burning in its yellow eyes blazed even hotter. Roar! Bagaru let out a low, violent growl, its gaze instantly locking onto Astrum's, who had just whipped it. Its figure suddenly blurred. Astrum's whip arm had just retracted and hadn't had time to strike again, yet Bagaru's ghostly figure already appeared in front of it. Fast! Too fast! Astrum's instinctively raised its sickle claw arm to block and counterattack, but Bagaru was faster, lifting its claws and thrusting them forward with force. Boom! With the boost of telekinesis, a terrifying strength exploded. Astrum's massive body, weighing tens of thousands of tons, was sent flying with no resistance. Turning into a huge shadow, it crossed over 1,000 meters in an instant. Boom! A distant rock peak, hundreds of meters high, was hit directly by Astrum's. The hard rock shattered like tofu, dust soaring into the sky. Astrum's huge body embedded deep into the mountain, stones rolling down, half burying it. Ugh! Isabella shook violently as if hit hard, her delicate body trembling, as if she were blasted by that immense force too, groaning in pain, face pale, nearly falling to the ground. Baymonston! Attack! Isabella bit back the intense pain, shouting hoarsely. Baymonston, just getting up, its sharp horns glowing again, fired destructive energy balls like a continuous cannon at Bagaru's unguarded back. Boom boom boom! Explosive flames lit up along Bagaru's spine one after another. However, as the smoke cleared, Bagaru only shook slightly, the silver-white carapace on its back leaving just a few shallow scorch marks. Gob roared again and charged forward, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with Bagaru. The scythe-like claws collided and tore at Bagaru's armored claws frantically. Each clash sparked blinding flashes and metallic screeches, adding new wounds to both sides continuously. However, Bagaru's power was clearly superior. In another brute struggle, Bagaru used telekinesis to suddenly exert force. Boom! Gob's tens of thousands ton body was violently thrown away by Bagaru. Like a huge sandbag, it rolled and crashed onto the distant ground, sending out a deep, heavy sound. Chapter 33, Fierce Battle with Bagaru. Put! Sean felt a huge force slam into his chest, unable to hold back, spitting a large mouthful of blood, the intense pain making him kneel on one knee, veins bulging on his forehead. A fierce light flashed in Bagaru's eyes, ready to press the advantage and completely finish Gob. Baymonston! Stop it! Isabella shouted anxiously. Baymonston raised its huge body again, like a sumo wrestler, charging hard at Bagaru Iron Mountain Slam. Boom! The heavy impact caught Bagaru off guard, staggering back several steps. Roar! Bagaru was completely enraged. It let out a deafening roar, its body trembling slightly from extreme anger. It suddenly lifted its head, the space above it rippling violently like water, instantly tearing open a massive, irregular spatial rift glowing with flames. Oharo leapt into the air, instantly diving into the rift in space. The rift then closed, as if it had never appeared. Disappeared? Sean clutched his chest in excruciating pain, struggling to lift his head, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion and the relief of having survived the disaster. Isabella also sighed in relief, thinking that this terrifying monster had finally retreated. However, in less than 3 seconds. V-room. A rift in space tore open less than 10 meters behind Beaumont. The rift suddenly appeared. Watch out behind you. Isabella's pupils shrank, her scream turning into a higher pitch. But it was already too late. Oharu's ghostly figure appeared as if teleporting from the rift. Its hard bone claws brutally struck down on Beaumont's unguarded back. Screech. Bright sparks exploded with the sound of tearing. Beaumont's back was brutally slashed open by this claw, blood spraying out. Ah! Isabella felt as if her back was sliced open by a sharp blade, the intense pain soaking her in cold sweat, making her almost grind her silver teeth. Beaumont let out a mournful wail, his massive body trembling from the excruciating pain, attempting to turn around and fight back. But Boharu was faster. Its yellow eyes gleamed with a cruel delight, its arms using telekinesis to push forward with great force. Boom! Beaumont's bloated body was sent flying as if it were a stone hurled by a catapult. It tumbled, crashing, knocking down over a dozen small mountains, eventually stopping in a pile of rubble, struggling, unable to get up immediately. Ohara let out a low, satisfied hiss, as if mocking its opponent's overconfidence. It ignored Beaumont, who was temporarily incapacitated, its cold gaze once again turning to the struggling Gob. Greed and murderous intent surged again. The two massive pairs of wings behind Bohara slowly spread open, revealing rows of sharp fangs that glistened with a cold light. It took a step forward, approaching Gob, wrapping it again with its predatory appendages. Roar! Gob let out a defiant roar, but the wounds on its body and the blood flowing from it showed that it was on the brink of collapse. I can't die here. Sean, in unbearable pain, wished for death, but he suddenly thought of his wife, Mira, who had turned into particles of light and disappeared. A flame mixed with despair, anger, and unwillingness burned wildly in his chest. Flames erupted in his eyes. Mira. My wife. I will avenge you. Until then, I will not fall. He suddenly pulled out the monster enhancement stones from the system space. With all his strength, he threw 2 enhancement stones fiercely toward the battered Gob. Gob. Get stronger. Then tear it apart. V-Room. V-Room. Cosmic Battle Beast Gob, enhanced. Attack, 1300, Defense, 1200, Speed, 1100. A frenzied explosion of energy surged within Gob's body. The wounds on its body temporarily stopped bleeding due to the powerful energy, and began to heal quickly. A far more ferocious and violent aura swept through like a hurricane. Roar! Gob let out a roar that shattered the heavens and the earth. This roar was filled with power, anger, and a desire for destruction. Roar! After the double enhancement, Gob erupted with earth-shaking power. Its 2 side-like forelimbs, wrapped in its predatory appendages, suddenly stretched outward. The sharp side blades gleamed with dazzling energy. Screech! Screech! The sound of tearing echoed. Boharu's incredibly tough predatory appendages were actually slashed open by Gob's violent strength, leaving several deep cuts. Hiss! For the first time, Bohara let out a sharp hiss filled with clear pain. In its cold yellow eyes, there was a flash of incredulous shock. Content is blocked. Gob, this kind of monster, has experience in eating, but it has never encountered such a difficult opponent. Now, the opponent's strength is almost catching up to its own. At this moment, Astrolamus, struggling to climb out of the rubble of the mountain under Isabella's control, has already approached Bagaju, with its flowered mouth on its abdomen ready to strike. A thick, highly corrosive liquid with a strong smell of decay sprays directly onto the back of Bagaju. Zzzzzzzzz. The sound of corrosion, sending chills down one's spine, fills the air. The dissolving liquid violently reacts with the hard shell on Bagaju's surface, emitting a thick, intense white smoke. Gob seizes the opportunity, its forehead bursting with dazzling light. Whoosh, boom. A flash of light, several times thicker and more powerful than before, hits Bagaju's head at close range. Boom. The intense explosion completely engulfs Bagaju's head. Its massive body stumbles backward, and the predatory organs wrapping around Gob loosen sharply due to the excruciating pain. Eee. Bagaju howls in pain, almost going mad. It immediately retaliates, telekinesis gathering wildly, and an invisible telekinetic cannon forms in an instant, blasting toward Astrolamus behind it. Boom! Astrolamus is once again blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! Isabella lets out another painful moan, her face growing even paler. Gob! Keep attacking! Sean roars. Freed from its restraints, Gob's eyes burn with the vengeful fury that Sean has transmitted, a fire that burns everything. With the enhancement of the stone, it unleashes a blade-cutting move beyond its own limits. Its giant scythe-like forelimbs, howling as they tear through the air with a momentum that destroys everything, slash down like lightning toward Bagaju, who has just been pushed back by the flash and is still unsteady. At this moment, Bagaju, whose head is slightly scorched from the flash, lifts its head only to see the cold light of the fatal scythe. SSSHHH. A deep, massive wound appears instantly on the relatively weaker chest and abdomen of Bagaju. Dark yellow blood spurts out like a fountain. This time, it's not just surface wounds, but a true blow to its body. Roar! Bagaju lets out a miserable scream, its massive body trembling violently from the excruciating pain. And Gob, having just landed the fatal blow, locks its eyes, burning with the flames of revenge, on the still slow-moving Bagaju, suffering from the intense pain. Under Sean's frenzied will, Gob's massive tail strikes again with devastating force, like a steel whip, violently whipping out. Bang! The heavy tail strike accurately hits Bagaju's side. It sends Bagaju's already heavily damaged massive body flying like a torn sack. Boom! Bagaju rolls and eventually crashes near the just-risen Beamonston, not far away. Beamonston instantly locks onto the nearby, breathless, blood-soaked Bagaju. Isabella raises her fist, shouting, "Beamonston, finish it off!" Beamonstone suddenly pushes up its massive, pentagonal abdomen. An even more violent, space-distorting gravitational vortex forms instantly. The target is directly aimed at Bogaju's head. V-Room. The terrifying suction force immediately acts on Bogaju's head. Bogaju, caught off guard and already severely injured, is pulled forward with its head forced down by this overwhelming power. Roar. Bogaju can only emit an angry scream before its entire head is forcibly sucked into Beamonstone's energy whirlpool-filled pentagonal mouth. Ugh ugh ugh. Bogaju's body stiffens instantly. Then, its enormous body begins to struggle violently, madly scratching, and the membranes on its back flap wildly, trying to pull its head out of that terrifying devouring mouth. The pentagonal mouthpiece on Beamonstone's abdomen erupted with a terrifying suction. Space violently twisted and compressed under the powerful gravitational force. Bojaruna's head and upper body were sucked into the mouthpiece, forcibly twisted and shrunk under this power. Ah! Bojaruna let out a painful and furious shriek, scratching wildly, the membrane wings on its back desperately flapping, trying to break free from the deadly devouring force. But Beamonstone's consuming gravity, like a cosmic black hole, tightly locked onto it. Go for it! Beamonstone! Finish it in one go! Isabella gritted her teeth, enduring the immense burden from the mental link, and shouted excitedly. However, just as Bojaruna's upper body was twisted smaller and smaller, about to be dragged completely into Beamonstone's bottomless abdomen, something unexpected happened. Hiss ah! Bojaruna let out a sharp screech. A huge gash suddenly split open on the back of its consumed, twisted body. Then, under the astonished gazes of Sean and Isabella, a brand new Bojaruna, slightly smaller in size but with a smoother shell and a colder, icier color, suddenly slithered out from the gash like a shedding venomous snake. Its movements were incredibly swift. And the old shell it left behind, twisted and half sucked in, instantly lost all vitality and the strength to struggle, deflating like a punctured ball, and was easily sucked into Beamonstone's stomach with a swoosh. What? Sean and Isabella exclaimed in unison. The golden cicada sheds its shell. The newly reborn Bojaruna landed on the ground, its cold yellow eyes scanning over the astonished two and a few beasts, letting out a roar full of cruelty and hatred. It abandoned the fight, its membrane wings behind it suddenly flaring wide, and the space above its head once again violently fluctuated. Buzz! A spatial rift instantly formed. Without hesitation, Bojaruna leapt into the air and instantly dove into the rift. The rift then closed, leaving only faint ripples of energy in the air and a battlefield in ruins. Sean stared blankly at the spot where Bojaruna had disappeared, his tightly clenched fist weakly relaxing, his face full of extreme frustration and defeat. It actually broke free, that cunning beast. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing fragments of stone to fly. Damn! No revenge! So close! Isabella, also filled with lingering fear, looked at Beamonstone and the battle-worn Astrolums and Gob, her voice trembling. It's too terrifying. Be careful, Sean, we can't let our guard down. It's injured, but it will definitely come back. High above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the cold wind howled. Alagella flew steadily, Lu Ruyan controlling the direction, her face showing a hint of confusion, unable to make up her mind. Shaq, what should we do next? Shaq opened his system panel, his gaze fixed on a special marked spot on the map, representing the Cosmic Merchant location. He pondered for a moment before speaking. We were forced to retreat from the base, and the root cause is our lack of combat power. Perhaps, we can first approach the Cosmic Merchant. Let's see if we can get some enhancement. Park Boisia raised an eyebrow slightly. The Cosmic Merchant. Are we going for a Class 4 contact so soon? As a researcher from the 749 Bureau, he spent most of his time studying special abilities, strange creatures, and elusive UFOs. Now, having the opportunity to directly meet aliens, he naturally felt shocked. Lu Xingze instantly became excited. Are we going to meet aliens? Let's go. Let's see what they are selling. He was a young man who adapted quickly to new things. Having already seen so many monsters, he no longer found aliens strange. Lu Ruyan nodded. I have no objections. We certainly need some methods to break the deadlock now. Thinking of losing the soft bed of the base and continuing to sleep outdoors. She was still a little unhappy. She only hated that her side didn't have enough means to hold the position. All right. Shaq pointed in one direction, fly that way. A dozen minutes later, Allegra landed in front of a desolate mountain range. According to the map, the position of the space merchant was inside this unremarkable peak in front of them. Lu Xingze looked around at the bare mountain rocks, his face full of suspicion. There are no buildings nearby, no spaceships. Do aliens live in caves? That's too shabby, isn't it? Shaq ignored his complaints and carefully observed the mountain wall. The map points to here, there's no mistake. Let's go in and have a look. He took the lead and walked toward a dark cave entrance half hidden by vines. Lu Ruoyan retracted Aligra into the combat device, and Xia Ke took out 4 tactical flashlights from the system space, handing them to everyone as they cautiously entered the cave. The cave was dark and damp, with the air smelling of earth. After walking for dozens of steps, the view suddenly opened up. A metal door, full of technological flair, completely out of place with the surrounding primitive environment, appeared before them. It was perfectly embedded in the mountain, its surface smooth and cold, emitting a faint ghostly light. Clearly, it was the hatch of a spaceship hidden within the mountain. Outside the hatch stood 2 strangely shaped humanoid creatures. Their heads resembled huge ants. Yellow exoskeletons covered their heads, topped with enormous compound eyes. Their mandibles were densely packed and sharp, looking somewhat frightening. Pu Boisia was somewhat stunned. So this is what aliens look like? One of the Paterians asked in a sharp voice with a strange rhythm in their alien language, "Are you here to shop for the Reionics?" The system immediately displayed the translated subtitles clearly in the 4 people's view. Communication was unobstructed. Xia Ke took a step forward and calmly replied, "Yes, we want to see what you have." One of the Paterians nodded, making a click-clack sound, and gestured with a please motion, "Please follow me." The 4 of them, full of curiosity and caution, followed the Paterian into the spaceship. The interior corridor was made of cold metal material, with soft lighting. After several turns, they were led into a relatively spacious room. In the room, a Paterian in a white lab coat was standing in front of a control console. It turned around, its compound eyes scanning the 4 of them, and said calmly, "Hello, Reionics. I am Leah from Pitter, in charge of the trade here. You are here to buy monsters, right?" Xia Ke got straight to the point, "Tell us what you have and what the prices are." Leah seemed pleased with Xia Ke's directness. It walked over to a display cabinet at one side of the room, its tone carrying a hint of pride. "We Paterians are famous across the universe for breeding Ailra kings. Come and take a look at these little cuties, they're definitely worth more than their price." Lu Xingzi glanced at the creatures in the transparent water tanks and mumbled, "Oh man, they look like fake." Lu Ruoyan gave Lu Xingzi a look full of disdain, clearing her throat twice. Lu Xingzi immediately stopped making any more outrageous comments. Leah pointed to the first row of transparent water tanks. Inside, some cyan, eel-like creatures swam around, about 10 centimeters long, with lightning-shaped black antennae on their heads, large mouths, and white chests and abdomens. This is the first stage of the Ailra king larvae. It then pointed to a second row of tanks, containing more creatures. These were yellow, snake-like beings, nearly a meter long, with larger heads and black antennae on top, already taking shape. This is the second stage of the Ailra king larvae, which already possess some electric discharge abilities. It's a very cost-effective choice. Finally, Leah led the 4 of them to a separate water tank in the corner. Inside floated an even more unusual creature. It was about the size of a human infant. The body is a pale yellow, round and plump, with small limbs already developed, and the head has a crescent-shaped antenna clearly outlined. This is the 3rd stage Ailra king baby, which already has the initial characteristics of an Ailra king. It grows the fastest and has the greatest potential. Leah enthusiastically promoted, "The Ailra king has extremely strong growth potential, especially in water. They can control powerful currents and have unparalleled combat abilities. It's definitely the best choice to improve your fighting power." Park Bose looked at Xia Ke and whispered, "What do you think?" Xia Ke carefully observed the creature in the water tank and nodded. She's not wrong, the Ailra king indeed has strong growth potential, and its combat power in water is top-notch. However, LV Xingzi curiously leaned in. Xia Ke looked at Leah and pointed out the key issue directly. The Ailra king needs to consume a large amount of electricity to grow quickly and maintain strong combat power. Where can we find so much stable, high-intensity electricity on this planet? Based on our current conditions, the cost-effectiveness doesn't seem great. Leah's compound eyes flickered, seemingly anxious. "Don't say that, Mr. Reionics. If the Ailra king develops, it will definitely be worth more than you imagine." Xia Ke remained unmoved, quickly calculating the value of the E-crystals in his mind, and tentatively quoted a price. The 3rd stage Ailra king baby, at most 800 grams of E-crystals. If it doesn't work, then forget it. After speaking, he pretended to leave with the others. Deal. Leah almost didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, even with a hint of joy in her voice. Xia Ke's heart shook. Damn it, I gave too much. It seems the value of the E-crystals is even higher than he estimated. These aliens really are shrewd businessmen. He calmly took out the 5-kilogram raw E-crystal from the system space and handed it over. Leah took the crystal and skillfully placed it on a precise cutting machine, accurately cutting off 800 grams, then returned the remaining large piece of crystal to Xia Ke. Xia Ke took back the crystal and walked over to the water tank in the corner. The Ailra king baby seemed to sense something and curiously swam over. Xia Ke reached out and gently picked it up. The little creature felt cold and slippery in his hands, but it was very docile and didn't struggle. "Let's go." Xia Ke said, holding the Ilera King baby. Xingza scratched the back of his head, looking at the other tanks. Don't we need a manual for each one? I think the second stage ones are pretty cheap too. Xia Ke glanced at him. Taking care of one is already hard enough, and you want 4? Do you know how much electricity it eats every day? Xingza looked disappointed. I see. Chapter 35, Into the Deep Sea. Xia Ke looked at the three of them. Who will take this one? This is the future ruler of the water. Lu Ruyan shook her head. My Aragale is land, sea, and air capable, with decent combat power in water. I shouldn't need a dedicated sea monster. Xingza immediately waved his hand. I don't want it. This thing doesn't match my taste. Park Bose looked at the round, curious Ilera King baby in Xia Ke's arms, his eyes flashing with a hint of interest. Xia Ke, don't you want it? Xia Ke explained, my battle device only has one slot left. I need to save it for a more crucial or more suitable monster for my strategy, so I have to be careful. Park Bose nodded, stretched out his hand, then give it to me. My Golzon is powerful, but it really lacks water combat ability. Park Bose took out his battle device and tried to initiate a mental link. The battle device emitted a soft light, and the lid automatically opened. The Ilera King baby in Xia Ke's arms seemed to sense the summons, turning into a streak of light and instantly entering the battle device. In the second slot, which was originally empty, a dynamic image of the Ilera King baby immediately appeared. Xia Ke didn't leave immediately. He looked at Leah. Do you sell communication equipment and advanced diving gear here? Leah's compound eyes lit up. Yes. Our Pitter Star technology is absolutely reliable. So, Xia Ke spent another 200 grams of Eeyore and bought 4 sets of communication devices and diving suits from the Pitter Star people. The communication device was a single-ear headset style, powerful, with a stable signal. The diving suits were even more eye-catching to the group. They were thin, fitted, and the material was tough. Most importantly, the strangely shaped sealed helmets. The helmet had its own efficient oxygen circulation system inside. When exposed to the air, it could automatically collect and compress oxygen, storing it. A single full charge could keep them active underwater for several hours without needing bulky oxygen tanks. The 4 of them, now fully equipped, left the Pitter Star's spaceship shop. Back outside, Park Boisja asked, Xia Ke, are you planning to raid the underwater base with these equipments? Xia Ke nodded, that's the plan. But... He looked at the slightly tired Lu Ruyan and Lu Xingza who was rubbing his stomach. If you want to rest, it's fine. After all, we've been busy since early morning. Lu Ruyan immediately agreed, let's find a place to rest. We've been tense the whole time. We really need a break. Lu Xingza, clutching his stomach, complained, I'm starving. Let's find a safe place to rest and eat. Only when we're full will we have the strength to fight monsters. Xia Ke looked at his teammates, smiling, alright, then let's rest first. Find a secluded spot and regain our strength. The 4 of them, riding Lu Ruyan's Arligera, searched the map for a spot a bit farther from the base but still secluded and hidden along the coastline. They finally chose a small bay backed by a steep cliff and facing the sea. The waves crashed against the rocks, making a rhythmic splashing sound. On the open ground in front of the cave, the 4 of them sat on portable folding chairs, silently chewing on bread and canned luncheon meat, sipping bottled water. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Lu Ruyan gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky and sighed softly, I wonder when these days will end. Xia Ke, upon hearing this, directly asked his system panel, System, when can we leave this national war battlefield? System-friendly reminder, participants can apply to withdraw at any time. Alternatively, you can choose to wait for this national war battlefield to end naturally. This national war battlefield will end in 5 days. Applying for early withdrawal will result in elimination. Xia country will immediately suffer a penalty for ranking at the bottom on the settlement day. Xia Ke repeated the result aloud. Lu Ruyan rubbed her brow, 5 more days of suffering, it feels so long. Lu Xingza was more optimistic, swallowing his bread, it's only the 2nd day, Sister Lu. Just treat it like a vacation, an experience of survival in the wilderness reality show. So exciting. Park Boisja caught the key information, so, as long as we find a safe enough place and survive these 5 days, we can safely go home. Lu Xingza immediately opened the system panel and carefully studied the map. No one has tackled the underwater base. Maybe the sea will be safer? Xia Ke poured cold water on it. It's also possible that the underwater base is too difficult to conquer, which is why no one has taken it. Park Boisja nodded, indeed. Risk and opportunity coexist, we'll just have to wait and see. Lu Ruyan tried to change the topic and lighten the mood. What plans do you have when we get back? Lu Xingza's eyes brightened, immediately becoming energetic. What else? The National War livestream made us famous. When we get back, I'll start a live broadcast and sell products, easily starting a business, and financial freedom is just around the corner. Hee hee. Park Boja appeared much calmer, his tone carrying responsibility. I will continue researching how to prevent Xia country from suffering the national war penalty. We must establish a more comprehensive early warning and response system. Lu Ruyan's gaze finally landed on Xia Ke. Xia Ke met her gaze and said calmly, if what you said is true, I'll join you. Lu Ruyan's lips curled up slightly, affirming, of course, it's true. The position of the secretary to the president of the Lu Corporation Group is waiting to be filled. Xia Ke also showed a rare, relaxed smile, then I will look forward to it eagerly. After resting and replenishing their strength, the four of them boarded the Aliga and flew to the coordinates of an underwater base. On the surface of the sea breeze howled, whipping up waves after waves of white foam. The waves were tumultuous, and beneath the deep blue sea, it seemed as though endless unknowns were lurking. They changed into advanced diving suits provided by the Pyterians and put on the strange-looking sealed helmets. The four of them grabbed hold of the massive body of the Aliga, and with it, they dove into the cold sea. As they descended, the light slowly dimmed, but the helmet's built-in lighting system provided a clear view. The underwater world was magnificent and strange, with huge, uniquely shaped coral reefs resembling an underwater forest, and strange glowing fish darting through them. The marine life here was vastly different from that on Earth, with many resembling creatures from Earth's ancient past, including massive predators several meters long. However, in front of Aliga's enormous body, these deep-sea giants seemed small, quickly moving aside. The target base was located on the edge of a deep-sea trench nearly 2,000 meters below the sea level. From a distance, a uniquely shaped metal fortress stood on the seabed, tightly wrapped in a huge, glowing dome. Inside the dome, it was evident that the space was filled with air. I see the entrance. Over there. Park Bojong alerted through the communicator. At the bottom of the dome, there was a circular airlock-like door. However, what made the group gasp was that the area surrounding the base fortress was filled with many huge dark shadows swimming. They had ugly, disc-like, flat heads, and their posture was more insect-like than fish-like, with large eyes flashing dim light in the dark sea. Ancient monster, dual-tail monster. Height, 45 meters. Weight, 15,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 700, speed, 1,000. Skills, tentacle whip, biting, anesthetic venom. Description: the head of the dual-tail monster is positioned at the base of the body, and its eyes can maintain clear vision in dark environments such as water and underground. Its huge mouth is filled with sharp fangs, and inside the teeth is stored anesthetic fluid, which is injected into enemies when it bites. At a glance, there were at least a dozen. They moved like ghosts in the deep sea, slowly swimming and circling around the base fortress. Xia Ke felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Hiss, so many dual-tail monsters. This base is practically a monster nest. Not good. It seems we've been spotted. Lu Xing's voice was filled with tension. Several dual-tail monsters suddenly turned toward their direction, their eerie glow flashing with hostility. Xia Ke cursed under his breath, these sensitive monsters are the worst. The sea is their kingdom. What should we do? Fight or flee? Park Bojong gripped his battle device tightly. Too many of them, the situation isn't favorable. Flee. Xia Ke made the decision instantly. Understood. Lu Ruoyan immediately issued the order through the mental link. Aliga, carrying the four of them, shot up like an arrow from the bow. Splash! Aliga broke through the surface of the sea, creating a shower of water, and shot up into the sky. Below, the sea was stirred by a dozen dual-tail monsters, angrily thrashing the water. They could only unwillingly give up the chase and slowly sink back into the dark deep sea. Phew! Lu Xingzi breathed a sigh of relief. My god, that scared me to death. Xia Ke looked at the now calm sea below, his brow furrowing tightly. It seems that if we don't quickly raise Park Bojong's Air King baby, we won't be able to take on this base. With a dozen dual-tail monsters, relying only on Aliga and Maluki underwater is too difficult. Park Bojong looked at the tiny Air King baby image on his battle device, looking somewhat troubled. What should we do to quickly turn this human baby-sized Air King baby into a combat monster dozens of meters tall? A gleam of cunning flashed in Shaker's eyes. Lu Ruoyan, let's not go to the deep sea yet. Take us to the shore, find a shallow water area about 30 to 40 meters deep. All right. Lu Ruoyan controlled the Eligera to turn and quickly found a clear, shallow sea area where sunlight could penetrate. She landed. The seawater presented an enchanting blue-green color with high visibility. The four of them entered the water again, floating in the relatively warm and bright sea. Shaker looked at Lu Xingzi. Lu Xingzi, I remember your Maruchi can release electricity, right? Lu Xingzi nodded, that's right. Its fins can release high-voltage currents, but I haven't had a chance to use it, and its power is not as strong as destructive light. Shaker then looked at Park Boja, reminding him, do you remember? Elri King needs to absorb a lot of electricity to grow quickly. Park Boja instantly understood Shaker's intention. You mean? Lu Xingzi slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, damn. Shaker, you want my Maruchi to be Elri King's nanny? Feed it electricity like nursing it? Chapter 36, The Cosmic Monster Elri King. Maruchi. Lu Xingze raised his combat device, and a beam of light shot out. Boom! The massive fish monster, Maruchi, crashed heavily into the sea surface hundreds of meters away, sending towering waves. The white waves surged like small mountains, and Shaker and the others were tossed violently by the waves. Meow. Maruchi's unique, somewhat clumsy cry rang out. It seemed to really enjoy the ocean environment. Its huge fish head rose above the water, happily spitting out water, appearing extremely excited. Park Boisia immediately summoned the baby Elri King. The small, round yellow figure appeared beside Park Boisia in the water, curiously paddling its short limbs. Go, little one. Park Boisia gently guided it through the mental link. The baby Elri King seemed to understand its master's intention, twisting its body and swimming towards the giant Maruchi, which was like a small island. In front of the several-meter-high Maruchi, it looked as small as a little fish. Let's start. Lu Xingze waved his hand energetically. Maruchi. Release electricity. Feed the little one. Be gentle. On Maruchi's huge fin, blue electric arcs began to flicker, making a sizzling sound. Key. The baby Elri King let out a sharp, bird-like joyful cry. Its yellow glowing crystal, horizontally positioned near its mouth, instantly lit up, greedily absorbing the electricity released by Maruchi. On the other side, another scene unfolded. Oh. Ah mmmm. Oh ho. Lu Xingze, Park Boisia, and Shaker felt a strong sense of numbness spread throughout their bodies, their muscles stiffening. Lu Ruoyan also let out a suppressed groan, her delicate body trembling, her brows furrowing tightly, clearly struggling to endure the discomfort. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, enduring the numbing and unpleasant current sensation, and snapped, "Are you kidding me? Why did we get shocked too?" Lu Xingze quickly ordered through the mental link, "Maruchi. Stop. Stop now." Maruchi immediately ceased releasing electricity and meowed a few times innocently. Park Boisia moved his still numb arm and bitterly smiled. The monster is indeed a monster. The energy dispersion, truly amazing. The current can even travel through such a vast distance of seawater. Shaker decisively said, "This won't work. Let's go ashore." The group immediately swam to the shore, took off their diving gear, and looked at the two monsters on the sea surface in the distance. Continue, Maruchi. Release electricity. Be careful, don't hurt the little one. Lu Xingze gave the order again on the shore. On the sea surface, Maruchi once again released a gentle current, and the baby Elri King happily absorbed it again. This time, the group on the shore only felt a slight static electricity in the air and no longer experienced the pain of being shocked. Time passed second by second. This is so boring. Lu Xingze looked at the repetitive feeding electricity process on the sea surface. He yawned. "Let's find something to do, let's go fishing." Shaq also felt that waiting around wasn't the best option, so he took out the simple fishing equipment he had collected from the base earlier from his system space. The four of them sat on portable folding stools and began fishing. Soon, fish that had been stunned by Maruchi and were floating belly up on the water appeared. Lu Xingze scooped up a big, half-meter-long fish that glistened like silver, and scanned it with his system panel. Name, silver moonfish. Status, stunned. Description, delicious meat, rich in protein, non-toxic. Ha. We've got fresh meat to eat. Lu Xingze laughed. Before long, they set up a fire on the shore and began grilling the fish with a simple rack. Oil dripped onto the coals, making a sizzling sound, and the tempting aroma spread with the sea breeze. The comments on the national livestream chat kept scrolling across the system panel. Wow, these guys are really living the easy life. Is this a food broadcast? You're making me hungry. Fishing isn't supposed to be like this. How can you just scoop up the stunned fish like that? Evil cultivators. You should fish for a whole day, then have nothing for hours, and finally catch a fish after going through all sorts of hardship. And how come they're all half-meter-long big fish? I won't accept this. The group enjoyed a hearty meal of grilled fish. On the sea, Maruchi continued to release electricity, and the baby Elri King was visibly growing at a rapid pace. Half a day passed, and it had already grown from the size of an infant to nearly 2 meters tall. Its body stretched, its limbs grew stronger, the antennae on its head became clearer, and its skin color deepened. Park Boisia frowned slightly. It still feels too slow. At this rate, it'll take several more days to grow to a fighting size. It seems, it needs something with higher energy to speed up the process. Shaq looked at the now somewhat developed Elri King on the surface of the sea, and calmly said, "Actually, this growth speed is already quite fast. But yes, we're running out of time." He paused for a moment, then directly took a monster enhancement stone from his system space and handed it to Park Boisia. Park Boisia hesitated as he took the glowing stone, this is the key item used in monster battles for instant enhancement, right? Are we just going to use it now? Xia Ke nodded, time is precious. If we don't secure that base soon, we won't have a safe place to rest tonight and we'll be worried about being ambushed in the wilderness. Park Boja looked into Xia Ke's determined eyes, then glanced at the Ailer King, which was struggling to grow, and nodded heavily, you're right. He stopped hesitating and threw the enhancement stone with force towards the Ailer King's body, which was already nearly 2 meters tall, hundreds of meters away. The enhancement stone turned into a streak of light, precisely embedding itself into Ailer King's body. Xia Ke. The Ailer King let out a sharp, high-pitched scream. Its body suddenly erupted with blinding yellow light. A powerful surge of energy rushed through its body. Its efficiency in absorbing the electrical energy released by Maruki skyrocketed several times over. Its body began to rapidly expand, as though it were being inflated. It's working. Park Boja said, watching in excitement, the growth speed has drastically increased. Xia Ke also fixed his gaze on the sea, it should succeed within today. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The once clear sky rapidly darkened without warning. It was as if a huge, invisible curtain had been pulled up. Everyone looked up, only to see a heavy, ink-like black cloud emerging from the center of the island and rolling toward the sky over the sea at an incredible speed. In just a few minutes, the entire sky was completely covered by this eerie black cloud. The sunlight was completely blocked, and it felt as though it was suddenly the middle of the night, even though it was noon. The sea breeze turned cold and piercing, carrying with it an ominous aura. Park Boja's face changed drastically. What's going on? This weather, it's too strange. LV Xingza put away his playful grin, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. What the heck? The darkness is descending. Lu Ruyan instinctively moved closer to Xia Ke, her voice tense. Xia Ke, do you know what's happening? This doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon. Xia Ke furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he scanned the swirling, seemingly all-consuming dark sky. He spoke in a low voice. This scene, in monster movies, it's usually the boss battle effect. The light from the fire pit seemed especially faint in the sudden darkness, casting shadows over the serious and uncertain faces of the group. In the distance on the sea, Maruki seemed to sense the unease, watching the sky warily. Only the electric sparks flashing from the body of Eleking stood out sharply on the dim sea surface. Creak! A louder, more powerful screech suddenly rang out from the sea. The Eleking, which had absorbed the energy of the reinforcement stones and was rapidly growing with Maruki's continued power supply, suddenly stood up from the water. Its size had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was now a towering 45-meter-tall, long-bodied monster, covered in tough yellow skin, with 2 massive black antennas on its head, and a tail as flexible as a whip. Cosmic Monster Eleking. Height, 45 meters. Weight, 15,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, Defense, 500, Speed, 800. Skills, Electric Beam, Crescent Lightblade, Electric Shock on Contact. Description: Eleking, the electric dragon, is a cosmic monster whose main food source is electricity. The double horns on its head, resembling antennas, act as biological radar, capable of generating powerful interference waves. It can release the electricity stored in its body, making it an aggressive underwater ruler. Chapter 37: The Darkness Descends. In the center of the island, on a certain hillside, Xiamu Yuhua sat leisurely on a rock, swinging her legs, as if enjoying a wonderful performance. Not far in front of her was the battlefield that had just ended. The Red King Red was like a furious flame giant, stepping on the twisted and deformed head of the petroleum monster, Gabashil, making a dull cracking sound. The Black King Black used its strong arms to literally rip the jaw off the cosmic monster Gegahila. The two monsters had no ability to fight back against the overwhelming power of Red King and Black King and finally breathed their last. With their deaths, the Turkish contestant controlling them fell to the ground, as if all energy had been drained from their body, lifeless, turning into particles of light and vanishing. System alert: defeated 1 contestant, gained 25 points. Defeated Turkish contestant Charles, inherited 305 points. Congratulations, contestant Xiamu Yuhua, your points have reached 1355 points. Then, a series of 3 rewarding system prompts flashed before Xiamu Yuhua's eyes. Hee Xiamu Yuhua let out a silver bell-like laugh, her face pure yet with a cruel delight. No one who can fight back my Red King and Black King are invincible now. At that moment, the clear sky suddenly changed color. Heavy, ink-like black clouds surged like a mighty tide, swiftly covering the entire sky from left to right at a visible speed. The midday sunlight was instantly devoured, and the world fell into an oppressive dimness. Xiamu Yuhua's smile froze slightly, and she looked up at the swirling dark sky, her eyes flashing with a hint of surprise, which was soon replaced by a stronger interest. Oh. If it's not the special weather of this planet, or a trial created by the system. She tilted her head, a dangerous curve forming on her lips. Then it should be the appearance of a big fellow who can change the environment, right? How interesting this is becoming. She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she excitedly licked her lips, her gaze eagerly fixed on the deepest part of the black clouds, as if waiting for something. On the other side of the island, in the vast grasslands, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed American contestant, Luya, stood on a battlefield in ruins. Before her was the massive, broken body of the recently fallen base guardian beast, the cosmic insect Satan beater. The battle was over. Luya expressionlessly raised her battle device, a red light flashing as she recalled her main monster, the ominous Yama beast, back into her device. She took a long stride, preparing to move toward the faintly glowing base fortress ahead. Suddenly, the sky darkened without warning. Luya paused, lifting her head sharply. Heavy black clouds, like a massive curtain, rolled from the distant horizon, quickly blocking the sunlight and casting a gloomy gray layer over the grassland. This is... A flicker of shock and seriousness passed through Luya's blue eyes. Is something coming? She keenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere spreading through the air. Her fellow American contestant furrowed his brows, approaching Luya. This doesn't feel right. Luya, we should take the base first, and deal with the rest once it's safe. But Luya's gaze was fixed on the direction of the black clouds, the center of the island. She shook her head and said, Kai, you go take the base. I need to go check that out. Kai looked into Luya's determined eyes and nodded. Alright, be careful and stay cautious. A slight, confident curve formed at the corner of Luya's lips. I should be the one saying that. You be careful too. Don't end up like Hillary and Vivian, those unlucky ones who were taken out by that Bojagru. Kai's face darkened at the memory of their teammates, killed by Bojagru's sneak attack. He solemnly replied, of course, I will. Be safe too. Without saying more, Luya summoned her lightning bird, Revaser, mounted it, and like a flash of light, she dashed toward the island's center, now shrouded in darkness. In a hidden basin somewhere on the island, Sean Evans was resting inside the base fortress, his face still pale. Gab and Algna were receiving treatment in their battle devices, while Sean was also enduring the backlash of the injuries caused by the connection. Isabella had gone out, attacking some wild monsters near the base to earn points, while allowing Beaumonton and Astrolamus to stretch their muscles. However, a special monster appeared in her sight, throwing Isabella into a tough battle. Isabella was controlling Astrolamus to eat the underground monster Magra. The sudden change in the sky made her heart tighten, and then, a massive black shadow, accompanied by the deafening sound of wings flapping, fell like a meteor from the sky, crashing heavily in the center of the battlefield. Boom! The earth trembled. Dust mixed with the thick black smoke that suddenly spread out. What is that? Isabella stared in horror at the massive shadow that had landed. As the dust cleared, the true form of the monster revealed itself. It had a massive head resembling that of an owl, with eyes gleaming in the darkness. Behind it were a pair of giant wings, resembling those of a moth, covered in strange patterns. The most unsettling part was the monster's gigantic body, covered in tubular organs and holes, from which thick black smoke, smelling of decay, continuously poured out, obscuring the sky. This black smoke not only blocked all light but seemed to have a corrosive quality. Beaumonton and Astrolamus immediately launched an attack on the sudden invader. Beaumonton's destructive light bullets and Astrolamus's dissolving liquid in whip struck fiercely at the target. However, this monster was incredibly fierce. It easily swatted away Beaumonton's light bullets, withstood Astrolamus's whip strikes, and even spat out a thick, foul-smelling white spray that forced Astrolamus to retreat repeatedly. Boom! Bam! Beemenstein tried to approach with a claw strike, but was violently knocked back by the opponent. Astrum's dissolving liquid sprayed onto the enemy, but it only produced a faint white smoke with minimal effect. Roar! The terrifying cosmic beast let out a wild, vicious roar that made Isabella's eardrums ache. Cosmic beast, Mororoa. Height, 62 meters. Weight, 39,000 tons. Attack power, 1100, defense power, 900, speed, 850. Skills, atomic smog, white spray, dark vision. Description: a light-hating cosmic moth monster. Its combat power is greatly reduced in illuminated environments. Its body cavities and pores can release a vast, toxic, and corrosive atomic smog, and it can shoot a powerful white dissolving spray from its mouth. With super dark vision, it can move and fight in complete darkness, making it a terrifying hunter in the shadows. Isabella's heart sank to the bottom. This monster was not only powerful, but its release of black smoke had completely robbed her of her vision. Fortunately, the deep connection with the two cosmic beasts allowed her to vaguely sense their positions and the enemy's location on a mental level. Chapter 38, Strategic Deployment. Somewhere on the island, a valley covered in darkness. Gull contestant Anton Lux was struggling in pain. His feet were off the ground, his neck firmly gripped by a hand that appeared slender but contained terrifying strength, lifting him into the air. The sensation of suffocation surged like a tide, and his vision went black. Ugh! Ha! Anton desperately scratched at the hand, but it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. The one who had him was a beautiful woman with an alluring figure. But now, her eyes, which should have been soul-stirring, burned with cold fury and undisguised savagery. Worthless. The woman's angry voice pierced Anton's eardrums. I told you to bring me food, and look what you've brought me? That damned, disgusting moth. It sprayed sticky white liquid all over my face, then flew off while smoking and flapping its wings? She suddenly slammed Anton violently onto the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Anton curled up, coughing violently, greedily gasping for air, his face filled with fear and pain. I'm sorry. My Bruton, it often brings the wrong target. Please give me another chance. Great Bagaru. The beautiful yet deadly woman in front of him was the horrific predator that had disguised itself as a human Bagaru. She wasn't a monster that Anton had normally tamed, but rather a surprise summoned into this world by Anton's monster, Bruton, the four-dimensional beast, through its chaotic space abilities. Anton had originally planned this well. Using Bruton to open a spatial door, summon powerful cosmic beasts, then attempt to tame them with a battle device, strengthening his own power. However, Bruton's chaotic and disorderly space abilities had summoned not only uncontrollable monsters but also disastrous creatures like Bagaru, far beyond what Anton had expected. To survive, Anton had no choice but to make a fragile agreement with Bagaru. He would use Bruton's abilities to summon food for Bagaru, and in return, she would temporarily establish a connection with him. He naively thought he could control this beast, but reality slapped him hard. Bagaru completely ignored his will and could treat him as easily as squashing an insect at any moment. Humph. Bagaru snorted coldly, looking down at the pitiful Anton on the ground, her eyes showing no mercy. Now, I want to eat a two-tailed monster. Those deep-sea, firm-fleshed bugs. If you dare bring me the wrong one again. She extended her scarlet tongue, licking her lips and showing a chilling smile. I will sever our link, then eat you as an appetizer. Anton trembled all over, the fear of death instantly overwhelming all his humiliation. He scrambled and crawled as he stood up, his voice carrying a crying tone. Yes. Yes. Lord Bagaru. I will definitely try my best not to make mistakes. This time I will definitely successfully summon the twin-tail monster. His heart was full of unbearable bitterness, yet he could only accept fate. He raised the battle device and gave an order toward a huge, strange-colored monster stone full of square holes in the ravine beside him. Bruton. Summon the twin-tail monster. This time do not pull the wrong monster. Buzz. That huge monster stone began to move. The square holes on its body slightly trembled, cilia stretched out from one hole, and space began to emit unstable buzzing and ripples. Four-dimensional monster Bruton. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 60,000 tons. Attack power, defense power, 750, speed, 800. Skills, 4-dimensional ray, strange flash, space gate. Introduction. Its overall shape is like a huge monster stone, with no hands or feet. Its whole body grows nearly square tubular holes, from which cilia, cylindrical flash devices, arrow-shaped flash devices and more can extend to attack or interfere with enemies. Half of its body is blue, half is red, symbolizing its chaotic and disordered nature. It has the ability to control space, but is extremely unstable, often bringing unexpected results. Bagaru crossed his arms, coldly watching Bruton activate, a glint of expectation for the coming delicacy flashing in his eyes. By the coast, the sea area covered in darkness. Heavy black clouds hung low, as if they could be touched. The sea wind carried a bone-piercing cold. Xia Ke and the other three stood by the shore, looking at Eliking and Maruchi floating in the seawater, the atmosphere heavy. Park Boisia frowned tightly, looking toward the source of the rolling black clouds in the center of the island. Something seems a bit wrong. This darkness is too strange. Do we still continue to attack the underwater base according to the original plan? Could there be greater danger? Xia Ke's gaze was sharp like an eagle. He quickly scanned the system panel, confirming there were no new prompts or warnings. The system gives no prompt, which means this is not an event within battlefield rules. He calmly analyzed. The black fog comes from the island. Combined with what we saw before, it is very likely caused by some monster that can change the environment, even create darkness. Its target may not be us. Our plan does not change, we do not need to care about it. LV Xingza rubbed his hands, encouraging himself. That's right. When the sky falls, tall people will hold it up. Let's first take down the underwater base and get a safe house. Brother Xia, what exactly do we do? Give the order. Xia Ke looked around at the three teammates, his eyes firm. Comrades, take note, I will make the following strategic deployment. He cleared his throat, his voice clear in the howling sea wind. Park Boisia. Here. The twin-tail monster has no long-range attack methods, but moves extremely fast in water, and they are many. Your Eliking has absolute speed and electric discharge advantage in water. It is the main force of this battle. After entering the water, Eliking will take the lead. Remember, do not fall into close combat entanglement. Facing more than 10 twin-tail monsters, close combat will be surrounded and attacked. Your core tactic is use electricity. Command King, go deep into the center area of the twin-tail monster group, release the strongest large-range electric discharge. The twin-tail monster's defense is relatively weak, especially against strong current. Target, in one time, stun, paralyze, or even directly kill as many twin-tail monsters as possible. Park Boja nodded heavily, battle intent burning in his eyes. Understood. LV Xingza. Here. LV Xingza straightened his back. Your Maruchi also has electric discharge ability. Your task is to command Maruchi to assist King in discharging electricity. When King performs large-range discharge, Maruchi synchronizes discharge, forming a stronger electric current coverage net. At the same time, use Destructive Ray to precisely repel any twin-tail monster trying to approach and interrupt King's casting. You must ensure King's discharge process is not interfered. This is the key to victory. LV Xingza patted his chest, received. Lu Ruyan. Here. Lu Ruyan's voice was cold and steady. Your Arigala. The speed underwater is no less than the double-tailed monster. Your core mission is to use Aligela's high-speed maneuverability for defense. Protect the safety of the four of us. Any attempt to bypass the monster and directly attack our double-tailed monster, Aligela is responsible for intercepting, expelling, or even killing it. If conditions allow, command Aligela to use destructive light bombs to attack the double-tailed monster's eyes from a distance. That's its weak spot. Lu Ruyan's gaze was sharp. Understood. Xia Ke looked at the three, took a deep breath, and gave the final command. Everyone. Target underwater base. Let's go. The four quickly put on the advanced diving suits of the Pitstar people and sealed helmets. Park Boja and Lu Xingza temporarily recalled the monsters, while Lu Ruyan raised her combat instrument and summoned Aligela. Under Aligela's support, the four of them shot into the perilous deep sea like arrows released from a bow once again. Chapter 39, Disaster Response Conference. Meanwhile, on Earth, in Xia Country. In the capital, the State Council's Supernatural Disaster Combat Command Center. In the vast, circular conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. General Peng Simin, the commander, sat at the head of the table, his epaulet stars shining with a heavy light under the cold lamp. He scanned the department heads, top scientists, and intelligence analysts in the room, his voice low and powerful. Everyone, recently, extreme natural disasters and supernatural phenomena breaking all historical records have erupted around the world. I believe you've all heard of them, and some have even experienced the aftermath. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the grim faces. Our world is facing the largest, most bizarre, and hardest to understand event in human history. Its origin points directly to the so-called National Fate battlefield. Sitting to Peng Simin's right, Chen Yanjing, the Vice Secretary General of the State Council, was a woman of professional demeanor. With a serious expression, she activated the holographic projector in the center of the table. Whir! A series of shocking images instantly projected above the table. Image 1, above the capital of a certain country, a burning meteor with a long tail ignored all interceptions and struck precisely at the city center. A mushroom cloud shot into the sky, turning the bustling city into a hellish ruin in an instant. Image 2, the sky seemed torn apart, torrential rain continued, rivers burst their banks, floods surged, and countless towns were submerged, leaving disaster victims displaced. Image 3, in a coastal city, giant tornadoes connecting heaven and earth, like violent serpents, rampaged through the city. Skyscrapers were torn apart and thrown into the air like toys, cars, and boats tossed into the sky. Image 4, the cracked earth, barren for thousands of miles, withered crops, and disaster-stricken people with skeletal frames, their eyes filled with nothing but despair. Image 5, a quarantined virus zone, workers in heavy protective suits were busy, hospitals overcrowded, and a highly deadly virus, never before seen, was spreading wildly. Chen Yanjing pointed at these suffocating and heartbreaking images that kept switching, her voice filled with suppressed anger. These are all real disasters happening in the real world because of the so-called National Fate battlefield. When the participants from a country are eliminated, the country suffers of National Fate punishment in the real world. This is not movie special effects. This is the bloody reality happening on our planet. Every elimination broadcast means that a country and its surrounding areas will endure unimaginable catastrophe. Countless lives are lost in an instant, and the fruits of civilization are destroyed. And the root of all this, that National Fate battlefield that treats our civilization's fate like a game, we still know almost nothing about its operating mechanism or the mastermind behind it. The participants from our Xia country, Xia Ke, Lu Ruyan, Lu Xingza, Park Boja, are still struggling to survive in that unknown battlefield. Every battle they fight directly relates to the survival or death of our 1.4 billion people. The voice of Lu Xuejuan, Minister of Emergency Management, carried a deep sense of helplessness as he pointed at the disaster images in the holographic projection. Natural disasters, plagues, resource deprivation, these are terrifying, but with the strength of our whole nation, we can still organize rescue, rebuild homes, and there is always a glimmer of hope. But the most terrifying, the most hopeless, is this population annihilation. Deputy Secretary Chen Yenzhou's face turned serious as he switched the screen. What appeared in the projection was no longer a grand disaster scene, but a chilling segment captured by a Xia journalist abroad under extreme danger. An apparently ordinary city street, people hurrying along. Suddenly, a twisted wormhole, emitting a pale light, tore open in midair without warning. Immediately, several long white glowing arms shot out from the wormhole. Their speed was like lightning. The arms grabbed the unprepared pedestrians with precision. The pedestrians only had time for a short scream before being dragged into the pale wormhole by a shocking force. The wormhole then closed as if it had never appeared, leaving only the terrified screams and confusion of the surrounding crowd. A sound of gasping filled the conference room. Many members, seeing this classified footage for the first time, felt a chill shoot up their spine, faces pale, some instinctively touching their necks. Lu Xuejuan's heavy voice echoed through the silent conference room. What do you all think? This completely exceeds our current scientific understanding and defense capabilities. It is not something earthquakes or tsunamis can warn us about, not something viruses can be isolated, not something famine can be relieved. It is random, unpredictable, and unstoppable annihilation. No one can stand aside. Once this punishment of national fate strikes, anyone can be taken. The 40 core members from various departments all showed shock, fear, and deep worry on their faces. After a brief silence, discussion erupted. This is too terrifying, it's completely random killing. No matter what, we must prevent this punishment from hitting Xia. This is more dangerous than any natural disaster. Whether we are punished depends entirely on the performance of our 4 contestants on that battlefield. This is too passive. Individual actions tied to the fate of 1.4 billion people? This rule itself is absurd. But what can we do? Everyone looked at each other, and when the question became how to solve it, a huge sense of helplessness covered them all. This was already beyond the reach of current human technology and power. Commander General Peng Ximin placed both hands on the conference table, leaned slightly forward, and scanned everyone with piercing eyes. Comrades! Fear and complaints will not solve the problem. This is likely a cruel trial of Earth's civilization by some unknown higher civilization. With our personal abilities, facing this power, we are truly as small as dust. Therefore, we must unite as one. Use the nation's full strength, gather the wisdom of all the people, work together, and overcome the difficulty. His words carried power, calming the confused crowd slightly, and everyone nodded. Peng Ximin continued, now, in front of everyone exists the live panel assigned by the system. He pointed to the floating screen in front of him showing the 4 split screens of Xia's 4 people. Honestly, at first, like many of you here, I couldn't understand at all. A group of people, controlling terrifying monsters dozens of meters tall to fight each other? This is insane, too surreal. Does anyone here understand these monsters? The members looked at each other, most shaking their heads in confusion. At this moment, a middle-aged man with glasses and a gentle demeanor hesitated, then raised his hand. Frowning, he sighed. Commander Peng, this is exactly like the monsters in that Ultraman TV show from that neon country my kid in middle school watches all day. Chapter 40 Lightning Operation. Another member immediately added, could it be that this national fortune battlefield was caused by the neon people? Lu Xuejuan shook his head firmly, impossible. If they had such ability, they would have dominated the world long ago. Besides, their contestants were already eliminated twice, suffering the national fortune punishment with heavy losses. Deputy Secretary Chen Yenjing added. The Strategic Analysis Group of the Chinese Academy of Sciences made a guess, things imagined by humans, their prototypes or similar forms, might truly exist somewhere in the vast universe. The universe humans can know is limited, but the real universe has infinite possibilities. These monsters may be real life forms in the universe that fit our imagination templates. Peng Ximin nodded thoughtfully. Although every time a new monster appears, the system panel gives a so-called data card, that information is too basic. We need deeper, more systematic understanding of these things. Understand their habits, weaknesses, abilities. This might be one of the few things we can do on Earth for Xia Ke and for our country. The Deputy Chief of Staff of the Central Military Commission looked puzzled, you mean? Peng Ximin slammed the table, his voice firm. I declare, starting today, all members of the command, and core personnel of all related departments nationwide, one of your primary tasks is to watch Ultraman. Ah? The conference room erupted with astonished cries and long sighs. Peng Ximin ignored the reactions and continued issuing orders. Minister Lu, Deputy Secretary Chen. Immediately coordinate with broadcasting, culture, and publicity departments. All TV stations and online platforms nationwide, except for necessary news and emergency information, suspend all entertainment programs. All channels, 24-hour rotation of the Ultraman series. Start from the earliest episodes, play in order. The goal is only one. To increase the awareness of the whole nation, especially as decision-makers and frontline personnel, about these strange creatures as quickly as possible. Understand them, and we can find ways to respond and protect our home. This is an order. Copper Star, Stafer Island, Outer Waters. Beneath black clouds, deep in the sea. The high-tech diving suits and helmets of the pit aliens worked greatly in the dark depths. The helmet's night vision gave clear sight, and the special band communicators allowed the four to communicate without trouble. Park Boja's Xia Ke was like a yellow lightning, charging first toward the twin-tailed monster group gliding ghost-like in the darkness. LV Xing's Maluchi followed closely, its huge long tail stirring the water. Lu Ruyan's Aligera acted like a guardian ship, circling fast around the four shack members, its red shell especially striking in night vision. 18 twin-tailed monsters. The huge eyes on their lower bodies glowed faintly in the dark. Spotting the intruders, they instantly became furious. Quack 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 quack. The sharp, noisy, aggressive psychic roar struck the minds of Shacks 4 from kilometers away. Next moment, these deep-sea hunters showed their terrifying speed. Their bodies twisted like arrows released from a bow, instantly crossing hundreds of meters, their huge mouths full of fangs snapping toward the giant Xia Ke and Maluchi. Now! Park Boja shouted through Psychic Link, "Go, Xia Ke! Use 1,000,000,000 volts!" ZZZEE. Xia Ke's long body tensed, exploding with dazzling blue-white light. Immediately after, an unimaginable. The destructive high-voltage current exploded like the furious wrath of Thor, centered around it, bursting out in an instant. ZZZZ. The entire sea area was lit up by a glaring blue and white electric light. The seawater seemed to turn into a massive conductor, with terrifying currents like countless violent electric snakes, frantically darting in all directions. The first few double-tailed monsters at the forefront didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies stiffened instantly, twitching violently, their eyes rolling back, and they lost consciousness, floating like dead fish. Those a little further away were also struck hard by this huge range of electricity, their movements instantly becoming stiff and slow, letting out painful hisses as they struggled to continue biting. Moluki! Finish them off! Don't let them get near King Ailare! Lu Xingza shouted loudly. Moluki opened its huge mouth, and the high-temperature destructive light beam precisely shot at the double-tailed monsters that had been electrocuted and were trying to attack King Ailare. Boom! 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 At the same time, a few cunning double-tailed monsters tried to bypass the front battlefield and directly pounced on the seemingly weakest group of four, Xia Ke and his team. Alagila! Lu Ruoyan called out in a cold voice. The red figure, like an underwater fighter jet, intercepted in front of the double-tailed monsters. The pulse ports on her shoulders lit up instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense destructive light projectiles poured out like a torrential rain. Under Lu Ruoyan's precise control, most of the light projectiles aimed directly at the huge glowing eyes of the double-tailed monsters. PFF. PFF. The eyes hit exploded, releasing thick liquid. The double-tailed monsters let out a chillingly sorrowful scream, their attacks immediately disintegrating, rolling in pain in the water. Easy, easy. Lu Xingza, seeing the quickly defeated enemies, proudly made a gesture underwater. It's done. Park Bojak also breathed a sigh of relief. King Ailare's area of effect discharge was incredibly effective. It was dangerous but no harm. Lu Ruoyan controlled Alagila to push back the double-tailed monsters trying to sneak attack from the front. However, just as everyone thought the battle was about to end, a cold, deathly water flow suddenly attacked from behind the four of them. Shaka's body hair stood on end, and he quickly turned around. He saw three slightly smaller, but faster double-tailed monsters, which had been lurking in the deeper darkness, charging at them from less than 10 meters behind like deadly black lightning. Their vicious giant mouths opened, and their fangs gleamed with cold light in the night vision view. Not good. Shaka's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively preparing to use the escape prism from the system space. This was an important life-saving trump card that could instantly teleport them to a safe location. At the critical moment, in the sea between the three double-tailed monsters and Shaka's team, space suddenly twisted violently without warning. A huge space gate, emitting eerie blue light and filled with strange cubic structures inside, opened instantly. A terrifying, irresistible suction force came from within the gate. Gwa! The three double-tailed monsters could only let out a surprised hiss before being forcefully pulled into the suddenly appearing space gate. The space gate then closed instantly like an illusion, disappearing without a trace. The seawater resumed its flow, leaving only the shaken Shaka's team and the somewhat confused Alagila. That was really a close call. Shaka slowly lowered his hand, which was reaching for the escape prism. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Just that moment, the deathly presence was so close. What was that just now? Park Bojok looked uncertainly at the place where the space gate had disappeared. Who cares? Let's clean up the battlefield first. Lu Xingze, feeling unconcerned, immediately ordered Maluki to finish off the double-tailed monsters that had been stunned and injured by the electricity. Soon, the remaining dozen or so double-tailed monsters were confirmed to have lost all life activity. Xia Ke swam over, touched those massive corpses, and collected them one by one into the system space. Lu Xingze watched Xia Ke's actions. Curiously, he asked, Xia Ke, why are you keeping this thing? As a trophy? Xia Ke's voice came through the communicator, carrying an indescribable meaning. This thing, they say its meat is delicious, tastes just like the mantis shrimp. Chapter 41, The Big Power Bank. Park Bojok looked down at the deep, dark sea below, the dome of the base fortress emitting a faint glow. Next, we should be going after the underwater base, right? Lu Ruyan controlled the Alagella, swimming over. After all, the double-tailed monster is just an obstacle on the way to the base. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge. Lu Xingze excitedly waved his hand. The group grabbed the body of the Alagella and let it carry them toward the seafloor, 2,000 meters below the surface. The pressure gradually increased, but the pit star people's diving suits perfectly countered the deep sea pressure, and the helmet's night vision system clearly displayed the underwater environment before their eyes. Before long, they arrived at the target area. The massive metal fortress stood quietly on the seafloor, its glowing protective dome resembling an upside-down giant bowl. When they were about 500 meters away from the base fortress, a blinding beam suddenly shot out from the top of the base's signal tower. The beam quickly condensed and took shape in the deep sea, transforming into a huge, menacing monster. Octopus Monster Darren. Height, 53 meters. Weight, 48,000 tons. Attack, 900, Defense, 850, Speed, 750. Skill, Electric Shock. Description: a giant monster mutated from deep-sea octopus species, with dozens of strong tentacles capable of releasing high-voltage electric currents. Its body structure has undergone special evolution, granting it immense pressure resistance, allowing it to freely move in deep-sea environments over 20,000 meters deep. Seeing the giant octopus monster swinging its dozens of thick tentacles, its eyes glowing with dangerous red light, Xia Ke couldn't help but complain. Why is it this one? Should I go back to the pit star people and buy a few more Ale Wang pups? Park Bojok's face showed difficulty. What should we do? My Ale Wang just used up a lot of energy to stun the double-tailed monsters. It's very weak now, not suitable for fighting. Lu Xingze patted his chest, then let my Maluki go. No. Xia Ke immediately rejected, let Ale Wang go first. What? Park Bojok looked at Xia Ke in surprise. Xia Ke, are you awake? Ale Wang is completely drained, and that octopus looks ferocious. Ale Wang isn't at full strength yet, sending it up would be a death wish. Are you trying to trick me? Lu Ruyan also cast a doubtful glance. Do you have a special reason for commanding this way? Xia Ke stared at the distant Darren, slowly speaking. The main attack method of that monster is to tighten its tentacles around the enemy and release high-voltage electric currents to electrocute them. Park Bojok froze, then suddenly understood. Why didn't you say that earlier? I thought its eyes glowing red meant it was some terrifying beast. Go, Ale Wang. Under Park Bojok's command, although Ale Wang was weak, it loyally swam into the base's range and confronted Darren. The four of them tactfully retreated several hundred meters, distancing themselves from the center of the battlefield. They were still a bit scared after the previous electric shock. Darren, seeing the intruders, immediately displayed the ferocity of a deep-sea predator. Dozens of thick tentacles shot out like giant snakes bursting from their holes, instantly lashing out. Soon, they coiled around Ale Wang's neck, arms, and legs. The immense strength yanked Ale Wang violently toward itself. The weak Ale Wang could barely resist, trapped tightly in Darren's embrace, its body crushed by the tentacles. The pressure felt intensely. Roar! Darren let out a deep, rumbling roar, and the dozens of tentacles wrapped around Ale Wang instantly lit up with blinding electric light. Zing! The terrifying high-voltage current instantly spread through Ale Wang's entire body. Even from a kilometer away, Xia Ke and the others could feel the faint tingling sensation transmitted through their diving suits. Screech! Ale Wang let out a sharp scream. Darren continued to discharge electricity, trying to completely electrocute the intruder. However, the weak Eleking, stimulated by the powerful electric current, was not electrocuted, but instead grew more vigorous. Darlan seemed to sense something wrong. A trace of astonishment flashed in its crimson eyes. It roared, crazily increasing the electric output even more. The electric light almost completely swallowed the two monsters. As a result, Eleking not only grew stronger, but its body, wrapped by tentacles, began to erupt with immense power, its skin hardening, and even more frightening, its size expanded visibly. 45 meters, 46 meters, 47 meters. Finally, it forcibly grew to the same 53 meters as Darlan. Its weight surged from 15,000 tons to 25,000 tons. It was not just absorbing electric energy, it seemed to be greedily drawing nutrients from the seawater. In contrast, Darlan's massive body began to tremble slightly, the electric light on its tentacles flickering, its aura clearly weakening. Roar! Screech! Darlan did not want to electrify anymore, but Eleking forcibly squeezed the bioelectric energy from it. Exhaustion constantly hit, Darlan felt like it was losing all strength. Park Boja watched, stunned, then overjoyed, my god. This monster is such a useful power bank. Shark smiled lightly, still think I tricked you? Park Boja's face turned ashamed, it's me lacking trust. I repent. Shark looked at Eleking, now fully charged, its size and strength greatly increased, calmly said, the electricity is full, time to switch. Park Boja frowned, but it's wrapped too tightly, it can't break free. Shark looked at him like he was an idiot, what is the battle device for? Just decoration? Park Boja suddenly slapped his forehead, damn, you can use it like this? He had never watched giant monster fights, barely participated in a few battles, knew little about the battle device. Park Boja immediately raised the battle device, aimed at Eleking, come back. Eleking. Flash. A beam of light passed, Eleking, tightly wrapped by tentacles, instantly became flowing light, escaping the bindings, flying back into Park Boja's battle device. It's my turn. Lu Ruyan's eyes were sharp, Shark, what exactly do we do? Shark looked at Lu Ruyan, remember, Aridura is like a highly maneuverable fighter jet. How a plane attacks, let Aridura attack the same way. High speed, agile, precise strikes. Understood. Lu Ruyan immediately grasped it, go. Aridura. The cosmic winged monster Aridura's tail thruster burst with strong blue light, like an arrow leaving a bow, instantly rushing into the battlefield. It displayed astonishing agility in the deep sea, like a crimson supersonic fighter jet. Darlan was both shocked and angry, roaring while swinging its tentacles to attack. But its maximum speed underwater was only hundreds of meters per second, while Aridura easily performed Mach-level maneuvers. Whoosh! 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 Aridura darted and circled around Darlan at high speed, leaving after images. Darlan's tentacles could not touch it at all. Continuous destruction missiles. Lu Ruyan ordered calmly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dense orange-red destruction missiles poured like heavy rain on Darlan's massive body, exploding into bursts of energy water. Although a single shot could not severely injure, the cumulative damage was considerable. Tail-tracking energy missile. Lu Ruyan seized a gap. Aridura's tail condensed a huge energy sphere, 10 meters in diameter. The sphere locked onto Darlan, roaring forward with destructive force. Boom! The huge explosion stirred a frenzy in the seafloor. Darlan was blown apart, several tentacles shattered. Blue blood spread like thick fog. Wing blade cut. Lu Ruyan pursued the advantage. Chapter 42, A Brief Peace. Aridura became a red lightning bolt, its hard wing edges flashing cold light, slicing past Darlan's body at high speed. SSS. SSS. Several thick tentacles were cut off again. The intense pain made Darlan emit an extremely sharp mental wave, like a real sound shock, making Shark, 1,000 meters away, feel his scalp tingle. Good, come back. Lu Ruyan saw Darlan was heavily injured and immediately called back Aridura. My turn. Moruki. Go. LV Xingza could not hold back any longer, commanding Moruki to rush forward. Aim for the head. Shark reminded. LV Xingza immediately ordered, hit the head. Facing the badly damaged Darlan, Moruki was ruthless, opening his huge mouth, a scorching high-energy destructive beam cut a dazzling path through the deep sea. Boom! The destructive beam hit Darlan's huge head precisely. The terrifying explosion instantly blew his head into pieces. The base guard beast Darlan turned into countless blue data light points and vanished with a roar. Success! 4 people relaxed at the same time. They reached the round airlock entrance at the bottom of the base shield. Opening the valve, seawater poured into the middle corridor. After they entered, the outer valve closed, and the water in the corridor was quickly pumped out. The inner valve opened, and the 4 finally stepped into the air-filled, warm, dry base interior. Phew, finally safe. LV Xingza took off his helmet and breathed out deeply. They reached the top level of the base fortress. Puboja looked at Shark, same as before, Shark, will you activate the base signal tower? LV Xingza shrugged, I have no objection. Lu Ruyan agreed, me neither. But Shark shook his head and said, I just lost 200 points when the base was breached. Adding another 100 points now, according to the system, if points are below the last reward threshold, the reward will not be given again. I must first make up the lost 200 points before I can claim new rewards. Giving it to me now would be a loss. He looked at Puboja, you take it this time. Later, if we capture other underwater bases, everyone takes turns unlocking once to get the basic reward. Lu Ruyan was puzzled. I remember the higher the points, the better the later rewards. Why not give it all to one person? Shark explained. Reaching 100 points unlocks a basic personal space. I think this feature is very useful for each of you. And I found a rule. After points are deducted, rewards already given are not taken back by the system. So at least everyone should get this basic protection. Lu Ruyan understood. I see. Makes sense. Pu Buozha no longer refused. Okay, then I won't be polite. He walked to the center of the base in front of the signal tower and inserted his battle device. Buzz. The red light of the signal tower immediately turned into a soft green glow. Congratulations to Summer Country participant Pu Buozha for capturing the base and earning 100 points. Random National Fortune Reward activated. National Fortune Reward, all citizens of Summer Country gain 10 years of life, triggers before death, only once. Wow! Lifespan. LV Xingze shouted excitedly, this is great. They went into the internal living room. The interior of the base fortress was like a fully equipped luxury apartment, crystal chandeliers giving soft light, spacious and comfortable living room, even independent bathrooms in bedrooms. Lu Ruyan went straight to the bathroom. You talk, I'll take a shower first. Continuous battles and deep-sea diving made her feel uncomfortable all over. Under the crystal chandelier, Shark, Pu Buozha, and LV Xingze sat on the comfortable sofa in the living room. The temporarily safe environment allowed their tense nerves to relax slightly. Shark spoke first, so the plan now is to stay in this base until the National Fortune battlefield ends in 5 days? Pu Buozha leaned on the sofa, looking relaxed. After all, we have 5 penalty offset cards, no need to worry about National Fortune punishment. Outside is so dangerous, I see no need to take risks. LV Xingze sighed, it will be a bit boring. Unable to go online, unable to play games, just relying on watching the bullet comments for some fun. He opened his system panel, watching the various bullet comments scrolling. 666, lifespan plus 10 years, awesome. See treasure livestream, let's do it. Here? Catch a cat's eye snail. Park Bojio looked at Xia Ke, do you have any plans? Xia Ke glanced around the room. There are already 3 monsters with ocean advantages. Let's also take down the other underwater bases marked on the map. More safe houses mean more protection. Lu Xingze's eyes lit up. That's right. I feel like in the water, my Maluki power has increased and my speed has gotten faster. It should be easier to fight the base guardians. Xia Ke sighed slightly and said, but here in the deep sea, I actually don't have much chance to act. Park Bojiol said, your knowledge and tactical command are our key reliance. Xia Ke smiled, looking at the two of them, you should already know my basic approach. Without me, you guys can still do it. Keep it up, I believe in you. Lu Xingze was stunned. Xiagu? What you said, it sounds like you're planning to slack off. At this moment, the bathroom door opened. Lu Ruoyan stepped out wrapped in a pure white towel. Her wet long hair hung down on her shoulders, water droplets sliding down her delicate skin. The towel barely covered her full, proud figure, outlining a breathtaking curve, and the slit revealed 2 long, straight, smooth legs, as flawless as jade. She was drying her hair with a towel while asking, what are you discussing? Why so serious? Xia Ke stood up and walked over to grab the hairdryer. We're discussing the next plan. He turned on the hairdryer, set it to a gentle wind, and softly began drying Lu Ruoyan's wet hair, just like he did when drying his sister's hair at home. Lu Ruoyan froze for a moment, and then a hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes. It was indeed inconvenient for her to dry this long hair by herself, and Xia Ke's gesture was very considerate. Thank you. She enjoyed the warm breeze and continued asking, but didn't we agree to hide in the base until the national operation battlefield ends? Xia Ke's fingers ran through her smooth hair, his voice calm, improving strength is always the most important. I plan to go out alone to train. What? Park Bojiol and Lu Xingze both exclaimed in unison. Park Bojiol sat up straight. Xia Ke, are you joking? You bear an important responsibility. You have the most points, and if anything happens to you, our summer country team will face a huge blow. It's too risky. Xia Ke didn't stop what he was doing. It's not that dangerous. I know my limits. Lu Xingze's eyes turned. Then how about giving us a few of your national operation punishment offset cards? That way, you can go out and have fun, and we'll have some security. Xia Ke gave him a helpless look. Those are system-bound virtual items, no physical form, can't be traded or given. Park Bojiol said urgently, in that case, you have even less reason to go out. Stay here with us, the 4 of us together, with the base's protection and 3 powerful monsters, it's the safest. The bullet comments on the national operation livestream also expressed condemnation. Xia Ke finished drying the last strand of Lu Ruoyan's hair, turned off the hairdryer, and glanced at the 3 of them, his eyes becoming unusually deep. That's what you say. But I don't think this so-called National Operation Battlefield will be so kind. Park Bo-gyeol frowned. What do you mean? Chapter 43, Speculations about the forces behind the scenes. Xia Ke walked over to the window and slowly said. In theory, all participants can choose to develop peacefully. Lu Ruyan looked thoughtful. Indeed, it sounds quite peaceful. I really don't understand why contestants from other countries insist on fighting to the death. LV Xingza curled his lips. For what else? Greed. They want more points, better rewards. Park Bo-gyeol also nodded. Human nature is like that. Xia Ke turned around, his eyes sharp. No, it's not just human nature. I mean, the controller behind this system would not let us be so smooth. It designed this battlefield, invested such huge resources, could it really be just to watch us hide in a corner for 5 days? That does not fit the logic of a trial or a game not. He paused, his voice carrying a trace of chill. I suspect that in the last few days, maybe even tomorrow, the system will forcibly change the rules, or release unavoidable crises, forcing all contestants into the final, most brutal battle. By then, people without enough strength, even with counter cards, might not survive. So, I must go out, find a chance to grow stronger. I cannot place all hope on hiding. Xia Ke's words were like a cold wind, instantly scattering the comfort in the base, making Park Bo-gyeol, LV Xingza, and Lu Ruyan tense again. Park Bo-gyeol frowned, staring tightly at Xia Ke. Why are you so sure? Is it just a feeling? Xia Ke's gaze swept across the three, his voice low. Not entirely a feeling. Have you noticed, the cosmic merchants call us Reionics? This name itself carries huge information. Reionics? Park Bo-gyeol felt unfamiliar with the word. I did hear it since the start of the National Fate Battlefield, but what exactly is it? Reionics, Xia Ke said slowly, is not just a simple contestant code. It refers to people chosen or influenced by the power of Reblando aliens, thus gaining the ability to control monsters. Reblando aliens? Lu Ruyan also frowned. A legendary ultimate life form. Xia Ke explained to them. It controls monsters with immense mental power, once ruled vast cosmic territories. Later, for some unknown reason, it lost its body. Leaving only an immortal spirit, wandering the vast universe, spreading its genetic factors, looking for a suitable shell, trying to come back. Park Bo-gyeol gasped. You mean, all of this now, this National Fate Battlefield, is created by this Reblando alien? Xia Ke shook his head. No solid proof, this is only speculation based on current information. But if the system really reflects Reblando's will, then its goal is never to let us live peacefully hiding for 5 days. It wants slaughter. It wants to breed the strong. It wants to select the strongest vessel. It will find ways, at the last moment, to force everyone into a final, unavoidable battle. By then, hiding here will only make us lambs for slaughter. Xia Ke's voice was like a hammer, pounding heavily on the three's hearts. The relaxed atmosphere in the base vanished, replaced by a suffocating feeling as if trapped by an invisible net. The comments in the National Fate live room instantly exploded, the wind direction turned sharply. Wow! Thinking carefully is terrifying. Reblando? Ultimate life form? This setting gives me goosebumps. If that's true, Xia Ke is right. Hiding is waiting for death. The final fight will be forced. Will there be a shrinking safe zone like Battle Royale? If we hide here the whole time, by then others will be max level, while we're just leaving the newbie village. It can't turn into a massacre, right? Can we win? Dead sure. Fighting monsters and leveling up to keep the pace is key. Xia Ke going out is right. The Xia team doesn't even have many monsters yet. Better go catch all 12 monsters and then hide, it's not too late. Park Bo-gyeol stayed silent for a long time. The struggle and worry on his face finally turned into one heavy sigh. He raised his head, his gaze complex as he looked at Xia Ke. I understand you go. But, Xia Ke, you must be careful. You absolutely must not turn into giving away points. Xia Ke nodded seriously. Relax, I know my limits. I have ways to escape. Without full confidence to keep my life, I will not easily step into danger. Lu Ruyan walked to Xia Ke's front. In her beautiful eyes there was concern. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow. Xia Ke looked into Lu Ruyan's eyes. Today is too late. I also need to rest well and sort out my thoughts. Lu Ruyan nodded. Okay, tomorrow I will let Yalagala carry you for part of the way. At some place on the island, inside Sean's temporary stronghold fortress. Under the dim light, Sean looked at Isabella, who was covered in sweat and pale-faced, stumbling into the stronghold, and frowned as he asked, what happened? Isabella leaned tiredly against the cold metal wall, gasping, I met a very powerful monster. Sean looked at Isabella's weak spirit state, and rarely did not complain, only asked, you are not injured, right? It feels very uncomfortable. Isabella held her chest, the backlash from the mental link and the pressure brought by that monster made her body and mind both exhausted. Sean said, then have a good rest. Isabella asked, and you, how is your injury? Almost healed. Sean moved his arm a bit, then irritably looked outside the fortress. Damn it, this ghost weather outside, I can't see anything at all. Too dark. Do you know what is going on? Isabella replied, it was done by a monster that can spray black smoke. Sean pressed, what about that monster now? Isabella shook her head, her voice weak, I don't know, it should still be hunting other monsters or looking for new prey. She said no more, dragging her tired body, walking straight toward the bathroom inside the stronghold. I'm going to take a shower. Above the central area of the island, within endless darkness, a streak of flowing light, like lightning tearing open the night curtain, rushed at high speed under the thick black clouds. Golden feathers flickered with faint golden light in the darkness, the huge wings each time they flapped rolled up strong air currents, driving away the suffocating black fog around. Lightning monster bird Libesa. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack power, 800, defense power, 500, speed, 1000. Skills, Thunderstrike, Strong Wind. Introduction, a giant bird-type monster, with alloy-like hard golden feathers, its two wings roar up strong wind, its abdomen can release overwhelming thunder strikes. On its wide back, standing steadily was Lua, with golden hair and blue eyes, wearing a straight military uniform. She wore tactical night vision goggles, using the super vision gained from linking with the monster to look around, searching for a target. These black clouds were exactly as the source. Lua's brows were tightly locked, her voice carrying a trace of heaviness and irritation. She had already driven Libesa to fly over more than half of the island. This darkness seemed endless, completely swallowing all light. Even the golden light emitted by Libesa itself was suppressed. Too dark, completely cannot see any light. Suddenly. Screech. Libesa let out a sharp warning cry. Lua's tactical goggles instantly locked onto a region below. From there came a dull crashing sound. There was battle. Lua immediately lowered Libesa's altitude. Through the night vision lens, she saw the scene happening below. A terrifying monster with a huge owl head was using its sharp beak, crazily pecking and eating a monster that was already at the brink of death, carrying a massive rock shell on its back. Adkali's hard rock armor looked fragile under Mororoa's sharp beak, easily pecked open, exposing the tender tissue inside, being greedily torn apart and swallowed by Mororoa. The system panel before Lua's eyes instantly popped up two pieces of information. Space Great Monster Mororoa. Hermit Crab Monster Adkali. Lua's gaze locked tightly onto Mororoa's huge body. Thick tube-like organs on its body were spewing black smoke in thin streams. Found it. Lua's eyes instantly burst with sharp light. If nothing goes wrong, it might be the culprit creating the darkness. Chapter 44, Cosmic Monster vs. Yenma Beast. Lua suddenly raised the battle device in her hand. Go, Saigoku. Battle device activated. Ding. 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 With three crisp electronic sounds, the three slots of the battle device lit up one by one with blinding red light. Then, the cover of the battle device clicked open. From the first slot, a dark red card depicting a fierce dragon-like monster shot out instantly, sliding precisely through the activation slot at the top of the device. Buzz. The card burst with deep dark red light, like the burning fire of hell. It shot forward and suddenly expanded and took form on the dark land below. Jaya Gao Gagagagaga. A terrifying scream, mixing dragon roars and evil ghost howls, tore through the darkness. A huge giant slammed down. Its strong body was covered with a fearsome shell of mixed red and deep blue, like a demon god crawling out of hell's abyss. On its head were huge hellish horns, its right hand held a massive wolf-tooth club full of ominous aura, its back was covered with sharp bone spikes like a mountain of needles, and the tip of its tail was a sharp saw. Its open mouth seemed to flow with sticky blood, and its eyes were like 64 evil ghost pupils peering from endless hell into the human world. Yenma Beast Saigoku. Height, 66 meters. Weight, 70,000 tons. Attack, 1500, defense, 1400, speed, 900. Skills, Bloody Flood, Energy Absorption, Hell Blood Pool, Hell Release, Hell Needle Shot. Description, its posture is like a demon god from hell, symbolizing destruction and disaster. It has terrifying power and many destructive skills, an extremely powerful ultimate monster. The moment Saigoku descended, the ground trembled violently as if hit by a meteor. Its imposing figure made Mororoa, who was pecking at Yadkari, suddenly lift its huge owl head. Hiss-oh! Mororoa felt an unprecedented threat, a flicker of fear passed through its crimson eyes, then was replaced by rage. It opened its huge mouth without hesitation, spraying a sticky, foul-smelling white dissolving mist straight at the just-landed Saigoku. The mist hit the ground, rocks sizzled as they dissolved, and thick white smoke rose. A cold light flashed in Luya's eyes. Saigoku. Bloody Flood. Roar. Saigoku let out a deafening roar. Its blood pool-like huge mouth suddenly opened, black-red destructive energy boiling like magma gathered inside. At the same time, the mountain of needles on its back emitted blinding red light. In the next moment, a terrifying destructive flood over 10 meters wide, wrapped in black-red lightning, like the breath of hell, burst out violently. Boom! The black-red bloody flood collided violently with the white dissolving mist. Saigoku's destructive energy, with overwhelming force, instantly evaporated and smashed Mororoya's poison. The unstoppable bloody flood, like a raging angry dragon, hit Mororoya's huge head violently. Bang! A fierce crashing sound rang out. Mororoya let out a piercing cry of sorrow. Its massive body was flung into the air by this force, rolling and crashing down, carving a deep trench in the ground. Luya did not pause, her killing intent cold. Now. Hell Needle shot. Saigoku's mountain of needles on its back shook violently. Dozens of sharp bone spikes, glowing crimson like giant spears, under its control, shot toward the fallen Mororoya with a piercing scream like a storm of rain. Boom 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 boom. Dense explosions lit up wildly on and around Mororoya. The glaring firelight instantly dispersed the small range of darkness, illuminating the surrounding peaks as if it were daylight. Rocks and dirt were blown into the sky, scattering everywhere. The firelight and smoke slowly dispersed. Luoya stared at the center of the explosion, her brows tightly furrowed. How is this possible? Through the smoke, Mororoya's massive body staggered and stood up again. Its body was covered with charred marks from the spike explosion, and its blood-red eyes, instead of showing fear, burned with even more violent flames. Its tube-like organs emitted even thicker black smoke. Luoya was shocked. It withstood the bloody flood and the barrage of spikes. This monster's defense and vitality far surpass any opponent I've faced before. On the system panel in front of her, the American audience's comments exploded. Oh my god. Jesus. Why didn't this monster explode? Holy crap. All the monsters hit by this attack in the front died. Surprisingly, this owl is very tough. Goddamn, it might be really strong. Be careful, Mororoya is immune to laser shots. Relax, Saigoku can smash it into sandwich meat. Mororoya was a mid-boss in Ultraman Taro, but was defeated by humans. Its design is really ugly. Its nose looks like a carrot used to build a snowman. That should be a bird's beak, but its chin doesn't look like a bird's, very puzzling. We should cheer for Luoya. Roar! Mororoya let out a furious roar. It stomped on the already dead body of Yatakali, and its massive body erupted with incredible speed, swinging its huge, rock-like claws down toward Saigoku. Saigoku was not afraid, raising his right hand, holding the wolf-tooth mace wrapped in hellish aura, and clashing with it. Boom! It was like two mountains colliding. The terrifying shockwave spread out in a circular wave, blasting away all the trees and rocks within 100 meters. Mororoya's claw was knocked off course, and Saigoku's wolf-tooth mace quickly withdrew, then slammed down again. Mororoya's nearly 40,000-ton body was actually sent flying off the ground by Saigoku's powerful strike. Boom! Mororoya flew backward like a cannonball, slamming heavily into a mountain that was over 200 meters tall. The immense impact made the entire mountain shake violently, and the rocks cracked apart. Mororoya's body was deeply embedded into the mountain wall, debris rolling down and partially burying it, foam spilling from its mouth, clearly heavily wounded. The comments erupted again. Full of power. In the Ultraman X movie, Saigoku can easily send the 45,000-ton Ultraman X flying. It is also a strong boss. No pressure at all, here no one can beat it. However, within the black mist, Mororoya's life force was terrifyingly tenacious. It struggled to crawl out of the mountain wall, shaking off the debris on its body, its blood-red eyes locked onto Saigoku with deep hatred. It suddenly flapped its ruined moth-like wings, its massive body soared into the air with a mournful sound of wind, and it charged towards Saigoku at an astonishing speed. Be careful! Saigoku! Luoya shouted in alarm. Boom! Mororoya's feet, like siege hammers, heavily kicked Saigoku's wolf-tooth mace-blocking arm. This time, Saigoku was actually knocked back several steps by the immense force. Each step deeply sank into the ground, leaving huge footprints. Mororoya landed and didn't give Saigoku any chance to breathe. Its massive claws came crashing down like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 The heavy impacts were non-stop. Blinding sparks exploded continuously on Saigoku's tough skin. Luoya's body trembled slightly with every heavy strike. She could feel the immense pressure Saigo was enduring, but what shocked her even more was, its power will not weaken. This is impossible. After the initial passivity, Saigo quickly steadied itself. It swung its wolf-tooth club, blocking Mororoya's fierce attacks while searching for a chance to counterattack. Mororoya sprayed white poisonous mist, and Saigo retaliated with a bloody flood. Mororoya tried to fly away to create distance, and Saigo forced it back to the ground with dense hellish needle shots. The two terrifying beasts launched a world-shaking close combat fight on the darkened land. Every clash shook the ground and mountains, with deafening roars that pierced the clouds and shattered rocks. The aftershock of the battle, like invisible giant blades, flattened surrounding hills one by one. The ground cracked, smoke and black fumes spread, forming a scene of destructive hell. Luya's eyes sharpened. She saw that although Mororoya was injured, its ferocity had grown, and the black smoke it spat seemed to weaken the enemy and strengthen itself, which would be bad for Saigao if it continued. Saigao. Release of hell. Saigao suddenly leaped back, creating distance. The shell on its chest, like the gate of hell, cracked open, revealing a dark red energy core emitting destructive waves. Roar. With Saigao's roar, an energy flood thicker and deeper than the bloody flood, entwined with destructive black-red lightning, the release of hell erupted violently from its chest core. Where the energy flood passed, the ground was torn like by an invisible giant plow, rolling and breaking to the sides. Even the space seemed to wail. Boom! The release of hell hit the rushing Mororoya precisely. His sang. Mororoya let out an unprecedentedly piercing and tragic scream. Its massive body was blasted by the irresistible destructive energy, flying backward like a broken kite. It crashed through more than 10 mountains consecutively and finally stopped in a pile of scattered rocks, red energy arcs jumping across its body, struggling, unable to stand for a moment. Luya breathed slightly, looking at the huge figure with flickering energy arcs in the distance, and for the first time her beautiful eyes carried weight and worry. Does this monster's stamina have no limit? All along, I've never seen anything endure such fierce attacks from Saigao for so long. She felt a faint unease in her heart. At that moment, seemingly completely frightened by the release of hell, Mororoya struggled to rise and no longer lingered in battle, suddenly flapping its wings and dragging its injured body, wobbling as it fled into the darkness. Trying to run? Luya's eyes turned cold. She immediately recalled Saigao from battle mode and simultaneously controlled Livesa. Chase! The golden lightning bird let out a high-pitched cry, flapped its wings, and began to accelerate. Luya focused entirely on the dark shadow fleeing ahead, her tactical goggles continuously adjusting focus to lock the target. Just as Livesa sped up and Luya's attention was fully drawn forward. Whoosh! A dull, extreme sound of air braking, carrying suffocating pressure, suddenly came from the dark behind inside. Luya felt a chill on her back. She turned sharply, pupils contracting. A huge rock, 40 meters in diameter, like a small mountain, was tearing through the air at a terrifying speed, breaking the sound barrier, carrying destructive momentum, heading straight for her and Livesa. The ambush came too suddenly. It fully used the cover of darkness and Luya's focus on pursuit. Luya only had time to let out a shocked scream. Boom! The giant rock smashed firmly into Livesa's side wing. Livesa let out a painful, mournful cry. Golden feathers flew everywhere. Its massive body was thrown off balance by the tremendous force, rolling rapidly toward the ground. Leah was thrown out by the huge inertia. Luckily, her body had been enhanced, and she landed on relatively soft mud. A sharp pain spread throughout her body, but it was not fatal. However, the pain feedback from the mental link, showing that Livesa had sustained serious injuries, almost caused her to faint. It was the agonizing pain of shattered bones and damaged internal organs. Livesa. Leah gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain and dizziness, and immediately withdrew the critically injured Livesa into the combat device for emergency treatment. She struggled to get up from the ground, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and cracks appeared on the lenses of her tactical glasses. Her face was full of shock, anger, and seriousness as she suddenly looked up at the direction where the giant rock was coming from. Boom! 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 The heavy footsteps were like the sound of war drums, coming closer from afar. Each step shook the earth. A gigantic, violent, and terrifying red figure slowly walked out from the shadow of the mountain gorge, crushing the rocks blocking its way. It let out a deafening, primal roar. E-e-o-o-o. E-e-o-o-o. E-e-o-o. The crimson beast suddenly threw a punch at a small mountain nearby. With a thunderous crash, the mountain rocks shattered. It casually grabbed a boulder as big as a house, its arm muscles bulging, and it prepared to smash it fiercely toward Leah. The threat of death arrived in an instant. Leah's pupils shrank, and without hesitation, she endured her weakness and raised the combat device in her hand once again. Fight back! Saigao! Hum! The dark red light once again shot out from the combat device. Its presence, much weaker than the previous Yama beast Saigao, still carried an unyielding roar as it landed on the ground before Leah. Its blood pool-like mouth breathed heavily, and the glowing spikes on its back were also somewhat dimmed. Leah's heart was in her throat. The intense battle with Mororoa earlier had drained a lot of energy, and after taking a heavy blow in a surprise attack, both her mental and physical strength were on the verge of collapse. Saigao's condition was also far from its peak. As soon as Saigao landed, it roared and charged at the provoked red giant beast. However, a trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the Red King. It did not avoid the attack but instead hurled the massive rock in its hand towards Saigao's face like throwing a baseball. Boom! The huge boulder accurately smashed into Saigo's fierce head, instantly shattering it. Chapter 46, Taking Advantage of Vulnerability. Dust and debris from the shattered rocks filled the air. Although this strike didn't cause substantial damage, the insult it carried was overwhelming. Saigo's head was thrown to the side, letting out an angry roar, and it had already reached the Red King's front. Its right hand, holding a spiked mace wrapped in hellish aura, tore through the air, aiming to smash the Red King's head with immense force. This strike could shatter mountains. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The gigantic, seemingly cumbersome Red King's steps were surprisingly nimble. Its massive body suddenly shifted to the side, like an experienced fighter, narrowly dodging the lethal blow. Then, instead of retreating, the Red King advanced. Its huge body displayed astonishing coordination, swiftly stepping around and directly closing in on Saigo. Its two massive hands, like iron claws, grabbed the joint at the base of Saigo's right arm. Roar! Saigo tried to break free, but the Red King's power was terrifying. With a sudden forceful tug, the Red King disrupted Saigo's balance, then twisted its waist, and both arms exploded with colossal strength. Boom! Weighing 70,000 tons, Saigo was lifted by the Red King as though it were a giant sandbag, slammed to the ground with immense force. The earth trembled violently, and dust soared into the sky. PFF. Leah spat out a mouthful of blood, her body feeling as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Stumbling backwards. The terrifying impact from the mental link made her vision go black. Seigoku struggled to rise from the large pit he had created with his own body, his rage reaching its peak. The mountain of needles on his back erupted with blinding red light, and black-red lightning crazily danced within the blood pool's open mouth. Roar! A bloodthirsty flood. A torrent of destructive energy rushed toward the Red King. Facing an attack powerful enough to turn mountains into dust, the Red King showed no fear whatsoever. The crystals on its shoulders suddenly glowed. Then, both palms slammed forward. ZZZZHH. A violent, pure red lightning energy storm erupted from its palms. Like two roaring red lightning dragons, they collided head-on with Seigoku's bloody flood. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted between the two beasts. The destructive energy shockwave expanded in a spherical shape. The surface rocks of several surrounding peaks were instantly wiped away by an invisible giant hand. Luya, over 500 meters away, was flung violently like a leaf in a storm by the ferocious shockwave. Ugh! Luya felt her internal organs shift, her body uncontrollably flying backward over 100 meters, crashing heavily into a massive rock. The hard rock surface cracked like a spider's web upon impact. Her vision blackened, the intense pain nearly suffocating her, blood constantly pouring from the corner of her mouth. This was the first internal injury she had sustained since entering the battlefield. On the distant battlefield. After releasing the bloody flood, Seigoku was clearly weaker. He roared, swinging his spiked club again, charging toward the Red King. Smash! Uppercut! Chop down! Sweep horizontally! Seigoku's attack was fierce and deadly. Yet, the Red King, like a giant skilled in martial arts, dodged with astounding agility and foresight. Each attack was perfectly avoided with barely any margin, sidestepping, sliding, or leaning back. Seigoku's spiked club could only futilely strike the air. Finally, in the moment of Seigoku's exhausted strike that missed, with a huge aftershock, the Red King moved. Its hand shot out like lightning, precisely blocking Seigoku's right arm. Another massive fist, like a piledriver, howling through the air, slammed fiercely into Seigoku's chest. Boom! 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 5 consecutive punches. Each punch contained over 100,000 tons of terrifying monstrous strength. Each blow exploded with blinding sparks on Seigoku's tough shell. Seigoku let out a painful screech, his massive body being forced back step by step. But it wasn't over yet. The crystals on the Red King's shoulders erupted with dazzling light again. Its final punch was wrapped with violent red lightning, carrying over 250,000 tons of destructive power, and it slammed directly into the center of Seigoku's chest. Boom! A deafening sound shook the heavens and earth. Seigoku's chest exploded in a massive, dazzling energy spark. His enormous body was hit like it was struck by a siege hammer, wailing as it was flung backward. PFF. Luya spit out another mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper, the excruciating pain from the mental link nearly causing her to faint. The Red King seemed to have become addicted, letting out a series of joyful roars, Yi-oh! 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 It approached Seigoku, suddenly spun around, its back pressed against him, its massive hands clamping down on Seigoku's right arm like iron pincers. Then, under Luya's astonished gaze, this red giant sank its waist, its legs exploding with earth-shattering strength. Boom! A standard, violence-filled suplex. 70,000 tons of Seigoku were swung over the Red King's head and slammed violently into the earth on the other side. The ground shook violently as if struck by a meteor, with smoke and rubble soaring into the sky. Yeo! 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 Red King excitedly stepped back, watching Seigoku struggling in the smoke, swaying and trying to rise up, his eyes gleaming with cruel excitement. It suddenly started to sprint, its thick legs unleashing terrifying power, and its massive body even soared into the air. It leaped to a height of over 1,000 meters. Like a red meteor. Then, it adjusted its posture, its enormous foot aimed at Seigoku below Red King flying kick. Seigoku barely raised his right hand holding the wolf tooth club to block. Boom! Like divine punishment descending. The terrifying impact instantly erupted. Seigoku's block was as useless as a mantis trying to stop a cart. His massive body was violently smashed and rolled across the ground. The hard ground was torn apart, carving a huge trench thousands of meters long and dozens of meters wide. Dust filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. Pooh! Luya could no longer hold on, spitting out another mouthful of blood, her body weakly leaning against the rock, her breath weak, her eyes filled with pain and terror. She never imagined that her strongest monster, Seigoku, would be so thoroughly crushed. At this moment, a figure in a black sailor suit with twin ponytails bounced into the edge of Luya's blurry vision. Natsume Yuka wore an innocent yet chilling smile on her face, tilting her head as she looked at the disheveled Luya. Hee hee, pretty big sister, why don't you just give me those 800 plus points? How about it? Luya struggled to raise her head, her golden hair sticking to her pale cheek. She looked at the seemingly harmless girl in front of her, finally connecting her identity to the feared name on the leaderboard. Neon person, you are the number one on the leaderboard. Natsume Yuka? Natsume Yuka blinked her large eyes, pretending to be surprised. Oh? You figured it out? How fortunate. Luya gritted her teeth, her voice filled with anger and confusion. Why do this? Why attack other contestants? Natsume Yuka's smile instantly became somewhat eerie. She tilted her head, as if hearing an extremely ridiculous question. Oh? You mean? Attack you? This question is really strange. Her voice suddenly turned cold. Isn't it common sense that in a battle between Reionics, we fight to decide who is the strongest? Luya gritted her teeth, retorting, clearly we could all live peacefully together, and get through these few days safely. Why must it be a life or death struggle? Live peacefully? Natsume Yuka seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world. She casually walked a circle around Luya, her eyes filled with mockery and sarcasm. Pretty big sister, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Haven't you killed other contestants? Look at your 800 plus points, growing so fast, you must have done the same thing as me, right? Your hands are stained with blood, so stop acting all saintly here. Luya stared directly into Natsume Yuka's seemingly innocent yet truly cold and cruel eyes, speaking clearly, word by word. All my points were earned by capturing strongholds and killing wild monsters. Even if other contestants attack me, I only drove them off, never killing anyone. My hands have never been stained with the blood of any contestant. Natsume Yuka's smile completely vanished, replaced by a cold scrutiny and undisguised suspicion. She stared at Luya for a few seconds, the corner of her mouth curling into a sneer. You think I would believe that? The American live stream chat exploded in an instant. Evil girl, she attacked Luya, how could she do this? Is this how she got the highest score? This is insane. Son of the beach. The Neon people are too arrogant, they need a lesson. That Red King is full of power, it's a terrifying beast. Seigoku has been worn out, if it weren't for this. Victory belongs to Luya. Luya still has a trump card, she might be okay. Luya gritted her teeth against the sharp pain and dizziness, her mind working at lightning speed in a life or death moment, analyzing the situation. If she used the Monster Life Status Refresh card now, this precious virtual item could instantly restore Saigau's status to its peak. With Saigau's terrifying power, she could turn the situation around. But the opponent is the highest scorer in the competition, and they definitely have more than a few tricks up their sleeve. Even if Saigao was restored, she would most likely get stuck, entangled in a battle of attrition. And in the end, she might still be forced to use the escape prism, meaning this refresh card would be wasted. Considering the possibility of directly using the escape prism, it would be the safest way to save herself, allowing her to escape the battlefield in an instant. Or she could use the Monster Life Status Refresh card on Libesa. This would instantly heal the heavily injured Libesa, and with his lightning-fast speed, they would have a good chance of escaping the battlefield together, shaking off Yukari Natsume and Red King, and continuing the pursuit of Mororoya. It would save her life and still allow her to continue tracking Mororoya. The escape prism is a very valuable item. If the situation wasn't so critical, Luya would hesitate to use it. Luya made up her mind. Yukari Natsume looked at Luya, who was silent, her smile growing even brighter. Why so quiet? Did you realize you couldn't fool anyone and now you're completely nervous? Luya ignored her mockery, preparing to activate the battle device. At the same time, her consciousness found the monster life status refresh card in her system backpack. This virtual item could only be used on a monster that had already been summoned. Bayou. A deliberately imitated gunshot sound, accompanied by a mocking child's voice, rang out. Bang! A searing laser beam struck Luya's raised arm in an instant. The sharp pain made her grunt, and the battle device flew from her hand, rolling onto the shattered stones 2 meters away. Luya quickly looked up, her eyes filled with shock. She saw that Yukari Natsum, at some point, had a peculiar-looking laser gun in her hand, glowing with a cold metallic gleam. A gun? How do you have a gun? Luya's voice trembled from shock and pain. Yukari Natsum smirked, the barrel of the gun steadily aimed at Luya's head, and with a grin, she said. I bought it from the cosmic merchant, hee, surprised? Didn't expect that, huh? Don't try any tricks now, big sister. Just sit tight here and watch as your trump card gets beaten to death by my Red King, then, you'll vanish into thin air with it. Luya's heart sank to the bottom. The cosmic merchant, she had once looked for him, but the EO required for their trade was something she had no idea about, not even knowing what it was or where to find it. This Yukari Natsum not only found the cosmic merchant but also successfully traded for such a deadly technological weapon. The huge gap in information and resources made her feel unprecedented pressure. She had to act immediately. Luya suppressed the storm of emotions within her heart, forcing a calm expression, trying to divert her opponent's attention. Hey, listen, buddy. We could actually work together. Who knows what unexpected events will happen in the next few days, having another strong helper is always a good thing. We could work together? Yukari Natsum seemed to hear a joke, sneering and interrupting Luya, her tone growing more dangerous. Beautiful big sister, I've got you, even Jesus can't stop me. The negotiation broke down. Luya's eyes flashed with cold light, she needed her opponent's attention to be distracted for just a moment. She suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Red King, who was fighting Saigao in the distance, forcing a calm demeanor. Oh. Don't you want to see your Red King, right now, in such a difficult situation? Oh. Yukari Natsum instinctively glanced towards the distant mountain battlefield, where smoke and dust filled the air and massive beasts were fighting. Suddenly, Luya's body sharply rolled to the side and forward with swift tactical movement, targeting the battle device that had fallen onto the rocky ground. So dishonest. Natsum Yuka reacted with lightning speed. Almost the moment Luya made her move, she sharply turned her head back, a murderous glint in her eyes, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! Another blazing laser beam shot out. Ugh! Luya groaned, her left shoulder instantly pierced. Blood sprayed out. The intense pain made her vision darken, and her movement inevitably slowed. But her right hand, already extended, just barely touched the battle device. There was no time to summon Rebesa. In a fraction of a second, Luya made a decision. She immediately used her last life-saving card from the system space escape prism. Activate. Natsum Yuka did not hesitate at all and pulled the trigger again. Buzz. A spherical force field emitting red light, as if countless prisms were reflecting light inside, completely enveloped Luya's body. Natsum Yuka's third shot hit the suddenly appearing light sphere with a harsh laser beam, only causing a faint ripple. Then, the light sphere surrounding Luya suddenly accelerated, turning into a streak of light, swiftly fleeing toward the sky. Inside the light sphere, Luya, enduring the excruciating pain in her shoulder and arm, sent a command through the mental link, come back. Seigu. Swish. The light sphere was so fast that it disappeared into the thick dark sky in the blink of an eye. Natsum Yuka stood in place, watching the direction the light sphere disappeared, showing no sign of panic. She slowly withdrew the laser gun from the system space, her lips curling into a smile of inevitable victory. Hee, you run so fast. When all your trump cards are used up, that's when I'll completely take you down, Luya E. Gross MacArthur. After resting for a night, Xia Ke woke up in the comfortable room of the base fortress. He changed into his gear, prepared everything, and then opened the door. Lu Ruoyan was already waiting in the living room. She, too, had changed into her diving gear, her long hair tied up, looking neat and tidy. I'll send you. Xia Ke nodded. Thanks. Lu Xingze and Park Bose also came out after hearing the sound, escorting the two to the round airlock at the bottom of the base's protective shield. Brother Xia Ke, take care. Lu Xingze waved his hand. Be sure to be careful, stay in touch at all times. Park Bose said with a serious expression. Xia Ke and Lu Ruoyan nodded at them, turned, and opened the inner valve to enter the narrow passage. The valve closed behind them. Then, the outer valve opened, and the cold seawater instantly rushed in, filling the passage. The two swam out of the passage, and the outer valve immediately closed, isolating them from the base. Lu Ruoyan immediately raised the battle device. Come out, Arigala. A red light shot out, and the gigantic winged cosmic beast Aragala rapidly materialized in the deep sea. The two swam to the head of Aragala and grabbed the protrusions at its edges. Aragala's rear thruster glowed blue, and it began to ascend. Chapter 48, Starting Solo Mission. The 2,000-meter distance was quickly crossed with Aragala's speed. With a splash, Aragala broke through the ocean's surface, its massive body sending waves everywhere. Its rear thrusters shot out powerful energy streams, propelling it to skim the ocean surface, flying low and fast, leaving behind a long white trail on the water. Lu Royan and Xia Ke took off their sealed helmets, feeling the sea breeze on their faces. The two sat on Aragala's wide head, with a clear view, but the sky was still shrouded in thick, ink-like clouds, the lingering atomic fog released by Malaroya. The sky is still so dark. Xia Ke gazed at the swirling black clouds. It really gives me the creeps. Lu Royan turned her head and glanced at him. Are you afraid of the dark too? Although I now have supervision. Can you see clearly? Shark moved his neck. And you, can you see clearly? Lu Royan shook her head, speaking honestly. To be honest, I can't see clearly, it's too dark. I can only barely make out the outline. It seems different monsters give their controllers different focuses in strengthening the body, Shark said thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, Lu Royan suddenly spoke, her voice drifting with the sea wind. Shark, do you ever feel that the three of us might be a burden to you? She meant that the three of them only wanted to survive quietly until the end, unlike Shark who actively sought challenges, showing no energy or drive. Shark paused, then smiled. It's okay. You don't ignore orders, and you don't do your own thing, you're actually easy to communicate with. He paused, adding, much better than that idiot boss at my old job. That big fool knew nothing about basic work but loved to boss people around, could drive anyone mad. Lu Royan's gaze looked at the distant rolling black clouds. When I first met you, honestly I kind of disliked you. Oh. I disliked you too, Shark said calmly. At that time, I had just finished work and come off my shift, all dirty and tired. The system pulled me over directly, didn't even give me time to wash my face or change clothes. Lu Royan laughed lightly, with a hint of memory. Back then, I thought, you're young, you don't look dumb, so why be a low-level worker, really no ambition. Looking down on workers? Shark asked back. Not that, Lu Royan shook her head, speaking seriously. It was my fault for judging by appearance. At that time, I thought you were probably lazy and self-destructive, the type I dislike most. Oh, Shark replied briefly. Lu Royan turned her head, looking into Shark's eyes, her hair blowing in the sea wind, speaking sincerely. Now I see, you have talent, and a spirit for adventure. At least the risks we dare not take, you dare. You handle things reliably, I really admire that. Shark met her gaze, speaking calmly. It's not that I want adventure. Each problem, analyzed specifically, starting from reality, truthfully. Considering that staying there might be like waiting for death, you have to prepare more, not put hope in uncertainty. Lu Royan nodded, eyes on the front. Oh, almost at the shore. She pointed at the faint coastline under the black clouds. You must be very careful. Don't worry. Shark stood up, moved his limbs. I won't make it easy, don't worry. Lu Royan also stood, speaking softly. Whether easy or not is secondary. She paused, voice clear and firm. We are comrades, right? I will wait for your return as a comrade. Shark replied with one word, Origera landed steadily on the beach full of black rocks. Shark quickly jumped down from its head, stepping onto the wet sand. Use the communicator if needed, Shark pointed to the device on Lu Royan's ear. Lu Royan stood on Origera's head, waving back, okay. Origera rose into the sky again, disappearing quickly between the sea and the black clouds, returning to the underwater base. Shark stood alone on the empty beach, the sea wind sharp and cold. He looked at the distant mountains under the black clouds, rising like the spine of a giant beast, eyes sharp. He raised the battle device, speaking deeply, come out, Tayleston. Soil-colored light shot from the device, landing on the sand, forming the 60-meter-tall Tayleston. Under Shark's control, Tayleston obediently lay down, opening its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, like a tunnel entrance. Tayleston's head was 2 stories high, with a spacious interior. Shark did not hesitate, walking straight into Tayleston's mouth, finding a relatively flat spot to sit down. Although it's a bit damp and smells fishy here, it's safe enough. Let's go. Xia Ke gave the order. Tayleston's massive mouth slowly closed, completely enveloping Xia Ke in darkness. Immediately, its hard body surface began to release visible, high-frequency vibrating energy waves, super vibration waves. V-room. Accompanied by a deep hum, the beach and rocks beneath Tayleston quickly softened. Its enormous body, like a giant whale diving into the water, sank into the ground at an incredible speed. The sand, rocks, and soil, under the effect of the super vibration waves, were easily displaced and crushed, creating a temporary underground passage. Xia Ke sat in Tayleston's mouth, closed his eyes, and through a powerful mental link, connected his senses closely with Tayleston. He could clearly feel Tayleston's sensitive detection of the tiny seismic waves transmitted from the ground. Any large creatures moving, running, or even fighting violently on the surface would generate unique vibration waves. These vibration waves were like ripples on the water, which Tayleston precisely explored and analyzed. This allowed Xia Ke to clearly understand the general situation on the surface. Tayleston burrowed deep underground, and the super vibration waves acted like invisible drill bits, carving out passages in the hard rock layers. After some time, suddenly, a strong and chaotic vibration wave came from ahead, accompanied by a dull impact and the roar of a monster. There's something. Xia Ke immediately ordered through the mental link, Tayleston, quietly peek out and check. Tayleston understood, adjusted its direction, and dug diagonally upward toward the source of the vibrations. Soon, its massive head, like a submarine's periscope, silently broke through a hidden rock layer on the surface, exposing just half of its head to observe the outside. Through Tayleston's open mouth, Xia Ke saw the battlefield. A huge, heavily armored monster with a giant horn on its head was fiercely battling another smaller, but more vicious, horned monster. Sasha Sasha. The horned monster let out a sharp hiss, with two large pincers extending two flexible tentacle whips between them. Barrier monster GAD. Height, 63 meters. Weight, 67,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, defense, 800, speed, 600. Abilities, transparent barrier, dissolution liquid spray, double whip strangle, destructive laser. Description, a monster with the ability to create transparent barriers, often hiding underground to create massive ant nests and attacking prey by pulling them into the ground with its tentacles. The tentacles can retract, and it relies on its giant pincers for close combat. The horn on its head can fire a powerful destructive laser. Oh, ooh. The other horned monster appeared even more wild and furious, with its arms turned into thicker black whips. It swung its whips wildly, emitting a piercing screech through the air. Underground monster Gudun. Height, 50 meters. Weight, 25,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, defense, 500, speed, 1,000. Abilities, tentacle whip, hardened stab, lightning beam. Description, a ferocious carnivorous underground monster, with whips for arms that can stretch and change hardness. It is highly aggressive. Its eyes can fire lightning beams. It likes to prey on two-tailed monsters and has a strong territorial instinct. Chapter 49, Xia Ke mediates the fight. Gudun took a step forward, swinging its right-hand whip and smashing it hard into GAD. GAD reacted quickly, raising one massive pincer to block. Wham! Gudun's long whip wrapped around GAD's giant pincer. GAD immediately counterattacked. Its other pincer extended a tentacle whip, lightning fast, wrapping perfectly around Gudun's long neck. The two monsters immediately entered a tug-of-war. You pull me, I pull you, the immense force cracked the ground beneath their feet. In the end, the lighter Gudun lost the strength battle, being violently thrown by GAD and forced to let go of the whip, tumbling out awkwardly. GAD, seizing the advantage, showed no mercy. A huge unicorn on its forehead instantly lit up with an orange-red glow. V-Room. A scorching destructive beam shot out. Gudun reacted quickly, rolling continuously to dodge. Boom. 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 The destructive beam landed repeatedly on the ground, creating huge scorched craters as rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Just as Gudun steadied itself, it immediately counterattacked. Its arms waved wildly, and two long whips screamed through the air, striking at Gotti again. Gotti was not weak either, its two tentacle whips struck back like agile snakes. Snap. Snap. The four whips clashed and entwined wildly in the air. Eventually, Gotti's two tentacle whips and Gudun's two long whips became tangled together. The two beasts once again fell into a power struggle. Gotti, relying on its weight and strength, suddenly pulled hard, dragging Gudun. Gudun's massive body was actually thrown off the ground by force. Gotti swung Gudun around in the air like a flail. However, the whips were tangled too tightly. When Gotti tried to fling Gudun away, the twisted whips generated a massive recoil. Gotti lost its balance and stumbled, its enormous body crashing to the ground with a thud, landing hard in the dirt. The entangled whips finally loosened under the intense pulling. Roar! Gudun roared as it climbed up, its eyes filled with fury. Its eyes instantly lit up with magenta electrical sparks. Zatsa! Two thick lightning beams shot towards Gotti, who had just gotten up. Gotti reacted extremely quickly, raising its two huge, heavily armored pincers to block in front of it. Boom! Boom! The lightning beams struck the giant pincers with intense sparks flying. The pincers' armor was scorched, but they successfully blocked the attack. Gotti roared. Its forehead unicorn once again glowed with an orange-red light, rapidly firing several destructive beams in quick succession. Gudun had just finished releasing its lightning beams and was in a brief frozen state. The distance was too short to dodge in time. Boom! 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 Several destructive beams accurately hit Guduin's chest. The terrifying energy exploded instantly. Guduin let out a piercing, miserable scream, its massive body being forced backward, its chest charred, shell shattered, and thick smoke billowing. Gotti seized this perfect opportunity. It quickly retracted its tentacle whips into its giant pincers and charged toward the heavily wounded Guduin. The huge pincers clamped tightly around Guduin's neck. Hiss, roar. Gotti's power exploded, the giant pincers swung violently. Boom! Guduin's 25,000-ton body was hurled through the air, crashing heavily into a 100-meter-tall hill in the distance. The hill collapsed instantly, half-burying Guduin within, with rocks rolling down and dust filling the air. The opportunity for training has arrived. Shaq's eyes flashed with sharp light, and he jumped directly out of Tayleston's mouth, landing steadily on the ground. He raised his combat instrument, and his voice echoed through the vast and oppressive battlefield, "Oi! Fighting is bad, I'm here to mediate." As soon as his words finished, Tayleston's massive body suddenly broke completely through the rocks, letting out a deep roar. At the same time, the combat instrument in Shaq's hand shot out a beam of light. V-Room! The 60-meter-tall saber descended to the ground. Gotti turned around warily upon seeing two unfamiliar monsters appear, its giant unicorn aimed at Tayleston and Saber, and it let out a threatening low growl, "Ska." Meanwhile, Guduin, half buried in the rubble, seemed to sense the new threat, struggling to lift its head and letting out a hostile roar, "Oh Affa." Saber immediately activated its magic realm mist, and dense mist poured out. This was supposed to be a white electronic mist that obscured vision, but under the shadow of the dark clouds of Moraloya, it appeared in a suffocating dark gray color. The mist spread at an incredible speed, and in just 2 breaths, it completely enveloped the entire battlefield, along with the surrounding mountain peaks. After the mist spread, Shaker moved to a relatively safe mountaintop nearby, overlooking the battlefield covered by thick gray mist. His superhuman eyesight allowed him to see clearly through the mist, capturing the massive outline of the monster. "Tailstun! Spin assault!" Shaker ordered through their mental link. "Roar!" Tailstun let out a thunderous roar, and with a powerful push from its strong hind legs, it shot forward. Its gigantic body unleashed an astonishing speed that defied its size, starting to spin at high speed. The body instantly turned into a violent battle whirlwind, tearing through the mist, rushing towards Gotti, who had just repelled Guduin and was in high spirits, with a destructive momentum. Gotti sensed the danger and immediately raised its huge pincers, crossing them in front of itself. It was full of confidence in its defense. Boom! However, the impact of Tailston's battle whirlwind was far beyond Gotti's expectation. With Tailston's enormous weight, it broke the sound barrier, unleashing terrifying kinetic energy that seemed to weigh hundreds of millions of tons. Crack! Crack! The sound of cracking filled the air. Cracks instantly appeared on Gotti's hard pincer shell. Its massive body couldn't withstand the immense force, and it was directly sent flying off the ground, tumbling helplessly for dozens of rolls before stopping, kicking up a storm of dust. Tailston, using its skill, quickly adjusted its posture after the impact, landing smoothly with its 2 feet deeply sinking into the ground. Gotti struggled to get up, but Tailston moved again. Its giant body swiftly rushed to Gotti's side, its enormous front claws grabbing onto the massive horn on Gotti's head. "Roar, Ayaha!" Tailston roared, trying to snap the troublesome horn off. But the base of Gotti's horn was deeply connected to its skull, incredibly tough. Tailston's strength was great, but it couldn't break it instantly unless there was a massive slashing force in an instant. Hiss! In agony, Gotti suddenly opened its huge mouth, spraying a foul-smelling dissolving liquid at Tailston, who was close by. Tailston reacted incredibly fast. It twisted its front paw, which was holding the horn, with great force. It forced Gotti's head to twist, making the direction of the dissolving liquid deviate. SSSHHHH. The dissolving liquid fell on the ground nearby, instantly corroding the rocks and creating dense pits, emitting white smoke. Tailston knew it couldn't immediately snap the horn, so it decisively gave up. It swung the horn hard. Gotti's massive body was thrown off balance again, stumbling a few steps back. The movement to strike Tailston with its giant pincers was interrupted. In the moment when Gotti lost its balance and staggered backward. Roar! Tailston's massive body suddenly spun around. Its huge tail, with a whistling sound of air being cut, struck fiercely against the side of Gotti's neck. Boom! A dull impact echoed. Gotti let out a painful scream, its massive body being thrown into the air by the powerful blow, crashing heavily onto the ground, looking completely helpless. Tailston! Use lava hotline! Shaker's voice came from the mountaintop. Tailston opened its giant mouth, a bright orange-red light glowing deep within its throat. A surge of intense energy blasted out, violently pouring toward the just-recovered Gotti. Boom! Gotti's body exploded with a massive bang. The terrifying heat and shockwave instantly dispersed and evaporated the surrounding deep gray mist. The firelight shot into the sky, illuminating a corner beneath the dark clouds. On the other side, Guduan, who had been half buried in the rubble, climbed up. It was heavily wounded, but its ferocity was undiminished, vigilantly surveying the thick mist. Suddenly, whoosh! A giant pincer, like a steel giant scissor, shot out of the mist without warning. With the sound of something breaking through the air, it landed heavily on the twisted face of Gudun. Bang! The crisp and loud sound of the strike echoed through the mist. Gudun's head jerked to the side, letting out a roar filled with both surprise and fury. It immediately swung its long whip-like arms, striking towards the direction of the attack. Bang! Bang! The long whip cracked against the empty ground, sending fragments of stones and dust flying. Sadra had already disappeared deep into the thick fog. Roar! Gudun roared angrily, its eyes releasing lightning beams in the mist, but it missed its target. At that moment, the mist above was torn apart by a powerful air current. Sadra's massive figure descended rapidly from a height of 1,000 meters, like a meteor falling. Its body twisted, its huge foot aimed directly at Gudun below. Sadra was performing a flying kick. Gudun had just looked up, a flash of horror in its eyes. Boom! Sadra's hard, giant foot struck Gudun's chest with a mighty kick. Oh! Gudun screamed in agony, its massive body lifting off the ground and tumbling away toward the distance. Sadra landed steadily, looking at the struggling Gudun in the distance, its giant mouth opening wide, a fiery light glowing from deep within its throat. Boom! A huge, high-temperature fireball shot out like a cannonball, hitting Gudun, who had just managed to prop up its upper body. Boom! The explosion completely engulfed Gudun, with flames and thick smoke soaring into the sky. Gudun's remains turned to ash in the explosion, leaving only a huge scorched pit and lingering smoke. The dark gray electronic mist slowly dispersed. Tayleston and Sadra stood on the ruined battlefield, looking towards Xia Ke, letting out a victorious roar. Xia Ke gave a thumbs up, saying, "Well done." At that moment, sounds came from behind Xia Ke. Contestants successfully killed Monster Gotti, gained 5 points. Contestants successfully killed Monster Guduan, gained 5 points. Current score, 475. Looking at the system prompt, Xia Ke nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, a cheerful hum suddenly came from behind him. Little shark, we meet again. Xia Ke's body tensed instantly, and he spun around. There, he saw Natsume, with her hands behind her back, her toes touching the ground, hopping lightly like a cat, as she skipped out from behind a giant rock. She wore a joyful smile, tilting her head, her big watery eyes fixed on Xia Ke, as if she had found an interesting toy. "What are you doing here?" Xia Ke frowned slightly, his expression turning wary. This girl definitely had something that blocked perception, making it hard to notice her approach. He quietly stepped back half a step, saying, "What a small world. What brings you here?" Natsume seemed not to notice the two huge beasts ready to strike, spinning lightly in a circle. The skirt of her black sailor suit created an arc in the air as she spoke nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm looking for prey." She drew off the last word, her gaze scanning Xia Ke's body. Xia Ke's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, "Do you remember the agreement? We agreed to a truce until we attacked you." "Agreement?" Natsume seemed to have heard a joke and giggled. She took a step closer, slightly tilting her head, her face showing unmasked greed and provocation. "Then could you attack me now? I'm quite interested in those points you have, Mr. Yuka." She stuck out her pink tongue and lightly licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with naked provocation. Xia Ke's expression turned cold, and he said, "Don't even think about it. What do you want from me?" "What do I want?" Natsume tilted her head, pretending to be innocent as she blinked. "I'm just bored, want to chat with you, have some fun, is that okay? Fighting alone is so boring." Sorry about that." Xia Ke pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile with no warmth. "I'm a boring person, I probably can't provide you with any fun." "Indeed, boring." Natsume's smile instantly turned sharp. She looked up and down at Xia Ke, as if evaluating an object. "You are a country bumpkin, your family background is rotten, and you're poor as hell. TSK, I heard you were so insecure that you could only watch the girl you liked become someone else's wife? TSK, how pitiful." She deliberately dragged out her tone, her voice full of mockery. "What's even more pitiful is that, until now, you haven't even held a girl's hand, have you? What a poor little virgin you are." Xia Ke's eyes suddenly darkened, his sharp gaze locked onto Yuka Natsume. "How do you know?" Yuka Natsume raised her small chin with pride, like a kitten showing off its prey, humming a few times. "The bullet screen, it's an important source of information. I had my friends from the bullet screen dig up all the information on the high-scoring contestants." She spread her hands, looking as if it was the most obvious thing. "What, you can't do something so easy? You're really out of touch." Xia Ke's voice was filled with undisguised disdain as he said, only someone like you, who specifically hunts contestants, would stoop to such a low act as a human flesh search. Oh dear, don't think so badly of me. Yuka Natsume pouted in a feigned grievance, but the malice in her eyes remained unchanged. Don't get too smug, Xia Ke said coldly, the information you gathered may not even be true. Things on the internet are often mixed with truth and lies. Don't underestimate my intelligence network, you bastard. Yuka Natsume's voice suddenly rose, full of confidence as she spoke. Whether it's a lie or not, I'll make my own judgment, Lord Yuka Natsume knows best. My friends from the bullet screen even managed to get your social media accounts. From your tacky, depressing posts and the comments under them, your views, your experiences. TSK, everything is laid bare. She stared at Xia Ke's face, trying to catch any hint of panic in his expression. Xia Ke simply stared at her blankly, his tone carrying a slight warning, his voice neutral, you've gone too far. Ah la la ah la la? You're really calm, aren't you? Yuka Natsume exaggeratedly covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with the joy of a successful prank, then leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper, with a sticky, voyeuristic excitement. Hey, I even know which special websites you visited. You look all serious, but actually, you're a repressed pervert. She stared intently at Xia Ke's eyes, hoping to see an awkward, embarrassed expression on his calm face, that would be her greatest enjoyment. She succeeded. A rare faint blush passed over Xia Ke's otherwise emotionless face, though it was fleeting, it didn't escape Yuka Natsume's sharp eyes. He instinctively looked away, clearing his throat twice, his voice tinged with slight embarrassment. Those were strange links sent to me by some online users, I hadn't seen them before, so I was just researching them. Oh my Yuka Natsume acted like she had discovered a new world, clapping her hands excitedly, her face full of unabashed mockery and smugness. You blushed. How interesting, shy little virgin. The bullet screen in Xia Ke's live stream rolled. Damn. This little devil's expression is so punchable. Asakusa. MD, this brat should be picked up and used as a drum for Ansei. Xia Ke. Show her some color. That's right. Beat her until her face blooms, so she knows why flowers are so red. Calm down up ahead. This girl is first in points, she's really dangerous. Reverse psychology. This is pushing Xia Ke to act. Don't fall for it, Xia Ke. Stay steady. Yuka Natsume was extremely pleased, even tiptoeing in excitement, using a sickly sweet tone to speak. The virgin who hasn't even held a girl's hand. Do you always long to be close to a beautiful girl? If you beg me, maybe. I, Lady Yuka, might show mercy and grant your wish for just a little bit, Lowly fish. Xia Ke's gaze turned completely cold, and he slowly spoke. Oi, little brat, you are quite annoying. Natsume Yuka seemed to not feel the dangerous atmosphere. Instead, she smiled and approached, suddenly raising her small fist and lightly tapping Xia Ke's stomach twice. He. Are you mad? The strength wasn't even enough to scratch an itch, it was purely provocation. Xia Ke remained motionless. I'm not mad. Natsume Yuka laughed and tapped twice more, with that I love it when you hate me but can't do anything about it smug smile on her face. He. Are you mad? Xia Ke still had no expression. I'm not mad. You really have a good temper? Natsume Yuka pouted, seeming a bit bored, but then had an idea, a more malicious look in her eyes. By the way, I also know that you. Chapter 51, are you breaking down? Enough. Xia Ke suddenly interrupted her. Being led around by the nose felt awful. Xia Ke decided to fight back. You've been going on and on about how I am? Let me talk about you for once. He stepped forward, his tall figure bringing an invisible sense of pressure. Natsume Yuka's smug expression instantly froze, replaced by a look of offended disdain. She raised her chin, like a proud peacock. Humph. What would you know about Yuka-sama? Stop pretending. Xia Ke ignored her disdain, his gaze sharp as he locked eyes with her. You've been attacking the other contestants, chasing points, craving powerful strength. He paused, his tone dragging out. This means you, deep down, actually lack security, don't you? Natsume Yuka's pupils suddenly constricted. The disdain on her face was instantly replaced by shock and a hint of panic. She instinctively took half a step back, as if she had been hit in a secret sore spot. She felt the atmosphere shift, the situation slipping out of her control. Immediately, she raised her hand and quickly operated the system panel, a privilege gained after reaching 1,000 points, the ability to close the livestream for up to 8 hours a day. The movement was hasty. What does such a simple guess prove? Her voice lost its previous ease, trying to sound calm, but her eyes flickered. Xia Ke didn't stop, he advanced another step, his gaze becoming aggressive. You wear a fake smile all the time, like wearing a mask you can't take off. Looks like you've lived in a not-so-happy environment before? Is it that without flattering others and pretending, you couldn't live smoothly in your environment? Am I right? His words were like battering rams, hitting Natsume Yuka's mental defenses, one after another. Natsum Yuka's face paled slightly, and she took 2 more steps back, her heel tripping on a stone, causing her body to stumble. Those are just your wild thoughts. Nonsense. Wild thoughts? Shaku's eyes sharpened, his movements as fast as lightning. He suddenly reached out, grabbing Natsum Yuka's delicate wrist. What are you doing? Natsum Yuka exclaimed in panic. Shaku didn't care, his other hand quickly rolling up her sleeve. A pale, slender arm was exposed. On that fair skin, several already scabbed scars crisscrossed clearly. Natsum Yuka let out a short, sharp scream, as if burned, and quickly pulled her hand back, pulling the sleeve down tightly, covering it, her face drained of color, only fear and shame remaining. Shaku looked at her flustered appearance, a nearly relaxed smile appearing on his face. Oh? Self-harm tendencies? Looks like you're actually quite depressed inside, huh? Is it because you're constantly excluded in reality, unable to find a way to vent? He stepped forward again, his words slithering into her ears like a centipede. You must not have any close friends in real life, huh? After all, if you could huddle together for warmth, you wouldn't need to hurt yourself, right? Shut up, don't say any more. Natsum Yuka's voice trembled clearly. The color completely drained from her face, and her lips trembled. Shark's words brutally forced open the memories she tried to lock away. The scenes of being rejected, isolated, and oppressed surged in, chilling her spine and making her whole body shake uncontrollably. The sense of control she was proud of crumbled under Shark's penetrating gaze. But Shark did not stop. He bent down, his tall figure almost entirely covering the small Yuka Natsum. He looked down into her terrified eyes, his voice low and oppressive, even using the nickname of her name. Yuka-chan, did your family also lack a father's love and a mother's love? What kind of family did you grow up in that makes you so embarrassed? So hard to guess. Didn't I tell you to stop? Yuka Natsum finally screamed, her voice breaking with tears. She suddenly covered her ears, unable to control the tears anymore, spinning wildly in her eyes, struggling not to let them fall. The feeling of being completely seen through, stripped of all pretense, filled her with unprecedented fear and shame. Shark's livestream chat scrolled like crazy. Wow! Shark is amazing. He just broke that little girl's defense. Ha ha ha. She was so smug before, look at her now, scared to death. LOL. She's crying out of anxiety. Watching someone who thinks they control everything get shut down is so fun. So satisfying. Shark did perfectly. Support. Tear apart her disguise. This psychological attack is insane. Shark straightened up, looking down at the tearful, shivering little girl who could no longer maintain her arrogance, a smirk curling his lips. You broke, huh? Yuka Natsum sniffed sharply, forcing those unbearable memories and the surging tears back down. She glared at Shark, her eyes full of shame, anger, resentment, and a hint of fear. She clenched her teeth and asked, where did you learn these cruel reasoning skills? Self-taught, Shark answered calmly, stating. My parents weren't educated, they couldn't teach me anything. I had to find the answers myself. His gaze turned toward the rolling black clouds in the distance, speaking with gravity. Then I discovered, when you see a footprint on the ground, it means someone stepped there. Every result has a cause, every present has a past. You use the result you see, combine it with experience, and trace back to the cause. That's all. Yuka Natsum wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with force, her chest heaving violently. She stared at Shark, her eyes no longer teasing or contemptuous, only filled with cold hatred and a sense of violated anger. She spoke slowly, each word squeezed from her teeth. Shark, you bastard. I will remember you completely. Shark withdrew his gaze, glancing at her with a trace of helplessness and distance, after all, still just a child. Humph. Yuka Natsum stomped her foot, letting out a nasal, powerless snort, as if it could save some face, ignoring you. Bastard. She almost fled in panic, her steps stumbling as she quickly walked back the way she came, muttering frantically in her mind. Damn. 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 I was just on the way to chase that American woman. Heard fighting over here, thought maybe I could get lucky. Never thought I would meet such a completely detestable guy. How could he? Those words, those things. Just wait. Shark. I remember you. If I get the chance, I will definitely take revenge. She clenched her fists hard, her fingernails digging almost into the flesh of her index and pinky fingers. She quickened her pace, her figure disappearing behind the rubble, continuing to chase after Rua's trail. Looking at the back of Natsum Yuka, who disappeared from sight with a clear sense of panic, Shaka's tense nerves slowly relaxed, and he let out a long, silent breath. Who? If this girl had broken the agreement and attacked in anger. Shaka muttered to himself, with a trace of fear in his eyes, I might have really been killed by her. He recalled the terrifying Red King with incredible stats. Based on how it tore apart Raichuba, it was definitely not something an ordinary monster could mess with. At that time, he had prepared traps in advance, blocking vision and digging pits. He did everything he could to avoid letting his monster engage in close combat. Wild monsters weren't that smart and could be dealt with, but in the hands of that cunning girl, it was terrifying. Plus, Natsun Yuka's Black King stats were also quite high. Shaku really didn't want to fight her. Shaku exhaled another long breath. Although her personality is a bit twisted, at least she hasn't reached the level of being despicable, shameless, and untrustworthy. He shook his head, giving a relatively fair assessment of this dangerous girl. His thoughts involuntarily drifted. He thought of his sister, Xia Ke. After their mother passed away from illness, that once well-behaved and sensible sister seemed to have turned into a completely different person. Their father's despair and helplessness, the sudden collapse of the family, caused the teenager Xia Ke to completely lose her way. Now, she was completely a mentally lost girl, with yellow hair, dressed in strange clothes, hanging out with a bunch of shady people all day. The thoughts of studying hard and improving daily were nowhere to be found. Shaku worked away in another city, thousands of miles away. He had lectured her over the phone so many times, but it had no effect. As for that so-called father, a trace of helplessness and bitterness flashed in Shaku's eyes. He was a useless old farmer, lacking any ability, and easily trusting others. How many times had Shaku warned him that those so-called friends were scammers? But he refused to listen, and in the end, he was indeed tricked into losing the family's meager savings, making their already difficult situation worse. Sigh. Shaku sighed heavily, a deep sense of powerlessness flooding over him. The weight of life, the plight of his family, felt like invisible shackles chaining him. He looked up at the endless, rolling black clouds, as if there was no light in sight. A thought quietly took root in his heart, carrying a faint but burning hope. If I can survive this damn National Destiny battlefield. If I can rely on the fame I gain here, earn a lot of money. Would I be able to change my fate? It was as if he could see the future. Sending that stubborn and confused old man to an adult school, letting him read more books, and learn what it meant to distinguish right from wrong. Then, he would forcibly take his rebellious sister Xia Ke, who had wanted to drop out of school several times, and bring her to his side. He would discipline her, even if it meant using the harshest methods, to pull her back from the wrong path. Sigh. Another deeper sigh escaped him, filled with worries about the future and a heavy sense of responsibility. He shook his head, pushing these heavy thoughts aside for now. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. The key was to survive and grow stronger. He packed away Sadra and walked again into the wide mouth of Tayleston. Tayleston growled, releasing an intense shockwave, and its massive body sank once again into the depths of the earth. Let's go, buddy, Shaku conveyed the command through the mental link. Let's keep moving and find battles, so you and Sadra can become battle kings. Inside a base. The light from the prism faded, and Luya fell heavily to the cold floor of the base fortress. The intense pain made her vision blur. The gunshot wound was bleeding profusely, and the mental backlash from Saigo's severe injury caused by the Red King made her head pound painfully, her body feeling as if it had been torn apart. Ugh! She gritted her teeth. Struggling to sit up, cold sweat soaked the golden hair on her forehead. She fought to pull out a first aid kit from the system space, trembling hands tearing the bandages, starting the simplest self-dressing. The movements tugged at her wounds, sending piercing pain through her, making her face pale as paper. Just as she used her teeth to assist her left hand, barely tying a tight knot on her right arm bandage. Warning! High-energy lifeform detected invading the outpost's defense range. The outpost terminal alarm sounded, red warning lights flashing. Luoya's heart sank sharply. Ignoring the pain, she rushed to the fortress observation window, looking outside. At a single glance, her whole body froze. Outside the window, a massive figure slowly approached the outpost. Its skin was silver white, covered with thick, vein-like patterns emitting ominous red light. The head outline was sharp and sinister, stretching like a demon's horns, with huge yellow pupils sweeping the fortress like searchlights, full of greed and hunger. Bagaru. It specifically hunts outposts occupied, where signal towers emit green beams. Because there, most likely exists its favorite delicacy, monsters summoned by Reionics. The energy inside these monsters far exceeds ordinary monsters, making Bagaru's mouth water. Buzz. The outpost signal tower erupted with dazzling light at the top. A beam shot forward from the fortress, quickly forming into the shape of the outpost guardian beast. Ancient Monster King Savers 3. Height, 45 meters. Weight, 25,000 tons. Attack, 850, Defense, 900, Speed, 700. Skills, Wave Ray, Curtain Barrier, Radiation Beam. Description, an ancient giant monster combining many dinosaur features, body length reaches 105 meters. Walks on all fours, the huge forward slanting horns on its head can release strong energy barriers and destructive beams, mouth can emit high energy rays containing radiation. King Savers 3 let out a low roar, its huge body blocking the fortress, massive head lowered, facing Bagaru with hostility. However, Bagaru's cold yellow eyes merely glanced at this fierce guardian beast, looking disdainful. These guardian beasts generated by the outpost signal tower are just illusions made of data. Even if killed, they instantly turn to data and dissipate, recycled by the signal tower, with no nutrition at all. The signal tower itself is just a relay device, not an energy core, utterly unappealing to it. Bagaru's gaze locked firmly on Luoya Egros MacArthur. Luoya faced Bagaru's cold, greedy, inhuman yellow eyes through the observation window. A nameless terror instantly gripped her heart. The images of her two American teen companions being devoured and dismembered by monsters flashed in her mind. Damn it, Luoya's teeth trembled. She was in terrible condition now. Seigoku had not yet healed, Ribasa was still recovering, and she herself bore gun wounds, her mental strength near exhaustion. Without hesitation, Luoya made an instant decision. She gritted her teeth against the sharp pain and dizziness, turning and rushing toward the emergency escape route at the rear of the fortress. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, King Savers III, ignored by Bagaru, felt immense insult and threat. It let out an earth-shaking roar, pushing off its four legs, its massive body like a moving hill, charging at Bagaru with unstoppable momentum. The huge horns on its head lit with dazzling light, a thick wave ray shot out first. Chapter 53, Bombardment. The ray struck like a massive stone thrown into water, creating ripples of energy spreading outward. From the side view, like huge crescent moons rapidly expanding forward. The range was vast, the speed incredibly fast, and in an instant, it completely blocked the path that Borja was trying to take. Boom! 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 The spreading wave of energy slammed hard into Borja's silver-white body, covered with red patterns. Blinding sparks exploded like fireworks. Borja was caught off guard, its massive body rocked by the powerful shockwave, forcing it to stop in its tracks. A flash of astonishment crossed its cold yellow eyes. Having devoured countless monsters, it had never seen an attack like this before. Hiss! Borja let out an angry growl, seeming annoyed by the monster's provocation. It suddenly raised one arm, covered in tough armor, and a ball of energy emitting an ominous purple glow quickly formed in its palm, smashing toward King Savers III. Boom! The giant horns on top of King Savers III's head lit up once again. A layer of shimmering, solid light barrier like water ripples immediately spread out, resembling an upside-down bowl, completely enveloping the massive body of King Savers III. SZZ. The purple, destructive energy ball slammed into the light barrier with a sharp screeching sound. However, the seemingly thin barrier remained motionless, not even a ripple occurred. The energy ball, capable of severely injuring ordinary monsters, disappeared as if thrown into the sea, vanishing without a trace on the barrier's surface. Roar! King Savers III seized the opportunity, shaking its giant head fiercely, its huge mouth full of sharp teeth wide open. A red beam, containing terrifying high temperatures and deadly radiation, shot out from its mouth, striking Borja's unprotected chest with pinpoint precision. Boom! An even more violent explosion erupted from Borja's chest. Blinding firelight and thick smoke instantly swallowed it whole. Borja let out a painful and furious shriek. Its chest was scorched black, even showing fine cracks. The intense pain caused its massive body to stagger backward. Borja could no longer ignore this damned data body. This monster's defense and attack exceeded its expectations. Hiss-ah! Borja let out a deafening roar, its massive mental power erupting like a tsunami. Its claws stretched forward sharply, palms facing King Savers III. An invisible, powerful telekinetic force, capable of distorting space, shot forward like an unseen giant hand, fiercely grabbing toward the opponent. It wanted to throw this annoying creature away like tossing garbage. However, the sharp horns atop King Savers III's head once again erupted with light. That indestructible light barrier expanded once more in an instant. Buzz! The invisible telekinetic giant hand crashed hard into the light barrier. Space itself seemed to twist and fold. But the barrier remained as stable as a rock. Borja's telekinetic force, strong enough to flip mountains, was completely blocked by this thin barrier, unable to touch King Savers III's body at all. A look of horror appeared in Borja's eyes. This barrier could even block telekinesis? Just as Borja's mind was shaken to the core. Roar! King Savers III let out a battle-filled roar. Its massive body suddenly crouched down, its four legs exploding with terrifying power, charging at the dazed Borja. The giant horns on its head aimed directly at Borja's body. Borja could only see the giant horns rapidly enlarging in its vision. SZZ. The piercing sound rang out suddenly. King Savers III's indestructible giant horns viciously pierced into Borja's relatively soft side. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Hiss-ow! Borja let out a heartbreaking scream. The intense pain made its massive body convulse violently. It suddenly swiped its claw towards King Savers III, but the opponent had already, with rich combat instinct, quickly retreated after landing a hit, pulling the massive sharp horn out of Borja's body, blood dripping from it. Borja staggered back, 2 huge bloody holes on its waist shocking to the eye, blood gushing out, staining its silver-white skin. Its eyes locked onto King Saverus III, filled with resentment, pain, and fear. This monster, seen for the first time, displayed strength far beyond its imagination. Roar! Borja let out a low, unwilling growl, suddenly plunging its arms into the thick membrane of its wings behind. Whoosh! The giant membrane instantly unfolded and flapped. Borja's huge body actually lifted into the air. It gave up the direct struggle with King Saverus III, enduring the excruciating pain in its waist, soaring over the top of King Saverus III's head, heading straight for the back of the fortress, the main dish that was escaping. However, when it landed in the back area of the fortress and its greedy, violent eyes scanned the mountains and forest, it could no longer find Lucia's trace. King Saverus III's interception had successfully bought precious escape time for Lucia. Borja's chest heaved violently, rage and unwillingness nearly exploding out. It didn't believe that the injured woman could run far. She hadn't even summoned a monster, she must be hiding nearby. Hiss! Borja was furious. It quickly withdrew its arms from the wing membrane, and with both palms aimed at the continuous mountains and dense forests in front of it, it crazily and uncontrollably fired destructive light blasts. Boom! 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 The dense purple energy orbs rained down like a storm. The deafening explosion sounds tore apart the silence. The towering ancient trees were shredded and ignited in large chunks like fragile matches in the explosions. The solid ground was repeatedly plowed by terrifying energy, giant chunks of earth and rubble blasted into the sky. The mountains trembled and collapsed in the explosions. Thick smoke, flames, and dust mixed with the burnt scent of trees, instantly turning the area into a hellish landscape. Deep in the forest, beside a rushing stream, Lucia, enduring intense pain, hid behind a huge ancient tree that required several people to embrace, breathing heavily. Her gunshot wound tore open again from the intense running, and blood soaked the bandages. Without any time to rest, she was nearly at her limit. At this moment, a purple destructive light blast whistled down, landing less than 20 meters away from the giant tree where she was hiding. Boom! The terrifying shockwave of the explosion hit Lucia like a giant hammer. The giant tree she was hiding behind was blasted in half. Lucia only felt an irresistible force hit her, like a kite with its string cut, violently tossed into the air, drawing a tragic arc in the sky. Ah! A short, miserable scream was drowned in the succeeding, even more intense explosion sounds. Her body heavily fell on the cold streamside. The intense pain and violent shock caused her vision to go dark, completely losing consciousness, collapsing on the muddy shore, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. Blood continually oozed from her wounds and the corner of her mouth, staining the earth and stream beneath her. And there, precisely, was the blind spot in Borja's mad bombardment. Plus, the continuous explosions completely drowned out her faint scream, and the thick smoke and dust blocked the view. Borja, in a fit of rage, bombarded for a full minute, completely destroying the mountain forest in front of it, leaving countless black smoke-filled craters. Its evil eyes unwillingly scanned the wasteland, finding nothing. Hiss! It let out a low growl filled with disappointment and rage. The huge wing membrane flapped again, and the massive body slowly rose into the air. It looked down at the scorched land it had trampled, and thought. Wasted effort. As expected. A more sinister light flashed in Bagaru's eyes. Still ambushing humans who are already fighting and have no time to care about others is more reliable. It turned its direction, carrying the pain in its waist and an even hungrier desire, like a huge and ominous shadow, blending into the rolling black clouds, beginning to search for the next more suitable prey. Bagaru's huge, blood-scented figure completely vanished into the rolling black clouds. Only the earth, ruined beyond recognition, and the smoke filling the air were left behind. Silence once again covered this area, with only the crackling of mountain fires and the rustling sound of falling stones, adding a sense of bleakness. After the silence lasted for several minutes. Boom boom. From deep underground, a dull and steady vibration was heard. The vibration came closer from far away, and finally stopped under the soil not far from the shattered area that had been blown apart. Pop. A relatively intact piece of ground was carefully pushed open, revealing the huge head of the underground monster Telesdon. Its huge eyes scanned the surroundings with caution, and its mouth full of sharp teeth slightly opened. Xia Ke's figure poked half of his body out from a crack, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes sharp like an eagle, quickly scanning this battlefield that had just gone through a disaster. Such a big movement, I rushed over thinking I could pick up another battle. Xia Ke muttered softly, his voice showing a hint of disappointment. Today he had been looking for battles the whole time. By killing wild and vicious monsters, his points had risen to 520. As expected, before reaching 600 points again, he would not receive any more point rewards. Xia Ke observed the surroundings, and in every place he could see, several once lush green mountains were now filled with deep black pits. Streams of black smoke rose from the pits like giant snakes, filling the air with a burning heat. TSK, this level of destruction really powerful. He clicked his tongue, his tone carrying emotion for the monster's power. While scanning the environment, the corner of his eye accidentally caught sight of a muddy stream flowing with dirty water. A curled-up figure with a hint of gold, sharply contrasting with the scorched land, came into his sight. Xia Ke's eyes sharpened, instantly locking onto the target. Another participant? He immediately used a mental link to command Telesdon. Teleston's massive body silently emerged completely from underground, landing on all fours, like a moving fortress, slowly crawling toward the direction of the stream. Its huge body stepped on the scorched earth and broken stones, making a dull sound. The stream flowed gently, carrying soil and ashes washed down, appearing extremely muddy. The air was slightly cold, mixed with an unpleasant temperature, making breathing somewhat difficult. Xia Ke jumped down from Teleston's slightly open mouth, his steps very light, carefully approaching the golden-haired girl lying by the stream. He stayed highly alert, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding environment and the girl's condition. Her posture was messy, her whole body covered in mud and blood, her long golden hair clinging in disorder to her pale cheeks, her whole body weak in breath, clearly unconscious. Doesn't look like a trap, Xia Ke quickly judged in his mind, on such a life-or-death battlefield, pretending to be dead to lure someone? Too risky, unclear reward, only a fool would do that. He squatted down, extended 2 fingers, and gently placed them on the girl's thin but cold neck. A weak pulse came from his fingertips. Still alive. Xia Ke withdrew his hand and murmured softly. His eyes instantly became complicated. A thought, like a poisonous snake, quietly crept into his mind. Kill her to get points? In this cruel Reionics battlefield. It's either you die or I die, showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. But another voice echoed in his mind. Save her? He remembered Park Bo-jik's warning. In situations like this, with the livestream on, everything must be done with procedural justice, and personal safety must come first. The last time he directly attacked a contestant, he had assumed it was the rule of the Battle Royale. Without Park Bo-jik's warning, he might have just pretended not to see, letting Tayleston crush over her. This time, he decided to think it through carefully. Shark's gaze swept over Ruya's pale and sorrowful face, his heart in turmoil. He furrowed his brow, his fingers subconsciously rubbing the edge of his battle instrument. Killing her directly would indeed harm the image of Summerland. He thought. Although I could pretend to be from Hanland or Neon Land in the livestream and strike again. This method was feasible, but a little despicable. He glanced at the sky unconsciously, as if he could see through the thick clouds and feel the countless pairs of eyes watching him. Just then, Ruya seemed to groan weakly in her unconsciousness, her brow furrowing in pain. Shark took a deep breath of the cold air that carried a burnt scent, gradually calming his mind. He bent down, one hand slipped through Ruya's knee joint, the other supporting her back, lifting her horizontally. He carried Ruya, walking quickly back to Tayleston's giant mouth, which was like a cave. Tayleston obediently opened its mouth wide. Shark carefully crossed over the large tusks, returning to Tayleston's mouth again while holding Ruya. He found a relatively flat spot, gently laid Ruya down, letting her rest against where he had sat earlier. Let's go, buddy. Shark patted Tayleston's thick tongue, move underground. Roar. Tayleston gave a low reply, its huge mouth slowly closing, shutting off the outside light and danger. Then, the vibrating sound of ultra waves buzzed again, and the underground beast silently sank into the earth, moving through the dark layers of the ground. Chapter 55, Worries for the Country and the People. The campfire cast flickering shadows on the stone walls of the cave, the crackling sound of burning wood was the only noise in this small world. Ruya lay on the spread-out mattress, still weak from blood loss, but her consciousness was clear. She opened her eyes, her blurry vision focusing on the silent figure by the fire. Ruya's voice was hoarse and uncertain, "You saved me?" Shark was adding some dry twigs to the fire, the system panel in his view displaying translated subtitles. He didn't raise his head, his voice flat, "Yeah. Which country are you from?" "I'm Ruya Egros Makias, from the United States." Ruya didn't hide it, her voice filled with sincere gratitude, "Thank you so much for saving me." "The United States, Ruya?" Shark's hand adding twigs paused slightly. He had seen this name on the leaderboard. What could make such a high-ranking contestant so miserable, fainting in the wilderness? Shark felt a chill in his heart. What kind of filthy things were on this island? His face was expressionless as he threw out a question, "So how do you plan to thank me?" Ruya froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such a direct response. She fell silent for a couple of breaths, then changed the subject, "May I ask who you are?" "Shark." Ruya's eyes widened slightly, a hint of realization appearing, "You're the contestant from Summerland." Shark was somewhat surprised, "Do you all keep an eye on the leaderboard names all the time?" Ruya answered seriously, "It's necessary to have control over all the information available." Shark gazed at her, considering that she was a high-ranking contestant, and asked, "Do you hunt other contestants?" "No, I don't." Ruya answered firmly, without hesitation. She wanted to ask back if Shark really felt that way, but thinking that he saved her, she swallowed the words. A hunter, why would he save a point with no strength to fight back? Shark pressed, "Then how did you get so many points?" "Occupying strongholds and defeating fierce monsters," Luya said calmly. "And you?" "Both," Shark answered ambiguously. "Including hunting other contestants?" Luya hesitated, but finally asked, looking Shark in the eyes. Shark met her gaze, his eyes calm as a deep well, voice steady. "If the other attacks, I never go easy on the enemy." Luya seemed relieved, nodding slightly. "I see, very much the style of Xia country." "Have you never killed other contestants?" Shark asked in return. Luya shook her head, tone firm. "No, I haven't done that. I only repelled them." Shark's lips curled into a slight smile, laughing softly. "That's not like the style of me country." Hearing this, Luya's face was a little awkward. "What do you think is me country style?" Shark spoke bluntly, a series of words firing like bullets: violence, hegemony, domination, monopoly, self-proclaimed beacon. Luya sighed, voice weak. "This is Xia people's stereotype of me country." Shark asked, "Are you sure it's a stereotype, not fact?" Luya was silent, the firelight flickering over her face. After a long while, she whispered, "Me country is indeed sick. It needs healing." Shark's voice was soft, yet firm. "It cannot be cured." Luya suddenly lifted her head, eyes showing a trace of unwillingness and some persistence. "I want to save it, make me country great again." PFF, Shark couldn't hold back and laughed, then felt it was impolite and forced himself to stop, though his shoulders still twitched slightly. Luya was a bit annoyed and confused. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Shark waved his hand, changing the topic. "What's your family background?" Luya hesitated, thinking he saved her and seemed harmless, then spoke honestly. "I am a soldier. Adopted by an Air Force general, trained since childhood." Shark raised an eyebrow, not what he imagined of a me soldier, female soldier? Doing logistics work? "No," Luya straightened her back, wincing slightly at the wound, but pride in her tone. "I go to the front line." Shark found it hard to believe. That sounds crazy, a female soldier on the battlefield? What do the men do then? Luya didn't explain much, stubbornly said, "I am not ordinary, I am special." Shark nodded perfunctorily, teasing, Okay, you are special." Luya asked in return, "And you? What do you do?" "Worker." Shark answered simply and directly. Luya showed interest in Shark's life. "Before coming here, how was your life?" Shark threw a stick into the fire, sparks flying, barely getting by. Could eat, pay rent, but starting a family was impossible. "Not so good, not so bad." But Luya's eyes showed a trace of envy, tentatively asking, "I heard Xia country is paradise?" "Paradise?" Shark was stunned, thinking he misheard. "Why say that?" "My friend told me," Luya recalled, voice full of longing. "There you work at most 14 hours a day, have healthy and rich food every day, highly developed, easy shopping." Shark's expression instantly became extremely strange. "Working 14 hours is already torture, how is that paradise?" He paused, sarcastically said, "Me country is better, right? Shorter work, decent pay, even dishwashers can get financial freedom." Luya's face showed deep helplessness and bitterness. "No, that's not true. Though some jobs are short, many people have to work several jobs at once to survive. So the total amount of work time is not low. And also," she took a deep breath, "the cost of living in the US is very high, extremely high." Shaku didn't mind and asked, "How high can it be?" For an ordinary person, the salary from one job might only be enough to cover the cost of calling an ambulance when they get sick. Luya's voice lowered, and the subsequent medical expenses would directly bankrupt someone. Shaku chuckled lightly, not believing, "That's too exaggerated. You're joking. The cost of living doesn't sound realistic." "I'm not joking." Luya's tone became a bit serious, a slight blush appeared on her pale face. "This is the truth. The cost of living is really high. Last week, I went out to buy 3 bags of ordinary snacks for lunch, and it cost me $70. $70? Shaku instinctively converted it, about 480 summer country currency? Just for 3 bags of snacks? His eyes widened, completely out of his realm of understanding. He usually spends only about $30 for a lavish hot pot buffet. Yeah, $70. Luya gave a bitter smile. Shaku fell silent, needing time to process this information. "But my monthly salary, converted to US dollars, is about $570. He explained, "Regional wages and costs of living are different, so such a conversion doesn't make much sense." $570? Luya murmured, then shook her head, "But that $570 in summer country can feed you, keep you warm, and pay rent. But in the US, $570? My friend, she spends 20% of her salary just on basic groceries, and that's just to maintain the bare minimum of living. 20%? Xia Ke frowned. That's a normal proportion. I spend about the same. Normal? Luya's gaze became sharp, and she explained. Do you know what that 20% means? It means she has to be extremely frugal with every penny. It means she can't buy fresh fruit. It means she can only choose the cheapest, least healthy processed food. It means she rents in the worst neighborhood because that's where the rent is cheap. It means she can't afford to get sick, she can't have any unexpected expenses. She works 3 jobs. One job's salary goes to rent, another goes for food, utilities, and other extra expenses, and the last one is barely enough to save some money. An unexpected car or house repair, a sudden illness, or losing a job can all send her into a debt abyss. Xia Ke didn't pay much attention because he was also at the bottom, an ordinary person who couldn't afford any unexpected events. One night, it was unbearably hot. He slept with the electric fan blowing on him, and it caused half of his face to get facial paralysis. The acupuncture treatment took a month. With some insurance coverage, it still cost him an entire month's salary. Poor people really can't afford to get sick. Xia Ke asked in confusion, one friend of yours doesn't prove much. After all, the US is the most developed country on earth. It can't be as bad as you say. Luya laughed helplessly. You don't even go online, do you? Xia Ke responded, what's the point of going online? What you see are platforms showing you what they want. They wrap you in an information cocoon, and you can't trust much of what you see on the internet. Luya didn't mind the trouble and continued, but please believe me, life in the US for ordinary people is truly awful. People like my friend are not a small minority, Xia Ke. Once they encounter an accident, they lose everything and become homeless. Do you know? In our country, the number of homeless people is astonishing. They're out there, in the shadow of the shiny skyscrapers in the financial district, on park benches, under bridges. They might be workers who lost their jobs, patients who couldn't pay the astronomical medical bills, veterans who couldn't adapt to society after returning home, and the discarded remnants of a society that used them up. Luya's voice carried a deep sense of helplessness as she continued. And our managing agencies. They only argue about the budget, blame each other, or symbolically open a few shelters, which are just a drop in the bucket. It's like a huge meat grinder, sucking in ordinary people, squeezing out their value, and then, when they lose their productivity, spitting them out mercilessly, leaving them on the street to fend for themselves. I swear, if I get a proper chance, I'll change it. Xia Ke was shocked by Luya's long speech. He didn't expect her to be so serious about this kind of thing. You really care about the country and the people. Luya took a deep breath to calm herself. What about you? Have you never thought about using this so-called national war arena to do something big? Xia Ke replied, I haven't thought that far yet. Some things, you can only consider once you can get back. The firelight danced across Luya's pale face. Upon hearing Xia Ke's words, her eyes darkened for a moment. She lowered her head slightly, and her golden hair slid down her cheek. You're right. This place is too dangerous. Whether we can return to Earth is still a question. Xia Ke threw another log into the fire, and the sparks cracked and popped. Can you tell me? Why were you so severely injured? Luya raised her head and looked at the sky outside the cave, which was completely devoured by darkness. I was chasing the monster that made the sky dark. She spoke slowly, her voice deep, then I fought with that monster, using up quite a lot of energy. What kind of monster was it? Xia Ke asked. According to the system's data, Luya's gaze grew serious. That thing is called Mororoa. Mororoa? Xia Ke's face briefly showed a trace of shock, but then he regained his composure, even with a bit of relief. This time, it was Luya's turn to be shocked. She suddenly looked at Xia Ke. Destroy human civilization? Xia Ke countered, haven't you seen Taro Ultraman? Luya shook her head, her blue eyes filled with confusion. I haven't seen Japanese films. I see. You're an outsider too. Xia Ke pulled at the corner of his mouth, his tone carrying a strange, indescribable meaning. It's amazing you even topped the rankings at one point. That monster's defense is very strong, and its endurance is terrifying. Luya didn't pay attention to Xia Ke's teasing, continuing to recall. After I got it into a disadvantageous position, it escaped. You weren't seriously injured by it? This time, Xia Ke was truly surprised. His mouth dropped open, eyes wide. You drove it off? What kind of monster were you controlling? Xia Ke knew full well how terrifying Mororoa's reputation was. Luya answered calmly, my first monster is called Saigoku. Saigoku? Xia Ke inhaled sharply, his pupils shrinking suddenly. He stared at Luya for several seconds, then let out a long, slow breath, his shoulders relaxing. He murmured. Inside, his mind was in turmoil. He looked at Luya with an expression that was hard to put into words, a complex look in his eyes. Loya didn't notice Shaq's shock and continued speaking. She subconsciously touched her arm and shoulder where the wounds were. Was it caused by the other contestants? Shark murmured, his eyes darkening. Contestants from each country are still fighting to the death after all. Then, I used the escape prism to leave the battlefield, Luya said. You even managed to escape. Shark was surprised again. To escape both the ambush and the following battle, this woman's strength and luck were not to be underestimated. Just when I reached the base and was preparing to rest, Luya's voice carried a trace of bitterness. I encountered that monster hunting the contestants. The monster hunting contestants? Shark frowned deeply. Luya nodded hard, as if she could still feel that cold gaze watching her. That guy, according to the system data, is called Bagaru. Bagaru has come out. Shark's voice rose sharply, his face full of undisguised shock. The danger represented by this name was no less than Mororoya. I was injured and unconscious while escaping its pursuit. Luya's voice was weak with the feeling of surviving a disaster, and when I woke up, I saw you. Mororoya Bagaru, I knew there was something dirty on this island. Shark clicked his tongue, his eyes becoming extremely serious, as if assessing the huge pressure. TSK, this dungeon is a little difficult. Luya stared at Shark with her clear blue eyes, carrying a hint of hope. Do you have any idea about these two monsters? Shark thought for a moment, organizing his words. If Mororoya is not eliminated, in the next few days, the atomic haze it releases will continue to block sunlight, the temperature will drop a lot, becoming extremely cold. Bagaru. He paused, his tone even heavier. If you don't meet it, that's fine, but if you do, you can only run. Is that guy unbeatable? Luya asked. I don't know how much energy that guy has accumulated in its body. Shark's expression was serious. If the amount is very large, the moment we blow it up, the whole island might be blasted away. Luya gasped, her face instantly pale. So scary? That guy is also capable of destroying civilization, Shark said firmly. It is not an ordinary monster. Luya's face was full of deep worry. She looked at Shark, hesitated a moment, then seemed to make up her mind. Shark, shall we cooperate? Shark looked at her. Cooperate? Luya nodded hard, struggling to sit upright on the mattress. She reached out her hand, her eyes showing unprecedented sincerity. Yes. If we cooperate, the chance to survive until the end will be a little higher. Shark looked into her eyes, seeing no calculation, only the desire to survive and the earnest request for an ally. He was silent for a few seconds, then reached out, holding Luya's slightly cold hand. All right, we cooperate. He added immediately, but to defeat those two civilization-destroying monsters, we will need more helpers. Hearing Shark agree, Luya showed a relieved smile. She tried to get down from the mattress to act together with Shark. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, her body swayed violently, her vision went black, and she fell uncontrollably to the side. Careful. Shark's reflexes were fast, he stepped forward immediately and steadied her. Leaning on his arm, Luya breathed rapidly, her face full of guilt and frustration. I'm sorry, my body is injured, I can't move freely. Her body had endured too much, the backlash from Rebesa being heavily struck by King Red, the injury feedback from the Saigoku battle, and the blood loss and pain from the 2 gunshot wounds. She felt unbearable weakness and exhaustion. She did not want to be a pure burden, that would lose the value of cooperation. Shark looked at her struggling, frowning slightly. Next moment, he suddenly bent down, slid one hand under her knees, wrapped the other around her back, and lifted her up horizontally. Ah! Loya was caught off guard, her body instantly lifted off the ground, her cheeks uncontrollably flushed with a hint of red. But she didn't struggle, just asked in a slightly panicked tone, what are you doing? There's a cosmic merchant's coordinates nearby, Shaq said, holding her, turning around, and walking towards the cave entrance with steady, powerful steps. I'll take you to try your luck. He used his eyes to bring up the system panel's map, which clearly marked a merchant icon not too far away from here. Do you have any trade items? Loya leaned against Shaq's chest, thinking about the trade, feeling a little worried. Shaq nodded, his gaze fixed on the dark ahead. Just a little. Loya's voice was low, full of apology. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Since we are in a partnership now, Shaq said, holding her as he walked briskly out of the cave, blending into the outside darkness, it's better to find a way to get you back on your feet quickly. Without saying more, Shaq swiftly carried Loya through the forest. He felt no strain with his enhanced body, his steps quick and steady, avoiding jagged rocks and twisted trees. Loya leaned against his chest, hearing his steady, strong heartbeat, feeling the cool night breeze brushing her cheeks. Half an hour later, Shaq circled around several mountains and arrived at a secluded valley. He stopped, his gaze locking onto an inconspicuous cave entrance ahead. Carrying Loya, he steadily walked inside. The cave interior was deeper than expected and unusually smooth, not naturally formed. After walking for several dozen steps, the space suddenly opened up. A metallic door full of futuristic technology was quietly embedded deep within the cave wall, like an entrance to another world. 2 extraterrestrials were waiting outside the door. Chapter 57, Buy an Egg. The two extraterrestrials had round, gray heads, with star-shaped patterns surrounding their eyes, and a sharp bird-like beak that stood out prominently. Xia Ke, holding Loya, cautiously observed them. One of the Gakstians made a strange syllable, and the system quickly translated it into subtitles. "Are you here to buy the monster Reionics?" Xia Ke nodded, keeping his gaze on the other. "Yes, but I'd also like to ask, can you provide any medical services for my friend here? She's injured and needs some treatment." The Gakstian made a short sound that resembled laughter, its beak opening and closing, its tone very friendly. "Of course, if you buy a monster here, we can offer your friend one free treatment. Our Gakstian medical technology is very advanced." Xia Ke understood their meaning. This was a bundled sale. He nodded again. "All right, show me the monsters first." One of the Gakstians turned and began leading the way. Xia Ke, holding Loya, followed it through the smooth metallic corridor of the spaceship, arriving at a spacious room full of technological vibes. Inside the room, rows of transparent display cabinets quietly held huge eggs of various colors, the smallest of which was still more than half the height of a person. The Gakstian walked up to one of the cabinets, pointing at the transparent cover inside, where there was a giant egg covered in red spots. "This is the egg of the volcanic monster Barton. Barton is a very powerful monster, with a poisonous beak and fire abilities." It continued to introduce one by one. The egg of the primal monster Ledera. The egg of the ancient monster Largius. The egg of the ancestor monster Taroches. The egg of the comet monster Lydron. The egg of the cosmic crane Roland. The egg of the migratory bird monster Balu. The egg of the ancient monster Regera. The egg of the supersonic monster Black Rain. The egg of the lightning bird monster Ria Besa. Xia Ke looked at the giant eggs in front of him, deeply shocked inside. His gaze swept over the price tags next to the eggs, and the price for the Black Rain egg was marked at 2,000 grams of Eeyore. The volcano monster bird Batten also weighs 1,200 grams. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you just sell the hatched monsters directly?" The Galaxy alien shook its round head, its beak opening and closing. "Once they're hatched, we still have to feed them, and if we're not careful, they make a mess everywhere. It's very troublesome." This reason left Xia Ke momentarily speechless. His gaze wandered over a few relatively cheaper eggs before finally pointing to a giant egg with rock-like patterns. "Give me one of those Regera eggs. Don't forget to help my friend with treatment." "No problem, esteemed customer." The Galaxy alien immediately sent a telepathic message to its companion. Soon, another Galaxy alien entered the room. Leah looked at their strange appearance, her brows furrowed slightly, and her body instinctively shrank into Xia Ke's arms, whispering, "Can we really trust them?" The newly arrived Galaxy alien seemed to notice Leah's unease. Its round head turned toward her, and it spoke. "This beautiful human lady must be seeing our appearance for the first time and feeling a little uneasy and uncomfortable, right? How about this?" As soon as it finished speaking, the Galaxy alien spun around on the spot. A faint glow flashed, and it transformed into a young human girl with light blue hair, though some of its Galaxy alien-style markings remained on her body. This was a mimicking ability. The Galaxy alien, now in the form of the girl, smiled gently. "With our technology, treating your current injuries only takes 60 seconds. Please rest assured, you are the chosen Reionics by that great person. We will not harm you." Xia Ke watched this miraculous transformation in awe. "There are female Galaxy aliens too." He carefully handed the immobile Leah over. The Galaxy alien, now mimicking the blue-haired girl, gently took Leah, moving with care as it walked her to a medical chamber on the other side of the room, glowing softly with white light. The Galaxy alien handling the transaction looked at Xia Ke. Xia Ke took the remaining 4,000 grams of ore from his system space. The Galaxy alien took the ore, walked to a nearby precision cutting machine, and after a few operations, precisely cut off 1,000 grams, then returned the remaining 3,000 grams of ore to Xia Ke. Xia Ke stored the ore back into his system space. The Galaxy alien opened a display cabinet and carefully took out the giant Regera egg covered in rock-like patterns. The egg was heavy, and when Xia Ke took it, it felt so weighty that it almost blocked his view ahead. "Do you help with hatching here?" Xia Ke asked, struggling to hold the egg. The Galaxy alien responded straightforwardly. "It costs extra." Xia Ke decisively gave up. "Then never mind." He tried to store the egg in his system space, but failed. The system prompted, "Living creatures cannot be stored." He had no choice but to resign himself to holding the giant egg, carefully turning and walking out like he was holding a big stone. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Leah, who had just exited the medical chamber. Her face was still a little pale, but her eyes were bright, and her movements were fluid, clearly having recovered from her injuries. She saw Xia Ke stumbling with the giant egg in his arms, and immediately a look of apology appeared on her face. "I'm sorry for making you spend so much." Xia Ke adjusted his grip on the egg, trying to keep his path clear. "Let's go, we should leave here first." The two of them left the Galaxy alien spaceship and walked out of the cave. It was still dark with heavy clouds overhead, but Leah's recovery lightened the atmosphere considerably. They found a relatively hidden, wind-sheltered mountain hollow to rest. Leah looked at Shaq struggling with the giant egg and couldn't help but say, "Isn't it inconvenient to carry such a big egg?" Shaq carefully placed the egg on a patch of relatively soft grass, stretching his sore arm. "It would be easier if we just hatched it." "What should we do?" Lucia asked curiously. "Didn't we say that the temperature should be enough?" Shaq said, taking out the battle instrument. "Come out, Telesdon." A yellowish light flashed, and the 60-meter-tall underground monster Telesdon crashed down onto the ground, its massive body causing a slight tremor. Lucia looked up at Telesdon and commented, "Your monster looks pretty simple." Shaq paid no attention to her remark and pulled Lucia back. "Let's move a little farther away." "All right." Lucia followed him and retreated behind a large rock a few dozen meters away. Shaq gave a mental command to Telesdon, "Telesdon, breathe out small flames, warm this egg, hatch it." Telesdon let out a low growl, understanding its master's intent. Its huge body obediently crouched down, and its enormous head leaned closer to the giant egg on the grass. It opened its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and a faint orange-red glow appeared deep in its throat. A continuous and steady stream of hot air, at a very high temperature, accurately enveloped the Regera egg. Time passed little by little. Shaq and Lucia stood behind the boulder, watching as Telesdon continuously exhaled hot air. The eggshell seemed to show no change under the high temperature. After most of the day passed, just when Shaq began to doubt if this method would work, the giant egg finally started to move. It began to shake slightly, the movement growing more intense, and the eggshell even made faint crack-crack sounds. A look of joy instantly appeared on Shaq's face, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Great, great, it worked. I can finally use a flying monster." Lucia also nervously stared at the shaking egg. Crack, crack. The sound of the eggshell cracking became clearer. A distinct crack appeared at the top of the eggshell. Shaq held his breath, staring without blinking. However, the scene he expected, where the chick would break out of the shell, did not happen. As the crack widened, a thick, oddly fragrant, fully cooked egg white began to spill out from the crack, steaming slightly. Shaq's smile instantly froze, his whole body feeling like it had been frozen in place, like a statue. His eyes were wide open, his mouth slightly agape, as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening before him. Lucia looked at the spilled, clearly already solidified, fully cooked egg white, a cold sweat dripping down her forehead. She cautiously glanced at the completely frozen Shaq beside her, her lips forming an awkward smile, squinting her eyes as she dryly laughed. Looks like it's a little too cooked." Telesdon immediately stopped breathing fire, knowing it had messed up. It put its hands on its head, its mouth slightly open, also stunned. Shaq remained frozen, and after a long while, his neck turned slowly like a rusty machine, his gaze dazed as he looked at the still steaming egg. He took a long, deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the frustration into himself. He took heavy steps, one after another, toward the overcooked egg. The rich smell of eggs filled the air, with an absurdly tempting allure. He squatted down, extended his finger, and carefully poked at the solidified egg white, which felt bouncy and warm. Shaq looked up at Telesdon, who seemed completely innocent, and then glanced at Lucia, who looked both embarrassed and sympathetic. Finally, all the emotions turned into a heavy sigh, filled with deep helplessness and a resigned attitude. "Sigh, it is what it is. Let's eat first." Chapter 58, Heroes Discussed in the Mouth. Shaq's Livestream chat scrolls. "Just say if you want to eat. Are we starting another eating broadcast? What a great monster egg, what a waste. Shaq, can you be a bit more reliable? You got a flying monster and just let it overcook. You killed so many monsters along the way, but didn't take a third one? Are you saving the slot for hatching? Stop talking nonsense up front. The battle instrument only has 3 slots. The third one must be reserved for a top-tier monster. How can we fight without 3 monsters? Tell me, how can we fight?" "Exactly. Today we lose to Malyaloya, tomorrow we lose to Bujiaru, and after that, there will be no more battles to lose. Don't make your brother laugh. Has he ever been defeated so far? Didn't he just see 2 flying-type monsters on the opposite side and run away? That was a strategic retreat, not a defeat." "Exactly, exactly. The 2 monsters from Xia Ke, I think they are also strong within their own kind. The main thing is that Xia Ke knows how to play, he can make these 2 monsters use their combined attack technique." Xia Ke and Luya shared that huge egg, using the tableware from the system space to cut off the solid and smooth egg whites, and they were able to eat their fill. The rest, Xia Ke directly tossed to Tayleston to get between its teeth. While Xia Ke was chewing the oddly textured egg white, a voice suddenly came from the communicator. It was Lu Royon's voice, with a hint of concern. "Xia Ke, how's everything? Have you encountered any accidents?" Xia Ke pressed the button on his communication earpiece and responded, "All is well. How about you guys? Lu Ruoyan's voice seemed more relaxed. We've taken another underwater base, and the guardian beast there is the deep-sea monster Goela. It has a drill on its nose and likes to charge in the water. Its speed is particularly fast. Xia Ke asked, has anyone been injured? No, Lu Ruoyan said with a hint of pride in her voice. It charged wildly, but it wasn't as agile as my Origera. In the end, the three of us defeated it with a wheel battle. Xia Ke praised, you guys are really skilled now. Lu Ruoyan reminded, be careful. Got it, Xia Ke replied, and the communication was immediately cut off. Luya, who had been watching Xia Ke talk to his teammate, waited until he finished before moving closer and asking. Based on your points, the system's chat channel should be open by now, right? Let's add each other as friends. My friend code is Y0807Y20. Xia Ke nodded, brought up the system panel visible only to him, and entered Luya's code in the chat channel to add her as a friend. This system's chat channel is very convenient, and its privacy is also very high, Luya added, clearly satisfied with this feature. The two of them took a short break before preparing to set off. Luya suggested, if we're going to increase our team, should we call your teammates now? Xia Ke shook his head, no, the first target is Malia Luoya, they don't have suitable monsters for that level of battle. Luya thought for a moment, my teammate, Kylioto Brown, his monster is Zaragas. Should we bring him? Xia Ke stroked his chin, deep in thought, Zaragas? That could work. How is this Kai, is he reliable? Luya's voice was firm, he's a compassionate journalist, I think we can trust him. Xia Ke looked at her, I hope you haven't misjudged him. Alright, let's go find him. How do we get there? Luya took out the combat device, let's use my Reionics to get there? It's faster. Xia Ke immediately frowned, his eyes filled with caution, flying in the sky? Aren't you afraid of becoming a living target? Luya instantly recalled the dangerous scene when Reionics was hit by a giant rock thrown by Red King, and a chill ran down her back. She immediately changed her mind, you're right. Then what should we do? Moving underground is still the most reliable, Xia Ke looked at Tayleston. Okay, I'll listen to you, Luya agreed readily. Tayleston understood and immediately lay down obediently, opening its giant mouth like a cave. Xia Ke stepped in first. Luya followed, looking at the row of sharp fangs in the deep cavity, a flicker of unease crossed her face, but she still took a deep breath and followed inside. Telesdon closed its massive mouth, and the inside became pitch black, with only the faint glow of their combat devices. Then, the familiar buzzing sound began, and the super vibration wave spread, as Teleston's massive body sank deep into the earth once again. Xia Ke asked for the direction, and Luya immediately sent a map coordinate to Xia Ke through the system's chat channel. Through the psychic link, Shark directed Telesdon to move toward the target in the dark underground layers. The journey beneath the earth was long and dull. Luya felt the atmosphere was heavy and tried to find a topic to break the silence. She felt the vibrations from inside Tayleston's mouth and asked, monsters digging underground must be very slow, right? After all, they use their limbs to dig? Shark's voice sounded in the darkness. All monsters with underground movement ability basically have a born skill called Ultra Vibration Wave. Ultra Vibration Wave digs soil very fast, making them as agile underground as fish in water. Luya suddenly understood, I see. You are still a monster expert. Shark spoke calmly, can't really say expert, just watched a few Ultraman episodes as a child. Luya became interested, I've seen many special effect movies, but never watched Ultraman. What do you like to watch? Shark asked casually. Spider-Man and Batman. Luya answered, her voice with a touch of nostalgia. Shark nodded, oh. I like both superheroes too. But now, I like Spider-Man a bit more. Watching Batman grown up, there's always a kind of taste. Luya was curious, what kind? Shark chose his words carefully, that feeling is like the ruler at the top of the pyramid cleaning his own backyard. Luya thought for a moment and argued, I like his mind, Shark. He always prepares in advance, plans carefully. Shark nodded, setting aside other things, I like that too. Luya's tone lightened, then it seems we share the same taste. Shark continued, Spider-Man has no big flaws. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, if you meet trouble on the street, he will really help you. Luya nodded in agreement, then asked, with great power comes great responsibility. What do you think of this, Shark? Shark was silent for a moment, his voice a bit self-mocking, I believed it completely as a child. Now, it feels like moral blackmail to myself. Luya disagreed, without high moral standards, you can't be a hero. Shark, did you dream of being a hero as a child? Shark was honest, as a child, of course I wanted to be a great hero. Later I realized I could do nothing, even when seeing an old person fall, I only dared to walk around. Luya encouraged, don't be discouraged, friend. You can control a huge monster now, there are many things you can do. Shark asked playfully, for example? Cause destruction? He expected to hear a scolding, after all, 'cause destruction doesn't sound good. Unexpectedly, Lua replied, "It depends on what you are destroying, dear. Tearing down an oppressive cage and knocking down a shelter are completely different things." Shark was slightly surprised, then a smile appeared on his lips. "Wow. You are even more than I imagined." Lua asked, "More what?" Shark spoke frankly, "More flexible. You are not rigid. I like you, Lua." Lua thought it was a compliment and replied, "Thank you." Shark asked with interest, "So, you are determined to become a superhero?" Lua's voice sounded clear and firm in the darkness. "Yes. We already have the conditions to be superheroes, don't we?" Shark pondered Lua's thoughts. "You mean, powers beyond ordinary people?" Lua smiled at Shark. "I mean, having the power to do more than ordinary people, and a heart that knows right from wrong, and acts for the right things." Just as Lua finished speaking, boom! A strong vibration suddenly came from the earth ahead. Shark immediately steadied himself, his eyes sharp, his voice carrying both seriousness and teasing. "Hey, my superhero. It seems we have encountered a battle." Chapter 59 Wheelchair Smooths the Brain. Luya asked curiously, "Do you want to check the situation?" Shark nodded, his expression serious, "Of course. I am training, I must see. It is very important to participate in proper battles to train your monsters." Tayleston understood, his huge body quietly turning in the soil layer, moving a distance away from the source of vibration, then carefully digging upwards. Puff! Tayleston's huge head pushed open a hidden rock seam on the surface, only exposing his eyes and slightly open giant mouth, observing secretly. Shark and Luya immediately approached the edge of the giant mouth, staring out. The scene made their hearts shiver. The battlefield among the wild mountains and wastelands was a mess, dust everywhere. On one side were 3 female participants, their monsters varied in form, radiating fierce aura. Vampire monster Chimera. Strange beast IQ. Undead monster Shinbua. Ancient monster Garrula. On the other side, Shark immediately recognized them, the participants who had attacked their base before. He was also familiar with their monsters. Cosmic giant monster Astromus. Cosmic giant monster Bemonstein. Cosmic battle beast Gob. Ancient monster Aldna. The battle was extremely fierce and chaotic. IQ's 3 floating small eyes continuously shot dazzling lightning beams, targeting Astromus. But Bemonstein's huge body flexibly blocked them, the pentagonal organ on his belly like a bottomless pit, devouring all energy attacks. Chimera's mouth shot out a snake-like vampire tongue at lightning speed, tightly wrapping Aldna's neck, releasing high-voltage electricity. Aldna roared in pain. Gob immediately rushed over, swinging his sharp sickle claws, slashing fiercely. The long tongue broke instantly. Shinbua roared and launched a brutal charge, pushing Gob backward repeatedly. Aldna angrily opened his huge mouth, blasting scorching destructive rays at Shinbua. Garrula seized the chance, the horn on his head glowing orange-red, a scorching beam accurately blasting Aldna. Boom! A violent explosion with dazzling sparks, Aldna's skin was blown black, letting out painful wails. Shark only glanced once, then immediately made a decision. Too chaotic, not good. Retreat! Too many people, too messy, the scene out of control. Rushing in could easily be caught in indiscriminate attacks and become the target. A small mistake, and being focused by several monsters, the result would be unthinkable. Of all strategies, retreat is best. Luya had a different thought. Shark, didn't you say we need helpers now? Yes, Shark nodded, his eyes clear, so let's quickly find your companions, it's dangerous here, we shouldn't stay long. A sly light flashed in Luya's blue eyes, the corner of her mouth slightly up. I think we can grab these 5 people as labor. Shark turned sharply, doubting he heard wrong. Dash, what did you say? In Shark's stunned eyes, Luya suddenly leapt up, directly jumping out of Teleston's mouth, landing steadily on the ground outside. Luya ran a few steps, without hesitation lifting her battle device, her voice clear and full of power. Go, Saikuko. Battle device activate. Ding. 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 3 crisp, penetrating electronic sounds rang, the 3 slots of the battle device burst one by one with dazzling red light. Click. The flip cover of the battle device snapped open. In the first slot, a dark red card depicting a fierce dragon-shaped monster shot out like an arrow, spinning half a circle, precisely brushing the activation slot on top of the battle device. Buzz. The card erupted with dark red light as deep as hell's molten lava. It transformed into a streak of light, suddenly swelling, condensing, and solidifying on the charred land below, shrouded by black clouds. Gia Geao, Gaga Gaga. A terrifying screech, blending the ancient roar of a dragon with the howl of an abyssal demon, tore through the stifling air like thunder. A colossal beast crashed down. Its strong body was covered with a terrifying shell of intertwining crimson and deep blue, like a demon crawling up from the deepest hell. Above its head were massive horns curved like hellish demon antlers, its right hand held a giant spiked club wrapped with ominous energy, sharp bone spikes like a mountain of needles rose from its back, and its tail ended in sharp serrations. It opened its huge mouth, as if a sticky pool of blood churned inside, and its eyes, like 60 demon pupils from endless hell, coldly gazed upon the world, emitting a yellow light in the darkness. The moment Xia Ke appeared, an invisible, suffocating pressure spread rapidly. All battles on the battlefield, whether monster roars or charging moves, stopped instantly. The air seemed frozen, leaving only Xia Ke's heavy roar. Xia Ke was still hiding in Telesdon's mouth, heart racing, palms sweating, scalp tingling. What is this girl even doing? She'll die if they all attack her at once. Xia Ke's live stream exploded instantly. Marla, unlucky teammate alert. Oh my god, this girl's move is way too reckless. Charging out to become everyone's target? Interesting. Unbelievable she is still alive. Where's her brain? This girl has been playing wheelchair too long, her brain flattened by it. Looks like this beauty fears nothing now. Xia Ke, run. Don't let this American girl kill you. Too bad, this girl has a pretty face but a not so bright brain. Not good, Xia Ke, run fast. On the battlefield, Luya calmly stood on a high slope, her golden hair flowing in the breeze. Her gaze swept over the crowd below, filled with doubt, her voice quiet but clearly heard across the battlefield. Everyone, stop. The 5 contestants turned their horrified eyes toward the figure on the slope, their expressions varied, whispering among themselves. Isabella saw Luya, her pupils shrinking, fear surging in her heart. What is she going to do? Sean, who had wanted battle and points, also unexpectedly calmed, his hands holding the battle device trembling slightly. Damn, why is she meddling now? The red-haired, punk-styled girl showed a fierce look, gritting her teeth. Tisk, why her? The well-endowed nun with a blindfold slightly turned her head, voice calm and even. Her? Then I guess we have to pause the fight. The black-haired woman in a white suit, 1.9 meters tall, frowned, tone displeased. Even other people's battles you interfere in? Isn't that inappropriate? Luya's gaze swept over each of them, commanding, now. Put away your monsters. The contestants showed unwillingness, but under Xia Ke's demonic figure and Luya's cold stare, they ultimately obeyed. Only the red-haired girl's ferocity did not fade. She looked around, seeing her teammates withdraw their monsters, instantly furious, pointing at Luya, shouting sharply. Hey! Everyone! Why fear her? Let's attack together, focus and kill her first. Chapter 60, defeated with one swing. Yet the other 4 silently averted their gaze, no one responded. Angel was completely enraged, raising her battle device sharply. Don't be so arrogant. Go, Chimera, take her down. The only Chimera on the field immediately obeyed its master's command, opening its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, a piercing blue light glowing deep in its throat. A thick, pillar-like blue destructive death ray, exuding a sense of devastation, shot out like an arrow from a bow, heading straight for Lucia on the high slope. Lucia furrowed her brows slightly, her eyes instantly turning cold as ice. Who allowed you to defy me? She didn't even give a specific command. Xia Ke, with its enormous body, moved, instantly blocking in front of Lucia. A strange red light suddenly illuminated the needle hill on its back, and black-red destructive energy crazily gathered and surged within its massive mouth of the blood pool. Roar! A blood-curdling torrent of destruction, several times thicker than Chimera's beam, wrapped in black-red lightning, shot out with a deafening roar. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion rang out. Chimera's blue destructive beam was still lacking in power compared to the bloody torrent, being pushed back with ease as if it were nothing. The destructive energy exploded violently in Chimera's giant open mouth. Boom! Chimera's enormous body was struck as if hit by a heavy hammer, letting out a miserable scream as it fell backward, crashing to the ground, violently twitching, while black-red corrosive lightning leaped and burned all over its body. Ugh! Angel cried out in pain, clutching her mouth and throat, letting out a muffled groan, her face turning as pale as paper. That was the violent backlash from her connection to the beast. Chimera, being the ferocious monster it was, struggled to get up, letting out an angry roar towards Xia Ke. Lucia remained indifferent, a trace of indifference appearing in her eyes. Are you a little more clear-headed now? Or should I help you stretch your muscles again? Before her words could finish, Xia Ke's massive foot stomped on the ground, and its enormous body erupted with terrifying speed, inconsistent with its size, charging like a red meteor, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Its wolf-tooth club-like arm, wrapped in a sinister aura, swung down toward Chimera, who had just gotten up, with a booming sound that tore through the air. Chimera, with its agile body, narrowly tilted to the side, just avoiding this mountain-cracking blow. However, after missing, Xia Ke didn't stop. It swiftly swung the wolf-tooth club backward, delivering a vicious strike to Chimera's neck. Bang! A dull, earth-shattering sound erupted, a terrifying force of over 20,000 tons exploded in an instant. Chimera, which weighed 50,200 tons, was flung off the ground without resistance, flying through the air in a parabolic arc before slamming into a lonely mountain 500 meters away. Boom! When Chimera's body collided with the rock wall, the entire barren mountain seemed to explode, collapsing in a mighty blast. Countless massive fragments scattered like cannonballs, dust rising to the sky, completely engulfing the area. Put! Angel could no longer hold on, suffering internal injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and collapsing to the ground, her previously arrogant demeanor disappearing entirely. Lucia looked down coldly from above, gazing at Angel, who was kneeling on the ground. Are you a little more clear-headed now? Angel, struggling, lifted her head, looking at the blonde figure on the high slope, her voice hoarse and trembling, reluctantly saying, I'm clear-headed now, please, stop hitting. She shakily raised her battle device and called back Chimera. Shaq stood there, dumbfounded, his expression in shock. Oh my god. Lady Lucia. The livestream chat was instantly flooded with oh my god. Lady Lucia. +1 comments. I underestimated Sigog's stats. Wow, this wheelchair is so comfortable. Laughing to death, pulling this thing out, it's like you can just let your brain go free. I thought she was going up to die, turns out she beat them all up. Shaq, you should learn from her. Look at how domineering she is. Straight up dominating the scene. Exactly, when will Summer Bro step up and declare war on the whole world? Don't pick on Summer Bro, huh? His two monsters combined don't even match one of Sigog's blows. Luya glanced around, her voice clear. Alright, guys, all come closer. I have something to tell you. Shark steadied himself, took a deep breath, and also stepped out from Teleston's mouth, standing beside Luya. Teleston's massive body stayed behind, on alert. The five who had fought each other before now approached slowly, with complex expressions, full of awe. Dark clouds hung low, cold wind whipped the dust on the ground, brushing against everyone's clothes. Shark looked at Luya, calm-faced, and couldn't help whispering, what did you do to them? Why are they listening to you? Luya turned her head, her face returning to that naturally cheerful, slightly silly smile. I told you, I don't kill contestants. Shark froze, not fully understanding, and asked, you mean? Luya smiled lightly, her tone relaxed as if talking about the weather. They attacked me, and I left them one breath of life. Shark's mouth twitched. Don't say such violent things so calmly. In plain words, they weren't killed, just left with one breath, right? The five had come close, standing in a row, the atmosphere oppressive. Luya pointed at them, beginning to introduce them to Shark, her face still wearing that harmless smile. This trio here is from the German nation. She first pointed to the red-haired girl with blood at the corner of her mouth, face pale. This is Angel von Buell, a girl with a nasty temper, especially likes to hold grudges. Angel shivered slightly at the comment, but did not dare to refute. Next, she pointed to the blindfolded, full-bodied nun. This is Antonia Hers, a Catholic believer, fairly gentle in personality. Her main monster is IQ. Antonia nodded slightly, expression calm. Finally, she pointed to the black short-haired woman in a white suit, nearly 1.9 meters tall, aura-cold. This tall one is Fischl Schumacher, an arrogant and cold person. The Simbo and Garrula from before were summoned by her. Fischl showed no expression, only coldly glanced at Shark. Luya then pointed to Isabella, Britain contestant. Isabella Taylor, controls two cosmic monsters. Isabella avoided eye contact, not daring to look at Shark. Luya finally pointed to Sean, Britain contestant, Sean Evans. Gav is his main monster, and there is an assisting Audna. Sean pressed his lips tightly, eyes full of unwillingness, yet helpless. He had attacked Luya once before, his two monsters knocked down, he half dead, barely survived. Chapter 61, Organizing Mobilization. Shark's gaze lingered on Isabella and Sean for a moment, understanding in his heart. The two who attacked the base are from Britain. He quietly recorded Isabella and Sean in his little revenge notebook. After Luya finished introducing, she turned to the five, still keeping that gentle harmless smile, her voice clear in everyone's ears. Let me introduce my ally, Shark, contestant from Xia Nation. She paused, her smile seeming brighter, raising her eyebrows happily. Everyone don't mess with him, or I will break your legs. The five saw Luya's sunny smile, cold sweat immediately soaked their backs, a chill straight to the heart. A silence. Cold winds swept over the scorched land, moving the hair of the seven. Fischl Schumacher, the tall, cold German woman, first broke the silence. She lifted her chin slightly, her voice with a trace of displeasure. Then, may I ask, you called us here for something? Luya ignored the sharpness in her tone, her blue eyes sweeping everyone, directly throwing the question, do you know what happened in the sky? Fisher furrowed her brows tightly and shook her head decisively. I don't know. She felt somewhat annoyed. Interrupting their fight just to ask a question was extremely rude. It was a monster called Mororoa, Isabella's voice echoed, filled with concern. Luya nodded, confirming Isabella's answer. It seems we do have someone informed. Now, I'll explain the situation directly. Her voice was clear and powerful, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The cosmic beast named Mororoa has released atomic smog. This black mist will completely block out the sunlight. If it's not destroyed and the black mist cleared, this planet will soon face an apocalyptic winter. Apocalyptic winter, is that true? The blind nun, Adonia, asked softly, her calm face betraying a hint of seriousness. Shaq took over the conversation, his voice steady and practical. This isn't Earth, so the situation isn't easy to judge precisely. But, can't you feel it? He pointed at the cold environment around them. In just this day, the average temperature of this island has dropped at least 20 degrees Celsius. Isabella instinctively hugged her arms, nodding in agreement. It's definitely getting colder. Shaq continued slowly. Perhaps because of the special geographical location of this island, the temperature is dropping quickly. Maybe before the end of this national battlefield, it'll drop to several tens of degrees below zero. By then, forget about fighting, survival will become an issue. Angelica impatiently shouted, "Ha! Just a few tens of degrees below zero, what's the big deal?" At these words, Luya walked up to Angelica, showing a gentle smile, blinking her big eyes, and silently gazing down at her. Angelica felt a chill run down her spine, struggling to breathe. All her impatience vanished from her face. She knew that if she didn't act now, her legs might be broken. So, she stammered and added, "I mean, a few tens of degrees below zero is really bad, 9 out of 10, or even 10 out of 10 bad." Luya returned to the center of the arena, her gaze sweeping over everyone, her dominance softened, her voice clear and firm, with an unassailable tone. "So, before you continue fighting each other and scrambling for those points, let's cooperate and eliminate the common threat of Mororoa. I want an answer from you, now." Her words left little room for negotiation. The five of them fell into a brief silence, each weighing the pros and cons. The atmosphere was tense, only the sound of the wind howling. Luya added another sentence. "By the way, eliminating Mororoa isn't enough. The beast named Bagaru, who specializes in hunting participants and devouring monsters, must also be dealt with." These words made the five of them change their expressions once again. The infamous reputation of Bagaru clearly cast a large shadow over them. Sean Evans was the first to break the silence. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge, his voice filled with suppressed excitement. "I'll join. Killing Bagaru is a goal I must accomplish." Isabella immediately followed suit, "I'll join." Fisher Shumakel was silent for a few seconds, her stern face revealing little emotion. Finally, she slowly nodded. "These two monsters must be eliminated, or the consequences will be endless." "I'll join." Adonia Hertz nodded slightly, her voice calm but firm. "I'll join." Finally, everyone's gaze fell on the pale-faced Angelica von Buell. She lowered her head, her short hair covering her eyes, her body slightly trembling. It was obvious that she harbored resentment and reluctance towards Luya and was still hesitating. Luya suddenly broke into an extremely sweet smile, tilting her head as she looked at Angelica. "Angelica, aren't you coming?" That smile, in Angelica's eyes, seemed like an invitation from a devil. She saw it written clearly on that smiling face, "If you dare not come, I'll break your legs." A chill ran through her. Angel let out a long, deep breath, as if using all her strength, and barely squeezed out a few words between her teeth. I'll join too." "Great." Lua's sweet smile instantly faded, replaced by a refreshing, faith-filled expression as she clapped her hands. "Then let's work together and deal with those two troublesome guys." She turned to Shaq, and her blue eyes gleamed with a small sense of pride, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. "What do you think? Suddenly we have 5 more helpers." Shaq, after witnessing the dramatic scene before him, had gone from surprise to admiration. His expression shifted as he nodded sincerely, his tone filled with a hint of awe. "You really never cease to surprise me." Before long, under Lua's leadership, this temporary 7-person team arrived near the stronghold of Kai Lioto Brown. They didn't enter but stopped outside. Soon, a man in a khaki trench coat, wearing glasses, and looking scholarly walked out briskly. It was Kai. He wore an expression of concern, mixed with a sense of relief upon seeing Lua. Before, Lua had not let Kai meet up halfway, worried that his solo actions would be too risky and make him a target for other competitors or Bagaru. "Wow, there are so many people, is there a party going on?" Kai quickly walked up, his gaze sweeping over the group behind Lua, whose faces varied but all held strong presences. A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Lua smiled as she patted Kai's shoulder, then introduced him to everyone. "Guys, this is Kai Lioto Brown, my teammate, a compassionate reporter. His main monster is the shape-shifting monster Zaragas." Kai shyly pushed his glasses up, nodding respectfully to everyone. Lua's gaze shifted to Shaq, seeking his opinion. "Shaq, do you think we still need more people? If not enough, I can help you find more." Shaq stroked his chin, quickly evaluating the team's strength in his mind. He finally nodded, his tone confirming, "With the current lineup, it should be enough." How do we find Moraloya? Isabella raised the question. She stared at the sky, which was covered by thick black clouds, her brows furrowing. Should we all fly around with flying monsters, looking for it? That's too dangerous, and the efficiency would be low. Xia Ke addressed the group. Although Moraloya dislikes light, it's phototropic. We need a big, bright lighthouse, one that's tall enough, like a torch in the darkness, to draw it out from hiding. Chapter 62, Tower Push Plan. Fisher Shumakel's cold face did not hide the disdain. She scanned the sky shrouded in black clouds and the rugged mountain wilderness, saying, "It seems there is no lighthouse on this island. Aside from those strange strongholds, it's a wilderness with no signs of civilization. Your lighthouse plan sounds like a joke." The blind nun, Adonia, wore a worried expression, her voice soft but filled with unease. "So where can we find a big enough light source to attract such a monster? This seems like a tough problem. The signal towers of the strongholds also emit light, don't they?" Red-haired Angel von Bile shouted. "Why not just take all the signal towers down and pile them together? That light should definitely be bright enough." Shaq's gaze fell on Angel's young, somewhat rebellious face. She looked no older than 17, at the age when one is eager to be recognized. A perfect smile of approval appeared on his face as he spoke gently. "That really sounds like a good method. Focusing the light also avoids the trouble of the signal towers being scattered, which would attract Moraloya to different places." "Angel, you're really smart." Angel's expression immediately softened, and she lifted her chin proudly, saying, "Haha, that's right. You really know your stuff. Then let's do it my way, the way of a genius." "No." Fiscal immediately cut in, her voice sharp and firm, showing extreme disdain for Angel's suggestion. "You mean, destroy all signal towers and every stronghold together? That would make countless enemies. The whole island has 370 strongholds. Finding them, destroying the signal towers, then carrying them together, how much time would that take? By the time we finish, we'd probably be frozen into ice sculptures." Angel was publicly contradicted, instantly furious. "Huh? Then what do you suggest? In this cursed place, where would you even find a machine that can make huge light? Tell me." Fiscal was momentarily at a loss, her face cold. "I don't know." The others also fell silent, clearly feeling that Angel's plan, though crude, was valid, while Fiscal's objection was sharp, and no better idea came to mind. Seeing Fiscal cornered, Angel grew even more smug, her temper flaring against the woman who always outshone her in their homeland. "Then it's settled. If there's no way, we follow my plan. Better than just staring." Fiscal took a deep breath, forcing down her anger, and shot a piercing look at Shaq. "You suggested this. You must have a practical solution, right? Otherwise, let's just split up. If the end of the world winter comes, we can even use the penalty offset cards to quit the battlefield of national fortune. There's no need to waste time cooperating here." Shaq did not immediately respond to Fiscal's pressure. Instead, with a trace of curiosity, he asked, "You already have enough penalty offset cards. But why haven't you quit yet? Why are you still fighting other participants, competing for points?" Shaq's gaze swept over Fiscal, Antonia, and Angel. Kai, standing nearby, also spoke, pushing his glasses and speaking calmly. "Hey, guys, I'm curious too. Earlier I checked the leaderboard at the Stronghold Terminal. Over 100 countries' participants were collectively dead, and dozens chose to quit the battlefield of national fortune. Why are you willing to risk staying?" Angel pouted, jumping to answer, her tone full of self-evidence. "Of course, to get stronger." "Idiot. Monsters getting stronger brings huge benefits to us. Strength, speed, perception, who doesn't want it? Anyway, this battlefield of national fortune ends in a few days. Survive and it's a gain. The power gained from linking with monsters gave them abilities beyond normal humans. Holding a shield, they could play Captain America. Desiring the extraordinary was completely normal." Shaq understood. These people were not united, they could leave any time for self-preservation or benefit. Their cohesion was weak. He quietly brought up his system panel again, quickly checking the rules for voluntarily quitting the battlefield. System notice. If a participant voluntarily quits the battlefield, their country immediately suffers a heavy punishment, ranked last on settlement day. Additionally, the participant loses all, including the power of Reionics, combat instruments, body enhancements, and any system-given items or abilities. Shaq nodded slightly. These people could not give up the extraordinary power they had gained, unwilling to return to being ordinary. According to the rules, if they quit, even with an offset card to avoid national punishment, the individual would be cleaned out, losing all enhancements and abilities. Those without offset cards would become system lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He quickly retrieved previously downloaded leaderboard information from the system and found the data for the German team. Germany total points 1375. Antonia Hertz, Dominion's sister, 535. Angel von Bayer, Harburg Tech High School, 12th grade, 445. Fiscal Schumacher, Mealy family gang member. Adrian Zenz, theology professor, has fallen. The score was not concentrated on one person, but the total score was quite considerable. Fisher noticed Shark's silence and assumed he had been stumped, impatiently urging. So what? Do you have a better plan? If not, I'd rather quit the battlefield than waste my time with this foolish tower-splitting game. Isabella also furrowed her brows in agreement. Pushing towers one by one is too troublesome, the outposts are very far apart, it's inefficient. Sean scratched his head, looking troubled, but this isn't Earth, there are no factories, no power companies. How are we supposed to just create a big lighthouse out of nowhere? It's impossible. Antonia sighed softly, her voice tinged with helplessness. It seems, we'll have to rely on luck and slowly search for more Aroa's traces on the island. This was clearly the dumbest and most dangerous plan. Luoya pondered, also feeling the difficulty. Her gaze shifted to Shark, and a hint of hope appeared in her eyes. Shark, do you have any good ideas? Shark met the gazes of the others, not looking embarrassed at being pressed but instead showing a confident smile. He slowly spoke, calmly saying, I naturally have a plan. Fisher showed a flash of surprise on her face. She didn't believe Shark's words. Out here in the wilderness, where would there be a lighthouse to use? But when she looked at Shark's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. This made Fisher's heart stir with a storm of emotions. What's your plan? I don't understand. Could it be some kind of monster that shines for a long time? Shark shook his head. That kind of monster is too rare, and there isn't one right now. Fisher frowned and asked, then what are you relying on to lure more Aroa here? Some mysterious power from the ancient East? Shark shook his head again. Not that either. Fisher considered herself no fool, but she couldn't figure out what Shark's plan could be. After pondering for a while without any result, she became frustrated and spoke, a bit angrily, all right, very well. If you really have a way to attract more Aroa, I'll listen to you from now on. No questions asked. Shark was a bit stunned. What's wrong with this woman? Fisher added, but if you're just messing with me, I'll definitely take you down, and even Luoya won't be able to stop me, I mean it. Chapter 63, The Follower. Fine. Cold winds swept across the desolate land, blowing through the hair of the few people present. Shark surveyed the makeshift team in front of him, each with different thoughts, and calmly announced, let's hold a strategy meeting. Fisher Shumasel immediately furrowed her brows in annoyance, her voice dripping with undisguised sarcasm. You really like to talk to yourself, don't you? Do you really think of yourself as the commander? Everyone, attention. Luoya's voice rang out like a military order, her blue eyes scanning over the group. Listen to Shark's instructions. Luoya's voice carried an invisible pressure that made Fisher instantly shut her mouth. The others also reined in their expressions and quietly turned to Shark, waiting for him to speak. Shark went straight to the point. Everyone present, report the monsters you have. I need to understand our full battle strength. Luoya took the lead, her voice crisp and clear, Saigaogu, Ribasa. With her example, the others also calmly reported the monsters they controlled. Antonia spoke gently, Yen Q, Ad Gorgon, Mogon. Fisher looked displeased as she said, Xin Bo, Garura. Angel nonchalantly said, Chimera, Basera, Oplin Paul. Isabella calmly said, Bemonston, Astrolums. Sean also reported, Gob, Algina. Kay was the last to speak, Zalagas. Shark quickly processed the information in his mind. His gaze focused, the situation I understand. Now start to organize the battle plan. He pointed to the sky covered by black clouds. More Aroa can fly, mobility extremely strong. So, after successfully luring it over, our primary target is to drag it down from the sky, sink it into the ground. Limit its flying ability. After that, under the gazes of shock, confusion, and thinking mixed together, Xia Ke clearly organized, with very fast speech, assigned specific tasks to each person. From attracting, capturing, restraining, to underground traps, strong attack, every link considered the characteristics of different monsters, tightly linked, even arranged manpower to deal with accidents. Cold wind wailed, all around lonely silence, only Xia Ke's steady voice echoed. When Xia Ke finished explaining the whole battle plan in detail, the field fell into a short silence. Even the proud Fiscal, in her eyes also flashed a trace of surprise and recognition. This Xia countryman was not empty talk. I go to prepare the most critical light source. Xia Ke said at last, his gaze swept over everyone. You all, immediately go to the designated positions I marked on the map, arrange the terrain according to the plan, set up traps. Time is urgent. Luya looked at Xia Ke, in her eyes carry trust and concern, be careful on the way. Xia Ke nodded, no more words, directly summoned Tayleston. The huge underground monster obediently opened its giant mouth, Xia Ke's figure flashed and entered into it. Tayleston's massive body quickly sank into the earth, only leaving a churning pit of soil. Inside Tayleston's mouth, darkness wrapped Xia Ke. From the communication headset came Lu Ruyan's voice, Xia Ke. Are you okay? Xia Ke pressed the communication button, voice steady, everything still under control, how about your side? We took down another underwater stronghold, Lu Ruyan's voice carried ease as she said. This time the guardian beast of the stronghold was King Jajura. We followed the barrage hints, managed to tear off its back fin, finally successfully cleared it. Xia Ke praised, did well. Lu Ruyan asked, what are you doing now? I am. Xia Ke just opened his mouth, suddenly, the Tayleston under him violently let out a low and urgent gurgling sound. Xia Ke and Tayleston were tightly linked in mind, instantly sensed a strong vibration coming from the soil layer not far away, there is something. And the other side clearly also discovered them. Xia Ke immediately pressed the communication headset, speech speed increased, there is a situation on my side, talk later. In his heart he guessed the situation. If no accident, it is actually encountering other underground monsters. Looking at this movement, the other side also discovered me, and, the one coming is not friendly. Xia Ke's eyes turned sharp, immediately through the mental link ordered Tayleston to turn, accelerate forward. Tayleston's massive body burst out stronger super vibration waves, forcefully opened a passage in the hard rock layer. However, the vibration behind not only did not weaken, instead became closer and closer, clearer and clearer. The other side's speed was actually not slower than Tayleston at all. After a while, fine cold sweat already seeped out on Xia Ke's forehead. Damn, actually chasing without letting go. Although Tayleston's burrowing speed among underground monsters is not slow. But if letting it follow all the way, I fear it will ruin my big matter. Xia Ke's mind turned, instantly made a decision. He immediately ordered Tayleston to change direction, dig upward with full strength. After dozens of seconds. Boom! Tayleston's huge head like an icebreaker fiercely broke open the ground surface, soil and stones splashed. Its massive body broke out of the ground with a roar. At the moment of breaking out, Xia Ke's movement was fast like lightning. The battle instrument in his hand flashed light. Come out, Sadra. Sadra's figure instantly appeared beside Tayleston. Split and run. Sadra, release fog. Xia Ke sharply ordered. Tayleston and Sadra immediately ran wildly toward two completely different directions. While running, Sadra. Thick white mist erupted from the gaps in his body, spreading rapidly, covering a large area. And Shaker himself, like an arrow leaving the bow, leapt in the third direction, striding quickly, moving like the wind. The wind howled in his ears, giant rocks and strange trees on both sides fell back swiftly. He had to leave this area as fast as possible, hoping the huge noise and thick fog from the two giant beasts could attract and confuse the tracker. After strengthening my body, running at least 10 meters per second is not slow at all. Looking at the map, at this speed, reaching the target will take only 30 minutes. Shaker gritted his teeth, sprinting with full force, quickly increasing the distance from Tayleston and Sadra. After a moment, an idea crossed his mind. In the distance, the figures of Tayleston and Sadra became two streaks of light, instantly crossing space, flying back into the battle device. Shaker kept moving, his mind slightly relieved. I hope I have shaken them off. However, this thought had barely lasted 2 minutes. Boom! A few hundred meters behind Shaker, the ground was torn open by enormous force from within. Soil and rocks shot up like a fountain, turning into a muddy stone rain falling on the land. Shaker slammed on the brakes, pupils shrinking, instantly turning to raise the battle device. Damn, it's still caught up? Prepare for battle. Tayleston. Sadra. Light streaks flew out from the battle device, the huge figures of Tayleston and Sadra crashed down again before Shaker, shielding him, roaring with hostility at the giant shadow emerging from the earth. Amidst the swirling dust, the grey beast that had been chasing relentlessly finally revealed its terrifying full form. It had a huge mouth full of dense sharp teeth, drooling thick saliva, a bulky solid body covered with rough grey skin. Its belly was covered with thick scales, and its back had fins like a shark's, radiating fierce energy. Carnivorous underground monster Daigyron. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 80,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, defense, 600, speed, 800. Skills, bite, flame jet. Description: strong carnivorous monster, violent by nature, uses powerful muscles to unleash incredible super strength attacks, can also spit powerful flames from its mouth. Daigyron opened its massive tooth-filled mouth, and a figure was carefully lifted out with its claw, gently placed on the ground. It was a tall woman, slightly dark-skinned, wearing tight clothing, with neat short hair. She had a face with neutral beauty, now showing a cruel and excited smile, eyes locking on Shaker like a poisonous snake. Are you the lone contestant? Said Noi Valana, the Siam contestant, with teasing cat-and-mouse tone, really an unexpected gain. Shaker looked at the woman 100 meters away, covered in monster saliva, his gaze cold. He wanted Sadra to just strike with her extendable claw to remove this trouble. But Park Boja's warning rang in his mind, live broadcast was on, countless eyes were watching. He forced down the murderous intent in his heart, to avoid tarnishing his country's image, and to prevent setting a bad example for children who might be watching. Xia Ke clicked his tongue, his tone tinged with helplessness and caution. "Madam, chasing relentlessly all this way, what is your intention? We seem to have no grudge." Noi's smile became more cruel, she licked her lips, excited. "Obey and die, and you will suffer less. Your points, I will take." Before finishing, she suddenly drew out her battle device, a beam of light shooting out, clearly summoning a second monster. Sadra. Xia Ke reacted faster. In the moment of Noi's action, he already issued orders through the mental link, while powering his legs, retreating swiftly like a cheetah. Pull back. Sadra's right arm suddenly stretched out. With a sound of breaking air, the giant toothclaw fiercely jabbed towards Novarana, who was summoning the monsters. Chapter 64, Crush. Novarana's heart raced in panic, and with a sudden burst of force, she retreated backward. Sadra's giant toothclaw, with a whooshing sound, stabbed fiercely into the spot where she had been standing just moments before. Boom! The ground instantly exploded, creating a giant pit over 10 meters in diameter, with soil and rocks flying everywhere. Almost as Sadra's attack missed, the second monster in No's hand descended upon the earth. It was a strange-looking monster, with a large body resembling the head of a bat, and extending from both sides were huge black starfish-like limbs, with 4 legs supporting it. Oil monster Pesta. Height, 50 meters. Weight, 25,000 tons. Attack power, 500, defense power, 500, speed, 600. Skills, blue monster light, flame projection. Description, a monster from the depths of the sea, it loves to consume oil. Pesta has 2 bodies and 4 legs, walking with all 4s. Its legs are like fish fins, enabling it to swim at 30 meters per second in the sea. Telesdon. Xia Ke reacted quickly. The 60-meter-tall underground monster Telesdon let out a roar, and with its terrifying weight of 120,000 tons, it lunged toward Pesta. The enormous impact immediately knocked the starfish-like monster flat on the ground, heavily pinning it down. The live broadcast room's barrage was rolling. Is this woman here to make people laugh? So dumb, sending out such a useless monster. I remember this monster, it gets shot down with 1 beam of light every time it appears. After all, that clumsy body is not suitable for fighting, right? Using it as a shield is just too stupid. How has this idiot survived until now? Roar! No's Dagaron let out an angry roar when it saw its master under attack. Its giant mouth, filled with fangs, opened wide, and a scorching breath shot out. Xia Ke quickly retreated, finding a small hill to hide behind, while controlling Sadra to roll and avoid the flames. The giant toothclaw suddenly shot out, jabbing fiercely at Dagaron's eye. Dagaron immediately stopped spewing fire and narrowly dodged. Sadra withdrew its giant toothclaw and ran towards the opponent. Seeing Sadra charge, Dagaron raised its giant claw and swung it down with all its might. Under Xia Ke's skillful control, Sadra dodged Dagaron's furious attacks again and again. Dagaron was strong, and Xia Ke did not want to be hit even once. On the other side, Pesta, pinned to the ground by Telesdon, struggled. Its bat-like head turned towards Telesdon, and firelight glowed in its mouth. Whoosh! A fierce burst of flames shot out, directly hitting Telesdon's face. Telesdon reacted quickly, its massive body performing a swift roll to avoid the flame's scorch. Then, Telesdon immediately stopped paying attention to Pesta, and suddenly changed direction, charging towards No, who was controlling Dagaron. What? No was horrified. She never expected the opponent to attack her directly without any regard for the rules of battle. She screamed, turning and running, while desperately commanding Dagaron to defend. Dagaron! Come back! Protect me! Ah, you bastard! Why can't you just use monsters to fight, don't you have any shame? Dagaron no longer cared about Sadra and started chasing after Telesdon. Pesta, knocked to the ground by Telesdon, struggled to rise. Despite its many joints, its body was relatively flat, making it hard to get up quickly. Sadra! Xia Ke seized the opportunity and immediately gave an order. Sadra immediately shifted its target, its massive mouth opened, and a red-hot fireball, radiating intense heat, instantly formed and shot towards the struggling Pesta. No! No screamed. She sensed Pesta's crisis. Without hesitation, he raised the battle device, and just as the fireball was about to strike, he forcefully recalled Pesta. Boom! Sadra's high-temperature fireball slammed into the open ground, creating a massive blackened crater. However, Noi found herself in even greater danger. How could she outrun the 60-meter-tall Tayleston? Seeing that the massive foot was about to crush her into a pulp. In this life-or-death moment. Whoosh! A dazzling light shot through the air like a meteor, instantly transforming into a fierce-looking giant beast in front of Noi. It had a structure with 3 heads. In the center was a massive head like a T-Rex, with 3 sharp backward curved horns. At the ends of its 2 arms were 2 heads resembling longhorned venomous snakes, their mouths full of sharp teeth. Its body was covered in thick, armor-like plating, exuding a terrifying aura of savagery. Cosmic Beast, Reionics. Height, 57 meters. Weight, 66,000 tons. Attack, 1200, Defense, 1000, Speed, 800. Skills, Light Emission, Energy Absorption. Description: a monster capable of flying in space, with horns that can emit electrical beams capable of shattering small asteroids. Its tail can absorb energy and store it within its body. The body can adapt to harsh environments, and its eyes have supervision. A savage beast capable of destroying civilizations. Pyre! Save me! Noi screamed desperately, as if grasping a lifeline. Shaq's eyes narrowed, sneering, "Heh, no wonder this weak little monster dared to be so arrogant, it has reinforcements." However, Teleston's charge showed no sign of stopping. Its massive body, with terrifying kinetic energy, slammed into the newly materialized Reionics. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The earth trembled violently. Reionics' seemingly tough armored body was knocked back by Teleston's brutal charge. And its massive body directly crushed Noi Valana beneath it. Boom! After landing a successful hit, Tayleston immediately performed a backward roll, instinctively creating distance. The viewers from Xia country in the live broadcast room saw the monster and immediately became uneasy. What's this nonsense? Reionics is a monster that can destroy planets. I'm stunned, it just appeared and sat that foreigner down dead. The guy on the other side is ridiculously tough, he can't be shaken by Shaq. Unless they've gone mad, they shouldn't unleash planet-destroying attacks. Monsters have differences in power, this one might not be so outrageous. Don't underestimate Reionics, people could die. Is Shaq going to die here? I'm so scared. Silly child, run away. On the battlefield, Noi's Galen dissipated into particles of light in just 2 breaths. System notice: defeated contestant 1, gained 25 points. Defeated Siam contestant Noi Valana, inherited 235 points. Congratulations, contestant Shaq's score has reached 780 points. Detected score exceeds 700, rewards unlocked: Monster Weakening Stone +1, Monster Enhancement Stone +1, National Movement Punishment Offset Card +1, National Movement Punishment Target Card +1. Monster Weakening Stone, usage method: throw towards the target monster. Upon successful hit, the monster will fall into a weakened state for 3 minutes, with attack, defense, and speed reduced by 100 each. Shaq quickly scanned the system panel's prompts, frowning slightly. The points had finally made up for the previous loss, with a small surplus, but these rewards, a weakening stone? It sounded limited in effectiveness. He couldn't help but wonder, what made these people so obsessed with hunting other contestants? Was it just for these few points and ordinary rewards? No. Noi! A scream filled with despair and rage echoed from afar. The Siam contestant Pyre Aralak appeared on a dirt slope hundreds of meters away. He had planned to summon Reionics to appear handsomely and turn the tide, but instead he watched with his own eyes the tragedy of Noi being crushed by his own monster. His handsome face twisted in extreme rage, his eyes red, staring fixedly at Shark. "You bastard! You actually killed Noi!" Pyrus roared hysterically, his voice changing tone, "Reionics! Kill him for me! Tear him to pieces!" Reionics, fallen to the ground, suddenly rose from the earth under his master's furious command. The horn on its shoulder, like a sharp spike, instantly shone with dazzling red light. Sizzle! Several thick, red lightning beams wrapped in the aura of destruction, like wild thunder snakes, tore through the air, striking Tayleston and Sadra fiercely. "Dodge!" Shark shouted sharply. Under Shark's precise control, Tayleston and Sadra immediately rolled to both sides. Boom! 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 The red lightning struck the places they had just stood, exploding into deep, blackened craters. The ground melted into glass under high heat. Shark steadied his posture and loudly shouted at Pyrus in the distance, his tone tinged with provocation. "Hey! Why only bring out one monster? If you don't bring them all, my 2 monsters will gang up on you." Hearing this, Pyrus instinctively glanced at the battle device in his hand. His second monster, the ancient bird Largius, was purely a transport tool, with almost negligible combat power. The horrific scene he witnessed earlier flashed through his mind. His teammate had died on the spot because summoning 3 monsters at the same time led the opponent to focus fire on the weakest one. This lesson was engraved in his bones. Unless all monsters were strong, summoning multiple at once only created openings for himself. "Kill you! One monster is enough!" Pyrus bit his teeth and roared. Sir, do not be overconfident." Shark's eyes sharpened, and he immediately abandoned all caution. Through the mental link, he gave Tayleston and Sadra clear and orderly attack commands. Chapter 65, Armor Break. Shark's livestream was instantly flooded with worried and questioning comments. Why isn't Shark running? That is a cosmic beast. How could these two monsters be rivals for Ruganoga? Tayleston and Sadra output too weak. Too depressing. Shark, catch a Jidan quickly. Why are you still fighting? Be rational, brother. Why doesn't Sadra smoke it up? Forget it? Quickly smoke. The opponent has supervision, brother, smoke won't work. Ruganoga sees through it. Retreat, brother, retreat. Keep yourself alive. I don't know what you are afraid of, it's just something killed by Galaxy Cannon. But Shark is not Ultraman. He doesn't have Galaxy Cannon either. That monster's armor is immune to energy attacks, no missile can break the opponent's defense. I don't think so. Shark's peripheral vision scanned the scrolling comments along the system panel, and he felt speechless. Some viewers were too pessimistic, some assumed too much. Ruganoga can only move through space after destroying planets, but it is not a true flying type. In ground combat, Tayleston and Sadra were not without a chance. At this moment, Tayleston and Sadra on the battlefield, following Shark's orders, charged at Ruganoga from left and right for a pincer attack. Ruganoga raised its two snakehead-like forelimbs, and the mouths of the snakeheads instantly gathered dazzling blue light. Sizzle! Sizzle! Two thick, condensed blue destructive beams, like solid light swords, shot out. The beams, carrying destructive high temperature, swung with Ruganoga's arms, like two huge light blades, violently chopping at the monsters charging from both sides. Where the beams passed, the ground was easily plowed into deep trenches. The rocks melted and burst. Roar! Tayleston's huge body showed amazing agility, a sideways roll, narrowly dodging the sweeping blue blade. On the other side, Sadra was equally impressive, its seemingly clumsy body performing continuous difficult side flips, nimbly avoiding another blue blade slash. The blade exploded behind it, sending rubble flying. Reionics, seeing his attack easily dodged, was both shocked and angry, standing far away and letting out a harsh laugh. Tayleston? Sadra? What can your weak output useless monsters do? Not even worthy of tickling Ruganoga. Ha ha ha. I'll give you a chance, slit your own throat to join Noi in death, I can even make your death more painful, less torment. Shark remained calm in his heart, ignoring Pyre's shouting. He even hoped the other really was so arrogant and careless. After all, extremely confident guys often don't plan for failure. And this was exactly the flaw. Under his delicate control, Tayleston and Sadra's pincer attack was not a straight charge, but constantly changing directions, circling Ruganoga's huge body with high-speed maneuvers. To ensure the light hit the constantly moving targets, Ruganoga's massive body had to turn passively. Its body structure was strong, but it didn't seem to show the ability to twist its elbows backward. Pyre seemed to see through Shark's intention and laughed harshly again. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Thought you could find my monster's blind spot? Naive. Then how about this move? Unexpectedly, Ruganoga's two snake-like front arms suddenly stretched like living creatures. Its huge body stopped turning, but the two snake arms, like flexible giant pythons, twisted their snake heads sharply backward. SSS. SSS. The destructive beam shot precisely from behind its body toward Sadra, circling to the backside. The eyes on the snake head shone with cold murderous light, clearly having independent vision and tracking ability. Sadra, just finishing a side flip to dodge the previous attack, now faced the beam from behind, in danger. But it reacted extremely fast, following Shark's command, twisting its body again, barely dodging the direct beam. The blade grazed its edge, sparking. At the same time as dodging, Sadra's mouth opened, and a glowing red fireball instantly formed. Seizing the brief moment of Ruganoga's snake arm attack, it violently spat the fireball. Boom! The fireball hit the joint of one of Ruganoga's snake arms, where there was no armor. Roar! Ruganoga let out a painful scream, the hit arm shaking violently, the blue beam output instantly interrupted. Ugh! Pyre also felt sharp pain in his arm, furious, you damn creature. In the gap where Ruganoga's attack paused from pain. Sadra's legs stomped hard, its huge body leaping high. It used the Sadra flying kick, rapidly approaching Ruganoga. Ruganoga immediately turned to face Sadra in the air. The sharp spike on its shoulder glowed with blinding red light. SZZZT. Several violent red lightning beams, like wild dancing snakes, struck at the airborne Sadra with no place to gain leverage. About to swallow it. Meanwhile, Tayleston, waiting for the chance, exploded with astonishing speed the moment Ruganoga turned. Its huge body leapt, spinning at high speed in midair. The body rubbed violently against the air, letting out a piercing screech. Shark issued a command, Telesdon, use ultra vibration wave. On Teleston's surface, a strong ultra vibration wave instantly spread, wrapping its spinning body, turning it into a drill radiating terrifying energy waves. Pyre's face instantly went pale, screaming in shock, "What kind of move is this? It's not in the data." On the other side, Sadra, about to be struck by the red lightning, made an incredible move under Shark's extreme control. Its huge right arm suddenly stretched like a rubber band, the giant toothed claw piercing deep into the ground. Then, the arm suddenly contracted. The powerful pull forcibly dragged it in midair off its original path, narrowly avoiding the deadly red lightning serpent. Now look at Ruganoga's side. Boom! Like a meteor striking. The high-energy drill formed by Teleston's ultra-vibration wave, weighing 120,000 tons, hit Ruganoga at a terrifying speed of 2 Machs. Crack! Crack! Ruganoga's seemingly indestructible energy-reflective armor shattered inch by inch under the combined impact of the ultra-vibration wave and terrifying kinetic energy, like fragile glass. The massive impact pierced through, Ruganoga's enormous body was thrown back passively, screaming miserably. Chapter 66, Reckless Moves. Boom! It crashed heavily into the cliff of a desolate mountain hundreds of meters away, embedding deeply, rocks falling like a violent rain. Pooh! Pyre, as if hit hard, spat a mouthful of blood, staggering backward several steps, eyes full of fear and hatred looking at Shark. With such a trash monster it can actually hurt me. Who are you? Sadra landed steadily, without any pause, immediately rushing like an arrow toward Ruganoga embedded in the cliff. It raised its hard giant toothed claw high, with enormous force, striking down at a complete sharp horn on Ruganoga's shoulder. Bang, crack! Sparks flew. The horn that could release red lightning broke under the hit. Roar! Ruganoga roared in pain, struggling out of the cliff, 2 snake-like heads opening giant mouths, full of anger, biting fiercely at the nearby Sadra. Sadra reacted extremely fast, its huge claw meeting the bite. Clang! Clang! The giant toothed claw and the sharp-toothed snake head bit together, producing a harsh metallic clash. Both were locked in a struggle. Telesdon also approached at this moment. Its strong sharp claws grabbed fiercely at the sharp horn on Ruganoga's other shoulder. Bang! Sizz! The clash between claw and horn sent intense sparks flying. Telesdon roared, force exploding, forcibly destroying that horn too. Ugh! Pyre felt both shoulders tear painfully, holding them, eyes only filled with frenzied killing intent. You bastard! Die! He could not believe such a strong Ruganoga would fall into an irreversible crisis. At this moment, it should just be luck. Next, just blast the enemy to pieces. Ruganoga, locked with Sadra, opened its central dragon head, blue light gathering in its mouth. So close, Sadra could hardly avoid it. Pyre showed a cruel sneer, "Let's see how you dodge this." However, just as the blue light was about to burst, Sadra's giant clawed arm, bitten, stretched suddenly as if without bones, gaining room to move. It boldly jumped sideways, easily dodging the deadly beam so close. Pyre's sneer froze instantly, replaced by utter shock and absurdity. What the hell? What the hell? Bastard! Are you controlling a noodle man? But he quickly reacted. Suppressing the terror in his heart, he bellowed fiercely, "But what of it? Ruganoga, shoot off its arm." Ruganoga immediately adjusted the direction of its head, the blue light like a long whip, sweeping towards Sadra's arm that was still restrained by the snake's head. However, just as it adjusted the attack direction, a more deadly threat had already arrived. Somehow, Tayleston had already grabbed Ruganoga's tail. The thick end of its tail was not a blunt instrument, but as sharp as a spear. Tayleston roared, using all its strength, and thrust the sharp spear tip of the tail viciously into the weak spot on Ruganoga's neck, where the thin armor didn't protect. Thud! Ugh! Ah! Pyre suddenly clutched his neck, letting out a horrifically pitch-shifted scream, as if the spear had pierced his own body. The intense pain made his vision go dark, almost suffocating him. Ruganoga was severely wounded, and the immense pain caused it to instantly release the snake head biting Sadra, and the blue light from its mouth abruptly stopped. Sadra's giant pincers seized the opportunity, completely retracting. Without hesitation, the massive pincers swung with a whoosh, landing heavily on Ruganoga's side. At the same time, Tayleston's claws struck fiercely again on the shattered armor of Ruganoga's chest. Bang! Sizzle! A double heavy blow. Ruganoga's energy-reflecting armor completely shattered, leaving deep claw marks on its chest, revealing the bone, and its body was forced back by the tremendous impact. Pyre was truly panicked, stomping his feet in anger. These 2 damn useless monsters, kill them! Kill them! In agony and rage, Ruganoga once again extended its 2 snake arms, the snake heads opened, emitting a continuous stream of blue destructive light at close range. Tayleston and Sadra, under the skillful control of Xia Ke, nimbly rolled and jumped, precisely dodging the deadly blue light, instantly circling to the side and rear of Ruganoga. This time, their target was the 2 deadly snake arms. Tayleston and Sadra reached out with their arms, gripping the necks of Ruganoga's 2 snake arms tightly, like iron pincers. Then, the two monsters unleashed their full strength, violently twisting the snake arms in a direction toward Ruganova's own massive Tyrannosaurus-like head. Z. The thick blue destructive light, in Ruganova's horrified gaze, hit its own head at point-blank range. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Ruganova's enormous head was instantly engulfed by the destructive energy it had released. Blinding blue light accompanied by violent shockwaves from the explosion spread outward. Ugh! Ugh! Pyrealurak's head was struck as if by a heavy hammer, his eyes rolling back suddenly, unable to even scream, his body like a puppet with its strings cut, falling stiffly backward, completely unconscious. On the battlefield, Ruganova, severely injured, had blackened wounds all over its head, its light output stopped, and its massive body staggered backward, with its exposed head emitting thick smoke, clearly unable to hold on. Xia Ke yelled a final command. Tayleston, lava hotline. Sadra, high heat fireball. Tayleston's throat glowed orange, and a searing hot lava stream, like a volcanic eruption, burst forth. Sadra opened its large mouth, and a compressed, extremely red fireball shot out with a sharp screech. Boom, boom. The two attacks reached in an instant, hitting Ruganova's neck. Tayleston and Sadra slowly turned around, their backs to the rising flames and smoke. Behind them, Ruganova's massive and broken body slowly. He fell heavily backward. Boom! When its body fully hit the ground, an even fiercer, brighter explosion shot into the sky. Boom! A massive fireball rolled up, rising in the dark, low-hanging clouds of the sky, like a spectacular fiery mushroom cloud, illuminating the desolate land. Shaq's livestream chat was flooded once again with shocked comments. I must be dreaming. Can it really kill? No way, dude. Do you really have that kind of output? I've never seen Telesdon and Sadra this powerful in my life. Shaq, you're doing great. Awesome, we can rest easy now. Shaq raised one finger and shook it, interacting with the chat while shaking his head, saying, don't ever underestimate my monster's stats, got it? System prompt, defeated one contestant, gained 25 points. Defeated contestant Pyrealurak from Siam, inherited 415 points. Congratulations, Shaq's points have reached 1220. Shaq stored Telesdon and Sadra back into the battle instrument. The next stretch wasn't too far, so he decided to walk. The loud movements of the monster were bound to attract unnecessary trouble. A series of system prompts cascaded across his vision like a waterfall. Detected points exceeding 800, random reward unlocked. Ding, congratulations, you've received a lucky amulet. Lucky amulet increases the wearer's luck by 20%. Once every 24 hours, it can block one fatal attack. Shaq stared at the system panel in surprise, points reaching 800 and no more monster enhancement stones. Instead, random rewards. This change left him a bit confused. Chapter 67, Sticky Candy. Detected points exceeding 900, random reward unlocked. Ding, congratulations, you've received a super water purifier. Super water purifier can filter any dirty water into pure water. Shaq's face immediately darkened. What is this? For wilderness survival? Detected points exceeding 1000, reward unlocked, livestream room disable feature unlocked, can be disabled for up to 8 hours daily. Random reward unlocked. Ding, congratulations, you've received the celibacy aura. Celibacy aura, male creatures within a 100 kilometers radius of the host lose their sexual ability and desire. This effect does not apply to the host. Shaq's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What is this nonsense? Why are you giving me this? This makes no sense. Doesn't this just make me the enemy of all men? Good thing others can't see the rewards I got. Otherwise, I'd be hated by all the other men. Detected points exceeding 1100, random reward unlocked. Ding, congratulations, you've received a simple spaceship. Simple spaceship, a small aerial vehicle powered by tritium and deuterium, capable of reaching speeds of up to 50 Mach in space. Shaq's eyes lit up suddenly. This is good. He felt a surge of joy. With this, long journeys would be much more convenient in the future. He wouldn't even need to specially capture monsters for travel. This thing was far more useful than any water purifier or celibacy aura. Detected points exceeding 1200, random reward unlocked. Ding, congratulations, you've received a lucky compass. Lucky compass, the needle points in the direction of what the user desires most, with greater accuracy the stronger the mental power. Shaq looked at the few new items in his system space, feeling complex emotions as he muttered, it seems that points really can bring some overpowered stuff. But the randomness, it's a bit much, huh? From the practical spaceship to the utterly pointless celibacy aura, the difference was like night and day. Just as he was about to store the system panel and continue his journey, a small figure appeared like a ghost at the top of a distant hill. Shaq's heart tightened, and he immediately became alert. Another attacker? He instinctively gripped the battle instrument tighter. When he saw the figure clearly, his tense nerves didn't relax but rather furrowed his brow even more tightly. It was that girl, Xia Ke. She leapt lightly from the hilltop. His body felt as if it had no weight, instantly crossing dozens of meters. Within a few breaths, he hopped and jumped to a spot not far from Shark. Xia Ke had an innocent smile on her face, her voice clear, as if greeting an old friend. Hey! Little Shark, did you miss me? Shark looked at her leisurely appearance, feeling a headache. Why are you here again? This girl was unpredictable, her thoughts hard to read, even harder to defend against than enemies with open knives and guns. Xia Ke's big eyes flashed with a fake surprise. She covered her mouth dramatically. Oh my, I heard the sound of a fight, so I, Lord Yuka, was just curious and came to see. Unexpected, really unexpected. She lowered her hands, showing a face mixed with admiration and playful amusement. You killed that kind of monster using just two little fish creatures. It really makes Lord Yuka look at you differently. Shark expressionless, so you came just to admire? Xia Ke smiled brightly and leaned a little closer, tilting her head to study Shark. You really surprised Lord Yuka. Always doing unexpected things. Shark didn't want to get entangled with her, stepping forward, finished being surprised. Can you leave? I'm busy traveling now. Xia Ke immediately clung like chewing gum, tilting her head with a seemingly cute smile. Come together? Little Shark, where are you going? Lord Yuka can come with you. Shark walked ahead, his tone cold. Don't you have anything else to do? A faint sadness instantly appeared on Xia Ke's smile. She followed Shark, her voice softer. Lord Yuka had a clear target who knew my prey suddenly became so energetic and gathered with many others. She shrugged, shook her head, showing a helpless and troubled expression. Lord Yuka also feels it's tricky, so I must give up for now and find other fun. Shark stopped and turned to look at her. I said, can you stop following me? Xia Ke immediately stuck out her tongue mischievously, making a funny face. I will follow. Nah, what can you do to me? Suddenly her face darkened, the previous innocence vanished, replaced by a malicious smirk, her voice low and dangerous. Do you want to attack me? Little Shark? Shark stared at her suddenly deep eyes, his voice calm and flat. I don't. He was traveling, not wanting extra trouble. The darkness on Xia Ke's face instantly faded, returning to her innocent charm, but deep in her eyes was a trace of disappointment. So boring. Lord Yuka actually wanted to try with you. She changed the topic, her gaze curious. Looking at your monster's stats, it seems you used a power stone only once? How many power stones do you still have? Shark casually replied, 2 left. Oh? Xia Ke looked a little surprised. Who did you give your power stones to? Everyone can only use it 6 times. Shark calmly, used them on my teammates. Xia Ke's surprise turned into confusion, staring at Shark like he was a monster. You, being so generous to your teammates, why? Shark didn't care. Isn't it natural? He meant being generous to friends. Natural? Xia Ke shook her head exaggeratedly, laughing as if hearing a joke. Completely can't understand. Friends, teammates, are probably just traitors who betray you when danger comes. Trusting others so easily, little Shark, you'll suffer big losses. Shark sighed, looking at the radical little girl in front of him. Kid, you think you can teach me? Xia Ke put her hands on her hips, pushed out her small chest, and tried to look imposing. Little Shark. Lady Yuka is giving you a friendly warning. Don't be ungrateful. Shark Xia ignored arguing with her. No need. Xia Ke rolled her eyes and switched the topic. Monster strengthening stones, the more you have, the better. After all, even if you lose the effect of raising numbers, the effect of promoting evolution still works. Maybe it can turn your weak monsters into strong ones. Shark Xia thought he could test the girl's bottom line, and asked, yes, so I don't plan to use them all at once. How about you? How many have you used? A sly smile immediately appeared on Xia Ke's face, her tone full of pride. He, want to see? Be careful, little Shark, or you might pee your pants. Shark Xia was unmoved. You still want to scare me? Xia Ke smugly lifted her chin. How about this? You boldly attack me. Then, Lady Yuka will show mercy and let you see my 2 trump cards. I promise to amaze you. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and expectation. Shark Xia glanced at her and stepped aside. Better forget it. He saw right through the girl's excuse to start a fight. Hey! Xia Ke suddenly ran 2 steps, blocking Shark Xia, spreading her arms in a blocking pose, laughing. You can't go anywhere now. Unless you defeat me. Shark Xia fully understood. This girl very much wanted him to attack her first, to cancel the previous no attacking each other agreement. He was in a hurry to get a light source from the space merchant, with no interest in playing her dangerous game. Shark Xia sighed and tried again to go around her. Xia Ke's body swayed, blocking his path again, her face showing a proud, what can you do, smile. Shark Xia looked at the little girl, a whole head shorter than him but blocking the way like a rock, frowning. He suddenly bent down, staring into Yuka Natsume's eyes, full of challenge and excitement. Yuka Natsume smugly snorted, thinking Shark Xia was finally going to act. However, Shark Xia did not do what she wanted. He directly reached out, grabbed Yuka Natsume's tiny, fragile waist, and with a little strength, lifted the light little girl like a child. Hey! What are you doing? Yuka Natsume's pride froze instantly, replaced by sudden panic. She instinctively struggled lightly, her voice tinged with embarrassed anger. Hey, why are you like this? Put me down. Shark Xia ignored her protests, holding the restless little troublemaker, taking long strides toward the space merchant's location on the map. Yuka Natsume wriggled in his arms like a kitten grabbed by the scruff, angry and anxious, not knowing what to do. Hey! Are you even listening? Chapter 68. Look, it's light. Black clouds hung over the wilderness like a heavy curtain, the temperature dropping, and the biting cold seemed to pierce to the bone. The blindfolded nun Artonia stood among jagged rocks, shivering, instinctively wrapping her rope tighter. Fiscal Shumakil stood beside her, her tall figure looking lonely in the dim light. She looked up at the hopeless black sky, tugging at the corner of her mouth, showing clear dissatisfaction and anxiety. I feel like that guy is bragging in a place like this, not even a single power pole. How can we get a huge light to attract that monster? Though Artonia could not see, she could feel Fiscal's irritation in her tone. She spoke calmly and gently. You can tell, he is not joking. Maybe we should trust him. Trust? Fiscal sneered, her voice full of anger at past experiences. I have seen enough fools in my life, all confident with their mouths, beating their chests and promising, but in the end only messing things up. She remembered some unbearable past events, sighed irritably, and her eyes grew darker. Artonia slightly tilted her head toward Fiscal, asking with a hint of curiosity, Fiscal, if he really does it, will you keep your promise? Fiscal's voice instantly carried a sting of anger at the heart of the matter, clearly aimed at Shaq. If he can really do it. Even if you push my head into the toilet, I can't think of how, in this cursed place with only rocks and monsters, to get a light source that even the cosmic giant monsters would be drawn to. At that moment, a cold system alert suddenly rang in the minds of all participants. The settlement time that occurs every 3 days has arrived. Begin rewarding and punishing countries based on points ranking. Fiscal frowned, clicking her tongue irritably. The 3rd day is already over. This damn dark sky makes you lose all sense of time. The constant darkness and cold greatly disturb a person's biological clock. Artonia nodded, head lowered, listening to the system broadcast. We got a small national fortune reward, better than nothing. Fiscal calmed down a bit, with a hint of luck. With our current points and strength, as long as nothing goes wrong, we should easily survive until the end. However, after the system finished broadcasting the regular reward and punishment settlement, it did not stop, but threw out a chilling message. Ding, Hidden Rule 1, now revealed. After 7 days, when the National Fortune battlefield ends, all surviving wild monsters on the participants' island will be randomly transported to Earth. Participants are requested to actively kill the monsters. What? Fiscal heard this, her cold face showing uncontrollable anger and panic. Hidden Rule? This damn system. What is its purpose? Sending monsters to Earth? Damn it, who knows what it will do next? Deep worry also appeared on Artonia's calm face, her voice trembling slightly, forcing us to keep fighting using Earth's fate as the stake. Fiscal frowned, clenching her fists. If the island monsters go to Earth TSK, according to what the barrage hinted before, that Mororoa, its black smoke can cover the whole world, block the sunlight. Artonia's voice lost its usual calm, filled with worry. What would happen then? Fiscal's worry deepened, her voice low. Human civilization might be completely destroyed in the end of world cold and monster disasters. Artonia gasped, her voice carrying a hint of despair. Another reason to defeat Mororoa has been added. Fiscal suddenly looked up again at the suffocating dark sky, her voice urgent and pleading. I now truly hope what Shaq said is true. If he cannot succeed, things will become unimaginably bad. At that moment, steady footsteps came from nearby. Shaq appeared, dusting himself off, his voice calm. I'm done. Artonia immediately turned toward the voice, a hint of expectation on her face. It sounds like Mr. Shaq's matters went smoothly. Shaq nodded, his gaze sweeping over the two. How is the trap preparation going? Artonia said in a friendly tone, following your instructions, Mogachong excavated, and the other monsters worked together to expand. The underground battle space was basically complete. But Fiscal leapt forward in a single step to stand before Shaq, her sharp eyes staring at him, her face full of anxiety and doubt. She saw Shaq's hands empty, gritted her teeth, and asked, Where is your light? Shaq. Where is the light? Facing Fiscal's intense questioning, Shaq's face showed no embarrassment. He just calmly raised his hand, extended a finger, pointing straight to the sky. Look. The light, it's right there. Fiscal followed his finger and suddenly looked up at the dark sky. There was nothing, and she realized the sky was playing with her. A wave of anger from being fooled instantly surged to her head. She was about to curse fiercely. Suddenly, A blinding white light, without warning, shone beneath the heavy black clouds. At first the light looked like the moon, but in an instant it became extremely dazzling, like a white sun. The strong white light illuminated the land below in a ghastly white, even the despairing black clouds turned a deep gray. Ugh! Fiscal's eyes hurt from the sudden intense light. She instinctively raised her arm to shield her eyes. On her face, the original anger and doubt were instantly replaced by utter astonishment. Through the gaps in her fingers, she stared in disbelief at the massive light suspended under the black clouds. Her voice changed tone. You didn't lie. You really did it. This is too. Xia Ke remained calm. He lowered his hand, spread his palms and asked, bright enough? Fiscal slowly lowered her arm, adjusting to the strong light. Her expression completely changed from shock. Now, that face that was always arrogant and cold showed only pure, unhidden admiration. She looked at Xia Ke, her eyes complex, her voice excited and trembling. This is unbelievable, how did you do it? Xia Ke shrugged, teasing, no apprentices. Fiscal took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. She straightened her tall 1.9-meter frame, facing Xia Ke. All her previous arrogance and thorny attitude vanished. Instead, there was a near solemn seriousness, speaking with firm strength. I will do as I say. From now on, I follow your words without question. You are my boss, you tell me east, I will never go west. Xia Ke was a little embarrassed by her sudden, complete turnaround. He actually thought her previous words were just anger. Now seeing her serious eyes, he felt a bit giddy, remembering her thorny attitude toward him before. A mischievous thought rose. Xia Ke half-jokingly said. Okay, then squat down, spin twice in place, and bark like a dog a few times? Fiscal didn't hesitate at all. That strong, proud, cold gang member actually squatted down quickly right in front of Xia Ke and Adonia. She even clumsily spun twice in place, then looked up at Xia Ke and clearly barked twice. Woof! Woof! What shocked Xia Ke most, making his scalp tingle, was that while doing all this, Fiscal's face showed not a trace of resentment, humiliation, or reluctance. Her eyes held only a near-obsessive seriousness and obedience. Xia Ke instantly broke into a sweat. Feeling a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head, he hurriedly waved his hand. Not sisters, I was joking. Get up. Fiscal stood up as instructed, dusted herself off, expression calm, it's okay. I don't mind. Xia Ke tentatively asked, voice weak, you really don't mind? Fiscal shook her head, eyes clear, I don't mind. Xia Ke felt even more terrified. You don't feel this is an insult to your dignity? Fiscal's sharp eyes stared straight at Xia Ke. It revealed an almost blind trust. You told me to do this, there must be a deep meaning behind it. Xia Ke was completely amused by this bizarre logic, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Fine, you win. He had finally seen what an extreme execution of doing what you say really meant. Xia Ke stopped hesitating, immediately opening the system panel, and sent a message in the chat channel to those involved in the operation plan. The light source is ready. Everyone take your positions, prepare to execute the operation plan. Chapter 69, Significant Weakening. Soon, he received brief yet affirmative responses from Luya and the others. About an hour later. Under the black clouds, a giant, menacing figure was finally attracted by the dazzling light source, fluttering its enormous moth-like wings, buzzing with an unsettling sound, slowly moving closer to the light source. Cosmic Monster Moraloya. Height, 62 meters. Weight, 39,000 tons. Attack power, 1100, defense power, 900, speed, 850. Skills, atomic smog, white spray, dark vision. The high-hanging light source seemed to notice the approaching prey and began to slowly lower in height. Like a moving bait, it drew Moraloya step by step toward the ground, closer to the area where Fischl and the others were located. When Moraloya was successfully lured near the ground, Fischl finally saw the true face of the giant light source. It turned out to be a uniquely shaped, intensely glowing spaceship. After completing its luring task, the spaceship instantly shut off all its lights and silently accelerated, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, Antonia took a deep breath, suppressing her nervousness, and according to Xia Ke's original plan, raised the battle device in her hand. Come out, IQ. A dazzling purple light shot out from the battle device, appearing near the landing point of Moraloya on the ground, rapidly materializing. It was a bizarre monster. Its head was a huge and sinister eye. Its arms resembled two whips, and its body was covered with various sizes of secondary eyeballs that constantly rotated, emitting a chilling aura. Strange beast IQ. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 55,000 tons. Attack power, 700, defense power, 400, speed, 800. Skills, head hammer, destruction light bullet, eyeball light bullet, floating magic eye, light absorption, laughing eye. Introduction, its head is a giant eye, a bizarre monster, the manifestation of a curse, a life form that has no heat reaction, a mysterious existence, and the eye can release strange attacks. As soon as IQ appeared, its enormous main eye locked onto the just landed Moraloya, who seemed somewhat confused. In the giant eye, deep purple light rapidly gathered. Z. A thick, distorted purple absorption beam shot out from IQ's massive eyeball, instantly covering Moraloya's huge body. Moraloya let out a furious shriek, its enormous body began to twist and shrink violently under the purple light's grasp. In just a few seconds, this terrifying cosmic monster was forcibly sucked into the special space inside IQ's gigantic eyeball. After completing this, IQ let out a sharp sneer, and its massive body slowly sank into the ground as if sinking into water. Antonia immediately called for Xia Ke and Fischl, "Follow me." She jumped into an entrance of a tunnel that had been pre-dug, leading to the underground. Xia Ke and Fischl followed closely behind. Hundreds of meters underground. Here was a huge underground cavern, initially discovered by the illusion monster Magyukyang and expanded and reinforced by other team members and their monsters. It was the battlefield to face Moraloya. The enormous battlefield was scattered with radioactive glowing minerals, not Eeyore, but currently providing some illumination. IQ's massive body had appeared in the center of the cavern. Its enormous eyeball was vibrating intensely. It was as if its insides were experiencing a violent shock. Immediately, the big eye suddenly emitted purple light. Roar! With a deafening roar full of rage, Moraloya was violently spat out. The moment it left the extra-dimensional space, it returned to its original form, its huge body crashing heavily onto the hard rocky ground with a dull, thunderous sound. Along with it came a large amount of thick, foul-smelling black smoke. Ugh! Atoni suddenly clutched her chest on the distant observation platform, her face turning pale, her body slightly trembling, fine cold sweat appearing on her forehead. She spoke with pain in her voice. That guy, after being absorbed inside IQ's body space, caused massive destruction. It's so unbearable. The impact the monster suffered was clearly fed back to her through the mental link. Moraloya fell into a frenzy. Its enormous body, covered with rough shells, surged violently, and the tubular organs and holes all over it spewed atomic smog like a boiling volcano. The pitch-black smoke spread rapidly like a living creature. "We can't let the black smoke fill this place." Bemenstein. Isabella ordered sharply, the combat device emitting beams of light. Bemenstein descended with a roar. Cosmic monster Bemenstein. Height, 46 meters. Weight, 61,000 tons. Attack, 900, defense, 1200, speed, 900. Skills, destructive light bomb, predation. Bemenstein flapped its wings, creating a violent hurricane that blew away the spreading black smoke. But Moraloya's black smoke was endless. If given time, the underground space would be filled with it. Kai remembered the mission Shaq had given, raised the combat device, "Go, Zaragas." Light flashed as Zaragas descended to the earth. It was a dinosaur-shaped monster with a forward-extending horn on its head, and its thick body was covered with glowing holes. Transforming monster Zaragas. Height, 40 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack, 1000, defense, 900, speed, 800. Skills, Zaragas Flash, Million-Volt Flash, Flame Jet. Description: Zaragas has a silver-gray body color, and dense tube-like structures on its back and under its neck can emit flashes to attack enemies. After being attacked, it accumulates energy and strengthens itself. If not defeated during its evolution, it will keep reviving. Zaragas turned its back directly to Moraloya, and the glowing holes on its back released Zaragas Flash. It was like countless flash bombs exploding at once. The intense light pierced Moraloya's light-averse eyes. Gao. Moraloya emitted a piercing, miserable howl. As the Lord of Darkness, this sudden bright light had a huge negative effect on it. Shaq stared at the battlefield, the system panel in the corner scrolling with comments. "Damn, throwing flash bombs in the middle of the night. Zaragas Flash can even blind Ultraman. Even through the system live panel, my eyes hurt from the light. Very effective. If Zaragas can keep shining, maybe we can suppress Moraloya the whole time. The one in front, guess why it's called Flash? But Zaragas doesn't have this skill in the third stage, what a pity." Moraloya's movements became stiff and chaotic. At this time, Atoni let IQ release 3 floating magic eyes, firing rays at Moraloya and causing bright sparks on its body. "Now! Go, Garura! Suppress it!" Fischl seized the painful gap in Moraloya's state, raising the combat device. Light shot out, and Garura materialized onto the battlefield. Garura's body was covered with a hard shell-like armor, though dinosaur-shaped. Its eyes and mouth were concentrated at the front, with a long tail dragging behind. Ancient monster Garura. Height, 59 meters. Weight, 59,000 tons. Attack, 1000, defense, 1100, speed, 400. Skills, bite, tail whip, flame jet, heat ray. Description: a monster with strong vitality, can move underground, has a strong body and terrifying defense. The heavy shell of the body can withstand most energy attacks. The massive body of Garura, covered in thick rock armor, moved like a moving mountain, stepping heavily towards the injured Moraloya. It, with Zaragas on the left and right, grabbed Moraloya's arm fiercely with its enormous claws. The live stream chat was scrolling. Garura's strength is said to be above Gul'zin's. Can it suppress a powerful Dyna? Not sure, but it can pin down a hybrid-type monster. Its defense is top tier, too bad, it has weaknesses. Cooperating with Zaragas to suppress Moraloya, it should be enough. Angel recalled Shaq's words and took a step forward. It's my turn, come out, Oakland Biolo. The battle device shot out rays of light. A bloated creature appeared, with no features and its body covered in countless boils. Boil monster Oakland Biolo. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack power, 500, defense power, 1300, speed, 900. Skills, disintegration, bloodsucking, lightning beam. Description: Oakland Bolo's body is made of countless blood-sucking orbs, each part having considerable flexibility and elasticity, with the head controlling the blood-sucking orb cluster. Its defense is very high, able to easily cushion and rebound attacks, and it has high resistance to light. Chapter 70, The Justice Gang Beating. Shaq witnessed this monster with his own eyes, and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable all over. The live stream viewers were also complaining. This monster looks like Magnia from Dyna. Both are creatures that trigger a fear of small, clustered things. So disgusting. It's like a horror movie. Those little orbs will scatter and stick to people, sucking their blood. It makes my scalp tingle. So ugly, I feel like throwing up. After Oakland Biolo appeared, its body disintegrated into many blood-sucking orbs. Angel stroked his chin. I remember Shaq saying, we need to block all the holes on its body, go. Under Angel's command, countless blood-sucking orbs of different sizes flew out, blocking Moraloya's tubular organ and holes from which black smoke was leaking. Moraloya's ability to release black mist was forcibly interrupted. The live stream chat was scrolling. Folks, we can do it. A bunch of monsters beating down together might not work, but cooperating like this, the effect is different. It was affected by the flash and lost its black mist, losing the field buff. And underground, it has no place to escape. As expected of Shaq, if he had the ultimate battle device, he'd probably go to the sky. Just a gang beating. If Moraloya doesn't die today, I'll eat poop on the stream. Just say you want to eat it. Sean knew that according to Shaq's plan, it was his turn to act, so he raised the battle device and shouted. Go! Gob! We can't let this guy live to reach Earth. Gob descended to the Earth with light surrounding it. Cosmic Battle Beast Gob. Height, 77 meters. Weight, 88,000 tons. Attack power, 1300, defense power, 1200, speed, 1000. Skills, flash shot, razor claw cut. Gob ran wildly and circled around the Moraloya, who was being firmly held by Garura and Zaragas. Its massive scythe claws, gleaming with a cold light, raised high and slashed down fiercely. Clang! Clang! Sparks shot out like a waterfall. Ki! Moraloya let out a more mournful scream. Its left wing, covered in hard armor like a giant moth, was abruptly cut off by Gob's indestructible scythe claws. Then, Gob quickly turned around and slashed again with its claws. Crack! The right wing was also cut off. Without wings, Moraloya lost its ability to fly. However, the intense pain triggered the beast's ferocity. It unleashed a terrifying power and swung one of its giant pincers. Boom! Zaragas's massive body was directly thrown out and crashed into the rock wall. Then, Moraloya turned its mouthparts towards Garura on the other side, and a viscous dissolving liquid shot out like a high-pressure water gun. Garura! Fire breath! Fischl shouted in horror, ordering. Garura opened its large mouth. A scorching flame burst out. However, the force of the flame was not enough, it could not completely stop or ignite it. The flame did not hurt Moraloya at all, it did not even ignite Moraloya's fur. A large amount of white mist poured onto Garura's shell-covered body. Hiss! The sound of corrosion echoed. Garura's heavy shell quickly collapsed under the terrible corrosion of the white mist, releasing billowing white smoke. Ugh! Fischl was struck hard, her body shuddered violently, her face pale. That was the fierce backlash from linking with the monster. Her heart was full of regret, she did not let Garura retreat immediately. The black mist is sealed. Wings cut off. Next, leave it to me. Lua, full of fighting spirit, the battle device in her hand burst with dark red light. Go! Saikagu! The red light from the battle device flew out, Saikagu descended to the ground. Boom! Anma Beast Saikagu. Height, 66 meters. Weight, 70,000 tons. Attack, 1500, defense, 1400, speed, 900. Skills: Bloody Flood, Energy Absorption, Hell Blood Pool, Hell Release, Hell Needle Shooting. Hell Needle Shooting! Lua shouted fiercely. Countless red bone spikes on Saikagu's back detached instantly. They turned into countless crimson meteors burning with hellfire, shooting toward Moraraya's mouth still spewing white mist. Boom! 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 Dense explosions erupted at Moraraya's mouth and face. The intense impact and burning interrupted its attack. Moraraya shook its head in pain. Then, Saikagu's massive foot smashed the ground suddenly. Its enormous body unleashed terrifying speed, flying into the air, arriving in front of Moraraya. Its right arm, a wolf-tooth club wrapped in an ominous aura, raised high. Boom! Tens of thousands of tons of terrifying force slammed into Moraraya's head. Moraraya's huge body fell to the ground like a meteor hit. The rocky ground was smashed into a huge pit. Boom! 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 Saikagu did not stop. The giant arm of the wolf-tooth club swung down wildly again and again like a piledriver. Each strike came with deafening noise and dazzling sparks. The entire underground space shook violently. People standing on the distant viewing platform were lifted off the ground by the shockwave, jumping like grains in a sieve. From afar, they looked like a group of jumping zombies. After more than 10 wild strikes, Saikagu slowly retreated. In the smoke, Moraraya's huge body slumped in the massive deep pit, shell broken, breathing faint. At this moment, Angel's Opalin Paul had recombined the scattered vampire spheres into a giant body. On the battlefield, all participating monsters surrounded the dying Moraraya like an execution squad. Isabella came to Shaq's side, her eyes showing some desire. "Mr. Shaq, can I tame this monster?" Shaq did not hesitate even a bit, decisively refusing her. "No, today it must die here." Such a dangerous monster, how could he let others control it? Moraraya's threat to Shaq was even greater than the previous Jubinoga. Also a civilization-destroying monster, but Moraraya's mechanisms were scarier. That atomic smog was too tricky. Hearing Shaq's words, Lua knew he did not intend to tame the monster either, so she said, "Everyone, finish it." The others all agreed. Big Eye's huge eyes burst with dazzling purple light, a thick eyeball projectile shot out. Zalaga's glowing hole on top of the head lit up, a 1,000,000-volt flash shot out in rays. Garura endured the pain of its corroded shell, the pointed top of its head lit with orange-red light, a scorching heat ray gushed out. Gob crossed his arms, gathering energy at his head, performing flash shooting. Bimonstein's head horn lit up, and the destructive light bullet followed immediately. Opalin Paul's swollen spherical head glowed, and a lightning beam shot out. At the very center, Saikagu made the most shocking finishing pose. The thick shell at its chest split open like petals, revealing a huge crystal inside that radiated destructive energy waves, like a molten core. Dark red destructive energy gathered and compressed wildly within it. Hell's Release. A thick, dark red ultimate destruction beam, wrapped with destructive black-red lightning, like a flood of demons from hell, arrived first, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything, and smashed brutally onto Moraraya's powerless remains in the pit. Boom boom boom. The terrifying explosion instantly swallowed Moraraya completely. The blinding light and destructive energy shockwave swept through the entire underground space. The solid rock walls cracked with wailing. Huge fragments fell like raindrops. The entire underground cavity was on the verge of collapse at this moment. When the blinding light and deafening roar gradually subsided, in the pit, only a huge blackened mark, melted into a glassy shape by high heat, remained. Seeing Moraraya eliminated, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Isabella's face showed regret. "What a pity. We almost had a 3-headed cosmic monster." But she also knew that defeating this monster was not something she could do alone. The national livestream chat scrolled rapidly. Unity is strength. LOL, Saikagu's single beam is thicker than all the others combined. What do you mean wheelchair? Without the black mist's protection, Moraraya's defense dropped a lot. Takes too much space. Show a little gat and handled it, as expected. Many people are powerful. Shark not taking this monster, I didn't expect that. Shark. Why didn't you take it? Seeing the chat question him, Shark raised an eyebrow. This kind of monster that is harmless without creating a space and harmful if a space is made, why bother taking it? The chat quickly showed understanding. On the viewing platform, several people recalled their monsters. Lua came over and patted Shark's shoulder. "Thanks to you, how did you lure the monster here?" Fischl also came closer. "Boss, how did you call the alien ship to be the light bulb?" Shark raised his eyebrows, looking relaxed. "Very simple, everyone got what they needed. He had spent EOR to hire it at a price of 1,000 grams per hour. Luckily Moraraya came early, otherwise they would have had to ask that girl Natsum Yuka." Sean asked, "Mr. Shark, when will we kill Bagaru?" SSSHHH. A chilling, sticky, damp laughter echoed in the empty underground space. Daring to shamelessly say you want to kill me, you really are reckless. A figure appeared silently on a distant rock. It was a woman with a body so hot it seemed almost supernatural, wearing tight white clothes outlining proud curves, her face beautiful as a flower. She leaned lazily against the rock, her crimson tongue slowly licking the corner of her lips, eyes full of hunger for her prey. When Shark's gaze touched her, a cold chill ran up from his tailbone to the top of his head, scalp tightening. He whispered, "You said. Kill you? You are Bagaru." The white-clad woman slightly lowered her head, letting out a dry, light laugh. "Heh, Bagaru, that is just the species name, you should call me by my name." She suddenly raised her head, her face breaking into an exaggerated, twisted smile. "Veracas. Ah, it's my new name. Sounds good?" As she spoke, she exaggeratedly twisted her waist and hips. Walking with a cat step, she slowly approached the stunned crowd. "I just felt strong battle waves, came to see if there was tasty food. Hi hi hi." Veracas's eyes greedily scanned everyone present, as if picking the flavor of food. Never thought, to run into a bunch of little bugs plotting to kill me. Really so interesting." Fischl's pupils suddenly shrank, her muscles tense like iron, she could clearly feel the killing intent radiating from that woman. It was the aura of a predator standing at the top of the food chain. That woman. Not right. Very not right. She almost shouted, her voice trembling slightly. Angela's expression was shocked beyond measure, mouth wide open, pointing at Veracas and screaming. "This woman in front of me, is that Bagaru? Don't come closer, stop right there." However, Veracas did not pause her steps. Angela's voice rose with fear. "Hey! Didn't I tell you not to come closer?" Veracas finally stopped about 10 meters from the crowd, her crimson tongue licking her sharp canine teeth again, voice low. "Humph, I must admit, you little bugs united, you could cause me a little trouble." Her smile suddenly turned vicious, "So, even if I eat less, now I must clean you all out. Bagaru. Bastard." Sean's eyes were red, veins on his forehead bulging, teeth gnashing, wanting to tear the woman before him alive. "Demon who killed my wife. I will rip you apart." Shark warned sharply, "Everyone, be careful." Before his words finished, Veracas's figure blurred like a ghost. In a flash, she appeared in front of Sean. On her pale jade-like hand, 5 fingernails suddenly grew into sharp claws, glittering with metallic cold, striking fiercely at Sean's head. Sean felt death brush past him, his survival instinct made him jerk backward. The claws swept past his nose with icy air. He could even feel the sharp wind cut through the air. However, Veracas twisted her body, the other claw followed, striking for his throat. Sean rolled awkwardly to the side, barely avoiding the deadly strike, but his shoulder clothes were shredded by the fierce claw wind, leaving 3 deep, bloody wounds. He fell hard to the ground, pain making his vision blacken, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, with only one thought in his mind: this woman. Too terrifying. If I hadn't dodged, I would have died. Sean suddenly realized he was no match for this woman. Seeking revenge was not so easy. Veracas moved again, intending to kill Sean. "Never!" Luya's angry shout rang out. Her agile body surged forward, leaping into the air, a heavy flying whip kick, with howling wind, struck hard at Veracas's temple. A flash of surprise appeared in Veracas's eyes, hurriedly twisting her body, raising her arm to block. Bang! A dull impact. Veracas's body was pushed backward by the huge force, her feet plowing 2 deep grooves in the ground. Oh my, Veracas shook her slightly numb arm, exaggerated surprise on her face. "Amazing, really strong." Luya landed steadily, taking a combat defensive stance, her eyes sharp as a hawk, voice steady, warning everyone, stay safe. "This one is extremely dangerous. Don't approach alone." Angela stared at Luya in shock. This one facing such a monster, actually not scared at all? Veracas adjusted her posture, the playful smile on her face disappeared. Instead, there was a trace of offended anger. She kicked off fiercely, her figure once again becoming a blurry white shadow, crossing 10 meters in an instant, her sharp claws striking at Luya's vital points like a sudden storm. Luya was fearless, shifting her body, her hands reaching out like illusions, precisely intercepting, hitting, and blocking. Her movements were swift, every strike cleverly deflecting Vera's deadly claw attacks, producing a series of dense bang-bang muffled sounds. Their figures crossed, the strong wind surged, making surrounding stones roll and their clothes flap loudly. In just 10 breaths, Vera's steel-tearing claws failed to injure Luya even a bit. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, she decisively retreated to create distance, her crimson tongue licking her claw tips, her voice heavy. "You woman, you can keep up with my speed." How troublesome. Shark watched clearly from the side, also feeling some awe. Is it extraordinary power gained through deep connection with Saigao-gu? Her body strength is already enough to confront such a monster directly? Vera's gaze slithered like a venomous snake among the crowd, finally locking on the blindfolded, seemingly weakest Adonia, hers standing a little behind. Her eyes surged with ferocity. This one looks easy to catch. Before her words fell, her figure disappeared again. "Watch out!" Fischl shouted in horror. Just as Vera's claws were about to touch Antonia's slender neck. The seemingly fragile, blindfolded nun, her body like willow fluff in the wind, naturally tilted slightly. The claw, carrying a cold death aura, brushed past her hair. At the same time, Antonia's left leg, like a fully drawn bowstring, stepped back half a step, the slit of her nun's robe revealing a graceful leg. She used her left foot as the pivot, her right foot slammed forward. Boom! A powerful impact ran through her body from the ground. Her right elbow, like a fired cannonball, drew a straight path at heart level, with a sonic boom, striking out forcefully. It hit the center of Vera's towering chest instantly. Chapter 72, Desperate Escape. Thud. A dull bone-crushing sound. The ferocious smile on Vera's face froze instantly. Her eyeballs bulged as if about to pop out. Her mouth uncontrollably opened, sweet bloody saliva spraying out. Rumble. Her body, like a massive truck moving at 70 miles per hour, became a blurry white shadow, crashing violently into the rock wall behind. The hard rock shattered and collapsed like tofu, dust filled the air. The entire underground space fell into dead silence. Angel's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, her eyes wide. This just what happened? Shark gasped, blurting out, it was a top hard elbow. Amid the dust, Antonia recovered, her chest still remarkable beneath the nun's robe, trembling slightly with her movement. She faced everyone, her voice gentle and calm, as if the earth-shattering strike just now had nothing to do with her. I was fortunate to learn Bajikwan for 2.5 years from an old master of the Xia country who opened a school in Germania. Sean looked at Antonia, his eyes blazing, as if seeing new hope. Kung Fu. Xia country's Kung Fu. I must find a master from Xia country to learn too. Cough 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 from the rubble, Vera crawled out awkwardly, a streak of pale yellow sticky blood on the corner of her mouth. She wiped the blood from her mouth, her gaze full of resentment, staring at Antonia. Damn, a mere human dares to hurt me. It's not over. Luya seized the chance, leaping up again, her fist carrying wind that tore through the air, aiming straight at Vera's face. Don't be too proud. Vera, angry and embarrassed, pushed forward violently with both hands. An invisible, unstoppable, and massive mental force suddenly exploded, crashing violently into the approaching Luya. Ugh! Luya let out a muffled groan, her abdomen hit like a heavy hammer, her face turned deathly pale, and her body uncontrollably flew backward. Shaq reacted quickly, immediately moving and using his body as a cushion, catching the flying Luya and steadying her slightly swaying body. Thank you, Luya gasped, her voice tinged with a sense of weakness, but her gaze remained sharp, locking onto Vera Kes. Vera Kes's gaze swept again, finally landing on the seemingly panicked Angel, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of her mouth. This one looks dumber. Her body flickered, charging toward Angel. Antonia wasted no time, stepping forward and shielding Angel behind her. Vera Kes froze midway in her charge, a chill running through her heart, forcing herself to stop. A flash of irritation crossed Vera Kes's eyes, her body twisting like a compass, and her target shifted straight toward Shaq, who was holding Luya. Shaq's brow furrowed tightly, and from his observations, he had already judged that this Borgia was a typical predator who preyed on the weak, always targeting the vulnerable spots. A somewhat risky idea formed in his mind, using the lethal cancelling effect of the lucky amulet, abandoning defense, and exchanging injury for a kill. As long as the opponent entered his attack range, he would use all his enhanced strength, his fingers pressed together like a knife, directly plunging into her throat. However, just as he was about to make this life or death strike, a figure moved faster than him. Luya, enduring the sharp pain in her abdomen, suddenly shifted and blocked in front of Shaq. Her eyes burned with the raging will to fight, and facing Vera Kes's attack, she let out a furious roar, die. Her right leg moved fiercely, executing a brutal skyward kick, thundering into Vera Kes's jaw. Boom! Vera Kes's body was uncontrollably thrown upward, her head smashing into the hard rock layer above, with rubble falling down. Luya! Shaq looked at the golden-haired girl who stood in front of him, slightly gasping but with unwavering eyes. A complex feeling surged in his heart. Luya tilted her head slightly, giving Shaq a tired smile. With me here, I won't let it touch you. Shaq was somewhat surprised. It seemed Luya had already considered him someone worthy of entrusting her back to. He said solemnly, "Thank you, Luya." Vera Kes struggled to hold herself up against the rock wall, pulling her head out from the rock, her body heavily falling back to the ground. Cough. Spit. A faint yellow blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of hatred, no longer having any trace of her previous composure. TCH. Bastard. How come both of you are so hard to chew? She spat out a bloody mouthful, her voice hoarse. Bayou. A crisp and cheerful female voice, completely out of place with the murderous atmosphere, suddenly rang out. Ah! Vera Kes cried out in pain. Without warning, a blood flower exploded at the temple of her head, revealing a charred hole, with faint yellow blood pouring out. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Yuka Natsum, who had appeared at the entrance of the corridor at some point, standing there with a charming smile, holding a uniquely shaped laser gun. Her face wore an innocent smile, as if she had just been playing around. Xia Ke's vengeful gaze shifted to Yuka Natsum, gritting her teeth. "Oh dear, I clearly hit the head, yet you still won't die?" She sighed regretfully, aiming the gun at Xia Ke again. Such a pity. Xia Ke was both startled and furious, ignoring the severe pain in her head, instantly gathering a purple destructive light ball in her hand, not even looking as she threw it fiercely toward Yuka Natsum. At the same time, the space behind her rippled like water waves. A rift in another dimension suddenly opened. Natsum Yuka remained calm, raising her hand and firing another shot. Whoosh! A laser beam shot out, hitting the incoming purple destructive light ball mid-air. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, with smoke and dust filling the surroundings. Damn little brat! Just wait! In a furious scream, Xia Ke's figure suddenly jumped into the rift, which immediately closed, vanishing without a trace. Natsum Yuka shook the laser gun in her hand, as if flicking away invisible smoke, her face still wearing that harmless smile. Xia Ke felt a lingering fear, not expecting that this Borja could survive even a headshot. Luckily, they didn't trade damage earlier. But the other party was definitely injured, otherwise they wouldn't have run off so decisively. Luoya's gaze shot toward Natsum Yuka, pulling Xia Ke behind her. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with caution and hostility. "Natsum Yuka? Are you here to hunt participants again?" Natsum Yuka tilted her head, flashing a sweet yet chilling smile, her voice lighthearted. "Hee, what do you think?" Luoya furrowed her brows tightly. Facing this unpredictable, cunning little girl, she felt unprecedentedly troubled and frustrated. Rarely, she swore, "Damn it." Xia Ke gently patted Luoya's tense shoulder, signaling her to relax. "Don't worry, Luoya." Luoya took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the unease in her heart. She turned to look at Xia Ke, her eyes filled with a question. "Do you know her?" Xia Ke nodded, his gaze sweeping over Natsum Yuka before looking back at Luoya and the others who were unsure, explaining. "On my way to rent a spaceship from the Cosmic Merchant, I made a temporary deal with her. We're allies for now, with the same goal, dealing with Borja." Luoya's gaze passed over Xia Ke's face, and the trust in her blue eyes turned to terror for a brief moment. She couldn't understand, her voice trembling slightly. "Xia Ke, you mean you're working with her?" Her slender fingers instinctively clenched into fists. Xia Ke keenly noticed Luoya's emotional shift, furrowing his brows slightly. "Do you two have history?" Luoya nodded, her sharp gaze fixing on the petite figure by the passageway. "She's the one I told you about, the one who ambushed me during the competition." Xia Ke understood in his heart, sighing helplessly, and turned to look at Natsum Yuka, who was still smiling. "You really enjoy making enemies, don't you?" Natsum Yuka shrugged nonchalantly, her tone light. "Actually, I usually don't make enemies, you know. Luoya is the only one lucky enough to escape from my hands." "Don't believe me? Just ask the others." Her sly gaze swept across Fischl, Angel, and the others. "Do they know me? I'm a very low-key person." Very few participants survived her hands, so she really didn't make many enemies. Xia Ke ignored her attempt at deflection, his tone calm but with a hint of warning. "Even so, I still hope that during our cooperation, you can behave yourself and not ambush others." Natsum Yuka put away the dangerous laser gun, her smile still intact, speaking ambiguously. "Well, that depends on the situation. For me, Lady Yuka, my mood is very important." Luoya's voice was sharp and decisive. "Xia Ke, you can't trust her." She leaned slightly forward, ready to respond to any sudden attack from Natsum Yuka. Xia Ke didn't choose to whisper in Luoya's ear. Everyone present was a superhuman with keen perception, and any quiet words wouldn't go unnoticed. He directly opened the system panel and quickly sent a private message in a chat channel only visible to Luoya. "I know this kid isn't mentally stable, so keep her emotions in check. Just stay alert." Luoya saw the message, her lips pressed tightly together, a flash of unwillingness in her eyes. But in the end, she reluctantly nodded, her voice low. "I understand. But please don't let your guard down." She looked at Xia Ke with eyes full of worry. Xia Ke nodded solemnly. Natsum Yuka raised her brows high, complaining unhappily. Hey. What are you secretly talking about behind Yuka-sama's back?" Xia Ke did not answer her question, instead turning to everyone, his voice steady and strong, bringing the topic back on track. "Everyone, I suppose you have all seen the system's announcement. When this National Fate battlefield ends, all the wild monsters surviving on this island will be randomly sent to our Earthworld." Fischl immediately responded, her face serious. "Yes. It seems our temporary patch-together team cannot disband yet." Lua's face was full of deep worry, her voice heavy. "If that Bagaru goes to Earth alive, things really cannot be undone." Xia Ke's voice grew a bit serious too. "Yes, if it survives, humans might be completely eaten, who knows?" His gaze turned to Natsum Yuka again, voice gentle. So, Yuka-chan, before we completely deal with Bagaru, this shared huge threat, please restrain yourself, and do not have inner conflict with everyone, okay? Natsume Yuka nodded perfunctorily, drawing out her tone, I promise I will behave obediently. She paced back and forth, shifting the topic. But, Yuka-sama here, I am not planning to act together with you all. Shaq was not surprised, saying, when the time comes to surround Bagaru, I still hope you can lend a hand. Natsume Yuka lifted her head, making a frustrated expression. Just now, Yuka-sama here aimed well at its head. She pointed to her temple, did not expect opening a hole in the head could not kill it. Really troublesome. She tilted her head, looking at Shaq. By the way, are you really confident you can kill it? That guy can tear space and do interdimensional transport. If it wants to leave, no one can stop it. Shaq nodded, saying, this is indeed the difficulty we currently face, needs to be overcome. Natsume Yuka shrugged carelessly, turning and swaggering toward the corridor, leaving a string of cheerful words. When you really come up with a perfect method that can block its escape, call me. Yuka-sama will go wander elsewhere first. Watching Natsume Yuka disappear into the corridor shadow, Lua's tense body slightly relaxed, she breathed out long and deeply. She looked at Shaq, a bit puzzled, her gaze complex. Shaq, I still do not understand, how can you think of cooperating with such a dangerous and unpredictable guy? Shaq looked at the corridor entrance, his gaze deep. Her strength is beyond doubt, and extremely cunning. Honestly, if we do not try to win her over, or at least keep her steady, when we fully fight Bagaru at the critical moment, if she suddenly stabs us in the back. He paused, his voice a bit worried, that would definitely cause us big trouble. Lua fell silent, frowning, carefully thinking about Shaq's words. After a moment, she slowly nodded, the doubt in her eyes not fully gone, but there was more agreement. Your concern is right. I was too emotional. Friends, Mororoa's successful conquest deserves celebration. Shaq's gaze swept over the 2 from the US, the 2 from Britain, and the 3 from Germany, a rare light smile on his face. Come on, let's go eat barbecue together. Angel immediately came over, attracted by the word barbecue, her eyes full of astonishment. In the base, there is only hard bread, bland water, and disgusting canned meat. Where did you get barbecue? Shaq smiled faintly, previously caught some seafood in the sea, let's taste it together. The night was like ink, black clouds still covered the sky, showing no sign of clearing. In a relatively sheltered mountain hollow, several campfires crackled, and the dancing flames dispersed some of the cold and the oppressive darkness. The group sat around the campfires, perched on folding stools taken from the system space. The air was filled with the tempting aroma of roasted meat. They flipped the meat cubes, which were skewered on the fire, sizzling as the fat dripped onto the coals, making a sizzle sound and sending up puffs of smoky, charred fragrance. Beside them, the massive 2-tailed monster's corpse lay quietly, already missing several chunks of flesh. Leah skillfully spread sauce on a golden, crispy, sizzling meat chunk and sprinkled it with cumin. She took a bite, her eyes immediately lighting up, and she chewed contentedly, complimenting Shaq. Shaq, you're amazing. How did you manage to get such a monster that's actually edible in this place? It tastes really good. Shaq flipped his own portion, casually replying, just good luck. Everyone chatted while eating, sharing the fatigue from the battle and the lingering joy of victory, the atmosphere unusually harmonious. Just then, the voice of Lu Ruyan came through the communicator hanging from Shaq's ear, her tone relaxed. Shaq, we've just taken another underwater base. The guardian monster we encountered was the deep-sea monster Reionics. That guy was really tough, defeating him wasn't easy at all. Shaq pressed the communicator button and asked with concern, any casualties? Are you all okay? Lu Ruyan's voice carried a touch of pride. Don't worry, we're fine, just a bit drained. Speaking of which, Shaq, what did you do? Your points shot up to over 1,200 all of a sudden. With our 3 combined scores, our Summer Kingdom team's total score has reached 1,675, and we're now in 4th place on the leaderboard. Shaq's heart stirred, and he immediately asked, who are the top 3? Lu Ruyan answered quickly. First is the Neon Kingdom team, with 2,660 points, far ahead. Second is the Rakshasa Kingdom team, with 1,885 points. Third is the Han Kingdom team, with 1,730 points. We're closely trailing behind Han Kingdom. Shaq thought of that dangerous little girl. How about Natsume Yuka? How many points does she have? Lu Ruyan replied, her personal score is 1,735 points, and the Neon Kingdom's total score relies mostly on her. That girl, it's really outrageous, her points keep soaring. Shaq agreed deeply, definitely. Leah noticed that Shaq was in communication, waiting for him to finish, and softly asked, sharing information with your teammates? Shaq nodded, yeah. Lu Ruyan thoughtfully said, sounds like you're eating something? I won't disturb you for now, we'll talk later. Stay safe. Shaq replied, okay, you too. The communication ended. Leah put down the wooden skewer in her hand, lifted her head, and gazed at the pitch-black sky, her voice filled with sorrow. Although we've defeated Moraluya, the sky is still black. There's no change at all. Shaq also looked up at the suffocating darkness, letting out a long sigh. Defeating Moraluya actually only stopped it from reaching the Earth world. Isabella, sitting across from the campfire, paused her chewing and asked with concern. So, the apocalyptic cold winter will still arrive on this planet? Shaq's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Yes. The atomic smog can't be cleared, and it's only a matter of time before this planet gets frozen in ice. Fisher looked at the flickering flames, then turned to Shaq, her voice low and filled with pessimism as she asked. So, boss, in the end, we'll have to either voluntarily withdraw from the competition, or face the fate of freezing to death? Chapter 74, Treasure Hunt. Shaq's gaze slowly swept over the group sitting around the campfire, eventually letting out a light sigh. He shook his head and said, actually, regarding the severity of the low temperature, what I said earlier was a bit exaggerated on purpose. I hope no one minds. Fisher's face showed confusion. What do you mean? Shaq explained. Low temperature environments will indeed cause problems, but it was far from as terrifying as I said. The greatest threat has always been those living monsters themselves. Now Mororoy is already dead, what we truly should worry about is Bagaru, and existence is similar to Bagaru. A trace of worry was in Luya's eyes as she looked at Shaq. Didn't you predict that in the next few days the temperature would drop sharply to dozens of degrees below zero? Isn't this not a fact? There was not much worry on Shaq's face, he appeared quite calm. Just as Angel said before, just dozens of degrees below zero only. There are active volcanoes on this island, geothermal resources are rich. To seek a warm and safe place to stay is not a difficult thing. His gaze suddenly turned to Sean and Isabella. You should know very clearly where the location is, right? Isabella was made a bit guilty by Shaq's gaze, she lowered her head. Sean also awkwardly scratched the back of his head, not daring to look at Shaq. Luya keenly caught the change of atmosphere, her curious gaze moved between Shaq and the two from Britain. Shaq, what did they do? Shaq replied calmly, the stronghold that our Xia country team first occupied was broken through by the two of them joining hands. Luya's eyes instantly became sharp, stabbing toward Isabella and Sean. Oh, so that's how it is. She slightly smiled, her voice carrying a bit of coldness. If it is like this, then these two must compensate you well. Isabella lowered her head even more, her voice carrying sincere regret. I am very sorry for doing that kind of thing. I will definitely compensate you, Mr. Shaq. Sean also suddenly stood up, his hands slightly trembling because of nervousness and guilt. He deeply bowed to Shaq. I am also very sorry. I will also do my best to make compensation. All his hope now rested on Shaq, hoping that this leader who could organize everyone to eliminate Mororoa would continue to lead everyone to defeat Bagaru. Shaq looked at the two, nodded and said, all right then. If the two of you can honestly obey arrangements and cooperate with the team actions until the end, I am not unable to forgive your previous offense. Seeing the matter come to an end, Luya asked, Shaq, next, what specific plan do you have? Shaq stood up, his gaze cast toward the darkness outside the bonfire. I need to go out alone, to search for the key item to achieve the next step plan. Luya immediately showed worry, acting alone is too dangerous. Let me accompany you? One more person to take care. Shaq shook his head and said, this matter, I want to complete it alone. Luya stared at Shaq's eyes, thought for a moment, and finally chose trust. Okay. But you must be extra careful. She then turned to the crowd, speaking firmly, we will first go to the active volcano area that Sean and they know to establish a camp, at the same time organize, clear the remaining monsters on the island, and prepare for welcoming the end of the National Fortune battlefield. Shaq nodded, solemnly said, the tasks of camp building and clearing monsters, I will leave them to you, Luya. He stood up, pointed to the huge twin-tailed monster corpse not far away, that one you store into the system space. From time to time you can take it out and cut some meat to improve meals, the system space can keep it fresh. Fiscal also immediately stood up, her eyes carrying concern and dependence. Boss, are you leaving? Let me go with you? I will definitely be of help. Shaq looked at her, shook his head and said, Fiscal, if you truly listen to orders, I hope you can properly cooperate with Luya and assist her. Fiscal nodded heavily, her eyes firm, I understand. Boss, rest assured. Shaq said no more, summoned Tayleston. The huge underground monster lowered its body, obediently opened its giant mouth, Shaq's figure flashed and entered into it. Tayleston let out a low roar, its massive body quickly sank into the earth. Only a surging pit of earth remained inside the Tailstone's mouth. The first thing Shaq did was close the live stream screen. He didn't want too much attention on his next actions. He took out the remaining small piece of Eeyore and then pulled out the glowing lucky compass. He silently thought Eeyore in his heart, then slowly waved the compass around the ore sample. Seeing the compass needle tightly follow the movement of the ore, Shaq confirmed the basic function of the compass. Next, he carefully returned the E-ore into the system space. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and once again strongly thought E-ore. The needle of the lucky compass began to spin wildly and swing unpredictably, as if trying to capture an invisible signal. A few seconds later, the needle's movements gradually became smaller, and finally stabilized, clearly pointing in a specific direction. It's done! Xia Ke thought with excitement. Tayleston, change direction, head that way. He put away the compass and reopened the livestream. He could only close it for a maximum of 8 hours per day, so he had to be careful with it. Tayleston traveled deep underground for 3 long hours. Suddenly, it sensed an anomaly through its super seismic waves. There was a region ahead where the seismic waves couldn't pass. This meant it was empty. Tayleston dug toward the anomalous area and soon broke through the soil, opening a hole. It opened its huge mouth, and Xia Ke, relying on his enhanced dark vision, saw the scene inside the cave. A massive, shovel-shaped monster lay curled up inside the cave, seemingly asleep. I can't let any monsters get to Earth now. Xia Ke's eyes turned cold, and decisively jumping out of Tayleston's giant mouth, he issued an attack command. Go, Tayleston, destroy this Antora. Magnetic Beast Antora. Height, 40 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack, 1100, Defense, 1200, Speed, 400. Skills, Sandstorm, Magnetic Ray. Description, insect-type monster, similar in behavior to an antlion. Its jaws can shoot magnetic rays, and it can spit out powerful airflow to form sandstorm tornadoes. Its body is hard and can move underground and fly. Tayleston's massive body entered the cave, and its heavy footsteps immediately woke the sleeping Antora. It let out a sharp, piercing insect scream, trying to intimidate the invader. When it realized it didn't work, it immediately took a battle stance. Chapter 75, The Mutation of Sadra. The live stream comments exploded immediately. This monster can definitely be caught, right? Looks pretty fierce. The base stats aren't low. 1,200 defense. And there's room for enhancement. It can fly, burrow, and has control abilities. Xia Ke should catch one. This is the kind of starting monster I want. Wait a minute, did Xia Ke just say destroy? Seems like he doesn't plan to catch it. Antora lacks a strong finishing move, its stat cap might not be enough. Maybe what Xia Ke needs now is a monster that can determine the outcome with one blow. Tayleston, 60 meters tall, was 2 full heads taller than Antora, and its weight was several times greater than Antora's. It hesitated not at all and immediately launched a brutal charge. Its massive body, carrying overwhelming force, crashed hard into Antora. Boom! Antora screamed in agony as it was sent flying, crashing hard into the cave's rock wall, and rubble fell down. After hitting the ground, Antora looked frightened, its face showing its retreating thoughts. Its lower body immediately released a super seismic wave and slowly sank into the ground. But Tayleston would never give it a chance. Its body shot forward, pouncing, and its claws tightly grabbed Antora's giant pincers. Tayleston roared angrily, its strength exploding as it pulled Antora, half submerged in the soil, out and slammed it onto the nearby rocky ground. Antora was dazed from the slam, but its ferocity didn't decrease. It crouched low, its massive jaws suddenly snapping open. A thick, eerie magnetic ray shot out, directly aiming at Tayleston. The light generates a powerful attraction, trying to pull Tayleston towards itself, then shredding with powerful pincers. However, Tayleston is already charging up. As the magnetic beam shoots out, its giant mouth, filled with sharp teeth, has already opened, and a molten red light shines deep in its throat. Whoosh! A molten lava beam, like a raging fire dragon, rushes ahead and slams into Antora's face. Sizzle! The harsh sound of burning mixed with the scent of charred exoskeleton fills the air. Antora lets out a shrill screech. Tayleston is pulled by the magnetic beam, sliding uncontrollably towards Antora. The lava beam continues to spray from Tayleston's mouth, getting closer and hotter. Antora's hard exoskeleton, under the constant high temperature, quickly turns red, softens, and even begins to melt. It can no longer maintain the magnetic beam output, and the intense pain forces it to retreat. Tayleston does not stop, continuing to fire the lava beam, closing in step by step. The blazing fire torrent finally breaks through Antora's exoskeleton defense limit. Boom! A muffled explosion. Antora's hard head and upper body explode under the continued burning of the lava beam and internal pressure. Charred fragments and scalding body fluids scatter everywhere. Xia Ke flicks the dust off his body, looking at the mess on the ground, his tone knowing, sure enough, insect-like monsters that aren't afraid of fire are quite rare. He calls Tayleston back and once again burrows into the ground. After Tayleston tirelessly burrows for 12 hours, it finally stops. Xia Ke shuts down the live stream again and takes out the lucky compass. He moves his wrist slightly, carefully confirming the final direction of the needle. Tayleston, it's right here. Dig down. Full power. Xia Ke's voice is filled with a mix of anticipation and tension. Tayleston immediately turns around, increasing the power of the super seismic waves, digging deeper into the ground. Before long. Boom! The soil layer Tayleston was digging through suddenly disappears. Its huge body loses support and falls downward. The violent bumps and crashes cause Xia Ke to roll around like a tumbling gourd in Tayleston's mouth. Tayleston crashes heavily to the ground, making a dull thud. It opens its giant mouth, and Xia Ke awkwardly jumps out, steadying himself. When he looks up and sees the scene in front of him, his fatigue vanishes, and uncontrollable joy bursts out from his eyes. Ha 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 ha! I did it! I thought finding a few pieces would be good enough. I didn't expect so many. I've never been this rich in my life. This is a massive underground cave. The walls and ceiling are embedded with patches of glowing minerals. These minerals take various shapes, and inside, it seems like nebulae are slowly swirling, illuminating the entire cave like a dreamlike paradise. Xia Ke immediately opens the system panel and scans these minerals. The system immediately provides a prompt. Mineral name, E-mineral. A high-energy mineral emitting special ionizing radiation, capable of altering lifeforms, stimulating potential, and promoting monster evolution. When consumed directly by monsters, the energy conversion efficiency is 20%. After special processing, the efficiency can be increased to 98%. Repeated use by the same monster will cause it to develop a tolerance to the mineral's radiation, reducing its effectiveness. Hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, hey yeah, yeah. Xia Ke is overjoyed, laughing like Belial. However, this joy is quickly interrupted by a sudden discomfort in his body. Xia Ke suddenly feels unbearable itching and stinging all over his body, as if countless tiny currents are coursing under his skin, bringing a strong numbing sensation. His exposed skin quickly turns red. This place feels wrong. Could it be because of the high concentration of E-mineral radiation? Xia Ke endured the discomfort and looked at the nearby Telesdon. This underground monster also appeared restless, its throat emitting a low rumbling sound, clearly very uncomfortable with the environment here. Xia Ke immediately stored Telesdon back in the battle device. He felt his skin growing hotter, the itching increasing, sweat continuously oozing out. This is unbearable, so itchy. Damn it, I have to find a way to take these ores with me. They're too big, and I don't have the right tools. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and raised the battle device. Come out, Sadra. A yellowish light flew out, and the rock monster Sadra appeared in the spacious cave. Unlike Telesdon, as soon as Sadra appeared, it seemed to return to its comfort zone. Its eyes greedily swept over the glowing E-ores, and even thick drool dripped from its mouthparts, making excited low sounds. Xia Ke pointed to the dazzling ores on the cave wall and commanded, Sadra, use your tough giant pincers to help me mine. Get all these glowing stones down. Sadra let out a few urgent cries, its huge pincers pointing to the ores and then to its own mouth, as if asking if it could eat them. Looking at Sadra's eager expression and remembering the system's prompt of monster can directly consume, Xia Ke nodded, if it's not harmful to your body, go ahead and eat if you want. Sadra, given permission, immediately became excited. It swung its giant pincers and turned into a miner, fiercely striking at the E-ores on the cave wall. The hard ores shattered and fell under its powerful strikes. Sadra, while digging, eagerly grabbed large chunks of the glowing E-ores and shoved them into its mouth, chewing them with a crunching sound, clearly savoring the taste. Xia Ke endured the increasingly intense discomfort in his body, his skin burning, itching deeply, and his muscles twitching slightly. He bent over, laboriously picking up the smaller E-ore fragments that Sadra had struck off the ground, storing them one by one in the system's space. One man and one beast, one enduring the pain of radiation, the other enjoying the feast of energy, were busy in the dreamlike underground cave. Half an hour later, as Sadra's giant pincers grabbed the last piece of impure E-ore, connected to regular rocks and somewhat dull in color, and shoved it into its mouth, the entire cave was completely stripped of all E-ores. In Xia Ke's system space, a full 20 tons of pure E-ores lay quietly. Almost the moment the ores were collected, the maddening itching and burning sensation on his body rapidly faded. Phew! Xia Ke let out a long breath, feeling much lighter, but vaguely sensing that something inside him wasn't quite right, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Meanwhile, Sadra had undergone noticeable changes. Its brownish-gray body surface was now emitting an increasingly bright light. The light shone through the gaps in its body, illuminating the entire cave. Sadra's massive body trembled slightly, and suddenly, it underwent a mutation, its face contorted, and glowing crystals grew on its body surface. Rock Monster Crystal Sadra. Height, 70 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Attack, 1200, Defense, 1200, Speed, 900. Skills, Fog of Magic Realm, Extendable Pincers, High Temperature Fireball, Penetrating Beam, Lightning Beam. Description: the body's dozens of joints can bend freely, skilled in extending arms for attacks, and energy attacks can be released from the crystals and giant pincers. Its surface can emit an electronic mist and possesses super senses. Xia Ke looked at the glowing, now larger crystal Sadra. Feeling the even stronger life energy fluctuations coming from the battle device, he was in a good mood. Not bad, the stats are higher now. That many Eeyores weren't eaten for nothing. He stored the glowing Sadra back into the battle device. Resummon Tayleston. Keep moving. He entered Tayleston's mouth and took out the lucky compass. He focused his mind and silently repeated E-mineral. However, this time, the compass needle spun wildly, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, completely unable to stabilize. Is it gone from this island? Shaq furrowed his brow slightly, or is it too far, beyond the compass's range? He tried twisting his wrist, adjusting the angle and position of the compass, but the needle still spun like a headless fly. Well, it's fine. The amount I have should last for a while. Let's head back and meet up with the others. He directed Tayleston to explore the nearby area carefully once more. After confirming no new findings, he set off on the return journey. The dull journey underground, Shaq fiddled with the compass, his mind wandering, thinking of various things. Thinking of Luya, within seconds, the compass needle, as if magnetically attracted, quickly stabilized, clearly pointing in one direction towards the volcanic camp. Thinking of Jaden, the needle immediately started spinning wildly again, completely lost. Thinking of Natsum Yuka, the needle also stabilized within seconds, pointing in another direction. Thinking of EX Jaden, the needle once again fell into chaotic rotation. Thinking of Lu Ruoyan, the needle quickly locked onto a direction. Thinking of Hypa Jaden, the needle again started spinning randomly. Shaq sighed, somewhat disappointed, muttering to himself, are there no wild Jadens on this planet? As expected, such high-level biological weapons aren't easy to come by. Not giving up, he tried thinking of other things. Thinking of the golden dragon, the compass had no reaction. Thinking of the silver dragon, the needle suddenly trembled. Then, as if pulled by an invisible line, it began to shake violently, finally locking onto a completely new direction. Shaq moved his wrist slightly, confirming the coordinates the needle pointed to. His heart jolted. Could it be a wild Hilbegon? This thought made him suddenly excited. Tayleston. Change direction. Full speed ahead in the direction of the needle. Shaq immediately ordered. He put away the compass and restarted the livestream. On Earth, countless viewers watching the livestream through their personal system panels saw the screen come back, and the comments immediately became active. Why does Shaq always turn off the livestream? Maybe it's too lonely in the dojo. Shaq, don't make mistakes. Watch your image. Not a mistake. It's human nature. Just a casual thing. I've also done it with Luya. Unbelievable. Am I the only one who's helped Natsum Yuka? You're also unbelievable. Shaq glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments, his mouth twitching slightly, and casually interacted, maybe the underground signal isn't good, don't make wild guesses. He couldn't be bothered to explain too much. A common man is innocent, but possessing a jade makes him guilty. Shaq didn't want anyone to know about the lucky compass and the large amount of E-minerals he had. This digging only took half an hour, and Tayleston had already reached the destination. Its massive head suddenly burst through the soil, breaking through the ground. The sight before Shaq made his pupils contract. It was a brutal battlefield. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were covered with the severed limbs of monsters. The scorched earth was soaked in the blood of monsters of all colors, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Shaq could barely recognize several familiar figures among the broken limbs. Centipede monster, Mukadanda. Ancient monster, Tuanjia. Smoke-spitting monster, Bulkila. Electric-absorbing monster, Aeladites. Giant frog monster, Dundale. In the center of the battlefield, two gigantic creatures were engaged in a fierce battle. One of them was Shaq's target for this trip, the mighty monster Hilbegon. Its silver body was like a moving mountain, with a pair of giant horns on its head, and every swipe of its claws sent shockwaves. Fighting against it was a monster that Shaq wasn't very familiar with, the blade claw monster Pterygilas. It moved swiftly, constantly trying to tear through Hilbegon's defense with sharp claws. And on a relatively intact hillside in the distance, a woman stood quietly. She had slightly curled silver-gray long hair, some strands tied with delicate black bows and white hair ornaments, the rest falling smoothly over her shoulders. Her light gray eyes were like a winter ice lake, calm and deep, with a hint of distance. Her face was clear and mature, her aura noble and cold. She wore a strange outfit. Inside was a white strapless top, outlining graceful curves. Outside was a neatly cut black high-slit long dress, the slit showing long straight legs. Black straps around her neck and shoulders added a touch of sexiness. Her left leg wore pure white thigh-high socks, the right leg a short sock with a black leg band, and on her feet were delicate black and white boots with silver patterns. This extraordinary woman faced another contestant. Trilgyras was being beaten. That person would react, undoubtedly a controller. Shark immediately understood the situation. The gray-haired woman was clearly controlling Hilbegon to hunt monsters on the island, but was attacked by Trilgyras controlled by another contestant, leading to a fight. Sigh, I thought there would be a wild Hilbegon. Shark sighed a little disappointed. The battle on the field was nearing its end. Trilgyras' proud sharp claws had been completely torn off by Hilbegon's unstoppable strength. It let out a miserable wail, then was slammed hard to the ground by Hilbegon, unable to get up. Hilbegon growled lowly, its powerful giant claws suddenly shot out, one grabbing Trilgyras' upper jaw, the other the lower jaw. No, came the desperate roar of the contestant from Kivros on the hillside. But it was too late. Hilbegon unleashed terrifying monstrous strength. Shriek! With a hair-raising tearing sound in Trilgyras' final scream. Its entire jaw and part of its neck were ripped off by Hilbegon. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The Kivros contestant was hit hard, his body shuddered, eyes rolled back, and he fainted straight away. Trilgyras' life force gradually faded, the controller turned into light particles and dissipated into the air. Serponia's ice-gray eyes quickly locked onto Telesdon, who had just appeared and witnessed everything. She was alert, her voice cold, asking in the uniquely rhythmic Russia language, "Are you with him?" Hilbegon felt the will of its master, immediately turned its huge body, and walked heavily toward Telesdon. The ground trembled slightly under its steps. Shark, in Telesdon's mouth, heard the language that seemed to twist the tongue, frowned slightly, and immediately replied, "No, I'm just passing by." Serponia clearly recognized Shark's language, a hint of curiosity flashed in her light gray eyes, her tone softened slightly. "Are you from Xia, from the Star Islands, or from Malacca?" "Xia," Shark answered concisely, "and you?" "Russia," Serponia nodded slightly, her posture elegant and distant. "My name is Serponia Vladimir Volkova." "And you?" "Shark." Serponia nodded, her expression growing serious again. "Shark? I saw this name on the leaderboard an hour ago. You have so many points, did you get them by hunting other contestants?" She clearly saw Shark as a potential threat. Shark shook his head, his tone calm, not actively hunting, they came to give points themselves. Serponia's expression became even more wary. It was almost written on his face. Is that Telesdon monster his? If he's controlling such a monster, it's not surprising that people think it's easy to kill. But how did he manage to turn the tables? I guess this person has many hidden cards, we must be cautious. Serponia took a deep breath and asked, "It sounds like you are an extremely dangerous person. May I ask, have you set your sights on my score?" Behind her, Shurbagon let out a low growl in agreement. Shaq faced Shurbagon's oppressive presence and calmly said, "Miss Serponia, I need your help." Serponia froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting this answer, then a slight mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "You want my score to help you become number one? Is that the help you need?" Shaq shook his head, "I'm not interested in the points." Serponia's eyes remained full of caution as she asked, "Then what do you need?" Shaq got straight to the point, "Do you know Bogaju?" Serponia's pupils suddenly contracted, a strong emotional fluctuation appeared on her cold face. "Of course I know. Both of my teammates were killed by it. I am gathering forces to eliminate it." Shaq didn't hide his intentions, speaking openly, it must not reach Earth. The monster's deaths were mostly due to brute force tearing them apart. It was likely the work of Shurbagon. This Serponia might, like himself, have plans to eliminate all wild monsters. Serponia fell silent for a moment. Eliminate Bogaju? She looked at Shaq with a complex gaze. Sounds crazy. She paused, her tone filled with deep suspicion. "How do I know you're not deceiving me? Trying to lure me into a trap, then ambush me and take my points?" Shaq didn't argue, simply asking calmly, "Oh? So your choice is to refuse?" "No." Serponia unexpectedly denied it, a decisive light burning in her ice-gray eyes. She changed the subject, pointing to the silver giant beast in the arena exuding a terrifying aura, and said with fiery battle intent. Shaq understood her meaning. In this cruel battlefield, strength is the only reliable ticket and guarantee. He nodded, his eyes sharp. "I understand." He took out his battle device, and a yellow light shot out. With a low roar, the evolved Sadra slammed down onto the earth. Serponia looked at the strangely shaped monster, a flicker of seriousness in her eyes, but more was the fiery battle spirit. She elegantly raised a finger and called out, "Go, Shur." Shurbagon let out a thunderous roar, took heavy steps, and charged at Sadra. Chapter 77, Strength with Nowhere to Use. The viewers in the national broadcast room saw Sadra's appearance and started to complain. When did it mutate? The system's data shows it's Crystal Sadra, just like that Red Thunder King, a mutated individual? Oh, so Shaq upgraded the monster without telling us. So it's an upgrade. I thought it was his dojo. Looks pretty tough. Could it be that I really turned into a stats monster? The huge body of Tayleston slowly lowered, carefully placing Shaq onto a nearby mountain peak. In the distance, Serponia Vladimir Volkova was carefully checking Sadra's data through the system panel. A trace of surprise flashed through her ice-gray eyes, then turned into contempt, her cold voice piercing through the mist. Is this really your strongest monster? Its stats are completely behind my sheer. Hearing this, Xia Ke curled his lips into a smile and gently shook one finger. No, Miss Serponia, paper data is only a cold reference. In real battle, my side stats are actually higher. At the center of the battlefield, Hilbegon ran wildly in big strides, the distance rapidly closing. Chi. From the gaps in Sadra's body, thick demonic mist gushed out. The mist rolled like white waves, quickly swallowing the entire battlefield, visibility dropping to the lowest. Caught off guard, Serponia inhaled a few mouthfuls of the rushing mist and couldn't help coughing. Damn, I can't see anything at all. There were already dark clouds covering the sky, and now with this strange thick mist added, her vision was completely taken away. Hilbegon was not a monster strong in eyesight, and her other monster also did not have supervision or senses. This made her fall into a passive situation instantly. So it's the type that plays dirty tricks. Serponia frowned tightly, her voice carrying a trace of anger from being toyed with. Shaq's teasing voice came from the mountain peak. What, already thinking of backing off? Where is that momentum from before? Serponia's competitive spirit was stirred, flames igniting in her ice-gray eyes, her voice firm and decisive. Ha! I will definitely beat you until you kneel on the ground. Inside the thick mist, Hilbegon lost its target and appeared somewhat restless. Serponia's thoughts turned rapidly, and she gave a sharp order, sheer. Toward the center of the mist, destruction light bullet. Hilbegon raised its neck, opened its giant mouth, and a blazing destruction light bullet with a blue tail flame shot out, smashing fiercely into the depths of the mist. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, accompanied by the loud cracking of rocks. The shockwave even briefly dispersed a small patch of mist, revealing a huge crater blasted open, but it clearly did not hit the target. At the moment when the explosion covered other sounds, Sadra in the thick mist moved. It lifted a huge rock with both arms, then suddenly exerted force, throwing the rock into the sky. The rock drew a high arc, aiming straight at Hilbegon's head. At the same time, Sadra's incredibly springy legs stomped the ground fiercely. Its massive body leaped high into the air. It completed a nimble flip in midair, using the force of the fall to perform Sadra's flying kick. The target was also Hilbegon's head. The rock in front, the flying kick behind, forming a double strike. Although Serponia's vision was blocked, she could still hear some movement, sheer. Above. Hilbegon in the thick mist reacted extremely fast, suddenly raising its head. Its giant mouth opened again, and another destruction light bullet shot out, accurately meeting the roaring falling rock. Bang! The rock and the light bullet collided midair, instantly exploding, scattering like raindrops. However, the Sadra flying kick that followed landed. Dong! A dull, heavy sound like a giant hammer beating a drum. Sadra's giant foot kicked solidly onto Hilbegon's huge silver head. Ugh! Serponia groaned in pain, her body uncontrollably staggering backward a few steps before falling directly to the ground. Hilbegon's massive body was kicked hard by this heavy strike, tilting violently, its center of gravity instantly lost, and with a loud crash, like a collapsing silver mountain, it slammed heavily onto the ground, raising dust into the sky. After succeeding with one strike, Sadra immediately used the reaction force from hitting Hilbegon, its body making a nimble spin in midair. Steadily landing back into the thick fog, it disappeared once again. Zirbegon shook his slightly dizzy head and let out an angry roar, quickly flipping over and climbing up. Sadila began to pursue. Its shoulders, with protrusions as crystal-like as they were, suddenly lit up. Several thick blue lightning bolts, swirling with destructive energy, struck violently at Zirbegon, who had just gotten up. Sizzle! Crack! Fierce sparks of electricity jumped and exploded wildly on Zirbegon's heavy silver skin. A burnt smell spread through the air. However, Zirbegon's body merely swayed slightly, and the lightning, which was enough to severely injure an ordinary monster, failed to penetrate its monstrous defense. It shook its head and let out a disdainful growl, as if it had just been bitten by a mosquito. On the mountain peak, Shaker gasped, sincerely amazed, as expected of the silver dragon. Its defense is terrifying. Serponia had already gotten up from the ground, though her head still buzzed, her pride was not diminished. She rubbed her temples, her voice filled with offended anger. Sire! Strike it! Pull it out for me! Zirbegon, feeling his master's fury, suddenly spun violently. That massive tail, covered in silver scales, swept forcefully towards the depths of the fog. The tail swipe stirred up a storm, even temporarily dispersing the surrounding fog. Sadila reacted quickly from the fog. Its legs exploded with incredible jumping power, and its massive body moved like a light grasshopper, performing a dangerously close-side somersault to narrowly dodge the terrifying attack that could split mountains and rocks. Shaker watched the scene and let out a breath. That was close. Taking that hit would have been disastrous. Serponia, seeing the attack miss again, gritted her silver teeth in anger. Is that all you can do, just hide and run? Dare you come out and face me head-on? Xia Ke mockingly said, if you get hit by such a direct attack, it only means you're too bad at controlling. I always aim for a no-damage victory. Sadila, seemingly responding to its master's no-damage philosophy, once again exhaled a dense fog of magical realm mist, refilling the area that had just been blown away, and its figure completely vanished. Then, from the depths of the fog, a red-hot fireball emitting high temperatures whistled out and slammed onto Zirbagon's foot, exploding with a loud bang. At the moment when Zirbagon was distracted by the explosion, Xia Ke's lips curled into a faint smile, silently lifting the battle instrument. A faint yellow light flashed, and Sadila's figure in the fog was recalled. Under Serponia's control, Zirbagon moved around the fog like a headless fly. Sometimes it angrily shot destruction light bombs towards suspicious directions, sometimes it violently swept its tail, stirring the fog into a rolling frenzy, but it never hit any target. The futile exhaustion caused even this powerful monster to show signs of fatigue, which was exactly what Xia Ke had planned. Serponia's frustration and fury were about to burst out. She shouted in Xia Ke's direction, "You bastard! You haven't already run away, have you?" Chapter 78, The Frustrated Serponia. Xia Ke's voice immediately rang out in the mist, his tone casual, I'm here. Serponia stomped her feet in anger, gritting her teeth, stop disgusting me. If you're a man, come out and face me head-on. Hiding like this is nothing to be proud of. Xia Ke shamelessly replied, if you can't find my monster, maybe you should consider that you're just too weak. He quietly pondered the situation. The image of his previous battle with Zirbagon flashed in Xia Ke's mind, step by step, luring the enemy into a trap. Precisely strike at its vulnerable spot. His gaze instinctively swept across the slope opposite, to the elegant and cold-hearted beauty of the Rakshasa kingdom, Serponia. Under the rules of the National Fate battlefield, the controller themselves would suffer the feedback damage from the connection with the monster. Xia Ke accidentally imagined for a moment what Serponia's reaction would be if he repeated his old trick. Xia Ke suddenly shuddered. Don't even talk about an alliance later. She might want to kill me. Xia Ke took a deep breath, dispelling this dangerous thought. He raised his battle instrument again and released Sadra once more. The viewers in the National Fate livestream looked at Xia Ke and commented. Xia Ke is so sneaky, it's like playing hide-and-seek and secretly going home, so bad. This guy is too cautious, he doesn't like direct confrontations. Xia Ke, did you forget? When fighting Hilbagon, aim for the butt. LMAO, the opponent's going to cry, right? Got a picture in my head. Can probably hear the oh-ho sound of the eagle's horn. What's so sneaky about this? Don't do it like that. Has Sadra really gotten stronger after the mutation? Xia Ke looked at the barrage, almost speechless. Guys, don't tempt me into committing a crime. He actually wanted to strike at the weak point badly, but this poisonous hand was too dangerous to use. On Serponia's side, she had been hitting empty air for half the sky, her patience long gone, and the fatigue from the mental link was making her irritable. Bastard! If you don't face me properly, I'll just attack you directly. At that moment, a massive giant-toothed claw suddenly shot out from the dense mist, without warning. With a whoosh, it came crashing down from above, striking Hilbagon's head with immense force. Bang! Another muffled thud. Hilbagon's giant head sank slightly from the impact. Oh! Serponia felt like she had been struck by a blunt force on her head. She grunted in pain, clutching her forehead, her icy gray eyes burning with rage. Are you provoking me? Xia Ke sighed helplessly, his tone carrying a hint of sincere resignation. It's not a provocation, Miss Serponia. We're in the middle of a battle. He sighed slightly in his heart. Maybe I should switch to Tayleston and face her head-on. But Sadra just evolved, I want to see with my own eyes how strong it has become. Unfortunately, Sadra's hand structure limits its grip strength, so it can't engage in pure wrestling like Hilbagon. Against this monster that's basically immune to energy attacks. Sadra's main attack method is to use its giant-toothed claws as long spears and warhammers to stab and strike. Suddenly, from deep within the mist, Sadra let out a deep, battle-filled roar. As if responding to Xia Ke's thoughts, expressing its desire for a direct confrontation. Xia Ke was momentarily stunned, then understood in his heart. He felt the intense desire and confidence transmitted from Sadra. All right. Xia Ke's gaze sharpened, his voice filled with determination, as you wish. Go, Sadra. Crush it head-on. Close combat means a much higher chance of getting hit, and requires extremely high reflexes and prediction abilities from the controller. The risk is immense, but it is not impossible to fight. The mist churned violently, and Sadra's massive figure took heavy steps, actively walking out from the fog. It walked straight toward Hilbagon, who was also filled with battle intent. Serponia's frustration disappeared almost immediately, her icy gray eyes lighting up. Finally, here it comes, now this looks right. Go, Hill! Yura! The two giant beasts clashed in the swirling mist. Sadra fully utilized its arm-length advantage. The giant toothed claws, like a retractable spear, shot forward the moment Hilbegon entered the attack range, striking with immense force against Hilbegon's neck. Bang! Sparks exploded. Hilbegon's sharp claws retaliated immediately. But Sadra was already prepared. The body swiftly leaned back, narrowly dodging the claw strike that could shatter steel. With the strike missing, Sadra's giant pincers shot out again, like a venomous snake striking. Another stab landed on Hilbegon's shoulder. Bang! Sparks flew again. Saponia was hit, taking a half step back, furrowing her brows, glaring, baring her teeth as she growled. What's wrong with that monster? Its arm is like a spring punch that jumped out of a shock box. Hilbegon hoped to catch the enemy while its arm reached out, but it couldn't reach because the claws were too short. With a frustrated roar, it suddenly spun around, its massive tail sweeping with destructive power. Sadra reacted swiftly, exploding with incredible leaping power from its legs, its massive body leaping high, easily dodging this sweeping tail strike full of force. The two monsters then began a fierce close-range struggle. Sadra, like a spearman, used its distance advantage to continue making precise thrusts and slashes. Each time the giant pincers extended and retracted, it was accompanied by dull impacts and sparks flying. Hilbegon, like an enraged bull, possessed terrifying strength but could never catch the slippery opponent, only passively enduring the attacks, with occasional counterattacks being dodged by Sadra's agility and anticipation. Saponia, feeling the impact feedback time after time, gasped for breath, sweat beading on her forehead. That monster, something's wrong. Its attack power is increasing gradually. The roars of the two monsters snapped her back to focus, and she seized the chance, ordering. Hill, destroy the light bomb. Hilbegon expelled a blue fireball, which suddenly exploded on Sadra's body. The blue fireball exploded, light flashing, sending a large hazy glow through the mist. However, Sadra seemed unaffected, extending its giant pincers again and swinging them, slamming them onto Hilbegon's face. Serponia tilted her head, full of disbelief. It's unharmed. This guy is immune to energy attacks. Seeing this, Xia Ke gained more confidence. As expected, after consuming E-minerals and mutating, its resistance to energy attacks has significantly increased. Just like that mutated Red King. After 1 minute of battling, Serponia felt utterly miserable. Even though the damage wasn't fatal each time, the accumulated pain and frustration made her nearly go crazy. Ugh, I've had enough. She couldn't hold it back anymore, her emotions on the verge of breaking down. Xia Ke helplessly shrugged. Miss Serponia, this is a proper face-to-face confrontation. My monster is right in front of you, no hiding. Saponia took a few deep breaths, her chest heaving violently, trying to calm her frustrated emotions and the pain from the connection. She pointed at the battlefield. Dare to make your monster stand still and let my hill hit it. Xia Ke decisively shook his head, refusing. Sorry, I don't have a masochistic interest. The goal of the battle is to defeat the opponent, not to take a hit. Serponia looked at Hilbegon, who was still passively taking hits, full of power but with no way to release it, while also feeling the constant sting and discomfort from the mental link. A deep sense of helplessness surged in her heart. She reached up to support her forehead, her voice carrying an unprecedented exhaustion and a resigned tone as she said. Enough, no more. Chapter 79, A Sense of Relief. Upon hearing the reply, Xia Ke's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Finally, no more worrying about whether I should poke Hilbegon in the backside. This dangerous thought had been circling in his mind for a long time, but now he could completely let it go. He gazed at Sadra in the distance, a surge of surprise rising in his heart. He hadn't expected that after the enhancement with the E-minerals, Sadra's power gradually appeared in real combat, and its giant toothed pincer slashes could actually harm even a top defense monster like Hilbegon, leaving scars. This was far beyond his expectations. If he could ignore morals and consequences, he truly intended to let Sadra create an opportunity and give Hilbegon a precise 1,000-year kill. But this silver-haired beauty opposite him, and the silver dragon she controlled, were the powers he needed to rely on. Through system data, he learned that this Hilbegon had the ability to twist space. Now, to deal with Bagheera who could tear space and escape at will, what was missing was exactly this method to seal space. So, Shark's voice passed through the thinning mist, with a hint of ease and sincerity. Miss Serponia, can we talk properly about cooperation now? Serponia stood on the hillside, her silver-gray long hair brushing in the breeze, rubbing her still slightly swollen temples, and let out an annoyed hum. Humph. You rely on this kind of cheating method to drive away those challengers attacking you? She was obviously still upset about the frustrating battle just now. Not entirely, Shark answered calmly. Sometimes you also need to meet force with force. Serponia's light gray eyes stared at Shark, then cautiously scanned the surrounding hills and fields. I admit you are tricky, like a slippery eel. I ask you. Her tone carried a hint of suspicion. Did you ambush with other teammates around? Planning to wear me down with this exhausting fight, and then take me down in one strike? Shark shook his head, speaking sincerely. My teammates are at distant bases. Their goal now is to survive peacefully until the end of the national battle. And you? Serponia's eyes darkened slightly, suddenly feeling a connection with Shark, her tone carrying helplessness and detachment. My teammates do not share my ideas. She thinks hunting monsters is too risky, preferring to hide in a base and survive until the end. She paused, as if making a decision, so I can try to cooperate with you. But if you dare to play tricks. She did not finish, her icy eyes full of warning. She had her own safety card, not afraid to take risks. Thank you for your trust, Shark said solemnly. Serponia said nothing more, gracefully raised her battle device, a silver light flashed, and the massive Hilbargon turned into a stream of light and was recalled. Seeing this, Shark also recalled Sadra. Serponia moved her wrist, eyes fixed on the hill where Shark stood. She took a deep breath, crouched slightly, and then burst forward with force. Ping! She leaped like a nimble antelope, instantly covering 30 to 40 meters, landing on a protruding rock below. Immediately, she performed two more equally swift and powerful jumps. Ping! Ping! Within a few breaths, she had crossed several hundred meters, closing in on Shark's position. Shark looked at her far beyond normal agility, eyes flashing with surprise. Miss Serponia, your skill is truly agile. Serponia lightly landed not far in front of Shark, walking forward slowly. She looked up at the massive Tailstone standing beside Shark like a small hill, curling her lips into a cold smile. Ha! What? Still on guard? Or planning to use your monster to smack me when I'm not paying attention? She was clearly still remembering Shark's previous cheating behavior. Shark spread his hands, explaining, now, I would not do that. Tailstone is for travel, no need to put it away specially. Serponia did not stop walking, moving straight in front of Shark. She wore high-heeled short boots, nearly as tall as Shark. Her face, delicate and flawless like white porcelain, suddenly came close, and Shark could clearly feel her warm breath. Shark reflexively moved his neck back slightly. Looking at the silver-gray eyes that seemed like a winter ice lake, so close yet filled with confusion, he asked, Miss Serponia, why are you so close? Serponia slightly parted her red lips, her warm breath directly blowing onto Shaq's face. Her voice carried a hint of suppressed frustration. You bastard, you really pissed me off just now. Let me beat you up to vent my anger, and then I'll seriously cooperate with you. It was clear that she wanted to vent all the frustration she had built up during the battle on Shaq himself. Shaq immediately took 2 steps back, raising both hands in a gesture of refusal. Sorry, I don't have the habit of standing around to be a punching bag. Serponia clenched her pink fists, taking 2 steps forward, her tone strong. It's fine, you can kneel if you want, I don't mind. Shaq kept retreating. This. Before he could finish speaking, Serponia suddenly took a step forward, her right fist accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed directly at Shaq's face. Shaq reacted incredibly fast, dodging narrowly by turning to the side. But Serponia clearly wasn't planning to let him off easy. Her fists and feet came at him like a violent storm. Her movements were swift, precise, and full of strength. Each punch was fierce, creating sharp winds that tore through the air. Shaq, relying on his enhanced reflexes and speed, constantly shifted, retreated, and crouched to dodge. He was like a leaf swaying in a violent wind, narrowly avoiding Serponia's series of vicious punches and kicks. However, he wasn't a martial artist. Oh ho! A dull thud of impact followed by Shaq's painful grunt. Serponia landed a vicious uppercut, hitting Shaq square in the abdomen. The immense power exploded instantly, and Shaq felt his body lose strength, saliva uncontrollably splashing out. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Boom! Shaq's body slammed into the rock wall behind him. The hard stone cracked and dented immediately, embedding him into it. Dust and smoke filled the air. Shaq struggled to pull himself out of the dent in the rock wall, stumbling to the ground, clutching his aching stomach, head lowered, gasping for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead, the power backed by Hilbargon. It's definitely not something ordinary people can withstand. He could feel that the blow she just dealt had clearly not been her full strength. Serponia extended her hand, elegantly wiping the spit that had splashed onto her face, rubbing it dry between her fingers. A sense of satisfaction appeared in her ice-gray eyes. Looks like you, yourself, can't dodge as well as your monster. She flicked her wrist, clearly feeling a sense of relief after that blow. Immediately after, she lunged forward again. With a cold aura, another heavy punch swung toward Shaq. Shaq hurriedly waved his hand, trying to stop her. Hey. Don't do this. We can talk. Stop. Come on. In the mountain wilderness, where the dark clouds hung low, the dull thuds of their physical clashes and Shaq's pained grunts echoed one after another. Oh ho, oh, oh. Ah. Aga. Oh ho. Shaq did his best to block and dodge, but under Serponia's wild and powerful assault, he still couldn't avoid taking several heavy hits. After a while, on the ground, littered with rubble, Serponia finally stopped her assault. She twisted her neck, cracked her finger joints, then stretched her slender yet powerful waist, exhaling a long, satisfied sigh. Ah, that feels so good. She wore a relieved, almost lazy smile. It feels like changing into a new pair of underwear at New Year's, so refreshing. Nearby, Shaq rubbed his bruised cheekbone and aching arm, looking at the beautiful demoness from the Roxasa Kingdom, now looking refreshed after venting, and gave a helpless smile. So, now, can we talk about the details of our cooperation? Serponia, hearing this, walked over to Shaq with light steps. She raised her hand, and Shaq instinctively paused. However, Serponia's hand just gently patted Shaq's shoulder. She smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly, her voice light and cheerful, as if the earlier sparring had never happened. Of course. Go ahead, tell me, what do you plan to do? Shaq rubbed the places on his body that still ached slightly, took a deep breath, and said seriously. I have 7 collaborators on my side, from the United States, Britain, and Germany. They control a considerable number of monsters, and their combat power is impressive. However, we lack effective means to restrict Bujalu's escape. Its ability to tear apart space is too troublesome. Serponia extended a slender finger, gently tapping her smooth chin, showing a thoughtful expression. You mean, using my family Sierra's rainbow magic realm to interfere with or even block Bujalu's dimensional transfer? Shaq nodded and said, yes. As long as you can use the rainbow magic realm to interfere with the space and prevent it from tearing open rifts to escape, it wouldn't be hard for us to focus fire and kill it. Serponia squinted her eyes, tilting her head slightly as if recalling details about Zirbagon's abilities in her mind. I've never tried using the rainbow magic realm to block space before. Shaq quickly added. Your Zirbagon, like the gold dragons of the same clan, should be able to twist space with the horns on its head, creating a dimensional field with magnetic chaos, right? As long as you can generate strong enough interference with the space, you should be able to stop Bujalu's transfer. Serponia rested her chin on her hand, her ice-gray eyes flashing with light, obviously weighing the risks and feasibility quickly. After a moment, she lowered her hand, looked at Shaq, and smiled. All right. Sounds interesting. I'll go with you, let's see what this is all about. Chapter 80, Gathering Strength. Sometime later. Shaq sat nearby, raising an eyebrow. This is called safety first. How can it be called sleazy? Moving underground, avoiding risks, highly efficient and covert. Serponia elegantly adjusted her posture, trying to avoid touching the surrounding flesh walls, her voice cold, hiding inside a monster's mouth and moving underground. This is the first time I've seen anyone travel like this. Shaq laughed. It's very safe, right? No worries about ambushes or getting knocked out of the sky by flying monsters. Serponia fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the trade-off between stability and comfort, and finally let out a soft hum. It is clever. But... She paused, her ice-gray eyes flicking a glance at Shaq in the dim light. It is indeed sleazy. At that moment, the communication headset hanging by Shaq's ear crackled with the excited voice of Lou Royan, carrying a hint of discovery. Shaq was taken aback, immediately pressing the communication button. Underwater ruin? What exactly is it? Any discoveries? Lou Royan's voice was filled with awe. Shaq felt puzzled. A temple? So you're saying that there was once an intelligent civilization on this planet, Kepri? We're still in the initial phase of exploration. Lou Royan's voice was intermittent. Right now, I'm standing in front of a giant stone slab, with swirling, twisted snake-like characters carved on it. I can't understand any of it. Shaq frowned deeply. So there really was an ancient civilization. At that moment, Park Boe's calm voice also came through the headset. Shaq said, be extra cautious. Got it. Park Boe responded. The communication ended, and the silence returned in the headphones. Serponia looked at Shaq, curious. Who were you talking to just now? It sounded like more than one person. My teammates, Shaq answered simply. They found something underwater. Serponia nodded happily. Sounds like you get along well. Shaq smiled. I guess so. After going through crises, we trust each other. Serponia nodded slightly, her tone tinged with feeling, saying, your Shaq team is currently the only team on the leaderboard with all members alive and none lost. That's amazing. You know, almost every participant faces attacks. Shaq laughed. Just lucky. Serponia changed the topic. How many monsters do you control? Besides the mist shrimp just now, and this underground lizard? You've already seen all of them, Shaq said calmly. What about yours? Serponia crossed her legs elegantly. Even in this rough environment, her posture was calm. Besides the sheer you saw, I have one more, Abras. Immediately, Shaq recalled the data, the blue foam monster Abras? Serponia nodded, yes. I tamed it yesterday. Shaq commented, pretty strong too. Its corrosion ability is very practical. Serponia's lips curved slightly, a hint of pride. Sheer is my absolute main. Abraz is one of the few monsters that can survive under sheer and that I think is worth training. After some time, the massive body of Telesdon slowed down in the strata near the volcano. It carefully dug upward, finally breaking the surface at a relatively hidden rock crevice. Xia Ke and Serponia jumped out from Telesdon's mouth and immediately felt a wave of heat, very different from the cold air before. Before them was a relatively flat area near the volcano, with a temporary camp built from rocks, soil, and wood. Several bonfires burned fiercely, driving away the cold and darkness brought by the black clouds. Everyone was there, sitting around the fire, clearly resting and eating. When Xia Ke and Serponia appeared, all eyes immediately focused on them. Lua was the first to stand, her pupils slightly contracting when she saw Serponia, but soon returning to calm. She quickly stepped forward, her eyes scanning between Xia Ke and Serponia before resting on Xia Ke. "Xia Ke, you're back." "Who is this?" Xia Ke said. "Lua, this is my collaborator from Rasja, Serponia." Serponia introduced herself to Lua. "My name is Serponia Vladimir Volkova." "And you are?" Lua nodded. "Lua Iglas MacArthur, from me country." Then Xia Ke introduced everyone to each other again. Serponia's eyes calmly swept over everyone, she nodded slightly in greeting, elegant and distant, her aura cold. "Pleased to meet you." Lua looked at Serponia, then at Xia Ke, finally extending her hand. "Welcome, Miss Serponia. I hope we can work sincerely together." Serponia extended her hand in the black half-glove and lightly shook Lua's, "for our common goal." Xia Ke looked around at the environment. "Lua, what do you think of the surroundings?" Lua's face held a gentle smile. "When I first came here, I was shocked by all the holes everywhere." Xia Ke looked at the simple square buildings not far away. "It's amazing you could build such big earth houses." Lua also looked. "With monsters helping, it's very convenient." Xia Ke turned to Serponia. "Miss Serponia, before defeating Bagaru, come with us." Serponia shrugged carelessly. "If we can get along." The battlefield of National Fortune, Day 4. The volcanic camp in the early morning was filled with the lingering smell of grilled meat, the chill driven away by the geothermal heat. A group of people sat around the campfire, and after a simple breakfast, the battle meeting officially began. Shark's eyes swept over each face, some heavy, some expectant. "Everyone, with Miss Serponia joining, we now have the key way to stop Bagaru from escaping through dimensional transfer." His original plan was to find a large amount of ore and trade with space merchants to get a space-blocking device, but on the way he met Serponia and her Hilbegon, so this step can be skipped. Serponia lifted her head, her cold voice full of confidence. "My partner Hilbegon can twist space and create a different space called Rainbow Magic Realm. In this field, space rules are disturbed." Shark took over, his tone slightly excited. "This makes our idea to trap Bagaru possible. Not only that, Miss Serponia's Rainbow Magic Realm can also solve another tricky problem. When Bagaru dies, it releases destructive energy in a huge explosion. In theory, this explosion can be contained inside the different space." Lua's eyes flashed with surprise. "Big explosion?" Chapter 81 Embarrassing Reionics. Shark explained. "Bagaru keeps eating monsters, storing terrifying energy inside. This energy will release uncontrollably when it dies, with great power. Detonating it in the Rainbow Magic Realm can prevent the whole island from being destroyed." Serponia thought. "So, we need to leave the Rainbow Magic Realm at the exact moment Bagaru dies?" Shark nodded firmly. "Exactly. So, we need speed." Serponia looked at everyone. "Do you have monsters known for speed?" Lua responded immediately. "My Rebasar can reach speed of 8 Mach, enough to escape quickly." Sean clenched his fist. "Then the rest is how to find it and lure it into the trap, right?" Fisher's eyes eagerly looked at Shark. "Boss, you must have a way to find it, right?" Shark nodded. "I have a tool to locate Bagaru. Once found, I will personally lead it into the Rainbow Magic Realm." Lua's voice rose sharply, full of obvious worry. "Shark, this is too dangerous." Shark gave a comforting look. "Don't worry, I have a way to escape. I won't risk my life." He then turned to everyone, bringing the topic back to the core. "Next, let's focus on how to trap it after successfully luring Bagaru into the Rainbow Magic Realm." This part of the discussion was surprisingly easy. Every monster present was powerful. With focused fire, Bagaru could not resist, no need to target weaknesses specifically. The meeting ended quickly. The last agenda item was voting on the location of the Rainbow Magic Realm. Considering the potential blast when Bagaru dies and that the Rainbow Magic Realm is not fully sealed, energy could escape from exits, everyone voted to place the trap by the sea. The open sea could buffer the impact and reduce accidents. Then Shark split from the group to act alone. On a wide coast far from the volcanic camp, Shark confirmed no one was around. He focused his mind and waved his hand. Hum. With a low hum and ripples of space twisting, a huge, streamlined silver flying saucer appeared out of thin air on the nearby open ground. This was the system reward he had obtained before, a simple spaceship. About 10 meters in diameter, its surface smooth like a mirror, emitting cold metallic luster in the dim light. The Guiyun live stream room exploded with excitement. When did Xia Ke get a flying saucer? He must have secretly traded with aliens. What exactly was he doing while the live stream was disconnected? Last night he also closed the live stream, saying the signal was bad. The Guiyun battlefield is becoming more unpredictable, even getting a flying saucer. If this thing is turned over to the country, technology will advance again, right? Xia Ke stepped forward, the hatch at the bottom of the flying saucer slid open silently, and an automatic retractable ladder smoothly descended. He stepped inside, the cabin space wider than imagined, enough to hold more than 10 people. He walked straight to the pilot seat, sat down skillfully, and started the engine. The circular display in front of him lit up instantly, clearly showing a 360-degree view outside the flying saucer. Last night, while everyone was resting, he had quietly practiced operating it. Driving this thing was not complicated, only controlling the speed required extra care. The flying saucer rose steadily, silently merging into the low-hanging dark clouds. Xia Ke took out the lucky compass that shimmered with faint light, took a deep breath, focused, and silently thought of the target, Bagaru. The compass needle first swung violently, spinning, as if catching an invisible signal. After a few seconds, the needle twitched sharply, then became steady, clearly pointing in a specific direction. Found it. Xia Ke's eyes narrowed, pushing the control stick. The flying saucer instantly accelerated, becoming a silver streak, rushing toward the direction the needle pointed. Among jagged rocks in the mountain fields, a terrifying feast was underway. Bagaru's grotesque predatory organs suddenly opened, wrapping a dying monster, making satisfied chewing sounds. Not far away, Bruton stood silently. It was Bruton, using its space-controlling ability to summon monsters from various places, even other dimensions, as food for Bagaru. On the hillside, Gaul participant Anton watched the scene with trembling fear. His body shivered slightly, his face pale. There was a mental link between Bagaru and him. Bagaru's crazy hunting over the past 3 days was seen as him defeating the summoned monsters, earning him massive points. His personal points had already reached an astonishing 1060. If Bagaru hadn't wandered too far while hunting, going beyond the mental link's effective range and breaking it, he would probably already be the first with several thousand points. Xia Ke's flying saucer hovered a kilometer above, through the high magnification display, clearly seeing Bruton below and Bagaru feeding. Xia Ke was shocked. With Bruton constantly summoning monsters to feed it. How much energy has this Bagaru accumulated? Xia Ke felt a chill. There is also a person there. Could Bagaru be this person's monster? He immediately opened the flying saucer's external speaker, his calm voice cutting through the air, echoing in the mountain fields. Hello, participant below. I mean no harm. May I ask, is this Bagaru your controlled monster? Anton on the hillside was startled by the sudden voice, looked up at the flying saucer in the sky, his eyes full of shock and caution. You are here to take my points? Not at all. Xia Ke's voice was calm. If you are Bagaru's master, could you control it? Make it stop attacking other participants? At these words, Bagaru, who was feeding, suddenly stopped. Its cold eyes instantly turned to Anton on the hillside. It was waiting for Anton's answer. Anton felt his whole body go cold under Bagaru's gaze, like a frog stared at by a poisonous snake. He shivered, his voice filled with fear and a bit of pressured anger, almost shouting. Please don't say such nonsense. Lord Bagaru is free. It does whatever it wants. I have no right to interfere. Bagaru seemed very satisfied with this answer, nodded, and continued to lower its head to enjoy its feast. Xia Ke frowned, saying, clearly you control the monster Reionics, yet the monster became the master? What a shameful fool. These words were like a fuse, igniting the resentment inside Anton. The long-suppressed humiliation exploded instantly. Pointing at the UFO, he shouted excitedly, you don't understand anything at all. Xia Ke's voice was cold, asking, killing so many contestants, was that your idea? I never gave such an order. Anton immediately denied it, as if those blood debts had nothing to do with him. Xia Ke questioned, do you know what would happen if Bagaru went to Earth? Anton avoided the question, saying, what does that have to do with me? Isn't it your monster? How does it have nothing to do with you? Xia Ke's voice suddenly rose, full of anger. If you can't control it, put it back into the battle device. That's your responsibility. Don't you understand? Anton's voice was desperate and hoarse. Even to retrieve a monster, you must see its will. If it doesn't want, I cannot get it back at all. Xia Ke immediately seized the key point. So, you simply cannot control Bagaru. Lord Bagaru is not something I can control. Anton almost shouted this, afraid that using the wrong words would anger Bagaru, break the link, and get smashed like an insect. Xia Ke's voice was full of anger and disappointment. You bastard. Desperately shirking responsibility? I don't want to reason with you. You don't understand at all. Anton shouted angrily, only wanting this meddlesome guy to leave quickly. Good. Shaq's voice returned to cold, with a resolute judgment, then I tell you, I am here to kill Bagaru. Anton looked at the silver UFO in the sky, only feeling the people inside were arrogant and overconfident. He was about to mock them a few words. Boom! Bagaru below suddenly lifted its head. It seemed extremely sensitive to the word kill, its eyes locked tightly on the UFO above. The wing membrane behind it, like a shell, suddenly spread wide, two huge claws covered with armor pierced into the membrane. Whoosh! Bagaru's massive body erupted with terrifying speed, shooting into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Its target directly pointed at Shaq's UFO. Shaq's pupils shrank, immediately pushed the control stick sharply. He shouted lowly, the UFO accelerated instantly. Bagaru's flying speed was extremely fast, reaching an amazing 10 Mach. Shaq focused fully, adjusting the UFO's speed to the right range. He kept a safe distance, seeing Bagaru chasing from behind through the screen. While controlling the UFO, he quickly opened the system panel, asking in the chat channel if the site was ready. After receiving an affirmative reply, Shaq's heart settled, eyes sharp. Driving the UFO, he flew full speed toward the planned coordinates. The silver UFO cut through the dark sky like a meteor, followed closely by a white shadow emitting a terrifying aura. After flying for a long time, the coastline finally appeared below. Shaq suddenly lowered altitude, sending a message in the chat channel, telling everyone he had arrived. Over the coast near the planned coordinates, a strange sight came into view. A huge, colorful rainbow, like an arch bridge, spanned between the sea and sky. Subtly, the colors of the rainbow were arranged upside down. In this world covered by black clouds, dead and lifeless, the inverted rainbow looked extremely strange and mysterious. There! Shaq's eyes narrowed, controlling the UFO without hesitation. Like birds returning to their nests, it dove straight into the entrance beneath the rainbow. Right behind it, Borja had no hesitation. It was only slightly curious about the strange space fluctuations, but the instinct to hunt overwhelmed everything. With a sharp shriek, its massive body surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, charging into the inverted rainbow. Chapter 82, Trapping the Predator. The flying saucer slowed down within the rainbow magical realm, with the relentless Borja charging forward. Its jaw, filled with sharp teeth and resembling an abyss, opened grotesquely, about to swallow the entire flying saucer whole. However, just as the moment of crisis arrived. Screech! A sharp, piercing scream that could tear metal and shatter stone echoed through the strange space. A figure, wrapped in furious golden lightning, appeared like thunder splitting through the dark clouds, suddenly blocking the flying saucer's path. It was the lightning monster, Labas. Its chest exploded with blinding electric light. Countless thick yellow lightning bolts interwoven into a massive net covering the heavens and earth, descending directly onto Borja's head. A flash of fear passed through Borja's eyes. It had a weakness against powerful electric currents, which would cause its muscular tissues to shrink. Zzzzz, crackle. The terrifying electric net immediately engulfed Borja's massive body. It let out a shriek, and the once ferocious predator, now like a bird with broken wings, lost its ability to fly. Rolling black smoke surrounded it as it crashed like a meteor onto a mountain below. Boom! The mountain rocks shattered, and dust flew into the sky. A large area of forest was flattened beneath its massive body. When Borja slowly rose, it felt a jolt through its powerful frame. The immortals stood like grains of rice in a field. Lightning monster Labas. Yama beast Saigao. Shapeshifter monster Zaragas. Strange beast IQ. Petrifying beast Gargan. Illusory beast Magakan. Undead beast Shinbua. Ancient monster Galura. Vampire beast Chimera. Ivy beast Basila. Tumor beast Oaklandball. Cosmic giant beast Beamontane. Cosmic giant beast Asterums. Cosmic battle beast Gob. Ancient monster Algna. Strength monster Hilbegon. 16 different beasts, each with a powerful aura, surrounded it in a tight circle. The combined terrifying pressure seemed as though it could crush space itself, and even Borja, who considered itself a higher being, felt an unprecedented suffocation. It felt like a student who had accidentally wandered into a gangster's lair, instantly locked in place by several cold glares. Borja's eyes flickered rapidly, and without hesitation, it was ready to use its high-dimensional teleportation to escape. The space around it rippled with fluctuating waves. However, roar! Hilbegon's enormous silver head suddenly tilted up. The huge horns atop its head, glowing with a metallic sheen, erupted with a powerful energy wave. An invisible spatial distortion field spread out like a storm. Zzz. The ripples of space surrounding Borja were flattened, and its teleportation was abruptly interrupted by Hilbegon's spatial ability. In that instant, as the teleportation failed. Hiss! The angelic Basila was the first to strike. Ivy beast Basila. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 40,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 600, speed, 400. Skills, blood-sucking vines, high voltage. Description: a terrifying blood-sucking plant, with sharp claws on both hands. It uses vines to entangle enemies, delivering electric shocks and draining blood. Its cry sounds like a mournful wail filled with resentment. Basila's mouth opened wide, and a large, blood-sucking vine covered in barbs shot out, wrapping around Borja's neck. Zzzzz. The vine exploded with a fierce current. Roar. Borja's body, still recovering from the previous shock, trembled violently again. The powerful current paralyzed and stiffened its entire body. Basila quickly retracted the vine. Borja's blood didn't taste very good. Immediately after, the high, ancient armor of Lucia cracked open like a hellish flower. Two thick, serpent-like tentacles, wrapped in ominous black-red energy, shot out like lightning, tightly encircling the paralyzed Bagaju's neck. The energy absorption began. The vast ocean-like energy within Bagaju was crazily drained away, as if a dam had broken. It let out a painful and weak screech, its massive body visibly wilting. Roar! In the face of certain death, Bagaju erupted with ferocity and shed its skin on the spot. Its back, covered in white armor, suddenly cracked open. A new, even larger and more terrifying form, exuding a terrifying pressure, crawled out, like a cocoon splitting open. Higher dimensional predatory form Bagaju Mons. Height, 79 meters. Weight, 67,000 tons. Attack power, 1500, defense, 1100, speed, 1400. Skills, telekinesis, destruction light bullet, electric shock beam, energy tentacles, high-speed movement, higher dimensional teleportation, mimicry, predation, shedding, evolution. Its form became taller, its neck elongated, it grew glowing organs capable of releasing energy attacks, its claws grew larger, and massive predatory organs on its back opened like a demon's mouth, emitting a chilling aura. It evolved? Serponia exclaimed in shock. Shaq, who arrived by the other side, said, "Everyone, don't panic, follow the plan." Bagaju Mons didn't hesitate for a second, stepping back several paces to create distance right after the evolution was completed. Sengoku casually tossed away the useless old shell, its myriad eyes locking onto the new target. Bagaju Mons' long tail whipped out like a steel whip. The tail stretched eerily long, like a lasso, wrapping tightly around Ardna's neck. A terrifying monstrous strength erupted. Roar! The 45,000-ton Ardna was violently dragged off the ground. The massive predatory organ on Bagaju Mons' back opened like an abyssal mouth, revealing sharp fangs, ready to swallow Ardna whole, aiming to devour the seemingly weaker one, to replenish energy and terrify the beasts around. No way! Sean's eyes nearly bulged out. His main monster, Gob, leaped into action, its gigantic body soaring. Massive scythe claws, gleaming with cold light, slammed down. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Bagaju Mons' tough tail snapped clean off. Ardna crashed hard to the ground. Meanwhile, the energy attacks from Monston, Garura, and IQ screamed toward Bagaju Mons. Boom! 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 Intense explosions erupted on Bagaju Mons' body. However, as the smoke cleared, only a few scorch marks remained on its evolved white shell, not a scratch was found. At the other end of Artonia, another monster, the giant one-eyed Gargurgon, suddenly widened its massive single eye. Petrifying beast Gargurgon. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 55,000 tons. Attack power, 1000, defense, 1000, speed, 800. Skills, lightning shot, petrifying beam, high-speed regeneration, energy absorption. Description: a powerful monster, with a pair of massive horns on its head, its single eye can emit a petrifying beam, and on each shoulder, there are snake heads that can extend and spit lightning. Its sharp claws and two rattlesnake-like tails can strike enemies. The two rattlesnake-like tails lit up with glaring red light. Massive red energy wildly gathered before the single eye. A thick beam shot out. A cold glint flashed in Bagaju Mons' eyes. Invisible telekinesis instantly wrapped around its body. Its body moved like a ghost, so fast that it left an afterimage in place. Boom! The petrifying beam brushed past its body and struck a mountain in the distance. In an instant, the trees of the entire forest turned to gray stone sculptures. Bagaju Mons suddenly accelerated, moving faster than lightning, its gigantic claws slamming toward Base Era. Base Era couldn't react in time and was sent flying backward, leaving a trench in the ground. Angel let out a pained groan, shouting, "What's going on with that monster? How could it teleport?" A lightning beam shot out from Oakland Paul's head, and Bogarge Mons' figure suddenly accelerated, dodging the lightning. The attack hit the forest, sparking a fire. It seems to be using telekinesis to accelerate its body. Fischer's face turned grim. Energy skills flew all around the battlefield, explosions erupted continuously, but only a few landed hits. Bogarjmon's glowing organ on its neck extended two long tentacles, aiming to grab Zaraga's and Astralamus. But it was interrupted by the energy attacks released by Chimera and Garura. Bogarjmon's figure weaved in and out on the battlefield. It used the terrifying acceleration from telekinesis to move freely among a dozen surrounding monsters. Its giant claws screeched through the air with a piercing sound, every strike landing on the monster's relatively fragile joints. Bang! 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 Sparks exploded like fireworks within the group of monsters. Garura, Zaragas, Astralamus, Chimera. More than 10 monsters were knocked off balance by its lightning-fast claw strikes, throwing their formation into chaos. Greed stirred again. Bogarjmon's cold gaze locked onto Bemonston, who had just finished an attack and was slowing down. The massive predator organ on its back opened wide like a Venus flytrap, instantly wrapping Bemonston's body inside. Countless fangs on the inner wall of the organ gnawed furiously. Isabella felt as if being tortured, every inch of her skin being torn by the sharp teeth, letting out a heartbreaking scream. Loya! Xia Ke shouted. Loya's eyes sharpened. Xia Ke grabbed the perfect opportunity when Bogarjmon's was immobile while devouring. Its massive body exploded with speed that didn't match its size, rushing forward in an instant. Its right arm, holding a wolf-tooth club wrapped in hellish energy, rose high, bringing with it a terrifying force of over 20,000 tons, slamming down on Bogarjmon's vulnerable neck. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the ground. Bogarjmon's let out a painful howl, forced to open its predator organ and spit out the battered Bemonston. Its massive body was sent flying like a cannonball by this furious blow, crashing hard into the distant mountain, sending rocks tumbling down like a storm. As Bogarjmon's was getting back up, it saw Hilbagon leap into the air, its large tail swinging down. With a loud crash, Bogarjmon's was hit so hard that stars danced in its eyes, and it collapsed again. Then, Hilbagon immediately bent down and grabbed Bogarjmon's by the neck, its monstrous strength squeezing tightly. Bogarjmon's whimpered, soon foaming at the mouth. Hilbagon, gripping Bogarjmon's neck, lifted it up and slammed it into the ground. The earth trembled. Bogarjmon's, nearly unconscious, was painfully jolted awake. Hilbagon then grabbed Bogarjmon's by the neck again and slammed it down with all its might. The earth shook once more. Then, as Bogarjmon's staggered to its feet, disoriented, Hilbagon had already retreated to join the group of monsters. Now! Focus fire! Xia Ke's voice thundered. All the monsters still able to attack burst with killing intent in their eyes. Dozens of different colored attacks, all containing destructive energy, poured down like an angry torrent, raining down on Bogarjmon's, embedded in the mountain. Boom! The terrifying explosion instantly consumed the entire mountain. A blinding light illuminated the entire rainbow magic realm. The shockwave, like a tsunami, swept outwards, knocking the nearby monsters back. The mountain collapsed and melted in a wail of agony. A massive mushroom cloud, a mix of flames and dust, shot into the sky. Serponia's heart lifted. Did we win? When the blinding light and deafening roar finally began to subside. Amid the swirling smoke, a huge figure, battered and spewing thick, rolling smoke from its whole body, slowly rose from the collapsed mountainside. Its evolved white shell was shattered in most parts, wild energy leaping from it, its eyes filled with malice. How is this possible? Sean Evans shouted, staring at the slowly rising demon, his eyes full of despair. Luya's face instantly turned pale. How can it still stand? Shark suddenly slapped Luya on the shoulder, his voice urgent, prepare to evacuate. The energy inside it has completely lost control, on the verge of exploding. Move quickly. Luya reacted immediately, shouting sharply, Libesa. The golden giant bird flew over swiftly, everyone quickly withdrew their monsters and leapt onto Libasa's broad back. Sean! Don't just stand there. Get up. Isabella shouted anxiously at Sean below, still staring at Bogarjmon's. But Sean Evans seemed not to hear. His eyes glared with burning, deep hatred and a near-mad determination, staring fixedly at the white demon, teetering yet still radiating destruction. I must see it die with my own eyes. His voice hoarse, but with iron will, see it completely turn to ashes. You will die too. Isabella shouted. I know what I am doing. Sean suddenly turned back, yelling at everyone on Libasa's back, his face showing a calmness like relief. You all go. Don't worry about me. Libasa became a bolt of golden lightning, speeding toward the exit of the Rainbow Demon realm. Sean raised his battle device, his main monster, the cosmic battle beast Gob, roared with earth-shaking power. Its huge body, like an arrow released from a bow, charged toward the nearly exploding Bogarjmon's with a resolve to perish together. Bogarjmon seemed to sense the deadly threat, struggling to escape, but the wild, uncontrollable energy inside slowed its movements. Die! Sean's roar echoed through the sky. Gob's huge scythe claws, flashing with cold light, carrying all of Sean's anger and sorrow, like two godly weapons splitting heaven and earth, struck deeply into Bagaruman's shattered chest. Splat! Chaotic energy gushed out like a fountain. Gob's scythe claws dug deeply, violently stirring and cutting. The destructive energy inside Bagaruman's, already unbalanced like a volcano about to erupt, finally found an outlet. Buzz! Dazzling white light shot crazily from the cracks in Bagaruman's chest, eyes, and mouth. In an instant, it devoured Gob, devoured Sean, devoured everything around. At the very moment Libesa burst out of the demon realm. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted in the center of the rainbow demon realm. The light was brighter than the sun, leaving only the all-consuming white light, and within it, the final vision Sean Evans saw. His dead wife, Mira, standing in a gentle glow, smiling and reaching out her hand to him. A faint smile of relief appeared on his lips. Mira, I have come to you. Chapter 83, A Lesson Ode. On Libesa's broad back, the wind roared, whipping everyone's clothes violently. Below, the destructive explosion caused by Bagaruman still raged. Boom! A huge, thick beam of light made of pure destructive energy erupted from the original exit of the Rainbow Demon realm. Where the beam passed, the earth was crushed and melted as if it were chocolate. The violent shockwave split the sea, raising white waves hundreds of meters high, rushing madly toward the distance. The entire island trembled violently, as if it could break apart at any moment. Summer hung the communication headset by his ear, and Lu Ruyan's anxious voice came through, with the faint sound of things shaking in the background. Summer! Are you okay? What happened? The base is shaking badly. Summer pressed the talk button, his voice relaxed. I'm fine. We just defeated Bagaru together. That was the sound of its final explosion. Lu Ruyan's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Bagaru? That sound is terrifying. That guy had an enormous amount of energy stored inside, Summer explained. The explosion was powerful, but the shaking should stop soon. Be careful. Lu Ruyan's voice was full of concern. Understood. Summer ended the communication. At that moment, the system chat channel flashed, and a private message from Natsum Yuka popped up. Little Shark, already destroyed Bagaru? That made quite a ruckus. Summer's eyes turned cold as he immediately typed a reply. Why didn't you come to help? What about our agreement? Natsum Yuka replied casually, there are so many of you. I don't really need to help. Summer continued sending messages. Yuka, Bagaru is gone, but the threat remains. Please stop attacking other contestants and focus on the wild monsters on the island. Natsum Yuka's reply was full of blatant malice and mockery. Why should I listen to you? Isn't it fun to let those cute monsters roam the earth? Watching that dirty, rotten, disgusting world get destroyed excites me just thinking about it. Summer typed back, are you serious? Natsum Yuka replied decisively, of course I'm serious. 1000% serious. That world is better destroyed. A cold light flashed in Summer's eyes as he typed, looks like I really need to teach you a lesson. Natsum Yuka's reply was filled with twisted excitement and provocation, teach me? He. Fine. Come attack me. I'm waiting. Let's see how you teach me. The messages ended there. Natsum Yuka sent nothing further. Summer took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling thoughts, and looked at Rua, who was fully focused on controlling Reionics, and said, Rua, let's go find Natsum Yuka. Rua's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Why are we looking for her? Summer sighed, that kid is too arrogant. She needs a lesson. Hearing this, Rua's lips curled into a smile. You are right, Summer. Where is she now? Summer immediately took out the slightly glowing lucky compass, concentrated, and thought about Natsum Yuka's figure. The compass needle shook and spun violently, then stabilized, pointing in one direction. Fly that way. Summer pointed in the direction of the needle. Reionics let out a high cry, flapped its golden wings, and surged toward the new target. Inside a fortress base, Natsum Yuka was leisurely lying on a soft sofa, nibbling bread and sipping mineral water. Suddenly. Woo woo. The base's signal tower blared a piercing alarm. Immediately, a beam of light shot from the top of the tower, rapidly forming a solid figure in the center of the base. It was the base's guardian beast. However, the guardian beast had just formed and did not even have time to roar. Boom! A terrifying red torrent instantly pierced through it. The guardian beast's massive body could not hold for even a second and turned into particles of light. On the signal tower's screen, the guardian beast immediately entered a 30-minute respawn countdown. Natsum Yuka's calm expression froze instantly. She jumped up from the sofa and pulled out a palm-sized, screen-flashing radar device from the system space. This was her special tool, capable of showing monster life signals within a 1,000-meter radius. On the radar screen, several glaring red dots. Clear in the surroundings of the stronghold. One of the red spot's energy reaction is so massive it's terrifying. Natsum Yuka's eyebrows twitched in displeasure, her innocent smile vanished, replaced by a cold look of being offended. How dare you attack Yuka-sama's stronghold, you really have some guts. She quickly walked outside, and when she saw the scene in the sky and on the ground, a trace of worry appeared on her delicate face, her pupils slightly contracting. In the sky, the golden Leoba flapped its wings, hovering in the distance. On the ground, Saigoku's demon-like figure emitted a suffocating oppressive force. Beside her were official Shinbua and Garrula, who intended to help but ended up watching as the stronghold's guardian beast was instantly killed by a single breath. Natsum Yuka forced a smile, her voice tinged with slight irritation. You really managed to find this place. Little Shark, Liachan, and everyone else. Are you really planning to make me your enemy? You sure made a big move. Zeke looked down, his gaze sharp, his voice calm. I think you need to be properly corrected, Yuka. Natsum Yuka's eyebrows twitched again, as if she heard the greatest joke. Correct me? Who do you think you are? A god? Or are you thinking of yourself as the savior? How dare you give orders here? Zeke said no more, stepping forward. At this point, we can only speak in the way of Reionics. Natsum Yuka looked at the group of people behind Zeke, suddenly clutching her stomach, letting out a mocking, almost contemptuous laugh. Ha ha ha. Little Shark, you are so naive. Do you think bringing these helpers here and gang pressing will defeat Yuka-sama? She stopped laughing, her gaze turning as cold as a venomous snake. Trash is trash, bringing a few of them won't make a difference. Leah's eyes narrowed, stepping forward, her voice full of anger from being belittled. Natsum Yuka. The reason you defeated me before was merely because I was mentally fatigued, in poor condition, and you sneak attacked me in a cowardly way. Saigoku is the strongest. Natsum Yuka snorted in disdain, sighing as if watching a fool, pityingly shaking her head. Oh dear Liachan, you are really too naive and cute. Saigoku? The strongest? He's just a cheap clone, lacking even half the power of the original, with nothing but a scary shell. Zake's brow twitched, his expression solemn as he asked, Clone? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by being cloned? Chapter 84, A Pair of Kings. Natsum Yuka leisurely began to walk, as if teaching an ignorant student. You still don't know, little shark? Do you think the monsters the system gave us randomly came from nowhere? She stopped and pointed to the sky. Outside Capri, there's a huge monster factory. The space people use biotechnology to clone copies based on existing monster data. Liachan Saigoku doesn't even have the ability to control a monster army, and its stats are vastly different from the legendary original. As for your lowly monster. She reminisced about Zake's Telesdon. It was cloned quite perfectly since such low-level creatures don't require much resource. The stronger the monster, the harder it is to perfectly replicate. Do you understand? What you're holding are mere fakes. Zake's heart shook, instantly understanding many of the things that had puzzled him before. He suppressed his shock and asked, How do you know all this? Natsum Yuka held up 3 fingers, rubbing them together, her face gleaming with cunning. Of course, it's through trade. With those space merchants who know the inside story. Too bad, you don't have the right trading tools or anything they're interested in, so naturally, you won't get these insider secrets. Natsum Yuka put her hands on her hips and resumed her confident posture, looking provocatively at Zeke. So, what now? Little Shark, are you planning to have your friends join forces? A group fight against me? Zeke shook his head. Slowly said, no need for that. Luoya looked at Shark worriedly. Shark. Her Red King power is at least 400,000 tons. And her moves are extremely agile, not clumsy at all. Very tricky. I know. Shark's gaze locked tightly on Natsum Yuka, without any wavering. Natsum Yuka tilted her head, showing a sweet yet dangerous smile. Little Shark, you can be reckless too? Or maybe. Her eyes became sharp. What scheme are you plotting again, trying to cheat and ambush me? Shark shrugged, with a hint of helplessness, and asked back, Yuka-chan, aren't you the same? You love ambushes and surprises the most. We are the same. Natsum Yuka rested her chin as if thinking seriously, then proudly said. Look at what you say. I, Lady Yuka, am a proud Reionics. Always winning with monster versus monster, unless the controller is dishonest. Otherwise I usually won't attack the controller directly, I strictly follow the Reionics rules in battle. Shark looked at this girl, extreme in thought, strange in action, yet claiming to follow rules, and asked in a deep voice. Are you really enjoying the battle between Reionics? Natsum Yuka suddenly lifted her chin, her face glowing with pure and wild light, voice filled with pride. Yes. Battle. Power. Conquest. This is the purest, most fascinating thing. I am a proud Reionics, completely different from weaklings like you who rely on others' power. Shark said no more, slowly raised his battle device, eyes sharp as blades. Enough words. Natsum Yuka, 2 versus 2, decide the winner. Loser obeys. Natsum Yuka was first stunned, then could not help a sneer, followed by a louder, crazier, hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Just you? Little shark. Just your two weak monsters? Who are you looking down on? Little shark, once you attack me, our no attack agreement before is void. Her laughter stopped abruptly, tone instantly like eternal ice, cold and piercing, full of killing intent. I will kill you. Shark's eyes showed no retreat, and said deeply, I will show no mercy either. The cold murderous atmosphere spread, covering the entire base. Shark's eyes sharp as drawn blades, said no more, firmly raised his battle device. Go! Telesdon. Sadra. Battle device activated. Thump. 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 3 crisp and cold electronic sounds rang. The 3 slots of the battle device lit up one by one with glaring yellow light. Click. The cover of the battle device snapped open. First slot, second slot, 2 cards depicting fierce monster images shot out, spinning, flying, accurately brushing over the activation slots at the top of the battle device. Buzz. The monster cards instantly burst with dazzling light. 2 thick beams of light crashed toward the scorched ground below. Accompanied by deafening roars, 2 terrifying giant beasts descended fiercely. At the same time, a flash of sharp light appeared in Shark's eyes, not daring to underestimate. A monster enhancement stone swirling with energy was thrown by him like lightning, turning into a beam of light and entering Telesdon's massive body. Buzz. The stone's energy immediately fused in. Shark thought silently, this was meant for key moments to force evolution, but now there is no choice. Underground monster Telesdon. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 120,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, defense, 1,100, speed, 900. Skills, lava hotline, underground movement, rotating charge. Description, lives below 40,000 meters underground, can move freely under the earth, body extremely dense, skin strong enough to withstand tens of thousands of tons of pressure. Possessing 4 secondary brains, moving swift, life force tenacious. Rock monster Crystal Sadra. Height, 70 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Attack power, 1200, defense, 1200, speed, 900. Skills, demonic mist, stretching pincers, high heat fireball, penetrating ray, lightning ray. Introduction, dozens of joints of the body can freely bend, good at extending arms to attack, the crystals on the body and the giant toothed pincers can release energy attacks. The body surface can emit electronic mist, possessing super senses. On Natsum Yuka's delicate small face, at this moment blooms a demon-like evil strange smile. She raised the battle instrument. Go, Red King. Black King. Tear them apart. 2 blood-like crimson lights roared out from the battle instrument, like meteors falling to the ground, fiercely smashing onto the earth. Skeleton monster Crystal Red King. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 70,000 tons. Attack power, 1500, defense, 1100, speed, 700. Skills, Crimson Storm, Jump Slash, Burst Punch, Borrow Force Throw, Red King Flying Kick. Introduction, a special individual mutated after swallowing Eeyore, a warlike and ferocious monster, called Skeleton Monster because of appearance. Possesses a strong body, proud of powerful arm strength, good at throwing stones and hand-to-hand combat. Bodyguard monster Black King. Height, 65 meters. Weight, 60,000 tons. Attack power, 1200, defense, 1400, speed, 800. Skills, Flame Spray. Introduction, a terrifying monster with huge strength, both arms can lift objects of 300,000 tons, thick skin and tough flesh, can resist high-intensity energy impact with body, can spray tens of thousands degrees high-temperature flames from mouth. Chapter 85 Strong Against Strong Battle. For giant beasts emitting monstrous fierce might, confronting on the scorched earth. Shaq's eyes turned sharp, without the slightest hesitation. Seizing the initiative. Sadra. Demonic Mist. From the gaps of Sadra's body, thick demonic mist surged out like a bursting flood. In an instant covering a large area in a strange white fog where one cannot see fingers. At the same time. Tayleston. Underground dive. Boom. Tayleston's huge body suddenly leapt up, like a giant whale entering the sea, head down feet up, body instantly turning into a high-speed rotating drill. Violet ultra-vibration waves tore the earth, the huge figure quickly sank into underground, leaving only a churning pit. Oomph. Trivial trick. Natsum Yuka was calm, took out a strangely shaped pair of glasses from system space, lightly placing it on her nose bridge. Little shark, you wouldn't think this mere fog can block Lady Yuka's vision, right? The lenses shimmered, the left eye showing a colorful world of infrared thermal imaging, the right eye piercing through the fog with X-ray vision. Red King. Crimson Storm. Black King. Flame Spray. Red King roared, both palms suddenly pushing forward. Boom. A tornado woven from violent crimson lightning, like a roaring crimson evil dragon, fiercely blasted toward the fog area where Sadra was. Black King opened its giant mouth in rage. Whoosh! A massive blazing flame, so hot it twisted light, followed right after the crimson storm. At the moment just before the attack landed. In the depths of the fog, Sadra bent both legs, bursting out astonishing jumping power, body rising into the air, nimbly dodging. Two destructive energy torrents swallowed the place where Sadra originally stood. The earth cracked and melted in wailing. The explosion shockwave lifted dust and smoke. Sadra in the air flipped once, appearing behind Red King and Black King. Both arms opened, that pair of huge and hard giant-toothed pincers fiercely smashing toward the unguarded backs of the two giant beasts. Boom crack. Two dull loud sounds. Blinding sparks exploded on the backs of Red King and Black King. The huge force penetrated the bodies, making the two beasts stagger forward. Ugh! Natsum Yuka's delicate body suddenly shook, stumbling one step, shock appearing on her face. Truly you can make such control. She steadied her body, anger igniting in her eyes, but in close combat, you only have the part of being beaten. Sadra turned around, and both King Red and King Black turned around as well, their eyes meeting. This was Sadra's first battle against two monsters. Yay! King Red charged forward with giant steps, his heavy footsteps shaking the earth. On his right fist, furious energy wildly gathered, preparing to unleash the explosive punch. King Black followed closely behind, his massive claws raised, carrying the force to smash mountains, charging at Sadra. Sadra's giant foot stomped heavily, shattering the ground, leaping up, its enormous body flying backward. Its arms, the massive giant pincers, suddenly extended as it retreated, aiming directly at the snarling faces of King Red and King Black. The two charging beasts had nowhere to dodge. Their short arms couldn't even reach their own long necks, unable to stop the attack. Boom boom. Two explosions sounded. The giant pincers slammed into King Red's face and King Black's nose. Ah! Yuka Summer cried in pain, covering her face, her voice filled with anger. You bastard. You really dared to strike. Shaq's voice came from afar, calmly saying, after all, this is a proper Reionics fight. Yuka-chan, did you expect me to go easy on you? Yuka Summer clenched her small fists, her face slightly twisted with fury, grinding her teeth, staring at Shaq and saying, wait until later, I'll make you kneel and call me mommy. Shaq's fighting spirit surged, I won't lose. King Black once again launched a furious charge, the sound of his footsteps thundering. King Red suddenly changed direction, locking onto a massive rock in the distance, which was as large as a small mountain. Facing King Black, who was charging with raised claws, Sadra turned around and whipped its tail, slamming it against King Black's neck. With a loud crash, King Black fell but immediately rolled and stood up, completely unharmed, continuing his charge, closing the distance and swiping his claws repeatedly. Facing King Black's lightning-fast claws, Sadra seemed to dance on the edge of a knife. Its massive body displayed incredible agility, stepping back with every move, always keeping a razor-thin margin between itself and the deadly claws. At the same time, its retractable giant pincers shot out like poisonous dragons emerging from their den, occasionally stabbing lightning-fast at King Black's relatively vulnerable nose or eye sockets. Bang! Bang! Crash! Fireworks of sparks flashed continuously. Yuka Summer stumbled, almost losing her balance. Stinky shark! Yuka Summer seethed with anger, her voice filled with a frenzied feeling of being mocked. These guys are nothing like the arrogant ones we've faced before. How could I not hit? How could I not hit? Suddenly, King Black flipped over, making space. Yay! Crystal King Red let out a roar that shook the sky. Its muscles bulged as it grabbed the massive boulder, dozens of meters wide, and hurled it at Sadra. The speed was terrifying, the kinetic energy immense. Shaq's eyes were sharp as he ordered sharply, Sadra. Use the high-temperature fireball and lightning rays. Crystal Sadra reacted quickly. Its mouth opened wide, releasing a red-hot fireball that howled out. At the same time, the crystalline protrusions on its shoulders exploded with dazzling electric light, two thick blue lightning rays shooting out faster than expected. Boom! The fireball and lightning rays hit the flying boulder almost simultaneously. With an ear-splitting explosion, the boulder was shattered into pieces, countless fragments scattering like cannonballs. Only a small piece of the rock remained as it flew toward Sadra, which lifted its giant pincers and snapped it in half. At that moment, a thick, pitch-black giant tail shot out from the smoke. Bang! King Black's giant tail struck Sadra hard between its waist and abdomen. The dull impact sound was deafening. Sadra took several steps back. Shaq's body jolted as if struck by an invisible force, but he quickly regained his balance, his breath steady. Then, Sadra leaped up sharply, ignoring King Black, and kicked toward King Red in midair. King Red let out a roar, and also leaped, flying up and performing the Red King flying kick. The two monsters collided in midair. Sparks shone especially bright under the dark sky. Both sides landed steadily, the terrifying weight sending dust flying, the ground shaking violently. Luya looked at Shaq with a different expression, 7 parts admiration, 3 parts longing. Clearly it looks like the other monster is stronger. But he doesn't fall behind. Is it the noble hand technique? She controlled her excitement and said, "It's the first time I've seen you fight, you are so strong." Shaq said lightly, "This is nothing, I haven't used my finishing move yet." Telesdon's underground tunnel was almost finished. Chapter 86, Takedown. Sadra and King Red fought up close, the battle fierce. Sometimes retreating quickly, making sharp wind sounds, sometimes rushing forward, giant jaws ready to strike, piercing fiercely. Every punch of King Red contained terrifying power like mountains collapsing, red lightning flashing on his fists. But Sadra's unimaginable flexibility and speed always narrowly avoided them. The attacks and defenses of the two giant beasts were like storm and rain, too fast to follow, their heavy steps shaking the ground, dust flying. In the Guiyun livestream, the comments ran wild. "I thought Shaq's monster would be used as a punching bag. Why can Sadra fight King Red head-on? You don't understand at all. This movement is perfect, almost never hit. Feels like Sadra is about to become Luffy from Shaq. Some people need to imagine they have countless joints to make a sound boom punch, Sadra can do it naturally. Didn't expect Sadra to be so terrifying, fighting a universe-ripping arm hero back and forth." On the other side, King Black's dark body also exploded with astonishing speed, taking heavy steps, rushing toward the fighting Sadra. Every step left deep pits in the ground. Intending to join the fight, forming a pincer attack. Roar, roar, roar. Crystal King Red was angered by Sadra's slippery moves, letting out a piercing roar. It opened distance, both palms suddenly pushing forward, red electricity converging wildly in its palms. Boom! A destructive storm made of violent red lightning struck Sadra not far away. Sadra reacted just as fast. The crystal-like protrusions on its shoulders suddenly burst with blinding blue-white light. Sizzle! 2 blue lightning beams shot out like 2 hidden giant dragons, racing with the red storm. Crash sha sha! Red and blue, destruction and destruction, 2 unstoppable forces collided in midair. The dazzling light exploded in an instant, like a small sun igniting in the dark world. The deafening explosion rolled over everything, the shockwave lifting dust and stones like waves. The strong light quickly dispersed the gloom, illuminating the twisted mountains and dead trees around, pale as paper. Yuka Natsume twisted her mouth and shouted, "Red King! Black King! Tear it apart!" Following her command, King Red and King Black roared deafeningly at the same time. They stepped steadily, launching a fierce charge at Sadra. The scene was like thousands of horses rushing to break mountains and rivers, the ground shaking violently under their feet, dust lifted high by their fierce winds. Sadra's figure was hazy in the explosion dust, letting out a mocking roar. Seeing the other dare to be arrogant, King Red and King Black increased their charge speed, carrying a violent aura to crush all obstacles. Suddenly, empty. 2 dull thuds erupted without warning. King Red and King Black, running at full speed, their huge bodies suddenly sank. The ground under their feet collapsed like fragile plastic lids. More than half of their bodies seemed swallowed by a huge mouth. Trapped in a huge pit. Dust erupted into the air like a fountain. In the distance, Tayleston shot up from the ground like a massive whale breaking through the waves. A low, triumphant growl rumbled from its throat. Yuka Natsume revealed an unmasked expression of disdain, her voice sharper than before, digging another pit. "Is this all you know, these despicable tricks?" Shaka's voice came through, calm with a hint of mockery. "What's wrong? The mighty Reionics can't even avoid a pit trap." "Humph. Don't get too smug." Natsume gritted her teeth. At the bottom of the pit, King Red and King Black roared with anger and frustration. They wildly swung their thick arms, their sharp claws desperately clawing at the walls of the pit, trying to escape the trap. However, the shape of the pit Tayleston dug was incredibly tricky, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. Every time they exerted force, the walls of the pit only loosened more, causing the earth to collapse even further. The soft earth fell away like quicksand, burying them deeper and deeper. At that critical moment, when the two monsters were struggling fiercely, Sadra moved, its right arm stretching out like a massive serpent. The tip of the arm moved so fast it broke the sound barrier, and the sharp sound of air being split like a whip created a visible cone-shaped shockwave. The giant pincers, with brutal force, struck fiercely at the crystal on King Red's shoulder. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking was painfully loud. The hard crystal shattered instantly into pieces of various sizes under the terrifying strike of the pincers. Almost simultaneously. Boom! Tayleston charged and jumped from afar, its massive body once again turning into a high-speed spinning drill. With wild, super-vibrational shockwaves, it slammed into the other side of King Red's shoulder in the pit. Boom! Another dull explosion sounded as the other crystal shattered in response. Tayleston landed the blow, not pausing for a second, its massive body diving back into the earth, leaving behind only a swirling pit of dirt. At this moment, Sadra's giant pincers, like a steel whip, were just retracting. Natsam's pupils shrank suddenly, panic and fury flashing in her eyes, and she clicked her tongue. They used the same trick again. In the pit, King Black twisted its body violently, its massive jaws opening wide, aiming at Sadra outside the pit. A huge stream of flame erupted from its mouth. The scorching fire streaked across the ground, turning rocks into molten lava as it came. Sadra's reaction was astonishingly fast. With a mighty push of its legs, its huge body leapt high into the air, dodging the direct attack. It landed steadily behind the two beasts. Without the slightest pause, Sadra's steel-like pincers lashed out again. The target was King Red's relatively vulnerable neck in the pit, and the supersonic motion caused the air to scream. "I won't let you get away with it!" Natsam yelled sharply, raising her battle device to recall the monsters. Whoosh! Whoosh! King Red and King Black's massive bodies turned into streaks of light, instantly recalled into the battle device. The giant pincers cracked through the empty air with a violent, explosive sound, stirring up a cloud of dust. Natsam's face showed a brief flash of smug relief, ready to summon the beasts again to escape and counterattack. Boom! The ground nearby suddenly exploded. Tayleston's massive body burst through the earth nearby. The vibration made Natsam lose her balance, nearly falling. Tayleston's claws reached out like a giant bird-catching net, closing in rapidly. Oh no! Natsam could only let out a brief cry before her small body was tightly grasped by the massive claws, the immense force squeezing her so hard she could barely breathe. High above, on Rebase's back, Xia Ke extended a finger, pointing at Natsam, trapped in Tayleston's giant claws, announcing victory, General. Natsam struggled hopelessly a few times in Tayleston's iron-like grip. Her small face turned bright red. "You bastard, let go of me. How dare you attack the controller himself? Who do you think you are, Reionics? Despicable. Shameless. Dirty. How dare you?" Shark's face remained calm, his tone even. "You've already called your monsters back, leaving only yourself on the battlefield. If I don't attack you, should I attack the air? Your two aces were forced to flee, isn't that enough to say you lost?" Yuka Natsam's eyes were full of unwillingness, she screamed in anger, "Let go of me. This doesn't count, we'll duel fairly again." From the moment you chose to call back your monsters and gave up fighting, Shark's voice was clear and strong, emphasizing, "You already lost. Yuka, admit it." Yuka Natsam struggling suddenly froze. She bit her lower lip tightly, the red from her anger fading fast, leaving her face a bit pale. Her proud head drooped weakly, and in her eyes, the flame of anger was replaced by a deep sense of frustration and defeat. She turned her head, not wanting Shark to see her expression, but her slightly trembling shoulders and the quickly reddening, watery eyes revealed the storm inside her. TCH. A barely audible, nasal grunt squeezed from her clenched teeth, full of unwillingness and a hint of resigned defeat. "Fine, you win." Shark leapt from Rebaser's back, landing lightly on the strong metal platform of the fortress. He gestured to Tayleston, signaling it to put Yuka Natsam down. The huge claws loosened, and Yuka Natsam's small body stumbled onto the metal platform, her steps unsteady. She lowered her head, hands gripping the edges of her clothes, knuckles whitening from the force. She had always looked down on Shark's tricky tactics and even more on his two ordinary monsters. Confident in the absolute power of her own monsters, she felt he wasn't worth using any items on. But reality hit her hard. Though she could fight again, in a certain sense, she had lost, completely controlled by her opponent. Shark came in front of Yuka Natsam, who kept her head down, bent slightly, and asked softly, "Remember? The loser must obey the winner." Yuka Natsam raised her head sharply, her eyes burning with pent-up anger, her small face puffed like a hissing cat. "What do you want?" Shark looked at her puffed-up face, his tone slowing a bit. "Play fair, accept the loss. From now on, stay by my side, no more attacking other participants." Yuka Natsam's chest heaved violently, clearly swallowing her anger with difficulty. Shark raised an eyebrow, adding another jab. "You won't refuse, right?" Yuka Natsam glared at Shark, and after a long moment, squeezed out through her teeth, unwillingly, "Fine. I'll do it." Shark reached out and rubbed her head. "That's better." Chapter 87, Beast Suppression. Yuka Natsam closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like frightened butterfly wings. Her delicate brows knitted tightly, then relaxed as if sighing, her small nostrils twitching slightly from the effort. She looked as if she were forcing down a sour lemon, trying to digest the surging frustration and defeat inside her. Above, Rebasar lowered its circling height, its broad wings stirring the heavy air. Lua stood on the giant bird's broad back, blue eyes looking toward Shark, asking, "Shark, next, are we returning to the volcano camp?" Shark nodded, scanning the scorched earth below. "Yes, back to camp to rest." His gaze shifted to Yuka Natsam, still with her head down. "Let's go." Yuka Natsum seemed a little lost in thought. Her body was slightly stiff. For a long time, she had been like a lone hedgehog, never trusting anyone, let alone walking alongside others. Even with teammates who were technically part of the same neon camp, she always kept a distant attitude. At this moment, to blend into this group she had once considered prey, she felt completely lost. Seeing that she didn't respond, Xia Ke directly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Yuka Natsum's petite body trembled suddenly, as if struck by an electric shock, but this stiffness lasted only a brief moment before she forcefully suppressed it, returning to a calm exterior. Xia Ke exerted force with his arm, lifting her lightly, and they landed steadily on the strong back feathers of the labas. Near the volcano camp, a few campfires crackled, dispelling the chill carried by the wind. Everyone sat around, the atmosphere more complex than before, but they had temporarily relaxed their tense nerves. Yuka Natsum stared at the large chunks of meat sizzling and oozing oil, turning golden brown on the fire, and her little mouth opened in surprise. "You caught a double-tail monster and brought it here to eat?" Xia Ke handed her a skewered, fragrant meat. "Try it, it tastes surprisingly good." Yuka Natsum hesitated for a moment but still took it. She carefully took a bite, the crispy exterior and tender interior of the meat melted in her mouth, with a strange sweetness. She chewed and mumbled, "The taste is okay. It's a pity, though, there are no vegetables to go with it. It feels like something is missing." Xia Ke shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. On this island, besides rocks and monsters, we haven't found any edible plants." Leah finished chewing a piece of meat, looked at Xia Ke, and asked, "Xia Ke, the big trouble with Bojiaru is solved. Next, should we continue to split up, each in charge of an area, to speed up the monster clearing?" Xia Ke swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded in agreement. Splitting up is definitely more efficient. But it also increases the risk, making it easier to be attacked by other contestants with bad intentions. If we could send out a public announcement, calling for a temporary truce and working together to clear the monsters. Let's wait until tomorrow. Yuka Natsum, still nibbling on the skewered meat, mumbled with a mouthful, "Tomorrow is the 5th day, and there will be an auction. The system should announce it then." "An auction?" Xia Ke and the others all turned to look at her, puzzled. Yuka Natsum nodded, swallowed her food, and explained, "Yes. At the auction, you can directly bid for powerful monsters using E-Oregon. It's an event the space merchants have been preparing for a while." Xia Ke looked at her in surprise. "You can even get this kind of inside information?" Yuka Natsum raised her chin proudly, saying, "As long as you're willing to spend money, those space merchants aren't so tight-lipped. Information is just about how much you're willing to pay for it." Xia Ke sighed. "Looks like I really shouldn't underestimate your network of information." Upon hearing this, Yuka Natsum's small sense of pride instantly grew bigger, as she puffed out her chest and said smugly, "Humph. Of course. Without me, Yuka-sama, you guys are just a bunch of fools wandering around the island, knowing nothing." Serponia put down the water bottle in her hand, and her silver-gray eyes seemed to be deep in thought. "Eeyore. I wanted to ask this before with the space merchants, but where exactly do you get this trading currency?" Fisher furrowed his brows, his tone puzzled. "Yeah, I have no idea how to get it. Those space people won't say anything. Who even decided to use this stone as currency?" Leah couldn't help but sigh lightly, with a touch of helplessness. "So far, I haven't found anything like that on the island either." Xia Ke's gaze fell back on Yuka Natsum, deep in thought. If that's the case, the auction tomorrow probably won't have too many participants. After all, not everyone has money. Yuka Natsum shrugged, indifferent. "We'll see when the time comes. But looking at you like this, are you planning to have all the participants stop fighting and just survive until the end of the battlefield?" "Yes," Xia Ke calmly admitted, "because I realized that we don't really need to fight to the death." Xia Muyo's delicate brows furrowed again, her eyes filled with doubt. "Really? Are you sure? This so-called national fate battlefield, no matter how you look at it, seems like a trap set by the Librando aliens. In your Xia country, isn't there a technique called raising insects? You lock a bunch of poisonous insects together, and only one survives in the end. I think it will definitely turn into such a situation." Xia Ke shook his head, his gaze deep. "Did you come to this conclusion after watching the special effects drama Giant Monster Combat?" "Yes." Xia Muyo raised her voice slightly and said, "Isn't the story exactly like that? A group of people think if you win in the end, you will gain the power to rule the universe, and under the drive of greed, they kill each other. In such an environment, if you don't fight, you'll be killed by other Reionics. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself, pushing yourself to death." Xia Ke's voice was calm but powerful as he replied. "But in the story, there were also Reionics who chose to quit the battle. The ending of the story was that people fought side by side, ultimately breaking Librando's conspiracy. You can't possibly not know that the so-called win in the end will ultimately only become the container for Librando's resurrection, right?" Xia Muyo's expression froze slightly, her eyes flickering for a moment. She shifted her gaze, her voice suddenly lowering, avoiding the question. About this, I can talk to you privately later. For now, let's just eat first. She picked up a meat skewer and took a big bite, as if trying to silence herself. Xia Ke glanced at her but didn't press the issue, following her lead. Alright, focus on eating. We still have to form teams to clear the monsters this afternoon. Saponia elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth and asked, how are you all dividing the teams? Luya explained, basically, we still act according to the national teams. But we will divide a whole area in advance, and each will clear a portion. If an emergency or strong enemy arises, we can support each other in time. Saponia raised an eyebrow, so it seems I will still be fighting alone? At this moment, Isabella raised her hand, her voice not loud. I'm alone too. Miss Serponia, should we team up? She had originally wanted to avoid the battle and survive, but because of the guilt she felt from the earlier attack on Xia Ke's stronghold, she chose to stay and help until the end. Serponia sized up Isabella and nodded slightly. Alright. In the afternoon, everyone began a carpet-style search and clearing according to the designated team areas. The dense jungle, rugged valleys, and deep caverns all left their footprints. Facing the vicious, aggressive wild monsters, no one here would feel unnecessary sympathy. If they were transported to Earth, the disaster they would bring would be immense. Of course, not everyone understood this. In the livestream comments, occasionally there were some glaring remarks, protesting the extermination of the monsters, claiming they were innocent, even hurling vicious insults at the participants. But more people, watching the terrifying giant beasts on the screen, each towering dozens of meters tall, spitting flames or releasing poisonous mists, felt a chill down their spines, sincerely hoping they would never enter their lives. On the way, they also encountered several unfamiliar teams of participants. Some avoided them from afar, peacefully going their separate ways. Others attempted to launch attacks, trying to steal points. But with everyone's quick and forceful support, those attackers soon realized the situation and either retreated in embarrassment or were forced to behave under the overwhelming pressure of power, even being asked to join the monster-clearing ranks. Xia Ke and Natsum Yuka were patrolling along a rugged coastline. The salty sea breeze carried a damp chill, slapping against the black rocks and stirring up white foam. The sky was still covered by thick black clouds, and the sea presented a heavy, leaden gray. Suddenly, a calm yet slightly serious voice came through Shaq's earpiece. Shaq, are you available for a call? The text translation results are in. Xia Ke immediately pressed the communication button, his voice steady. Go ahead. Park Bo Jae's voice continued, the inscriptions in the underwater temple are mostly about a ritual and praise for a god. The name of this supreme god, repeated several times, when transliterated, is probably Katanasoa. Katanasoa? Shaq repeated the strange, ominous name, his brow furrowing deeply. A chill silently crept up his spine. This name doesn't sound like a benevolent god. Chapter 88, Beach Dialogue. Park Bo Jae's voice came through the communicator, revealing a trace of the calm typical of a researcher. From the content we've decoded so far, it doesn't seem to be anything extraordinary. There are many such ancient god worship relics on Earth, mostly just products of primitive beliefs. Shaq gazed at the lead gray sea, nodding slightly. Yeah, it does sound like just a small accidental discovery. It doesn't seem to have much direct connection with the current battlefield. Park Bo Jae paused for a moment, as if sorting out his thoughts, then asked, are you mostly focused on clearing the monsters now? Yes, Shaq answered crisply. Once the battle is over, these creatures will be randomly teleported to Earth. We need to eliminate as many potential threats as possible right now. Park Bo Jae said, we're also doing our best to clear the monsters in the sea, but some massive underwater creatures haven't triggered any system alerts. We're not sure if they're classified as monsters, so we haven't acted recklessly. Shaq reminded him, the underwater environment is far more dangerous than land. You must be extra careful. Park Bo Jae responded calmly, understood. You be careful on land as well. The communication cut off, and the salty breeze hit Shaq's face. Natsum Yuka seemed interested and asked, did your friend find Katanasoa under the sea? Shaq shook his head. To be precise, they discovered a temple dedicated to it, a relic of an ancient civilization. And Katanasoa is just a transliteration based on pronunciation by Park Bo Jae, we still don't know what it really is. Natsum Yuka pouted, a bit disappointed. I see, I thought it was Katanjir. I got excited for nothing. Shaq's gaze swept over the distant jagged black rocks and the oppressive sky. This island is getting stranger and stranger. Natsum Yuka kicked a small stone by her foot, her tone carrying a familiar indifference. This island was modified by those aliens, designed for us humans to fight. It's normal for it to be strange. Shaq fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, last night, I flew a saucer to scout from high up. I found that the entire island, along with the vast sea area shown on our map, is covered by a massive, invisible energy dome. There's no way to fly out. Natsum Yuka raised an eyebrow, a trace of realization flashing across her face. Sounds like they're afraid participants might try to escape this coliseum. Shaq's voice grew low as he continued, because of that energy dome, the darkness above us doesn't actually cover the entire planet. It's something else. If the organizers want, they can trap us here anytime. Natsum Yuka crossed her arms, a cold gleam in her eyes. So, maybe my theory wasn't wrong after all? In the end, we will still have to fight each other, and there will be only one winner. They continued walking along the coastline, with rough sand and gravel beneath their feet, and the sound of relentless waves in their ears. Xia Ke sighed and turned to look at her. If that's the case, then we should unite and fight back, shouldn't we? Yuko-chan. He paused for a moment, then continued, You're not the kind of person who would quietly let others control you, right? Natsum Yuka was pierced to the heart by these direct words, and her steps came to an abrupt halt. She quickly brought up the system panel, her fingers moving swiftly, closing the national livestream's camera. Then, she looked at Xia Ke, her tone losing its usual liveliness. Turn off the livestream, then I'll talk to you. Xia Ke felt no problem with that and also turned off his livestream. All done. Seems like you really don't want anyone to peek into your true thoughts. Natsum Yuka snorted, of course not. Xia Ke looked at her with a calm tone. Now, are you planning to share your real thoughts? Natsum Yuka didn't answer immediately. She stared at the rolling waves, silent for a few seconds, before slowly speaking, her voice carrying a weight that didn't match her age. You should have never thought of giving up the power you've gained, right? Xia Ke nodded honestly. That's true. Having a sword and not having one is two different things. Natsum Yuka sighed lightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Looking at your attitude, it seems like you think having it is good, but not having it is fine. It's really enviable how calm you are. Xia Ke smiled. You figured that out, huh? You're quite sharp, little girl. I'm different from you. Natsum Yuka's voice suddenly became firm, even stubborn. I need this power no matter what. Xia Ke's voice was soft, yet it was like a key, slipping into the lock of her heart. Is it because you're afraid of being trapped again by that suffocating environment when you return to Earth? From Natsum Yuka's previous radical remarks, it was clear she deeply hated society and had accumulated quite a bit of negative energy. This showed that she indeed lived in a terrible environment. Natsum Yuka suddenly turned her head, seemingly not wanting Xia Ke to see her current expression. She took a step forward, walking ahead, her voice carried away by the sea breeze. If people want to break free from their constraints, they need power, it's only natural. Xia Ke followed her steps, walking side by side. However, Yuka-chan, you went a little too far. The score on your leaderboard really is surprising. Natsum Yuka did not stop walking and retorted, your score isn't low either. What gives you the right to criticize me? Can't help it, Xia Ke's voice carried a hint of helplessness. I never go easy on my enemies. See, Natsum Yuka's lips curled up in a slightly mocking smile. You and I aren't so different, are we? Yeah, Yuka-chan, Xia Ke admitted freely, his gaze falling on her youthful yet stubborn profile, and said seriously. We're not much different. At the beginning, after I was attacked, I also assumed this was a brutal survival game, and afterward, I started ambushing others. Natsum Yuka suddenly turned her head to look at him, surprise flashing in her eyes, then she snorted, then you have no right to stand here and lecture me. But, Xia Ke's voice softened, carrying a tone of advice, it's important to pull back when you realize things might not be what we imagined, Yuka-chan. Natsum Yuka turned her head back, looking ahead, her lips slightly pouting, her voice somewhat reluctant. Yes, I got it. I won't attack others first from now on, is that good? Happy now? Xia Ke didn't mind her tone, continuing, if the mastermind's goal is truly to see us kill each other like wild beasts, then we should unite and resist even more, right? Natsum Yuka slowed her steps, hugging her arms, her voice muffled, carrying a deep-rooted sense of alienation. I don't trust anyone. Shake asked again, why? Because between people, it's simply impossible to truly understand each other. Natsum Yuka's tone was resolute, almost obsessively certain, all trust, in the end, will turn into chips for betrayal. Shake looked at her tense profile, slowing his voice. I don't think so. Yuka-chan, maybe you just had bad luck before, met the wrong people. Try a bit more, give yourself and others a chance, okay? Natsum Yuka suddenly stopped, turned around, her eyes fixed straight on Shake, her mouth twitching. Humph, sounds so nice. You want to trick Lady Yuka into trusting you, then find a chance to stab me in the back, right? Shake met her gaze, eyes open and honest, unflinching. Normally, I'm not interested in stabbing anyone behind their back. Natsum Yuka's face instantly showed a mix of disgust and disbelief, her nose wrinkled. You don't even bother lying. What do you mean by normally? Deep down, you'd still do it if you had to? Natsum Yuka's eyes twitched slightly. Shake looked at her, her profile stubborn yet fragile in the dim light, and asked softly. You don't really think you can fight alone all the way and get the ending you want, do you? Natsum Yuka tilted her head slightly, eyes sideways at Shake, a trace of scorn at the corner of her mouth. You mean to use others more, right? Use others? Shake was stumped by her blunt question, a little confused. I guess that makes sense? Hiss, no, right? Natsum Yuka looked at him, her small chin slightly raised, carrying a sense of I see through you. Just like you now, aren't you using everyone to reach your goal? Helping you against Bagaru, clearing monsters, keeping this fragile peace. Shake was silent for a few seconds, finally sighing lightly, his shoulders drooping a bit. Maybe that's true. He turned his head, eyes landing on Yuka's bright eyes even in the night, his voice lowering. So, Yuka-chan, let's use each other. At least this way. He paused, voice gentle, you won't have to be alone anymore. Natsum Yuka froze. Her eyes, usually sly or cold, widened slightly, long lashes trembling. She seemed to seriously think about Shake's words, her small lips pressed together, then, without warning. Put. A clear laugh broke the silence. Then the laugh burst like a dam breaking, turning into uncontrollable, breathless laughter. Ha ha ha. What's wrong with you? She bent over laughing, one hand on her stomach, the other hitting a nearby rock unconsciously. My stomach hurts from laughing, tch cough, this. The laughter slowly became sobbing gasps, her shoulders rising and falling slightly. This is so unfair. Her nose felt a bit sore. Shake looked at her, surprised, noticing a fleeting glimmer of moisture on her cheek. He instinctively moved a little closer. Are you crying? Natsum Yuka quickly raised her hand, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, a childish panic in her motion. She sniffed, didn't answer Shake, just kept her head down, voice muffled, pretending calm. Oh okay. She lifted her head, eyes veiled in the night like mist, yet trying to look at Shake, her tone carrying a hint of relief. Let's use each other. Chapter 89, Nightmare. A little later, the group, who had been out hunting monsters, returned to the camp one by one. A simple dinner, still the hard, dry bread, bland water, and sizzling roasted meat. Afterwards, the tired group was able to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation. Thanks to the geothermal heat from the active volcano, there were several natural hot spring pools on the nearby hillside. The girls quickly gathered together, wrapped in towels they had found at the base, happily stepping into the steaming water. The mist surrounded them, blurring their figures and blocking out the chill and tension from the outside. At this time, the live stream camera from the National Survival broadcast would automatically turn off, as its duty was mainly to record survival in battle. Shaq and another male member of the team, Kai from the American team, chose a more distant and secluded hot spring pool. The two weren't very familiar with each other, silently soaking in the warm water, with only the sound of flowing water and the faint sounds of the girls' laughter coming from afar. Kai looked at Shaq, who was resting with his eyes closed a few meters away, feeling that the silence was a bit awkward. He decided to start a conversation. Mr. Shaq, do you think we can really live to the end like this, peacefully? Shaq still had his eyes closed, his body relaxed against the smooth stone wall. His voice was lazy, hard to say. Take it one step at a time. Kai couldn't help but ask again, aren't you worried? About that, Shaq slightly opened his eyes and glanced at him. Worrying won't help, right? If Mr. Kai is truly afraid of accidents, why not just quit the National Survival battlefield? Over at Luya's place, there should be enough penalty cards to offset any damage, right? Kai fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. I want to stay till the end, to witness the result of this National Survival battlefield. Shaq casually asked, is it because you can't let go of the power brought by the monsters? No. Kai immediately shook his head, his tone serious. I have no intention of joining the fight. My points, they were all because Luya gave me the opportunity to occupy the base. He paused for a moment, his voice becoming quieter. Luya said, if she accidentally dies, she hopes I can use the penalty card to prevent the people from being harmed by her failure. Shaq was slightly moved. Luya, she really is kind. He pondered for a moment before changing the subject. Speaking of Luya, Kai, do you know anything about her? Want to share? Kai seemed a bit hesitant, shaking his head. I think you'd be better off asking her directly about these things. We don't communicate much, so I don't know much. I see. Shaq responded, having just casually asked. If they couldn't talk, it didn't matter. He closed his eyes again, enjoying the rare relaxation. At that moment, a crisp and slightly teasing female voice suddenly rang out, startling both men who had been dozing off in the water. Luya is actually quite mysterious. They saw Yuka Natsum, wrapped in a white towel, with long hair casually tied up behind her, revealing her slender neck. She was holding a plastic basin, inside which were towels, rubber bands, bath balls, and various personal hygiene products. Without caring about them, she stepped into the water, the warm spring water instantly covering her pale legs. The petite girl comfortably squinted her eyes, like a cat finding a warm nest, and walked straight over to sit next to Shaq. Shaq was a bit surprised. You scared me. What are you doing here? Aren't the ladies over there? He pointed toward the distance where the mist was thicker, and faint laughter could be heard. Yuka Natsum placed the basin on the smooth stone beside her and slowly sank into the water, only her shoulders and delicate collarbone visible. She sighed comfortably, turned her head, and her clear eyes stood out in the misty water vapor. I didn't feel comfortable over there. Shaq looked at her face, slightly reddened from the steam, and he helplessly shrugged. All right, whatever you say. Natsum Yuka picked up a towel, soaked it, wrung it out, and draped it over her neck. Then she turned to look at Shaker, a hint of gossip in her eyes. Were you asking about Lucia earlier? As for her, even the viewers in my live chat don't know anything. There's nothing about her online, she's as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Shaker showed some interest. She said she's a soldier, maybe her identity needs to be kept secret, so no information can be found? It's not that simple. Natsum Yuka shook her head. In this information age, everyone leaves some sort of trace online. Remember, little shark, I even know which websites you've visited. A sly smile curled at the corner of her lips. Shaker pondered for a moment. So, Lucia really is mysterious. I should gossip with her someday. Natsum Yuka didn't respond. She relaxed her body and sank into the water, leaving only her head exposed. She sighed contentedly. Ah. Although the base is well equipped, soaking in an outdoor hot spring like this, it feels kind of refreshing. She slightly tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and tiny water droplets clung to her long eyelashes. My bones feel all soft. Take your time and enjoy. Shaker also closed his eyes, savoring the comforting warmth of the water enveloping his body. The night grew deep, and the camp quieted down. The so-called shelter was a simple hut made from mud, stones, and nearby felled trees, just enough to block the wind and rain. Luckily, everyone's system storage contained comfortable large beds they had obtained from the base, so sleeping wasn't uncomfortable. Shaker walked into an empty hut. He had just pulled out a soft bed from his system space and placed it on the ground when Natsum Yuka entered, holding her pillow and following like a little tail. Shaker looked at her. You want to sleep in the same room with me? Natsum Yuka replied confidently. Didn't you say you wanted me to stay with you the whole time? She was clearly here to tease, but she tilted her head, wearing an innocent and carefree smile. Shaker looked at her I'm going to do it my way expression, helplessly shaking his head. You always insist on things for no reason. He didn't say more, undressed, and lay down on the bed in his underwear, pulling the blanket over himself. Good night. He thought Natsum Yuka would pull out her own bed. However, just as he closed his eyes, he felt the mattress beside him sink, and a warm, fresh-scented little body, after bathing, slipped into his blanket, lying closely beside him. Shaker quickly turned around, looking at Natsum Yuka who was inches away, confused. What are you thinking? Natsum Yuka pulled the blanket up to her chin, her voice soft. I didn't bring a bed, so I'm squeezing with you. Shaker obviously didn't believe it. Is that so? Don't ask. Natsum Yuka turned her head, giving him the back of her head, an expression of refusal to engage. Shaker looked at her stubborn and playful attitude, too lazy to argue more. He sighed. All right, good night. After saying that, he turned his back again, closing his eyes to sleep. But Natsum Yuka, surprised, turned her head back, looking at Shaker's broad back, muttering softly, You really are full of surprises. She paused, her tone playful and slightly probing. If you were a Japanese, I wouldn't believe you could resist. Or could it be that you are impotent? Or maybe gay? Shaker was irritated by her blunt words, and in a low voice, he replied sharply. What are you thinking all day long? First of all, I'm perfectly normal. Secondly, I wouldn't have such thoughts about a kid. But Natsum Yuka didn't let up, her voice carrying deliberate provocation. Aren't all men like that? Just a little bit of temptation, and their lower half takes over, unleashing wild instincts. As she spoke, she deliberately scooted closer to Shaker. Shaker's body stiffened, his brows furrowing. So? Do you think you're seducing me? Yuka Natsum giggled and said, How can you see a person clearly if you don't look up close? But I suspect you're just pure coward. Shark sighed, If you keep talking nonsense, just go out. Yuka Natsum's voice softened. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Good night, little shark. After speaking, she turned her back and curled herself into a small ball. Night deepened gradually. After who knows how long, Shark, in his sleep, frowned tightly, fine cold sweat forming on his forehead. He fell into a bizarre and strange dream. An ancient and huge temple stood on the desolate land, black smoke thick as ink rose above it, quickly swallowing the sky. An indescribable, maddening whisper came from deep inside the temple, like countless tiny bugs gnawing at his nerves, making his head ache unbearably. The surrounding darkness seemed alive, surging with invisible, malevolent whirlpools of energy. Suddenly, that energy took shape, turning into giant reptiles with lizard-like limbs and terrifying faces. Their posture was unlike any animal Shark had ever seen. The monsters gave off a disgusting, hateful aura, approaching him step by step. Damn! Shark woke up abruptly, heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath and instinctively looked beside him. Yuka Natsum seemed to be sleeping very restlessly too. She curled up, frowning tightly, tiny beads of sweat on her face, lips slightly moving as if silently muttering something, her body occasionally twitching involuntarily. Shark sat up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the sky outside still covered by black clouds, and murmured, "Why did I have such a strange dream?" Chapter 90 Auction. National Fortune Battlefield, Day 5. At dawn, outside the shed, the darkness still could not be dispersed, as if eternal night had come. Yuka Natsum was woken by a soft rustling, frowning her delicate brows in discomfort, long eyelashes fluttering a few times before barely opening her eyes. Her eyes were misted with moisture, heavy with deep fatigue. Her head felt as if filled with lead, spirit sluggish and weak. She looked at Shark, already fully dressed, staring at the dark outside the window, and her voice was hoarse with just woken complaint. "Shark, what did you do to me last night? My body feels so uncomfortable, my head is so heavy." Hearing this, Shark turned his head, gave her a sharp look, and said, "Don't blame everything on me. I also feel terrible, had a messy nightmare all night, couldn't sleep at all." Only then did Yuka Natsum slowly sit up from the warm quilt, rubbing her sleepy eyes like a lazy cat. She yawned slightly, took her coat from the system space, and put it on leisurely, buttoning while muttering softly. "So it was a nightmare. I thought you took advantage of me while I slept." She spoke, deliberately glancing at Shark from the corner of her eye. Shark was dumbfounded by her random words, clicking his tongue, his tone helpless. "You little devil, can your thoughts be a little purer? What are you always thinking about?" Yuka Natsum had finished changing, sitting on the bed edge, tidying her messy hair, tying it into twin tails with hairbands, while giving examples to argue back. "One of my classmates, she was fairly gentle, but couldn't stand family violence, ran away, slept on the streets. Later, a man kindly took her in, the price being using her as a venting tool. Later on, a normal person slowly turned into someone doing compensated dating. Oh, and there are quite a few girls around me doing daddy activities too." She shrugged, eyes flashing a coldness not matching her age. Various cases prove that males, as a species, are easily dominated by the lower half of their bodies when it comes to thinking. Xia Ke furrowed his brow, his tone filled with unabashed disgust. "The people of Neon are really beyond saving, they're just perverted now." Natsum Yuka stepped in front of Xia Ke, lifting her small face to ask back, "Isn't it the same in your Xia country?" "Only a few," Xia Ke said, "such things cannot be seen in public. If exposed to the sun, they must die." "A few?" Natsum Yuka snickered, raising a slender finger to emphasize, "I've heard of a theory. Your Xia country has 1.4 billion people, and the so-called few, multiplied by the base number, the quantity is still quite astonishing." Xia Ke looked at her no expression, too lazy to argue further. "Maybe you're right. But at least, I'm not that kind of person." Natsum Yuka suddenly stopped arguing. She stretched lazily, her slender waist forming a graceful arc, letting out a long as though she was trying to release all the fatigue and discomfort from her body. Her spirit seemed to revive a little. She wore her signature smile, one that carried a hint of cunning, and leaned closer to Xia Ke, her eyes sparkling brightly. "Little Shark, is this how you plan to be a virgin for life?" Xia Ke was in the middle of packing the bed back into the system space. Upon hearing her, his movements halted for a moment. He coldly asked back, "And what of it?" Natsum Yuka seemed to have discovered something amusing and giggled. "In Neon, people like you get bullied." "Why?" Xia Ke was confused. "Because if you're still a virgin," Natsum Yuka counted on her fingers, explaining in a tone as if it were obvious, "people around you will think you're unpopular, unappealing, and downright pathetic. Then they'll ignore you, exclude you, even bully you. So in our place, many students attend those social events, specifically looking for strangers to use up their first time." She tilted her head, watching Xia Ke's face filled with disbelief, then grinned and asked, "Doesn't it sound absurd?" Xia Ke frowned, unable to help but comment, "The mentality is really twisted." Natsum Yuka's smile faded slightly, and she sighed lightly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Yeah. I'm just incompatible with those people, that's why I get oppressed." She lifted her head, her eyes reignited with fire, a kind of almost obsessive determination in them. "So, little Shark, I'm going to survive till the end no matter what. I'm going to take this power and knock out everyone who bullied me." Xia Ke looked at the fire burning in her eyes, paused for a moment, and finally just nodded. "Then try to live till the end." The group left the humble shack and sat in a circle in the open area in the center of the camp. Everyone took out folding stools from their system space, took out bread, water, and last night's leftover roasted meat, starting to enjoy a simple breakfast. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, as the nightmare from last night seemed to haunt many. Suddenly, the system prompt rang in every contestant's mind, and at the same time, a system panel popped up in front of them. Announcement. The monster auction is about to take place. The auction location has been marked on the map. Currency E-ore is being distributed. Ding, 2,000 grams of E-ore have been distributed to your system space. Within the auction event zone, all combat actions are prohibited. Violators will be directly eliminated. Please ensure to enter the venue within 5 hours, holding a combat instrument. Everyone froze, their chewing halted, and they exchanged looks. Xia Ke took a sip of water, suppressing his surprise. Looks like everyone really has been invited with a ticket included. Luoya's blue eyes lit up, a hint of excitement in her voice. This is a perfect opportunity for us to send a declaration of unity to everyone. Xia Ke nodded in agreement. The blindfolded nun, Adonia, gave a slight nod. The voice was calm. Although my battle device is full, I will still go support your action. Fiscal immediately stood up, her eyes full of loyalty. I will follow the boss closely. Angela yawned a big, bored yawn, rubbed her eyes, her tone a little helpless. Both teammates are going, what can I say? The others also agreed to go one after another. Luoya immediately summoned Rebasar. The golden giant bird spread its wide wings, shining in the dim light. Everyone jumped onto its broad back one by one. 1 hour later, they arrived at the auction location marked on the map. The scene in front of them made everyone unable to help but exclaim. A huge spaceship, like a mountain of steel, quietly docked on the wasteland. It was completely covered by a huge energy shield that gave off soft light. The spaceship itself looked more like a magnificent city from the future, with countless buildings and passages stacked layer upon layer. Countless windows showed warm or cold light, in the endless dark background, like a dazzling lonely island, shining brightly. Some monsters attracted by the light wandered anxiously outside the energy shield, roaring, but could not shake the seemingly weak barrier at all. Land! Luoya understood, controlling Rebasar to land on the open space outside the light shield. Everyone jumped off the bird's back. Luoya recalled Rebasar to the battle device. She took a deep breath and walked first toward the light shield, raised her battle device, and the shield rippled like water, opening an entrance. She stepped in. The others followed, holding their battle devices like passes, passing through the shield one by one. Inside the shield, they truly felt the vastness of the spaceship. They walked along a metal passage wide enough for monsters to pass for a long distance before reaching an entrance like the mouth of a deep abyss. A super huge elevator waited for them. Stepping inside, the elevator rose silently and smoothly. Through the transparent walls they could see the complex, brightly lit interior of the spaceship. Finally, the elevator stopped. Before them was an extremely wide, futuristic hall. Many alien receptionists of various shapes moved about. Some looked like insects with shells, some like humanoid squids, some like big rats, with all kinds of strange postures, but all wore uniform clothes and moved efficiently. Guided by an alien receptionist who looked like wearing a silver helmet, they passed through the busy passages and arrived at the auction hall. The huge circular stands, like an ancient Roman Colosseum, stacked up, and in the center was a floating display platform. They were guided to sit in a relatively front area. The soft seats hugged them comfortably, completely different from the simple outside wasteland. Yuka Natsume's eyes scanned the busy auction hall and suddenly fixed on one direction, her face instantly lighting up with a bright smile. She walked over and greeted calmly, "Hey! Mio-chan. Long time no see, how have you been?" Chapter 91 Monster Arena. Mio-chan, whom Yuka Natsume mentioned, had neat black short hair, fluffy and smooth bangs, and a sharp but gentle face. Her gaze was lazy and calm, ignoring the surrounding noise, her features delicate and three-dimensional. A blue collar with a metal pendant hung around her neck, her nails were deep blue, cold and elegant with a hint of rebellion. Her body curves were graceful, wearing a sexy black short off-shoulder top, boldly showing a slender waist and abdomen. Over it, she casually wore a loose light-colored jacket, and below, high-waisted jeans outlined her long legs. Jinbo Mio turned her head when she heard the sound. Those lazy eyes looked at Natsume Yuka, her voice calm without waves. "Natsume Yuka, you also came." Natsume Yuka tilted her head, smiling as she looked her up and down. "Mio-chan, why do you look so lifeless? Did you not sleep well last night?" Jinbo Mio lightly sighed, her voice carrying a trace of tiredness. "Was chased and killed by 2 disgusting cold country uncles for a long time off, plus last night full of nightmares. My mind and strength are exhausted." She rubbed her brow, the movement carrying some fatigue. Natsume Yuka immediately puffed up her small chest, looking like angry that iron cannot become steel. "That is all because you are not fierce enough. If your fighting determination can be a bit higher, your monster will naturally help you solve all problems." Jinbo Mio glanced at her, her tone carrying a bit of light sorrow. "Not everyone is as crazy as you." Natsume Yuka proudly lifted her chin. "This is called high fighting spirit." Jinbo Mio's gaze passed over Natsume Yuka, landing on the group behind her, her tone mixed with a trace of surprise. "You seem to have come together with them?" Natsume Yuka immediately nodded with a grin. "Mio's senses are very sharp, huh?" Jinbo Mio looked at Natsume Yuka's matter-of-fact look, letting out a very light laugh. "Hey you this fellow, really lucky you can still find companions." She paused, her voice lowered a bit. "What? Finally willing to try to trust others?" Natsume Yuka shrugged, answering in a vague tone, "Who knows?" Jinbo Mio took out a pair of earphones and put them on, closing her eyes and lying on the seat, saying, "I want to rest for a while, not talking anymore." Natsume Yuka smacked her lips. "Alright then. After speaking, she turned around and hopped back to Xia Ke and the others. Xia Ke and the others had already found a row of seats and sat down. When Natsum Yuka came back and looked, she found that the seat on Xia Ke's left was taken by Luya, and the seat on the right was occupied by Fiscal. Her small eyebrows immediately frowned in dissatisfaction, like a cat whose territory was stolen. She first walked to Luya's side, piling up a sweet smile on her face. Her voice also softened. "Luya dear, can you move a seat for me? I want to sit next to little Shark." Luya raised her head, her beautiful eyes curved like a crescent moon, returning an extremely gentle, flawless smile. "There are still many seats, girl. Look over there, all very spacious." Her voice was gentle like water, but Natsum Yuka sharply read the 4 big words, "Don't even think about it," under that smile. Natsum Yuka hit a soft nail, immediately turning to the right side's Fiscal. She looked at this German woman who was much taller than herself, smiling brightly. "Miss Fiscal, can you give this seat to me?" Fiscal sat straight. Hearing this, she immediately turned her head, her tone firm and loud. "First come first served. This is the rule." Xia Ke looked at this small seat battle, helplessly rubbing his forehead. All right, it is very spacious here, there are many empty seats, sitting anywhere is the same." Natsum Yuka looked left and right, her gaze sweeping over the row of empty seats behind Xia Ke. It was indeed very spacious, the space between seats was very large. Her eyes rolled, suddenly showing a crafty smile. Under the shocked eyes of Xia Ke and the others around, she lightly turned once, then directly sat onto Xia Ke's lap. Xia Ke was caught off guard, his body suddenly stiffened. "You child, what are you doing?" Natsum Yuka, however, seemed to find a comfortable throne, smiling as she adjusted her posture on his lap, her face full of pride. "I see this place is also very spacious." Fiscal's eyes instantly widened round, her mouth slightly open, clearly stunned by Natsum Yuka's bold action. She looked at Natsum Yuka sitting comfortably on Xia Ke's lap, a trace of struggle flashed on her face, then as if she made some kind of decision. The voice carried a hint of urgency as it spoke to Yuka Natsum. "Yuka Natsum, let's change seats. You sit here with me." Yuka Natsum turned her head, made a playful face at Fiscal, and giggled as she refused. "No way." Shark could only feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. He sighed helplessly, his head hurting even more. "Spare me." He glanced at the slightly uneasy Fiscal beside him and added, "Also, Fiscal, if you sit over here." He gestured at Fiscal's impressive height. "I really won't be able to see anything." Fiscal's face instantly flushed red, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her fingers unconsciously twisting her clothes. Her height of 1.9 meters had become her biggest trouble at this moment. She couldn't help but think, "I wish I weren't so tall." Shark changed the topic and asked Yuka Natsum, "Just now was that your teammate from Neon Country?" Yuka Natsum relaxed against Shark's chest like a cat finding a warm stove and lazily answered, "Yes, her name is Tsunami Mio, 2 years older than me." Shark asked, "Tsunami Mio, didn't you say you two don't really agree on ideas?" Yuka Natsum nodded. She is the type to avoid fights. If she can hide, she hides, if she can run, she runs, she only acts when absolutely necessary. Shark was a little surprised, but I saw her points aren't low. "That's because there are always blind fools provoking her," Yuka Natsum pouted. "When forced, she will fight back. But when she does, she is really fierce." "I see," Shark thought, "she is quite a unique girl." Yuka Natsum suddenly lifted her small face to look closely at Shark. "By the way, you only have 2 monsters now, right? Tayleston and Sadra?" Shark nodded. "Yes." Yuka Natsum asked curiously, "Didn't you find a monster you liked?" Shark spoke bluntly, a hint of hope in his eyes. "I want Jiden." Yuka Natsum's eyes lit up. "Maybe this auction will have one." "What about you?" Shark asked, "Have you caught your 3rd monster?" "Not yet." Yuka Natsum shook her head, a picky look on her face. "I only want powerful ones. Ordinary weaklings can't catch Lady Yuka's eye." Shark, half joking, half serious, looked at her. "Then if Jiden appears later, you won't compete with me, right?" Yuka Natsum immediately gave a sly smile. "Highest bidder wins, little Shark. That's the auction rule." At that moment, on the central high stage of the auction hall, a strangely shaped 3-faced monster named Data appeared. It scanned the crowd, saw dozens of people, and one face leaned close to the floating microphone, saying, "Welcome to all honorable Reionics and travelers, to participate in this grand monster auction. The official start of the auction is still 4 hours away. Before that, to warm up, we will hold an amazing giant monster arena battle below. Some of the monsters appearing in this auction will fight one-on-one, until one side is completely down and cannot rise again. All Reionics can bet with these stones. Pick the monster you support. If you win, you get 10 times the return. Rare chance, don't miss it." Shark's eyes turned to the huge circular arena below. The mud glowed coldly, surrounded by towering energy barriers, truly a wild and primal fighting ground. "Oh ho," he raised an eyebrow, "there's also an extra show." Lua looked at the icy arena below, a trace of disgust in her eyes, her brows furrowed. "These aliens really have a twisted taste. I thought extraterrestrial civilizations would be more advanced, more civilized, but inside, they are full of wildness. Fiscal analyzed, perhaps this is also to make us take a direct look at the battle power of the monster about to be auctioned, and then decide whether to bid. After all, real combat performance is more truthful than numbers. Yuka Natsum scanned the diverse alien spectators in the stands, her small mouth slightly open. It seems we're not just bidding against other Reionics, but also competing with these alien buyers. Shark looked down at the empty arena, feeling the excitement in the venue rise, and said in a deep voice, "Looks like getting the monster you want won't be that easy." Yuka Natsum stared at the field and said, "For ordinary participants, whether they can get more or depends on this monster arena." Chapter 92, Profit. In the center of the huge arena, one side's cage slowly rose, holding a huge monster that looked like a giant green caterpillar. "Everyone, look!" Dada leaned close to the microphone and said loudly, "This is a specially modified leaf-eating monster, Kamujira. We strengthened its mouth so it can easily tear steel. It can spray a large amount of tough silk to easily bind opponents, then bite them alive. It already has combat records successfully defeating and devouring the winged monster Gondra." The cage on the other side opened at the same time, holding a monster that looked like a giant rooster. It was slightly smaller than Kamujira, its eyes looked a little confused, even gentle. And its opponent, Dada turned his other face this way, is the young volcanic bird, Barton. This Barton was fed by humans from childhood, is gentle, and has never fought. Dada's head turned, scanning the crowd, his voice suddenly rising. 1 minute to start the battle. Distinguished guests, you can use the smart machines in front of you to place bets. First bet, maximum limit 1,000 grams of Eeyore. Buy now, wealth is before your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a floating smart robot silently flew to each occupied seat. The screen clearly showed simple data of the two monsters and betting options, with the maximum bet locked at 1,000 grams of Eeyore. A small metal box popped out below the screen, for placing the ore for betting. Shark hesitated almost not at all, his fingers quickly tapping on the screen, all in. He directly pulled the amount to the maximum 1,000 grams, choosing to bet on the volcanic bird Barton. Then, he took 2,000 grams of Eeyore from the system space and dumped it all into the metal box. The smart robot hummed softly, its mechanical arm precisely cutting 1,000 grams of ore and spitting out the remaining 1,000 grams. Shark calmly retracted his hand. His swift action immediately drew the attention of a few people nearby. Luoya's eyes showed disapproval, and she gently advised, "Gambling is not wise. You could lose it all in one mistake, it's safer to save it for monster bidding." Fiscal, however, hesitated not at all, her eyes full of unconditional trust in Shark. "I believe in the boss." She immediately operated the smart robot in front of her and also bet 1,000 grams on Barton. Shark looked at Luoya and explained, "Barton is very good at eating insects." Luoya hesitated for a moment, then chose to bet 200 grams on Barton. The others chose to watch. Betting time ended, and the floating smart robot silently flew away. At that moment, a few seats not far away carried clear sneers and comments, automatically translated into subtitles before Shark and the others. "Hey! Did you hear that? Someone actually bet on that inexperienced young Barton? Are they out of their mind? That Kamujira is even bigger than Barton. Modified. I bet all on Kamujira." Exactly. Experienced and inexperienced, it's a world of difference. Only a fool bets on Barton. I bet Kamujira too. Shark glanced at those subtitles. A twitch involuntarily tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he muttered under his breath, "You guys can bet all you want, but why are you yelling at me? Crazy people." The unfamiliar contestants around him immediately stood up upon hearing Xia Ke's words, pointing in his direction with loud voices filled with provocation. "Hey! You idiot over there. Don't cry later when you lose everything. Ha ha ha. Get ready for the laugh." Several others joined in, mocking him with words like fool and idiot. Fisher suddenly sprang to her feet, her tall figure exuding an overwhelming pressure, her eyes sharp like a knife. "Boss. Let me teach them a lesson." Xia Ke immediately reached out and gently pulled Fisher's strong arm, signaling her to sit down. "Calm down, Fisher. I remember clearly, fighting is forbidden here." His gaze swept over the provocateurs, his voice calm, "These people are just trying to provoke us into fighting, so they can get us disqualified for breaking the rules. Their intentions are malicious." Fisher's chest heaved a few times, but she eventually suppressed her anger, sitting heavily back down in her seat, her voice muffled, "But they're so annoying." "Don't argue with idiots." Xia Ke's voice carried a detached calmness, "It's just a waste of energy, no benefit at all." Fisher responded sullenly, "Got it." The provocateurs, seeing that not only did Xia Ke not act, but instead wore an expression as though watching a clown, grew more impatient. They almost poked their fingers in Xia Ke's face. "Who are you calling an idiot? Say it again if you dare. Yellow-skinned monkey." Stop acting all calm. The insults became even more unbearable. However, their shouting didn't last more than a few seconds before several uniformed, grotesque alien attendants arrived at their side. These aliens were terrifying in appearance. They didn't speak a word but instead coldly stared at the troublemakers with their non-human, emotionless eyes. The foreign troublemakers, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, were instantly rendered as pale as a chicken with its neck gripped tightly, under the overwhelming pressure of the aliens' ugly, intimidating forms. The arrogance vanished without a trace, and they sullenly sat back down, no longer daring to speak. At this moment, in the arena below, the battle had begun. The cage doors opened, and Camgila took the first move. Its massive body, carrying a foul stench, lunged fiercely at Barton. It spewed a large amount of thick, tough white threads, forming a net-like trap over Barton. Barton seemed to be startled by the ferocity of the attack, looking somewhat flustered, fluttering his wings and retreating, making panicked calls. His body was quickly entangled in the threads, his movement hindered. Camgila seized the opportunity to strike fiercely, leaving bloody marks on Barton's body. The scene looked completely one-sided. Luoya, watching Barton struggle below, anxiously looked at Xia Ke. Xia Ke, it seems like things aren't going well, that caterpillar seems to be winning. Maybe you shouldn't bet anymore? Save your E-minerals for the monster auction. You don't have enough, I can lend you mine. Xia Ke shook his head, his eyes still locked on the battle below. It's fine, actually I have extra. Fisher remained silent, her body slightly leaning forward, her eyes locked on every subtle movement of Barton, as if analyzing the situation carefully. In the distance, the few unfamiliar contestants saw Barton being suppressed, and their faces once again broke into triumphant smiles, whispering among themselves. I told you. This Camgila's combat strength is clearly overwhelming. The arena is too small, Barton can't even fly, there's no space to use his strength. Now it's set. 10 times the return is within reach. However, just as Camgila thought victory was in its grasp, opening its huge mouth to deliver a fatal blow to Barton, a sudden change occurred. Pushed to the brink of death, drenched in blood, Barton's eyes, once naive and gentle, suddenly erupted with a fierce, blood-red glow. A primal wildness, deep from his bloodline, was ignited completely. Screech! A piercing scream full of cruelty echoed through the arena. Barton suddenly opened his beak, and a scorching flame erupted like a volcanic explosion. It quickly turned the tough threads wrapped around its body into ashes. Its massive body unleashed incredible power, breaking free from restraint, and charged violently at Camgila. Fast. Accurate. Brutal. The beak, glinting with cold light, like a sharp knife, tore off huge chunks of flesh with each peck. Blood and pieces of flesh splashed everywhere. Camgila let out a pitiful, painful roar, utterly defenseless against Barton's wild, instinct-driven attack. Barton ravenously pecked at Camgila's body. The arena was filled with horrific screams, making the hair on one's head stand on end. Data shook all three of his faces with excitement, shouting in thrill. Unbelievable. An earth-shattering reversal. It's Barton. The volcanic monster bird Barton wins. Shark looked down at Barton standing over Camgila's corpse, letting out a victorious cry, and a smile curved his lips. I told you, Barton was born to eat worms. In the distance, the strangers who had been so proud before now looked like frostbitten eggplants, their faces pale. They couldn't help but groan in frustration, beating their chests, eyes full of envy toward Shark. Soon, the hovering intelligent robot flew back. Fischl looked at the screen showing bet successful, earned 10,000 grams of ore, and the extra heavy ore in the metal box. Her face shone with extreme excitement as she cheered. I knew it, following the boss never fails. She quickly collected the ore into the system space. Lua also looked at her gained 2,000 grams of ore, her expression flickered, and she glanced at Shark with surprise. It really won. Yuka Natsum, sitting on Shark's lap, couldn't help but gently nudge his chest with her elbow, her eyes filled with admiring laughter. Good eye, little Shark. Shark calmly stored his 10,000 grams of ore, his tone quiet, just lucky. In the next few monster arena battles, the betting limit was reduced to 100 grams of ore. When the giant fish monster Zoa Maruchi fought the moth super beast Daragri, Fischl immediately turned her gaze to Shark eagerly. Boss. Who to bet on? Shark thought for a moment. Zoa Maruchi. Yuka Natsum immediately grinned and interjected. Daragri has a glorious record of tearing Maruchi apart. Little Shark, are you sure? Shark explained, this is Maruchi's enhanced modified version, Zoa Maruchi. In strength and ferocity, it's not the same. Their power isn't on the same level. Yuka Natsum shook her head, but the data hasn't improved much, it's impossible to beat a super beast. Shark pointed at Zoa Maruchi in the cage. Look at its hands. This one's claws can grasp. Clearly different. Plus, data shows its mass went from 10,000 tons to 40,000 tons, probably further modified from the original. Those around him, hearing Shark's analysis, all chose to follow the bet on Zoa Maruchi. The battle in the arena confirmed Shark's judgment. Daragri initially used the Super Beast's strong power to dominate, even flipping Zoamaruchi to the ground, trying to tear its jaw off. It seemed like a guaranteed kill, yet the fiercely aggressive Zoamaruchi bit the arm tightly. With the sound of tearing, one of Daragri's arms was brutally ripped off. The crowd gasped. This Zoamaruchi's strength was not inferior to a Super Beast. Even more shocking, Zoamaruchi grabbed Daragri's broken arm and wildly used it as a weapon to strike. Finally, it shoved the arm's bones violently into Daragri's chest. Daragri truly lived up to being a Super Beast. Life force was strong, and even with such severe injuries, it still fought back wildly, tearing off several fins of Zoamaruchi. But in the end, due to too much blood loss, strength exhausted, it collapsed heavily to the ground. Zoamaruchi dragged its broken body, winning a brutal victory. Dada's voice was full of shock, announcing the result. Fiscal gained another 1,000 grams of Eeyore, and her trust in Shark had nearly reached a blind level. Natsum Yuka could not help but look at Shark with new eyes, giving praise. The giant monster arena continued, and the group, following Shark's bets, won more than they lost, gaining a lot, and the Eeyore reserves in the system space became much richer. Finally, after the last arena match's noise ended, Dada's three faces turned back and forth, voice slightly trembling from excitement. Honored guests. The exciting moment has finally arrived. Monster auction officially begins. With these words, the huge arena below emitted a heavy mechanical roar. The whole arena structure began to deform and sink, slowly moving into the depths underground. Immediately after, a brand new, wider display platform with a huge energy cage in the center slowly rose from underground, replacing the bloody gladiator arena just now. Dada floated above the high platform, all three faces glowing with excitement. Please hold your auction numbers. Get your Eeyore ready. Let us witness together the belonging of the powerful monsters. In the center of the field, the huge energy cage glowed, slowly becoming clear. The first monster to be auctioned, under everyone's attention, revealed its fierce and powerful figure. The atmosphere of the auction hall instantly reached a climax. Chapter 93 Bidding. A monster with a fierce shape appeared on the display platform. Its whole body covered with rough brown hardened skin, a pair of huge sickle-like horns on its head, a sharp single horn on the nose bridge, stomach covered with bone spikes, a thick long tail dragging behind, full of primitive power. Dada's face turned to the monster, voice excited. Honored Reionics. The first auction monster is the ancient monster Gamora. It has terrifying power enough to shake the earth, able to fight head-on with the raging Red King. It is a top among strength-type monsters. Natsum Yuka sat on Shark's lap, eyes scanning Gamora, gently nudging Shark's chest with her elbow. Little Shark, interested? Gamora is a main monster, huge growth potential. Shark's gaze stayed on Gamora for a moment, shook his head, tone flat. Gamora? Feels too weak, not interested. Gamora still weak? Natsum Yuka seemed to hear a joke, mouth slightly open. Gamora raised can beat the dark armor. Shark glanced at her and said, strong one is Raymond, what does it matter to Gamora? Its limit is there itself. Look at what you say, Natsum Yuka pouted, teasing a bit. Be careful not to offend a big group of Gamora fans. Gamora itself is not top level, Shark analyzed, just at the level to sit with Red King. Natsum Yuka pouted, isn't that nonsense? Both Gamora and Red King can beat the dark armor controlled by Reblondo. Shark said, facing someone like Dimaga with many cutting skills, being broken horn or tail, it obeys. Natsum Yuka tilted her head thinking, recalling Shark using two small monsters to corner herself, finally shrugged, okay, I admit. Whether a monster is strong depends on which Reionics controls it. At this moment, Dada's voice echoed through the hall, igniting the bidding. Starting price 1,000 grams Eeyore. Each raise not less than 200 grams. Now, start bidding. Gamora. Mine. 2,000 grams. An excited voice immediately rang out from the back row, full of a fanatical determination to win. Humph. Even if it's in your hands, it's wasted. 3,000. Another voice said with disdain, immediately raising the bid. A bunch of poor ghosts dare to covet Gamora? 10,000. A slightly arrogant voice directly raised the price by an order of magnitude, causing a low murmur of surprise. Shark was a little surprised. There's such a thing as raising the price all at once? He secretly calculated the heavy 20 tons of Eeyore in his system space. Converted, that is 20 million. If the monsters behind were at this price, he might really be able to get all he wanted. At that moment, Yuka Natsum on his lap suddenly raised her auction card number 86, and a crisp voice sounded, 100,000. Shark turned to look at her, somewhat surprised. You want your third monster to be Gamora? Yuka Natsum slyly blinked, the corner of her mouth curling into a mischievous smile, not interested at all. Then why are you bidding? Shark didn't understand. Just to raise the price a bit, see how deep the water is. Yuka Natsum said casually. The sound of the auctioneer came at the right time. Buyer number 86 bids 100,000. Once. Anyone higher? 100,000 twice. Just as the auctioneer was about to hammer down, a voice from the crowd shouted with unwillingness, 110,000. Without thinking, Yuka Natsum raised her card again, her voice lazy and provocative, 200,000. Shark couldn't help but warn, hey, what if you actually win it by mistake? Your battle device is full, you can't take it away. Yuka Natsum waved her hand carelessly, her tone relaxed. At worst, pay a little extra handling fee, let the organizers chop it into pieces, feed my red king and black king an extra meal. Shark's mouth twitched, so cruel you are. 500,000. That slightly arrogant voice from the crowd rang out again, with a hint of anger from being provoked, directly pushing the price to a new height. A spark of excitement flashed in Yuka Natsum's eyes, and without hesitation, she raised her card again, her voice crisp and loud, full of momentum, 600,000. Shark was truly shocked this time. Is it really necessary? Just one Gamora? Fool, Yuka Natsum leaned close to his ear, lowering her voice, a little proud. This is to test others' bottom line and financial power. Understand? Anyway, I, Lady Yuka, am not short of this. Her small hand proudly patted Shark's arm. How much or do you actually have? Shark couldn't help but be curious. Not much, Yuka Natsum smiled mysteriously, but enough is enough. If those greedy guys find out you hold too much or, Shark reminded, it might bring unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, Yuka Natsum snuggled closer into Shark's arms like a cat seeking protection, her voice a little coquettish. Aren't we many people? What's there to be afraid of? Shark looked at her clingy expression and shook his head helplessly. You. The crowd fell into a brief silence. Buying a Gamora for 600,000 was clearly beyond the psychological expectation for most participants and some less wealthy aliens. The auctioneer's voice sounded with a hint of regret, 600,000 once. 600,000 twice. 600,000 three times. Sold. The auction hammer fell heavily. Congratulations to buyer number 86 for winning the ancient monster Gamora. Please follow staff to the backstage to claim after the auction. The bidding area exploded with chatter. What a fool. 600,000 for Gamora? Exactly. This kind of thing is only worth 200,000 at most. An alien with a head like a peanut-colored heart-shaped balloon commented with disdain. This is just the first one, there are 29 more monsters. This idiot will see the real treasures later, spend all the money, probably faint from crying. Another voice full of schadenfreude. Ha, must be some rich kid who's never seen the world. Laughter rose one after another. Shark looked at Yuka Natsum in his arms, who looked indifferent, and teased, Yuka-chan, seems like you took a big loss. Yuka Natsum snorted, lifting her small face. At first, I just threw a stone to test the water. I won't play like this forever. If it goes on like this, I can only buy a dozen or so monsters. Her words stirred something in Shark's heart, estimating she might have about half of his own reserves. Gamora was taken off the stage. Data's voice sounded again, introducing the next monster. Inside the energy cage appeared a monster with two fierce bird heads, its body covered in fiery red spikes. Two-headed monster, the King Pontoon. Data's voice was full of excitement. It can spit devastating flames and scorching rays from both heads. It can also whip up furious tornadoes. It is a powerful monster. Shark lowered his head to look at Yuka Natsum in his arms. Yo, this is a king, is it your must-have target? Yuka Natsum glanced with no interest, pouting in disgust. No. Not worth looking at, trash, let someone else have it. Fiscal immediately turned her head, looking at Shark eagerly. Boss. How about this monster? Should we get it? Shark shook his head. So, just average, weak in defense, not interested. Data announced the starting bid was still 1,000 grams, each raise no less than 100 grams. Without Yuka Natsum, the troublemaker, pushing up prices, the bidding became relatively normal and lively. The organizers arranged 4 shills and genuinely interested participants to take turns bidding, steadily raising the price. In the end, King Pontoon was bought by an excited Reionics for 20,000 grams. Luya looked at the final price, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes, her voice slightly helpless. All sold at this kind of price. People like us can at most get one ordinary monster. I only have 22,000 now. Hearing this, Shark immediately said, if yours is not enough, I can lend it to you. Luya forced a smile. How can I accept that? Shark's tone was sincere. We are companions, right? Then let's not worry about these things. He remembered Luya had said something similar before. This friendship was worth returning. Next, the primeval bird Terox and the one-horned super beast Baxim appeared one after another. Terox was bought by a Reionics for 50,000. And the extremely strong Baxim caused a small climax, finally being bought by a space alien for 300,000. Yuka Natsum looked at Baxim being bought, turning her head to Shark, a super beast. Baxim, you really don't want it? Shark looked toward the direction Baxim disappeared, his eyes serious. I'm actually quite surprised, even a super beast level bioweapon appeared. Looks like the power of the cosmic merchants is bigger than imagined. Shark, Yuka Natsam's voice suddenly became serious, her eyes fixed on him. I remind you, some monsters, better to keep them yourself as warehouse managers than leave them to potential enemies. Why didn't you bid? Shark asked back. A super beast. Yuka Natsam wrinkled her small nose. I'm afraid my monsters might get sick. And a trace of expectation flashed in her eyes. Later, maybe there will be the real heavyweights. As if to prove her words, Dada's voice suddenly rose, filled with unprecedented excitement. Everyone, open your eyes wide. Next to appear is a killing weapon from another dimension, the killer super beast Baraba. Inside the energy cage, a figure even more fierce than Baxim, radiating a terrifying aura, slowly emerged. Its head like an African buffalo, large with long horns, spreading outward and downward from the head. A sharp horn on the forehead, flying swords loaded on top of its head, eyes golden red, nose like a porpoise but only one hole. Its mouth had 4 outward tusks, looking very fierce. Left hand a scythe, right hand a meteor hammer, it was a real killing machine. As soon as they appeared in the venue, everyone was shocked. The whole place was filled with the sound of people gasping in surprise. This aura, it was on a completely different level than the monster before. Dada's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Starting bid 200,000 kilograms of ore. Each subsequent bid no less than 10,000 kilograms. Now let the bidding begin. 600,000 kilograms. Summer Yuka almost instantly raised her bidding paddle, her voice firm and resolute, determined to win. Her eyes shone with a sharp light. A biological weapon of this level cannot fall into someone else's hands. Xia Ke nodded, his voice low. You're right, if it falls into the enemy's hands, the consequences will be endless. But what if we buy too many and can't take them all? Summer Yuka replied, even if we can't take them all, we must still bid for them. We can't let them go. 610,000 kilograms. A slightly hoarse voice came from the other side of the venue, also from another contestant's seat. Summer Yuka furrowed her brow, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. It turns out I'm not the only one with money. Xia Ke's gaze also turned towards the source of the voice, his eyes serious. It seems others have also discovered the ore veins. This auction is going to be more competitive than I thought. I was wondering why the Lucky Compass couldn't find anything later. So, that was the last one, huh? The bidding heated up quickly. 650,000. 680,000. 700,000. The price climbed steadily, and clearly, there were more than one contender. Summer Yuka's brows were tightly knitted, her lips pressed into a line. Clearly, this price had already exceeded her initial expectations. Those with ore reserves were more numerous than she had imagined. She took a deep breath and raised her paddle again, her voice filled with a determined, desperate resolve. 1 million. As soon as she shouted that price, she let out a small sigh of relief, a proud smile returning to her face. She whispered to Xia Ke, there's no way anyone else will fight me for this, right? With this price, I could buy 5 Gamoras. Xia Ke, however, frowned deeply. 1 million for one? If there are even more overpowered monsters later, my 20 million won't last long. I'd be broke after 20 of them. The organizers cleverly didn't reveal what comes next, making this feel like a big gamble. Just as Summer Yuka thought victory was in her grasp, and Dada was about to start counting down. A deep, calm yet incredibly clear voice rang out from an inconspicuous corner of the venue, like a stone dropped into a calm lake. 1,200,000 kilograms. Summer Yuka's smile instantly froze, her eyes widened in disbelief. She turned towards the voice. Another expert? Chapter 94, Fierce Competition. It cannot fall into someone else's hands. Xia Ke's heart raced, the alarm bells in his mind ringing. He made his decision almost instantly. He quickly raised his bidding paddle number 81, his voice calm and powerful, cutting through the noise of the venue. 1,300,000. As soon as this price was announced, there was a low murmur of surprise in the room. Many of the alien spectators exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Balarba could barely reach 1 million, any higher and it's a loss. That's not true. Balarba is a biological weapon made by the Yabo people, limited edition, not some random monster. Right. Once one's bought, there's one less. If I didn't only have 1 million, I'd want one too. 1.3 million a bit overpriced. Dada's voice was filled with excitement. Buyer number 81 has bid 1,300,000 kilograms. Once. Any higher bids? 1,300,000 kilograms, twice. Just as Dada was about to bring the gavel down, the deep, calm voice once again came from seat number 13, with a calm and determined tone. 1,500,000 kilograms. Xia Ke felt a slight sweat on his forehead. 1.5 million. This price was getting a bit too high. He subconsciously looked at Summer Yuka in his arms. Summer Yuka's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness, her small face tensed. She whispered, "Little shark, do we still raise the bid? This price is getting too hot to handle." Xia Ke took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a blade. "The abilities of the super beast Balarba are so comprehensive, I really don't want it to fall into the hands of someone uncertain." He gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes, and raised his paddle again, his voice filled with the resolve to win at all costs. 1,800,000. The entire place instantly became quiet for a moment. 1.8 million. This has already far surpassed the market price of Barabara. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xia Ke, filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of excitement from watching the spectacle. However, the buyer in seat 13 seemed determined to take Barabara. As soon as Xia Ke's voice fell, the deep voice once again sounded without hesitation. 2 million. Hiss. The room echoed with a collective gasp. 2 million? This is simply insane. How inflated has it become? Xia Ke's heart sank suddenly. 2 million. If we calculate at this price, his 20 million kilograms of ore could only buy 10 monsters. And there are more than 20 unknown lots left. What if Jeddan or some even more terrifying existence appears later? How can he compete? He can't bet everything on this one Barabara. He slowly put down the auction paddle in his hand, a hint of helplessness and seriousness on his face. He gave up. Dada's voice carried uncontrollable excitement. 2 million kilograms once. 2 million kilograms twice. 2 million kilograms 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to buyer number 13 for winning the killer super beast Barabara. Please proceed backstage with the staff after the auction. Barabara was slowly moved off the giant mechanical platform, leaving a room full of sighs and discussions. Xia Ke watched in the direction where Barabara disappeared, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. Soon after, the platform rose again, and an even larger, more bizarre-looking monster appeared in front of everyone. It stood on 4 legs, its head was like a bull but more twisted, its body was extremely tall, with 2 enormous claw-like arms. Wow! What an ugly monster! Summer Yuka did not hide her disgust, her small face scrunched up. Dada's voice, however, was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm, his voice excited. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your breath. The next one is the strongest super beast, the mighty Bo Wang. It was created by fusing the essence of many powerful monsters. It's the pinnacle of the technology and ambition of the Abyss people. It has a devastating destructive beam. A high-temperature flame that burns everything. Missiles that can easily destroy cities. Its special defense ability can even make it immune to most beam attacks. A true battlefield ruler, worth all your fortune. Starting price 1 million kilograms of ore. Each increase no less than 100,000 kilograms. Now, the auction begins. Dada's words were like lighting a fuse. The whole room erupted. The starting price was set at a solid 1 million. How strong is this monster? What other monsters are left after this? The auction seats were filled with people whispering to each other, their faces filled with shock, greed, and a touch of despair. Xia Ke's gaze shifted violently, the terrifying image of Bo Wang in Dada's description made him feel a huge threat. If someone else gets this monster, the threat is too big. Immune to beam attacks. This is simply the nemesis of many energy-based attacking monsters. But Summer Yuka still looked disgusted, her little head shaking like a rattle. So ugly. So ugly it's earth-shattering. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Xia Ke looked at her speechlessly. Why aren't you bidding now? The mighty Bo Wang may be ugly as hell, but it's powerful. The bidding in the room had already become as fast as a machine gun. 1.2 million. 1.8 million. 2 million. A few wealthy buyers and space people instantly pushed the price to 2 million. Xia Ke looked at this skyrocketing momentum, sweating on his forehead. How do these people have so much money? Summer Yuka also stopped smiling, her gaze sweeping over those who were bidding, and she whispered. Do you want to follow the bid? The one bidding 2 million, that black guy, is the 9th-ranked Congo Gold contestant, I remember. He's probably a mine boss, probably using his experience to find a lot of mines. Xia Ke looked at the oppressive figure of Bo Wang and gritted his teeth. Bo Wang can't fall into someone else's hands, the threat is too great. He raised paddle number 81 again, 2.1 million kilograms. However, his voice was immediately drowned out by others. 2.2 million kilograms. 2.5 million kilograms. 2.7 million kilograms. Seeing this, Xia Ke let out a long breath. Clearly understood in the heart. It seems these people all have a lot of stock. To get the monster they want, they must pay a big price. Aliens aside for now, for Reionics, or besides feeding monsters, or buying some strange little tools, the biggest use is to buy powerful monsters. Some monsters cannot be captured in the wild. For example, the super beast on the display stage at this moment. Eeyore is used to fight for this kind of hard-to-get monster. Natsum Yuka looked at the Congo man who raised the price to 2.7 million again, and said to Shaq, "That guy looks like he must get it. Will you still call?" A trace of harshness flashed in Shaq's eyes. He raised the sign again, 2.8 million. 3 million grams. The Congo man almost followed instantly. His voice was loud, full of confidence. Shaq's brow twitched hard, 3.5 million. He tried to use a bigger increase to shock the other side. 4 million. The other side did not hesitate, again gave a suffocating price. Shaq sucked in a cold breath. 4 million? His total of 20 million only can buy 5 monsters like this. There are still more than 20 unknown auction items behind. If later appears Zeton, or even more crazy, appears 5 Emperor King, or Orb Mantis King, what then? At that time no money, can only stare with empty eyes. And Strong Bow King is really ugly to the point people cannot bear to look. He slowly put down the sign in his hand, chose silence. Dada's voice carried wild joy, 4 million once. 4 million twice. 4 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to buyer number 33 for winning the strongest super beast Strong Bow King. Strong Bow King was moved away. The giant mechanical platform turned again, making a heavy roaring sound. The next monster slowly rose under everyone's gaze. When its figure fully showed, even the well-traveled aliens let out a cry of shock. This is an even bigger, even more fierce, terrifying giant beast stitched together by many monster features. It gave off a chaotic and violent aura. Dada's voice became high and sharp from excitement, like it would pierce the sky dome. Everyone! Witness the top flow of monster fusion art. Next to appear is Tyrant Monster Tyrant. Its head is the tsunami monster Segaras. The horn on the head can cause tsunami and tornado. Its body is the space big monster Bemster. The mouth on the belly can absorb light, and can spit fire and cold air. Its ears are Icarus Alien. Can shoot needle-like light, and also act as radar. Its legs are Skeleton Monster Red King. Full of power. Its hands are Killer Super Beast Baraba. One hand sickle, one hand meteor hammer. Its back is Liquid Juice Super Beast Hanzajiren. Gives tough life force. Its tail is Giant Crab Super Beast Crab King. Can easily strangle enemies to death. Tyrant Monster Tyrant, monster among monsters, strong among the strong, starting price, 1 million grams Eeyore. Each raise no less than 100,000. Natsum Yuka leaned on Shaq's solid chest, looked at the below tyrant that was pieced together but gave terrifying pressure, a trace of strange light flashed in her eyes. She suddenly smiled softly, with some teasing and a bit of seriousness, raised the number 86 sign in her hand, 1.1 million. Fisher immediately turned his head to Shaq, asked curiously, "Boss, compared with the 2 super beasts before, how is the fighting power of this monster?" Shaq stared at Tyrant, said in a low voice, "In terms of destruction to cities, it may not be as strong as super beasts, but it is the top among monsters. Overall ability is very strong, especially good at close combat killing." Natsum Yuka continued, started to comment. Super beasts, many are function focused, specially used for destruction or targeting certain goals. But in life and death fighting between monsters, Baraba and Strong Bow King one-on-one most likely cannot beat this stitched monster. Inside the field, rising and falling bidding sounds already sounded. With Tyrant, I can be invincible in the world. 1.2 million. Don't even think about it. Tyrant is the strictest father under EX. I will have it. 1,300,000. Don't all fight me. 1,500,000. Shark looked at this crazy bidding, frowning. Will all the monsters ahead be this level? Or just occasionally a few heavyweights? He felt a trace of unease. If the rest are all monsters priced in the millions, his plans would be completely disrupted. Yuka Natsum's voice, with a hint of gravity, sounded in his ear. The organizers are cruel, they release strong monsters early, not at the end. If you miss it, you really miss it. Watching the price rapidly climb to 1,800,000, 1,900,000, Shark's eyes sharpened, raising his paddle again, 2 million. However, that voice fell into the sea like a stone. 2,200,000. 2,300,000. 2,800,000. Shark watched the price run wild like a runaway horse, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Really vicious, they want us to spend all our savings, only enough to get one. Yuka Natsum also felt the pressure, biting her lower lip, raising her paddle again, 3 million. Roya looked at the staggering price, eyes full of helplessness, forced a bitter smile, and whispered to Shark, "We who don't have much E-stone, can we leave early?" Shark shook his head, eyes still fixed on the stage. "No rush, watch more." Knowing the opponent's strength is important too. The bidding continued. Tyrant's price shot up like a rocket. 3,500,000. 4 million. 4,500,000. 4,600,000. 5 million. When that hoarse voice shouted 5 million K, the hall finally fell into dead silence. This price, like a huge rest, suppressed all the noise. Shark could not help shaking his head and sighing. 5 million. Even his 20 million couldn't withstand such extravagance. This auction is simply a bottomless pit. Chapter 95, Massive Bleeding. Data's voice, a bit distorted by excitement, 5 million K once. 5 million K twice. Shark looked at Tyrant on the display, radiating a violent aura, thinking carefully and deciding he could not let it go. After all, it had the power to solo the Ultra Brothers. As long as nothing too godlike appeared later, Tyrant was worth acquiring. Only the price was already a bit absurd. 5,200,000 could get 4 sets of high-tech diving suits, 5 million might even buy a spaceship. Shark suddenly clenched his teeth, muscles in his arms taut, raised paddle 81 high, and shouted, 5,100,000. This sudden raise shocked the whole hall. Countless eyes instantly focused on Shark. The buyer who shouted 5 million, thinking he had won, froze in pride, as if doused with cold water. However, in this brief silence, that voice sounded again, with a hint of provoked anger, 5,200,000. Shark's brows immediately knitted. This guy, really annoyingly persistent. He took a deep breath, suppressed his irritation, raised his paddle again, voice steady, 5,300,000. 5,500,000. That hoarse voice almost roared. Shark was stunned, this guy was really all in. But Tyrant could not be let go. He gritted his teeth, eyes flashing like lightning, voice exploding like thunder, echoing across the auction hall, 6 million. The whole hall erupted. The buyer who bid 5 million, number 8, stood up from his seat, turning to look at Shark. This cold countryman's expression was like he had eaten a lemon. Face pale, features twisted. His lips trembled, teeth chattering, the 5 million K was still borrowed from teammates to gather. He could only glare at Shark, gnash his teeth, mutter ashy BA, and sit back down. Data, heart racing, shouted, 6 million K once. 6 million K twice, 6 million K 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to buyer 81, acquiring the Tyrant Monster Tyrant. He had never seen Tyrant sell for 6 million. The huge mechanical platform slowly moved, taking Tyrant away. Shark slowly sat back in his chair, back heavily against the chair, exhaling a long breath, as if releasing all the pressure and tension from his chest. Although they had captured the Tyrant, the cost of 6 million still made him feel heavy-hearted, as though a massive stone was pressing down on his chest. Doing this, he probably wouldn't be able to buy many monsters in the future. Natsum Yuka widened her mouth, looking very surprised, little Shark. Where did you get so much E-mineral? Her expression shifted, revealing a mysterious smile. You don't mean you're planning to borrow from Yuka-sama later, do you? She shrugged and shook her head with a helpless expression. But, Yuka-sama isn't so easy to deal with. How about this, you squat in front of me and call me mom twice, and I'll lend it to you, how about that? Shark's frustration was completely wiped away by her antics, and he rolled his eyes, thanks to you, I still have some extra. The man from the Congo who had previously bought the Strong King also let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head, capturing the Strong King nearly spent all my minerals. From now on, I can only watch the show. Data calmed his excited emotions and started introducing the next monster. Data pointed to the stage. Next up is a previous winner from the Monster Arena, Volcanic Bird Barton. Starting price, 1,000 grams of E-mineral. Shark looked at the somewhat confused young Barton on the stage and smirked. Suddenly back to normal, huh? Natsum Yuka leaned against him, letting out a soft snort through her small nose. The organizers' thinking really is hard to figure out. This young volcanic bird Barton was eventually bought by an eager contestant for 100,000 grams of E-mineral. Next up was the plant monster Kentauros, starting price 1,000 grams, and after several rounds of gentle bidding, it was eventually purchased by an alien buyer for 8,000 grams. After Kentauros was moved off, Data cleared his throat and began introducing the next lot. On the new stage appeared a huge object, resembling a flying machine. Data loudly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look." Next up is the rare treasure, the disc creature Robeluga. This is something we found with the help of technicians who once served under the Impelra Star people, perfectly recreated using the latest biological technology. It has the ability to freely switch between a high-speed flying disc form and a powerful monster battle form. Its defense is incredibly strong, and its attack power is not inferior to that of super beasts. As though to prove Data's words, the Robeluga on the stage suddenly levitated, emitting a low hum. In the blink of an eye, a humanoid battle body, covered in thick black armor and with a fierce form, appeared on the stage. Its crimson electronic eye scanned the entire room, bringing an invisible sense of oppression. Starting price, 10,000 grams of E-mineral. Fisher's eyes instantly lit up. She nearly couldn't wait to raise her bidding card, her voice tinged with excitement, 120,000. Shark turned to look at her, a gentle smile on his face. Fisher, you're really interested in this one? Fisher nodded vigorously, her black short hair shaking, her usually calm face now showing rare childlike excitement. Boss. This monster is so cool. Shark nodded in understanding. Indeed, the ability to transform and having both attack and defense, it's very unique. However, there were clearly other fans of Robaluga in the room. 150,000. 180,000. 200,000. Fisher's excitement and anticipation visibly dimmed. She only had 120,000 grams of E-mineral, and this price had far exceeded her ability. She lowered her head, a bit disappointed. Shark noticed this, and without any hesitation, raised his number 81 card again, his voice clear and powerful. 300,000. As soon as the price was announced, the room fell silent. For a monster like this, one that was average in terms of background and lacking overwhelming power, 300,000 grams was already considered an overbid. For a moment, no one else placed a bid. Data scanned the room and said, 300,000 grams once. 300,000 grams twice. 300,000 grams 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the number 81 buyer for winning the disc creature Robaluga. Shark turned his head to look at Fiscal, who was a bit stunned, and smiled. Follow me later to get your Robaluga. Fiscal suddenly lifted her head, the gratitude in her eyes flowing out like something real. She opened her mouth, her voice choked. Boss. Chapter 96 Continuous Bidding. The next to appear was the Cosmic Shark Xia Ke, starting price 2,000 grams of Eeyore. After a few rounds of calm bidding, it was finally sold to someone for 5,000 grams. Data's voice rose again, rekindling excitement. Everyone, please get excited. Next up is the super monster that can shake space and time, King Goldras. The auction hall, which had been quiet for a while, was ignited again. Everyone's eyes focused on the giant beast slowly appearing on the platform, its huge dark golden horns flickering with lightning. Data introduced passionately, this monster, strong on the left hand, strong on the right hand. The golden horn on its head can release a destructive death beam. It also has the ability to twist space and deflect enemy attacks. Starting price, 100,000 grams of Eeyore. Each bid, no less than 20,000 grams. Shark looked at the majestic golden dragon, somewhat surprised. King Goldras is this cheap? Yuka Natsum lazily analyzed in his arms, maybe because it doesn't have the abnormal ability of spacetime realm? Just looking at the stats, it's still strong. At that moment, the always silent Serponia suddenly raised her number 84 bidding card, her voice cold and strong, instantly overpowering the scattered bids in the hall. 1 million. This shout, like a splash of ice water, instantly made all eager buyers close their mouths. The bidding hadn't even started, it was already over. Shark looked surprised, frowning slightly. Serponia also has Eeyore reserves. Yuka Natsum had and should have known expression. That person is the second-ranked Rakshasa national team. It's strange if she doesn't have methods and savings. Shark stroked his chin and thought, looks like she wants to collect both the golden and silver dragons. Yuka Natsum asked, aren't you going to compete? Shark shook his head, without spacetime realm, it's just ordinary. It seemed other bidders thought the same. After Serponia announced the high price of 1 million grams, no one dared to challenge. Data quickly announced, congratulations to buyer 84 for winning King Goldras. Next up is the Cosmic Sea Beast, Raichuba's. Raichuba's bidding was relatively mild, starting at 10,000 grams, the price rose steadily, and finally Yuka Natsum easily won it at 200,000 grams. Shark curiously asked, are you planning to tame a water-capable monster? Yuka Natsum gave a sly smile, leaned close to Shark's ear, lowering her voice with a mischievous pride, my Red King told me through the mental link it likes this taste. Shark's face darkened instantly, you bought it as food? Yuka Natsum shook her head happily, hee hee, guess? Data's voice rose again, carrying a hint of mystery, everyone. The next item will overturn your understanding of life. Look, metal life form. The huge mechanical platform lifted up, not a fixed-shape monster, but a big mass of liquid metal that squirmed, flowed, and flickered with cold silver light. It changed shape on the platform like a living thing, sometimes forming a sphere, sometimes stretching into strips, full of strangeness and the unknown. Data's voice stirred the buyer's emotions. This metal life form is controlled by a living, intelligent core. It can freely switch between liquid and solid. It can transform at will. It can change into a flying saucer shape and even travel through space. It also has the ability to absorb and store all kinds of energy, releasing it when needed. Forming a powerful attack or defense. Starting price 100,000 grams of Eeyore. Each bid must increase by no less than 10,000 grams. Xia Muyo's eyes lit up, and she immediately said to Xia Ke, little shark, this thing. If you can control it well, you can make it work with your monster, turning into various handy weapons or sturdy armor anytime. Just think about it, attaching a spell to Sadra's pincers? Or giving Tayleston some armor? Luoya couldn't help but interrupt, her eyes filled with amazement. Sounds, isn't it a bit like that? Venom from superhero movies? Xia Ke stared at the constantly shifting silver liquid, and countless tactical combinations flashed in his mind. His eyes narrowed, and he made a decision. I see. I might need it. At this moment, the bidding had begun. 120,000. 180,000. 190,000. Xia Ke no longer hesitated and raised his card directly, 300,000. The price caused a stir. This thing doesn't have much growth potential, its limit is pretty much set. 300,000? Not worth it, it's only worth maybe 200,000. Laughable, with that kind of money, I'd rather modify my monster with a cosmic merchant. If I add more, I'll lose. Let him have it. Exactly, for 100,000, I could upgrade the horns on my Black King to laser cannons, said an alien with a grey head and red crystals growing from it. Indeed, no one else raised the price. Data announced that Xia Ke had successfully purchased the metallic lifeform. Then, Data's voice turned serious, and he began to introduce the new monster brought up on a mechanical platform. Everyone, be alert. The next contestant is the embodiment of unknown terror, the exoskeleton-type alien beast, Gulantra. On the stage, a monster appeared, resembling a gigantic scorpion. It was covered in thick, angular dark-colored armor, with its tail raised high, placed on its head. At the end of the tail was a massive cannon, flickering with cold light, and its head exuded a chilling, evil aura that made one extremely uncomfortable. Data introduced it. Gulantra has unimaginable defense. It also has various powerful long-range attacks. It is extremely strong. Starting price, 100,000 grams of Eeyore. The bidding immediately erupted, and clearly, many people were interested in this uniquely shaped, powerful alien beast. Xiamu Yuhua looked at Gulantra's aggressive form and commented, "This monster seems quite good. Its shell looks very tough." Xia Ke's face immediately turned extremely serious, and his voice lowered. After all, it's an alien beast, not ordinary at all. The scariest part about it is that after it dies, its cells and energy dissipate, continuing to pollute the environment and even triggering the birth of new alien beasts. Xiamu Yuhua also wiped away her light expression, and her eyes flashed with seriousness. That's right. The origin of alien beasts is some kind of evil information cluster. They attach to living beings, fusing and mutating into these forms. It is said that only by completely eliminating them at the molecular level can we stop their regeneration and pollution. Xia Ke's eyes turned sharp as knives. It's just like a demon. Xiamu Yuhua nodded in agreement. Exactly, it is a demon. Xia Ke thought to himself, such things must not fall into anyone else's hands. If some contestant takes it to Earth, contaminates the environment, and causes a disaster, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, the auction price had been pushed to 300,000 grams. Xia Ke no longer hesitated, and he suddenly raised card number 81, his voice firm, 500,000. This price carried a sense of pressing inevitability. When it was confirmed that there was no further bidding, Data's auction hammer came down heavily. Sold. Data's voice rose from low to high. The next one is the hunter from the extreme cold region, the frozen monster Ragras. The mechanical platform slowly rose, revealing a silver blue sea dragon with a graceful and powerful form. On its head, a pair of massive curved horns grew on either side. It looks like a double-finned shark from the front. Data introduced. Ragras can fight freely on the deep ocean floor with enormous strength. It can also shoot freezing light from its mouth that can freeze everything. Starting bid, 100,000 grams of Eeyore. Each increase must be at least 10,000 grams. The bidder's enthusiasm was instantly ignited. The bids came one after another, extremely active. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. The price rocketed like a rocket. Everyone hoped to outbid others with high prices to capture this monster with both strength and potential. Shaq couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Ragras indeed has great combat power, and it also has evolution potential. If it can devour Dulangong and obtain the terrifying super temperature difference light. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Even Jeddon might be killed with one strike from it. Yuka Natsum nodded upon hearing this, raising her 86th card. I also think it's good, worth taking. 500,000. However, the enthusiasm in the room far exceeded expectations. 600,000. 650,000. 700,000. A murmur of astonishment rose from the audience. Ragras is actually fine at 300,000. A golden face, yellow hair, and a pair of sharp horns, an alien said. 700,000 is too much. Competing with these Reionics is really not easy. Another alien complained. We can still try our luck in the intergalactic black market. They only have this one way to get the monsters, they must be spending heavily. Some aliens saw through the essence. Data scanned the entire room and began asking, 700,000 grams. Any higher? Shaq's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he raised the 81st card, 900,000. But almost at the same time, a voice immediately followed, 950,000. Then, not far away, the girl from Neon Nation team, along with Yuka Natsum Mio Tsunami, raised her 75th card with a clear voice, 1 million grams. Shaq looked over in surprise. Your teammate, she's quite wealthy too. Yuka Natsum curled her lips. Probably just lucky, found an E or vein. She's a marine biology fanatic, and quite connected to sea monsters. Her first monster was the Great Sea Demon. Shaq asked, is it the Great Sea Demon Bokorogu? Yes. Yuka Natsum paused and added, looks like she's really set on getting this Legrasse too. Shaq's eyes flashed sharply, that won't do, I must take Legrasse too. He raised the 81st card again, 1,200,000. Mio Tsunami suddenly stood up, her lazy eyes now sharply focused on Shaq's direction, her brows furrowed tightly. She felt the pressure increase, a bit puzzled inside, how does he have so much money? But she didn't back down, took a deep breath, and raised her card again, planning to use all her reserves, 1,800,000. Shaq wasn't giving up, immediately following, 1,900,000. Mio Tsunami's pupils shrank slightly, closing her eyes, her delicate eyebrows twitching violently. In the end, like a deflated ball, she helplessly sat back down. She didn't have any more or left. Data asked repeatedly, confirming no one would raise the bid, and then the auction hammer struck down heavily, sold. Congratulations to buyer number 81. Yuka Natsum looked at Shaq, a trace of teasing in her eyes. Little shark, spending so much, is Euro reserve still enough? Don't wait until Disdain comes out and you're left staring helplessly. Shaq secretly had a big stone in his heart. After buying Legrasse, he had spent almost half of his reserves. Shaq forced himself to stay calm, I have it under control. But why hasn't Disdain come out yet? The next two monsters were the dangerous intergalactic beast Carabim and the molten iron beast Dimaga. Since these monsters could be caught in the wild, the competition wasn't intense, and they were eventually bought by participants for 20,000 grams and 50,000 grams. When the new monster was slowly presented on the mechanical platform, the venue, which had just calmed down, was once again ignited, erupting in even more enthusiastic cheers. Data's voice also rose by an octave, full of excitement. Everyone, please hold your breath. Coming up is the legendary cosmic monster, Destruction Ogre. The monster on the stage had the appearance of an enormous, amplified, and terrifying dinosaur. Its entire body was covered with thick, gray, hardened skin, and its head was unbelievably large. Its eyes were like burning, blood-red lanterns. Its massive mouth opened wide, revealing fearsome sharp teeth. It had no front limbs, only a pair of thick, powerful hind legs and a long tail dragging on the ground, exuding pure malice. Data passionately introduced. It eats a lot. And it can devour the energy attacks of its enemies and absorb them to strengthen itself. It also possesses the terrifying ability to control gravitational fields. The most important thing is, it has extraordinary evolutionary potential. Starting bid, 200,000 grams of EOR. Each bid increase, no less than 10,000 grams. Shark looked at the beast radiating an ominous aura, furrowing his brows tightly, another heavyweight. Yuka immediately nudged him with her elbow, her voice full of encouragement. Little Shark, you're not going to let this one slip, are you? Its evolution potential is huge. Hearing this, Shark felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He quickly calculated in his mind, there was only 11 million left. If he bought this, what about Disdain? He was stuck in a huge dilemma. The bidding voices in the hall had already surged like a tidal wave. 250,000. 300,000. 320,000. The Destruction Oka can devour and evolve, eventually turning into the Destruction Serpent. Its strength can destroy the civilization of an entire planet. Mine. It's mine. Don't compete with me. 500,000. 550,000. Yuka watched Shark hesitating and smiled slyly. Little Shark, if you don't make a move, then I'll take it, okay? 800,000. She directly quoted a high price. Immediately, someone followed, 880,000. Shark watched the price soar and then looked at the Destruction Oka on the stage, its aura of destruction filling the air. He thought about its terrifying potential to devour and evolve. Finally, with a firm resolve, he raised his bidding paddle, 900,000. However, the bidding did not stop. 920,000. 980,000. Yuka once again made her move, her voice loud, 1.5 million. This price seemed to become a dividing line. The voices in the hall gradually lowered, eventually falling silent. Yuka laughed proudly and said, ha 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 ha. Got it. The Destruction Oka is definitely a monster worth fighting for, which means there are probably not many people left in the room with assets over 1 million, right? Shark reminded that Mizunami Ray might still be there, but she probably isn't interested. Yuka didn't think much of it. Even if she is, it doesn't matter if she's not interested in this kind of monster. But such a powerful monster, there's no reason others wouldn't want it, unless... Shark interjected, unless they think it's hard to train. After all, the energy required for evolution is too much, not everyone can afford it. Yuka shrugged, the price of these monsters is sometimes not just about combat power, but rarity. The Destruction Oka is not some wild monster you can find on the street. The difficulty in training it is a small price to pay. No one else bid, and Yuka successfully secured the Destruction Oka. The huge mechanical platform slowly moved the beast with an aura of destruction away. Dada's voice carried a hint of anticipation as he began introducing the new monster brought up by the mechanical platform. Everyone, please open your eyes wide. The next monster is a biological weapon created by the Zidarians, the space-time destroyer, Saigon. The monster that appeared on the stage was extremely unique in design. It resembled an eerie fusion of a shark, a crustacean, and some kind of giant flying beast. Its deep blue body was covered in heavy shell armor, its feet had webbing, its tail was like a giant whale fin, and it had a pair of massive wings on its back. A blue crystal on its chest glowed, and the inner sides of its enormous pincers had sharp bone spurs growing from them. Dada's voice was full of enthusiasm. It is an all-terrain, all-environment powerhouse. It possesses top-tier adaptability for combat in complex and changing environments. Its deadly giant pincers can release lightning-like destructive beams, easily crushing mountains. The crystal on its chest can release beams of destruction that contain space-time factors. Exile the enemy to another dimension. The absolute battlefield ruler. A strategic level weapon. Starting bid, 500,000 grams of Eeyore. Each bid increment, no less than 100,000 grams. A wave of gasps and excited discussions immediately rose in the room. Xia Ke watched Sagan's cool demeanor and furrowed his brows. The god of time and space destruction, Saigon. I won't comment on his combat ability, but the ability to exile enemies to another dimension, it's too rare. Xiaomu Yuhua sneered and said with a hint of disdain, exile to another dimension? Baxim can do that too. Just let Baxim slap the space apart, then dive in to crash the enemy inside, isn't that an exile? The effect is nearly the same. Xia Ke was stunned by her genius idea, huh? It can be done like that? I've never seen such a move. He imagined that scene, feeling it was a bit ridiculous. At this point, the bidding inside the hall had soared once again. 600,000. 800,000. 1 million. The price shot up to the million level instantly. Xiaomu Yuhua listened to the high bids and turned her head with a playful smile, looking at Xia Ke. Little shark, you've probably spent almost 10 million Eeyore by now, do you still have the strength to follow? Chapter 99, Raising the Price. Xia Ke looked at the uniquely shaped Saigon on the stage, sighed deeply, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness, I'm afraid. I don't have the financial power to keep bidding. The bid had already reached 1 million, and he couldn't bid anymore. Xiaomu Yuhua's eyes flashed with a cunning glint as she smiled, looks like, it's my turn now. She gently shook the number 86 paddle in her hand. Xia Ke silently reminded himself, I need to leave at least 10 million for Jet 10, I can't keep bidding. Xiaomu Yuhua no longer hesitated, and her crisp voice rang out, 1.2 million. However, as soon as her words fell, a resentful voice immediately exploded from seat number 8, 2 million. It was none other than Choi Eugene, the person from the cold country who had previously lost to Xia Ke in the battle for Tarrant. This man in his 30s from the cold country had a greasy face full of longing for Saigon. In the distance, Tsunami Mio had just raised her number 75 paddle to call out 1.8 million when she froze upon hearing the 2 million bid. Her cold eyes swept toward Choi Eugene's direction, her brows furrowed. This man from the cold country was one of those who had recently made an enemy of her on the island and was relentlessly chasing after her. Xiaomu Yuhua let out an unrestrained, sarcastic laugh that was loud enough to carry that Chan Ko over there. You think you can compete with me? You probably aren't even qualified. F******. Choi Eugene was enraged by this insult and suddenly stood up, pointing at Xiaomu Yuhua and shouting, you little pig's hooves. What are you yelling about? Xiaomu Yuhua was not afraid at all and instead giggled, as if watching a clown show, if you don't have money, just sit back down. 2.5 million. She raised the price by another 500,000. Choi Eugene trembled with rage and was about to lash out, but his companions quickly grabbed him and whispered, Choi Eugene, calm down. Don't act rashly. Wait until we leave the auction to deal with it. Choi Eugene's chest heaved violently, but in the end, his companions forcibly pressed him back into his seat, and he could only glare at Xiaomu Yuhua with eyes full of fire. Dada saw no more bids and called out, 2.5 million, going once. 2.5 million, going twice. 2.5 million, 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the buyer number 86 for purchasing the God of Time and Space Destruction, Saigon. Please head to the backstage after the auction to claim your item. The massive mechanical platform slowly moved Saigon away. Next, on the new stage, a red, agile dragon-shaped monster appeared. Data introduced it. This is Georgiou Baran. It was once a woman who climbed to the peak of the O50 planetary warriors and gained power, but she was also a fugitive. After being captured by the Intergalactic Alliance, she was subjected to mental control, and now she has become a loyal biological weapon. Starting price, 2,000 grams of Eeyore. Each bid increment, no less than 1,000 grams. The auction starts now. The bidding voices inside the hall were sparse. 5,000. 10,000. 22,000. Xia Ke looked at the dragon-shaped monster, which actually looked quite decent. So cheap, this price is almost like the wild monsters by the roadside. Natsum Yuka commented indifferently, the skills are pretty basic, and it doesn't seem to have a high rarity. Doesn't look like it has any special background. Shaku struggled to recall, I remember, it seems to have an evolved form, right? Natsum Yuka tilted her head, how does it evolve again? I forgot. Shaku also shook his head, I forgot too. Natsum Yuka shrugged, acting indifferent, whatever, let's buy it as a little extra. 30,000. She casually raised her bidding card. With this price, it was easily acquired. Data announced that Natsum Yuka had won the bid for Georgiou Baran. Data's voice rang out again, sparking enthusiasm, everyone. Get ready. Coming up next, the feared, deadly poisonous monster of the universe, Xia Ke. The mechanical platform moved Georgiou Baran away and brought out a fierce-looking, imposing monster. At first glance, it somewhat resembled a poisonous snake. Its body was dark gray-blue with golden-brown hues, a prominent golden spike stood on its head, bright white eyes paired with a huge mouth full of sharp fangs, its face was ferocious, striking fear into anyone who saw it. Its chest was covered in golden scales, its abdomen had clear muscle definition, and its limbs were thick and powerful. Crystal-like golden protrusions grew from the sides of its legs, with sharp claws gleaming coldly. The overall appearance was both solid like rock and fierce like a living creature. Data loudly introduced, Xia Ke can shoot deadly poisonous beams and powerful destructive beams. Although the skills aren't many, however, few monsters can resist its terrifying poison. Most monsters, once hit, can only watch in agony as their bodies are corroded, decaying, and die slowly in extreme pain. This Xia Ke has already defeated powerful monsters like Gamora, Red King, and Gorzang in our Grand Monster Arena. It has an outstanding record. Its strength is unquestionable. Definitely worth your purchase. Starting price, 100,000 kilograms of Eeyore. Each raise must be no less than 10,000 kilograms. The room immediately erupted in excitement. It's a rare poisonous monster. And a deadly one. This is too strong. 200,000. 300,000. The price quickly soared. A companion of buyer 8, Chui Yuzhen, leaned close to him and whispered. Chui Yuzhen, this is perfect for strengthening your poison lineup. With your Camera and Mogensen, poison on top of poison, no one will be able to fight you. Chui Yuzhen's eyes flashed with greed and ruthlessness, and he nodded fiercely, exactly. He immediately raised his number 8 card, valuing the monster, and shouted, 500,000. Natsum Yuka looked at Chui Yuzhen's determined expression, lazily yawned, then slowly raised her number 86 card, speaking lightly, 1 million. The muscles on Chui Yuzhen's face twitched violently, he turned his head sharply and glared at Natsum Yuka, his eyes filled with burning anger. It was her again. He raised his card once more, his voice filled with suppressed rage, 1.2 million. Natsum Yuka instantly broke into a bright smile, as if she discovered something fun, grinning playfully as she raised her card again, 2 million. Chui Yuzhen immediately followed with a counterbid, shouting, 2.1 million. Natsum Yuka glanced at Chui Yuzhen, simply making a pinching gesture with her thumb and index finger, 3 million. Chui Yuzhen had already been angry after losing the tyrant bid to Shaku. Then, he was further enraged by Natsum Yuka for winning the Saigon bid. Now, she was interfering with his must-have poisonous monster. Hatred surged up his heart. He abruptly stood up, glaring at Natsum Yuka, his voice rising in anger, 3.1 million. Damn you! Are you deliberately provoking me? Natsum Yuka wasn't afraid at all, instead, she made a playful face toward Chui Yuzhen's direction, sticking out her tongue. Pu Chan Ko. Xia Ke. If you have no money, sit back down. Don't embarrass yourself. 3.2 million. Chui Yuzhen was so angry that his whole body trembled, his face turned bright red. He thought to himself, even if I can't get it. He raised the number card again, almost shouting, 3,500,000. Yuka Natsum's smile on her face grew even brighter, full of mockery. She shook the card in her hand, her voice crisp, idiot, I have plenty of money, can you keep up? 4 million. Choi Woojin felt a rush of blood straight to his head. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face red as a pig's liver. He shouted in uncontrollable rage, 4,100,000. However, Yuka Natsum suddenly put away her card, leaned against Shaq, eyes full of mischievous laughter, as if the fierce bidding just now was only a game. Naturally, no one in the hall dared to follow this outrageous price. The sound of the gavel rang out, 4,100,000 K once. 4,100,000 K twice. 4,100,000 K. At the very moment the gavel fell, Choi Woo-jin suddenly realized that in his anger, he had spent all his savings. He nearly couldn't breathe, his vision going black. He suddenly pointed at Yuka Natsum, his voice trembling with extreme anger and frustration. Damn you! You just wait. Wait until we leave this auction, you'll regret it. Chapter 100 The Final Bid. The auction continued, the next few monsters appeared one by one. Water abnormal monster Mojipa. Ferocious monster Kistran. Fierce beast Halapalraz. Among them, Halapalraz was finally taken by Shaq for 900,000. Next were Destruction beast Asmogia. Cosmic shell monster Bazan Shell. Cosmic electromagnetic monster Gaibaruga. Watching the mechanical platform smoothly carry Gaibaruga away, a new figure exuding a terrifying aura was slowly brought onto the stage. This monster's form was strange and horrifying. A single pinkish oval head, under the skin were 3 pairs of crimson eyes. Multiple gray-black worm-like limbs wrapped around the body, their ends with red spikes. The body was covered in lava-like red-black skin, sturdy limbs with thick armor, claws red at the tips, full of oppression. The voice of the auctioneer was full of energy. Honored guests. This is the second-to-last monster of this auction, the destroyer from the cosmic abyss, the cosmic bomb monster, Valerian. Its energy exceeds your imagination. Every part of its body can release powerful lightning and strange rays. From its giant mouth, it can spit out powerful energy breath. Most terrifying is its tail. It can generate devastating biological bombs. These bombs can be remotely detonated. With its terrifying regeneration, it can keep creating destruction almost endlessly. The serrated organ on its belly can move like a chainsaw at high speed. Once close to an opponent, it can saw the enemy alive. For huge sharp spikes on its back can release strong electromagnetic energy, creating perfect optical camouflage, letting it become invisible, impossible to defend against. At the same time, it can use super vibration waves. Able to dig at incredible speed, easily piercing a small planet. This Valerian, its combat power is unmatched. You absolutely must have it. Starting price, 200,000 K EOR. Each raise, no less than 10,000 K. Now, start bidding. Hearing that this was already the second-to-last monster, many Reionics and aliens who had been holding back instantly went crazy. The bidding roars erupted like a tsunami. 300,000. 500,000. 800,000. 1 million. The price instantly pushed to millions, and still climbing. 1,200,000. 1,220,000. 1,500,000. Shaq looked at this fierce monster, then at his remaining funds, murmuring, "Why are there only 2 left? What is the very last one?" His heart was full of worry. Yuka Natsum leaned beside him, her eyes shining with excitement. "Looks like you collected quite a lot, right? Tyrant, Robeluga, Metal Life, Grantera, Legrasse, Halapalraz." Shaq smiled wryly. "Doesn't seem like I got anything really top-notch. Feels a bit of a loss." Yuka Natsum immediately raised her number 86 card, her voice crisp and loud, 2 million. After shouting, she turned her head to Shaq with a sly smile. "I want this Valerian. The firepower is strong enough to catch my eye. Don't mess around." Xia Ke chuckled softly. "Finally, someone worth looking at?" Inside the venue, Xiaomuyo was 2 million temporarily drowned out Reionics' voice, but an alien with a silver-white face, wild yellow hair, pointy ears, and blue eyes immediately raised a sign, 3.2 million. Without thinking, Xiaomuyo directly placed a harsh bid, 4 million. This price clearly exceeded the alien's budget. He opened his mouth, but ultimately, with reluctance, he closed it and sat back down. Data, seeing that no one else was bidding, shouted loudly, 4 million for once. 4 million for twice. 4 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to buyer number 86 for winning the Cosmic Bomb Monster, Verilon. Please go backstage with the staff after the auction to collect your prize. The giant mechanical platform slowly moved Verilon away. The atmosphere in the entire auction hall instantly became tense to the extreme. Everyone's eyes were glued to that empty, gigantic display stand. Xia Ke held his breath even more, his heart racing wildly. Finally, under the spotlight of the crowd's gaze, the mechanical platform started again, smoothly presenting the last item of the auction today, placing it steadily on the display stand. It was a uniquely shaped, imposing monster. Its entire body was covered in black hard armor, with a flat head. On either side of its face were trapezoid-shaped protrusions, silver horns on top of its head, and vertical yellow glowing crystals embedded in its face. There were 2 huge yellow energy cores symmetrically arranged on its chest, with silver-gray ring-like folds on the inner sides of its limbs. The ends of its limbs had black claws, making it resemble a humanoid longhorn beetle. Dada's voice trembled with extreme excitement. Everyone! Please witness the arrival of a legend. This is the final piece of today's auction. The pinnacle of monsters. The cosmic dinosaur, Jedden. The tension Xia Ke had been holding onto in his heart finally loosened. He exhaled deeply and long, as if unloading a 1,000-pound weight, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Great! It's Jedden. Xiaomu Yuhua looked at Xia Ke's expression and couldn't help but laugh, patting him on the back. The Jedden you've been dreaming of is here. Are you ready with your money? Dada's voice rose higher as he continued to introduce this legendary monster. Jedden. It's Jedden from Jedden Star, named after its home planet, the ultimate biological weapon symbolizing power and destruction. Now, due to some unspeakable reasons, Jedden has become an extremely endangered species in the universe. Each one is worth a fortune. Incredibly rare. It has the ability to teleport instantly. It can appear behind its enemy in the blink of an eye and launch a fierce attack, or easily create distance, coming and going freely. It can create an indestructible energy shield, easily blocking most energy attacks. Standing undefeated. It can absorb enemy energy attacks and convert them into its own power, rendering most energy attacks completely ineffective. It can shoot destructive energy pellets like a torrential rain from the 2 holes on its face, creating a devastating barrage. Its central yellow organ on its face can gather furious energy and launch powerful fireballs. We tested it on a batch of Antonla known for their defensive power. Without exception, each one only needed a single fireball to turn to ashes. It can unleash a terrifying wave of light. This beam is called the Jedden Ultimate Beam. Its power is enough to bring even the mighty light giant to the brink of death with a single strike. It possesses terrifying power beyond King Red. In close combat, it can use pure strength to crush most monsters known for their power. The cosmic dinosaur, Jedden. The embodiment of power. The synonym of destruction. You are absolutely worth spending everything for it. The starting bid 1 million kilos of E-minerals. Each bid increment not less than 100,000 kilos. Dada's introduction ignited a powder keg. The atmosphere inside the venue erupted into an unprecedented frenzy. The bidding war instantly exploded like a volcano. 1.1 million. 1.2 million. 1.3 million. In the auction seats, an alien with a unique appearance suddenly raised their number 26 card, 1.4 million. This alien had a silver-gray, hard exoskeleton for a head, with several sharp spikes on top, the central one being golden and the other silver-gray. Its face had a pair of long, glowing blue eyes, surrounded by white markings. Its mouth resembled a glowing, smiling mouth, with 2 silver whiskers hanging down. The other aliens saw him and immediately started whispering. Isn't that a Batarian? I remember he's a famous Jeddon breeder in the galaxy, right? He raises Jeddons himself, so why is he here to buy Jeddons? Yeah, it's strange. Could it be that he's selling them and bidding up the price? Haven't you heard? A well-informed alien lowered their voice. Do tell. Do tell. The surrounding aliens immediately leaned in. His Jeddon breeding base was reported by someone. The Galactic Security Team raided his place the other day. I heard not even a single Jeddon cub was left, all his production equipment and research materials were completely destroyed. Oh my god. That's terrible? Who reported him? Who's so ruthless? Hey, don't tell anyone I told you this. The alien looked around mysteriously. I heard through the grapevine, it was the Jeddon people who did it. They wanted to wipe out the competition. Is that true? The Jeddon people reported the Batarians? I don't know, but one thing's for sure, the Batarians don't have any Jeddons anymore. Shark's super hearing clearly caught these discussions, and his brows furrowed tightly. How come aliens are also bidding? Yuka looked at the price already reaching 1.5 million and elbowed Shark. Little Shark, if you don't bid now, Jeddon is going to be taken away. Shark's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he quickly raised his number 81 card, 2 million. The Batarian stood up sharply and turned to look at Shark with a cold gaze. His long, glowing blue eyes locked onto Shark, and with an icy glare, he raised his card again, 3 million. Shark's pupil shook. He could tell that the Batarian's desire for Jeddon was just as intense, and his financial strength was immense, showing no signs of backing down. He gritted his teeth and raised his card again, 4 million. The Batarian let out a light, contemptuous laugh. Humph. Human. Don't waste your time bidding against me, it's pointless, understand? You can't win. 5 million. He directly pushed the price to a new height. Shark's brows furrowed tightly. How much backup does this guy have? He felt the pressure like a mountain and gritted his teeth. 6 million. The whole room was in an uproar. Yuka slightly raised her eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. You still have that much? Shark sighed bitterly. If I had known, I wouldn't have bid on Tyrant. He looked at the Batarian, whose calm demeanor made it seem like money was just a number to him, and felt uncertain. Without hesitation, the Batarian raised the number 26 card again, his voice tinged with mockery. 7 million. Human, give it up. This is beyond your reach. 7 million. This price was like a thunderclap, making the entire hall fall silent. Shark couldn't help but ask, you, Batarian, what do you want this Jeddon for? The Batarian let out a harsh, malicious laugh. Ha ha ha. What a stupid question. Of course, I'm going to use this precious Jeddon as a foundation to start again. To grow bigger and stronger. To achieve even greater glory. Shark quietly asked, after you grow bigger and stronger, will you sell me one at a normal price? The Batarian laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Ah. Foolish. Extremely foolish human. What are you thinking? He suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed directly at Shark. The voice was full of greed. By then, you low-level creatures will all be Jeddon's food. Ha ha ha. Shark's eyes completely turned cold, murmuring, what an extremely vile guy. Data suddenly grabbed the floating microphone, voice trembling. 7 million grams at once. Flames ignited in Shark's eyes. He suddenly raised the number 81 card again, voice like thunder, echoing across the hall. Jeddon. I will win it. 10 million. The whole hall erupted in unprecedented exclamations. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at Shark in disbelief. The air seemed to freeze. 10 million. This was already an astronomical number. The beta alien was also shocked by this sudden sky-high price, his body stiffening, then he let out a breathless, annoyed laugh. Ha! Ha ha! You bastard! Interesting. Really interesting. But do you think you can snatch it from me like this? Blue light surged in his eyes, carrying a desperate madness. I even mortgaged my spaceship. 11 million. People were completely shocked, discussions like tides. Is he crazy? 11 million to buy Jeddon? Is Jeddon worth this price? This is a fight that will leave blood. This beta alien's obsession with Jeddon is terrifying. Can that human still compete? He just bid 10 million. Shark breathed heavily, his mood extremely complex. He had no E or reserves left. A huge wave of regret surged. He should not have bid on Tyrant. Yuka Natsum looked at Shark, who seemed lost and silent, then suddenly lightly jumped down from his lap. She stood in front of Shark, raising her delicate little face, eyes glinting with cunning, a devilish smile at her lips. Little Shark, reached your limit? Wallet empty? Shark nodded heavily, eyes full of unwillingness. Yuka Natsum's smile grew brighter, voice melodious, slowly said, Lady Yuka here still has 10 million grams. Shark's eyes trembled, heart instantly racing. Then, can you lend me? Yuka Natsum extended her slender finger, gently shook it, sweet smile yet teasing. Call me mommy. Shark was like struck by lightning, suddenly stood up, face red, lips twitching, voice full of humiliation and anger. Are you insulting me? A real man cannot do such a shameful thing. How can I call a child 10 years younger? Mommy. Shark suddenly crouched, whispered. Yuka Natsum opened her small mouth, eyes full of surprise and excitement. Oh, call once more. Shark lowered his head, facial muscles twisted from extreme shame and struggle, biting his teeth, forcing the words out again. Mommy. Ah. Yuka Natsum suddenly covered her chest with both hands, body tingling as if electrified, cheeks blushing, eyes hazy, making a satisfied yet strange sound. This feeling not right seemed something strange awakened. She was fully immersed in an indescribable, almost sick pleasure. And this scene was clearly seen by everyone around. Luoya, Fiscal, Angel, Adonia, Isabella, Serbonia, Kai, Subami Mio, they all stood up in shock. Their eyes all focused sharply on Shark crouching on the ground and the intoxicated Yuka Natsum. Every face was full of astonishment. Yuka Natsum took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the strange feeling inside, her face blooming into a bright smile again. She reached out, like petting an animal, gently touched Shark's head. Good, little Shark, now, continue bidding. Shark suddenly stood up, face still red with shame and anger, but eyes sharp again. He grabbed the number 81 auction card, raised it high, voice full of overwhelming momentum, echoing across the hall. 13 million. The people in the arena were already shocked, speechless. 13 million. This price was already enough to buy a monster army. The air was dead silent. The Betzian was first stunned, then suddenly furious. He slammed the armrest of his chair, making a harsh crashing sound. Good. Good, good. Damn human. I will remember you. Blue light flashed in his eyes. With a hint of madness, he suddenly raised number 26, 15 million. Shark was furious. This guy still had energy? He felt his reason burning, looked at Jeton in the distance, and let out his final roar, 20 million. Data on the distant stage was completely stunned by these successive sky-high prices. Clang. The microphone in his hand slipped and fell to the ground, making a sound. Chapter 102, Collection. Natsum Yuka closed her eyes, her face wore a forced smile, her eyebrows twitched slightly, her voice a bit grinding. Little Shark, you really are impolite, 20 million just shouted out. The Betsioun was also completely furious. He jumped up suddenly, screamed hysterically toward Shark's direction. Today I will go bankrupt. I will mortgage all my property to get Jeton. 25 million. This number was like a hammer, smashing hard on Shark's heart. 20 million was already the limit. Shark's body wobbled, he exhaled a long, heavy breath, his eyes hollowly staring at Jeton on the stage. So close, yet unreachable. Data finally recovered from extreme shock and panic, hurriedly picked up the microphone from the floor, voice excited, almost breaking. 25 million once. 25 million twice. 25 million 3 times. Sold. The auction hammer fell heavily with force, making a dull sound. Congratulations to buyer number 26 for winning the cosmic dinosaur Jeton. The Betsioun, hearing the hammer, instantly relaxed from extreme tension. As if drained of all strength, he collapsed in his seat, lost and empty. His voice full of endless fatigue and the emptiness of losing everything. Gone, all gone. Spaceship, monsters, weapons, all must be sold, all gone, nothing left. Shark sat dumbly, reaching his hand, weakly grasping the void, mumbling with a dreamy laugh. Jeton, my Jeton, 25 million Jeton, so many Jetons, everywhere Jetons. He seemed trapped in an illusion, everything around turning into the Jeton he dreamed of but would forever lose, making emotionless Zidon sounds. One Jeton had drained the souls of 2 men. Natsum Yuka let out a long sigh, shoulders collapsing, patting her chest. Few scared me, thought I really would go bankrupt. Data forced calm, voice transmitted through the microphone to the whole arena, auction over. All successful buyers, please follow staff backstage to collect your items. Thank you for participating. Soon, many aliens in uniform of various forms moved through the venue, guiding their buyers. Natsum Yuka came to where Shark was sitting, kicked his leg, forced a laugh twice, and said, Hey, stop spacing out. Even though you lost Jeton, you still have me, right? Shark was unmoved, still grasping the void where Jeton did not exist, letting out a soft sigh. Jeton, my invincible Jeton. Suddenly, Ruya raised her battle device, voice clear, Rebesa. Buzz. A dazzling golden light appeared in the vast center of the auction hall. With a loud cry, Rebasa's huge golden body materialized, hovering in midair. Rebasa's appearance caused a wave of exclamations and commotion. Data immediately gave a stern warning, voice full of panic. Please, Reionics, do not summon monsters in the auction hall. Put it away immediately. Otherwise it will be considered hostile action, consequences at your own risk. As soon as he finished speaking, Leah leapt gracefully into the air, landing on the back of the Libesa, which was dozens of meters away. With a flap of its wings, Libesa soared to the central platform in an instant. In the astonished gaze of Data and all the audience, Leah leaped off Libesa's back, landing steadily in front of Data, snatching the microphone from his hand. Her voice, clear and powerful, echoed through the entire auction hall via the sound system. Participants, please listen to me. The entire hall instantly fell silent, countless gazes fixed on the woman who had suddenly appeared on stage, filled with astonishment, confusion, and curiosity. Leah took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her voice resolute. The national war zone has reached its final stage. There's no need for us to continue fighting pointless battles. Killing each other will only allow the true masterminds behind the scenes to succeed. We should unite. Put aside past grudges and suspicions. Let's all survive to the end. Stop attacking others just for points. That will only play into the trap set by the organizers of the National War Zone. Everyone. After the auction, let's gather in the open area outside the spaceship. Together, we will discuss how to clean up the monsters on the island. According to the rules, when the National War Zone ends, all the remaining monsters on the island will be randomly teleported to Earth. We cannot let that happen. No matter what difficulties you faced before, no matter how much blood you've spilled, please, for now, set aside your grudges. Let us unite to fight the true enemy, the monstrous threats. Her voice carried a strange, infectious power, echoing throughout the massive hall. Shaq's hollow eyes flickered slightly, pulled back from his illusions by the sound of her voice. He raised his head, looking at the figure bathed in the spotlight on the stage, like a valkyrie, and the cold despair in his heart melted away rapidly. Yes, now is not the time to lose hope. After finishing her speech, Leah shoved the microphone back into Dada's hand, who was still stunned, then without hesitation, turned around, took a quick run-up, and jumped back onto Libasa's back. Libasa let out a long cry, carrying her back to the seats where Xia Ke and the others were sitting. Two alien attendants also arrived at Xia Ke's side. One of them respectfully said, "Esteemed Mr. Reionics, please follow us to deliver the E-minerals and collect your auction items." Leah stored Libasa and looked at Xia Ke, saying, "You guys go ahead, we'll wait for you outside to gather." Xia Ke took a deep breath, suppressing the disappointment in his heart, and nodded, "Okay." Each successful bidder has their own attendant to lead them to different passages and areas to collect monsters, avoiding confusion. Xia Ke looked at Fisher beside him, his voice softer. "Come on, Fisher, let's go get your new partner." Fisher immediately nodded eagerly, excitement flashing in his eyes. Boss." Yuka Natsum also made a "see you later" gesture at Xia Ke, then followed another alien attendant as she left. Everyone temporarily dispersed. Xia Ke and Fisher followed the attendant through the maze-like metallic corridors inside the massive spaceship. The corridor was wide enough for small spacecraft to pass through, with embedded lights in the walls, and the surroundings shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. They passed several turns and took a huge elevator, finally arriving at an incredibly spacious hangar that was more than 100 meters tall. The ceiling of the hangar was covered with numerous bright searchlights casting cold beams of light, illuminating everything below as if it were daylight. In the center of the hangar, the monsters Xia Ke had bid on stood silently, exuding an oppressive, suffocating aura. Tyrant, Robeluga, metal lifeforms. Gulantara, Ligras, Halaboras, not one missing. Chapter 103 Capsule. The waiter led Xia Ke and Fiscal to a slightly smaller, but equally huge room next to the hangar. In the center of the room stood a giant electronic scale and a set of precise or cutting equipment. "Sir, please deliver the E or here," the waiter said, pointing at the electronic scale. Xia Ke took out the E or concentrates that shone with nebula light from the system space and threw them one by one onto the huge scale. The heavy ores made dull thudding sounds as they hit the scale. As he threw them, he asked, "So many monsters, how do I take them away? I can't just walk out with them all swaggering around, right? Too inconvenient, too flashy." The waiter's face showed a bit of difficulty. "Well, sir, we usually provide each buyer with a corresponding mind control ring. With the ring, these monsters will obey your commands absolutely. But taking so many giant beasts along is indeed inconvenient. Usually, people only buy one monster at a time." Xia Ke glanced at the mountain of E or concentrates on the scale, flowing with light, the weight showing exactly 10 million grams. "Just right, delivery complete." The waiter looked at the high-purity, nebula-flowing ores, a flash of surprise in his eyes. At that moment, a spaceperson wearing a higher-level uniform and carrying a silver briefcase walked in. She looked at the ores on the scale, then at Xia Ke, her face full of extreme shock, her voice changing tone. "Oh my god. Sir. Your E-ores, all of them are the highest quality concentrates. This is so rare." She immediately turned to the previous waiter, her tone commanding, "Lias. Go get the monster capsules immediately, and gift them to this distinguished guest. As extra reward." The waiter named Lias did not dare to delay and immediately ran out of the room. The spaceperson in the high-level uniform turned to Xia Ke, respectful. "Distinguished guest, I am the manager of this area. To thank you for trading with such high-quality concentrates, we will give you a set of monster capsules for free, which will greatly help you carry these powerful companions." Xia Ke's brow twitched. "Monster capsules?" "Yes, sir," the manager said, opening her briefcase as she explained. "It is a portable high-dimensional storage device." She carefully took out several strangely shaped metal rings with engraved monster patterns, each inlaid with a special magnet. "These are mind control rings, wear them, and you can fully control the corresponding monster." Xia Ke picked up a ring inlaid with a dark red gem, corresponding to Roberuga, and turned to hand it to the excited Fiscal following him. "Fiscal, take it." Fiscal took the ring with both hands, gratitude overflowing in her eyes, almost spilling from her eyes, her voice excited. "Thank you, boss." The immense joy made her unable to hold back. She stepped forward, opened her arms, and gave Xia Ke a solid hug. Xia Ke felt a huge force wrapping around him. Fiscal's full height of 1.9 meters, plus the heels, made him reach only to her chest. From her excited voice, rapid breathing, fast heartbeat, and the full strength of her hug, it was clear her feelings were completely genuine. Xia Ke could clearly feel this German girl's pure trust, gratitude, and loyalty toward him. It seemed she really kept her promise and completely accepted him as the boss. Fiscal released the hug, her face full of joy. She immediately put on the control ring, focused her mind, and issued a command to Roberuga not far away. She raised her battle device. V-Room. The battle device emitted a glow, establishing a mental link with Robelugia. The disc-like creature, Robelugia, transformed into a streak of light and was absorbed into Fischer's battle device. At that moment, Leah's also returned, carrying a suitcase. She opened it, revealing neatly arranged monster capsules inside. The manager picked up a control ring and a monster capsule, demonstrating, all you need to do is use the special magnet on the control ring to touch the activation port of the monster capsule. She gently tapped, and a blue light appeared around the top of the monster capsule. Then, point the activated monster capsule towards the monster you want to store. She pointed to the tyrant in the hangar. The capsule will open a plank membrane passage leading to a higher dimensional space, compressing the massive monster instantly and storing it inside the high dimensional space. In that space, the monster's life state will come to a halt. The manager paused, his tone growing serious. Please note, this is different from your battle device. The battle device contains a special subspace, where monsters can remain active or even heal injuries. On the other hand, the higher dimensional space in the monster capsule is stagnant. If a monster is injured before being stored, its injuries won't worsen after entering the capsule. But it also can't heal by itself, you'll need to find a way to treat it. Xia Ke nodded, indicating understanding. I see. One more question, what kind of technology does our battle device use? Do you know? The manager immediately displayed a fearful expression, waving his hands repeatedly. I apologize, honored guest. Analyzing the composition of the battle device is a severe offense against that great one. Unless you wish to make an enemy of that individual, no force or person dares to probe its secrets. Xia Ke asked, what happens if someone dares to analyze the battle device? The manager lowered his voice, filled with deep reverence and fear. Well, they would probably be hunted down by the cleaners under that great one's command, it would be a disaster. So, please, guest, please never attempt such a thing. Xia Ke nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Next, Xia Ke put on 5 control rings and activated each corresponding monster capsule. The capsules emitted a deep blue beam, enveloping the monsters. With a slight distortion in the space, the massive creatures were compressed and sucked into the small capsules. Looking at the capsules containing the giant beasts, Xia Ke nodded. No problem. Let's go. Led respectfully by the manager and the attendant, Xia Ke and Fisher left the massive hangar, passing through maze-like corridors, riding the elevator, and finally exiting the giant spaceship, which was as large as a city. Outside the spaceship, the vast area was still surrounded by a huge energy shield, and the sky remained covered by heavy black clouds. As soon as they stepped outside the shielded range of the spaceship, they saw not far away, the neon girl with black short hair and a blue neck collar, Tsunami Mio, being chased by 2 men. Chapter 104, Taking Action. Fisher leaned closer to Xia Ke, lowering her voice to ask. Boss, that Bitar Star person, they should have nothing left now, right? They've even mortgaged their spaceship. Should we seize this opportunity and take Jeton from them? Xia Ke's eyes became complicated, but he finally shook his head, his voice low. No. Right now, we don't know how deep these aliens' backgrounds run. They may be connected to massive forces behind the scenes. Acting rashly could lead to us falling into an unforeseeable predicament. It's better not to take the risk. Under the black clouds, everything seemed to lose color, leaving only an oppressive gray. In the wilderness, cold winds howled, swirling dust and debris, bringing a biting chill. The huge energy shield that had been covering the auction venue silently vanished. In the distance, the spaceship, like a mountain of steel, rumbled deeply, slowly rising, and finally disappeared into the thick black clouds. Far away. Tsunami Mio pulled out a sleek floating skateboard from the system space that was a random reward from the system. She stepped on the skateboard, the engine instantly started, giving a soft hum, and sped away. Trying to run? Chui Yuzhen reacted quickly, cursed angrily, and suddenly pulled out a metallic sphere glowing blue from the system space, also a system random restraint tool. He forced his arm, throwing the blue sphere hard. Whoosh! The blue sphere became a streak of light, astonishingly fast, catching up to Tsunami Mio in a blink. The blue light exploded, wrapping around her limbs and body like a living thing, forming strong energy chains. Ugh! Tsunami Mio screamed, her body instantly bound, losing balance, falling heavily from the floating skateboard. Her body tumbled messily on the ground, rolling several times, covered in dust. The floating skateboard lost control, spinning wildly, crashing into a raised black rock, making a sharp scraping sound. Chui Yuzhen and Jin Haun sneered, quickly catching up. Chui Yuzhen grabbed Tsunami Mio's black short hair, roughly lifting her up. He forced her to look up, his voice full of malice and pride. Damn. Running? Why aren't you running? Tsunami Mio felt a tearing pain on her scalp, her face twisted in pain, eyes burning with rage, biting her teeth and cursing, TCH. Shit, get lost. Still defiant. Chui Yuzhen cursed, throwing her harshly to the ground like garbage. Then he lifted his foot, mercilessly stepping on her muddy face, pressing hard. You bastard who killed Che Xia. Today I will cut you into pieces, let you know what it means to be worse than dead. Make you pay for Xia. Tsunami Mio was pressed almost to suffocation, her cheek against the cold rough ground, the chains keeping her body still, only able to make muffled groans of pain. It's her, she attacked me first. Chui Yuzhen sneered, kicking her in the waist and belly, making her curl in pain, still arguing. Jin Haun. Go! Mark her first. The other Han soldier, Jin Haun, with a cruel smile, shouted into the air. Friends in the live room. Watch carefully. We finally caught the woman who killed our teammate Xia. Today, she must pay a painful price for Xia's death. He took out a cold shiny tactical dagger from his storage space, squatted down, pressing the cold blade tightly against Tsunami Mio's muddy cheek. No, Tsunami Mio gritted her teeth. Jin Haun ignored her, cursing obscenely while forcing the dagger with his wrist. The sharp tip instantly pierced the skin, cutting a bloody line on Tsunami Mio's smooth cheek. Blood immediately gushed out. Ah! The fierce pain made Tsunami Mio scream painfully, tears mixing with blood and mud streaming down. Chui Yuzhen watched this, his face showing a sick satisfaction, spat at Tsunami Mio, and kicked her 2 more times, bastard. This is just the beginning. In the distance, Fiscal watched this cruel scene, turning to Shax. Boss, should we help? Shax frowned, instinctively wanting to say it's none of his business. But Luya's strong, uniting words echoed in his mind. A sense of responsibility outweighed indifference. Shax took a deep breath, stepped forward, and shouted firmly. Stop. Everyone, the National Fate battlefield has reached its final stage. We should not fight among ourselves, and we should not do such cruel things. We should focus on clearing the monsters on the island. Chui Yuzhen suddenly raised his head, saliva flying, his facial expression twisted in rage. Ah, she. It's you. The idiot who stole Talant from me. Once I kill her, you're next. Don't scream like that. Xia Ke's eyes turned cold, ready to explode, but before he could act, Fiscal moved first. Shut your stinky mouth. You greasy pig. Fiscal's voice was icy, and her tall figure burst with an astonishing aura. Dare to talk to my boss like that? Do you want to die? She suddenly turned her head to look at Xia Ke, fire burning in her eyes. Boss. Can we kill them? Xia Ke looked at the fury in Fiscal's eyes, slowly nodded, and warned, be careful. Those two have high points, they must have some unexpected sneaky tools. Got it. Fiscal answered, like a tiger released from its cage, her speed unbelievable as she rushed toward Chui Yuzhen and Jin Hien. Chui Yuzhen saw Fiscal charging and grinned maniacally. Ashibaya? Where did this mad dog come from again? Go die already. Without hesitation, he raised the battle device in his hand. Buzz. A dark purple beam of light shot out. Accompanied by a scream filled with brutal energy, the Segumeger, a fierce beast, landed heavily on the ground. Toxic Flame Monster Segumeger. Height, 57 meters. Weight, 45,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, Defense, 800, Speed, 800. Skills, Sigul Toxic Flame Vortex. Introduction, a fierce toxic beast. In close combat, it can use its toxic fangs and tail lash, and its poisonous light beam can easily penetrate the biological surface, paralyzing the opponent with its deadly toxin. As soon as it appeared, its massive mouth immediately unleashed a stream of deep purple energy fluid, Sigul Toxic Flame. The toxic flame poured down like a waterfall, covering a vast area. Xia Ke's pupils contracted, and his body suddenly powered up, leaping sideways and backward like a cannonball, narrowly escaping the coverage of the toxic flame. But Fiscal, facing this terrifying toxic flame, did not slow down. Her battle device burst with dazzling light. Buzz. A streak of light flew out of the battle device, instantly expanding in the air. A humanoid battle body covered in heavy black armor descended. Disc Creature Robaluga. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 19,000 tons. Attack, 1100, Defense, 600, Speed, 1000. Skills, Wedge Light Beam, Shuriken Light Beam. Introduction, a shapeshifting disc creature, the monster form is highly agile, able to perform difficult maneuvers easily, showing powerful combat skills and overwhelming firepower to suppress the enemy. Robaluga. Wedge Light Beam. Shuriken Light Beam. Firepower Suppression. Fiscal's voice carried an icy killing intent as she issued the command. Robaluga's crimson electronic eyes locked onto Segumeger, and its arms suddenly lifted. The electronic eyes gathered red energy, Wedge Light Beam. Its hands shot out countless purple energy projectiles, like flying darts, Shuriken Light Beam. Boom. 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 Whoosh. 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 The red and purple energy attacks poured like a violent storm, accompanied by the sharp sound of piercing air, overwhelming Segumeger. The explosion instantly engulfed Segumeger's massive body. The deafening sound of explosions became the most intense background noise on the battlefield. Fiscal, taking cover behind Robaluga, did not slow down, continuing to charge toward Chui Yuzhen and Jin Hien. The dozens of meters were covered in the blink of an eye. Chui Yuzhen saw Fiscal charging fiercely, his face changing slightly as he immediately took a fighting stance. Fiscal closed the distance with no flashy moves, delivering a heavy, powerful whip kick, howling through the air, and smashing straight toward Chui Yuzhen's head. Chui Yuzhen reacted incredibly fast, crossing his arms in front of him, blocking it forcefully. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Chui Yuzhen only felt a huge force strike him, his arms aching terribly as his entire body was uncontrollably thrown backward for more than 10 meters, his feet leaving deep grooves in the ground. He was horrified in his heart. How could this woman have so much strength? Jin Hian saw his companion being pushed back, and stopped tormenting Tsunami Mio. He kicked Tsunami Mio, who was lying on the ground, in pain, and then roared in anger, charging toward Fischl like a wild bull, with his tactical dagger gleaming coldly, thrusting towards Fischl. Fischl seemed to have eyes on her back, as when Jin Hian's dagger came towards her, she spun around with incredible speed and kicked. Her kick precisely hit Jin Hian's wrist, the one holding the dagger. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed. Ah! Jin Hian screamed in agony, the dagger flew out of his hand, spinning through the air. Fischl didn't stop for a second, another sharp spinning kick landed heavily on Jin Hian's temple. Bang! Jin Hian was hit as though struck by a heavy hammer, his body flying horizontally and crashing into a nearby black rock, making a muffled sound, and cracks appeared on the rock's surface. Shiba! Chui Yuzhen saw his companion injured, both shocked and angry. He endured the intense pain in his arm and pulled out a laser gun from the system space, die. Fischl reacted extremely fast. The moment Chui Yuzhen raised his gun, she suddenly darted behind a large rock nearby. SZZ. Boom! A crimson energy beam grazed Fischl's clothes and shot past, creating a hole in the ground far away. Immediately after, a dense barrage of energy beams rained down on the rock where Fischl had taken cover. Boom! 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 The rock shattered, debris flying, and smoke filled the air. At that moment, Chui Yuzhen suddenly staggered, almost falling, his face showing a painful expression. It turned out that his monster, Sagumejer, after enduring the relentless bombardment from Roboluca's fierce long-range attack, was outflanked by Robluca, who used its speed advantage to circle behind it, transforming instantly and delivering a powerful flying kick that hit its back. The damage to the monster was reflected onto its controller. Fischl keenly seized this fleeting opportunity. She flashed from behind cover like lightning, picked up a sharp rock, and with all her might, hurled it towards Chui Yuzhen's head. Whoosh! The rock hit precisely with a sound of air being torn apart. Boom! The rock exploded on Chui Yuzhen's forehead, and blood immediately began to flow. Chui Yuzhen cried out in pain, his body swaying once again. These Reionics, through their deep connection with their monsters, had enhanced bodies with the monster's attributes, giving them defense far superior to ordinary humans. Otherwise, this blow would have shattered his skull. Fischl seized the opportunity and burst out from behind cover like a cheetah. With a quick sprint, she executed a flying kick, smashing into Chui Yuzhen's chest. Thud! A muffled sound. Chui Yuzhen felt as though he had been hit by a car, with two ribs breaking, his body flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground some 10 meters away. Ugh! Chui Yuzhen struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth. At the same time, Jin Hian, who had been kicked away by Fischl, also struggled to get up, his face covered in blood, resembling a mad tiger, howling as he charged at Fischl once more. Fischl's eyes were cold as she made a clean and swift turn, her leg striking like a steel whip, hitting Jin Hian's neck again. Crack! Another clear sound of bones breaking. Jin Hian couldn't even scream, his body twisting as it flew out once again, crashing to the ground. Shiba! Ah, Shiba! Chui Yuzhen raised his gun and shot continuously. SZZ. Fischl, though reacting quickly and dodging to the side, still felt the beam graze her left shoulder. Blood immediately stained Fischl's shoulder clothing. Ugh! Fischl grunted in pain, the sharp pain causing her movements to falter, quickly ducking behind another larger rock for cover. Meanwhile, the battle between the two monsters continued in the background. Sagumejer, battered by Roboluca's long-range bombardment, was covered in wounds, its poison flames weak and ineffective now. But Jin Hian, after getting up, immediately pulled out his battle device and summoned his monster. Light Heat Monster, Kyra. Height, 40 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack, 800, Defense, 1400, Speed, 600. Skill, Collapse Flash. Profile, a monster that looks like a humanoid trilobite, its defense is terrifying, able to release a flash of high-heat energy from its eyes, causing burning and explosions. As Kira appeared, it closed its giant eyes like searchlights. Roboluga, who was bombing Segumeger from afar, also sensed Kira's threat. It immediately redirected its fire, red wedge-shaped beams and purple shuriken beams raining toward Kira like a storm. Boom! 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 However, these attacks hitting Kira's heavily armored body only sparked energy sparks, causing no real damage, not even interrupting its charge. Kira suddenly opened its eyes. Buzz. A blinding strong light erupted instantly. The destructive light and heat energy of collapse flash swept the area where Robaluga was like an approaching storm. Rumble. Robaluga's huge body was instantly swallowed by blinding white light and terrifying explosions. It was violently thrown by the blast wave, crashing heavily onto the distant ground. Ah! Fiscal also let out a painful scream at the same time. The damage feedback hit her, the intense light instantly blinded her, and the burning pain and shock surged over her body like a tide. She covered her eyes, her body trembling slightly from the intense pain. Seeing this, Chui Yuzhen showed a ferocious and joyful smile on his face. Damn it! Stinky woman, you're dead. Jin Haun. Quick! Kill her. Jin Haun also showed a cruel smile, staggering toward the rocks. You're dead. Stinky bitch. Suddenly, a mutation happened. Rumble. The ground under Chui Yuzhen suddenly exploded without warning. Rocks and soil shot into the sky. The underground monster Telesdon broke through the earth. Its huge claws grabbed Chui Yuzhen, who had been thrown into the air by the blast wave. Ugh! Chui Yuzhen let out a short, painful scream. He felt every bone in his body moaning under the terrifying grip. Chapter 105 Too Poisonous. Just as he wanted to curse, Chui Yuzhen caught with the corner of his eye several even larger shadows closing in. Sadra, Tyrant, Lagras. The three-headed giant beasts formed a horn-like stance, their cold beast eyes locked on him, the pressure suffocating. It's that bastard's monsters. Things are bad. Alarm bells rang in Chui Yuzhen's mind. He suddenly activated a special device on his feet, teleport shoes, an item randomly rewarded by the system, once a day teleport 20 meters. Buzz. A ghostly blue light flashed, Chui Yuzhen vanished from Teleston's hand, instantly appearing in a nearby open area. He staggered to the ground, still in shock, immediately raising the battle device to summon his remaining two monsters. Shark, inside Teleston's mouth, seeing Fiscal in danger, immediately ordered Sadra. Sadra's right arm suddenly stretched out violently. The giant toothed claw stabbed toward Jin Haun, who was approaching the injured Fiscal. Jin Haun turned pale, unable to pay attention to Fiscal, awkwardly jumping away on the spot, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Rumble. A large pit appeared on the ground. Chui Yuzhen quickly reunited with the still-shocked Jin Haun, growling urgently, Jin Haun. Quick! Recall Kara. Jin Haun immediately guessed Chui Yuzhen's plan, realizing if he delayed, he would be implicated. Without hesitation, he raised the battle device, turning Kara, still showing off far away, into streaks of light and recalled it. Meanwhile, Teleston lowered its massive body slightly, opening its mouth. Shark leaped out swiftly, his eyes locking immediately on Fiscal, who was leaning against the rocks, weakened. Fiscal! Shark rushed forward quickly, his voice urgent. What's wrong? Fisher's eyes, at this moment, lost focus, blankly staring at the source of the voice, with helpless fragility. Boss? I can't see anything. Shark hurriedly said, quick! Put away Robe Lucia. He clearly remembered the conversation he overheard at the auction. Chui Yuzhen still had two highly poisonous monsters, Kemla and Moginshen. Fisher hesitated not at all, immediately following the order, enduring the severe pain in her shoulder, raising her battle instrument to transform Robe Lucia, which was emitting black smoke from afar, into a streak of light and recalled it. On the other side, Chui Yuzhen's battle instrument emitted two dark green beams of light. Two monsters descended upon the earth. Poison gas monster Kemla. Height, 35 meters. Weight, 10,000 tons. Attack, 400, defense, 1400, speed, 400. Skills, electric shock beam, poison gas spray. Introduction, a four-legged crawling monster, possessing supervision and superhearing, able to spray poison gas from its mouth, with a shell on its back that can open and close, and a forked tail capable of releasing destructive light beams. Poison gas monster Moginshen. Height, 47 meters. Weight, 24,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 600, speed, 700. Skills, electric shock beam, poison gas spray. Introduction, a monster whose main food is natural gas and enjoys consuming poisonous substances, capable of spraying poison gas from its mouth, with poisonous spines growing on its back and the ability to release lightning. Chui Yuzhen and Jin Haun took out their gas masks from the system space and immediately put them on. Release poison. Poison them to death. Chui Yuzhen's voice came through the mask. Kemla's mouth flashed with light, releasing a thick cloud of toxic miasma. Moginshan also sprayed a deadly neurotoxic mist. Even the scarred Sago-Miger spat out deep purple Sagol poison flame. A massive amount of toxic gas spread out instantly, withering the grass and trees in its path, and rocks sizzling with corrosion sounds. At the same time, Shark moved like lightning. He swiftly charged to Fisher's side, his strong arm effortlessly lifting her in a horizontal embrace. Fisher's tall yet unusually fragile body was steadily placed into the open mouth of Tayleston's space. Immediately after, he turned and rushed to the still-bound Tsunami Meluo, curled up on the ground like a trapped little beast, and swiftly lifted her, throwing her into Tayleston's mouth. Absorb! Shark growled, his battle instrument and monster capsules glowing simultaneously. Sadra, Tyrant, and Lagras, the three giant monsters, instantly turned into streaks of light and were recalled. Boom! Just as the deadly poisonous tide was about to engulf the area they were in, Tayleston let out a muffled low growl, and its massive body suddenly sank. The hard ground crumbled like sand, and Tayleston, with the three people in its mouth, burrowed into the deep earth, disappearing without a trace. The thick poison mist and poison flames rolled over the area, but only hit empty space. Shui Yushin stood in the toxic gas, looking at the empty ground, stomping his foot hard, and a roar of unwillingness came from under the mask. Damn it! She escaped again. Deep underground, Tayleston was steadily moving through the rock layers. Inside its mouth space, Shark held the weak Fisher. He glanced at the system chat channel, where there was a private message from Luya. Luya, Shark, where are you? I can't find you. Shark quickly typed back, just had a conflict with the Cold Country team, Fisher got injured a little, we are relocating. Luya, I've successfully persuaded many people. Can I take them to the volcano base? Shark, okay, we'll meet at the base. Luya, got it, stay safe. Closing the communication, Shark looked down at Fisher in his arms. The usually imposing German woman now appeared unusually fragile. Her eyes were tightly closed, her pale cheeks covered in dust. The wound from the laser passing through her shoulder, with its charred edges oozing dark red blood, was a shocking sight. More severe was the feedback damage from Kyra's collapsing flash. Her whole body trembled incessantly. Fisher, Shaq's voice was soft, gentle as he asked, how do you feel? Fisher moved slightly, burying her face deeper into Shaq's warm chest, her voice barely a whisper, filled with helpless sobs. Boss. I can't see. My eyes hurt so much. She fumbled to grab Shaq's shirt at his chest, her fingers stiff. Shaq's heart tightened, he gently patted her back. I didn't expect that the collapse flash from Kara would hurt so much. Boss. Fisher's voice was full of fear and worry, weakly saying, will I never see again? Will I become a useless person? Don't say that, Shaq comforted in a low voice, it's not certain yet, there will be a way. Boss, my shoulder hurts so much. Fisher's voice was intermittent, her body shrinking tighter from the cold and pain. My body, it's so cold. I can't use any strength. Hold on, Fisher. Shaq tightened his arms around her, trying to give some warmth. Boss. Fisher's voice was weak and desperate, almost lifeless. Will I die, just like this? Boss. I don't want to die yet. Chapter 106, Rest and Strike Back. Shaq sighed, it won't happen, don't be so pessimistic. Boss. Fisher seemed to have used up her last bit of strength, her voice as soft as a breeze. I want to tell you something. Shaq lowered his head, go ahead, I'm listening. Fisher's breath brushed weakly against Shaq's neck, she spoke in a soft voice. I grew up in a very strict family. My parents arranged everything clearly. What time to wake up? What time to study? What time to practice the piano? What time to socialize? Every day, every moment, felt like a preset program. I felt like a puppet on strings, unable to do what I wanted. Time never belonged to me. Shaq softly asked, so you long for freedom? Fisher weakly shook her head in his arms, her hair brushing his chin. Later. I finally escaped, left that cage. But. Her voice was filled with great confusion and loss. After escaping those arrangements, I realized the world is so big and so empty. I don't know what to do, what I can do. Every day felt like wasting time. It was then I understood. It wasn't the arrangements I hated, it was having people I didn't like arrange my life. Shaq succinctly said, you were just confined for too long, and you got temporarily lost while searching for a new direction. Maybe. Fisher's breath became even weaker, speaking in broken sentences. Before I was sent to this place, I was helping a gang boss. But that boss was an idiot. His command abilities were terrible, relying entirely on his background for show. Shaq asked, so you were still living a life you didn't like? Fisher's eyelashes fluttered, and she said, I want to be with the right person, and live a life that isn't boring, see different sights. I think you're amazing, so, can I follow you from now on? Shaq looked at the pale face in his arms, a face filled with trust and dependence, his thoughts racing. He was silent for a moment, then said, if you want to, then go ahead and do it. At that moment, the girl bound by the blue energy chains, Tsunami Mirai, moved. She struggled like a maggot, trying to move her body, lifting her blood-stained and dirt-covered but still delicate face, her eyes glaring at Shaq. Hey! That annoying old man over there. What are you going to do with me? Shaq glanced at her, his tone indifferent. I saved your life, and the first thing you should say is thank you. Tsunami Mirai pouted, muttering with no sincerity, thank you, you bastard old man. Shaq raised an eyebrow, calling me bastard old man all the time. What exactly are you trying to express? Tsunami Mirai rolled her eyes, her voice laced with a bit of childish arrogance. Sorry, bastard old man, can you untie me first? This thing is choking me, I can barely breathe. Shark calmly said, want me to help? Then you need to say something nice. Tsunami Neo shouted listlessly, sorry. Because you stole the laggrass I liked at the auction before, I hate you. Old man. Shark chuckled lightly, at an auction, the highest bid wins. Don't you know the rules? Tsunami Neo turned her head and huffed stubbornly, I know. But I still hate you. Old man. Shark laughed at her childish behavior, how old are you? Calling me old man? Tsunami Neo replied without energy, 17. A vein twitched on Shark's temple, I'm only 25. Just 8 years older than you, why the hell are you calling me old man? Oh. Tsunami Neo responded, OLDMN. Shark almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. You bastard. Show some respect to your boss, you jerk. Don't you know what manners are, you idiot? Fiscal, who had been weakly curled in Shark's arms, suddenly struggled to sit upright, pointing her finger and roaring viciously at Tsunami Neo. If you dare speak nonsense again. Do you believe I'll cut out your tongue right now, you bastard? Shark looked shocked at Fiscal, who suddenly seemed full of life. Fiscal. Weren't you very weak? At Shark's question, Fiscal's body immediately went soft. She gasped, fell back into Shark's arms, frowning, her voice fragile and full of grievance. Boss, I feel dizzy, my body, it really hurts, so painful. Shark's mouth twitched, this one is definitely pretending a bit. Shark sighed helplessly, we're almost at the space trader outpost marked on the map. Hang in there, we'll take you for treatment soon. Sometime later. Shark, Fiscal, and Tsunami Neo emerged from a cave. Fiscal stretched lazily, her graceful body relaxing, her face glowing with the relief of surviving. Phew, my body feels so much better. The alien's medical skills are amazing, I can see normally again, even the scars on my shoulders are gone. Her eyes regained sharp brilliance, full of energy. Tsunami Neo followed lazily behind, fingers lightly brushing her smooth face, the gruesome knife scars completely vanished. Her eyes were relaxed, voice drawn out, hey, old man, is your team still recruiting? Shark's brow twitched violently, a vein pulsing, call me brother. Tsunami Neo pouted, smoothly changed her words, her tone still casual, oh Shark brother still recruiting? Take in a homeless beautiful girl? Shark looked at her tired but slightly playful expression, helplessly said, yes. As Ruya said, the National Fate battlefield is at the final stage, everyone should work together to clear those monsters. Tsunami Neo relaxed her shoulders, exhaling long, great, then I don't have to worry about those greasy, disgusting Han country old men chasing us. Shark glanced at her, is it really okay to say these small thoughts directly? Tsunami Neo shrugged, her black short hair swaying, tone casual, if Yumika Natsum can get so close to you, it means you must be someone who can make others feel safe. In front of you, I don't need to be so restrained. Fiscal moved her fully recovered arm, looking at Shark, boss, should we head straight back to the volcano camp next? Shark didn't answer immediately, instead took out the lucky compass from the system space. His eyes narrowed, silently thinking of Chui Yuzhen. The compass needle seemed pulled by an invisible force, spinning violently, and finally settled pointing in a direction. Shark immediately pulled up the system map to compare. His brows instantly knitted, what's going on? Chui Yuzhen, why is he in the direction of the volcano camp? A strong wave of unease gripped him instantly. Luya and the others returned to camp with the gathered crowd, and if this cancer, Chui Yuzhen was also there. Fiscal. Shaq's voice suddenly became urgent, use the Robaluga. Full speed. Head to the volcano camp. Fiscal felt the gravity in Shaq's tone and without any hesitation said, yes. Boss. She immediately took out the battle device, a stream of light shot out, rapidly unfolding and transforming in the air. The disc creature Robaluga hovered before the three in the shape of a flying saucer. The three quickly leapt onto Robaluga. The saucer engine hummed low and released astonishing speed, under Fiscal's control, rushing toward the volcano camp. Chapter 107, Easy Counter. Outside the volcano camp, on a hidden hill. Chui Yuzhen and Jin Hien were lying low behind cold rocks. Chui Yuzhen held a high-powered telescope, greedily peering at the temporary camp 2,000 meters below. Campfires dotted the camp, shadows flickered. Luya's tall figure stood on a high ground, seemingly giving a speech to the gathered crowd, arms waving, full of charisma. Many contestants gathered around, the atmosphere seemed lively. So many people, they are camping here to rest. Chui Yuzhen licked his slightly chapped lips, eyes flashing cold and greedy light. Jin Hien shrank his neck, shivering, teeth chattering, SSS, it's getting colder, this damn weather, black clouds above, not a bit of warmth. Chui Yuzhen put down the telescope, a cruel and excited smile on his face. When they all relax, camp, rest, sleep the deepest. He made a throat-cutting gesture, voice full of bloodthirsty joy. I'll just let Chimera and Mogun release poison gas. Silent. Kill them all. Then, points he, maybe tens of thousands? Ha ha ha. He seemed to already see the points skyrocketing, himself topping the leaderboard in glory. Jin Hien sneezed loudly again, mucus running, rubbing his red frozen hands. How long do we have to wait here? Freezing to death. Chui Yuzhen was about to scold him for impatience, but his right eyelid twitched violently without warning. A strong sense of dread surged instantly. Not good. He suddenly turned to the dim sky behind. Look! A flying saucer. Jin Hien also pointed at a rapidly growing light dot on the horizon in fear. I see it. Damn it. Chui Yuzhen's face changed drastically, instantly recognizing what it was. It's that bastard from the daytime chasing. Prepare to fight. Fast. Buzz. 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 Several differently colored lights exploded on the mountain around them. Underground monster Tayleston. Rock monster Sadra. Tyrant monster Tyrant. Height, 62 meters. Weight, 57,000 tons. Attack, 1400, defense, 600, speed, 700. Skills, electric shock, tsunami, tornado, needle beam, absorb, regeneration, freezing gas, flame spray. Description, a combined monster with multiple abilities, strong in battle, capable of faster-than-light movement in space. Freezing monster Lagras. Height, 53 meters. Weight, 57,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 600, speed, 700. Skills, freezing beam. Description, a huge monster living in the deep sea, with obvious marine features, capable of evolving by absorbing the core of lava monster Durangan. Sea demon Bokuragu. Height, 53 meters. Weight, 44,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 400, speed, 700. Skills, electric shock, energy absorption, high-pressure water flow, super regeneration. Description, can absorb enemy energy, body made of seawater avoids all detection, can make normal physical attacks ineffective. The 5 giant beasts instantly surrounded the small hill. The cold beast eyes locked onto the two of them. Chui Yuzhen's soul shivered, frantically pulling out a gas mask from the system space and fastening it to his face. His voice panicked. Quick! Put on the mask. Watch me poison them all in one breath. Jin Hien also shivered as he put on the mask. Come out. My monsters. Chui Yuzhen hysterically raised his battle device. In the dark purple light, the scarred poison flame monster Xia appeared again. The poison gas monsters Mogunijin and Kemra also arrived. This lineup was unbeatable. He had once used Mogunijin and Kemra to poison 7 monsters at once, wiping out an entire Korean team. These monsters, which could easily poison other monsters and participants, were the reason the Han country team could stay in the top 3 of the rankings. Poison. Kill them all. Chui Yuzhen shouted. Mogunijin and Kemra opened their huge mouths, and deadly toxic gas gushed out like a flood breaking its dam. Xia also sprayed deep purple Sagal poison flames. 3 waves of destructive poison surged toward the 5 giant beasts surrounding them. Wherever they passed, even the rocks hissed from corrosion. However, facing this terrifying poison wave, the tyrant monster Tyrant suddenly thrust its massive pentagon-shaped belly forward. A powerful suction erupted instantly. Whoosh! The rushing mixed toxic gas and poison flames were absorbed crazily by Tyrant's huge belly mouth, like rivers returning to the sea. Not even a trace could escape. At the same time, the great sea monster Bokuragu opened its massive mouth suddenly. A high-pressure water cannon-like torrent shot out, sweeping toward the mouths of the 3 monsters spitting poison. Put! 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 The high-pressure water hit Xia, Mogunijin, and Kemra's faces hard, breaking their poison spray. Immediately after, the freezing monster Lagras was ready. Its twin crest shark-like head lifted slightly, spraying blue freezing rays from its mouth. The target was the slowest-moving Kemra. Crack, crack, crack. The bone-chilling cold instantly froze Kemra's swollen head and part of its body into a huge ice block. Ugh! Chui Yuzhen felt his own head stiffen, the pain and cold making him scream. He hurriedly raised the battle device, pulling back the almost powerless Kemra. Mogunijin dodged Lagraz's barrage and struggled to try to spray poison again. Sadra opened its mouth, a high-heat fireball whistled out. Boom! The fireball hit Mogunijin's poison cloud precisely. Sizzle! Mogunijin's poison gas was highly flammable. It ignited instantly. It changed from spitting poison to spitting roaring flames. Its mouth caught fire, letting out a piercing screech. Telesdon also added a scorching lava stream just in time. Sadra fired another high-heat fireball. Boom! Boom! Mogunajin quickly flipped to dodge, almost killed by focused fire. Sagyumegar dodged Lagraz's freezing rays, terrified, shooting destruction beams, but the beams were again easily absorbed by Tyrant's bottomless belly. It's over. Chui Yuzhen's face went pale, watching his proud poison army collapse under their perfect coordination. Jin Heen was so scared his soul seemed to flee, his voice breaking. I'll summon monsters to help you. Help? Nonsense. Run, idiot. Chui Yuzhen completely broke down, frantically pulling out the escape prism from system space. Without hesitation, he pressed the activation button. Hum. A spherical force field, emitting piercing red light with twisting shadows inside, instantly enveloped Chui Yuzhen and Jin Heen completely. Immediately after, the light sphere wrapping the two of them. As if thrown violently by an invisible giant hand, suddenly accelerating, transforming into a dazzling streak that tore through the air, fleeing toward the deep sky shrouded in black clouds at an incredible speed. In an instant, it became a tiny red dot on the horizon. Soon, Shark and Subane Mio retracted their monsters. Shark's eyes were cold, and without hesitation, he commanded, chase. Don't let them escape. Yes. Fiscal immediately responded, and the flying saucer-shaped Robeluga beneath her moved, instantly turning into a phantom, chasing at full speed in the direction where the red light ball disappeared. Subane Mio raised her fist, excitedly saying, now those two stinky old men will feel the fear of being chased. Chapter 108, Crushing to Death. The three sped forward on Robeluga in the biting cold wind, the chill seeming to freeze their bones. The wind roared past their ears, and Shark, Fiscal, and Subane Mio shivered uncontrollably on the back of the flying saucer. Amid this icy, bone-piercing sensation, the communication headset Shark wore suddenly carried a faint electric sound, followed by Park Bo-cheol's calm yet slightly grave voice. Shark, there is a situation. The seabed is not right. A large amount of unknown black material is spreading rapidly, very fast, and over a wide range. The three of us have already evacuated the underwater base urgently. Shark frowned and asked, do you know what is happening? Park Bo-cheol said, not sure of the exact composition, but it is very dangerous, almost alive. I'm warning you in advance, be very careful. Shark felt a chill in his heart, received. Where do you plan to go now? Park Bo-cheol's voice carried a hint of helplessness, honestly, haven't found a safe place yet. Shark immediately suggested, go to the volcano camp. Many participants have gathered there, trying to unite and face the monster threat together. Park Bo-cheol pondered for a moment, understood. We will go and see the situation. Communication ended. Achoo! Nearby, Subane Mio sneezed violently, her voice thick with nasal tone, her body trembling more, so cold my body is almost frozen. Shark did not respond, only his gaze, like a hawk, fixed on the distant horizon at the still rapidly moving red light, muttering softly, really can run. When the red ball finally landed on the edge of a base, the three were invigorated, ready to attack. However, Choi Woo-jin and Kim Ha-eun, seeing the pursuers still present, did not hesitate to use their last escape prism. The red light wrapped them again, shooting skyward. Yet Robeluga still clung tightly. Finally, the red light ball exhausted its energy, landing like a meteor on the cold, desolate coastline, sending up a cloud of stones and dust. The disc-shaped creature Robeluga hovered in midair. Shark looked down at the two miserable figures below, his eyes icy, without a word. With a thought, all monsters except the foreign creature Durantla were summoned. Fiscal and Subane Mio also summoned their monsters. Choi Woo-jin and Kim Ha-eun, faces gray as death, exploded with a last desperate madness. They summoned Sagyumegar and Kira to resist. In battle, the two used all remaining items, including Monster Life Reset cards and Monster Rage Experience cards. The two monsters, in a frenzied state, roared deafeningly, charging fearlessly toward Shark's monster army. However, the gap in power could not be bridged by items. Under Shark's exquisite command and the monster's immense power, the battle quickly became one-sided. Finally, the ocean demon Bokorogu spat high-pressure water to strike, followed by the freezing monster Lagras shooting freezing beams. Sagyumegar and Kira were frozen into two huge. An ice sculpture emitting a chilling, bone-piercing cold. The temperature dropped to -230 degrees Celsius. Before the monster was completely dead, Chui Yuzhen and Jin Hien, terrified beyond measure, had hastily pulled them back into their battle devices, utterly losing all their fighting spirit. Chui Yuzhen collapsed with a thud onto the cold, sharp beach, tears and snot streaming down his face as he screamed, I was wrong. Please spare me. Please. I want to live. I don't want to die. Xia Ke stared at him expressionlessly, nodded, his voice betraying no hint of emotion, fine. Throw your battle devices over here, and you can leave. A flash of intense unwillingness and pain passed through Chui Yuzhen's eyes, but his desire to survive overwhelmed everything. He trembled as he threw his battle device towards Xia Ke with all his might. Jin Hien also wore a miserable expression, imitating him as he threw his battle device out. Xia Ke signaled to Fisher to step forward and collect them. Fisher swiftly picked up the 2 battle devices and handed them to Xia Ke. Xia Ke didn't even glance at them, tossing them straight into his system space. Each battle device was deeply bound to Reionics genes and mental power, making it a unique item that could not be used by anyone else. Taking the battle devices away simply disabled their ability to control the monsters. Chui Yuzhen watched as Xia Ke stored the monsters away, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest, his voice cracking as he cried out, "You won't go back on your word, right? You have to keep your promise." Xia Ke's cold gaze swept over them. He had originally intended to kill these 2 right here. After all, Chui Yuzhen, the poison user, had been sneaking around the camp's outskirts. Xia Ke had figured out that Chui Yuzhen was trying to find an opportunity to poison everyone to death. A person with such harmful intentions was a danger to keep alive. However, the cameras of the national livestream were still running, and countless viewers from Xia Nation were watching. Park Boja's warning echoed in his ears, and Luya's words calling for unity floated in his mind. In the end, he forcefully suppressed the boiling desire to kill. Xia Ke gave Fisher a brief gesture, "Let's go." Fisher immediately controlled Robeluga, carrying the 3 of them as a streak of light, quickly leaving the cold coastline behind. On the beach, only the utterly broken Chui Yuzhen and Jin Heian remained. Ah! It's all over. Chui Yuzhen clutched his chest, pounding his fists on the ground, howling like a wild animal. His face was covered in tears and mucus, looking completely insane. Jin Heian collapsed on the ground, crying out in despair, "What do we do now? Without the battle devices, we're just lambs to be slaughtered. How are we going to survive here?" Chui Yuzhen cursed Xia Ke with every curse word he could think of, breathing heavily for a long time before he managed to calm down a bit, his voice hoarse, "Let's go, we go. We still have the bases we occupied." He struggled to get up, but suddenly noticed that Jin Heian was trembling violently, his face pale as paper, teeth chattering, and his fingers shaking as he pointed at the ground. What is that?" Chui Yuzhen looked down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. What he saw beneath his feet made his soul freeze in terror. The originally grayish-white rocky beach had somehow transformed into a thick, writhing, ominous black swamp. In horror, he lifted his foot, only to find the sole of his shoe covered in this disgusting black substance, pulling out countless long, sticky black threads that still subtly moved like living things. Ah! Chui Yuzhen let out a shrill, desperate scream. The strange sight shattered his sanity. The 2 of them, like frightened rabbits, turned to flee from the terrifying beach. However, those seemingly slow-moving black substances erupted with astonishing speed at this moment. Like a black wave, they surged up violently, instantly swallowing the 2 of them whole. Ah! Their desperate, tragic screams abruptly stopped, leaving only the horrifying sound of the sticky liquid wriggling. A few seconds later, the coastline fell back into dead silence, only the vast, ever-expanding black swamp subtly rising and falling in the cold sea breeze. Chapter 109, Gathering. When Xia Ke and the others returned to the volcanic camp, Luya had already finished her speech. The camp had obviously grown much larger, with several more simple huts added, and around many of the campfires sat dozens of unfamiliar faces, the atmosphere somewhat serious. Tsunami Mei looked at the crowded scene in front of her, a clear discomfort flashing in her eyes. Her body subconsciously shrank behind Xia Ke, her voice carrying her usual laziness mixed with a hint of irritation. So many people. I really hate these noisy, bustling places. Xia Ke glanced at her. Those 2 from the cold country can't threaten you anymore. If you want to leave and fight alone, you can. Tsunami Mei immediately shook her head, her tone tinged with a helpless resignation. It's fine, I'll just bear it. After watching you lead the monsters in battle earlier. She paused, a rare serious light flashing in her eyes. I realized, it's definitely safer to follow you. At that moment, Luya and Natsum Yuka had already walked up quickly. Luya's ocean blue eyes held concern as she scanned Xia Ke from top to bottom. You're just back now. Did you run into some big trouble? Xia Ke briefly replied, it's already resolved. Luya breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze sweeping over Xia Ke and the people behind him. Fisher and Tsunami Mei, you're not hurt, right? Xia Ke smiled, everything's fine. Natsum Yuka's eyes darted around, finally landing on Tsunami Mei. Mei-chan? How did you end up with Little Shark? Tsunami Mei lazily lifted her eyelids. Uncle Shark saved my life. Xia Ke shot her an irritated look. Tsunami Mei puckered her lips, correcting herself. If it wasn't for Big Brother Shark appearing just in time, I might have been killed by those 2 cold country jerks. Natsum Yuka's gaze shifted back to Xia Ke, a mischievous curve forming on her lips as she teasingly said. Little Shark, I've noticed, seems like there are more and more women around you, huh? Xia Ke paused for a moment, as if realizing this for the first time. He pondered, I don't know about that. Natsum Yuka pressed on, persistently asking, why haven't I ever seen you with any men? As if in response to her words, a sharp screech suddenly rang out from the sky. A huge shadow swept over the camp. Everyone looked up, only to see a fierce-looking red monster, Ari Gara, slowly descending. The atmosphere in the camp instantly tensed up, and many people instinctively pulled out their combat instruments, vigilantly staring at the uninvited guest. Erigara landed steadily, and 3 figures jumped off its back: Park Bo-jae, Lu Ruyen, and Lu Xingze. Xia Ke glanced at Natsum Yuka beside him, whose expression seemed to be watching a show, and casually said, "Well, here they are." He stepped forward to greet the travel-worn trio. Park Bo-jae surveyed the dozens of unfamiliar faces gathered around the campfires, and a hint of surprise appeared on his steady face. "Seems really lively." Lu Ruyan's gaze lingered more on Xia Ke, and the women obviously close to him, her tone subtly shifting. "Xia Ke, you really have a way with women, huh? So many girls are surrounding you." She was clearly referring to Fisher, Natsum Yuka, Luya, and even Tsunami Mei, who was standing a bit further away but still had her gaze fixed on Xia Ke. Lu Xingze's eyes lit up, excitedly eyeing the many female participants in the camp, especially Natsum Yuka and Tsunami Mei. "Wow. So many beauties." Park Bo-jae turned to Xia Ke, pointing to the crowd and asking, "Do you know all these people?" Xia Ke gestured toward Luya beside him and introduced, "Everyone here was brought together by her, she's the initiator of this unity action." Luya stepped forward. With a gentle and generous smile on her face, she extended her hand to Park Bo-jong. "Hello, I am Luya Igros Makiasar, from the United States. It's a pleasure to meet you." Park Bo-jong only nodded slightly, without extending his hand for a handshake. His tone remained as distant and cautious as usual. "I am Park Bo-jong, nice to meet you." Luya's hand lingered in the air for a moment before awkwardly withdrawing. She looked at Xia Ke and whispered, "Is he the captain of your team from Xia country? He seems so cold." Xia Ke shook his head. "We don't have a specific captain, we work together as a team." Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity to introduce herself. "I am Lu Ruyan, and this is LV Xingze." Xia Ke turned to Park Bo-jong and the other two, saying, "You 3 don't need to worry too much. Luya is someone you can trust." Hearing Xia Ke's direct guarantee, the serious frost on Park Bo-jong's face seemed to melt a little. He visibly relaxed and his tone softened. "You should have said that earlier." Clearly, he kept a high level of vigilance towards strangers. Xia Ke's eyes swept over the unfamiliar foreign faces around the campfire before adding, "But I don't know those foreigners over there. Whether they are trustworthy or not, I can't say." Luya looked at Xia Ke and gave a slight smile. "Would you like me to introduce each of them to you? After all, we are temporary allies now." Xia Ke shook his head, his tone calm. "No need, not very interested for now." "Luya." His voice grew serious. "The more people there are, the more complicated the thoughts become, and the potential for conflict increases. You need to be careful and never let your guard down." Luya nodded earnestly. "I understand. I will be careful." Xia Ke then introduced his companions to Park Bo-jong and the others. "By the way, this is Neon Country's team member, Xia Muyuwa, and this is also from Neon Country, Tsunami Miao. This is German Country's team member, Fischer Sumaker. They are all our companions now." When LV Xingze heard the name Xia Muyuwa, his eyes suddenly fixed on the girl, his face showing shock. He raised his finger and raised his voice. "Wait a minute. Aren't you the girl who took away our Red King?" Xia Muyuwa, upon hearing this, not only didn't get angry but gave a sly smile, moved closer to Xia Ke, and squinted her eyes, saying, "What do you mean took away? That was a fair trade. At the time, I used precious information, useful tools, and my promise to exchange for it." LV Xingze was momentarily stunned by her righteous attitude and then saw how close she was to Xia Ke, which made his mouth fall open in disbelief. "Oh my god. Xia Ke. You too, how did you get so close?" Xia Muyuwa made a playful face at LV Xingze and stuck out her tongue. LV Xingze frowned tightly, looking at Xia Muyuwa's "what are you going to do about it" expression, feeling that this girl was cunning and troublesome. Lu Ruyan, standing beside, looked at the several strikingly beautiful women around Xia Ke, each with a distinct style, and her brows unconsciously furrowed. Her voice carried a hint of complicated emotions. "Xia Ke, you really have quite a few companions now." Xia Ke awkwardly rubbed his nose and coughed twice. "It's also thanks to Luya's ability to bring people together. If it weren't for Luya's ability to win people over, it would have been really difficult to gather so many people. Indeed, one must speak with strength." Lu Ruyan's calm, autumn-like eyes turned towards Luya, her curiosity about the outstanding, blonde, blue-eyed American woman increasing. "It seems that this Miss Luya really isn't simple." Xia Ke's gaze quickly swept over Park Bo-jong, Lu Ruyan, and LV Xingze before getting to the main point. He asked, "In this period, have you captured any new monsters? Boosted your combat power?" Park Bo-jong thought for a moment, furrowing his brow, and replied, "The monsters in the sea are mostly the same. Most are dual-tailed monsters, the rest are just big fish with no distinguishing features. Limited combat power, not worth taming." Beside him, LV Xingze immediately perked up, his eyebrows jumping as he eagerly interjected. He. On my way here, I actually got a big bonus. A half-dead giant feathered ant monster, Orindo. It seems it ran away from people who were once our enemies, got beaten by other monsters, and just fell right into my hands. Xia Ke nodded, taking several monster capsules from the system space and spreading them on his palm. I got some decent monsters at the auction. If you need, you can take them to strengthen your combat power. Pu Boja barely hesitated, waved his hand, speaking sincerely, I don't need any. The 2 monsters I have now are enough. Lu Ruyan's gaze lingered on the capsules in Xia Ke's palm for a while, finally extending her delicate fingers and carefully picking up one labeled Jalapelas. She felt the cold touch of the capsule and asked curiously, auction? These things aren't cheap, right? Xia Ke touched his chin, thinking for a moment. Several million eor, I guess. Several million? Lu Ruyan's calm eyes instantly widened. The system only grudgingly gave 2,000, showing how precious these things really are. Her hand holding the capsule even felt a little hot. Feels wrong to take it for free, uneasy in my heart. Xia Ke shook his head casually, his expression turning serious. Increasing overall strength is important now. You know, once the National Fortune battlefield ends, the remaining monsters on this island will be randomly sent to Earth. Then, for the human world, it will be a disaster. Pu Boja's expression also stiffened, his brows furrowing. By then, those monsters with terrifying power will probably cause destructive damage to Earth's original environment, maybe even see humans as prey. He imagined that hellish scene, his voice full of worry. That kind of situation would be really hard to handle. Xia Ke suddenly remembered Pu Boja's earlier warning and asked. By the way, Pu Boja, what exactly is that black substance you mentioned in the communication before? I went to the coast later but didn't see anything like you described. At the mention, Pu Boja's face tensed immediately, as if recalling an extremely unpleasant scene, his voice deepening. That black substance only appeared after yesterday's violent earthquake. At first very little, from a distance it looked like some deep-sea creature's waste or oil spill. But today, it seems alive, reproducing and spreading crazily, very fast. You didn't encounter it, maybe because its movement is purposeful, or it hasn't spread to the area you went to. Xia Ke was full of doubts, but searching carefully in his mind, he found no monster data that fit this description. It completely exceeded his knowledge. He shook his head, deciding not to dig into this unknown threat for now. Forget it, things beyond understanding don't need thinking about now. He looked at the system page time, suggesting, let's clean up today, just rest in a simple shelter at the camp. Tomorrow we'll gather and discuss the monster cleanup plan. Pu Boja's sharp gaze swept over the unfamiliar faces by the fire, a trace of unhidden worry appearing in his eyes. He lowered his voice. Honestly, being with so many dangerous strangers here feels very unsafe. Xia Ke followed his gaze, asking, dangerous how? Pu Boja's voice carried coldness. Here, a combat device is like a loaded gun in everyone's hand. All gathered here are hunters holding guns. Xia Ke nodded reluctantly. Understand Boyak's concern. Go and talk to them, get to know them, it should be fine. Everyone gathered here must have the same goal, to survive and stop the disaster. And, isn't everyone's profession listed on the leaderboard? You can compare and feel more secure. Lu Xingze, listening to their serious conversation, had a hint of surprise on his face and couldn't help but complain. Wow, you two are thinking so much. After hearing you, I feel like I won't sleep well tonight. Xia Ke sighed helplessly, patted Lu Xingze on the back, and said with deep sincerity. Young man, pay more attention. Lu Xingze blinked and asked. Attention? Where's the attention? Xia Ke's temple twitched, and without hesitation, he knocked Lu Xingze on the head with his finger. So cheeky, you little rascal. Ouch. Lu Xingze covered his head in pain and exaggeratedly shouted, then immediately said with a playful grin. I was just lightening the mood. Look at you two, so serious, it's really depressing. The group finally blended into the crowd around the bonfire. The sizzling sound of the double-tailed monster meat on the grill emitted a strange fragrance. People from different countries, speaking different languages, chatted with each other, taking turns as the system provided real-time translations on the screen. Despite the harsh backdrop of the national survival battlefield, at this moment, gathered around the bonfire, there was an unexpectedly warm atmosphere. A little later, everyone went into their simple tents to rest according to the assignments. The noisy camp gradually quieted down, leaving only the howling cold wind whistling through the simple tents, producing a haunting wail, like a lament from the wilderness. Fatigue surged like a tide, and Xia Ke lay on his bed, closing his eyes, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. Above the mountains and wilds, in the shadow far from the camp, 3 sneaky figures, like ghosts blending into the night, hid behind the cold rocks. One of them held a high-powered telescope, gazing into the distance at the last dying embers of the bonfire at the volcanic camp. These damn executioners, their hands stained with the blood of innocent lives, have finally fallen asleep. A suppressed voice of a woman sounded, filled with deep hatred. Olivo, it's up to you. Kill them all. Not a single one left. Another voice said coldly. The man called Olivo grinned, his voice filled with a ruthless tone. Leave it to me. I'll make these heartless bastards who slaughter the innocent creatures of nature pay a painful price. I'll send them to meet God. May the Lord's wrath purify these sinners. Good luck, Olivo, the woman's voice had a hypocritical piety, softly echoing. In the dream. It was unclear how much time passed, but Xia Ke felt a blinding light through his eyelids. He reluctantly and slowly opened his heavy eyes. Big brother, wake up. The sun's already shining on your butt. A lively and bright girl's voice rang in his ear. Xia Ke turned his head in a daze. The warm morning sunlight, through the gap in the curtains, was shining directly on his drowsy face. Standing by the bed was a beautiful and youthful girl, her high ponytail bouncing with every movement. She was wearing loose casual clothes, standing with her hands on her hips, staring at him. Xia Ke. Xia Ke mumbled, still confused, then suddenly realized something, looking around, huh? Am I, at home? After waking him up, Xia Ke seemed too lazy to care about her still sleepy brother. She turned and left the room, her footsteps light and quick. Xia Ke, filled with questions, got up, changed into the clean clothes left on the bed, and staggered to the living room. His parents were already sitting at the dining table. His father, Xia Shangzhou, was reading the newspaper, while his mother, Lin Xiaoyun, was looking at him with a gentle smile. Xia Ke was bringing out a steaming breakfast of noodles from the kitchen. Carefully placed on the table. A huge sense of absurdity and incongruity instantly seized Xia Ke. He stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to speak, and shouted, "Mom?" His mother, Lin Xiaoyun, looked up, revealing the incredibly familiar, incredibly kind smile from Xia Ke's memories, her tone filled with affectionate reproach. "You child, always love to sleep in, what time is it? Hurry and sit down to eat." His father, Xia Shangzhou, lifted his head from behind the newspaper, pushed up his reading glasses, and spoke with a tone of helplessness. "Didn't you have a date with Xiao Xiao? If you keep dawdling, you might be late and get scolded." Xia Ke's heart raced as he struggled to make sense of his father's words. He tentatively asked, "Who Xiao Xiao?" Lin Xiaoyun sighed gently, her eyes filled with concern. "I told you to develop a good habit of going to bed early and waking up early. Look at you, you're so confused. You even forgot your own girlfriend, Hu Xiao Xiao?" "Girlfriend? Hu Xiao Xiao?" Xia Ke gasped, something was wrong, very wrong. Fragments of memories collided violently in his mind, but he couldn't piece together the complete picture. After the meal, Xia Ke quickly cleaned up the dishes and hummed a tune as she went to the kitchen to wash them. Xia Ke wandered to the balcony, looking at the unrealistically blue sky outside and the people leisurely strolling in the community below. The strong sense of incongruity made him suddenly raise his hand and slap himself hard. Slap. The crisp sound was especially jarring in the quiet balcony. A burning phantom pain spread across his face. Something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong. He whispered, his chaotic memories crashing against his reason like a tidal wave. Instinctively, he reached into his pants pocket and pulled out his smartphone. The screen lit up, and on the lock screen, several unread messages appeared. The sender, Hu Xiaoxiao. "Xia Ke, are you there? I've been waiting for a while with a location pin showing a park bench. If you don't come soon, I'm going to get mad." Xia Ke's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He had no time to think, he rushed out of the house, hailed a taxi on the street, and gave the address from the location. The car sped through the familiar city streets, and the scene outside was both familiar and strange, carrying an eerie sense of warmth. When he arrived at the park, gasping for breath, he saw from a distance a young woman in a floral dress, looking gentle and beautiful, sitting on a bench, slightly pouting, seemingly upset. It was Hu Xiaoxiao. She stood up the moment she saw Xia Ke and stomped her foot in a playful complaint. "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you forever." Xia Ke looked at the person in front of him, instinctively scratched his head, and said in a dry voice, "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Hu Xiaoxiao seemed to instantly calm down, a bright smile blossomed on her face, and she naturally extended her hand, taking Xia Ke's hand. "All right, I forgive you. Let's go, today we promised to go shopping." The warmth of her palm was as comforting as sunlight. Xia Ke felt that familiar, reassuring warmth, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening, and his cheeks flushed slightly. He allowed Hu Xiaoxiao to hold his hand, strolling along the sun-dappled tree-lined path. Around them, there was the noise of people, children's laughter, music playing from shops, everything was so beautiful. However, he felt something was wrong. It seemed like he had forgotten that his sister couldn't possibly do the housework, his mother had long passed away, and Hu Xiaoxiao had already reconciled with her ex-boyfriend and married him. Volcano Camp, reality. In the center of the once empty camp, now stood a terrifyingly huge plant. Its thick roots dug into the ground, and at its top bloomed a monstrous, eerie yellow flower with a diameter of over 20 meters. Golden pollen, shimmering with faint light, spread like mist throughout the entire camp. Ancient plant, Kajila. Height, 53 meters. Weight, 42,000 tons. Attack power, 300, defense power, 300, speed, 100. Skill, illusion pollen. Description: a plant-based monster with a thick plant root as its body, blooming large yellow flowers that release pollen that traps humans in an endless vision of joy. Inside the camp, nearly all the participants were like sleepwalkers, with foolish and satisfied smiles on their faces, swaying under the huge flower disc of the Zillera plant. Their eyes were blurry, as if lost in a beautiful dream, unaware of the looming threat right next to them. A man wearing a full-face protective mask stood by the massive root of Zillera. His name was Olivo Henry Tal, a contestant from the Maple Leaf Country. At this moment, beneath the mask, his face was twisted by fanaticism and a distorted sense of justice, wearing a fierce and satisfied grin. He watched as the executioners in front of him reveled in their illusionary happiness, like grotesque displays. How pitiful, how fitting for your end. He murmured to himself, his voice sounding muffled and cold through the mask. He slowly took out a large-caliber energy pistol from his system space, the dark muzzle lifting slowly, aiming at a nearby person who was laughing foolishly and dancing with joy. Forever lost in your beautiful dreams, go to hell. Chapter 112, The Person Without Desire. Just as he was about to pull the trigger. Whoosh! A sharply angular black rock, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting through the air, struck his wrist holding the gun. Ugh! Olivo cried out in pain, his wrist throbbing with pain, the energy pistol flying out of his hand and falling several meters away. Who is it? Who's there? Olivo, both startled and furious, turned his head quickly in the direction of the attack, shouting sharply. From the crowd that was enveloped by golden pollen and should have been immersed in their trance, a figure walked out slowly, with an unhurried and exceptionally steady pace. She wore a modest and neat nun's habit, the black fabric wrapped around her full body, her face covered by a cloth band that hid her eyes. I am Antonia Hertz, her voice, like a mountain stream, calm and clear, pierced through the mist of pollen. Sir, please stop this sinful act. Olivo stared at the person in disbelief for a moment before letting out a mocking sneer. Sin? What sin? These people have gathered together, killing innocent lives at will, just based on their own desires. This is the greatest sin. And you, a nun, are involved with this group of executioners. What happened to your faith? Your mercy? Antonia remained calm in the face of this fierce accusation, her face under the blindfold showing no signs of disturbance. So, sir, her voice was as tranquil as water, are you angry for the monsters that were eliminated? Of course. Olivo, as if touched by a sore spot, said excitedly. Humans should respect life. Don't you think the same? A human life is a life, so why is the life of a bigger animal not a life? They are just following their natural instincts, living in this world. Yet they are mercilessly slaughtered by these cold-blooded executioners. As a nun, you should feel sympathy and pity for these huge, innocent animals. Instead of standing with the butchers. Antonia gently shook her head, her tone carrying a calmness as if seeing through the world. This is the struggle between man and nature, the inevitability of survival. You shouldn't feel so angry about this, sir. Ha! Look at that! A hypocritical nun. Speaking of kindness and morals, yet without an ounce of compassion. Olivo, as if seizing on her words, mocked sharply, a layer of cold-killing intent creeping into his eyes. Your faith is just a beautiful covering for your selfish heart. On Antonia's calm face, there seemed to be a hint of a smile. Sir, the words you said, one should have reverence for life, I deeply agree with this sentence itself. She paused slightly, her voice suddenly becoming strong. But, at the same time, I am also a member of humanity, I love humanity deeply, so, I will stand on humanity's side. Olivo showed a look of being trapped in restless emotion, pacing back and forth, his tone increasingly frantic. Ha! Hypocrisy. False mercy. Selfish behavior. Tell me, what exactly is your problem? Clearly taking no protective measures, why are you not affected by the illusion pollen? Antonia showed a calm and gentle smile, because I have abandoned all desires, giving my body and mind entirely to my master. Olivo clicked his tongue, tch. I want to see if your so-called master can save these people. He shouted hysterically, Kajila. Crush them for me. From Kajila's thick stem, suddenly shot out several thick, spiny vines. With terrifying shrieks that cut through the air, carrying power enough to flatten steel, they fiercely lashed at the crowd lost in the illusion. If this strike landed, it would surely be a massacre of blood and flesh. At this critical moment. Buzz. A deep, strange purple beam of light, without warning, descended from the sky, like a huge spotlight column, instantly covering the crowd about to be engulfed by the vines. Swish! The light flashed and disappeared. All the people in that area instantly vanished without a trace. As if erased out of thin air. Boom! Kajila's deadly vines violently struck the empty ground, making a deafening crash, hard rocky ground torn open into a terrifying trench several meters deep. Debris flew. He. A very strange, almost as if mixed from countless children and demons, laughter suddenly sounded around. The laughter was full of mockery, ridicule, and an eerie feeling that made the scalp tingle. Olivo looked up in horror. He saw in midair, floating a monster with an extremely strange shape. Its main body was shockingly a huge, bloodshot eye, the pupil like a whirlpool of the abyss. Its arms like two whips, the whole body covered with many rotating smaller eyes, exuding a chilling aura. Countless cold, mocking, soul-piercing gazes focused on Olivo at the same time. Rare beast IQ. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 55,000 tons. Attack, 700, defense, 400, speed, 800. Skills, headbutt, destructive light bomb, eyeball light bomb, floating magic eye, absorb light, eye of mockery. Damn it! Olivo was shocked, his face under the mask instantly turning pale. How can there be a woman unaffected by Kajila's pollen, ruining my good plan? Atonia's voice spoke softly, Sir, please immediately stop harming others, and sincerely repent your sins. I spit. Olivo spat violently toward Atonia, his voice twisted with extreme anger and frustration from his plan being interrupted. The one who should repent is you. You hypocritical accomplice. Now, there is only one battle left. A madness flashed in his eyes, he suddenly raised his battle device. Come out. My partner. No Quetzalin. Brown streams of light shot from his battle device. Boom. The ground trembled. The monster descended to the ground. This monster looked like a huge beetle, its surface dark gray and wrinkled, head with golden huge pincers and a pair of yellow eyes, antenna on top red with white spots, limbs and back covered with red spikes, shape fierce and terrifying. Insect monster no Quetzalin. Height, 50 meters. Weight, 45,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 1400, speed, 600. Skills, lightning ray. Description, a space beetle that can absorb energy, releasing powerful lightning attacks from its top antenna. Its pair of jaw horns are very strong. The surface was covered with a tough exoskeleton, providing incredible defense. Norcodulin let out a deep, thunderous roar, its massive golden mandibles snapping shut, filled with battle intent. Chapter 113, Fearless, yet angry. Looking at the massive, oppressive insect monster, Norcodulin, there was no panic on Atonia's face. She slightly raised her hand and gave the order for the IQ to retreat. The IQ immediately moved backward, its internal space now containing the people trapped in illusions, making it unsuitable for a fierce battle. Then, Atonia activated the battle device, and a new streak of light shot out, bringing with it a powerful energy fluctuation, as it descended fiercely through the golden pollen mist of Kajila. Illusion monster, Magyukyong. Height, 54 meters. Weight, 59,000 tons. Attack, 1100, defense, 800, speed, 800. Skills, circular saw head crown, circular saw beam, illusion flash. Description, a carnivorous monster that preys on underground beasts, with powerful combat abilities. It uses its long tongue to lure prey, and its arms can extend. Its bite force is strong enough to crush the bones of regular monsters. Magyukyong's head was adorned with pink and white, radiating, petal-like hardened fur. Its long mouth was wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Its body was light brown, covered in ring-like folds, with spiral patterns on its belly. Its limbs were covered in black, tumor-like hard skin, and its huge claws had red glowing circular spots on their palms, giving it a terrifying and fierce appearance. Magyukyong's eyes locked onto Norcodulin on the opposite side, and it let out a low, threatening growl. Upon seeing Magyukyong appear, Olivo let out a contemptuous sneer beneath his mask. Humph. Just a big mole. It can't even break through Norcodulin's defense. Norcodulin, crush it. Following the order, Norcodulin let out a deep, rumbling screech and took heavy steps forward, charging violently toward Magyukyong. Its massive golden mandibles, flashing with a metallic cold gleam, snapped open, aiming at Magyukyong's body, planning to lift it up and tear it apart with one strike. Just as Norcodulin was about to collide with Magyukyong, Magyukyong's small, scarlet eyes suddenly burst with a blinding light, like a flashbang. Illusion flash. Ah! Olivo was caught off guard by the sudden bright light flashing into his eyes, and his vision was instantly overwhelmed by a sea of white. Then, a terrifying, indescribable fear seized his heart like a cold, icy claw, coming from the depths of his soul. He saw the most despairing sight of his life. No! Olivo screamed in terror, his body shaking uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This illusion flash was the very reason Magyukyong could hunt other powerful monsters. The illusion flash directly affected the mind, causing the target to see the thing they feared most deep inside their heart, causing them to lose the ability to act from extreme panic. Magyukyong's forelimbs suddenly stretched out. The huge, sharp-clawed giant paws tore through the air and crashed down from above with immense force. Boom! A deafening crash echoed, like the earth-shattering sound of mountains collapsing. Norcogulin's massive and heavy body was struck down onto the ground by these terrifyingly powerful paws. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, causing it to ripple like water. Clouds of dust and shattered stones were blasted into the air, forming a murky smokescreen. Huff, huff. Olivo gasped for air, his heart pounding so violently it felt like it was about to burst from his throat. The terrifying illusion in front of him persisted, and the fear that sank into his bones left him feeling weak, on the edge of emotional collapse. He stared in disbelief at the fallen Norcogulin, crushed under the force. Atonia's face, covered by an eye patch, turned towards Olivo's direction. Her voice was calm. "Mr. Olivo, at times like this, surrender might be a good choice." However, Olivo was trembling violently all over, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. He suddenly clenched his teeth chattering, eyes bursting with a crazier, more stubborn light than before. He forcefully suppressed his fear, a fierce anger burning in his chest. "I don't want to kill anymore. I cannot kill anymore. Ah. He let out a painful roar, his voice twisted by extreme emotion. "That's why I chose to join them. I must stop human folly. You executioners, you must die." A rare trace of shock appeared on Atonia's normally calm face. Many monsters, when hit directly by Magyukian's illusion flash, would be scared out of their wits, losing all will to fight for a short time. Unexpectedly, this man not only withstood the mental attack, but his fighting spirit seemed to ignite, becoming even more obsessive. Olivo's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a mad roar at Norcogulin. "Norcogulin! Stand up!" The huge beetle, knowing nothing of fear, only obeying orders, let out a deafening shriek. Suddenly it climbed from the ground, shaking off the dust and rubble, once again charging at Magyukian with a violent aura. This time, its speed was faster, its strength more powerful. Reionics will provide it immense power to control the monster. Magyukian aimed at the charging beetle, the blade-like mane on its head and neck fired red scattering beams, circular saw beams. Whoosh! 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 Several crimson destructive beams shot at the charging Norcogulin like a heavy rain. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rang without stop. The fire instantly swallowed Norcogulin's massive body. Yet, amid the dense explosions and smoke, Norcogulin's charging momentum did not lessen at all. Those circular saw beams, powerful enough to tear steel, hitting its dark gray wrinkled shell, only sparked energy and left some scorch marks. Not even a proper crack appeared. Defense, terrifying as ever. With Olivo's fanatic will added, Norcogulin endured the heavy fire and boldly charged to Magyukian's front. Its huge head suddenly lowered, the massive golden pincer jaw clamped onto Magyukian's waist. Norcogulin let out a deep roar, its neck filled with terrifying strength jerked upward. Whoosh! Magyukian's 59,000-ton massive body was forcibly lifted into the air by Norcogulin, drawing a high arc, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Atonia's feet wavered slightly, as if feeling the huge throwing force, but her blindfolded face still maintained that serene calm. "Magyukian, stabilize your body." Atonia's command was clearly transmitted through the mental link. Magyukian, tossed into the air, fought dizziness, using strong body coordination to twist and adjust its posture. Finally, it fell feet first, heavy as a meteor, smashing into the ground. Boom! The earth shook violently. Dust and smoke shot into the sky. At landing, Magyukian rolled skillfully, dispersing the impact, dizzy but largely unharmed. Ugh! Olivo was affected by the tremor, his footing unsteady, almost falling, but quickly stabilized, his eyes even crazier. Norcogulin did not pause, its red and white thick antennae atop its head instantly lighting with blinding blue-white electricity. Lightning beam. Sizzle. A thick, jumping blue-white lightning beam shot into Magyukian's abdomen. Boom. A violent energy explosion erupted. Blinding electric light instantly engulfed Magyukian. The violent current surged wildly through its body, sparking countless sparks. Moguchion let out a scream, its massive body was forced back by the explosion. However, such an attack was not enough to severely injure the tough and thick-skinned Moguchion. It shook its head, still numb from the electric shock, its eyes filled with even more viciousness. It suddenly let out a roar, its limbs exerted power as it charged at Norcogulin. The blade-like mane covering its head moved like a chainsaw, rapidly vibrating at high speed, emitting a piercing buzzing sound. Circular saw crown. Moguchion slammed into Norcogulin. Clang! 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 The dense sound of metal crashing echoed through the sky like blacksmithing. Blinding sparks flew wildly like fireworks on a holiday. The circular saw crown of Moguchion, capable of tearing apart mountain rocks, only left countless shallow white marks and tiny gaps on Norcogulin's wrinkled shell. Norcogulin was pushed back a few steps by the violent impact, seeming to become enraged. Its massive forelimbs suddenly shot out, clamping onto Moguchion's frantically cutting head like iron pincers. Then, its body, filled with terrifying strength, twisted violently, and all its power exploded. Roar! With a thunderous roar, Nokchilin actually managed to lift the huge Mogucheom off the ground. Like throwing a shot put, it hurled Mogucheom toward a nearby 100-meter-high rocky hill with a mighty crash. Boom! Like a meteor strike. The entire hill trembled violently, rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. Mogucheom's massive body was deeply embedded in the mountain, with fragments of stone falling like a torrential downpour. It was thrown so hard that it was dazed and dizzy, struggling to get out for a while. Ugh! Atenea grunted, her steps faltering, her usually steady and calm breath finally showing signs of disorder. After enduring the feedback from the monster's impact, even she felt the pressure. Oliver, seeing this, stared angrily with wide eyes, flames burning in his eyes, his voice hoarse and furious. Unforgivable. The act of harming life is unforgivable. The hypocritical nun, die. Under the almost frenzied influence of Oliver's anger, the antennae on top of Nokchilin lit up with dazzling electric light again. This time, it did not aim at Mogucheom buried in the hill, but instead shot a destructive lightning beam directly at Atenea herself. The blue-white beam of destruction tore through the air, coming straight at her. At the critical moment, the awaiting IQ, its giant main eye suddenly glowing with eerie purple light. Several deep, crystal-like purple destruction light bullets appeared and intercepted the lightning beam's path with precision. Boom! 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 Intense explosions erupted in mid-air. Purple lightning intertwined, and energy surged wildly. IQ's destructive light bullets successfully neutralized the deadly strike. Atenea felt the danger coming, and for the first time, a rare trace of anxiety appeared on her face covered by the ribbon. You are willing to go this far to attack us? Mr. Oliver. Your obsession has already twisted. Twisted? Oliver screamed hysterically, you merciless executioners who slaughter life, you are the ones whose souls are twisted, all of you should die. Nokchilin roared again, abandoning the long-range attack, and began moving heavily towards Atenea's direction. However, Mogucheom, who had been smashed into the hill, struggled out. It let out an angry roar, covered in dust and debris, and viciously slammed into Nokchilin from the side. Bang! The enormous crash sounded like thunder. The two giant beasts fought, claws tearing, pincers clamping, their massive bodies crashing into each other. Each clash erupted with a deep rumble and sparks flying. The shockwaves from the explosions continued to spread. The ground around them was torn up in chaos. Antonia and Olivo's bodies trembled and swayed with every blow their respective beasts took, enduring the dual shock of mind and body. Antonia struggled to calm the turbulent blood and chaotic mental feedback, speaking softly. Mr. Olivo. As a human being, why do you empathize with species that compete with humans for survival? When facing the assault of wild beasts, and those giant creatures that see humans as food, would you choose to be willingly devoured? Shut up! Olivo roared, interrupting her, his voice filled with anger. Humans can change everything. With wisdom. With technology. Make everyone live in harmony. Humans have this ability. But what have humans done? Greed. Plunder. Destruction. They brought about mass extinction, causing one beautiful creature after another to vanish forever from Earth. Now, these people want to do the same thing on this land, wiping everything out. They are not humans. They are demons wearing human skins. And you. He stared at Antonia fiercely, you, with your mouth full of kindness, you hypocrite. You are the accomplice of evil. The shepherd of demons. Antonia quietly listened to his extreme accusations, and the last trace of hesitation on her blindfolded face completely vanished, replaced by a compassion that was yet resolutely firm. She took a deep breath, as if pulling in all the distractions into her lungs before slowly exhaling. Indeed, in the end, it still comes down to using force to solve the problem, doesn't it? Her voice was light, carrying a sense of relief. Antonia's figure, dressed in the nun's habit, suddenly moved. The hard ground beneath her feet cracked instantly. She shot forward like an arrow, unleashing a terrifying speed completely at odds with her conservative attire. She charged straight towards Olivo himself. Olivo froze for a moment, then let out a cold, mocking laugh. Ha! You want to come and defeat me personally? Nice idea. But unfortunately, you're too stupid to expose yourself within my range of attack. What a fool! Antonia ignored Olivo's mockery. Her speed didn't slow for a moment, and her blindfolded face appeared incredibly focused and calm as she moved at high speed, with only her slightly pursed lips revealing her determination. She spoke softly, if reasoning doesn't work, sometimes fists are needed to clear the way. Her superhuman speed surged forward, more than 10 meters per second. In 2 breaths, Antonia's figure, wrapped in the nun's habit, had already approached Olivo like a ghost. Her right fist was tightly clenched, the muscles in her arm tensed beneath the nun's outfit, and as she cut through the air, a visible white shockwave followed her punch. This punch, containing terrifying power capable of shattering stone, roared through the air, aiming directly at Olivo's temple. What? Antonia suddenly felt a warning in her heart. Her punch, which seemed destined to land, was halted just an inch away from Olivo's temple. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ground beneath Olivo's feet suddenly exploded. Several thick, spiked, deep green vines burst out from the earth. One of the vines, like a serpent, coiled around Antonia's wrist as she swung her punch. Soon after, more vines surged from the ground like living creatures. Whoosh! 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 The thick vines, carrying immense force, instantly wrapped around Antonia's slender waist, her long legs, and her other arm. Like chains, they tightly bound her whole body. The tremendous force yanked upward. Ugh! Antonia cried out as her body was lifted off the ground and hung in midair. The vines that constricted around her body tightened slowly, like giant serpents. Olivo watched as she was suspended in the air, bound by the vines. Like prey caught in a spider's web, Antonia let out a triumphant snicker. Humph! Foolish! The underground here is all Giela's extended root network. How dare you trespass in my domain, you have no sense of death. Antonia just opened her mouth to speak when the vines wrapped around her suddenly erupted with terrifying force, snapping inward to crush her. A suppressed groan of pain escaped from between Antonia's tightly pressed lips. The immense force of the vines squeezed her full chest violently, the conservative nun's robe straining under the pressure, clearly outlining the breathtaking fullness beneath, as if it would burst at any second. Her slender waist was deeply pinched, her flat belly and rounded hips emphasized under the vine's grip. Her long legs were tightly bound together, forming tempting curves of flesh. The strong suffocating pressure and sharp pain made her delicate face flush instantly, fine beads of sweat forming at her temples, breathing extremely difficult, all words caught in her throat. She twisted her body in pain, trying to break free, but the struggle only made the vines tighten, digging into her soft skin, bringing even stronger pain. Her full chest heaved violently with each short, difficult breath, every inhale accompanied by the subtle sound of stretched fabric and the feel of the vines digging deeper into her flesh. Olivier leisurely walked to the side, bending to pick up the energy laser gun that had fallen from the rocks. He calmly raised the barrel, the dark muzzle steady, aimed at Antonia suspended midair, tightly wrapped by vines, struggling in pain. Under the mask, a cruel and satisfied smile curved his lips, his finger pressing the trigger, voice tinged with pride. Regret your foolishness, false nun. Then, take your hypocrisy down to hell. Chapter 115, Merciless Iron Fist. Within the illusion. Shark looked at the smiling, beautiful girl before him, a warm current flooding his heart. He could not help but reach out, pulling Hu Xiaoxiao's soft body tightly into his embrace, kissing and holding her, reluctant to let go. Through Hu Xiaoxiao's soft hair, the fresh scent of oranges spread. Shark buried his face in her neck, greedily, fiercely inhaling twice. The familiar and comforting smell almost made him sink into it. Shark, it tickles. Hu Xiaoxiao giggled from his rubbing, lightly scolding, pushing his shoulder gently. Your beard is scratching me. Shark reluctantly lifted his head, leaving the cherished embrace, his gaze fixed on the face that once made him ache, finally letting out a long, heavy sigh. Hu Xiaoxiao showed a puzzled look, tilting her head. What's wrong? Why sigh when everything is fine? Shark said nothing, just sighed again deeply, his eyes complexly staring at the distant blue sky. You know, if this were real, how wonderful it would be. His voice carried strong regret and a hint of bitterness. Hu Xiaoxiao's confusion deepened. What do you mean? Shark did not explain, just held Hu Xiaoxiao's hand again, feeling the warmth from her palm, murmuring, this feeling so real, warm, soft. Hu Xiaoxiao suddenly laughed, like spring flowers blooming, bright and charming, silly. Can I be fake? The real Hu Xiaoxiao is right here. She shook their joined hands. Shark suddenly stopped smiling, looking seriously into Hu Xiaoxiao's eyes, asking, Xiaoxiao, shall we go to the civil affairs office and get our marriage certificate now? What do you think? Hu Xiaoxiao was stunned by his sudden request, resting her smooth chin in her hands and thinking for 2 seconds. Then, her face lit up as if touched by sunlight, blooming a smile brighter than flowers, her eyes curving into cute crescents. The corners of her mouth lifted, revealing white, neat teeth. Although it's a bit sudden, but it's not impossible. Looking at the girl's bright smile, Xia Ke felt his heart almost melt from this extreme happiness. Xia Ke whispered to himself, it really makes one feel living in a world of illusions isn't so bad. Hu Xiaoxiao furrowed her delicate brows, pouted her pink lips, and complained cutely, what's wrong with you today? Always saying some strange things? Xia Ke didn't answer, just looked up at the blue sky again and sighed deeply, sigh you wouldn't understand. His gaze fell back on Hu Xiaoxiao's face. Even though I miss you to madness, I know who I am, I don't deserve you, you are a woman I will never have. His voice was low, full of clear despair. Hu Xiaoxiao was a little unhappy with his self-abandoning attitude. She pulled his hand forcefully, her tone spoiled. Talking nonsense all jumbled up. So annoying. Elbow. Go get the marriage certificate with me. Now. Immediately. Right now. She pulled Xia Ke, wanting to leave. But Xia Ke stood still, unmoving. He sighed again, long and lingering, filled with endless attachment and final clarity. So good, this beautiful dream. I really want it to continue forever. He felt the extremely real warmth and touch from her palm, yet his eyes grew clear and sharp. But, obviously something is wrong. Very wrong. He slowly and firmly separated Hu Xiaoxiao's tightly holding hands from his. The smile on Hu Xiaoxiao's face froze instantly, a flash of panic in her eyes. She suddenly leapt onto Xia Ke, arms tightly wrapping his waist. She lifted her delicate, tearful face, eyes full of water, voice full of heartbreaking plea. Don't go, Xia Ke, please don't go. Stay, let's get married, we will be together forever. Xia Ke's heart felt squeezed by an invisible hand, painful as if he could hardly breathe. He reached out, gently pinching Hu Xiaoxiao's smooth cheek, feeling the real touch through his fingertips. I really want to stay, I really want to. His voice wavered. But this beautiful dream is doomed to be short. If I don't wake up, I might die. I've remembered, you don't belong to me, this place is some kind of illusion, I must break free. After saying this, he lowered his head, solemnly pressed a kiss on Hu Xiaoxiao's forehead. Then, he suddenly used all his strength to break free from that intoxicating embrace. Xia Ke closed his eyes, concentrating all his willpower. His mind focused, like a sharp sword stabbing at the sweet illusion wrapping his consciousness. Boom! It sounded like glass shattering deep in his soul. The tear-stained, pleading, perfect face of Hu Xiaoxiao before him, the warm familiar city street behind, the blue sky overhead. The whole world shattered like a broken mirror, layer by layer collapsing and peeling away. Consciousness broke free from the deepest, warmest abyss of the sea, beginning to rise rapidly. This escape process in the weightless world of consciousness brought an infinite falling illusion. The strong weightless and tearing feeling made Xia Ke's body move violently in reality. Volcano Camp. Olivier's fingers pressed on the laser gun trigger, cold killing intent locking on Adonia, who was tightly entangled in vines, struggling painfully in midair. At that moment, the three floating magic eyes released by IQ appeared. Whoosh! 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 3 deep purple beams shot at the thick vines tightly wrapping Adonia. SSS. 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 The tough vines shattered like dry twigs before the purple beam. Sticky sap splashed everywhere. Adonia cried out, her body instantly freed from its bonds, tumbling clumsily from midair and hitting the hard, cold ground with a heavy thud. But she reacted extremely fast, gritting through the pain, rolling skillfully, and quickly standing up. The laser gun's beam missed because the target vanished suddenly. Damn it! Olivo was shocked and angry, immediately turning the gun to aim again at Adonia, who had just risen. However, Atonia's speed exceeded his imagination. The figure in black nun clothes disappeared like a ghost in an instant. Olivo only saw a blur, and a fierce wind rushed toward him. What? Olivo's pupils shrank sharply. Adonia appeared before him as if teleporting. She bent her waist, her right fist tightly clenched, arm muscles tense, with a roaring sonic boom, delivering a powerful horse stance punch, like a cannonball, striking Olivo's abdomen hard. Ugh! Olivo's eyes bulged. Saliva mixed with stomach fluid sprayed from his mouth like a fountain. He felt as if his organs had been shattered by that punch. His whole body bent uncontrollably like a shrimp hit by a speeding truck, feet off the ground, rocketing backward. Yet, Adonia was faster. She pushed off the ground, cracking it beneath her feet. Her figure instantly caught up with the flying Olivo. Before he even landed, Adonia twisted her waist, her long right leg like a steel whip with an afterimage, delivering a fierce spinning kick to Olivo's side. Ugga! Olivo screamed in agony. His body twisted midair like a flung top, flying horizontally in another direction. Adonia vanished again. She appeared on the path where Olivo was about to land. Her strong long right leg shot out, with a deadly high kick, cutting through the air, striking Olivo's jaw hard. Chapter 116 Two Nuns. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Olivo's body, like a kite with a broken string, was blasted upward by the huge force. Adonia did not pause, knees slightly bent, the ground beneath her feet exploded. She shot up like an arrow released from a bow. Her figure lightened fast, like a swallow through clouds, catching up with Olivo in midair in a blink. She used her waist to power a downward kick with her long leg, smashing hard into Olivo's chest. Boom! Olivo's body slammed to the ground even faster. The hard rocky ground was smashed into a deep human-shaped pit. Dust filled the air. Olivo collapsed in the pit like wet mud, bones broken, unconscious, unable to rise. Adonia landed lightly beside him, looking at Olivo in the pit, her blindfolded face showing a rare trace of regret, softly sighing, if only I could convince with words. She knew well that sometimes reason is powerless in front of absolute brute force, which forced her to train her body with fierce and sharp Bajiquan. Later, many truths could indeed reach those brutes who refused to communicate. In the background, the monsters were still fighting. Without Olivo's spiritual power support, Nokorchlin's combat strength dropped sharply. Its movements became stiff and slow, and though defense remained strong, its attack and reaction speed were far worse than before. Magyukyong seized the chance, letting out a fierce roar, its huge claw smashing hard onto Nokorchlin's head. Boom! Nokorchlin's massive body staggered and fell heavily to the side. Magyukyong immediately rushed forward, its massive foot slammed down on Nuwa-Kexelin's back, pinning it firmly. Then, its strong forelimbs, like iron pincers, tightly grabbed the thick red and white antenna on Nuwa-Kexelin's head. Nuwa-Kexelin let out a painful screech, struggling desperately. But Magyukyong's monstrous strength prevailed at this moment. It exerted all its strength, a low growl emanated from its throat, and its arms burst forth with terrifying power. Crack! A sound like a massive tree snapping echoed. Nuwa-Kexelin's single horn antenna was torn off by Magyukyong with brute force. Thick, electric glowing blood gushed out from the severed point like a fountain. Screech! Nuwa-Kexelin let out a tragic howl, the excruciating pain stripping it of its ability to resist. Magyukyong quickly took several steps back, positioning itself in a pincer stance with IQ. Both monsters gathered their strength simultaneously. Magyukyong's mane at the neck lit up with a glaring red light. Circular saw light beams. IQ's massive central eye gathered deep purple light. Destructive energy blast. Boom! 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 The crimson circular saw blades and purple destructive energy blasts rain down like a torrential storm, smashing into the collapsed and wailing Nuwa-Kexelin. The explosion's fiery glow engulfed it. Dust billowed into the sky. It must be said, Nuwa-Kexelin's defense was truly outrageous. Under such a fierce barrage, its deep gray, wrinkled carapace, though covered in scorch marks and cracks, did not shatter or break apart. However, such severe injury left it, and its controller, completely drained of combat ability, lying helplessly in the deep pit, unable to rise again. Adonia took a small breath, calming herself from the exhaustion of the battle. She stepped toward the humanoid crater created by Oliwo, preparing to check the situation. At that moment, a clear sound of applause came from not far behind. Impressive, Adonia, a woman's voice, both lazy and mocking, echoed, "You even went to learn Eastern martial arts, truly eye-opening." Atonia's steps immediately halted. Her face, covered by the blindfold, turned toward the source of the voice. Hearing the voice, she immediately recognized the identity of the speaker and said with a trace of solemnity, "Olivia Grace Tremblay? What are you doing here?" A woman, also dressed in a nun's habit, slowly emerged from the mist filled with golden pollen. Her nun's habit was a stark contrast to Atonia's conservative and strict one. It was more fitted and trendy, with delicate silver patterns adorning the collar and cuffs, and the skirt was slit, revealing long legs wrapped in black stockings. She wore a half-smile, walking leisurely towards Adonia. "Why am I here?" Olivia stopped, tilted her head slightly, and revealed a cruel smile. "I'm here to bring you judgment, cruel executioners." Atonia's brow furrowed tightly beneath her blindfold. "You're with Oliwo?" "I don't understand, Olivia. We studied together at the monastery, we read scriptures together." "You should understand. Fighting against nature, fighting to survive, it's the most normal thing." "Understand?" Olivia seemed to hear a joke, her beautiful eyes suddenly widening, her face showing undisguised contempt and disgust. "I don't understand. I can never understand. You, this group of human skin-clad creatures, are nothing but a pile of dirty, greedy, bloodthirsty demons. For that ridiculous score and selfish desires, you cruelly kill other lives that also have the right to survive. What did they do wrong? They're only following the laws of nature to live." Her voice suddenly rose, filled with fury. "My lord has sent a revelation. He commands me to carry out his divine punishment." Adonia felt a wave of anxiety and heartache. "It should not be like this, Olivia. What is wrong with you? We studied the doctrine together. We should love humans, preach the gospel to them, guide them to light. Not stir up conflict like this." "Guidance?" Olivia seemed enraged by this word, her face twisted slightly, her voice sharp with anger. "Atonia. You just have not learned to distinguish. Which are lost lambs worth saving? Which are filthy beings wearing human skin, their bodies already possessed by demons? For the latter, only divine punishment." She suddenly raised her battle device, her eyes shining with a mad yet devout light, shouting, "Go! Magnesia! Magneton! Execute the will of my lord! Purge these sinners who deserve to descend into hell! Buzz! Buzz! Two streams of light, each a different color and radiating powerful energy waves, shot from her battle device, descending with terrifying pressure onto the chaotic battlefield. Parasitic monster Magnesia. Height, 66 meters. Weight, 58,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 800, speed, 600. Skill, electric spray. Description: a cosmic monster that can separate into small parasitic bodies, creates mist, small parasites attached to living beings to absorb their energy, hates water, stones stored in the body give it great vitality. Magnesia's body was covered in gray-white tumors of various sizes, the inside of each tumor blood red. White web-like patterns covered its black chest, its head also a mass of tumors, from its mouth stretched several sharp red tentacles. Magnetic monster Magneton. Height, 30 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 400, speed, 600. Skill, flame emission, electric shock. Description: a quadrupedal monster, body made of solidified magma, extremely resistant to light, absorbs planetary magnetism as power, its presence alone can disrupt magnetic fields, as long as magnetic energy exists, even if broken apart it can easily recover. Magneton's body was covered in rough dark gray rock-like skin, its head and back bore many sharp orange-red giant horns, its limbs thick and claws sharp, overall ferocious and oppressive. The two giant beasts, radiating danger, roared and stomped heavily toward Adonia. Chapter 117, A Second Bloom. Atonia's two monsters immediately responded. Magnesia, that strange mass of pus-like body, charged straight at Xia Ke. Magneton, that heavy body made of solidified magma, powered its four legs and rushed toward Magyukion who had just finished fighting. Adonia looked at her former friend summoning such vicious monsters, her heart filled with confusion and pain, unable to help asking again. Olivia. Do you really want to kill everyone here? Olivia's beautiful eyes showed no less contempt. Do I need to repeat it? Demons must be punished. At this moment, Magnesia charging at Xia Ke split into several small parasitic bodies, like wasps leaving the nest, sharply shooting toward Adonia. Adonia reacted extremely fast. She bent and twisted, her right fist cutting through the air with a sharp sound, fiercely striking a flying parasite away. The disgusting mass arced through the air, crashing onto distant rocks, splattering sticky fluid. Then, her body spun like a top, her long left leg leaving a ghostly trace, a fierce spinning kick like a steel whip hit another attacking parasite. Bang! That parasite smashed to the ground, exploding like a rotten tomato, sticky fluid, and broken tissue scattering. However, the remaining parasites arced through the air, not attacking Adonia further, but flew straight toward the human-shaped pit thrown by Olivo. They clung to Olivo's neck like leeches. Ugh! Ah! Olivo, who had lost consciousness before, suddenly began to convulsively jerk his body. He let out a hoarse, inhuman groan and shakily crawled out of the deep pit. His eyeballs were filled with bloodshot veins, nearly bulging out of their sockets. His face contorted in pain, looking terrifying, like a monstrous ghost. At the same time, the motionless Norcotulin in the distance and nearby Kajila also started to move again. Norcotulin struggled to rise, letting out a low growl. Antonia, hearing the movement behind her, felt a chill in her heart. She turned her face, still covered by a blindfold, toward the parasitized Olivo and exclaimed in shock, What kind of monster is this? Olivia looked at Antonia's shocked expression, the corner of her mouth curling into a smile as she said. Antonia, since you are so stubborn and have sided with the demons, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Antonia's heart was filled with mixed emotions, full of bitterness and disappointment. A former friend who once studied scriptures and discussed faith with her in the monastery had turned into this paranoid, cruel figure. Heartbroken, she asked again. Olivia, everyone gathered here is just trying to stop the monsters from being transported to Earth, to prevent them from bringing an irreparable disaster to the human home. This is to protect countless innocent lives. Why have you chosen to stand with the monsters? Olivia snorted coldly, her voice icy. No distinction between right and wrong, just extermination. Those humans possessed by demons are this brutal. I will bring down divine punishment in my master's name. Antonia's brow furrowed deeply under her blindfold, and with clenched teeth, she said, Olivia, you are beyond saving. She hesitated no more, and the ground beneath her feet suddenly exploded. Her figure vanished instantly. When she reappeared, she was already right in front of Olivia. Her right fist, gathering all her strength, broke the sound barrier again, creating a white shockwave as it swung toward Olivia's arrogant face with the force to shatter everything. Olivia, facing this lethal blow, did not flinch or dodge, even showing a trace of mockery, completely calm and composed. Boom! The ground beneath her feet violently surged. A mass of thick, spiked, dark green vines shot up from the earth, quickly intertwining and forming a thick wall of vines in front of her. Antonia's fist, capable of smashing steel, crashed into the vine wall with unmatched power. Crack! The tough vines were forcibly struck open, creating a massive gap, with broken fibers and viscous plant juice spraying out like a fountain. However, due to Kajila's body being denser than steel, along with the powerful cushioning and resilience from the plant fibers, Antonia's strike was ultimately unable to break through the defense Kajila had constructed. Antonia was shocked. Although her speed was incredibly fast, if the distance was enough, the opponent could predict her attack trajectory, causing the underground Kajila vines to react in advance and defend. She immediately realized that her tactic of closing in for a quick strike would not work if the enemy was prepared. Without hesitation, she pushed off the ground and her body swiftly retreated like smoke. However, the parasitized Olivo, like a puppet on strings, once again used his mental link to command Kajila. A large number of thick vines shot up from the earth like attacking poisonous snakes, rushing from all directions to entangle the retreating Antonia. The vines moved at an incredible speed, with a sharp, whistling sound as they cut through the air. Antonia, relying on her agility and sharp senses, skillfully dodged and maneuvered through the gaps between the vines in a thrilling escape. The hem of the nun's habit was torn by the sharp thorns of the vines, revealing her pale skin. There were too many vines, their attack angles tricky, blocking all her escape routes. In a moment of desperation, Antonia dodged while quickly retrieving her combat device from the system space. A new streak of light shot out. Gorgon! Go destroy Kajila! Antonia's voice was filled with determination. Petrification Beast Gorgon. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 55,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, Defense, 1,000, Speed, 800. Skills, Lightning Shot, Petrification Beam, High-Speed Regeneration, Energy Absorption. Gorgon quickly appeared on the battlefield. No way! Olivia's face changed slightly, and she immediately ordered, Magneton. Fall back. Stop it. Magneton, which had been charging toward Magyukion, suddenly stopped, its four legs skidding, tearing deep furrows in the hard ground. Its lava-formed body erupted with incredible force, slamming into Gorgon, who had just landed, like a bulldozer. Boom! A huge sound echoed. Gorgon was caught off guard, and was violently thrown away by the terrifying impact. The massive body crashed heavily onto the distant ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ugh! Antonia swayed violently as her monster was severely injured, and her dodging movement slowed for a moment. It was during this brief lapse that several cunning vines wrapped around her ankles and waist like venomous snakes. Antonia, you have become weak. Olivia laughed loudly, her voice filled with arrogance. The vines suddenly tightened. A tremendous force violently pulled at Antonia's body, stretching her into a T-shape. Her ample chest was squeezed and distorted by the vine's grip, the nun's habit pulled tight, almost tearing apart. Her slender waist was constricted as if about to snap, and her long legs were pulled wide, with vines squeezing into deep indentations. The intense feeling of suffocation and pain forced a muffled groan from her, her face instantly flushed red, veins bulging on her forehead, and breathing became extremely difficult. Chapter 118, Constriction. Olivia walked with light steps, leisurely approaching Antonia, who was tightly bound by the vines, struggling in agony. She extended her hand, gently patting Antonia's flushed cheek, which was swollen from pain and suffocation, her voice dripping with pity. Look at how helpless you are, how pathetic, my dear Antonia. Look around, not a single person is here to help you. What you are protecting are nothing but scum, lost in their own desires. In the distance, the monster battle raged on. Magneton, with its body covered in sharp red bone spurs, repeatedly slammed into Gorgon, who had just climbed back up. Gorgon's lightning shots hit Magneton, only sparking off its body like scratching an itch. Its deadly petrification beam had no effect on Magneton, who was already made of rock. Olivia herself regained some vitality from the small parasitic life energy and focused on controlling the monsters. Nokachalin had regained part of its fighting power, and began another fierce struggle with Magyukion. Every clash between the two massive beasts sent out deep, resonating booms. Magnia engaged in a strange, entangled fight with IQ. Magnia sprayed electric mist, attacking IQ. IQ fired purple destructive beams in retaliation. Magnia's damaged body rapidly regenerated due to the monstrous stone it stored within. IQ's large main eye was stung by the electrified mist, emitting a painful scream. Suddenly, IQ's giant main eye violently contracted, as if it had been strongly stimulated. The massive eyeball trembled, and purple light flickered as it sneezed. Puff! The underground monster Tayleston crawled out from IQ's massive, glowing purple eye. Tayleston spat out. Shark was spat out from its mouth onto the ground. Shark landed steadily, dusted off the dirt on his body, looked around the chaotic battlefield and at the huge Kajila, a look of just as expected on his face, and sighed with some feeling. I knew it. If I didn't come out now, I might have kicked the bucket. From a distance, Olivia saw Shark suddenly appear, froze slightly, and her face showed surprise. There's someone awake? Oliwo reacted extremely fast and immediately ordered Kajila, increase the dose. Kajila's huge yellow flower disc trembled sharply. Even more intense than before, the dazzling golden hallucination pollen swept toward Shark like a golden sandstorm, covering the sky and land. Achoo! Shark sneezed from the strong pollen, rubbed his nose, and cursed toward Kajila. Have any public decency? Poisoning in a public place? Although speaking casually, his eyes quickly scanned the battlefield. His sharp gaze locked onto Oliwo and Olivia under Kajila's huge stem. Telesdon. Target Kajila's root. Spin attack. Telesdon immediately ran, jumped, twisted his body, turning into a drill towards the target at extreme speed. Olivia looked at the terrifying giant beast rushing toward her, her face pale with fear. She had planned to let Magnesia's small parasite attach to Adonia, but her action was interrupted. She screamed, retreating backward clumsily, afraid that a single slow step would turn her into minced meat. Just as Telesdon was about to hit Kajila's stem, it suddenly stopped spinning. The massive body adjusted its posture and crashed down near Kajila's root with a rumble. Telesdon did not pause at all, its huge head lifted, the mouth full of sharp teeth opened, aiming at the nearby Kajila, and it shot out a stream of scorching lava. No! Oliwo screamed in terror. Instinctively, he raised his battle device in his hand. Swish! Just as the destructive lava stream was about to hit Kajila, the giant plant monster instantly turned into a streak of light, entering an untouchable state. Soon it was recalled from the battle device. Boom! The thick lava stream lost its target, whistled over Oliwo's head, and smashed hard into a tens of meters high rock hill behind. Sizzle! A harsh burning sound rang out. The hard rock melted quickly under tens of thousands of degrees of heat. In just an instant, the whole hill was burned into a huge terrifying gap with flowing red magma. The scorching blast swept outward. The vines binding Adonia disappeared with Kajila, and Adonia groaned, falling from midair and hitting the ground heavily. Cough cough cough, she coughed violently, gasping, almost exhausted from the earlier suffocation, deep red marks from the vines still on her fair neck. Shark's feet moved like the wind, rushing quickly to Adonia, squatting down, carefully helping her up, his voice full of concern. Adonia, you've worked hard. When he first woke up from IQ's body full of eyes, he was indeed startled by the dense eyes, even briefly doubting Atonia's stance. But when he came out and saw the huge Kajila and the chaotic battlefield, he instantly understood everything. It was Adonia who used IQ to protect everyone and kept them in a relatively safe inner space. Adonia covered her chest, sore from the tight vines, trying to calm her breathing and raging blood, her voice weak but grateful. Thanks to you waking up, Mr. Shark. Otherwise. From a distance, Olivia looked at Kajila being recalled, then looked at Shark supporting Adonia. She showed an extremely ugly expression on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, TCH. You're the one who bought a lot of monsters at the auction. Humph. Consider yourselves lucky to have saved a little life. Goodbye. She knew that the situation had turned against her, and staying would likely mean disaster, so she immediately considered retreating, turning around to flee the chaotic battlefield. Want to leave? No way. Xia Ke's eyes sharpened. Sadelra. The combat device in his hand flashed brightly. The rock monster Sadelra appeared. Its jagged clawed front limbs violently extended forward. Ah! Damn! Olivia only had time to let out a terrified scream before her body was firmly clutched by Sadelra's jagged claw. Like an insect caught, she instantly couldn't move. Sadelra effortlessly dragged her back from the direction of escape. Xia Ke placed his hands on his hips, easy to handle. Sadelra turned around, and its jagged claws stretched out again, catching Olivia, who was trying to flee. Adonia faced the battlefield in the distance, where continuous booming sounds echoed. There, Narcochulan, Magnia, and Magnedon were still fighting. Adonia ordered Gorgon to switch targets, abandoning the attack on Magnedon and using petrifying beams to shoot Magnia and Narcochulan. Magnia and Narcochulan, hit by the beams, quickly turned to stone. The remaining Magnedon was tough, still rampaging, spewing fierce flames that forced back IQ. It charged forward, using its horned head to knock Magyukiang and Gorgon flying. Adonia grunted in pain, her breath erratic, almost falling. That monster is too strange, I can't do anything about it. Xia Ke supported Adonia and nodded. Ordinary beams can't handle Magnedon. Even if we blow it to pieces, it can easily piece itself back together. It's quite strong, indeed troublesome. Adonia asked, does Mr. Xia Ke have a way? Xia Ke replied nonchalantly, of course, Tayleston can kill it in an instant. My Tayleston, after receiving 2 monster enhancement stones, can now spit flames with temperatures over 10,000 degrees Celsius. Adonia was slightly curious, is fire enough? Xia Ke explained, magnetism fails in high-temperature environments, Magnedon is doomed. Tayleston let out a roar and directly shot a molten lava stream at Magnedon, who had just knocked Magyukiang flying. It was a torrent of flame wrapped with plasma-level heat energy, hot enough to vaporize steel instantly, melt through rock layers, and where it passed, the air was twisted and deformed by the scorching heat. The molten lava stream smashed toward Magnedon with a devastating force. Magnedon let out a sharp roar, and its magnetic power erupted, forming a magnetic shield as solid as a wall. But when the 10,000-degree flame flow struck the magnetic field, the terrifying heat directly tore apart the magnetic field's restraints. Magnia's proud magnetism had no resistance against the high temperatures that could destroy all magnetic structures. Next, a piercing screech of magnetic energy shattering could be heard, and the magnetic shell on its surface quickly softened and melted in the high heat, turning into scorching liquid metal that dripped down. Magnia's body continued to shrink and twist in the 10,000-degree flame. Its magnetic core, which held it together, was pierced by the heat, and the magnetic domain structure became completely disordered. Olivia, held by Sedelra's claws, screamed in agony, as if she were being burned by flames. Adonia pleaded with Xia Ke, "Mr. Xia Ke, spare her life." Xia Ke was slightly puzzled but still had Tayleston stop. If it weren't for Adonia, the people at the camp would have already been in danger. She had enough face to spare. Xia Ke asked, "Adonia, are you being soft-hearted?" Adonia shook her head, "Mr. Xia Ke, I think they can still be guided." Chapter 119, Guide. Xia Ke's thoughts moved, and Sedelra's giant teeth claws loosened slightly. Like throwing away trash, Olivia and Olivo were heavily thrown onto the empty ground. Aga! Olivia slammed down hard, her body making close contact with the cold and hard ground, letting out a dull groan. She struggled to lift her head, her face covered in dust, her beautiful eyes burning with humiliation, gritting her teeth as she glared at Xia Ke and Antonia. Her gaze sharpened, psychic power surged. The parasite attached to Olivo's neck suddenly broke away from its host and shot toward Xia Ke. Just as Xia Ke was about to move, a black figure was already standing in front of him. Antonia lifted her long leg, bringing a sharp cutting sound through the air, and unleashed a powerful whip kick. Bang! The flying parasite was struck, violently crashing into a raised rock in the distance, instantly exploding and turning into a pile of flesh paste. Looking at Antonia's clean and sharp moves, Xia Ke shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "These two don't seem very honest, Antonia." "Keeping them, is that really okay?" Antonia turned her blindfolded face toward Xia Ke, her lips slightly parting as she spoke in a calm voice. "Mr. Xia Ke, let me tell you a secret." "Oh?" Xia Ke showed a look of interest. Antonia slowly said, "After drawing the starting monster IQ and forming a deep spiritual link with it, my eyes changed a bit, and I can now see different things." Xia Ke said in surprise, "I thought you were blind." Antonia gently shook her head and said, "My eyes have become able to see other people's thoughts, to interfere with their will. And they can also make others recall painful memories from the past that they do not want to face." Her voice carried a hint of heaviness, "So, I cover my eyes." Xia Ke showed a look of shock. "A deep link with a monster can bring this kind of power?" "I thought it only improved physical strength." Antonia did not explain further. She stepped forward, walking toward the collapsed Olivo and the struggling Olivia. With the parasite gone, the life energy feeding Olivo was lost. His body, already heavily injured by Antonia with multiple broken bones, could no longer hold on, and he lay on the ground like mud, unable to even move a finger. Olivia struggled to rise to one knee. Her monster Magnia had its link cut off because it was petrified. Magneton, after its magnetism was removed, lost all ability to move. Behind her, the massive body of Sadra stood like a silent mountain, giving her huge pressure. Cold sweat soaked her back. She clenched her teeth, a flash of ruthlessness in her eyes, and suddenly pulled out a laser gun from her system space, aiming the muzzle at Antonia, who was right in front of her, intending a close-range sneak attack. However, the gun had just been taken out and not even raised yet, when a fair and strong hand shot out like lightning and snatched the gun away. Olivia just tried to use force to take it back, but her face was struck hard by a clear and loud slap. That slap carried full strength, making Olivia's head ring and her cheek instantly swell. Then, under Olivia's shocked gaze, Antonia slowly raised her hand and untied the blindfold ribbon. The ribbon slipped down. "Look into my eyes, Olivia." Antonia's voice was calm and without any waves. Olivia subconsciously looked up, and her gaze crashed into Antonia's strange eyes. They were not empty or strange as imagined, but like the entire shining star river gathered within her eyes. Deep, vast, as if containing the mysteries of the universe. However, deep within that starlight was a bottomless abyss that made the soul tremble, devouring everything. Buzz. Olivia felt her mind go completely blank, her consciousness instantly being pulled away. Like falling into an abyss of eternal ice. The bone-chilling cold instantly froze her thoughts. Then, she saw. Her consciousness was forced to become an observer, reliving the most painful, most dreaded tragedy. Every detail, every curse, every heart-wrenching pain replayed like a clear nightmare before her eyes. Antonia's spiritual form, like a watcher, appeared in Olivia's conscious world, standing calmly beside her, speaking. "Olivia, is this the reason you became what you are now?" Olivia's face turned extremely dark, her voice filled with suppressed anger and despair. "You're not going to tell me that you would love such humans, are you?" Antonia. Antonia quietly stared at the unbearable, violent scene ahead, her face expressionless, eyes calm and deep. "I will not change my stance because of this." "Stance?" Olivia's spiritual form instantly went mad. She spun around violently, grabbing Antonia's collar tightly, her eyes full of deep hatred, her face slightly twisted by rage. Are you crazy? Antonia. Can you really see? Don't you understand what is happening? I took in those homeless wanderers. I gave them food. I prayed for them. Begged my lord to give them peace. And they. Her voice suddenly dropped, as if her throat were being strangled, large tears rolling uncontrollably from her eyes like broken pearls. Her heart was filled with the despair of betrayal and pain that reached the bone. Antonia let her hold the collar, her voice carrying a hint of compassion. Yes, Olivia. I understand. Understand? What do you understand? Olivia's anger flared again, she roared at Antonia, spittle nearly hitting her face. Some things only look like humans. Inside, they are demons. Demons in human skin. Filth crawled out of hell. They do not deserve to be called human. Antonia reached out her hand, gently pressing Olivia's wrist, holding her collar, slowly moving Olivia's hand away from her clothes. Precisely because of this, humans need guidance even more, Olivia. They need light to drive away darkness, love to melt hatred, guidance to lead them to the right path. Olivia's tears flowed freely, like a lost child, her hands weakly hanging, clutching her clothes tightly, shoulders shaking violently from sobs. Guidance, that thing, ha, Antonia, you are the real mad one. Antonia placed her hand gently on Olivia's trembling shoulder, her voice like soft feathers brushing the heart. Perhaps you should see another scene. Olivia raised her tear-blurred face, full of disgust and resistance. What else do you want to say? When Antonia used her magic eye to forcibly show another image in Olivia's conscious world, Olivia instantly fell into immense confusion. It was an endless void. Cold, dead, dark. No light, no sound, no matter, no time, only eternal nothingness. Olivia saw herself in this void, so small, so lonely. Her consciousness was diluted by time. Chapter 120 on Taking Life. How long passed, no one knew, perhaps billions of years, perhaps an eternal instant. The spark of life, like faint fireflies, quietly appeared in the corners of nothingness. Simple single cells, complex multicells, forms of life evolved and multiplied through the long ages, like sparse colors painted on a dead, silent canvas. Yet, the world remained lonely. Life existed in solitude, without meaning, without purpose. Until the appearance of Homo sapiens. The moment the first being capable of thinking, who am I, where do I come from, where am I going, gazed at the stars, the world, at that instant, seemed to be given meaning. Because of humans, we can sense beauty and ugliness, we can create art, explore truth, build civilization, love, hate, and ponder the meaning of existence. The world, because of humans' observation and thought, changed from cold collections of matter into a world full of color, warmth, and stories. The very existence of humanity is a miracle against the void of the universe, a spark giving meaning to the cold world. This was the scene that Antonia saw. Olivia fell into even greater confusion. The real world. Shark watched Antonia and Olivia face each other, motionless, like two frozen statues. He scratched his head, full of confusion. What are they doing? Looking at each other with deep feelings? After a long moment, Antonia's body moved slightly. And Olivia, who had been full of hostility and hatred before, now seemed to have all her strength drained. The ferocity and anger on her face faded like a tide, leaving only deep exhaustion and confusion. Her eyes stared blankly ahead, as if her soul had just undergone a long journey. Unable to hold back curiosity, Shark leaned toward Antonia and asked, Antonia, what did you do to her? Antonia's voice was calm. Nothing, just guided her a little. Next, it was the turn of Olivo, collapsed on the ground. Antonia walked to him, squatted down, and reached out her pale fingers to gently pinch Olivo's chin, forcing him to lift his head. When Olivo's scattered gaze met Antonia's eyes, his consciousness was instantly pulled into another scene. He found himself standing in front of a beautiful suburban villa. On the lawn, a boy of about 10, with a proud smile, was excitedly showing off his trophies to other children. They were the dozens of stray cats and a few birds with ruffled feathers, lifeless, killed by his toy gun. The other children also excitedly showed their achievements, smiling on their faces. Then a man appeared angrily, pointing at the leading boy, scolding them harshly for their disregard and cruelty toward life. Olivo, watching like a ghost beside them, turned pale, his lips trembling slightly. Antonia's spirit appeared beside Olivo, her voice calm and flat. Mr. Olivo, that child, is that you? Olivo covered his face in guilt. The child being scolded by animal protection members was himself. Olivo kept his head down, silent. Antonia asked softly, so, Mr. Olivo, you feel guilty for the lives you took when you were young? Olivo's voice was tiny, his body trembling slightly, choking. It was me back then. I didn't understand the value of life. I only thought it was fun. He recalled brokenly, I liked pulling off the heads of insects, watching their bodies struggle, taking birds out of nests, crushing them alive. It felt like I controlled something very exciting. His voice was full of pain and regret. Later I regretted it. I could not forgive myself. Antonia's spirit quietly listened, then asked. But now you're trying to take others' lives, and you back then ignoring life essentially, what difference is there? Olivo's voice suddenly rose, full of excited pain at being struck in the heart. No. It's not the same. They wipe out those giant animals. They, as Olivia said, are demons. Demons wearing human skin. I am defending life. Antonia's magical eyes shone brightly, and the environment of the consciousness world changed in an instant. If you succeed and stop us from clearing the monsters, then tell me, when the National Fate battlefield ends and these monsters are randomly transported to the Earthworld, who should be responsible for this scene, Mr. Olivo? The scene before Olivo suddenly changed. He saw a modern city with towering skyscrapers, collapsing like blocks under the collision of giant beasts, the bustling streets turning into a sea of fire and ruins. The terrified crowd fled like ants, only to be turned into charcoal by the flames spewed by the monsters. Dense forests were flattened, countless wild animals howling in despair under the giant mouths of the beasts, easily crushed into meat paste. The entire earth turned into a hunting ground for the beasts' rampage. Whether human or animal, they all wailed and perished in the indiscriminate destruction. He saw the very monsters he tried to protect becoming the source of destruction for everything. He was speechless, as if his throat had been squeezed shut, the enormous impact leaving him feeling icy all over. Antonia calmly gazed at him and softly asked, "Is this how you defend life, Mr. Olivo?" Olivo's mental defenses completely collapsed. The huge contradiction hit his cognition like a tsunami. He held his head and let out a painful scream. No, no. This is just your trick. An illusion. Just like I used Zijira to make those people fall into a beautiful illusion. Antonia asked gently, "Have you ever thought about how they would survive once they reach the Earthworld? Herbivorous monsters might only destroy vegetation, but what about carnivores? What do you plan for them to eat? Look into my eyes, and tell me, what guarantee do you have that these powerful carnivorous monsters you saved won't eventually see humans and other animals on Earth as food to survive? What guarantee do you have that this won't become the scene you just saw?" Olivo lowered his head again, his shoulders shaking violently. He no longer dared to meet Antonia's gaze. An overwhelming fear and helplessness engulfed him. Antonia continued, "You cannot ignore life, that's right. It's the most basic respect for life. But, knowing a huge disaster is about to happen and not stopping it, instead, helping the disaster grow stronger, even attacking those trying to stop it. Do you think such behavior aligns with your defending life goal?" Olivo could no longer bear the torment and questioning in his heart. He suddenly crouched down, pressing his hands tightly to his ears, closing his eyes tightly, as if trying to isolate himself from the outside world. His inner self was in a fierce battle, struggling in agony like never before. Chapter 121, Guarding the Camp. The Real World. Antonia let go of Olivo's chin and slowly stood up, returning to Shaq's side. She was slightly out of breath, clearly, using her magical eyes continuously had drained her energy. "I think they should be calm for now. At least, it will take some time to digest." Shaq looked at Antonia, who appeared slightly tired, and was about to say something to show his concern. But his gaze unintentionally swept across her eyes. In that instant, he felt as if his consciousness had been seized by an invisible force. Antonia's figure in front of him instantly blurred, and an irresistible suction dragged him into the abyss of consciousness. "Sorry." Antonia exclaimed in astonishment, immediately realizing what had happened. She hurriedly took out a ribbon and carefully covered her eyes. When Shaq regained consciousness, he found himself kneeling on the cold ground. His head wrapped in a rough white mourning cloth, and his hands mechanically distributing coarse yellow paper money. One by one, they were thrown into the burning brazier in front of him. The air was filled with the heavy, oppressive smell of incense and burning paper money. Antonia's spiritual form also entered this world of consciousness, and she looked at the solemn and sorrowful scene around her. White mourning banners, low, mournful music, and ahead, the cold ice coffin under a glass cover, stirred a strong sense of guilt in her heart. "Mr. Shaq, this is whose funeral?" Shaq finished burning the last piece of paper money, stood up stiffly, and brushed the dust off his knees. He did not look at Antonia, staring blankly at the ice coffin, his voice tired and filled with unsolvable sadness. "My mother's." Deep guilt appeared on Antonia's face, her voice full of apology. "I am very sorry, Mr. Shaq." Shaq sighed deeply. "So those two people, did they also see this scene?" Antonia nodded slightly, her voice low. "Yes. People can change, even go to extremes, because of certain deeply painful events. If they can face that memory, understand its impact, maybe it can change the thoughts and path twisted by pain." Shaq's eyes swept behind Antonia. Under the temporary tent outside the funeral hall, shadows of people moved. They were his solemn-faced relatives, and several classmates who had come from the same city after hearing the news. To be honest, Shaq's voice carried a trace of bitterness. "I really want to forget these. Some pain does not help a person grow, it only brings negative energy, making people fall into it unable to escape. Adonia was silent for a moment, then slowly reached out and gently held Shaq's cold hand. Then let's not recall it. She took Shaq's hand, guiding his consciousness to rise. Shaq felt his feet floating, as if stepping on clouds. The strong sense of weightlessness made him stumble, almost falling to the ground. The real world. Shaq suddenly opened his eyes, his body swaying from the violent return of consciousness. He found himself still standing in place, but the deep sorrow and cold air of the funeral seemed to linger in his senses, making his chest feel tight. Be careful. Adonia, whose body had been somewhat weak, now reached out in time, supporting Shaq as his steps wavered. Shaq steadied himself, looking at Atonia's face with the newly tied blindfold, recalling the moment of consciousness sinking just now, feeling a lingering fear. Just one glance and you get caught, no wonder you always cover it. This ability is amazing. Adonia lowered her head slightly, her voice full of sincere apology. I am very sorry for making you recall sad things, Mr. Shaq. Shaq waved his hand, signaling it was fine, and turned his gaze to the two Maple Country people on the ground, as if their souls had been drained. Olivier was still slumped, his eyes empty. Olivia sat on the ground hugging her knees, burying her face in her arms, shoulders slightly trembling. Shaq asked, these two, what do you plan to do with them? You can't leave them like this forever. Adonia stepped forward, taking their battle devices from them. Without the battle devices, they lost the ability to summon and control monsters. Adonia looked back at Shaq. For now, can we keep them confined in the camp? I will take care of them. Shaq held his chin, frowning slightly, thinking, feels not very reassuring. Adonia added, her tone slightly pleading, I will supervise them well. If they act strangely, I will stop it immediately. Looking at Adonia, blindfolded yet radiating firm determination, Shaq finally nodded, all right. Since you insist, please be very careful. Yes. Adonia nodded solemnly. At that moment, the giant main eye of IQ lit up with a deep purple glow. The people who had previously been trapped in the pollen-induced illusion of Zelira now appeared in the center of the camp on the open ground, like dumplings being dropped into water, with the gentle purple light surrounding them. These people still had silly, satisfied smiles on their faces, waving their hands and dancing, or muttering to themselves, clearly still lost in their own extreme dreams, showing no signs of waking up. And within the camp, the golden hallucination pollen, although no longer increasing due to Zelira's disappearance, still slowly floated in the air, emitting a mesmerizing glow. Artonia turned to Shaq, her face covered by a blindfold but showing a hint of curiosity. By the way, Mr. Shaq, I'm very curious, how did you manage to wake up from Zelira's illusion? Shaq sighed again, rubbing his slightly swollen temples, probably, because I'm a rational person? Or maybe I'm afraid of dying? He gave a self-deprecating smile, that sense of happiness, it really does make people lose themselves. But, when you're about to die, it's not the best idea to stay lost in an illusion. I felt that the moment I died shouldn't be now, so I had to wake up. Artonia nodded slightly, showing understanding. She turned towards the people with happy smiles on their faces. So, do you think we should wake them up? Shaq paused for a moment. Is that even possible? Artonia explained. It is. Magulkion's illusionary flashes can make them see the things they fear most, and IQ's mocking eye can make them recall the most painful, the things they don't want to face. The strong impact of negative emotions can instantly shatter this beautiful illusion and wake them up. Shaq imagined the scene for a moment, dozens of people laughing foolishly in their dream, and the next second, they would be submerged by fear and pain, screaming horribly. He couldn't help but cough twice, quickly waving his hand. Ahem, maybe it's better not to do that. It's too cruel. And he looked at the sky, then at the people still immersed in the illusion, and continued. Last night, I think everyone probably didn't sleep well. Today, let's let them have a good sleep. A nice dream isn't bad. Artonia was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her options, and finally nodded, you have a point, let them rest well. The two stopped talking and began to act. Shaq was responsible for moving the men, while Artonia took care of the women. They each carefully picked up one person, gently carrying these people who were lost in their beautiful dreams and had no power to resist, returning them one by one to their simple tents, trying to make them as comfortable as possible. After a while, the two finally settled everyone. Artonia looked at Shaq, who had a slight look of fatigue. Mr. Shaq, you should go rest. I will keep an eye on the surroundings. Shaq shook his head, stretching his sore shoulders. It's fine, I'm not tired. Plus, leaving you alone to keep watch, especially with those two guys, would be too hard for you. I'll stay with you. Artonia thought for a moment, then gave up on trying to persuade him. She nodded gently, her voice sounding especially clear in the quiet camp. All right. Tonight, we'll watch over the camp together. Chapter 122, A Quiet Night. The air was filled with a bone-chilling cold, and the campfire was reduced to just the remaining ashes. Shaq rubbed his stiff hands and walked to the pile of charcoal that had long since extinguished. He sighed helplessly, the fire's out. He looked up at Tayleston, standing quietly not far away. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, Tayleston, lend me some fire. Tayleston slightly turned around, opening his giant mouth full of sharp teeth. After a moment of preparation, he spat out, ha spit. PFF. Xia hurriedly picked up a few dry twigs from the side, moved them closer, and touched the hot molten lava with the ends of the twigs. With a hiss, the dry wood was instantly set on fire. Xia held the burning twigs, returned to the carbon pile, and skillfully arranged the dry twigs, reigniting the campfire. The orange flames leaped up, dispelling the surrounding cold and darkness. Xia directly took out a long sofa from the system space, and the two of them put away the monster and sat down by the freshly rekindled fire. The warm firelight illuminated Etonia's serene profile with an eye mask and Xia's slightly tired face. The surroundings were silent, with only the crackling sound of burning wood. Xia added another log to the fire, then curiously asked, Etonia, I'm really curious. Since the pollen from Kajila is so powerful, why didn't you fall into hallucinations? Etonia faced the campfire, her voice like warm spring water, gently flowing. That pollen, in essence, draws out the deepest desires of a person's heart and materializes them, making one indulge and unable to escape. She paused, her tone carrying an otherworldly calmness, and I have already abandoned personal desires. Without desire, there are no needs, so naturally, I am not swayed by illusions. Xia was a bit taken aback, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Abandon desires? Is that really something humans can do? Etonia did not delve into this question but instead shifted the topic to Xia. So, Mr. Xia, what about you? What kind of illusion have you fallen into that you yearn for? Xia's gaze fell on the dancing flames, his eyes a bit vacant, and his tone carried a touch of regret as he said, It's seeing the people I lost return, and then being able to walk together with the person I like, that's all. Etonia slightly tilted her head and gently said, It feels. Mr. Xia's desire is quite simple. Xia smiled self-deprecatingly, picking up a new dry twig and tossing it into the fire, watching the sparks fly. I'm just an ordinary person. The flames reflected on his face, making it glow red. Etonia smiled softly, her smile appearing especially gentle in the firelight. An ordinary person? That's fine too. She silently added in her heart. Thinking that this very man, who called himself ordinary, was the one who broke free from the illusion at a crucial moment and saved her, a warm current surged in Etonia's heart. Xia didn't notice Etonia's thoughts. He took out a chunk of double-tailed monster meat from the system space, already cut and skewered on sharpened twigs, and began to roast it over the campfire. Fat dripped onto the hot coals, making a sizzling sound, and a strange meaty aroma spread out. Do you want a skewer? He waved the skewer in his hand. Etonia immediately shook her head, a hint of helpless amusement in her voice. Mr. Xia, you really are mischievous. Xia paused for a moment, somewhat confused. Mischievous? Is there some rule that says I can't eat it? Etonia gently nodded. Yes. We have related dietary restrictions. Oh, I see. Xia said with some regret, and decided to enjoy it by himself. He turned the skewer, watching the fat turn golden and crispy under the fire's heat. Etonia casually chatted, speaking of which, everyone being able to gather here to face the crisis together, a lot of credit goes to you, Mr. Xia. Xia nonchalantly took a bite of the roasted meat, mumbling. Etonia's voice calmly explained. To fight side by side for a more important goal. Shark paused mid-chew, a trace of guilt appearing on his face. He remembered the first time he met Luya, the cold thought that flashed in his mind about taking her down for points. He quickly changed the subject, his tone turning serious. Let's not talk about that. Etonia, have you noticed since yesterday, there's been some kind of strange presence around the camp, or rather, in the whole environment? Etonia turned her blindfolded face toward Shark, a hint of surprise on her face. Looks like it's not just my imagination. Her voice grew serious as well. Yes, I can feel it clearly. Especially at night, when everything is quiet, the air quietly carries some indescribable energy vortexes. They, like invisible ghosts, wander in the darkness, coveting the sleeping people. Shark's expression turned grave, and he put down the skewer in his hand. I saw them in my dreams too. Those energy clusters like filth. I don't even know what they really are, I only know their presence drains me, and my nightmares are endless. Etonia nodded, lowering her eyes, her voice tinged with worry. Feels like in these last few days, we might face some unpredictable big trouble. Shark nodded deeply in agreement. Yeah. We need to be careful, stay fully alert. National Fate Battlefield, Day 6, early morning. As everyone stepped out from the simple tents, they were met not by dawn, but by deep darkness. The sky was still sealed by heavy atomic smog, not a ray of light breaking through. Tiny, cold snowflakes, like gray dust, silently drifted from the black dome above. With the sunlight blocked, the ground temperature of this massive island had dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. Their breath instantly condensed into white mist, the ground covered with a thin layer of frost, crunching underfoot. Shark suddenly opened his eyes and found himself leaning on Antonia's shoulder. He straightened up in surprise, stretching his stiff neck. When did I fall asleep?" Antonia slightly turned her head toward Shark, her voice gentle but tired. "About 2 hours ago. You were too sleepy, your body started to sway while sitting, almost fell, I caught you." Shark's face showed apology. "Sorry for bothering you." Antonia shook her head lightly. "It's nothing. Did you rest well last night? I think you still need more sleep." Shark stood up, stretching his muscles, feeling the piercing cold, yet his spirit seemed much better. "No, I feel much better. Maybe the pollen from Zajara's final bloom affected me. I ended up having a pretty good dream." Antonia's lips curved slightly, forming a calm smile. "That's good." Chapter 123, Shark Teeth and Claws. Everyone began gathering at the center of the camp, quietly eating simple bread and drinking water. After the meal, Luya stood on a slightly higher spot, her eyes sweeping over everyone, beginning to give clear and strong instructions, dividing the teams into areas to thoroughly clear out monsters. Yukin Atsum, like a nimble little cat, slipped to Shark's side, her eyes crescent-shaped, a bright smile tugging at his sleeve. "Let's go, little Shark, we must be in the same team. Right?" Tsunami Mio also slowly came over, her gaze lazy, her voice drawn out. "It feels safer here." "Shark brother, take me with you?" Fiscal's tall figure also didn't hesitate, standing by Shark, her voice crisp and clear. "Boss, let's go together." Seeing this, Angel, also from the German team, couldn't help but click her tongue in response. The pretty face under the red hair clearly showed visible displeasure. She glanced towards Antonia's direction, then looked at the 3 women surrounding Shaq, complaining. "Antonia said she would take care of those 2 guys from Maple Leaf Country, and you're running over to Shaq's side. What about me? TCH, forget it, I won't go." She simply crossed her arms and turned to walk towards the edge of the camp, intending to stay and rest. Lu Royan, Lu Xingze, and Park Boja, who were all from the Summer Country team with Shaq, looked at the 3 women of different styles yet all stunningly beautiful surrounding Shaq, their faces showing varying degrees of surprise. Lu Royan was slightly stunned, Lu Xingze looked admiring, and Park Boja furrowed his brows. They realized that if the 3 of them joined Shaq's team, the numbers would be too concentrated, which would clearly hinder the carpet cleaning strategy emphasized by Luya. They needed to disperse the personnel as much as possible to cover a wider area and avoid any omissions. Lu Royan looked at Shaq and calmly asked, "Shaq, are you planning to go with them, or with us?" Shaq looked at the 3 teammates beside him, then at Lu Royan and the others, thought for a moment, and said honestly, "Actually, I prefer to act alone. After all, I currently have a considerable number of monsters, and I can sweep an area alone." Upon hearing this, Xiamu Yuhua immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. She placed her hands on her hips, one eyebrow raised high while the other was furrowed, her delicate face filled with "I'm not happy." "So, you're saying, you don't need us anymore?" Shaq immediately felt a headache and quickly added, "No. You have to stay by my side." He firmly remembered his task to supervise this problem child. If she were allowed to act alone, she might return to her old ways and attack other participants, which would be a disaster. Hearing Shaq's almost commanding must, Xiamu Yuhua's dissatisfaction vanished instantly. She lifted her head and flashed a sweet smile, as sweet as honey, her voice filled with pride. "I knew it, little Shark isn't that stupid yet." Shaq sighed in relief and turned to Lu Royan, apologetically saying, "You 3, be extra careful. Stay safe." Lu Royan looked at Shaq and his 3 teammates, nodded, and understood Shaq's choice. You too." Soon, all the teams were assigned their areas and began setting off one after another. Dozens of people spread out, and the task of carpet cleaning the monsters seemed much easier under the advantage of numbers. In the camp, inside a simple tent, Antonia sat quietly in a chair. Opposite her, Olivia and Olivo lay on 2 slightly larger reclining chairs. Olivo, due to his injuries, couldn't move and stared blankly at the ceiling. Olivia, however, had a dark cloud hanging over her brow, staring at Antonia. Antonia's voice echoed in the quiet tent, gentle and patient as she tried to convince the 2 to let go of their obsessions and stop interfering with everyone's monster cleaning operations. Olivia lifted her head, her face marked by deep exhaustion and a hint of helplessness. She sighed, her voice hoarse. "You've taken the battle instruments. We're now struggling to protect ourselves. You really don't need to keep reminding us of this." Antonia gently shook her head and said, "Even so, I still hope you can truly change your mind. Understand that what we're doing is to avoid a greater disaster." At this moment, the door curtain of the tent was lifted, and a young girl walked in. It was none other than Angel von Bueller, with red hair and a punk style. She seemed a little bored and had been wandering around the camp. Antonia, facing the door, asked, "Angel? Didn't you go with them?" Angel shrugged and replied casually, "Fisher, that guy, happily ran a shack. Shaq has so many monsters around him. I really don't need to get involved. She pouted, I might as well rest at the camp, so I don't have to go out and freeze. Adonia nodded, her voice full of concern, that's true. Acting alone, it's definitely a bit dangerous. Angel walked into the tent, her gaze sweeping over Olivia and Olivo, finally landing on Adonia. She suddenly showed a sweet smile on her face and walked up behind Adonia. Adonia, I heard, you were on watch all night. You must be tired, right? Your face doesn't look so good. Adonia slightly tilted her head, her voice gentle, thank you for your concern. I regained some energy through meditation, I'm fine. Really? That must have been tough. Angel said, her hands naturally resting on Atonia's shoulders, let me massage your shoulders and help you relax. Her fingers began to gently press and knead Atonia's shoulders. Adonia felt the pressure on her shoulders, her body relaxing slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Angel, you are really thoughtful. Angel's smile grew even sweeter, and she leaned down slightly, her red lips close to Atonia's ear, her voice carrying a hint of mystery, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. Adonia, let me tell you a secret. Adonia instinctively tilted her head, what? At that very moment, Angel's sweet smile suddenly vanished, replaced by an almost demonic greed. She opened her mouth wide, and the two canine teeth in her upper jaw, previously neat, rapidly grew sharp and elongated, glowing with a cold, eerie white light. Splat! Those sharp fangs brutally pierced through Atonia's fair and fragile neck, deeply embedding into her carotid artery. Ah! Adonia let out a shrill scream of pain. She instinctively tried to resist, trying to push Angel away, but an icy, powerful suction instantly came from the wound on her neck. Her strength, her blood, even her life force were being sucked away violently. An irresistible wave of weakness instantly swept over her, making her entire body feel soft, to the point where she couldn't even lift a finger. Angel greedily sucked, her throat making a satisfying swallowing sound. Ah! Atonia's body seemed as if all the bones were pulled out, and she slid softly from the chair, collapsing sideways onto the ground. Olivo was stunned by this sudden change, his eyes wide, but he was covered in wounds and couldn't move, only letting out fearful hissing sounds. Olivia suddenly stood up from the chair, her face full of terror, her voice changing pitch, you. What are you doing? Aren't you companions? Angel slowly raised her head, elegantly wiping the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, wiping away the bright red blood that belonged to Adonia. She turned around and looked at the terrified Olivia, her face showing a demonic and satisfied smile. What am I doing? Angel's voice was lazy yet dangerous, her steps light as she instantly appeared before Olivia like a ghost. Of course, having breakfast. Before the words were even finished, her neatly trimmed nails suddenly elongated, becoming extremely sharp, and they viciously stabbed into Olivia's neck. Olivia could only let out a short scream before she felt a cold force invade her body, crazily sucking away her blood and strength. Her struggles quickly became weak, her eyes rapidly losing focus. Chapter 124, The Dark Space. The curtain of the tent was suddenly yanked open. A figure appeared at the door, urgently shouting, Olivo! Olivia! I'm here to save you. The newcomer was the third member of the Maple Leaf Kingdom's participants, Sophie Catherine Pat. She deliberately waited until the people in the camp had all set out to clear monsters, only then quietly sneaking back, planning to rescue the captured companions. However, the scene that came into her eyes made her scalp go numb in an instant. She saw that red-haired German girl, sharp like knife fingernails deeply stuck into Oliver's neck, greedily drawing blood. And Adonia and Olivia were lying weakly on the ground, without movement. Angel slowly turned around, tilted her head, an exaggerated smile showing on her face, those sharp tiger teeth flashing a cold, grim light under the dim light. Oh my! Another one delivered up? Sophie's pupils suddenly shrank, a chill rushing from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Somewhere on the island, Snowfield. Along with a deafening explosion, a uranium-eating monster Gabra, under the burning of Tayleston's lava heat ray, suddenly exploded. Fragments scattered and splashed everywhere. Xia Ke exhaled a breath of white air, looking at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, turning the Tayleston that had finished spewing lava heat ray into a stream of light and taking it back into the battle device. 4 people stepped on thick accumulated snow, the snow depth already exceeded the ankles, every step making a crunch sound, leaving deep footprints. The cold wind rolled snowflakes, like cold blades scraping on the face. Shaq looked toward Natsum Yuka beside him, is there still monster reaction around here? Natsum Yuka was lowering her head, fiddling with the special tool monster radar. Her eyes stared at the screen with focus, fingers sliding on it a few times, finally shaking her head, no more. This area, for now, is clean. She put away the radar. Tsunami Mio stretched hard with a big lazy stretch, raising her head, looking at the snowflakes continuously falling in the gray sky, breathing out a large mass of white hot air. In one more day we can go home. This damn place really makes me not want to stay even one more second. Natsum Yuka looked at her that unmotivated look, couldn't help but complain, Mio-chan, you still have no motivation at all. Tsunami Neo curled her lips, hands in pockets, shrinking her neck, a bit of complaint in her tone. This kind of cold and tiring outdoor activity really doesn't suit a stay-at-home person like me. I really want to hurry home, curl into the kotatsu, and turn on my game. Damn national fortune system made me break my check-in for several days. My event rewards, my daily missions. Shaq looked at Tsunami Neo's frantic look, helplessly smiled. Let's go to the next area, finish clearing earlier. Fiscal nodded, immediately taking out her battle device from the system space, preparing to summon Robeluga, using its UFO form to travel. Shaq suddenly thought of something, taking out a monster capsule and a control ring from his system space. Let me try this guy. That metal lifeform bought at the auction, it can also turn into a flying device. He put on the ring with interest, raised the capsule, preparing to activate the summon. At the moment Shaq was about to start the capsule, Fiscal's gaze unintentionally swept past the edge of her field of vision that was the real-time barrage stream from her country's audience that only contestants could see. Her face changed, eyes full of shock and worry. Boss, something happened. Shaq's movement paused, brows frowning. What happened? Fiscal's voice carried a trace of urgency. The barrage is flooding the screen. Saying Angel attacked Adonia. And 3 Maple Leaf Country people. Right at the camp. Shaq's heart suddenly sank. Do we know the reason? How could Angel? Fiscal quickly scanned the rapidly scrolling barrage, expression anxious. The barrage says she seems to have turned into a vampire. Grew fangs and claws, sucking human blood. But there are no more details. Shaq clicked his tongue, tone carrying a trace of irritation. Looks like the barrage on your side isn't very strong, situation unclear. But he had to go back immediately. Shaq recalled that Angel's 3 monsters were all blood-sucking beasts, and remembered how Antonia gained special abilities because of the monsters she linked to. There might be a connection here too. If Angel really lost control and turned into a bloodthirsty monster, she had to be stopped before causing more casualties. Fischl nodded immediately, her expression serious. However, just as the 4 of them were about to head back to the camp. Eek! Tsunami May suddenly let out a short, terrified scream, and jerked her right foot up. Shaq frowned and immediately looked at her. What happened? Tsunami May's raised foot showed a large, sticky, pitch-black substance on the sole of her shoe. The substance was extremely sticky, and when she lifted her foot, it stretched out long black threads. Tsunami May's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Snow, there's something under the snow. It's so disgusting. As soon as her words fell. Boom! The snow beneath their feet exploded without warning. A massive amount of sticky, writhing, ominous black mud shot up into the sky. With a bone-chilling coldness and suffocating pressure, it instantly formed a black wave several meters high, crashing down fiercely on the stun 4. Be careful! Shaq barely had time to shout this before his vision was swallowed by endless darkness. The cold, sticky, heavy sensation instantly wrapped around his whole body, as if he had fallen into a deep trench. His consciousness was immediately severed by the tremendous impact. Unknown space. Shaq suddenly opened his eyes wide. Where the hell am I? He exclaimed, his voice echoing unnervingly in the dead silence of the space. Before him was an incredibly strange world. The ground beneath his feet was pitch black, cold, and rough, with rugged terrain stretching to the horizon. The sky above was not blue, but a suffocating, swirling dark red, like coagulated blood, emitting a nauseating odor. The air was thick, with the strong smell of rust, almost making him gag. The entire world was eerily silent. Instinctively, he tried to open his system panel to contact the others or check his map for location. However, the system panel had disappeared. No matter how hard he concentrated, that familiar interface did not appear. Damn it! Shaq's heart sank, and he immediately tried to open the system space again, no response. The only items on him were a battle device hanging from his waist and a monster capsule clenched in his hand. This is really bad. Shaq forced himself to calm down, quickly analyzing the situation. Let me think, black things attacked us in the snow, and then I ended up here. Is this a hallucination? He pinched his arm hard, and a sharp pain quickly shot through him. This sensation was completely different from the illusion created by the pollen of Xia Ke. No. I've really been brought here. To an unknown place. Shaq's heart sank even further. He stood up and began to move cautiously, trying to find any possible exit or clue. Where the hell is this? Dark realm? Another dimension? Or inside a monster? Countless questions swirled in his mind. What were those black muds? What was their purpose? Shaq began running across the pitch-black land, hoping to find the boundary or any change. However, the scenery around him was so monotonous it was despairing, only the endless black land and dark red sky. Damn it! Shaq muttered under his breath. Suddenly, not far ahead, the air once again thickened with that sticky, writhing, ominous black substance. It spread toward Xia Ke like a living thing, moving quickly with a repulsive malice. Xia Ke instinctively stepped back, and just as those dark substances were about to touch him, vroom! A radiant glow formed a spherical shield about 1 meter in radius, enveloping Xia Ke. The spreading dark matter quickly retreated, unable to penetrate. Battle device. Can it disperse this darkness? A greater sense of confusion surged in Xia Ke's mind. But why didn't the battle device react when I was first attacked in the snow? Could it be the black mud that appeared the first time and the dark matter here are not the same thing? Its role was just to bring us here? He stared at the swirling dark matter, but why bring us here? What's the purpose? Filled with questions and caution, Xia Ke continued forward in the darkness, guided by the glow from the battle device. Suddenly, a deep, eerie humming sound suddenly rang out. Hum, hum. Xia Ke felt a sharp pain in his ears. The intense ringing almost drowned out all other sounds. Tisk. He painfully covered his ears. The source of the humming sound seemed not far ahead. Xia Ke endured the headache and the ringing, looking up. In the surging dark matter ahead, a huge, pulsating dark red core slowly emerged. It emitted an eerie glow and an ominous pulse. Immediately, the surrounding dark matter seemed to be drawn toward the core, rushing to rapid, twisting, and shaping. A massive, menacing outline, exuding terrifying pressure, rapidly took form in the darkness. Eventually, a 50-meter-tall black giant appeared right in front of Xia Ke. Its skin was covered in an obsidian-like texture, with a strange form, and its enormous eyes radiated a brutal red light. Fight! A deep, rough voice echoed, then, fall, become, one of the people of darkness. Xia Ke furrowed his brows, a giant of darkness? The black giant suddenly raised its right fist, dark red energy light gathering on its fist. Whoosh! A high-energy dark red destructive energy ball shot toward the small Xia Ke. Not good. Xia Ke's pupils shrank suddenly, and his muscles tensed instantly. He pushed with his feet and exploded backward. Boom! The dark red energy ball slammed into the spot where Xia Ke had just been standing. The black earth beneath exploded like tofu under the attack, forming a 10-meter-wide deep pit, while the scorching shockwave and flying debris swept outward. Even though Xia Ke had retreated more than 10 meters, the shockwave still made his blood churn. Xia Ke steadied himself, still shaken by the near miss. Without hesitation, he raised the battle device at his waist. Go! Tayleston! Battle device activating. Thud. 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 With 3 crisp electronic sounds, the 3 grids on the battle device lit up in sequence. Click. The battle device's lid popped open with a snap. Inside the first grid, a yellowish virtual card displaying the dynamic image of Tayleston flew out. The card soared through the air, brushing past the activation slot at the top of the battle device. Hum. The card burst with a dazzling yellowish glow, like a light in this dark world. The light shot forward, rapidly expanding, condensing, and materializing on the black earth before Xia Ke. Subterranean monster Tayleston. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 120,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, defense, 1,100, speed, 900. Skills, lava line, subterranean movement, rotating assault. Description: a monster capable of free movement underground, traveling using seismic waves, extremely fast, with high body density able to withstand tens of thousands of tons of pressure. Possesses 4 secondary brains, agile movements, and resilient life force. Roar! Tayleston crashed down. It tilted its head and let out a sharp, long roar, like the bellow of a giant elephant. The black giant suddenly took a step forward, the ground shaking violently, its massive body resembling a black lightning bolt, closing in instantly. A massive, powerful, dark red energy-charged high kick swept toward Tayleston's head. Where it passed, the air roared. Tayleston reacted extremely fast, his foot moved, and his head jerked sharply backward. The giant's kick sliced past in front of Tayleston's neck, missing its mark. Tayleston immediately counterattacked, spinning around and sweeping his tail. Bang! A tremendous sound. The tail struck the dark giant's ankle solidly. Ugh! The dark giant let out a dull groan of pain, lost balance, and crashed backward heavily onto the pitch-black ground. Chapter 125, Continuous Attacks. Tayleston's massive body leapt into the air, a move like a mountain pressing down, smashing hard toward the black giant who had just fallen. Ha! The black giant rolled sharply to the side. Rumble! Tayleston crashed heavily onto the ground, the terrifying impact making the earth moan. The hard, iron-like black stone ground was forced into a huge dent, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. The violent tremor made Shark stagger in the distance, almost falling. Fast moves. Shark steadied himself, eyes sharp. The 2 massive creatures rose almost simultaneously from the ground. The black giant leapt into the air, using a full-body flying kick wrapped in dark red energy, aiming hard at Tayleston's head. A cold smile lifted the corner of Shark's mouth, whispering, "No memory." Facing this heavy strike, Tayleston's head jerked sharply aside, his whole body swaying to the side. The black giant's flying kick slammed into empty ground. Boom! Rocks splashed everywhere. "Hit it!" Shark shouted sharply. At the instant the giant's back opened wide, Tayleston's huge front claw slammed onto the black giant's spine. Shriek! A harsh clash of metal rang with bursting sparks. A jagged tear ripped open on the black giant's back. It let out a painful wail, its huge body staggering forward from the force. "Ridiculous, such wide moves still want to hit someone?" Shark mocked without mercy, then commanded, "Continue. Don't give it a chance to breathe." Tayleston, seizing the advantage, surged forward like a moving mountain, crashing hard into the unsteady black giant, using Iron Mountain Smash. Boom! A heavy, dull roar. The black giant tumbled forward messily, falling hard onto the ground, kicking up clouds of black dust. Shark had predicted the opponent's action pattern. "Tayleston! Retreat!" Shark ordered decisively. Tayleston did not hesitate, his huge claws digging the ground, propelling him backward explosively. The black giant struggled to rise, suddenly turning, its massive arm lifting as dark red energy gathered. However, the charging motion became a fatal flaw. Tayleston had already finished his preparation, his whole body transforming into a destructive drill wrapped in ultra-vibration waves. VZZZ. At Mach speed, he charged hard at the black giant, still turning and gathering power. Boom! Crack, 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 crack. This was the destructive impact of 1.2 million tons at Mach speed, almost like tens of millions of tons. The black giant's huge body flew back with no resistance. It smashed through protruding black rocks, hitting a steep black cliff hundreds of meters away. Rumble! The whole black peak shook violently. The giant embedded deeply in the mountain, stones flying everywhere. It let out a sharp wail, dark red energy escaping from its body cracks, clearly severely injured, stuck in the rock. "It's over." Shark's voice was cold as iron. Tayleston steadied himself, opening his huge mouth, a dazzling light glowing deep in his throat. A massive stream of energy, emitting extreme heat, shot at the black giant stuck in the cliff. Boom! The deafening explosion roared across the sky, blinding fire engulfing the black giant's form. A huge mushroom cloud, mixed with dark red energy and black fragments, surged into the sky, piercing through the dark red sky. The terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, turning the jagged black rocks around into powder. As the flames and smoke slowly dissipated, all that remained on the black mountain peak was a giant pit, with molten black stones flowing along its edges. Shaq let out a long breath, looked at the giant beast in front of him, and revealed a satisfied smile, unable to stop praising, as expected of our Tayleston. "Still too strong." Tayleston let out a lone, piercing screech, a declaration of victory. On an island somewhere, a snowy plain. The cold wind whipped the gray snowflakes, striking the faces of several contestants struggling to move forward. Their monsters were fighting fiercely with a few wild beasts in the distance, explosions and roars echoing through the cold air. "Damn, this weather is getting colder." A man wrapped in thick clothes shivered, his voice muffled. 2 more days. Do you think we can really clear the monsters on this island?" Another companion looked at the white, seemingly endless snowy plain, his tone full of despair. "No way, this island is too big." The third person sighed, the white breath condensing into ice crystals. "What we've done, at best, is just trying to reduce their numbers. Sigh, just thinking about how many monsters will still be teleported to Earth." The first man's voice lowered, filled with deep fear. "Just thinking about it is terrifying. I feel cold all over." "Yeah." A younger contestant nearby became agitated. "Just imagine. Your wife and kids, maybe comfortably cuddled up at home, eating hot pot, singing songs, suddenly. Boom! A monster, dozens of meters tall, suddenly appears on the roof, and the whole house is instantly crushed to pieces. That's horrible." His words struck a chord with the others, and the atmosphere grew heavier. "Come on, guys." A man who looked like the team leader forced a smile and clapped his hands. "Don't think too much. Let's push a little harder. Every monster we take down is one less. For our families. Yeah. Let's go." The group barely rallied their spirits. At that moment. "Hey! Billy! What's that?" A sharp-eyed team member suddenly pointed at something flying through the air not far away, looking surprised. The man called Billy looked over in confusion. "Huh? What's that? Ugh. Ah. Before he could finish speaking, the spherical object suddenly flew towards him like a living creature, its speed astonishing, with 2 sharp tentacles protruding from the surface, piercing deeply into his skin. Ugh. Billy let out a painful scream, his hands desperately clawing at the sphere on his neck, but it remained unmoved. His face turned ashen at a visible rate, his eye sockets sinking in, heavy dark circles forming around his eyes. Billy's voice became hoarse and weak as he begged his companions for help. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? The closest companion rushed up immediately to help. However, just as he reached out, whoosh! Whoosh! Several more of the same spherical objects approached. Eek! I'm hit too! Another teammate screamed. A disgusting, blood-sucking sphere was now attached to his neck as well. Then, the third, fourth, team members were attacked one after another. In just a few seconds, all the members of the team, as if their life force had been drained, looked pale, their eye sockets sunken, and they collapsed weakly onto the snow, only faint groans remaining. At another location. Another team had just worked together to take down a fierce Gamora, but hadn't had a chance to rest. Few finally took it down. This damn place. Before he could finish speaking. Poof. 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 The snow under their feet suddenly exploded. Several slender vines covered with dark green leaves and bright red flowers shot out from the snow. Like lightning, it swiftly coiled around the necks of several team members. Ugh! What is this? Help! The thorns on the vines dug deep into their skin, beginning to crazily drain their blood. The team's struggles quickly became weak, their faces turning pale, their bodies collapsing onto the ground. In another area of the dark domain, she walked for a long, long time. The scenery around her remained unchanged. The sky was an eternal, suffocating dark red, so blooming it seemed to be dripping blood, oppressive to the point where it was hard to breathe. The ground beneath her feet was cold, hard, and filled with cracks in jagged black stones. All around, there was an eerie silence. No sound of insects, no bird calls, not a single trace of life. The air was heavy, and with every breath, a strange, indescribable odor rushed into her nose, making her want to vomit. A strange, wailing wind sound echoed between the twisted black stones, rising and falling, like the malicious whispers of an ancient being, drilling into her ears, stirring up her thoughts. As she gazed into the distance, all she could see was a massive, torn canyon, stretching into an even deeper darkness at the end of her view, like the entrance to hell. Farther away, some low, blurred hills were hidden in the dark, rolling fog. The twisted shapes, under the red mist, looked like terrifying giant beasts. Ha! Ha! Tsunami Mei was gasping for breath, her face filled with exhaustion, confusion, and deep impatience. She stopped, looking around at the hopeless landscape, and finally couldn't hold back anymore, shouting out. What is going on here? Her voice, full of resentment, echoed in the lifeless space, but received no response. Why? Why do I have to suffer like this? She irritably grabbed at her black short hair, her delicate face scrunched up. I'm just an ordinary student who wanted to stay home playing games, watching anime. Being dumped in this hellhole to fight monsters is already bad enough. Now what is this? An infinite loop horror game dungeon? How do I get out of here? Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from ahead. Chapter 126, Two Giants. Ahead, a huge, dark red core slowly appeared. It pulsed like a heart made of molten lava, each contraction and expansion sending out a chilling, ominous throb. Immediately after, the surrounding dark matter seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rushing wildly toward the pulsing core. They twisted, entwined, and shaped into a giant black figure. It stood on the jagged black stone ground, its scarlet eyes sending a shiver down her spine. Tsunami Mei's pupils suddenly contracted, and her delicate face lost all color in an instant. Spare me! She almost moaned, her body's instincts faster than her thoughts, suddenly leaping toward a nearby twisted black mountain to hide. Boom! Almost as soon as she dove, a violent explosion erupted at the spot where she had just stood. The violent shockwave, along with scorching rocks and sticky black mud, slammed into the mountain she was hiding behind. The intense shaking of the earth made her body tremble, her bones going numb. Cough! She choked, and before she could catch her breath, a shadow loomed overhead. Boom! The black giant leaped into the air, easily clearing the small mountain where she was hiding, landing with a loud crash 10 meters in front of her. The earth groaned and cracked beneath its feet. Tsunami Mei raised her head, looking at the massive figure, 50 meters tall. The dark red sky became its backdrop, and the immense pressure almost made it hard to breathe. This thing is completely after me. She muttered, her voice tinged with despair. Ah! The black giant let out a deep, rough growl. It raised its 7-meter-long giant foot. Damn it! With the force to crush mountains, its foot came crashing down. Tsunami Mei's survival instincts overpowered her fear, and she leapt to the side with all her strength. Boom! Huge footfalls. The place where she was, the hard black ground sank deeply. The blast of air once again threw her away, slamming her hard onto the cold black stone, pain making her vision go dark. She struggled to get up, her eyes staring hard at the black giant. A strange feeling of familiarity wrapped around her heart. "You are that disgusting Korean old man?" What answered her was the black giant's low roar full of hate. "Die." It raised its hand, and dark red light quickly gathered in its palm. A destruction light bullet shot out. Tsunami Neo's pupils shrank, and she jumped to the side with all her strength. Boom! The light bullet blew open a huge lava pit in the black stone ground behind her. Hot waves and flying stones whipped her body, throwing her far and slamming her hard to the ground. Pooh! She spat out a mouthful of blood, the sharp pain nearly making her pass out. But a stronger rage, pushed to the edge, surged in her heart. She bit her teeth hard, flames burning in her eyes. Only fighting then. She wiped the blood from her mouth. Go. Bokuraku. She suddenly raised the battle device in her hand. A deep blue light shot out like a meteor cutting the sky. The light hit the ground and quickly grew and became solid. See Demon Bokuraku. Height, 53 meters. Weight, 44,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 400, speed, 700. Skills, electric shock, energy absorption, high-pressure water, super regeneration. Info, can absorb enemy energy, a body made of seawater can avoid all detection, and can make normal physical attacks have no effect. A fish-shaped giant beast arrives. As soon as Bokuraku appeared, its huge claw arm swung hard at the black giant. The black giant moved fast, shook its body, easily dodging the claws, and grabbed Bokuraku's arm. Then it raised its leg, the air burst, and it gave strong kicks one after another, hitting Bokuraku's body. Bang! 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 Heavy impact sounds kept ringing. However, facing attacks strong enough to smash iron mountains, Bokuraku's body made of seawater did not move at all, and the terrible force was broken and spread out layer by layer. Roar! Bokuraku let out a deep roar, and the grabbed claw suddenly burst with strange power. It forcefully broke free from the black giant's grip and slammed its huge body into the enemy. The black giant was caught off guard and was pushed back several steps by this strange force. At this moment, Bokuraku's huge claws shot out like lightning and tightly grabbed the black giant's neck. ZZZZT. Dazzling blue electricity burst out instantly. Electric attack. Powerful electric arcs jumped and crazily went into the black giant's body. At the same time, Bokuraku's claws seemed to turn into two huge energy whirlpools, and began to wildly take energy from the black giant. Ugh ah ah! The black giant let out a painful scream. Its huge body shook hard, and energy leaked wildly from its grabbed neck. Just when Tsunami Neo thought victory was sure, in the dark in the distance, another huge, beating dark red core suddenly lit up. Dark matter gathered and took shape wildly. A second black giant came down with a boom. Tsunami Neo's face turned pale at once, her eyes full of shock, again. Swoosh! A crescent-shaped dark red energy beam, like a sickle, shot out from the second black giant's hand. Slash! Bokuraku's huge claw that was tightly holding the first giant was cut off completely by this cutting energy attack. From the cut, sea water gushed out like blood. Roar! Bokuraku let out a cry. The first black giant used the chance to break free with a sudden burst of power. Its blood-red eyes burned with anger, and its huge foot lifted and kicked hard at Bokuraku, which had lost balance from the broken arm. Boom! The massive body of Bokulagu was kicked back repeatedly. At the severed arm of Bokulagu, deep blue light surged, and the seawater quickly gathered and shaped itself as if it had a life of its own. In the blink of an eye, a brand new pair of gigantic claws had regenerated. Shiba, found you, die. The second black giant growled in a deep, rugged voice. Tsunami Nero finally realized that these two were Kim Hyun and Choi Yujin. Why did these disgusting uncles from the cold country turn into giants? Kim Hyun, transformed into a black giant, launched a violent attack. Heavy kicks and rapid punches came down relentlessly, like a drumbeat, landing again and again on Bokulagu's body, splashing seawater everywhere. Bokulagu was being pushed back by this frenzied power, struggling to keep his balance. Meanwhile, Choi Yujin, also in the form of a black giant, stood to the side, raising his arms, his palms gathering dark red destructive energy balls, which he then hurled towards Bokulagu. Boom! 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 Explosions of fire constantly erupted from Bokulagu's body. Each explosion was accompanied by a massive evaporation of seawater and a searing pain in Tsunami Miro's body, like being burned with a branding iron. Ugh! Tsunami Miro's delicate body trembled violently, bending over in pain as cold sweat soaked her back instantly. She bit her lower lip, her eyes burning with humiliation, anger, and an unwilling fury. Bastard! I didn't do anything wrong. Why do I have to be treated this way? Her voice carried a sobbing tone. Why? Why do we have to fight each other? Chapter 127, Evaporate. As if sensing her near breakdown and the intense desire for revenge in her will, Bokalagu let out a thunderous roar, and amid the violent attacks, he stubbornly steadied himself. The massive claws stretched out, slamming towards the black giant's head. Boom! Kim Hyun's attack was forcibly interrupted, his enormous head shaking violently. Seizing the chance, Bokalagu's claws shot out again, tightly gripping Kim Hyun's neck. Roar! Bokalagu let out a deafening roar, his power exploding. He twisted his waist sharply, lifting Kim Hyun's heavy body and slamming him hard towards Choi Yujin, who was still madly launching energy blasts. Boom! The two giant black figures collided heavily. The immense impact caused both to groan in pain, rolling on the ground like tumbling gourds. Bokalagu's massive mouth opened, deep blue light compressing and gathering in his throat. A thin but terrifyingly sharp high-pressure water stream shot out instantly, cutting through the smooth surface of the ground and sweeping across the two fallen black giants. SSSHH. The high-pressure water stream, capable of cutting through steel, left two deep scars on the black giant's tough skin. Dark red energy erupted like a fountain from the cracks. The two black giants let out miserable howls. They struggled to rise, their scarlet eyes burning with fury, their arms raised, palms gathering dark red light. Countless crescent-shaped, high-speed spinning energy blades shot toward Bokalagu, overwhelming him. SSSHH. 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 The dense energy blades cut through Bokalagu's body made of seawater like a meat grinder. The seawater seemed to be boiling, wildly evaporating, and splashing. With every cut, Tsunami Miro's body felt a sharp, lingering pain, like being dismembered. She curled up on the ground, groaning in agony, her brows furrowed, her face slightly contorted, sweat soaking her clothes. Bokalagu had a powerful physical resistance, but against this pure high-temperature energy bombardment, he seemed helpless. Tsunami Miro endured the excruciating pain, her gaze sweeping over this hopeless black wasteland. What should I do? Escape? She thought desperately. But reason told her. In this strange space, running away is just a futile struggle, only exhausting one's strength to be caught and then crushed like a bug. Then, there is only one answer. In her eyes, the last trace of hesitation was gone, leaving only determination. Roar! Bokorogu seemed to sense its master's resolve to fight to the death and let out an earth-shattering roar. It charged forward towards the two black giants, bearing the energy blades raining down like a violent storm, like a mad shark swimming upstream. Jin Hien and Choi Yujin clearly did not expect the opponent to be this crazy. Instinctively, they dodged to the sides, raising their hands again as dark red light gathered frantically in their palms. However, just as they were gathering energy and momentarily pausing their movements, Bokorogu acted again. Its massive pincers tightly grabbed Choi Yujin, who was still gathering power. Ugh! Choi Yujin, filled with anger and shock, tried to break free. But Bokorogu suddenly twisted its body, lifting the heavy form of Choi Yujin as if it were nothing. It used him as a human shield, placing him in front of itself to block the cutting beam from Jin Hien. The attack created a violent explosion on Choi Yujin's body. He groaned in pain, and then Bokorogu drew more energy from behind him. Seeing that Bokorogu had a firm hold on Choi Yujin and wasn't moving, Jin Hien started gathering power. Die! Energy surged wildly from both hands, lightning crackling, and then crossed, unleashing a powerful beam of light aimed straight at Bokorogu's head. Bokorogu, however, lifted the giant it had grabbed and used it as a shield. Boom! The black giant that Choi Yujin had transformed into, under his companion's all-out destructive attack, was instantly torn apart by the terrifying energy, exploding violently. The blinding light illuminated the dark earth. Bokorogu, tightly pressed against Choi Yujin, bore the full brunt. The body made of seawater encountered the high-temperature shockwave from the explosion at close range, evaporating and vaporizing over a large area. The gigantic body became fragmented, deformed, and shapeless in the explosive light. Jin Hien, too, was thrown away by the explosion due to the close distance. Ugh ah! Tsunami May let out a horrible scream. The simultaneous pain, as if her entire body had been thrown into a furnace, stabbed into her nerves. She curled up on the ground, her body spasming and twitching violently, her face pale, her cheek slightly contorted from the excruciating pain. Bokorogu could no longer fight. Tsunami May, forcing herself through the nearly fainting agony, retrieved the nearly collapsing Bokorogu back into the battle device. She endured the excruciating pain all over her body and got up, sprinting wildly on the jagged black ground, her breath short. Jin Hien had already reacted, running rapidly, each step covering dozens of meters. Even though Tsunami May was running for her life, she couldn't shake him off. The black giant chasing Tsunami May raised its hand again and threw a destructive energy orb. It exploded behind Tsunami May, and the intense shockwave threw her into the air, causing her to roll for about 10 circles on the ground before stopping. Tsunami May spat blood and tried to get up, but her body was too weak, and she collapsed back down to the ground. Each attempt only brought more intense pain and dizziness. She struggled like a stranded fish, gasping futilely. Tsunami May looked at the approaching black giant, and a cold despair overwhelmed her, like a tidal wave drowning her. Sure enough, it's still not possible. Her eyes lost focus, becoming hollow and vacant. Flashes of images passed quickly in front of her eyes, the warm kotatsu at home, the characters jumping on the screen in her game, the unfinished anime series, the smiling faces of her friends. In the end, all the colors and sounds faded, turning into a faint, almost inaudible sigh, full of endless exhaustion and acceptance, dissipating into the cold air. She could only watch the black giant's massive foot getting closer. Don't give up. A man's voice sounded. Tsunami Neo suddenly turned her head, and a familiar figure reflected in her eyes. Shark brother? At the same time. V-Room. A sharp, space-tearing screech came from far away, growing louder. A high-speed rotating drill cut through the sky, crashing heavily into the black giant. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. Like a million-ton hammer smashing into rotten wood. The massive body of the black giant flew backward with no resistance. Its chest groaned under the unbearable weight, cracking open, and dark red energy spilled out like splattering blood, frantically dispersing. It rolled on the ground, carving a giant trench hundreds of meters long in the hard black stone earth, finally collapsing at the end of the trench. Shark looked down, seeing the girl curled up on the ground, her face pale. I heard the huge explosion, so I came to check. How are you holding up? Tsunami Mio looked at his face, cold under the dark red sky, and her tightly wound nerves suddenly loosened. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, showing a pale, bitter smile, yet with a hint of relief. She gasped, her voice weak, thanks to you. I'm not dead yet. Chapter 128, A Struggle of a Cornered Beast. Shark's gaze locked on the black giant struggling to rise at the end of the trench, and his killing intent was unmasked. Without any hesitation, he spoke firmly, kill it. Tayleston. Triple A. Tayleston's massive mouth opened, a blinding light glowing deep within its throat. A thick, scorching lava beam, tearing through the viscous air with a temperature of thousands of degrees, shot toward the target. The black giant had just gotten up, its body already shattered from the earlier impact, dark red energy losing control and spiraling out through the cracks in its surface. Faced with the lava beam, it let out a beastly roar and desperately raised its arm. Dark red energy rapidly gathered, forming a twisted, unstable energy shield in front of it. Boom! 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 The lava beam crashed violently into the dark red energy shield. Flames and energy collided fiercely, producing deafening explosions, with scorching shockwaves and shattered energy fragments flying wildly in all directions. If Jin Heian had been in perfect condition, perhaps he could have withstood this destructive flood. But his body was shattered, his strength almost gone, and the hastily formed energy shield trembled violently, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, its glow rapidly dimming. Ha! Jin Heian let out a desperate roar, his arms trembling violently, clearly struggling. The next moment. Boom! The energy shield exploded with a deafening bang. The raging lava flow faced no more obstruction, pouring through like a volcanic river breaking its dam, smashing into Jin Heian's body. No! The black giant's massive body was instantly consumed by the scorching torrent. The dark red energy erupted, exploding wildly. Boom! An explosion more violent than the previous one occurred. Blinding flames shot up into the sky, forming a giant, rolling mushroom cloud of dark red and blazing flames. The terrifying shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, effortlessly lifted and crushed the surrounding jagged black stones. The black fragments of stone rained down like a storm, and smoke and dust filled the air, blocking out the dark red sky. Tsunami Neo's eyes reflected that towering mushroom cloud, her face pale, her lips slightly parted, shocked and bewildered, so strong. Shark didn't look at the explosion. He reached out and helped Tsunami Neo, who was limp on the ground, to her feet. The girl's body felt weightless, trembling weakly. Shark asked, "Can you move normally?" Tsunami Mio leaned against his arm, her eyes filled with pain and helplessness, her voice weak as a whisper, "I can't muster any strength, my body hurts so much." Shark's gaze swept through the smoke and dust, focusing on the darker distance. In the rolling darkness, 1, 2, 3, several dark red cores slowly lit up. They pulsed, emitting an eerie aura, drawn here by the violent explosion earlier. Shark's pupils contracted slightly, and his voice dropped lower. With a trace of heaviness, this is bad. Dark Domain, another battlefield. On top of a twisted black small mountain, the Qingdao contestant Abdul Hakim bin Rahmat stands like a proud lonely reef. The cold wind rolls up his dark robe, making loud flapping sounds. His cold sharp gaze pierces through the spreading black dust, tightly locking onto the fierce battle on the wasteland below. In the distance, his proud giant beast is fighting a black giant. Killer Super Beast Baraba. Height, 75 meters. Weight, 88,000 tons. Attack, 1200, Defense, 1300, Speed, 800. Skills, Flying Sword Flash, Heavy Strike Flying Sword, Baraba Thunder, Missile Bombing, Flame Release. Introduction: Killer Super Beast Baraba, a biological weapon made by the Yapul people. Its hands hold a sickle on the left and a hammer on the right, with a deadly flying sword on its head. Its whole body is covered with thick armor, with extremely strong defense. Though its movement is slightly slow, it is skilled in many mid-range weapon suppression methods, a war machine born for killing. The meteor hammer on Baraba's right arm is thrown out, the chain wraps around the black giant like a poisonous snake. Its huge waist suddenly bursts with force, the giant hammer is pulled back fiercely. Whoosh! The huge body of the black giant is actually swung up by force, drawing a huge arc, and is smashed hard onto the hard black stone ground. Boom! The ground shakes violently, black dust shoots up into the dark red sky like a fountain. Baraba does not stop at all, the chain quickly pulls back. Its huge left arm rises, that giant sickle shining with cold light slashes hard toward the pulled close black giant. Slash! A harsh sound of metal crashing together with violent sparks. The black giant's arm that hurriedly blocks is cut off at the root like grass under Baraba's giant sickle filled with terrifying strength. Dark red energy sprays wildly from the broken part like splashing blood. The black giant lets out a miserable howl that shakes heaven and earth. The hole on Baraba's nose suddenly sprays blazing white high-temperature flames, fiercely burning the black giant. The sizzling burning sound mixes with the giant's painful roar, chaotic and noisy. A slight smile curls at Abdul's mouth corner, pride in his heart. If he had not spent everything to get this Baraba at the auction, he would probably have been worn to death here already. Before the thought ends, a sudden change appears. In the surrounding darkness, 1, 2, 3 a full 5 dark red cores light up one after another. They beat, greedily guiding the surrounding dark matter. Thick darkness crazily gathers and shapes. A full 5 new black giants descend with a boom. They surround the small mountain where Baraba and Abdul are at the center. The pride on Abdul's face disappears in an instant, replaced by extreme shock. How can there be so many? What kind of hellplace is this? A cold chill comes from his back, he feels fear. Roar! Baraba feels the master's anger and shock, letting out a sharp roar. Its giant sickle swings, cold light flashes, cutting off the head of the black giant in front that is burned by flames and already heavily wounded. The headless huge body falls down with a boom. Then, Baraba's huge foot kicks away the blocking wreck hard, its cold gaze sweeps over the 5 new enemies, full of provocation. What answers it is violent attack. 3 black giants rush forward, heavy fists and kicks smash hard onto Baraba's thick armor. The other 2 stay a bit farther, raise both arms, dark red light gathers in their palms, destructive energy beams ready to fire. Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! Dull impact sounds and energy explosion roars mix together. Cracks appear on Baraba's thick armor under the dense attacks. Its huge body is shaken slightly by the impact. The hole on Baraba's nose releases attacks, several missiles roar out, bombing onto the black giant at the front. Blasted it until it kept stepping back. At the same time, the deadly flying sword above its head suddenly lit up with dazzling sparks, the flying sword flashed. Dense explosive energy shot out, instantly covering another nearby black giant, freezing its movement. Baraba's huge eyes suddenly shone with blinding golden lightning, Baraba's thunder. 2 thick golden lightning bolts, jumping with destructive energy, violently struck the black giant frozen by the flash. Chapter 129, Metal Telesdon. Boom! Blinding energy exploded. The black giant didn't even have time to scream, its huge body was torn apart in the violent thunder, turning into a rolling mass of dark red energy and charred fragments, exploding loudly. Right after Baraba unleashed the thunder, the 2 distant black giants, fully charged, crossed their arms. Thick, dark red streams of light, wrapped in destructive lightning, struck Baraba's massive body. Boom! A terrifying explosion happened. The blinding strong light instantly swallowed Baraba's figure. Abdul stood on the mountain top, his body struck as if by lightning. He suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, his face pale as white paper. That was the soul-ripping pain and backlash brought by deep linking with the monster. He watched helplessly as, at the center of the explosion, Baraba's tall body slowly fell in desperate wails. Boom! Baraba's massive corpse crashed heavily onto the black ground, causing a final explosion. A huge mushroom cloud mixed with metal fragments, biological tissue, and dark red energy shot into the sky, blooming destructive fireworks under the dark red sky. The invincible Baraba had fallen. Abdul staggered back a step, his vision beginning to blur. As a Reionics, linked deeply with Baraba, he should have perished at the same moment the monster died. Yet, at the instant his consciousness was about to vanish, the black ground beneath him suddenly surged. Sticky, ominous dark matter, like piranhas smelling blood, rushed up crazily. Earlier, one of Abdul's monsters had been corrupted by darkness and the link was broken, now none of the monster's battle devices could drive away this darkness. Abdul only managed a short, frustrated grunt before being completely swallowed by the surging black tide. The dark matter wriggled and slowly receded. On the mountain top, Abdul's figure disappeared without a trace. In its place, a newborn dark red energy core throbbed, flickering with eerie light in the drifting smoke. Shark supported the weak Tsunami Neo, his dark eyes scanning the 5 black giants slowly approaching. Their crimson eyes were like a wolf pack locking on prey, radiating cold killing intent. The heavy pressure, like invisible mountains, pressed on their hearts. Staying in this space means fighting to death with these unknown black giants. Shark's voice was low, breathing heavy. Tsunami Mio leaned on him, her eyes reflecting the 5 terrifying shadows, despair washing over like a tide, dejectedly asking, "What should we do?" Ahead, Telesdon was already tangled with the 5 black giants. It roared so loud the earth shook, its monstrous strength bursting, charging wildly. Huge claws swept the air, forcefully pushing back the approaching giants. Its thick tail whipped like a steel whip, leaving deep dents and sparks on the giants' bodies. However, the 5 giants' attack was far from easy to face. Though their coordination was clumsy, their strength was terrifying. Chaotic energy attacks didn't distinguish friend from foe, dark red destructive beams exploded everywhere, occasionally striking Telesdon. Tayleston let out a painful howl, his movements delayed by a second. But he quickly reacted and resumed his attack. A black giant was violently knocked to the ground by his furious charge. The other 4 giants immediately seized the opportunity, raising their arms, gathering dark red light, and aiming destructive energy beams at Tayleston. Xia Ke suddenly raised the silver-gray monster capsule in his hand and said, "Actually, I've been wanting to try this for a long time. Go! Metallic lifeform." Click. The indicator light on the top of the capsule instantly lit up. Particles of light poured out from the opening. They gathered and flowed in the air, transforming into an amorphous, shimmering metallic liquid. The control ring on Shaq's finger glowed with a faint light, successfully linking his mental power. The silver liquid metal began to move, turning into a swift silver streak, shooting toward the battling Tayleston. On Tayleston's body, the silver liquid metal immediately spread out. It quickly flowed, covered, and molded along the contours of Tayleston's body. Where it passed, the rough skin was replaced by cold metal, and the muscles on his body were covered by smooth armor. The liquid metal rapidly solidified, extended, and deformed on Tayleston's head, shoulders, back, and limbs. Kokukakakaka. The sound of metal deformation rang out densely. The dark brown skin was replaced by the cold metallic silver glow. In just a few breaths, a brand new, cold metallic gleaming giant beast stood before the 5 black giants. Underground monster, metallic Tayleston. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 170,000 tons. Attack power, 1300, defense, 1500, speed, 900. Skills, lava hotline, underground movement, rotating assault, energy absorption, energy radiation, armed transformation. Description: a new form after merging with the metallic lifeform, the reflective armor on the surface of the body is immune to light attacks, and the whole body can transform into weapons like blades. It can absorb energy and release it when needed, and the lost armor can regenerate by absorbing metal. The rays from the black giants, charging up, fiercely brushed against Tayleston's body. Zizla. The rays, upon hitting, were reflected by the reflective armor onto the ground, the high-temperature plasma melting the black earth and emitting intense heat like a fiery hell. Tayleston's body shifted, and the reflected attacks hit the giant. Boom. A few explosions sounded, and 3 giants were sent flying. Another black giant stopped shooting the rays and stared at the silver giant beast in shock. Tayleston raised his arm, the metal transforming into a spear, and thrust it violently forward. Sizzle. Sparks flew, and the black giant was pierced through the body. Tayleston's immense strength flung the black giant high into the air. Then he opened his mouth and fired a lava hotline, turning the giant into fireworks in the sky, exploding into pieces. A giant that had gotten up raised its leg and kicked fiercely at Tayleston. Ah! The giant's leg struck the hard and heavy outer armor, causing intense pain as it quickly withdrew the leg, stumbling and hopping on one foot. Tayleston swept his tail, covered in transforming metal, suddenly whipping it against the giant's ankle, tripping it to the ground. Another black giant attacked, the dark red energy in its hand suddenly extending into a dark red lightsaber. It raised the lightsaber and swung it fiercely at Tayleston. Tayleston didn't retreat but instead charged forward, pressing against the black giant's chest. The lightsaber scraped sparks against the reflective armor, failing to breach its defense. Tayleston then exerted his strength and sent the black giant flying. The lava hotline was fired again from his mouth, blasting an unprepared black giant into fragments. Xia Ke stared at Tayleston, standing like a war god on the black earth, and couldn't help but feel proud. Tsunami also couldn't help but marvel, this guy. Incredible strength. Chapter 130, Finding the Way. The silver metal covering Thale's entire body instantly flowed and changed shape, forming a huge blade that gleamed with cold light. The long blade tore through the air, slashing fiercely at the nearest black giant. Shhrrk. A piercing metal slicing sound accompanied by sparks bursting out. The black giant tried to dodge, but the blade's attack range was enormous, slashing heavily onto its shoulder. Dark red energy sprayed wildly from the wound like splashing blood. Thale's massive mouth opened, a scorching lava beam followed immediately, striking the injured giant's chest. Boom! The violent explosion swallowed the target. When the firelight faded, only 2 black giants remained on the field. One black giant's crimson eyes flared with ferocity, stepping forward, its arm extending like a light sword, stabbing straight at Thale's neck. Thale's feet stomped the ground, his heavy body surprisingly agile. He dodged to the side while instantly closing the distance, passing by the opponent. Bang! At the moment of passing, Thale's huge front claw, covered with metal armor, slammed fiercely into the black giant's abdomen. Wild monstrous strength exploded, sending the giant flying. The black giant forcibly adjusted its posture midair, not falling awkwardly. It half-squatted upon landing, its massive light sword driving deep into the black ground, plowing a trench, forcibly stopping its backward momentum. The other black giant moved, leaping suddenly, a huge fist wrapped in dark red energy, smashing hard onto Thale's silver-armored neck. Crash! The strike was powerful, leaving tiny shallow scratches on Thale's smooth silver armor. Most of the attack's force was blocked by the armor, and the scratched armor wriggled slightly before returning to normal. Ha! The attack was ineffective, shocking the black giant. In the moment it froze, Thale's front claw suddenly transformed and extended, turning into a sharp metal spear. The spear glimmered with icy silver light, stabbing hard into the black giant's abdomen, lifting it off the ground. Zzzzz. The metal spear in its abdomen lit up its energy circuits, starting to frantically drain the black giant's energy. Ugh! The black giant let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently, hands clutching the spear in its abdomen. The previously repelled sword-wielding giant roared, charging up, raising its light sword to strike the metal spear. SSSHH. The sword's sharpness was beyond imagination, cutting the metal spear in half. Ugh! The stabbed black giant fell to the ground. However, the slash caused no real damage to Thales. He moved, his other huge front claw transforming again, becoming a sharp metal great blade, swinging straight at the sword-wielding giant's neck. The sword-wielding giant was terrified, its massive body tilting backward. The cold blade grazed its throat, sparking a trail of fire. It staggered, almost falling, retreating several steps before barely regaining balance. As the sword-wielding giant stepped back, Thales moved again, with a terrifying weight far beyond before, charging fiercely. Boom! The sword-wielding giant flew backward, smashing heavily onto the hard black stone ground. The other black giant, spear in its abdomen, hands clutching the weapon, weak from pain, legs kicking frantically, groaning non-stop. Thales ignored it, pursuing the fallen sword-wielding giant. As the giant struggled to rise, Thales' massive foot stomped hard. Bang! The sword-wielding giant rolled away like an empty oil drum from the kick. Thales chased relentlessly, his huge metal feet stomping again and again. The sword-wielding giant screamed, rolling continuously on the hard black stone ground. Powerless to fight back. Shark stared into the distance, and gave the order, Telesdon, stop playing, finish them. Telesdon let out a deep roar and stopped toying. The sword-wielding giant found an opening, immediately stood up to counterattack, but its dark red core in the chest pulsed twice, and suddenly the whole body collapsed. The black form detached, leaving only the dark red core floating in the air. The giant pierced by the long spear collapsed the same way. Shark thought for a moment, these black giants holding their pose, do they have a time limit? The dark red core floated and moved, quickly escaping. However, Telesdon opened its huge mouth, spewing continuous lava streams. Boom! Boom! The attacks hit 2 dark red cores one after another. After the violent explosions, only blackened craters and scattered dark red energy remained on the battlefield. After the battle ended, Telesdon and the metal life forms disassembled, and Shark collected them separately. He looked at the trembling Tsunami Mio beside him. The girl's face was pale, forehead covered in cold sweat. Shark thought for a moment and said, I'll carry you. Although Mio felt a little embarrassed, she could barely stand, and refusing would make her collapse. She spoke weakly, please. Shark squatted in front of her. Mio gently leaned on his broad back, arms wrapped around his neck. Her small nose wrinkled. Shark brother, you smell really sweaty. Shark firmly held her thighs, bending forward as he walked on the jagged black stone ground. If you can't stand it, I can put you down. Mio exhaled and rested her face on his shoulder. It's okay, it won't kill me. Shark's gaze swept through the endless darkness ahead, listening carefully for any sounds in the wind. Sigh, to be honest, I don't even know where to go. Just following sounds, hoping to gather people again. Mio also sighed, the pain in her body made speaking hard. Shark walked, focusing on capturing any unusual sound in the air, battle roars, monster growls, or cries of other survivors. Mio was silent for a while, then spoke again, voice curious. By the way, Shark brother, you can still speak Japanese. Shark said, I learned a little in college. Mio complained, without the system now, it's really inconvenient. Without the system's real-time translation, communication became a problem. But more critically, all the food was in the system space. Yeah, Shark's voice lowered, if we stay trapped here, we might starve to death. Mio casually asked, you won't eat me when that happens, right, Shark brother? Shark kept walking, tone flat, don't worry, I'll have Telesdon roast you nice and tasty. You Mio gave a short scream, don't say scary things like that, I'll take it seriously. Relax, Shark's voice softened a little, I won't do that. He paused, adding, if I were new to the battlefield, I would have done it. Now it's different. Mio shivered, a trace of shock in her eyes, so Shark brother is this dangerous? Shark explained calmly, after all, in lawless places, survival outweighs all ethics. Mio asked, what does different now mean? I feel. Shark seemed to choose his words, I seem to have recovered some long-lost hearts. How did you recover them? Of course, with companions. Mio was silent for a few seconds, softly said, a man will become stronger for someone. Is that it? Shark noticed, she said the first part is lyrics. Something like that, Shark admitted, besides fighting to survive, I found another reason to fight. He slightly tilted his head. Mio, now you're at least a Reionics, right? Have you found a reason to fight? The girl on his back replied weakly, no. I don't want to fight, I just want a calm life. Shark joked, Mio is that kind of hero who wants a calm life but always has trouble coming to her, right? When you put it that way, it really seems so. Mio Tsunami's voice carried a helpless smile, but whether I'm the hero or not, I can't really say. Shark commented, from your tone, you really have no energy at all. Actually, Mio Tsunami's voice lowered, part of the reason is that my injuries are really bad right now, it hurts so much. Chapter 131, Source of Danger. The dark red sky pressed heavily overhead, like solidified, dried blood clots. Fiscal guided Robeluga through the sky for a long time, the view was all jagged black stones and lifeless wasteland, not a trace of green, and she wondered how the air here was even breathable. Her mood was irritated, 3 black giants pursued relentlessly behind, occasionally firing dark red energy beams, exploding into scorching fireballs around Robeluga. The saucer-shaped Robeluga was agile enough, using its powerful biological radar to quickly sense attack directions and dodge accordingly. Fiscal glanced back, no new pursuers appeared, and the ground had no wandering dark red cores. She decided immediately, diving Robeluga to the ground and lightly leaping down. Robeluga. Combat mode. The saucer instantly unfolded and transformed. The disc creature Robeluga, covered in black armor, landed with a thunderous crash in humanoid combat form. Disc creature Robeluga. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 19,000 tons. Attack, 1100, defense, 600, speed, 1000. Skills, wedge beam, shuriken beam. Description, a transformable disc creature, very agile in monster form, capable of difficult moves, showing strong fighting ability and suppressing enemies with firepower. Fiscal acted without pause, raising the combat instrument again. 2 streams of light shot out. One was a dragon-shaped monster with its body covered in white bones, twisted and strange in posture. Undead monster Sinbo. Height, 40 meters. Weight, 30,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 1200, speed, 700. Skills, bone spike shot, skeleton ram, energy conversion, skeleton regeneration, wailing roar. Description, a huge monster made of bones, strange in posture but alive, with energy tubes and bones growing intertwined, absorbing energy to maintain itself. The other was a huge dragon-like beast covered in thick armor. Ancient monster Garura. Height, 59 meters. Weight, 59,000 tons. Attack, 1000, defense, 1100, speed, 400. Skills, bite, tail whip, flame jet, heat ray. Description, a very resilient monster, can move underground, with strong body and terrifying defense, thick armor resists most energy attacks. The 3 monsters formed a strict triangle formation. At the same time, the 3 black giants had caught up, diving down. Attack! Fiscal shouted sharply. Robeluga's red electronic eyes fired crimson wedge beams, its arms swung, throwing countless purple energy shurikens. Garura's huge horn glowed on its head, releasing a scorching heat ray. Sinbo's bone spikes detached like missiles, screaming toward targets, new spikes quickly regenerated at the broken parts, forming endless bone barrages. The 3 black giants tried to dodge. The 2 on the sides barely escaped, but the middle one was instantly buried by the dense attacks. Crimson beams, purple throwing stars, scorching heat rays, dense bone spikes. The overwhelming firepower made it emit a wailing shriek, its massive body smoked, falling like a kite with a broken string. Heavily slammed into the ground. The black giant in the air emitted energy beams, causing violent explosions on the ground. The 3-headed monsters stood firm amidst the explosions, with only Robeluga's form slightly shaking. Fisher raised her hand to shield herself from the falling debris and quickly retreated to increase the distance. The two giants landed and rushed toward the monsters, followed closely by the giant rising from the ground. Robaluga dodged the attacks with his agile movements, while continuously retaliating with shuriken beams and wedge-shaped light beams. Garrula and Sinbo, relying on their powerful defenses, withstood the impact of the energy beams, taking heavy steps toward the enemy. With its massive body and terrifying strength, Garrula repeatedly slammed into and knocked over the approaching black giants. Sinbo, on the other hand, used bone collisions and bone spike shots to control the enemies. Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! The sounds of energy explosions, the roars of giant beasts, and the crashes of bones mixed together, deafening. The battlefield was in chaos. Just as Garrula once again knocked a black giant down hard, the giant on the ground flashed with a vicious light in its eyes and suddenly raised its arm. A concentrated dark red beam shot out at close range, hitting Garrula's relatively weak neck. Sizzle! The beam pierced through. Garrula's massive body froze, letting out a painful wail as it crashed to the ground. Life energy quickly drained away. Ugh! Fisher felt as though her neck had been pierced by a sharp blade, the intense pain causing her vision to go dark as her body uncontrollably fell backward, curling up on the ground in agony, emitting a suppressed hiss. Just as Garrula's life was about to fade, an unexpected change occurred. The surrounding swirling dark matter, like sharks smelling blood, madly surged toward the fallen giant. The viscous darkness completely covered Garrula's massive body. The mental link between Fisher and Garrula was forcibly severed by a cold, evil power the moment the darkness enveloped. Fisher's pain stopped, and she struggled to raise her head, drenched in cold sweat, staring in horror at where Garrula had fallen. The massive body was dyed a pure, light-absorbing black, with red light seeping from its eyes. It let out a roar, and its cold gaze locked onto Fisher. This was no longer the Garrula she had controlled, as the dark matter had turned it into something else. A wave of fear suddenly rose. If all her monsters were severed from the link due to erosion, the dark matter would probably assimilate her next. The battle continued. Although her monsters managed to hold out until the three black giants on the other side collapsed, and Robaluga eventually shattered the dark red core. But Garrula, now assimilated by the black matter, had become a new enemy. Staring into those red eyes, Fisher couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Fisher's voice was heavy as she said, "Sinbo. Hold it off. Robaluga. Attack its throat." Sinbo let out a mournful roar and charged at the darkened Garrula, using his immense strength to entangle with it. Robaluga seized the opportunity, lifting both arms, and his shuriken beams concentrated on Garrula's vulnerable throat. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion erupted at Garrula's throat. Its massive body shook violently, the red light in its eyes flashing wildly, and eventually, it went out, collapsing to the ground once again, devoid of all life. Fisher quickly recalled Sinbo into the combat device and jumped onto Robaluga, which had transformed back into its flying saucer shape, her heart still racing from the narrow escape, filled with deep worry, continuing to search for her companions in the dark red sky. It was a streamlined, metallic flying craft, gleaming with a cold, metallic shine. It was not a simple spaceship but a form-shifted metal life form. Its flight principle was difficult to understand, yet it was indeed floating in the dark red sky. Shaq and Tsunami Mayu were riding on top, tightly chasing a dark red core that was fleeing in a panic. It was something that had escaped after a black giant's form collapsed under the attack of Tayleston not long ago. What exactly is this dark red core? Perhaps it holds a soul inside. What about those dark substances everywhere? Where exactly is this strange space? Shaq didn't know, this was completely beyond his knowledge. In order to find a clue, he purposely let a fleeing dark red core go, planning to see where it would eventually escape to. Look, a temple. Tsunami Mayu suddenly shouted, pointing at the horizon. In the distance, a towering black structure rose from the ground, resembling an Aztec pyramid, built from huge, unknown black stones, exuding an ancient aura. Shaq stared into the distance, his spirits lifted, finally, something different to look at. This entire journey had been nothing but unchanging barren mountains. The temple ahead may hold the clue to leaving this place. Shaq suddenly stopped the metal creature. Going forward would be too dangerous. Around the plaza in front of the temple, several dark red cores were floating. They hovered around the temple like guards, slowly drifting. There are too many. Tsunami Mayu's face turned pale, her voice filled with fear. The metal creature slowly landed on the ground. Shaq and Mayu stepped down. Shaq stroked his chin, his sharp eyes scanning the distant temple and the drifting cores. Even if we run, where can we go? Maybe we'll die in the wasteland. We should see what's inside. Mayu nervously grabbed Shaq's arm. If we're surrounded, we might be trapped. Yeah, Shaq's voice was serious, this isn't easy. We'll have to fight hard. He recalled the metal creature into the capsule and summoned the underground monster Telesdon. Let's go. Shaq led Mayu into the huge mouth of Telesdon. Telesdon lowered its body, activating the super vibration waves, its massive form sinking downward. Boom! The black earth here was mostly stone, much harder than soil, but to Telesdon, it was as fragile as tofu, easily crushed. It took the two of them down into the earth, heading toward the ominous Black Temple. Chapter 132, The High Priest. Outside the temple, the huge plaza was bizarre. A group of people were kneeling on the ground, worshipping a twisted black monster statue in the center. But upon closer inspection, those people had stiff bodies, with stone-like patterns covering their surface. It was unclear whether they were statues carved from stone or humans turned to stone. Deep inside the magnificent hall, a dark red core floated in mid-air, beating like a heart, emitting waves of invisible spiritual fluctuations, transmitting information. On the high throne, a figure sat. He was nearly 2 meters tall, but the sense of oppression he gave was far beyond his size. He slowly stood up, his posture no longer looked human. The curve of his spine was unusual, his upper body slightly leaning forward, and the lines of his shoulders twisted in an unsettling manner, as if some deep-sea creature was mimicking the human standing posture. He wore a dark, unknown robe. The edges of the robe drooped with thin, long fibers that moved slightly like living things, merging with the sticky water seeping out below and spreading outward, with no visible ankles or shoes under the hem. The man was communicating with the huge dark red core. There are so many tough ones to deal with. Yes, Lord Priest, we've suffered heavy losses. Send more people. At least 100 members of the cult have already joined the battle. Then call another 100. Use 100 useless ones to exchange for one strong person's arrival. No harm. Understood. The dark red core floated away into the air. At that moment, the priest's expression suddenly turned grim, and a look of fury appeared on his twisted face. Such audacity. Boom! As his voice fell, the ground in the center of the hall suddenly exploded, and a giant beast broke through the stone. It was Tayleston. The hall was spacious enough, and Tayleston's 60-meter-tall form could move freely within it. Shaq and Tsunami Mayo jumped down from Tayleston's mouth and landed steadily in the center of the hall, facing the strange being on the high platform. Shaq looked at the man and asked, "Are you the boss here?" The man on the high platform opened his mouth and uttered a series of incomprehensible syllables. Shaq didn't understand, but his head suddenly buzzed. After the ringing in his ears faded, he unexpectedly understood the other's language. This was a form of direct mental communication. Language became unnecessary. The man on the high platform said, "How dare you trespass into the sacred land? Come, capture him." At the entrance of the hall, several dark red cores quickly floated in. Shaq decisively gave the order, "Capture the king first, Tayleston, rotating assault. Take him down." Tayleston charged, leaping and spinning at high speed. However, the priest raised a strange object. It was pitch black, made of some unknown metal, resembling a palm-sized badge. Ancient symbols were engraved on its outer edges. In the center was a distorted monster carving, surrounded by forbidden inscriptions. This object was called the Black Seal. Buzz. The Black Seal suddenly emitted a dark red glow. A solid dark red energy barrier instantly formed in front of Zansu. Boom! Tayleston's rotating assault, powerful enough to pierce mountains, slammed into the dark red barrier, creating a deafening explosion and dazzling sparks of energy. The barrier fluctuated violently but stubbornly blocked the attack. At this moment, the 6 dark red cores that had entered the hall had already merged into 6 towering black giants filled with murderous intent. Shaq's eyes narrowed, and he raised his combat device, Go, Sadra. A yellowish light shot out. Sadra, with its enormous body covered in sparkling crystals, descended with a thundering crash. Rock Monster Crystal Sadra. Height, 70 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Attack power, 1200, defense power, 1200, speed, 900. Skills, Mist of the Magic Realm, Extending Claws, High Heat Fireballs, Penetrating Rays, Lightning Rays. Description, dozens of joints in its body can bend freely, excels at extending its arms to attack, energy attacks can be released from its crystals and massive claws. Its surface emits electronic mist and possesses super senses. Facing the 6 black giants charging at it, Sadra's crystals suddenly glowed, then, thick lightning rays were released, directly striking one of the black giants. SZZZZ. The giant reacted quickly, crossing its arms to instantly raise a dark red energy shield. The attack range was massive, covering more than one target. Another giant roared and charged forward, trying to withstand the attack with its chest. Boom! The giant withstood the attack, but was violently blasted away by the furious lightning, crashing through a large support pillar. The shield-bearing giant held out for 2 seconds, and the energy shield shattered with a crash. The remaining lightning struck him, leaving him convulsing on the ground, screaming in agony. One of the giants, its energy boiling, summoned a glowing sword that extended from its hand, leaping high to strike at Sadra's head. Sadra raised its hand, its serrated claws opening wide, and a rapid penetrating ray shot out. Put. The giant was pierced through the abdomen midair by the ray. The energy sword flickered out, and its enormous body curled up before crashing to the ground, struggling in pain and convulsing uncontrollably. Another giant took the opportunity to circle around Sadra's side, summoning a high-speed spinning energy chainsaw in its hand, slicing toward Sadra's neck. The screeching sound of the cutting echoed, sparks flying. However, the mutated beast, nourished by the E-minerals, had an extremely high resistance to energy attacks. The chainsaw cut into Sadra's neck, sparking fierce explosions, but it didn't penetrate. But it was hard to break through. Sadran suddenly made a charge, forcefully shoving the giant away. The massive jagged pincers shot out like lightning, grabbing its neck, and with a burst of strength, the arm extended, swinging it like a sandbag, smashing it into a nearby black giant who was gathering power to launch a powerful laser. Boom! The two giants collided, letting out a painful grunt. The last remaining undamaged giant, with crimson eyes, scanned the wall and quickly reached for a weapon decoration hanging nearby. It was not just a decoration, but a powerful real weapon. A huge, pitch-black spear, radiating a sinister aura. The giant grabbed the spear's handle, stomped its foot, and the spear shot out like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, stabbing fiercely towards Sadran's ribs. Szzzzz. Sparks flew. This black spear had incredible power, and it left a clear scratch on Sadran's sturdy body surface. Sadran was knocked back 2 steps by the tremendous impact. The spear-wielding giant, not letting up, swung the spear like the wind, slashing and thrusting rapidly, its sharp attacks momentarily suppressing Sadran. It seemed to have the upper hand. Sadran suddenly dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding the strike. The spear-wielding giant thought it was trying to flee and was about to pursue, but then saw a massive drill growing bigger before it. It was Tayleston, spinning through the air, crashing toward it. Boom! The spear-wielding giant barely had time to block with the black spear, and the whole body, along with the spear, was slammed away by Tayleston's rotating charge, which carried the force of millions of tons. Like a bullet from a cannon, it vanished inside the hall in an instant. Tayleston landed steadily, standing side by side with Sadran, both locking their gazes on the man on the high platform with a grim expression. Magma hotline. Lightning ray. Xia Ke ordered. Tayleston's massive mouth spewed out a crimson torrent. Sadran's crystals fired out thunderbolts. The two devastating attacks intertwined, carrying the force to destroy everything, crashing toward Xansu's face. The black mark in the man's hand flickered with dark red light, and layers of energy shields gathered before him. In an instant, 7 layers of defense were formed. Boom! 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 The sound of the energy shields breaking was intense and frequent. The destructive flood of power sliced through 6 layers of shields. Finally, before the 7th shield, the energy ran out, and it exploded with a loud crash. The violent shockwave sent the entire hall into turmoil. The man on the high platform's face looked ugly, and from the bottom of his throat, he let out a wet, sticky chuckle, as if he had something stuck in his throat, saying, "A bunch of useless fools, do I have to do it myself?" Xia Ke sternly shouted, "So who are you, exactly?" "I am the Dark High Priest, Xansu." The man's twisted face showed an evil smile, "a servant of the Dark King." Xia Ke glared at him and asked, "How do we get out of here?" Xansu did not answer the question, his eyes turning cold as he said, "Leave? Stay here forever. Your souls, with their powerful mental strength, are extremely valuable materials. Once I use darkness to stain you, you will become a member of my Black Mark sect, sharing glory with me and serving the great Dark King." Xia Ke frowned, coldly saying, "You won't cry until you see the coffin. Looks like I have to beat you into submission before you start talking." Tayleston and Sadran roared with earth-shaking power and began their heavy steps toward the high platform. A strange light flashed in Xansu's eyes, and he suddenly raised his hand, throwing the black mark high into the air. The black mark hovered in the center of the hall, its dark red light growing violently, instantly projecting a huge mirror with edges flowing with thick darkness. The mirror surface rippled like water, clearly reflecting the figures of Tayleston, Sadran, Xia Ke, and Tsunami Miko. Immediately, the few injured or fallen black giants in the hall began to disintegrate, turning into sticky dark matter. Like 100 rivers rushing to the sea, they surged toward the enormous mirror. The mirror absorbed the dark matter, its surface violently shaking. Then, the mirror disappeared. And the dark matter that had surged, at the place where the mirror vanished, quickly condensed and shaped. In the blink of an eye, 4 black shadows exuding cold and evil aura appeared in the great hall. Pitch-black Telesdon, pitch-black Sadra, pitch-black Xia Ke, and pitch-black Tsunami Mio. They were like the shadows of their true selves, yet radiated dangerous energy. Xansu let out a cruel laugh filled with evil, the voice echoing in the hall, "Exhaust yourselves with your own shadows first." Chapter 133, Injured. The dark Telesdon opened its mouth and directly sprayed a molten lava stream at Xia Ke. Not only copying the appearance, it even copied the power. Xia Ke's heart tightened, immediately sending Telesdon charging forward. Telesdon used its body to block the lava stream and with a collision interrupted the opponent's spitting, taking little damage. Dark Xia Ke grinned and gave a command, Sadra, clamp the two humans directly. Dark Sadra suddenly extended its serrated claws, whistling sharply as it charged. Xia Ke immediately ordered Sadra to strike, the giant claws like long whips hitting the opponent's attack aside. Looking at the pitch-black figure across, Xia Ke twitched his mouth, letting a monster attack the controller directly, you despicable one. Dark Xia Ke laughed, are you scolding yourself? Solving problems quickly and efficiently has always been your way. From Xia Ke's perspective, to win in battle, one must find the opponent's vital point and strike to kill. Or set traps, predict the opponent's actions, and lead them step by step to destruction. Dark Xia Ke clearly inherited part of the original's thinking pattern. Telesdon and Sadra fought fiercely with their black selves, the clash echoing endlessly in the hall. Xia Ke looked at Mio, asking urgently, Mio, can your sea monster still fight? Mio picked up the battle device, opened the cover, the body of Bokorogu still heavily damaged, it hasn't recovered if there were enough seawater, it could regenerate immediately. Xia Ke sighed slightly, looks like we can't rely on that. If the opponent has the same strength as us, we need new variables to break the balance. The more methods, the better. The loss of Bokorogu's power made Xia Ke a little regretful. Because it's a long-headed, short-handed monster, Telesdon cannot fully use melee advantage, just colliding with Dark Telesdon, crossing shapes, claws striking sparks and scratches. Sadra attacked fiercely, constantly swinging giant claws for sonic whipping and piercing, defending and attacking, the air crackling loudly. Dark Xia Ke shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his tone, evenly matched? Not the scene I wanted to see. Xia Ke chuckled lightly, who was evenly matched with you? He raised the monster capsule, I will summon the metallic lifeform from the monster capsule in attack mode, then merge with Telesdon. The monster capsule emitted particles of light, and the shapeless silver liquid metal appeared in midair, quickly flying toward Telesdon. When the power that pierces the earth and the ever-changing soul of metal meet, a new legend is born. Armor of silver, claws of steel, pierce all enemies on the ground. Merge and summon, descend now, Metal Telesdon. With Xia Ke's voice, Metal Telesdon stood tall in the hall. Subterranean monster, Metal Telesdon. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 170,000 tons. Attack, 1300, defense, 1500, speed, 900. Skills, lava hotline, underground movement, spinning assault, energy absorption, energy release, armed transformation. Introduction, a brand new form after combining with a metal life form, the metal reflective armor on the body surface is immune to light attacks, the whole body can transform into blade-type weapons, can absorb energy and release it when needed, the damaged parts of the armor can regenerate by absorbing metal. The metal covering the surface of the claws of Tayleston suddenly deformed, turning into sharp blades, and fiercely slashed toward Dark Tayleston. Chi. Fierce sparks shot out, cutting cracks on Dark Tayleston's body, dark red energy kept spraying out. Dark Tayleston screamed in pain, and Tayleston's attack came again, slashing down one after another like a storm. Dark Xia Ke saw that the Tayleston on his side was retreating again and again, and felt a little surprised. Tisk, stat monster, it seems I don't have that kind of item to use. He looked towards Zansu on the high platform, hey. Old guy, copy that metal life form too. Zansu had a disgusted expression on his face and said, there is no such thing. The shadow copy ability can be used once a day, now it cannot be activated anymore. Zansu felt a bit unhappy, who knew this guy could still hide a trump card. Jinbo Mio looked at the two Sadras that were evenly matched, then glanced at the metal Tayleston that had the upper hand, as long as Tayleston finishes first, they can join forces to repel Dark Sadra. Thinking of this, the expression on Mio's face relaxed, good. This way we can take the victory in one go. Zansu on the high platform in the distance snorted coldly, I don't think so. As soon as he finished speaking, 18 black giants had already appeared at the entrance of the hall. The black giants patrolling nearby had rushed over. Xia Ke turned his head to look over there, and his heart suddenly turned cold. This number is a bit hard to deal with. Dark Tayleston kept retreating step by step, under Dark Xia Ke's command it pulled back, then suddenly made a diving motion, its body turned into a drill, and plunged into the underground at high speed. Cold sweat kept coming out on Xia Ke's forehead, now there is no way to let Tayleston chase. Because the light attacks of the black giants are aimed at his side and ready to fire. Even if these black giants can only match the low soldiers of the Land of Light, once the number is large it is still hard to handle. He immediately let Tayleston return to defend, more than 10 light attacks from the black giants were reflected away. The high heat energy melted the huge stones forming the hall into lava form, destroying twisted trenches, and cutting off several thick load-bearing pillars. Xia Ke looked at Mio, can you still run? Mio shook her head, the wounds on my body are not healed yet, it hurts even if I move a little. Xia Ke immediately picked Mio up horizontally, and began to move position. Sadra and Dark Sadra were still entangled, electronic fog suddenly burst out from the body, blocking the view. Xia Ke hoped to rely on this move to slightly block the vision of the black giants. As long as the other side is not like some Ultramen, having eyes that can see through, then the electronic fog can work. Those black giants indeed lost the target, their moving direction became chaotic, not so unified anymore. Tayleston then began strong output. Either turning into a terrifying metal drill piercing through 5 at once, or suddenly extending metal spikes on the back, charging wildly among the black giants, killing until the black giants screamed non-stop. Because of the fog cover, the light they fired always accidentally injured their own teammates. Even if it hit Tayleston, it would be reflected by the metal reflective armor, then hurt teammates again. In the thick fog, Xia Ke carried Mio and moved in the wide hall, avoiding the destructive light shooting in the battle. Suddenly, violent shaking came from under the feet, then bricks and stones flew up. Xia's body became unstable, almost fell, both legs kicked hard in the air. He kicked a huge brick, adjusted his posture, staggered a few steps, and finally stopped. It was the dark Telesdon bursting out of the ground, spinning around and sweeping its tail. Xia Ke hurriedly jumped up, holding Mio, avoiding the powerful strike. This tail directly swept off a thick load-bearing pillar, and rubble came rushing toward Xia Ke. Xia Ke quickly dodged. Suddenly, a dish-shaped light attack flew from the side. Just as Xia Ke stood firm, there was no time to dodge. With a sizzling sound, the attack scraped against his back, causing him to groan in pain. His shirt was burned, and a huge wound appeared on his back, with blood dripping out. Chapter 134, Awakening. Xia Ke gasped, feeling a bit weak, and let go of Mio. Mio looked at the swaying Xia Ke and quickly supported him, her face filled with concern. "Shark brother. Is it serious?" Xia Ke gritted his teeth, his face pale. "It's fine." Mio felt a bit guilty. "I wish my body could recover faster." Her previous injuries hadn't healed. She had been most severely injured when Bokorogu was heavily wounded. The rest of the time, she had been enduring it. After Bokorogu was defeated, she was hit by the black giant's energy-bombarding shockwave. There hadn't been much time to rest. Just standing up now was already a huge effort. Xia Ke stared at the direction from which the attack came. The attack was emitted by the Dark Mio. So, just like the black giant, they can use energy attacks. It turns out they're just smaller versions of those giants. Dark Mio walked slowly, her glowing red eyes fixed on the two supporting each other. "So this is how you turned out. A damn idiot who only causes trouble for others." She was talking to Mio. As the shadow of Tsunami Mio, she inherited part of Mio's thoughts. Tsunami Mio lowered her head, feeling guilty. "I know, I'm doing something so greedy." She was injured and depended on Xia Ke's protection, feeling like a burden. Even though she couldn't help, she still wanted to stay by his side, seeking a sense of safety. She felt deep remorse. She, who hated being a troublemaker, had turned into exactly the kind of person she despised. Perhaps if she wasn't here, Xia Ke wouldn't have gotten hurt. Dark Mio let out a creepy laugh. "Fall down with your guilt. Useless trash." In the distance, Tayleston was being surrounded by several giants armed with black giant spears. The weapons gave them quite an advantage, and Tayleston was temporarily defeated. Metal blades were repeatedly cut by giant arms that extended into lightsabers, and then black giant spears attacked one after another. Sadra was also surrounded by several giants, and with the assistance of Dark Sadra, he was forced into a passive position. Xia Ke grunted, hurt by both monsters, his body unstable, stepping back. On the high platform, Zansa finished talking with a recently arrived dark red core. Zansa looked at the huge black shadow in the mist, listening to the enraged roars of the black giants and the howls of the monsters retreating. He snorted. "It looks like the victory here is already decided. You two can just fall here and become members of the Black Seal sect. I'm going to check on that troublesome guy. He killed over 100 of my men." Zansa gripped the Black Seal and suddenly floated into the air, following the dark red core out of the hall. Dark Xia Ke stepped forward, looking at Xia Ke, who was supported by others, a cold smile on his lips. Logically speaking, abandoning that burden by your side and fighting without hesitation is the optimal solution. "Look at you, because you're carrying that useless thing, you ended up injured like this." Xia Ke gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his eyes burning with fire. "I've made up my mind. It's not just about surviving, I want to live proudly as a human." His thoughts were in turmoil. There was a time when I was someone who could jump into a river to save others. A hot-blooded young man subdued a knife-wielding criminal on the bus. Since when did people stop even helping falling old men? When I was a child, I was always taught to be a righteous person, to help others bravely and joyfully. But growing up, I found that people only care about themselves. Everyone fears trouble. Seeing an accident, they just watch from a distance. People have their own lives, and if they get involved in trouble, their life will be disturbed. So as long as the fire doesn't touch them, they won't act. Everyone has become cold, and I have become one of them, a selfish person. But I finally remembered, that is not right. This girl is not a burden. My heart tells me I should help those in need. Dark Shark shrugged, spreading his hands, but sadly, you are about to die. Trying to win with a burden. Dark Tayleston stepped heavily behind Shark. Tsunami Mio's eyes shimmered with tears. She didn't expect he had never thought of giving up on her, but now about to be trapped, she said in a low voice. Shark brother, don't worry about me. Escape alone. She knew, even if she said nothing, Shark would have a way to get out safely. Shark immediately refuted, fool, what nonsense are you saying? Dark Shark showed a contemptuous smile, why don't you know how to give up? Fool adding weakness to himself. Shark glared, his tone firm, because there are things I must do, things I still can do. Having found a reason to fight, he was no longer confused. Golden light burst from his eyes, battle spirit surged in his chest. At the same time, the two retreating beasts stopped, their dense attacks could not move him. Tailstun and Sadra burst with brilliant light. Dark Shark's red eyes widened. What is happening? On Shark's body, strange shadows appeared, then the shadows gradually solidified. Tsunami Mio looked at Shark's form, somewhat shocked, first awakening? Tailston's whole body surged with energy, a violent force appeared inside, uncontrollably spewing lava streams, washing away surrounding black giants. Sadra's eyes also shone, crystals on her body flickered, then a huge energy exploded inside. All crystals suddenly shattered. Turning into countless dust, they entered Sadra's body. Sadra's form returned to her pre-mutated shape, but her power was greater than before. After resisting the black giant's slashes, her giant jaws grabbed two black giants' necks and swung them. Like a giant windmill, terrifying force swept surrounding black giants away. Dark Shark's voice trembled, what joke is this? How is he stronger again? Taileston, kill him quickly. Dark Taileston directly shot lava streams from his mouth. But Shark had transformed into awakened Reionics, his body greatly enhanced, he picked up Tsunami Mio, a quick step, and increased distance. Dark Mio crossed her arms, releasing destructive rays. Shark easily avoided them with Mio, the rays melted distant support pillars. Mio also ignited her fighting spirit, raised her battle device, I won't hold you back. Let's go. Bokuragu. Light shot from the battle device, Bokuragu descended to the earth. A 2-meter-tall mini Bokuragu appeared, opening its mouth and shooting high-pressure water, directly blasting Dark Mio, crashing her into the wall. Shark was slightly surprised, can summon mini-monsters too. And it looks unharmed. Mio stared at the 2-meter-tall monster, probably because forming a small body needs less seawater energy. So they could strike in full force. The dark Telesdon was about to make a move, but a silver drill head came crashing toward it at high speed, knocking it into the wall, embedding it there. The entire hall shook. Sadra also surrounded them, protecting Xia Ke. Dark Xia Ke's eyelid twitched, but we have more people on our side. Over a dozen black giants crawled up from the ground, surrounding them. Chapter 135, Regaining Faith. The roar of battle echoed through the temple. The sound was like dozens of thunderclaps exploding at once, one after another. The violent shockwaves lifted the dust high into the air, then swept over Xia Ke, who was battling his own shadow. At this moment, Xia Ke was full of fighting spirit, as if he had returned to his student days, when he would excitedly play the heroes in superhero shows with his friends, using finishing moves. He had found the blood that had been lost long ago. In the distance, Sadra had become incredibly strong. From its neck to its limbs, its body was covered with overlapping, ring-like folds that now expanded and contracted slightly. Its skin seemed to be breathing. The E-minerals absorbed into its body had completely changed its physical structure. Within it, wild energy flowed like blood. Its surface emitted a powerful energy field that refracted the incoming light. The black giant's spear thrust toward it, but was intercepted by the energy field, as if it had struck an invisible wall. Sadra's serrated pincers opened, firing two beams of plasma energy, like two laser swords, wildly cutting through the black giants between them with its retractable arms. The black giants were sliced like wheat, falling one after another. For a moment, the wails were endless, and dark red energy sprayed out like blood. Dust floated and danced in the chaotic energy currents. Tirestone's metal surface deformed, and a pair of massive metal wings appeared, absorbing the energy particles leaking into the air, storing and firing them. Tirestone transformed into a fighter jet. It took off, spun around, and became a drilling head breaking through the sky. When it returned to the ground, it shattered the black giants into pieces. Reionics' mental power made the monsters incredibly powerful. At this moment, the two beasts were overwhelming. However, more black giants continued to appear in the temple, replenishing the combat units. In one corner of the temple, the dark Xia Ke quickly approached Xia Ke, its fists and legs powerful, occasionally releasing energy attacks. But in his transformed state, Xia Ke's strength surpassed that of the clone. Even energy attacks only sparked harmlessly off his surface, causing slight stings but leaving no scars. Rider kick. Xia Ke's movements were simple and lethal. After a brief struggle, he flew into the air, his right leg suddenly powering up and kicking out with overwhelming force, sending Dark Xia Ke flying. It crashed heavily into the stone wall of the temple, rubble falling down. Dark Xia Ke let out a reluctant cry, "Damn it, aren't you supposed to be an intelligence type? How could you have such strength?" Shaq's face showed no expression. Rebron is the ultimate life form, inheriting his genetic factors. It's completely reasonable and logical that my power would be a bit stronger after awakening. Dark Mio sneak attacked Tsunami Mio from behind, mimicking Shaq's move and kicking with malicious intent. Tsunami Mio was caught off guard, her body stumbling forward and blood rushing up her throat. Bokura's defense intervened from behind, grabbing Dark Mio by the neck. Mio spat out a large mouthful of blood, trembling as she got up, letting Bokura absorb the energy from Dark Mio's body, continuing to discharge electricity. Ugh, ugh, ah, 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 ah. Dark Mio screamed in agony, struggling with all its might, but could not break free from Bokura's hold. Its strength continued to drain, and its body slumped down. Dark Xia Ke crawled out from the wall. He grinned, and the Dark Taileston rose from beneath Shaq's feet, sending him flying. Then, the Dark Taileston opened its large mouth, ready to spew molten lava. However, a shadow outside the hall crashed in at Mach speed, knocking the Dark Taileston out of the way. It was the disc-shaped creature, Robeluga. Fisher walked into the hall. "Chef. Du bist here?" With Fisher's arrival, Shinbua and Robeluga joined the fight, and the situation on the battlefield became overwhelmingly one-sided. Soon, all the black giants and shadows were defeated, their bodies disintegrating, and their red energy cores shattered. The hall was a mess, with craters everywhere, few of the support pillars intact, and the ceiling shaking as if about to collapse. Fisher stepped forward. "Chef, ich habe dich endlich gefunden." Shaq reverted to his human form and walked over, shaking his head. "I don't understand German dialect." Fisher switched to English. "How about this?" Shaq nodded. "Now I understand." He almost thought the English he had learned since childhood was only good for browsing foreign websites. Fisher began to recall, her face showing a heavy expression as she gazed at Shaq, saying with concern, "Boss, on my way here, I found many contestants who had been corrupted by the black substance, turning into black giants." Shaq had never seen contestants being corrupted by the darkness himself. But from Zansu's words, he knew that the enemy intended to turn him into a black giant too. Thinking about how the ones he had defeated along the way might have been other contestants turned into giants, Shaq couldn't help but feel regret. They were dead, and yet, they could not find peace, turned into puppets to be enslaved by Zansu. Damn Zansu. Shaq sighed deeply, the enemy is too despicable. Fisher sighed deeply, how can we get out of here? I saw a huge building here, thinking it might hold some clues. Have you come up with anything? Shaq shook his head, the answer is likely with Zansu. We have to find him. Tsunami May slowly walked in, supported by Bokalagu, her face pale with fresh bloodstains still on the corner of her mouth. Her breath was weak, and she said with effort, I think this dark space might be something like a fixed barrier. Shaq looked at May with mild curiosity, asking, what do you mean? Tsunami May breathed softly, stating her hypothesis, there must be a source that maintains this world, she said gently, perhaps it's a person, or perhaps a specific item, which serves as the core, supporting the entire space's existence. Shaq thought for a moment, then asked, so you mean, Zansu, or the black item he holds, is the key to leaving this world? May nodded, that's what I personally believe. Fisher's gaze shifted to Tsunami May, then turned to Shaq, lowering her voice, by the way, on my way here, I saw Natsum Yuka. Should we go meet her? Shaq said, of course, uniting people is always the best. Fisher had Robeluga transform into a flying saucer shape, and they all boarded it to start the journey. Looking at the oppressive sky, Fisher hesitated for a moment, then asked, Boss, that Natsum Yuka seems like a very dangerous person, right? Shaq nodded, she's definitely not simple. Fisher continued, then, wouldn't it be better not to save her, and let her die here? Shaq asked curiously, why do you think that? Fisher's eyes flashed with sharpness, speaking directly, here, the system is completely useless. The only thing we can rely on is the battle equipment we carry with us. This is her weakest moment. I think it's an opportunity to eliminate her. Shaq calmly looked into Fisher's eyes and asked, I didn't ask about that. I'm asking, why do you want her dead? Fisher was slightly stunned. She hadn't actually wished for anyone's death. If she really disliked that person, she could simply stop talking about them. She was merely telling Shaq what she knew. Let some merc make the final decision. But if I have to say something, I still think that Natsum Yuka is a threat to the boss, so I analyzed. I heard from Lucia that Natsum Yuka is the type to actively attack competitors, cruel in her methods. Boss, are you really at ease with having her by your side? She might betray us at some point. When it comes to attacking competitors, some merc felt a bit regretful. Actually, I'm the kind of person you're talking about. Fisher couldn't believe her ears. Huh? Sunmerk stared at the dark red sky, slowly saying, because in the beginning, I was attacked by unfamiliar competitors, so when I encountered unfamiliar competitors for the second time, I didn't greet them. I just ambushed and killed them. Fisher muttered softly, it's the inevitable result of distrust in strangers. Sunmerk nodded and said, yes. When there is survival competition between oneself and others, in order not to place one's life in danger, sometimes one must strike first. We were teleported here, there's no police to maintain order, no courts to judge crimes, no laws to protect the weak. People, actually, are in a state where they can do whatever they want. Fisher raised an eyebrow slightly. Boss, do you support actively killing others? Sunmerk said, when I can't guarantee my own survival, yes. Fisher couldn't help but laugh a little. You're just like a beast. Sunmerk continued. That Natsum Yuka is in such a state, because of extreme insecurity, she doesn't trust anyone, so she takes the initiative to attack, reducing the number of potential enemies. Compared to her, I'm actually even more despicable. Fisher shrugged. I thought the boss was a good person. Sunmerk recalled and said. I would directly attack, but Natsum Yuka wouldn't. When I first met her, she could have directly ambushed and killed me from behind. If it were me, I would have done that. But she didn't do that. That kid has a strong sense of pride, and prefers to win in a monster-against-monster style. Upon hearing that Sunmerk would decapitate enemies, Fisher remained calm and said, the boss is ruthless. She thought this was the smart approach, so she didn't argue. After leaving the castle, she was originally involved in the underworld and had seen many bad things. Though she usually relied on her education and mostly did intellectual work, occasionally she had to personally lead people to handle dirty tasks. She wasn't particularly sensitive to ruthless things. Sunmerk smiled at Fisher's assessment. Thank you for the compliment. However, I don't plan to do that anymore. Fisher asked in confusion, why? Sunmerk exhaled deeply and said, I've remembered everything. Fisher tilted her head. What? Sunmerk stood up, clenched his fists as if holding something important, a light named faith. His eyes sparkled with hope, and he spoke loudly. The heart of passion must never fade. We must help each other, be considerate of the weak. We must believe that no matter which country a person is from, they can be good friends, even if this feeling has been betrayed hundreds of times. Fisher's eyes widened, and a touch of emotion appeared. Boss. Sunmerk sat down on Robergu's body. So, even though Natsum Yuka's personality is a bit twisted, we can't just ignore her. Tsunami Mio looked at Sunmerk and asked, are you guys talking about Yuka? Sunmerk nodded. Kind of. Since they were communicating in English, Mio could only understand some of the words. However, when the name was mentioned, it was pronounced in romanized form, so Mio could understand Natsum Yuka's name. Mio found another topic to talk about, killing time out of boredom. He said, speaking of that person, she is actually quite pitiful. Xia Ke was a little puzzled and asked, she, pitiful? Do you know her past? Anyway, based on the impression of her in the national arena, it has nothing to do with being pitiful. Maybe before coming here, she was an unlucky kid, encountering a lot of misfortunes. Xia Ke thought of Yuka Natsum and had never seen her pitiful side. Mio gently shook her head, no, I don't know what happened before she came here. I mean when she first came to the national battlefield. Xia Ke continued asking, she should be familiar with the Ultraman series, right? And she drew Black King right from the start, with such good luck, how does that relate to being pitiful? Shark brother, your first part is right, but the latter part is wrong. Ha? Yuka's first monster was not Black King. How is that possible? I met her on the first day of the national battlefield, and she used Black King as support to take Red King from me. Xia Ke remembered, still feeling a little uneasy. If the other side had been a little more ruthless and attacked directly, he might have evaporated instantly. Mio's eyes lit up, that Red King was subdued by you? That's amazing. Xia Ke snorted softly, just a little trick, that's all. Mio continued, actually, Yuka's first monster was Piggyman. How is that possible? It is just like that. The two uncles on her team initially saw her as a burden, after all, Piggyman had no fighting power. I've never seen her control Piggyman. Well, Piggyman was killed on the first day. It seemed that because the monster lost connection, it didn't die. After that, Yuka seemed to change completely, from being silent at first to becoming somewhat crazy now. If I had gotten Piggyman at the start, I might have already died. I can't imagine how to survive in this dangerous place relying on Piggyman. I was shocked too. At the beginning, I even invited her to hide and avoid the fight, but she didn't trust anyone, so she didn't accept the invitation. Xia Ke couldn't help but murmur, that kid was really trying hard to survive. Mio nodded, everyone is. We're all trying to live. The gray sky, the color of the dark clouds was lightning. Two giant cosmic monsters were devouring atomic smog, mixing it with some special clay they ate on the island, turning it into solid form, compressing it, then spitting it out. If it weren't for the toxic nature of the atomic smog, for Bemonston, this radioactive gaseous material would be a delicacy. Together, the two giant cosmic monsters could clear the dark clouds within 1,000 meters in about 10 minutes. However, the dark clouds would still replenish from other places, so the effect wasn't too obvious. Under the sky, snowflakes fell, and the cold wind howled. In the far distance, a giant beast with red and blue skin roared, its wolf-tooth club-like right hand smashing down, crushing the head of a monster. Yama Beast Saigoku. Height, 66 meters. Weight, 70,000 tons. Attack power, 1500, defense power, 1400, speed, 900. Skills, Bloody Torrent, Energy Absorption, Hell Blood Pool, Hell Release, Hell Needle Shooting. Introduction, its posture resembles a demon from hell, symbolizing destruction and disaster. It has terrifying power in various destructive skills, making it an extremely powerful ultimate monster. A blonde woman in military uniform stood on the snow-covered mountain, her blue eyes gazing into the distance. She held a combat instrument, controlling Saigoku to continuously defeat two wild and savage monsters. White snowflakes fell onto her golden hair, accumulating little by little, as if she wore a white hat. Luya shook her head, and with the movement of her high ponytail, the snow on her head shook off. She suddenly remembered that winter when she was on a mission in Greenland. At that time, I was lying in ambush on a rooftop, aiming my sniper at the leader of a cult organization. It was snowing just as heavily back then, and I remained motionless, a layer of white quickly covering me. However, back then, I was just following orders. Now, I am free. After clearing the nearby area of monsters, I was about to summon Rebesa to move to a new region. As long as we can unite with everyone until the end, we can surely achieve a win-win outcome. I felt happy inside, I had finally managed to do what I wanted to do. At that moment, a sharp, loud laugh echoed through the sky. A red-haired woman was sitting on a huge gray-yellow orb, flying high above. When Lucia saw the newcomer, her eyebrows raised. The laughter was filled with cunning, as if she had succeeded in some evil plot, and she was surely up to something shady. Lucia's good mood was ruined, and she suppressed her irritation as she said, "Angel. What are you doing?" Angel stood up from the orb, her black leather boots pressing down into the surface of the orb. The cold wind hit her face, but she endured the chill, hands on her hips, full of pride, and arrogantly said, "Ha ha ha. Lucia, I'm here to take revenge." Though Lucia had already sensed something bad was coming, she didn't expect Angel to come at her so directly. "Angel, stop fooling around." Angel wiped the frozen snot from her nose, which had almost turned to ice, then raised her hand and commanded, "Get them." Beat her down. The sky was filled with countless orbs, the blood-sucking spheres of Auckland Palo. They spread out like crows waiting to feast on rotten meat. But they were even more dangerous. The blood-sucking spheres extended two sharp tentacles, their blood-sucking organs. If touched, they would quickly pierce the skin and drain the blood. Lucia immediately raised her combat device, a golden light flashing as she summoned Rebesa. Lightning Monster Rebesa. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack, 800, defense, 500, speed, 1,000. Skills, Thunderstrike, Strong Wind. Description, a giant bird-like monster with golden feathers as hard as alloy. Its wings generate a strong wind, and its belly can unleash a massive thunderstrike. The golden giant bird screeched, and thunder surged from its chest. Yellow lightning spread like a net, clearing a large area of blood-sucking spheres. The spikes on the back of Seigo's mount, the Needle Mountain, also launched hell needle puncture shots, causing violent explosions in the air, turning into orange-red blooms that wiped out a large number of blood-sucking spheres. However, Angel, the controller of Auckland Palo, remained completely unharmed. These monsters, which have a swarm-like mentality, are only connected to their master through the brain of the main body. Even if many of their clones are destroyed, the controller will remain untouched. Suddenly, a monstrous roar pierced the eardrums. It was the mighty roar of a dragon, but this dragon's roar lacked both the melodious beauty and the crisp, pleasant sound. Instead, it sounded eerie, rough, and hoarse. The ground around trembled, and Lucia quickly realized that a circle of monsters was trampling the earth, surrounding them. Lucia looked around in shock. There were no less than 100 monsters within her sight. Lucia's expression grew serious. She had never seen such a large-scale monster attack here before. She anxiously looked up at the red-haired woman, Angel. "What have you done?" A monster appeared on a high mountain peak. Its body was covered with gray-white armor, and its back and limbs were covered in dark blue spikes. A single ivory-like horn protruded from its nose, and its yellow eyes burned like flames, with sharp teeth exposed. Vampire Beast Chimera. Height, 59 meters. Weight, 52,000 tons. Attack, 1,300, defense, 1,100, speed, 1,000. Skills: Powerful Monster Beams, Blue Flame Breath, Monster Transform Beam, Control Roar, Blood-Sucking Bind, Electrocution, Hypnosis Mist Spray, Poison Gas Spray, Underground Movement. Description: Chimera is a cosmic vampire monster, with hard armor and spikes on its body. The head gave an electric shock with long horns, using tongue-like tentacles to suck the blood of living creatures, able to release hypnotic mist and monster-transforming light to control and mutate other beings. With Chimera's commanding roar, 100 monsters of various forms charged toward Luya. Luya judged the situation as unfavorable and planned to call back Reionics, taking it to leave this place. However, a large group of Alligera appeared in the air, a cluster controlled by Chimera. These monsters began to emit destructive light bombs to attack Reionics, who dodged in the air and released lightning to counter the nearby bombs. One slip could knock it down. Several destructive light bombs exploded near Luya, the shockwaves making her unsteady, letting out muffled groans. Saigoku had already unleashed full firepower, with hell needles and the blood flood sweeping the field, explosive sounds echoing across the snowplain. From Luya's view, there were about 100, but Angel's high perspective could see the whole picture. In total, over 1,600 monsters were still waiting on the outskirts. Angel's red hair floated in the wind, arms crossed, chuckling, sneezing from the cold. Her position was minus 40 degrees Celsius, shivering as she spoke harshly. Keep killing. 90% of the monsters on this island, Achi, are here. When you are exhausted, Ache. Then I will make you kneel and beg. Achi. Ha ha ha. Chapter 137: Fighting to Survive. Snowflakes fell like death paper, covering this barren land. The monsters surged forward. They came from the ridges, from under the ice plains, from the dense forests, like a tidal wave. The scene resembled the painting in the classic of mountains and seas of all beasts emerging from the mountains, or like the gathering of beasts before Noah's Arkansas. Monstrous heads of all shapes rose, fangs and claws glinting with a cold sharpness in the snowlight, heavy steps shaking the frozen earth, forming a moving terrifying mountain. 1,000 beasts gathered, and all sounds fell silent. Crystal flowers spun in the howling wind, silently piling up. The monster legion formed a huge circle from afar, surrounding Saigoku in the center. Heavy breaths merged into a low hum, vibrating through the cold air, hundreds of eyes locked onto the monstrous giant in the circle, pupils mixed with primal fear and bloodthirsty greed. Luya's expression was solemn, directing Saigoku to face the enemy. After Saigoku killed a dozen monsters, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. No monster dared to advance, as the aura from that enormous creature made every cell in their bodies tremble. However, Chimera would not let them retreat. It raised its head and let out a commanding roar, urging the monsters on. Where the sound waves passed, the ice cracked, the air stirred violently. The monster's eyes instantly turned blood red, all reason erased, leaving only the most primitive killing instinct. Soon, 32 different shaped figures, radiating destructive aura, carried a pungent stench of blood, leapt toward the central monstrous giant from all directions. Behind them, the silent roars of 1,000 beasts converged into a tangible wave of sound. Distant snow peaks trembled violently under the terrifying roar. Unable to bear it, large chunks of snow fell like collapsing white waterfalls. Saigoku roared, swinging the wolf-tooth club with his right arm, aiming at the charging ferocious monster Astron. Boom! The loud crash was like the sky collapsing. Snow for 10 miles was lifted by the shockwave, forming a circular snow wall spreading in all directions. Astron's body flew backward like a hit baseball at a speed faster than before, smashing 3 ice peaks behind it, finally embedding into the rock wall of a 4th mountain, debris raining like stones. Saigoku twisted his body, lifted the wolf-tooth club, and continued sweeping sideways. The giant stone thrown by King Red shattered into powder midair, the fragments carried by the following fierce wind, rolling back like a barrage. Saigoku took large steps, leapt into the air, and swung his wolf-tooth club with his right arm straight into King Red's chest. King Red's armor dented and cracked on impact, his whole body uncontrollably leaning back, crashing into the frozen ground, making a giant pit over 10 meters deep. At the same time, inside the transparent monster, Longa's lightning arrived. Saigoku did not dodge. It opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning that could pierce mountains. The electric arcs danced between its fangs, illuminating its face like a demon from hell. It burped loudly, spraying 2 streams of blue smoke from its nostrils. In the air, the ancient monster Merba dove down, its sharp claws nearly within reach. Saigoku turned, sweeping with its tail. The massive tail with a saw-like end swung toward the sky at a speed hard to see with the naked eye. Merba's claws were cut in half by the tail saw before reaching the target. Blood rained down, spilling across the snowfield. Merba let out a wailing cry, the pain of losing limbs made it lose balance. Saigoku gave it no chance to escape, twisted its body, and swept the tail again, this time deadly. The tail saw cut across Merba's neck, a head shot into the sky, the headless body spun in midair and fell heavily, crushing 2 monsters that couldn't dodge in time. The underground monster Gastron leaped forward to avenge Astron, but was hit by a blow to the head, sinking into the snow. The magnetic monster Antora opened its huge jaws, magnetic beams pulling a 100-meter wide iron ore from the ground, smashing straight at Saigoku. Saigaogu did not turn his head, shooting hell needles, blowing it into iron dust everywhere. Guduan's long whip came slashing. Saigaogu grabbed it, swung Guduan into the air, and smashed it toward Ganda on the other side. His hand did not loosen, spinning it in circles, turning Guduan into a lead ball, sweeping the surrounding beasts. He gained time to charge. A bloody glow surged from his mouth, the mountain of needles on his back radiating hellish light. The blood-red flood swept again, like an endless high-pressure water jet washing between the beasts. Hell needle shots exploded like rockets among the beast crowd. The roars of 1,000 beasts were stuck in their throats at that moment. Saigaogu slowly turned his head, the dense yellow eyes sweeping the surrounding monsters. Where his gaze landed, the monsters involuntarily stepped back. The 1,000 beasts surrounded him, yet they were pushed back by a single gaze. Then, Saigaogu spoke. Xia Geao, Gugu Ga. It was not a roar, but a deep, strange cackling laugh. The laugh echoed over the snowfield, like the tolling of hell's bell. It mocked the audacity of these ants, daring to bare teeth and claws before the true king. That single laugh completely enraged the monster crowd. Fear turned into rage. The 1,000 beasts let out thunderous roars simultaneously, the sound forming a flood, breaking through Saigaogu's pressure. More monsters stepped over their fallen comrades, launching a full assault on Saigaogu. Destructive light bombs, electric shocks, fire blasts, a dense barrage came at him all at once. Saigaogu stood amid the explosions, resisting the impact, stepping forward, fighting back and forth through the beast crowd. The dozen monsters at the front were nailed to the ground by hell needle shots, wailing continuously. But more monsters pressed forward, stepping on their comrades' bodies. Saigaogu's blood flood continued spraying, his wolf-tooth club right arm swinging like a windmill, each hit toppling several beasts. Its tail saw danced behind it, and any monster attempting to sneak attack from behind would be shredded. Its mountain of spikes shot out bone spurs, pinning distant enemies to the snow, then the bone spurs exploded, either severely wounding or instantly killing. The battle was intense, unprecedented, explosions and beast roars echoing endlessly. A poem praised it. The dark ice cracks open 3,000 feet, the north wind sweeps the ground, snow forms into a banner. At midnight on the wasteland, the magic fog rises, the earth's gates open, and the fire of the abyss descends. Thousands of beasts roar, causing mountains to shake, tusks like spears reflecting cold light. Yama sits alone atop the peak of spikes, the sea of blood surges, soaking the vast wilderness. The horns split the dark sky, dividing the dark and light, its arm swings the golden club to shatter the 8 wastelands. One strike could crush 100 decayed bones, another swing could sever 1,000 mountain ridges. Its back shoots eerie light through monsters, its tail sweeps with a silver saw, cutting off rivers and oceans. Surrounded, its power only grows stronger, a body weighing thousands of pounds shakes the frosty skies. It spits out a red waterfall, melting ice valleys, and 1,000 monsters wail, turning to blood floods. The ancient demon god arrives at this realm, and tonight, the snowfield crowns its king once more. When the east turns bright, it will lie on the beast bones, embracing the slanting sun. Angel sat high above, watching the fierce battle below, clapping her hands in delight. Ha ha ha, well done. Your monster is indeed powerful, but what about you? The bloodsucker balls of Oakland Paul spread out again, while green ivy-like vines emerged from the snow and crawled toward Lucia. Lucia's eyes flashed with cold light, her sharp teeth lightly biting, her figure darting, and her fists turned the approaching bloodsucker balls into mush, her feet kicking up wind as she narrowly avoided the oncoming vines. Rebesa was swarmed by the Eligera group, overwhelmed by the numbers and knocked to the ground. With the impact came a synchronized pain. Lucia's steps paused, she grunted in pain, her face showing distress, as ivy tendrils suddenly wrapped around her legs. Lucia gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger and shock, saying, "How can I die here? How can I die here?" Under the blood-red sky, on the cracked pitch-black earth. In this strange and oppressive scene, a girl wearing a black sailor uniform, with a princess-cut fringe and twin ponytails, shouted loudly. Her brows furrowed, her fists clenched tightly as if she was gathering all her strength into them, a terrifying aura radiating from her. A strange shadow appeared around her, and then, she transformed into the awakened state of Reionics. 3 giant beasts protected her in the middle, facing the black giant's assault. Skeleton Beast Crystal Red King. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 70,000 tons. Attack, 1500, Defense, 1100, Speed, 700. Skills, Red Storm, Plasma Breath, Jump Chop, Explosive Fist, Leverage Throw, Red King Flying Kick. Description: a mutated individual created by devouring or a combative and ferocious monster, called the Skeleton Monster due to its appearance. It boasts strong physical power and is skilled in throwing stones in close combat. The Red King's strength was overwhelming, becoming even more terrifying under the spiritual power of Reionics. It grabbed the head and shoulder of a black giant and tore it apart with sheer force. The black giant screamed as its head and half its shoulder were torn away, the jagged broken edges spraying a large amount of dark red energy, and then the body quickly disintegrated into black matter, with the red core being grabbed by the Red King and crushed in an instant. Another black giant charged with a large spear, scratching sparks on the Red King's body, but leaving no marks. The Red King grabbed the spear shaft, yanked it fiercely, and the giant was thrown off balance, forced to close in, then sent flying with a powerful punch. The black giant's body flew backward, crashing into several of its comrades. Then, the Red King stretched both hands out, and red lightning gathered into a storm, charging forward. Wherever it passed, the black giant's bodies disintegrated, and their energy cores shattered. Bodyguard Monster Black King. Height, 65 meters. Weight, 60,000 tons. Attack, 1200, Defense, 1400, Speed, 800. Skills, Flame Spit. Description, a terrifying monster with immense strength, able to lift 300,000 tons with its arms. Blake King, with his tough skin and thick flesh, could withstand intense energy impacts and shoot flames of tens of thousands of degrees from his mouth. Blake King spat a 70,000-degree flame, pushing back the approaching black giant, causing the enemy to roll on the ground in pain, howling continuously. A black giant's energy surged, sending out a circular saw-like energy beam. Blake King casually swatted it away. Several black giants worked together to unleash a combined energy beam, but Blake King crossed his arms, intercepting all of it. The flying energy beams exploded into massive craters on the ground, shaking the earth. Then, Blake King charged through, scattering the enemy's formation, his sharp claws leaving deep gashes on the black giants, dark red energy splattering continuously. Cosmic Bomb Monster, Valerian. Height, 55 meters. Weight, 66,000 tons. Attack power, 1400, defense power, 1300, speed, 900. Skills, Lightning Weird Beam, Valerian Breath, Biological Bomb, Circular Saw Cut, Energy Absorption, Optical Camouflage, Underground Movement. Introduction, a powerful monster from the universe, with biological bombs as its core weapon. It can manipulate organic explosive devices to rewrite planetary orbits. Fierce in close combat, able to absorb energy for evolution, it is an ultimate threat capable of destroying civilizations. Valerian was the most ferocious, grabbing a black giant and hugging tightly, its cell-like organ on the belly spinning at high speed, tearing its body apart in an instant. With a sudden motion of its hands, red lightning surged around it, breaking through the overwhelming light beams. In one swift turn, it threw a biological bomb that shattered a group of black giants. Its breath, emitting intense light, surrounded by black and dark red Valerian breath, blasted the approaching black giants, sending them flying with their bodies smoking. Zansu, holding the black seal, hovered in the air, his robe billowing fiercely. He frowned slightly, his voice hoarse and rough as he muttered, "Such strong mental power, if it could be used for me, it would be a beautiful thing." He then ordered more black giants to charge forward, either shooting energy or engaging in close combat. Explosions erupted everywhere, the sound of wailing filled the air. Zansu once again activated the black seal, and the black giants waiting behind began to fuse, transforming into a powerful being exuding a terrifying aura. Its might was far beyond that of ordinary black giants. Chapter 138, Super Dark Giant. I absolutely cannot fall here, so die, 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 all of you die. The petite Reionics shouted excitedly, her body trembling slightly, her voice carrying a hint of desperation and madness, as if she was determined to fight to the death. The three giant beasts displayed their powers, having already slaughtered more than 100 giants. At this moment, a black giant with a brutal aura gathered energy and released a dark red beam of light. Dark Giant, Yami Irio. Height, 58 meters. Weight, 45,000 tons. Attack power, 1500, defense power, 1400, speed, 1200. Skills, Irio Storm, Norskasi Beam, Instant Movement, Plasma Bomb, Irio Shot, Irio Light Wheel, Irio Light Blade, Irio Light Sword, Irio Piercing Fist, Irio Energy Shield. Introduction, a powerful monster formed by the fusion of several dark giants, covered in black armor, with red light patterns resembling tear stains. It emits various energy attacks, moving rapidly across the battlefield with instant teleportation. The beam of light was immense, directly piercing through two black giants' bodies, causing them to explode into fragments. It then struck Red King, the terrifying impact sending him flying, carving deep grooves into the ground next to Satsuki Yuka, causing a cloud of dust to rise. If Red King's trajectory had been off by just a bit, he might have crushed Satsuki Yuka into a pulp. Ugh mmmmh. Satsuki Yuka felt a sharp pain in her chest and let out a muffled groan. Her previously frantic emotions settled a little. The fused black female giant seemed different from the others, not something on the same level as them. She judged that she should first kill the strong enemy, and so she ordered Blake King and Valerian to strike. Blake King charged in, his claws aiming fiercely at Yami Irio. However, the latter's figure collapsed and vanished in the blink of an eye. Then, it quickly appeared behind King Blake, its long legs, soft and lying yet unmatched in violence, swept out, actually sending the 60,000-ton King Blake flying, crashing hard to the ground. Valerian stretched both hands, the crimson spikes on his body emitting a strong electromagnetic field, red lightning weaving strangely around him, then turning into several rushing streams. Amy Liang's body was washed by the surging lightning, rolling out as sparks exploded, but she quickly got up. King Blake had already risen, sneaking an attack from behind Amy Liang. Yet Amy Liang's figure vanished again, and when she reappeared, she was already above Valerian. Her body suddenly stood straight, like a high-speed spinning propeller, then plummeted sharply. Boom! Valerian's head took a heavy hit, falling face-first to the ground, black debris flying into the sky. Amy Liang stopped spinning, landed steadily, looked at Yuka Natsum, planning to teleport directly and take her down. But the moment she stopped, a giant rock, 100 meters wide, smashed into her face. With a violent crash, Amy Liang's body was thrown out. It was a black mountain rock ripped down and thrown from the nearby mountain by King Red after he got up. Zanza floated in the high air, his face dark, impossible. Amy Liang is my strongest soul warrior. The dark giant built on her soul, how could it be so clumsy? At this moment, Valerian opened his mouth and released Valerian's breath toward Zansu. Shimmering with piercing light, entwined with black and dark red spirals, the beam shot straight at Zansu. Frightened, Zansu immediately used the black seal in his hand, quickly forming a 7-layer energy shield. Crack, crack, crack. The energy shield shattered layer by layer, but it bought Zansu time to move in the air, avoiding the attack. Then Zansu commanded dozens of black giants around to assist Amy Liang, continuing the attack. A dozen black giants lifted black long spears, charged energy, and threw them at Yuka Natsum herself. King Blake immediately defended, leaping to block all attacks. The long spears scraped sparks off King Blake's hard body, and Yuka Natsum felt pain from her own body immediately. Huff ugh huff, why do these bastards keep coming out ugh huff at this rate? She breathed heavily, adjusted her stance, and ordered Valerian to fling the biobombs. Valerian swung his tail, the bomb on the tail flew out, about to land among the giants. Amy Liang suddenly teleported in, lifted her leg, kicked the bomb high into the sky, turning it into a huge firework. Ugh! Suddenly, several black giants let out piercing screams. After Valerian's bomb, King Red threw another giant rock, toppling several black giants. Amy Liang raised her arms, firing crescent-shaped beams rapidly, aimed straight at Yuka Natsum. Zansa grinned, he wanted to harvest souls, and the target's death would be easier. King Blake now stood firm before Yuka Natsum, slightly moving to intercept all energy attacks. Amy Liang's energy attacks were stronger than the other black giants, pain spreading all over, making Yuka Natsum groan repeatedly. But here was no place to hide, if the monsters blocked the attacks, she would soon be killed. The battle continued for several rounds. Yuka Natsum sometimes had King Red and Valerian attack Zansu directly. Zansu, meanwhile, fully commanded the black giants to attack her. The two played a deadly game, any slight carelessness meant instant death. Yet Yuka Natsum only had King Blake as a meat shield, while Zansu's shields kept replenishing endlessly. As strength waned, Yuka Natsum was ultimately drained to the point of helplessness. Reionics finally found an opening amidst the black giant's assault, teleporting to a position behind Yuka Natsum. Dark red energy gathered in his hands and shot straight forward. Yuka Natsum hurriedly dodged, but the explosion's shockwave hurled her dozens of meters away, rolling heavily on the ground. After severely draining her energy, the barely maintained transformation state collapsed. She lay on the ground, blood rising in her throat and spat onto the earth. As she was severely injured, her mental strength became unstable, and the power of the three-headed beasts also weakened considerably, putting them in a very passive situation. Zansu immediately activated the Black Seal, letting the dark matter in the environment attack Yuka Natsum. But her battle device still emitted light, forcing the approaching darkness back. Zansu showed an unhappy expression. What kind of tool is this? It lets you control these monsters and protect your soul? He took 2 deep breaths to suppress his anger, but it can only block the undefined darkness. Reionics, finish her off. The black female giant struck again, charging her arms, then crossed them to release the Noskasi beam. Thick, dark red streams entwined with black lightning shot forward. King Red and Verilon immediately attacked, red storms and lightning beams colliding with it. But Yuka Natsum, in poor condition, failed to push the beam back. The intense energy exploded midair, a terrifying shockwave sweeping outward hundreds of meters. Ugh! Yuka Natsum's body was flung, heavily smashing onto a small hill, then falling with her knees scraped and bleeding. Reionics suddenly spoke, a strange female voice echoing, "These monsters are really troublesome, but their energy must be nearly used up by now." Zansa gazed down, smiling, "It's about time to end this." Reionics leapt, suddenly appearing behind King Red, grabbed its tail, and accelerated upward. King Red felt a pull, its body lifted, distance from the ground increasing, and in just a second, it was over 600 meters in the air. It tried bending its tail and body to hit Reionics, but could not reach. By now, they had reached 1,000 meters high. Yuka Natsum's consciousness blurred, unable to give clear commands. King Red suddenly unleashed a red lightning storm, but with its body lifted, the attack missed. Reionics swung King Red by the tail like a giant windmill, spinning it more than 10 times before hurling it toward the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. Yuka Natsum's body and surrounding rocks lifted a few meters, then fell heavily. Ugh! She let out a sharp grunt, spat another mouthful of blood, hair disheveled on the ground. Dust roared. King Red's landing left a pit over 300 meters wide. Pain surged. Yuka Natsum nearly fainted. Ugh! Aha! Ugh! She tried to stand, fingers trembling, unable to summon strength. Her youthful breath was weak, the fighting spirit in her eyes fading into powerless despair. Why could it be I die here today? No, I can't fall here. But ugh, my body won't move, I have no strength. She could not hold back her sorrow, tears like broken pearls dripping. Her heart filled with extreme unwillingness. Her eyes began to see fleeting images. What am I doing? She saw her cowardly father bowing and apologizing to others. Clearly the other child hit him, and he just defended himself. Why did it turn into his fault? Her father even pressed her head down while apologizing to the other. Yuka Natsum felt extremely stifled inside. She saw her mother and uncle acting wildly. She tried to avoid it, yet her mother still found her and slapped her, warning her not to speak carelessly in front of her father. At school, those frivolous students talked about dirty jokes. She did not want to join, and was then isolated. She rejected the senior's confession, and the next day, disgusting dead insects appeared in her desk. Later, she stopped performing entirely, was slandered with dirty rumors, and her desk was filled with trashy words. The teacher was a disgusting old man, often molesting female students, a pervert. On the way home, she was sometimes surrounded by small thugs asking for money, and if she could not give it, she would be beaten. She half closed her eyes, seeing the black rugged mountains, the air filthy, making her stomach churn, wanting to vomit. She coughed up blood, her breathing weakening. I thought coming here would be different, but in the end, I still can't change anything, can't protect anything now, I can't even stay alive. She remembered Piggyman, badly injured almost to death while saving her, and more tears flowed. Finally having a good friend, yet ending up like this. No god would appear, no Ultraman would descend, nothing. In the distance, King Red struggled to crawl out of the pit, feeling weak all over. King Black and Werelin also began to falter, pushed back by the Black Giant. Because Reionics linked with them was in a weak state, life energy dropped sharply, and strength weakened along with it. Yami Rio was in the air, energy surging, spinning, throwing many plasma bombs. The attacks fell like rain, exploding around the three-headed beasts, waves of air rolling. The attacks hitting their bodies ignited fierce fireballs. Even the three beasts, strong as they were, wobbled, about to fall. Yuka Natsum closed her eyes. It's over now. High above, Zansa held the black seal laughing, mouth curling, face twisted. It really took a lot of time. Little one, become my puppet, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a silver drill crashed forward at Mach speed. Zansa heard the roar and turned, the drill already blocking most of his vision. Fear filled his face. He hurriedly used the black seal to form a 7-layer energy shield. Crack, crack, crack. The shield was shattered in an instant. The tens of millions of tons of force hit him. Zansa became a meteor crashing to the ground, foam at his mouth. Tails' metal wings sprayed blue energy, adjusting his body, landing steadily. Robeluga carried Shark, Fisher, and Tsunami Neo to arrive. Earlier, Shark had fused and summoned Metal Tails to launch the attack. The metal lifeform itself could fly anti-gravity, and after combining with Tails, still kept the effect. Robeluga neared the ground. Shark leapt down, came to Yuka Natsum, and carried her horizontally. Cheer up! Yuka-chan! Yuka Natsum barely opened her eyes, hazily seeing Shark's face. Little Shark. Shark looked at the three-headed beasts bombarded, knowing the pain was also acting on Yuka Natsum, so he said, call the monsters back. Yuka Natsum used all her strength, activating the battle device, turning the three-headed beasts into red streams, retrieving them. Worried, Little Shark run fast. Shark shook his head. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Chapter 139 Angel's Revenge. Snowflakes floated, the cold wind blew. Roya's legs were bound by Basila's vines, unable to run anymore. The vampire balls flew one by one, stretching out vampiric tentacles to stab Roya's neck. Roya swung her fists, hitting the approaching vampire balls away. She took out a tactical dagger from her waist, cutting the vines. Struggle hard, trying to break free from the restraint. In the distance, after Lebesa was knocked down by the Yalagala group, the surrounding beast group all spat out energy attacks. Luya took out the battle device with one hand, planning to take Lebesa back, but her action was interrupted by the vines that kept bursting out. In the dense attacks, Lebesa let out a sharp miserable howl, and then exploded into a towering mushroom cloud on the snowfield. Luya felt pain all over her body as if being torn apart, tears overflowed from her eyes, and even saliva sprayed out. But because Lebesa cut off the link before exploding, Luya did not die because of it. Lebesa. Luya felt extremely uncomfortable. Soon, the sadness turned into anger. She gritted her teeth, opened the system panel, and continuously used the Monster State Reset card and the Monster Berserk Experience card. Xia Ke, who was fighting fiercely with the Beast Group, suddenly had energy surging all over his body, dark red lightning shot wildly, and the monsters that got close were all repelled by the thick thunder. Xia Ke raised his head and let out a long roar. Huge energy fluctuations exploded in a ring shape, the accumulated snow was melted into mist, and then spread outward, stirring up a storm. Luya did not stop her movements, and threw out 2 more monster enhancement stones. Although Xia Ke had already used them and would not gain panel improvement anymore, the monster enhancement stones, when used in special situations, could enhance the monster's power and cause mutation. Anchier looked at Xia Ke below, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Her relaxed expression changed, and shock appeared on her face. That strong energy fluctuation changed the surrounding magnetic field, hitting her face, making Anchier feel numb, and soon, numb from head to toe. She shivered. Basila! Quickly deal with her! The vine suddenly wrapped around Luya's arms. One vine drilled out and lashed fiercely, knocking the battle device out of Luya's hand. Because the battle device left her hand, the link with Xia Ke suddenly broke. Suddenly, Basila burst out from the ground. The vine still wrapped around Luya, carrying Luya and starting to move. Anchier also commanded Aokalan Beluo and Kimayila to retreat. Sitting on Aokalan Beluo's huge spherical head, she looked back at Xia Ke, whose whole body was emitting circles of dark red energy ripples, and was so scared that she shivered. Quickly leave, I do not want to stay in this place any longer. Then they moved away from the battlefield. On that snowfield, more than 1,000 monsters that received a death order from Kimayila began to fight with Xia Ke, who had entered Berserk state. Volcano Camp, inside a simple shed. Anchier lay comfortably on the sofa, looking at Luya, who was tied up and hung by Basila's vines in front, with a proud smile on her face. Luya's coat was stripped off, and her upper body only had a white shirt with a tie. Her hands and feet were tightly bound, those vines deeply tightened into her slender wrists and ankles, pulling her limbs apart and fixing them at a highly tense angle. She could not move at all, her expression angry. Anchier, what did you do to everyone? Atania beside Anchier looked pale, like a female ghost. Thinking that everyone might have suffered Anchier's attack, Luya's heart suddenly sank, bitterness and anger intertwined. Anchier smiled with narrowed eyes, her long legs casually crossed, outlining an attractive curve, one hand elegantly resting on the sofa armrest, supporting her cheek, and said, Allah, look at your expression, it really looks miserable. To tell you the truth, I already wanted to make a move last night. You gathered so many people, such a good chance. But for no reason I had a good dream, so it was delayed until now. Luya trembled all over in anger, her full chest rising and falling violently. You bastard. Anchier let out a light laugh, leaned her body slightly forward, her eyes full of teasing. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourself first, or rather. She licked her rosy lips. Do you wish to kneel down, submit to me, call me your master a few times? Perhaps, I may show mercy and let you keep a bit of dignity? Luoya suddenly struggled, and the vines tightened immediately, leaving deeper red marks on her fair skin, bringing a sharp sting that made her grunt in pain, with flames of anger erupting from her eyes. You wish. Angel stood up from the sofa, walked to Luoya, took a stool from the system space, stepped on it, and then faced Luoya eye to eye. Her hand climbed up Luoya's cheek, slowly caressing it, her tone playful yet tinged with a sickly softness, smiling as she said, "Oh my, such a beautiful face. Keep that defiant look on, don't cry now, or else I might, just can't resist being soft-hearted." Luoya suddenly turned her head away, shaking off Angel's hand, fire burning in her eyes. Angel snorted lightly, touching her chest. "The way you're glaring at me now, it really gets on my nerves. All the pain you've inflicted on me, I'll return it doubled, and doubled again." She hopped down from the stool and returned to the sofa. Then she clapped her hands twice, and 2 people walked in from outside the shack. It was Olivia and Sophie, another contestant from Maple Leaf Country. At that moment, Sophie pulled out a gun and aimed it at Angel's head, intending to kill her outright. But when the shot hit Angel, Angel only tilted her head back slightly, then corrected it, the bullet hole in her head quickly healing. Angel gave her a strange smile, then the vines of Baela wrapped around her, and in the end, Angel sucked her blood dry. At this moment, Olivia and Sophie both looked ghostly pale, as if they had seen a ghost. They each held an electric shocker and a whip in their hands. Angel leaned comfortably on the sofa, resting her chin on one hand, the fingers of her other hand lightly tapping the armrest in a rhythm, her eyes dazed and intoxicated. She watched as Olivia pressed the sharp tip of the electric shocker onto Luoya's tight abdomen. Sophie raised her whip and cracked it loudly in the air before bringing it down hard on Luoya's back. Ah! Luoya's body instantly arched, the intense pain making her scream. Sweat poured down her smooth cheeks, neck, and collarbone, soaking her thin clothes. Angel leaned back on the sofa, covering her mouth and giggling lightly. "Isn't it so pleasant to hear? Now, repent before me, cry and beg for mercy for defying the great angel." Ha ha ha. The two took turns attacking, pain continuously crashing into Luoya. She squeezed out a sound from deep in her throat, Dream on. Angel saw Luoya's desperate struggle and clicked her tongue in displeasure. You rotten, stinking orange, just keep suffering. Luoya forced her head up, sweat dripping down her chin. She forced out a grim, bloodthirsty smile, her voice hoarse from the pain. Didn't anyone tell you? Babe, you swear like you're pouting. Angel's eye twitched. You're really tough, but how long can you hold on? She waved her hand, signaling Olivia and Sophie to step back, then directly commanded Bella to attack. Her wrists, ankles, waist, and even neck were wrapped by the electric vines. A terrifying electric current, 100 times stronger than before, was violently released. Luoya trembled all over from the pain. Woo, oh ho ho. She jumped and struggled violently, like a fish out of water, but was tightly bound by the vines. Seeing Luoya's tortured form, Angel gleefully clutched her stomach. Trash, is it too much for you? Ha, Bella, keep electrocuting her. Luoya's tears shot out from the pain, but the pride deep within her made her clench her teeth, refusing to give in. The high intensity of the electric field destroyed the stability of the air molecules. The air molecules were forced into ionization, turning into a conductive plasma. The place on Luoya's body with the greatest curvature had an extremely high electric field strength, directly breaking through the air molecules, exciting the gas atoms to emit fluorescence. The current was now visible to the naked eye, bouncing through the air. Saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corner of Luoya's mouth, mixed with painful tears. Her whole body was drenched in cold sweat, her appearance pitiful. After a long while, the electric light on the vines finally extinguished. Luoya, hanging in midair, seemed as if her bones had been pulled out, her body limp. The vines still tightly constricted her delicate neck, waist, wrists, and ankles, maintaining her hanging posture. Luoya hung her head weakly, her chest heaving, breath labored, her whole body trembling, sweat dripping down her face. Angel slowly stood up from the sofa, with graceful posture, approaching Luoya at a steady pace. She climbed onto a stool, extended two long, cold fingers, and with blatant disdain, pinched Luoya's wet chin, forcing her powerless head to lift and meet her gaze. Oh, Angel's red lips curled as she looked into Luoya's eyes, which were blurred from tears. Little fish, look at what you've become now. Her fingertips scratched across Luoya's sweaty cheek, leaving a faint red imprint. Who was the one just now, saying you curse like you're flirting? She leaned in very close, her warm, sweet-smelling breath blowing onto Luoya's face. So you cry too? Ah, drooling everywhere, what a disgrace. Luoya's lips twitched as if she wanted to say something to argue, but no clear sound could escape her. Angel's hand, cold and skillful, like a snake's tongue, slowly slid down Luoya's sweaty neck, brushing over the glaring red marks from the tightness, diving into the deep collar of her shirt, which was stretched to the point of almost bursting. Her nails suddenly grew long, pressing directly onto the scorching, wildly pulsing carotid artery, feeling the frantic beats of the veins under the skin after the agonizing pain of near death. Still full of energy, Angel's fingers slowly circled the fragile pulse, her voice soft. Don't tell me you're about to break. I haven't had enough fun yet, little fish. Luoya's body suddenly stiffened, and an involuntary, short, suppressed sob escaped her throat. Oh, what's this? You're shaking even more? Angel tilted her head, as if she had discovered something extremely interesting, her red lips almost touching Luoya's sweaty ear, her voice lowered and her hot breath creeping into her ear. Seems like, this place is quite sensitive? Her fingers maliciously pressed harder on the fragile carotid artery, feeling the sudden surge of pulsation under her fingertips, and satisfied to see Luoya's body spasm violently again. Get away. Luoya squeezed a word from between her teeth. Angel chuckled lightly, her finger moving upwards, suddenly pressing hard, pinching Luoya's chin. Although I'd love to pierce your neck and drink your blood right now, I plan to completely destroy your body and mind first. Slap. Angel suddenly slapped Luoya across the face, leaving a finger mark. She then jumped down from the stool and returned to the sofa. Angel looked at Antonia. Go, Antonia, take off the blindfold and let her feel hell. Antonia slowly moved, came in front of Luoya, raised her hand, and removed the blindfold, revealing the abyssal magic eye hidden within. Chapter 140, Chaos. The sky was no longer pure black, its color gradually lightening, transforming into a gray curtain. The pitch-black atomic haze was gathering at 2 points, disappearing, as if dirty water flowing into a drain. These black mist couldn't escape. What awaited them was compression and blending, eventually turning into contaminated earth. As for what reactions would happen afterward, no one knew. The island was no longer covered by darkness, all thanks to the continued work of Beamonston and Asteromus. As the sky gradually cleared, Isabella felt her mood lighten significantly, and with the light, the world slowly gained color. The gray snowfields began to turn white. She and Saponia stood among them, like two light strokes of color on a blank white page. A giant beast appeared in the distance. It was Zaraga's. Isabella and Saponia immediately took a defensive stance. But when they saw someone standing on Zaraga's hand, their tensed nerves relaxed a bit. Kai stepped on the giant beast's massive palm, relying on Zaraga's speed of 10 meters per step, quickly approaching the two women. After leaping down from a height of several dozen meters, he landed in front of the two women. Kai's face was worried as he said, "Ladies, Lucia has been captured. I believe I need your help." Serponia asked, "What happened?" Kai said, "Angel caught Lucia and tortured her, right at the volcano camp." Serponia was a bit confused. Why did this happen? Isabella sighed, "That girl is extremely vengeful. Lucia once beat her, so she's probably getting revenge. But how could Angel possibly be a match for Lucia?" Kai explained, "Angel has a monster army, which makes Lucia's situation terrible. Now, Saigao is out of control, and Lucia was captured." Isabella's expression shifted to one of realization. "Oh, I should have known. Chimera seems to be able to control other monsters. This is really bad news." Serponia frowned slightly. "Lucia is our spiritual leader. We should rescue her immediately." Kai said, "Then let's set off now." Isabella asked, "What about the others?" Kai shook his head, "I haven't found anyone else, and the system's communication isn't working." At the volcano camp, inside a simple tent, Lucia lay face up on the ground, her golden long hair a complete mess. Ugh! Ha! Her arms and legs were spread in unnatural positions, her vacant eyes rolled upwards, her mouth slightly open with saliva spilling out beside her. Her body was in so much pain that she couldn't think, with a constant buzzing sound in her head. Angel's black leather boots pressed down on Lucia's stomach, twisting the soles forcefully. She wore a pleased expression as she looked down at Lucia, her voice trembling with excitement. Hey, say something, dear Lucia, why aren't you moving? Didn't you say you'd never surrender? Come on, fight back." Ah ha ha ha. Antonia, Olivia, and Sophie stood by, like wooden statues, staring blankly with no words to say. At that moment, a blood-sucking ball floated into the room and buzzed twice by Angel's ear. "Ha! I got it. It's just a few more blood bags. I'll deal with them personally." Angel walked to the door, turned around to look at the three pale-faced women, and grinned maliciously. "You all keep going, give her some more stimulation, break her completely." On the outskirts of the volcano camp, heavy snow continued to fall, and a giant object flew in the sky. It was a massive sphere, with small balls sticking to its surface. Angel sat on the head sphere of Auckland Paul, frowning slightly when she saw the scene ahead. What is that? The cosmic giant monsters Beamonston and Asteromus puffed out their bellies, sucking in the countless blood-sucking balls in the sky. This made Angel extremely displeased, as those were all her minions, and they were being wiped out by the thousands. Isabella looked at the giant sphere flying toward them and shouted, "Angel! Did you do all this?" Serponia also questioned, "Sending these spheres to attack us? Have you become an enemy now?" Angel sat on the giant sphere, her legs crossed, enduring the cold wind, deliberately putting on a relaxed pose. "I have no deep hatred with you few, so how about this, you withdraw from the National Fate battlefield yourselves, and save me some effort." Kai said, "You must have used the blood-sucking spheres on others, right? Where did those people go? Were they killed by you?" Angel yawned boredly. "You ask me, should I tell you? Don't get too proud. Since you refuse to withdraw, then taste some suffering." Suddenly, a large number of vines shot out from the snow, small blood-colored flowers bloomed on them, looking ordinary, but they were all Basila's tentacles. The three of them retreated rapidly. At the same time, Isabella spoke, "Astromus, fire spray." Astromus immediately opened his mouth, shooting a pillar of fire. Cosmic giant monster Astromus. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 58,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, defense, 1,300, speed, 800. Skills, dissolving liquid, fire spray. Description, violent and warlike, uses whip and sickle claws as weapons, a huge blood-sucking plant Chogulus flower grows on its abdomen, has special inner space, can swallow same-sized monsters with flower-shaped mouth on belly. Can fly and dig underground. The fire, high-temperature plasma, quickly melted the snow, burning the underground vines, making a sizzling sound. Water evaporated, followed by Basila's ruff, crying like screams like a baby's wail. A plant-like monster, covered with vines and green leaves, broke through the ground. Ivy monster Basila. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 40,000 tons. Attack, 1,000, defense, 800, speed, 600. Skills, blood-sucking vines, high-voltage current. Description, terrifying blood-sucking plant, sharp claws on hands, wraps enemies with vines, gives electric shock and sucks blood, cry sounds full of resentment. Angel saw Basila retreating fast. Oakland Paul's blood-sucking sphere army got sucked into Bemonstein's belly as soon as they got close, her face darkened. She immediately shouted, "Chimera! Call out those monsters on standby." In the distance, Chimera broke through the ground, snow and dirt flying into the sky, then falling back down. Chimera had underground movement ability, usually did not stay in the battle device, but ran around, using dominating roars to gather minions. At this moment it was nearby, and when it heard the command, it appeared and let out a long howl. Then, the nearby hillside shook, snow collapsing, several monsters rushed out from behind the mountains. Serponia sneered, raised the battle device, directly releasing 2 monsters. Go, Shurer. Shao Gogo. 2 beams of light shot out, dragon-shaped monsters descended to the ground, earthquakes and rumbling sounds shook dust into the air. Strong monster Shurbigan. Height, 65 meters. Weight, 75,000 tons. Attack, 1300, Defense, 1300, Speed, 900. Skills, Rainbow Magic Realm, Super Headbutt, Mighty Dragon Tail, Destructive Lightball. Description, Silver Dragon Shurbigan has large horns on head, thick powerful tail, very high physical defense, can withstand strong energy attacks. Can change nearby space structure to create magnetic field chaos, can shoot blue destructive lightballs from mouth. Super Strength Monster King Gold Wrasse. Height, 75 meters. Weight, 87,000 tons. Attack, 1300, Defense, 1500, Speed, 1000. Skills, Deathlight, Spacetime Barrier, Spatial Movement. Description, Ancient super monster with power to control time and space. Uses strong barrier to protect itself, combines offense and defense, once called the Undefeated King. When the Golden Dragon and Silver Dragon appeared, the horns on their heads flashed with electric light, and the monsters surrounding them were blocked by an invisible wall. It was a space barrier created by the 2 monsters who could affect time and space. Angel saw the monster minions could not get in, her face froze, suddenly realizing something, and she controlled Oakland Paul's head sphere. She was about to escape. Syphonia frowned slightly, you want to leave? The massive sphere instantly flew backward, and then with a duong sound, Auckland Paul crashed hard into the invisible barrier, causing Angel to be violently shaken off. With a sharp, agonizing scream, she plunged headfirst into the snow. She struggled to pull herself out of the snow, looking disheveled, spat out a mouthful of snow, and wiped her face, damn it. How shameless. Auckland Paul gathered his form and transformed into a giant monster. Tumor Monster Auckland Paul. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack power, 500, defense power, 1300, speed, 900. Skills, disintegration, bloodsucking, lightning beam. Description, Auckland Paul's entire body is made up of countless bloodsucking spheres, each part having excellent flexibility and elasticity, controlled by the head which commands the bloodsucking sphere cluster. His defense is high, capable of easily buffering and rebounding attacks, and he has great resistance to light. Basila and Chimera stepped forward, protecting Angel. Angel mumbled, then said, don't think you can win just like this. Next, let Auckland Paul attack King Gold Wrasse, Basila attack Hilbegon, and Chimera attack the 2 cosmic monsters. Syphonia spat, you really don't know when to quit. Sierra, Shao Gogo, tear them apart. Isabella also gave an order, go ahead. Cosmic monsters. Syphonia judged that there was no need to summon Abras anymore, the Golden Dragon and Silver Dragon guarding the scene were enough. Kai also did not summon Zaragas, as joining the battlefield would only mean exhausting physical strength. If he used his skills, he might blind his teammates, so it seemed unnecessary. Auckland Paul's strikes kept landing on King Gold Wrasse, but not a single spark was generated. This monster, made entirely of spheres, really had poor melee combat ability. King Gold Wrasse suddenly slapped out a massive blow, sending Auckland Paul flying across the ground, bouncing up and down, smashing into the spacetime barrier before bouncing back. However, Auckland Paul remained completely unharmed under King Goldwra's monstrous strength attack. This tumor monster was like a giant balloon, and it was very hard to cause any damage when struck. King Goldwra's 2 horns on his head released golden lightning, deathlight, shooting energy attacks at Auckland Paul. If they hit, they could instantly kill the opponent. However, Auckland Paul suddenly disintegrated, and countless blood-sucking spheres scattered, avoiding the deathlight's attack. Then Auckland Paul reformed and appeared next to King Gold Wrasse. On the other side, Basila battled Hilbegon, releasing long vines that wrapped around Hilbegon, but they were easily torn apart. However, Basila's vines kept coming, and Hilbegon, while tearing them apart, spit out blue destructive energy blasts. Basila twisted her body, dodging back and forth, continuing to tug at Hilbegon. Chimera faced 2 cosmic monsters, and the blue fiery breath was directly sucked into the belly of Bimonstein, while the domination roar was only effective against those with weaker mental strength. Leonicus's mental power was extraordinary, and the monsters linked to him were not affected. Chimera suddenly burrowed underground, causing dust to fly as she sank beneath the earth. Isabella then ordered Bimonstein to shoot a yellow destructive energy blast at Angel's feet. Angel quickly dodged, but the shockwave sent her flying, crashing into the ground. Then, Australiamus charged directly at Angel herself. Syphonia shouted from a distance, "Isn't it about time for you to surrender?" Angel suddenly gave a wicked smile, "Hee hee, it's you guys who should surrender. The ground beneath Syphonia and the others suddenly collapsed, and the three figures fell directly into a pit dozens of meters deep. A larger blood-sucking sphere flew over, and Angel immediately jumped onto it, avoiding Astrolumus's flame barrage. She was sitting on the sphere, moving in the air, dodging the relentless attacks coming at her. A smug expression returned to her face. Zake's tunnel-digging tactic is really so useful. Chapter 141, Rebirth. What surprised Angel was that the three of them did not fall into the deep pit. Kai quickly summoned Zaragas, using his head to cushion them, allowing them to jump out. Syphonia was furious. Angel, you are too much. She raised her combat instrument and summoned the third monster. With a flash of light, a huge monster materialized. Blue foam monster Abrax. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 20,000 tons. Attack power, 800, defense power, 1200, speed, 800. Skills, blue foam, dissolving ray. Description, an ancient monster known as the Cyan Demon. Its large mouth can spray a highly corrosive dissolving liquid, its sharp horn on its head, thick tail, strong combat power, tough skin, and extreme resilience. Abrax opened its mouth and shot a dissolving ray at Angel in the air. Frightened, Angel quickly dodged, but in her panic, she fell directly down, headfirst into the snow. Meanwhile, Zilbagon grabbed a vine, swung Baera, and slammed him hard into a nearby snow mountain. With a tremor, Baera was covered by snow, looking like a collapsed Christmas tree. Auckland Paul was slapped around by King Goldras like a balloon, then shot the death ray from his horns. Auckland Paul hurriedly disintegrated to avoid the attack. At that moment, King Goldras turned around, and the death ray shot toward the ground under Angel's feet. With a loud explosion, Angel screamed as she was blasted into the sky. Syphonia flew up and kicked out, landing a powerful blow to Angel's stomach in midair. Angel vomited her breakfast, groaning as she fell to the ground, gritting her teeth. Syphonia landed in front of Angel, reaching out to lift her up with one hand. Be good and surrender, Syphonia said sharply, glaring at Angel. Angel refused to submit, raising her hand. Her nails turned sharp, suddenly growing longer, directly aiming at Syphonia's neck. Wyyyyyyyyy. Slap. Syphonia didn't spare her and slapped her hard. The speed was too fast. Angel's movement was interrupted. She was stunned, touching the red handprint on her face, her eyes filled with tears, shouting loudly, "Someone help me!" Syphonia tossed Angel onto the ground. Ow! Angel cried out in pain, scrambling to get up. Syphonia's face darkened. You really are stubborn. She pressed her finger joints, and the bones cracked, showing she was preparing to stretch and warm up. Then, the sounds of physical collisions and the crunching of the soft snow under pressure echoed across the snowfield. Oh ho, oh, oh. Ah. Ugh. Oh ho. Angel kept groaning in pain. Isabella and Kai watched from the side, shivering. Kai looked at Angel's bruised face, his mouth twitching. Miss Syphonia is really violent. Isabella nodded in agreement. Antonia, Olivia, and Sophie heard Angel's cries for help in their minds and left the hut. Loya lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. In the silence, her thoughts slowly began to come back together. Antonia's magical eye made her recall the past, that suppressed emotion, which she had buried deep inside, now being revealed, letting her feel a deep sense of helplessness once more. She turned over, climbed up, walked a few steps, and suddenly her whole body went limp, falling to her knees. She simply shifted her position, resting her back against the side of the couch. She took a deep breath, trying to ease the sharp pain from her body. Her mind started to race with thoughts. In the end, did I accomplish nothing? I thought I could change something. I thought that by coming here, I could stop being ordered around, be my own person. But in the end, am I still being controlled? The image of that moment flashed in her mind. At that time, she secretly sneaked into Little St. James Island to investigate her own origins. Then, in the island owner's computer, she found 200 terabytes of video content and roughly skimmed through it. She saw children who looked very much like herself. Some were soaking in glass containers, some appeared on altars, and some were served on tables. There were also faces in the videos she recognized: politicians, royal nobles, business tycoons, academic elites. Beneath the skin of humans hid demons. Even now, recalling the details, she could not help but feel like vomiting. All my life being manipulated, and even now I cannot break free? Lua felt a wave of heartache. Suddenly, with a beastly roar, a wild wind blew up. The whole shed was lifted and carried away. In her memory, the sky that had been pitch black now became somewhat clear. Sunlight fell on her face, chasing away some of the chill. Lua saw that huge figure, a red and blue body, a demon beast with crimson twin horns on its head. It was the wind from its mouth that had blown the house away. At that moment, Seigo Guma stepped forward. In his left hand, dark red energy wrapped a small object, making it float. It was the battle device. Guma bent down, casting a shadow over Lua. The mace in his right hand rested on the ground, while his left hand reached out in front of her. Lua struggled to stand, her legs weak and trembling. She took 2 steps, the wind still blowing, her golden hair flying. "Are you still willing to fight with me?" The giant beast tens of meters tall let out a low dragon-like roar. "Power, you are right, I have no reason to refuse. Only by having power can you change something. Otherwise, it is just a fool's dream. I need more power." Lua reached out to the battle device, it slowly floated into her hand. The moment she held it tightly, Lua clearly felt something different. The battle device began to tremble, and then its blue and white colors were gradually eroded by dark tones, turning red and blue with a fierce design. The 3 grids became 3 yellow eyes. A black and red aura began to coil around Lua's body, and she felt pain. The pain was 10 or 100 times stronger than the torment she had felt before. The difference was that before the pain drained her strength. Now, she felt energy raging wildly inside her. Ugh! She groaned in pain, her whole body veins swelling. The Reblando gene inside her body was wrapped by another evil force, becoming extremely active. A demonic shadow on her surface gradually solidified, taking the form of the demonic Reionics. Angel, beaten almost to the point of disfigurement, retracted the 3-headed monster with the battle device and obediently stood on the snow. King Goldras and Hilbegon lifted the time-space barrier. The few titans called by Chimera were wiped out by King Goldras with the deathlight, leaving mushroom clouds on the snowfield. Serponia looked at Angel in front of her, about to start questioning. Adonia, Olivia, and Sophie arrived. Seeing the 3 with pale gray faces, Serponia was shocked. Isabella and Kai also felt uneasy. Angel immediately shouted for help, "Save me quickly." Serponia's eyes turned cold, she reached out one hand and placed it on Angel's crown of the head. Frightened, Angel immediately went silent. Serponia had seen Adonia, but the other 2 were strangers. Since Angel called for help from them, she must know them. Serponia asked, "What happened to these 3? Angel's eyes flickered, "They just have a bit of anemia, ha ha ha." Serponia was about to shout sharply, but suddenly noticed a scene that made her spine chill. The sky, which should have cleared, was suddenly covered by a vast mass of clouds. Those clouds were like cotton soaked in blood, deeply eerie. There was also lightning bouncing around. The fierce wind began to blow, melting the accumulated snow with the hot air, turning it into water, making the ground wet. The water flowed to the low ground, forming puddles, reflecting a few people. Rain fell from the sky, making ripples in the puddles, then so dense that the figures could no longer be seen clearly. The wind blew their hair and clothes as they stared at the huge creature coming from the shadows in the distance. Isabella's scalp tingled, her voice trembling. "Is that Luya's Saigaogu?" Kai glanced at the barrage. "Jesus, that is Luya, how did she become like this?" Serponia stared at the floating figure beside Saigaogu, that demon-like existence spreading brutal energy, flapping a pair of red glowing wings. She frowned and asked, "That is Luya? Damn it. She doesn't look normal. Angel, what did you do to her?" Angel looked confused. Wasn't Saigaogu supposed to have died fighting over 1,000 monsters? Serponia's expression turned puzzled. "What are you talking about?" From the distance in the sky, Luya spoke, her voice loud enough to echo over the rain. "Angel, I will kill you." The murderous intent came across the air. Angel shivered, her huge red eyes locked on her, and it did not sound like a joke. Saigaogu opened its huge mouth, red lightning violently bouncing, red light illuminating the ground, a blood flood gathering in its mouth, its strong magnetic field making everyone tingle. Serponia felt her heart drop halfway. She has lost her mind, planning to attack us all too. Chapter 142 Danger meets danger. Danger. This thought filled the minds of the few people. The aura from the giant beast had changed, very different from before. Even Kai realized, this was no longer the Luya they had seen before. Using the system to check information, Serponia's heart tightened. Yanma Beast Saigaogu. Height, 66 meters. Weight, 70,000 tons. Attack, 1600, Defense, 1500, Speed, 900. Skills, Bloody Flood, Energy Absorption, Hell Blood Pool, Hell Release, Hell Needle Shot, Hell Monster Legion. That monster has grown even more. Serponia immediately put her 3 monsters into charging state. Shobagon gathered a blue destructive light bullet in its mouth, Goldras King's horns gathered yellow lightning, Aboras prepared a dissolving beam. Isabella also let her 2 monsters move, Beamonston shooting yellow destructive bullets from its head horn, Astrum spitting flames. Kai did not dare act on his own, the million-volt flash could blind teammates. When the crimson energy collided with the monster's attacks, a violent explosion erupted. Serponia and the others were thrown into the air, falling hundreds of meters away. The monsters kept their footing, but were shaken by the shockwave. Luya's voice became hoarse and rough, roaring, "Angel!" Angel, who had just gotten up, felt the bone-deep hatred, and could not help making a sound of disgust. The needle mountain on Saigaogu's back suddenly glowed red, sharp red bone spikes shot out, aiming at everyone. Demonston stepped forward, belly out, ready to meet the attack. However, the bone spikes, guided by its pentagonal mouth, exploded violently before being swallowed. Even Demonston, a heavyweight, could not withstand so many explosions, being blown away, lying on its back, struggling to get up. After the bone spikes exploded, they became huge monsters. Gagu Golzan. Jegwan Tola. Gegu Dimuga. Gagusadra. Gagwari Gala. Each type had more than one. The number of monsters on the field increased, making the open plain feel crowded. Serponia's scalp tingled. Although she really wanted to subdue the other person and calm them down, facing off with Loya head-on was definitely not an easy task. If she handed Angel over to the other person, it could calm their anger, and Serponia would be happy to do so. However, there were other problems at this stage. On the way here, Serponia learned that her allies could not be reached one by one. They had disappeared. Angel might know something, so at this stage, she could not hand her over. Serponia was certain that the moment Angel was handed over, this red-haired girl would be blasted to bits. Even if she had to hand over Angel, it would have to be after the interrogation. Loya did not seem like someone who could be reasoned with right now, so it was better to wait for her to calm down. Continuing to be consumed here was an irrational action, and Serponia planned to create an opportunity to retreat. The monsters were already tangled in a fight. Asteromos whipped out his long whip, wrapped it around the neck of a Gagusadra, and pulled it forcefully towards him. He slashed twice with his claws, and before the other could react, he pressed down on its head, twisted the space with his stomach, and sucked it into the giant flower in front of him. Gaguantandra flapped its wings and flew up, attacking Serponia and the others. Beaumonton quickly caught up, spat out the stones he had swallowed, accelerated them with space, and shot them at Gaguantandra, bringing it down before immediately beginning to feed. Serponia looked sternly at Angel. You should know that this is not the time to throw a tantrum. If you want to stay alive, you'd better listen. Although Angel was very unwilling in her heart, she still responded, what do you want to do? Call Antonia and the others over. Hey! Come over here. Angel waved her hand casually. Antonia and the others immediately jogged over as the giant beasts continued to collide around them, making the environment even more dangerous. Abras spat out a corrosive foam, which made a Gagu Dimaga smoke and scream as it was eaten away. The Gagu Dimaga retaliated by spitting molten iron beams, but Abras didn't avoid them. It kept spitting, as if nothing was wrong, and in no time, the Gagu Dimaga collapsed. Zaragas was rampaging, pushing back any nearby monsters. Suddenly, Sagagu released a flood of bloody energy. Several monsters, too busy fighting, couldn't react in time. Abras lunged forward, shielding everyone in front. Serponia shouted, Abras. Abras withstood the bloody flood, and with its defensive power, most energy attacks were bearable. However, something strange happened. Abras began to feel intense pain. The thick red energy surged over its body, corroding it, and the so-called cyan demon, Abras, began to turn a strange dark red. Serponia clearly felt that the link with Abras had been severed. Then, its massive body started to collapse. Its skin melted, its body softened, and its bones shattered. It was being torn apart alive. Bright red blood and flesh fell to the ground, sinking into the hellish blood pool that had appeared beneath their feet. The others felt their hair stand on end. That brutal scene made Serponia want to vomit, but the stronger feeling was fear. She knew she had to quickly create an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, that guy would use strange attacks to dismember everyone. King Goldras roared and slapped out. With a thunderous sound, the head of a Gagu Gorzan spun around, its neck snapped, and it died on the spot. Facing the claw strikes of a Gagu Dimaga, King Goldras stood still like a mountain, grabbed its claw, and threw it away. The double-horned yellow lightning leaped wildly, emitting a beam of deathlight, which destroyed the Gagu Aligera in the sky. Content is blocked. Hilbegon swung his tail hard, sending a Gekusadra flying, then used a super headbutt to crash a Gekyugorzan away, grabbed its tail, spun half a circle, and threw it towards Saikagu 1,000 meters away. Saikagu raised the right arm of his wolf tooth club, and the flying Gekyugorzan was smashed to the side of the mountain. Serponia gathered everyone together, including the few Atonia who had rushed over, looked at Kai, and said, please. Kai nodded, understanding Serponia's idea, knowing the enemy would not watch them escape. Close your eyes. Serponia and Isabella retracted the monsters, and everyone closed their eyes. Zaragas suddenly released Zaragas flash from the 3 holes above its head, turning the world into a fierce white, all objects losing shape in the strong light. Extreme white is no different from extreme black. Saikagu and the floating Lua nearby were blinded by the light, their eyes in pain, briefly losing sight. Kai retracted Zaragas. Serponia took out the escape prism, and after using it, a huge red sphere wrapped around them and flew away. After escaping danger, Serponia looked at Angel beside her and asked, so, where did those people go? Angel's eyes looked outside the red sphere, everything showing a light red hue, mountains rapidly moving backward. Her tone was casual. You ask me, who should I ask? I don't know. Serponia showed a kind smile, tapping her knuckles. Looks like you are still not honest. Angel exclaimed, quickly running behind Atonia. Atonia, save me. Serponia looked at Atonia's gray-white face, feeling uneasy. Atonia, are you okay? You look bad. Atonia spoke, her voice as light as a feather in the wind. I'm fine, don't worry. Do you know anything about the missing allies? Atonia shook her head. Serponia sighed, looking back. Since you know nothing, Angel, I will leave you to Lua. The movement of the escape prism was controlled by Serponia's mind. If she wished, she could fly back now. Angel's eyes rolled, then she pretended to think, raising a finger. Hey. I actually have a little clue. Serponia immediately saw she was teasing, but with no news herself, she could only ask. Speak. My vampire spheres once witnessed where Shark and the others disappeared. Where? Wait, I'll send you the map coordinates. Done. Here? Serponia moved towards the coordinates on the map. A few minutes later, the red sphere prepared to land. Angel looked outside the red sphere, shivering. Don't land here. Serponia asked, why not? Don't you notice something strange outside? Now that you say it, indeed. Even if the snow melts, it shouldn't look like this. It looked bare, nothing at all things only had outlines. Didn't I say not to land? How can we investigate without going down? Wah! What are you doing? Ouch. The red sphere landed, then vanished. Kai looked around, feeling strange. It was pitch black. Everything was pitch black, flowers, grass, trees, stones, all black. As if a thick ink had covered everything. Serponia asked, hey. Angel, are Shark and the others really gone here? Angel looked bad, immediately raising the battle device, trying to escape into the air with Opalin Paul. Isabella exclaimed, this black mud is moving. Ha! So disgusting. Oh, my god. In shock, everyone. The black mud suddenly rose, turning into a black wave that directly crashed down. Chapter 143, The Huge Strong Enemy. Under the blood-red sky, Zanza climbed up from the pile of black rubble, still tightly holding the plate-sized black seal in his hand. When he saw Shaq's figure, he fell into extreme shock and anger, shouting in a hoarse voice. Impossible. What's going on? The shadow created from the black seal should have the same power as you. And I have so many giant subordinates, you can't still be alive. How did you get here? Shaq responded from afar, of course, I chased the enemy down all the way. Zanza trembled with anger. How could a shadow lose? How could it? You, what kind of person are you? Just a passing Reionics, remember that. Shaq turned and handed Natsum Yuka to Tsunami Neo for support. Then he lifted the battle device and summoned Sadra. Boss, I'll help you. Fisher lifted the battle device, summoned Shinbua, and then let Roboruga switch to battle form, and the two monsters charged out. Zanza took a deep breath, recovering from shock, then showed a forced smile, which grew louder and sounded somewhat hysterical. Fine, so what? Here now is the ultimate dark warrior, Amy Rio. The black giant with a female form hovered in the air, and the aura it emitted was clearly not on the same level as the group below. Shaq stared at Amy Rio, feeling troubled. Being able to hurt Natsum Yuka like this clearly showed she was extraordinary. Of course, it was also possible Natsum Yuka was just exhausted. If the opponent continuously replenished forces, the only way was a quick battle to cut off the enemy's lifeline. Priority, kill Zansu first. Shaq moved his mind, and Telesdon spewed out a molten lava stream. The raging flames were blocked by an energy shield, released by a black giant. At this moment, more than 10 black giants blocked Zansu, making it truly difficult to break through. Moreover, Amy Rio also began to act. She flickered, suddenly teleporting to appear behind Shaq and the others. This made Shaq feel a chill down his spine. No wonder Natsum Yuka was so heavily injured, such unpredictable sudden attacks are deadly even for monsters. Let alone a tiny Reionics. Amy Rio's hand flashed with energy, releasing crescent-shaped beams towards several people. This was the reason for Zansu's endless laughter. Amy Rio is strong, what can you use to win? Fisher reacted quickly, Roboruga, counterattack. Roboruga raised its hand and threw a shuriken-like beam, exploding the enemy's attack in midair. Shaq gave Fisher a thumbs up, well done. Receiving recognition, Fisher smiled, leave the back to me. Shaq fixed his gaze on Zansu. Next, they just needed to quickly eliminate the leader. Sadra released thick fog, quickly making the battlefield hazy. But the fog seemed unable to block the black giant's sight, because they had supervision. Shaq stared at Zansu in the distance, just disturbing him was enough. The metallic lifeforms left Telesdon's body under Xiake's command and flew toward Amy Rio coming from behind. He didn't fully trust Fisher, so he sent part of the force to help. Then, Telesdon dived underground, and Sadra fired penetrating beams from its giant jaw, engaging the black giants in a clash. Amy Rio teleported next to Fisher, lifted her foot and stomped down. Shinbua immediately charged recklessly, knocking her away. Roboruga grabbed Amy Rio and began close combat, but seemed not to have the upper hand. Blocked by the opponent, then raised her leg to strike at the waist and abdomen. Fisher felt the pain. The female giant's strength was no small matter, even just the physical strike caused significant damage. The metallic lifeform flew in, and under Xiake's command, it covered the surface of Youmirian, quickly solidifying. Youmirian's body was bound, and her movements became sluggish. Then, under Xiake's command, the metallic lifeform revealed Youmirian's abdomen. Fisher understood and immediately ordered Sinbo to launch bone spikes, while Robaluga bombarded with shuriken light, all striking Youmirian's abdomen. Ugh! Ah! Youmirian groaned in pain, knocked down to the ground by the impact. Seeing the attack succeed, Fisher felt a moment of joy and ordered Sinbo and Robaluga to pursue. But Youmirian crossed her arms, and her whole body burst with energy, unleashing the Alien storm, sending the metallic lifeforms flying off her surface. Then, with a flip, she stood up and began fighting Sinbo and Robaluga. As expected, it's not that simple. Fisher's expression turned serious again. Zansu ordered the giants to charge, intending to suppress Xiake and the others with numbers to death. Ha ha ha, Youmirian is invincible. With you all, victory is impossible. Not necessarily. Xiake crossed his arms, his face full of confidence. Zansu, hearing Xiake's voice, immediately let out an angry laugh, still talking tough when death is at hand. Youmirian was countering Sinbo and Robaluga, and despite their efforts, the two monsters couldn't match her strength, being pushed back repeatedly. Suddenly, a silver giant appeared. It flew through the air with a sweeping kick, striking Youmirian's head from behind. Boom! Youmirian's body was sent flying, crashing into the ground and sending a cloud of black debris into the air. She shook her head and struggled to get up, staring at the silver giant that appeared on the battlefield, momentarily stunned for 2 seconds. It looked exactly like her, but while she was black and red, it was silver and blue. Xiake looked at the silver female giant and couldn't help but clap his hands. Good, it's like playing Ultraman. Since it's an imitator, let's call it Mimos. Having decided on the name, Xiake gave the command, Mimos, work with Sinbo and Robaluga to restrain the opponent. Mimos suddenly vanished and reappeared beside Youmirian. It was a teleportation. Youmirian shivered, realizing not only was the appearance imitated, but even the abilities were analyzed and replicated. Mimos kicked fiercely, and Youmirian quickly rolled to dodge. Robaluga's firepower bombardment came again, purple shuriken light and red wedge-shaped light continuously shot out. Youmirian quickly deployed an energy shield, blocking the fierce explosions in front of her. At this moment, a huge bone ball flew toward her, created by Sinbo curling up, slamming into her side. The impact was enormous, and Youmirian was sent flying. She rolled to her feet and immediately activated teleportation. She suddenly appeared in the air, intending to launch an energy barrage, but Mimos instantly teleported behind her. Youmirian hurriedly stopped her actions. If she continued, she'd be attacked from behind. She teleported again, appearing behind Mimos, who also teleported, appearing behind her. The two giants, one black and one silver, began a high-frequency teleportation battle for a safe attack position. In the distance, Zansu was commanding the black giants to attack Sadra. Sadra was incredibly fierce, and each swing of his lightsaber decapitated a black giant, while the energy attacks from the black giants were all deflected by Sadra's energy field on his surface. Zansu held the black seal, using its energy to float into the air, planning to observe the battle from above. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet cracked open. A brown drill emitting powerful seismic waves violently struck Zansu's feet. In the panic-filled screams, Zansu was knocked away, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting fresh blood. That Tayleston was still spinning and collided again. Zansu hurriedly summoned the 7-layer shield. Crack crack crack, the shield shattered layer by layer, and finally Tayleston slammed into him violently. Zansu spat out another mouthful of blood. Bastard! When did you arrive? Fall back, you fools! The black giant rushed toward him, but Tayleston's speed was clearly faster, opening its mouth to spit molten lava streams. Yami Liang suddenly teleported, unfolding an energy shield to block the impact of the high-temperature fire pillar. Mimos instantly moved to Yami Liang's side, and his hand suddenly transformed into a metal fork. The fork shot out, piercing Yami Liang's neck, then slammed him into the ground. Mimos continued launching metal forks, pinning all of Yami Liang's limbs to the ground. At that moment, several black giants finally ran over, attacking Tayleston and Mimos. Fischl, protect yourself and those two. Xiake commanded. Fischl nodded, yes, boss. Shaq sprinted across the battlefield, transforming into Reionics form, closing in on Zansu. His fist clenched, charging straight at Zansu's face. In the mist, a figure approached, frightening Zansu into raising the black mark, hastily releasing an energy shield that shattered before it fully formed. The force of the punch did not stop, smashing brutally into Zansu's face, breaking his teeth. Crack! Zansu let out a wail. Shaq rushed closer, trying to snatch the black mark. Unexpectedly, the moment Shaq touched the black mark, he was blasted away by a massive force. Zansu spoke, teeth leaking air, the black mark is not something you can touch. Shaq got up, puzzled, then said, looks like I have no choice but to kill you. Zansu laughed wildly. Ha, arrogant. I am the High Priest of Darkness who serves the Dark Lord. Reaper of Souls. Ruler of the Black Mark Order. I will not be killed by a small character like you. From the memories of the souls I harvested, I saw your world, it is called Earth, right? An interesting place. Next, we will occupy that world, turning all of you into food for the Dark Lord. Shaq clenched his fist, stomped his foot, flying with a kick, don't get cocky. Zansu suddenly flew up, hovering in midair. Taking advantage of Mimos and Tayleston being restrained by the Black Giants, Yami Liang struggled out of captivity. Zansu said, you are more troublesome than I expected. Next, let you witness true despair. The Black Mark released a massive amount of dark matter. Yami Liang and the Black Giants' bodies melted into black matter and energy cores. All the dark matter and energy cores flew towards Zansu. The disgusting darkness was gathering into a huge monstrous form. Shaq immediately commanded his monsters to attack. Tayleston, Sadra, and Mimos all moved. Molten lava streams. Piercing rays. Norske-side beams. Several strong attacks hit the darkness, like stones thrown into water, only causing small ripples. Shaq felt shivers all over, the opponent was becoming a hard-to-deal-with existence. But where could his group escape to now? Even if they escaped, the end would only be being worn down to death. Only by fighting. Defeat the enemy in front to survive. Zansu transformed into a 200-meter-tall giant demon, radiating suffocating killing intent. Tayleston and the other beasts looked tiny and weak. The demon laughed wildly, do you see the difference now? Tiny humans. Face death.